In the modern era, before Qing Feng ascended to sainthood, he was accepted as a disciple by Tongtian. Lacking any system or extraordinary abilities, he resolutely chose the path of cultivating powerful allies to ensure his survival in the primordial world. Thus, the future of the primordial realm was transformed. In the process of nurturing these formidable figures, Qing Feng garnered countless accolades. The demon emperor Dijuan remarked, "Were it not for the young friend Qing Feng, the demon race would have perished alongside the witch clan during the second cataclysm, and how could we have become guardians of the starry skies?" Lady Hou Tu expressed, "Thanks to Qing Feng, the witch clan could retreat to the underworld and persist in existence." Goddess Nüwa stated, "I am grateful to Qing Feng for assisting me in establishing the path of humanity and attaining the title of sovereign of humanity." Buddha Duobao confessed, "In truth, I had no desire to leave the intercepting teaching, but Qing Feng, my junior brother, enlightened me that only the Buddhist path could offer my salvation. Thus, I reluctantly embraced Buddhism." Zhejiang and Juni declared, "Qing Feng is a despicable and ungrateful individual." The Supreme and Primordial affirmed, "Qing Feng, our disciple, possesses great wisdom." Tongtian proclaimed, "Qing Feng is my disciple." Countless years later, Qing Feng stood atop the pinnacle, surveying the myriad beings across the three realms with pride, declaring, "What use is mere combat prowess? To navigate this world, one must possess power and connections. For instance, I am the foremost benefactor in the primordial realm." Chapter 1. Transcendence to become a disciple of the three purities? As Pangu separated the heavens and the earth from chaos, the upper pure transformed the clear, while the lower pure rendered the turbid, shaping the primordial realm. In the dawn of creation, fierce beasts roamed the world, leading to the initial tribulation of the three clans. A fierce battle ensued between the Dao and the demons, as the Dao ancestor Honghuang utilized supreme magic to subdue the demon ancestor Lu. In retaliation, Lu detonated himself in the west, marking the end of the initial tribulation. The witch and demon clans emerged, and the Dao ancestor imparted teachings within the Xiao Palace, heralding the first golden age of the primordial realm. At the heart of the primordial realm stood a majestic mountain known as Buzhou, formed from Pangu's spine, supporting the heavens and the earth. At that moment, three individuals, an elder, a middle-aged man, and a youth, ascended Buzhou Mountain step by step, immersed in the profound love of Pangu. "Big brother, second brother, I sense that ahead lies my destined opportunity. It seems to be my disciple." The youth suddenly halted, turning to the middle-aged man and the elder. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Are you certain it is your disciple? I have a feeling that my disciple is also ahead. You both feel this way?" "I seem to have the same sensation." The three exchanged glances and quickened their pace toward the source of their intuition. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain, where a primordial sword grass swayed in the wind. The three paused, exchanging knowing looks, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Is the disciple you perceive also this one?" Primordial swordgrass. The laws it is destined to comprehend must be the sword path laws. How could it be connected to me? The elder frowned, scrutinizing the sword grass with a perplexed expression. A mere primordial spiritual root, of inferior quality, should not be fated to connect with me. Yet, why does this primordial sword grass possess a soul, entwined with the power of time and space? The middle-aged man shared a look of confusion. How could the power of time and space intertwine with a being of such modest potential? Why ponder so much? Let us take it back to Kunlun Mountain. As the three purities, the true lineage of Pangu, can we truly be outwitted by a primordial swordgrass? The youth burst into hearty laughter, and with a flick of his sleeve, an immense suction force surged forth, instantly drawing back the innate swordgrass along with the soil nurturing it into his robe. Though the elder and the middle-aged man remained perplexed, they refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding at the youth before continuing their ascent towards the summit of Mount Buzhou. Time flowed like water, and the years wove themselves swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. At this juncture, the Xiao Palace had already conducted its second lecture, where the celestial sovereigns Emperor Jun and Tai had established the court of demons in the heavens, giving life to all things and transforming them into entities of power. Additionally, the 12 ancestors of sorcery occupied the Panga Hall, erecting the witch clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou. With the emergence of these two formidable powers, a fierce struggle for supremacy erupted within the primordial realm, stirring up a tempest of conflict. In the eastern expanse of the primordial world, there lay a sacred mountain known as Kunlun. This mountain range stretched for millions of miles, housing three principal peaks, each crowned with magnificent palaces. At the heart lay the Taiqing Palace, with the Yuqing Palace to the left and the Shangqing Palace to the right, where resided the three pure ones, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, transformed from Penga's fallen essence. At this moment, within the Shangqing Palace, a young man was diligently inscribing words upon a bamboo scroll with a brush in hand. The first rule of self-rescue in the primordial world: to thrive and endure in this realm, prowess is inconsequential. Divine treasures are trivial. What matters most is the magnitude and multitude of one's backing. I am already a disciple of Tongtian, albeit an outer disciple, thus possessing a substantial lifeline. Alas, this lifeline is but modest. It can sustain me only until the time of the canonization. Hence, my task is not merely to leverage the advantage of foresight to bolster my master's lifeline, but also to seek out additional robust support. With this thought, the youth inhaled deeply, stowing his brush and bamboo scroll within a leopard skin pouch at his waist, and strode forth from the Shangqing Peak towards the central Taiqing Peak. Indeed, this young man was the innate sword grass encountered by the three pure ones a millennium prior upon Mount Buzhou. In his past life, his soul was that of an ordinary university student from Huaxia, only to awaken and discover himself transformed into a blade of grass in the primordial realm. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. He was discovered by the three pure ones on Mount Buzhou and ultimately accepted as a disciple by Tongtian due to his auspicious origins. Albeit as an outer disciple, not an inner one, he was named Qing Feng. Upon realizing his circumstances, Qing Feng did not wallow in self-pity. He understood that as a blade of grass, being rescued by the three pure ones and successfully attaining a semblance of form, rather than being consumed by a demon beast, was indeed a tremendous fortune. Yet, possessing knowledge of the mythic history of the primordial realm, he was acutely aware of the impending dangers, thus embarking on his self-rescue plan early on. In simple terms, he aimed to cultivate goodwill with Taishang and Yuanshi, ideally uniting the three pure ones as his greatest support. Arriving at the threshold of the Taiqing Palace, Qing Feng adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully. Disciple Qing Feng pays his respects to the esteemed master uncle. A voice imbued with a profound timbre resonated from within the hall. Enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld an elderly Taoist seated upon a cloud bed, with a youthful countenance and white hair, emanating an aura of profound Taoist essence. Qing Feng hastened forward, kneeling upon the mat, and with three resounding kowtows, proclaimed, "Qing Feng offers his respects to Master Uncle, wishing you swift enlightenment and attainment of the Great Dao." "What is the Great Way?" Taishang inquired with a faint smile. "The highest virtue resembles water. Water benefits all things and does not compete." Qing Feng contemplated briefly, realizing that the grand opening of the Tao De Jing, with its phrase, "the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao," was far too profound for someone of his humble origins as an innate sword grass to comprehend. Thus, he chose to articulate a line that resonated most closely with Taishang's doctrine of effortless action. "Does the highest virtue resemble water?" Taishang savored this statement, a smile blooming on his face. "Indeed, indeed. Qing Feng, you are quite near the Great Way. You shall soon attain true immortality." "Master Uncle, if you do not genuinely wish to praise your disciple, there is no need to force such flattery," Qing Feng replied, casting a sorrowful glance at Taishang. His cultivation realm was merely at the stage of Yuan Immortal, traversing through the ranks of True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. As a mere novice who had not achieved true immortal status in a millennium, how could Master Uncle proclaim him close to the Great Way? Taishang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the innate sword grass he had discovered years ago would possess such poor comprehension. In the early stages of transformation, it had taken only a century for Qing Feng to achieve his innate Tao body, yet further advancement into the realm of immortality demanded greater insight. As the first disciple of the three pure ones, despite his lack of understanding, they were reluctant to indiscriminately provide him with elixirs or spiritual items that might sever his path forward. "Have you come today to pay your respects? Or is there a matter at hand?" Struggling to find comforting words, Taishang abruptly shifted the topic. Qing Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "There is indeed a matter. I have spent many years on the mountain without witnessing the world beyond, and now my progress has stagnated. I wish to venture forth in search of opportunities. And so, I have come to seek a precious item from you." As he spoke, Qing Feng's gaze fell upon the resplendent nine-tiered pagoda, radiant with golden light, behind Taishan. Chapter 2. The first step in shaping the future, becoming the most cherished child of the three pure ones. At this moment, just past the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, the witch and demon had just been established, and Honghuang had yet to release the primordial purple energy, thus no spiritual treasures had been distributed. Among the three pure ones, the most formidable spiritual treasure was the postnatal treasure of merit, the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda, which accompanied Taishan, the foremost among Pangu's primordial spirit. Spiritual treasures are categorized into four levels: postnatal, innate, chaotic, and primordial, further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. While there is no disparity in power between innate and postnatal treasures, innate treasures possess inherent spiritual light, born from the essence of the universe, and can be used for such tasks as slaying the undead. Postnatal treasures, being crafted after the fact, wield comparable power to innate treasures of the same grade. Noticing Qing Feng's fixation on his accompanying supreme treasure, Taishan chuckled softly, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. The Linglong Pagoda, which hung upon the wall, soared forth, transforming into a golden that melded into Qing Feng's body. "Your cultivation is still weak, and you are unable to wield this pagoda. I shall embed it deep within your consciousness. Should you encounter danger, the Linglong Pagoda will automatically manifest to protect you." "Thank you, Master Uncle," Qing Feng exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply. "Ah, Master Uncle is truly benevolent, even considering my inability to activate the Linglong Pagoda." Go on, Taishan urged, as Qing Feng merrily made his way out of the hall. Indeed, the three pure ones were the most solid support for his survival in the primordial world. Upon departing from Taiching Peak, Qing Feng soared through the clouds directly to Yuqing Peak. Upon arriving at the gates of Yuqing Palace, he paused, enchanted by the ethereal sounds of Taoist wisdom emanating from within. Inside the palace, the primordial one, who was imparting teachings to his disciples, halted his discourse and, exhaling deeply, called out, "Is Qing Feng here?" "Coming directly." Inside the hall, the 13 awakened disciples turned in unison to gaze at the palace entrance. The grand doors creaked open, revealing Qing Feng, whose expression was solemn as he stood at the threshold. Upon seeing the primordial one, he did not immediately enter to pay his respects. Instead, he took a moment to tidy his already orderly attire, brushed off any dust, and cast a cleansing spell upon himself before respectfully stepping into the hall. He then knelt upon the central mat, bowing 3 times with utmost reverence before speaking. Disciple Qing Feng pays his respects to the second Master Uncle, wishing for your early enlightenment of the Great Way. As if in agreement with his elder brother, the primordial one posed a question akin to that of Taishan. What is the Great Way? Good and evil must be measured, and one should adhere to the rules. Qing Feng pondered for a moment and provided an analogy drawn from the governance practices of modern Huaxia. He dared not utter phrases akin to following the heavenly way, fearing that should the primordial one truly grasp the path of aligning with heaven, it might lead to a rift with his own master. Ever since he learned of his apprenticeship under the three pure ones, Qing Feng had been devising strategies to prevent any discord between his second master uncle and his master. Through meticulous study, he discovered that the true cause of their estrangement lay in the contention over the Great Way. The paths of following heaven and cutting heaven were fundamentally opposed, inherently at odds with each other. The conflict over the Great Way could not merely be resolved with brotherly affection. Good and evil must be measured, and one should adhere to the rules. The primordial one was taken aback. He had anticipated that Qing Feng would utter something along the lines of following the heavenly way. Instead, Qing Feng had transcended such notions. What constitutes rules? Who determines them? Is it the heavenly way or the primordial one himself? This statement stirred the primordial one far more than any expression of following the heavenly way could have. Your articulation of good and evil being measured and adhering to the rules indicates your commendable understanding. Yet, why does your cultivation remain stagnant at the true immortal level? The primordial one lowered his gaze, curiosity evident in his tone. Qing Feng twitched his lips, unsure how to respond. Could he admit that a modern soul struggles to comprehend their profound Taoist principles? Not to mention, the very records of Taoist wisdom are in the form of Tao texts. It is merely an insight gained from observing my master uncle's actions, Not my own enlightenment, Qing Feng replied, his head bowed in slight embarrassment. What a pity. You are but an innate sword grass, destined for limited accomplishments in the future. The primordial one sighed softly, his gaze lingering on Qing Feng, filled with a hint of sympathy and regret. By the way, did you come to Yuqing Palace for a significant matter? In response, Master Uncle, I primarily seek to break through my cultivation stagnation. I wish to traverse the vast wilderness to gain insight into the heavens and earth, seeking opportunities. However, given that the battle between the Wu and the Yao has just begun, with territorial disputes and constant conflict, I fear for my safety. Thus, I have come to request a protective treasure. Did Tongtian not provide you with a protective treasure? The primordial one inquired, somewhat surprised that you am. Primarily, the disciple's cultivation is too low, and the level of the master's spiritual treasure is exceedingly high. Qing Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. In simpler terms, his abilities were woefully inadequate. Even if bestowed with a spiritual treasure, he would be unable to wield it effectively. Very well, perhaps sensing the mysterious Huang Linglong Tower within Qing Feng's sea of consciousness, Yuanshi waved his hand, and a cloud of celebratory auspiciousness descended upon Qing Feng, transforming into resplendent points of light that merged into his brow. This is the extraordinary treasure of the celestial celebratory cloud, which shall safeguard your soul from any malevolent forces or curses. Much like the Linglong Tower, it requires no effort on your part to activate, providing automatic protection. Within the palace, upon witnessing Qing Feng borrowing the treasure from Yuanshi, the eyes of disciples, such as Guang Chengzi, turned red with envy. Thank you, second master uncle. Qing Feng feigned ignorance of their gazes, happily bowing in gratitude. Go on, go on. Once Qing Feng had turned to leave, Yuanshi's gaze swept over his disciples. Noticing their faces still etched with resentment and jealousy, he furrowed his brow slightly. Continue the teachings. It was disheartening to see that his newly accepted direct disciple's temperament fell short even compared to the outer disciples of his third disciple. It appeared he needed to dedicate time to proper education. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, his borrowing of treasures had inadvertently subjected the future 12 golden immortals to hundreds of years of moral education. With 2 protective treasures in hand, he naturally did not forget to take advantage of his master's kindness. As a cloud of auspiciousness descended, it landed before the palace of Shangqing Peak. Ah, our Qing Feng senior brother has come to pay respects to the master again. Just as he landed, a mocking voice resonated from the side. Qing Feng turned his head to see. Indeed, it was the long-eared, red-eyed rabbit spirit. Accompanying him was a plump figure, adorned with a serene smile. Senior brother, you've been a disciple for quite some time, yet your cultivation remains at the Yuan immortal realm. Even the newly initiated Wudong junior sister surpasses you in prowess. Instead of spending time on these greetings, you would do better to devote yourself to your cultivation, for that is the true path. Cultivation does not conflict with honoring one's master. Or do you, long ear, believe that paying respects to the master is a waste of time? Qing Feng would not coddle him, brazenly placing the blame on long ear. Who could say whether it was the butterfly effect of his transmigration that led to long ear, destined for treachery, encountering Duobao early on, together seeking the teachings of Tongtian, even before Jinling. Fortunately, Qing Feng was present at the time, and, upon discovering that Tongtian intended to accept Long Ear as a direct disciple, he decisively guided Yuanshi to persuade Tongtian to accept Long Ear as an outer disciple. However, this incident only deepened Long Ear's resentment towards Qing Feng. He sought every opportunity to provoke him. You speak nonsense. I never claimed it was a waste of time. In that moment, as Qing Feng pinned such a weighty accusation upon him, Long Ear hurriedly attempted to refute. Chapter 3. Taking the Path Against Heaven. Master, you have misunderstood me. Must we truly oppose the heavenly way? What do you mean then? Qing Feng stepped forward, pressing for clarification. Just now, you openly mocked me in the presence of Master and the elders. Why must you be so aggressive, junior brother Qing Feng? Long Ear, flustered and at a loss for words, was momentarily saved by the rotund Duobao, who interjected. Junior brother Long Ear merely fears that your cultivation is insufficient and might bring shame upon our master. It was but a slip of the tongue. One must admit, Duobao's astuteness shone through. His simple remark about bringing shame upon our master deftly sidestepped the issue of greetings while highlighting Qing Feng's inadequate cultivation. Qing Feng couldn't help but admire Duobao, the future leader of the Buddhist sect. Is that so? I sincerely appreciate junior brother Long Ear's concern. Qing Feng replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, then gracefully brushed past Duobao, leaving behind a parting remark. I believe my senior brother is a person who understands gratitude and respects his teachers. However, one cannot be certain that others possess the same character. Sometimes, when choosing friends, one must keep a discerning eye. Upon hearing Qing Feng's words, Duobao instinctively glanced at Long Ear, who was glaring fiercely at Qing Feng's retreating figure. His eyes reddened. Yet, upon catching Duobao's gaze, Long Ear quickly reverted to his usual compliant demeanor. Qing Feng had always held a certain respect for him. Was he indeed referring to junior brother Long Ear? Moreover, considering that among the 4 disciples accepted by their master, only Long Ear was obstructed by Qing Feng, even requiring the intervention of the second elder to merely be granted the status of an outer disciple, while he and Jin Ling were unhindered, receiving only congratulatory words. Duobao's gaze toward Long Ear deepened significantly. Perhaps it was time for him to reflect on his relationship with junior brother Long Ear. After departing from Duobao and Long Ear, Qing Feng made his way directly to the front of the Xianxia Palace. Just as he intended to tidy his attire and offer his respects, an immense force abruptly pulled him inside the hall, and an impatient voice reached his ears. You are my disciple of Tongtian, yet you have adopted the same dull and tedious mannerisms as second brother. Should I simply transfer you to him as his disciple instead? Qing Feng looked up, meeting the youthful, impatient, and somewhat envious expression of Tongtian, in stark contrast to Taishang's non-action and the rigid adherence of Yuanshi. The demeanor of the young Tongtian was free-spirited and unrestrained. His thoughts were plainly visible on his face. He had no intention of concealing them, and it was evident he was feeling envious of the respect Qing Feng received from their 2 elder brothers. Oh, my master! What do you think of master uncle and second master uncle? Qing Feng sighed, bemused by his unfocused master, who did not respond directly but instead posed a counter-question. Tongtian paused, instinctively replying, they're just all right. Qing Feng rolled his eyes. If I were you, Taishang and Yuanshi would surely give you a good reprimanding for being such an ungrateful younger brother. Master, master uncle, and second master uncle are your own brothers, born together and sharing the same origin, just as the weapons in your hands, the red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves signify that the 3 clear ones are truly one family. My respect for the Grand Master and Second Master is, in essence, a reflection of my respect for you. My efforts to curry favor with the Grand and Second Masters are merely to preserve the bonds of brotherhood on your behalf. Yet, it seems that your words imply that I, as your master, am the one lacking understanding. Tongtian, with a hint of irritation, raised his hand to lightly tap. As brothers, do we really need a junior like you to worry about us? I believe that Long Ear is correct, with your mindset. It would be better to focus on your cultivation, given that you lack even the realm of a true immortal. Even if I wished to accept you as my direct disciple, I would fear you could not hold your ground. Being a direct disciple is merely a title. As long as I can please the 3 of you, why would I need that title? I can still navigate the wilderness with ease. My master, you know well that my abilities are limited by my lack of comprehension, Qing Feng said with a shrug of indifference. Why not ask second master for a Huangzhongli? Just one would elevate me to the level of a great Luo, ensuring I become the strongest among all disciples. Get lost. Have you not had enough Huangzhongli over the years? Tongtian kicked Qing Feng in the rear. Is magical power the key to achieving a higher realm? The essence lies in understanding. As he prepared to continue his reprimand, Tongtian seemed to ponder something. Straightening his posture, he asked with great authority, Qing Feng, what is the Great Dao? The sudden shift and the familiar question left Qing Feng bewildered. Master, you and the 2 masters must have conspired on this, right? But the serious expression on Tongtian's face made Qing Feng hesitate to be dismissive. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a simple 4-character response, education for all. Qing Feng would never dare to mention the phrase intercepting the heavens to take the Dao. Was that even something to bring up? Not only was it in stark contrast to Second Master's Dao, but even the phrase intercepting the heavens implied a boldness that could not be tolerated by the heavenly Dao. If I were the heavenly Dao, I would be the first to punish you for your lack of conscience. The fate of the intercepting sect during the divine punishment was well-deserved, wasn't he it? Tongtian savored those 4 characters, then suddenly clapped and laughed heartily. Education for all. Education for all. To seize a thread of life for all beings? Excellent. Excellent. Qing Feng, you truly are my disciple. Qing Feng's face darkened, and he quickly attempted to clarify. Master, when I said education for all, I meant that all beings should have the right to receive education, and with effort, they should have the opportunity to rise. It has nothing to do with intercepting the heavens. Please don't misunderstand my words. Same, Same. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. Then, raising his hand, he summoned the long sword of deep azure hanging on the wall, which fell into Qing Feng's grasp. I hear you plan to travel? With the exquisite tower from your elder brother and the myriad clouds from your second brother, your defenses are secure. I shall grant you the Qing Ping sword. Within it, I have sealed 3 strands of sword energy. Simply call out, "Long live my master," and you shall unleash my full power strike. Use it as a temporary means of defense. At this moment, although Qing Feng held the Qing Ping sword, he felt no sense of comfort. All he wished for was to expel the phrase intercepting the heavens from his master's mind. Regrettably, Tongtian seemed to have attained an understanding of the Dao, providing him with no opportunity for further discourse. With a mere wave of his hand, he found himself involuntarily propelled out of the gates of the Shangqing Palace, the grand entrance closing decisively behind him with a resounding thud. "Master, please, open the door," he implored. "I truly have no intent to usurp the heavens or divert the path. I merely wish to converse with you." Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as he pounded frantically on the palace door, desperate to re-enter. Alas, the entrance remained steadfastly shut, utterly disregarding his entreaties. How ironic it was that he spoke of inclusivity, only to be expelled by his master for his reckless words. Indeed, he deserved it. From behind him, a familiar mocking voice echoed. Startled and agitated, Qing Feng turned sharply, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chang'er, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. "Chang'er, do you seek death?" Beside him, Duobao, catching sight of the Qingping sword in Qing Feng's grasp, was momentarily seized by fear. In a swift motion, he seized Chang'er, conjured a cloud, and hastily fled. "Take your time knocking, junior brother. We shan't intrude upon your conversation with master." Humph. Qing Feng shot a venomous glare at the retreating Duobao and Chang'er, having no time to attend to their antics. He turned once more to the door, pounding insistently. "Master, please open the door. I know you are inside. Do grant me entry." Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Divine Spirit in the Blood of the Witch Clan. Could it be that Pangu has entrusted a task? The great doors of the upper clear palace echoed with knocking for a full half-hour before the sound finally ceased. Tongtian raised his gaze towards the palace doors, his eyes seemingly piercing through, catching sight of the dejected Qing Feng as he departed with his head bowed. The young lad, still in his tender years and possessing limited cultivation, is already fretting over the disputes of his master and elder brother regarding their doctrinal lineage. Is the path of the great Dao something a mere nascent immortal like him should dare to discuss? After muttering to himself about his somewhat oblivious disciple, Tongtian closed his eyes once more, allowing the essence of the laws to gradually emerge from within him, enveloping him in a slow, graceful rotation. Meanwhile, having left the upper clear palace in the Kunlun Mountains, Qing Feng found himself devoid of the mood to ride the clouds, opting instead to tread firmly towards the mountain's exit. As he walked, he continued to grumble about his master. Intercepting the heavens. Intercepting the heavens. Does my master truly believe himself to be Pangu's divine spirit, so oblivious to the vastness of the world? The heavenly Dao, is that something you can intercept? What you think is an act of nurturing life for the multitude is nothing short of slapping the heavenly Dao in the face. To cultivate in the primordial chaos, yet remain unaware of who holds the true power? That is the heavenly Dao. No wonder the way of interception met its demise. With a master as ungrounded as you, it's a wonder it hasn't perished already. As he kicked at the stones, his face was a picture of discontent, completely oblivious to the sudden appearance of a woman ahead. Struck by the very stone he had sent flying. Qing Feng was startled awake by the unexpected exclamation, only to discover a woman of unparalleled grace, gazing at him with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of laughter, holding a stone in her hand. Gulp. Instinctively, Qing Feng swallowed, realizing without needing any probing that he was certainly no match for her. What a jest! This period is the most tumultuous in the primordial chaos. Golden immortals roam freely, while Tai is scarcely regarded, and only the Deluo can shake the heavens. With countless beings to consider, one could only imagine the likes of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao. Chaos is a realm where only the Deluo can tread, and one could fathom the sheer terror of the current primordial chaos. In such circumstances, this woman, possessing extraordinary beauty, boldly walks alone in the chaos. What might her strength be? This esteemed senior, Qing Feng approached the woman with utmost respect, bowing deeply. "I am Qing Feng, disciple of Tongtian from the Three Clear Ones. It was purely accidental that I kicked a stone and it struck you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Tongtian's disciple? The woman appraised Qing Feng with a knowing smile. It seems that the lineage carries on, each rather reckless. Qing Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It appeared that his master's reputation for recklessness had indeed spread throughout the primordial chaos. May I inquire your esteemed name, revered senior? Hou Tu. The woman replied with a calm demeanor. Qing Feng was taken aback, instinctively bowing once more. I pay my respects to the compassionate Hou Tu Nyang. Hou Tu, this is indeed Hou Tu. In the vast wilderness, the two deities that Qing Feng most revered were Hou Tu and Nüwa. One sacrificed herself to establish the underworld, perfecting the cycle of reincarnation, while the other fashioned humanity from clay and mended the heavens with stone, embodying the true essence of great compassion. Great compassion? The woman raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Qing Feng. This is the first time I have received such a novel appraisal. The world regards me as the fierce and formidable ancestor deity Hou Tu. Oh, and your master shares this sentiment as well. Qing Feng scratched his head awkwardly. That must be a misunderstanding, senior. When my master and the two uncles spoke of you, they mentioned your compassionate heart. Ah, I had no idea. You certainly have a way of speaking well of the Sanqing Taoists, Hou Tu remarked candidly, her response only deepening Qing Feng's embarrassment. If you have nothing pressing, come and chat with me. Interesting little fellow, Hou Tu beckoned, inviting Qing Feng to sit beside her as they gazed upon the vast expanse of land before them. After a moment of silence, noticing Hou Tu's focused gaze, Qing Feng could not suppress his curiosity and asked, What do you see, senior? Everything, Hou Tu replied. Over the years, I have traversed the great wilderness, witnessing the boundless oceans and the towering pillars of heaven. The world of the Father God is flawless. Yet I feel there is something amiss. A mismatch? Qing Feng looked at Hou Tu in astonishment. Has the lady sensed a deficiency in the cosmos? Indeed, a mismatch, Hou Tu reiterated, her gaze fixed upon Qing Feng. What do you think? I merely observe, Qing Feng responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Even though he had an inkling of what Hou Tu referred to as the mismatch, he dared not speak. Hou Tu's transformation of reincarnation had left the 12 ancestor witches incomplete, and the might of the celestial god slaughter formation diminished, ultimately leading to mutual destruction with the demon tribe. Who could fathom whether there were great beings or sages involved in these events? As a mere Yuan immortal, he had no courage to expose himself prematurely. Indeed, what does a Yuan immortal understand? Hou Tu chuckled self-deprecatingly, then turned her gaze back to the horizon. Hearing this, Qing Feng felt a spark of defiance. What was wrong with being a Yuan immortal? I am a transmigrator. Do you know what a transmigrator is? One who possesses knowledge of both the past and the future. Moreover, a sudden thought struck Qing Feng. The underworld might serve as a worthy fallback. If he failed to alter the outcome for the Sanqing and the Jie still faced annihilation, having allies in the underworld could ensure his survival. After all, Hou Tu was a sage of the Tao of Earth, and during her tenure in the underworld, her power rivaled that of Honghuang. This ally was certainly not inferior to his master. Perhaps it would be wise to secure a backup plan? Of course. This did not mean Qing Feng had the audacity to broach topics of reincarnation or the underworld with Hou Tu directly. Lady, what do you believe is the purpose of the Wu clan's existence? The purpose of the Wu clan? Hou Tu regarded Qing Feng with newfound seriousness. Little fellow, what do you mean? Well, I have a question, Qing Feng replied. Your Majesty, you spoke of the great Pangu, who transformed into the primordial chaos. In his quest to perfect the world, his voice became thunder, his breath morphed into a tempest, and every strand of his being transformed into countless stars. It may be said that he devoted himself to the utmost. Yet, why did he choose to leave behind his primordial spirit to become my master and others? And why did he allow his essence to give rise to the witch clan? Moreover, his heart, the most vital element of his innate divine body, condensed into the Pangu Hall for the benefit of the witch clan. Could it be possible that the great Pangu harbored significant tasks to bestow upon my master and the witch clan? Important tasks? The Earth Mother repeated this phrase, continuously contemplating its deeper meaning. What kind of mission could Pangu have entrusted to his descendants? Chapter 5, Mount Buzhou. Once again, I see the goddess Nüwa. The task. Hou Tu fell into contemplation, savoring the weight of that word. After a long while, her gaze returned to Qing Feng. What do you think the task bestowed upon us by our Father God entails? Dear goddess, Qing Feng replied with a wry smile. You overestimate my capabilities. If I knew, I would have already informed my master and the others. You must remember, I am merely at the Yuan immortal realm. Hou Tu blinked and offered an awkward smile. I apologize for my presumptuousness. By the way, why have you ventured out? In response to your esteemed presence. I find myself at an impasse in my cultivation and wish to traverse the vast wilderness, to gain insight from the heavens and the earth, and seek fortuitous encounters. Qing Feng answered earnestly. Just you? Hou Tu scrutinized Qing Feng from head to toe. You wish to embark on a journey? Now, Does your master truly allow you this freedom? Qing Feng's lips twitched. Does my Yuan immortal realm status disqualify me from exploration? Who says one cannot wander the world at this stage? I have my master as a backup and a spiritual treasure for protection, after all. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qing Feng turned to reveal the Qingping sword strapped to his back. Hou Tu chuckled softly. Your master appears to trust you well. You are quite the interesting little fellow. I shall bestow this upon you. As she spoke, Hou Tu tossed a token from her vicinity, which landed in Qing Feng's hands. Upon sensing it, he marveled. A token crafted from Shirong? My goodness, is the witch clan so generous? We witches lack primordial spirits and cannot utilize treasures. Hence, it would be wasteful to keep this spiritual item. Thus, I grant it to you. Furthermore, this token bears my aura imprint. Should you encounter any from the witch clan, simply present this token, and you shall be safeguarded. As she spoke, Hou Tu patted Qing Feng on the shoulder, and in an instant, the world spun around him. Colors blurred before his eyes, as if he were traversing a passage, with only Hou Tu's voice echoing in his ears. Since you are on a journey, let us first visit Mount Buzhou. Gaining insight from the pressure of our father god's might will surely benefit you. After a full hour, the colors faded, and Qing Feng emerged from the passage. Immediately, he felt an overwhelmingly familiar pressure, as if he had returned home. Looking up, a towering mountain pierced the clouds, soaring to an unknown height of thousands of miles. The goddess is quite domineering, not even inquiring where I wish to go. Qing Feng touched his nose but, glancing at the token made from Shirong in his hand, resolutely tucked it into his leather pouch. Very well, let this be a return to my roots. With a single step upon Mount Buzhou, he braved the pressure and began to ascend slowly. Perhaps it was because his very essence originated from Mount Buzhou, sharing its source. Regardless of how many steps Qing Feng took, the pressure not only provided a slight burden, but completely lacked the expected hindrance. Instead, it bestowed upon him a sense of being welcomed back home. In that moment, Qing Feng's steps became light and joyous, as he admired the scenery of the mountain, feeling as though he had truly returned to his homeland. Within a single day, Qing Feng, relying solely on his own feet, reached the mountainside. The precipice spoken of by the three pure ones. Is this truly the place of my birth? Gazing at the conspicuously fragmented cliff, Qing Feng stepped forward, surveying the surrounding environment. The azure sky and white clouds, though sparsely adorned with vegetation, presented a landscape predominantly in hues of yellow. Yet, at the distant edge of the cliff, a few vestiges of green could still be discerned. The primordial wilderness, devoid of any earthly creations, appeared lamentably desolate. Qing Feng could not help but express his astonishment. Even during the primal, uncharted epochs of antiquity, innate spiritual roots were not commonplace. How could such a vast wilderness be anything but monotonous? He pondered the origins of the myriad creations that would eventually populate this realm. Just as he was lost in thought, an exceedingly gentle voice emerged from behind him. What do you mean by postnatal? Startled, Qing Feng turned around to find a woman with a serpentine tail and a human form, her head slightly tilted in curiosity as she regarded him. Unlike the nurturing aura exuded by the goddess Hou Tu, this woman emanated a more maternal essence, evoking an instinctive sense of closeness, reminiscent of one's own mother. Maternal instinct and a serpentine form. It took but a fleeting glance for Qing Feng to recognize her identity. I pay my respects to the compassionate Lady Nüwa. Without hesitation, he knelt in reverence. Nüwa raised an eyebrow, gracefully swaying her serpent tail as she approached him. Young man, do you recognize me? I am Qing Feng, a disciple of Tongtian. I have heard my master and uncle speak of the renowned powers within this realm. Your name, Lady Nüwa, has been mentioned on numerous occasions. Qing Feng responded dutifully. Nüwa chuckled softly. I did not anticipate that Tongtian and the others would describe me as compassionate. Qing Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. But why do you and Hou Tu intertwine with the term compassion so profoundly? What impression did you leave upon my master and uncle to evoke such surprise? You spoke of postnatal creations. What are they? Why would the absence of such things render the wilderness barren? Upon recognizing Qing Feng, Nüwa's attention returned to the term postnatal. She felt an inexplicable notion that her future path might be intertwined with these two words. Qing Feng hesitated. According to the chronicles of the wilderness, during the teachings at Zixiao Palace, Nüwa sat amidst 6 cushions as a disciple of Honghuang, the elder of the 3 pure ones. It was only after the 3rd lecture that she received the primordial purple energy, which led to her creation of humanity. If he were to disclose the nature of postnatal creations to Nüwa, what if she prematurely initiated the creation of humanity? It must be noted that there had been no 3rd lecture yet, nor had the method of the 3 corpses been imparted. Should Nüwa achieve enlightenment through her creation of humanity, he might inadvertently disrupt the plans of the Dao ancestor Honghuang. In his previous life, while perusing novels about the wilderness, he had always harbored a feeling that Nüwa's ascension was, without a doubt, a result of Honghuang's schemes. Why do you hesitate to speak? Nüwa inquired once more, noticing Qing Feng's reluctance. I truly do not know. I am merely a Yuan immortal. What do I understand of postnatal or innate matters? Please, Lady Nüwa, do not press me. Qing Feng pleaded with a wry smile, genuinely fearful to divulge the truth. Little did he know, as soon as his words fell, Nüwa's eyes suddenly plunged into a state of bewilderment, her aura steadily ascending. Postnatal, prenatal, prenatal, postnatal, prenatal, postnatal. Nüwa mumbled, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization, releasing an exclamation of joy. So that's it, I understand now. I comprehend everything. Your Majesty, what have you understood? Qing Feng's heart instantly filled with foreboding. Your Majesty, please don't let me down. Unfortunately, he was destined for disappointment. Nüwa glided over, excitedly patting his shoulder repeatedly. It was your reminder that sparked my insight. Since spiritual treasures are divided into prenatal and postnatal, why should living beings not share this distinction? Prenatal spiritual treasures are born of the creation of heaven and earth. Postnatal treasures are crafted through refinement. Therefore, postnatal beings should also be capable of creation. Chapter 6. The Heavens and the Unfortunate, Suffering the Consequences. This coarse serpent's tail, I, Qing Feng, have embraced. Nüwa, in a state of fervor, meandered along the precipice. Fully enlightened to her own path, the way of creation. The essence of creation, however, lies in the postnatal realm, the return from death to life. Yet, after her fervent contemplation, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Nüwa found herself at a loss as to what to create. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Qing Feng, the one who had provided her with inspiration. Young friend Qing Feng, what do you believe I should first create in this postnatal realm? Although Nüwa had elevated her address from child to young friend, Qing Feng felt no joy. Instead, an immense dread loomed over him. Your Highness, I am but a Yuan immortal. What do I know of creation? His voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. I have no desire to involve myself in the affairs of the sages. What if I inadvertently suggest something that leads to the creation of humans and disrupts the history of the primordial chaos? Fear not, I have grasped the path. I merely seek a spark of inspiration from you. Speak your thoughts freely, she urged, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with hopeful intensity. Qing Feng felt overwhelmed. Despite her hopeful gaze, he feared that any misstep on his part might ruin her enlightenment, transforming good fortune into calamity. Perhaps I could suggest one or two ideas. As long as it does not involve creating humans, your Highness should remain untainted by the path of sanctity, right? With a steely resolve, Qing Feng pointed down the mountain. Your Highness, I believe that in learning to create, one must first master imitation. Just as my second master uncle forged treasures in the beginning, he too imitated the innate spiritual treasures to craft the postnatal ones. Could it be that postnatal beings follow a similar principle? Imitation of the innate. It must be said, Nüwa truly deserved her title as the foremost creator in the primordial chaos. Those simple words plunged her into profound realization. As her enlightenment deepened, boundless spiritual energy began to coalesce around Mount Buzhou, with streams of verdant laws of creation emanating from her being, swirling around her in a harmonious dance, aiding her in comprehending the laws of creation. Witnessing this transformation, Qing Feng immediately contemplated fleeing the scene. Should Nüwa truly attain sanctity, disrupting Honghuang's grand design, he would surely become a target. However, as he attempted to harness his magical power to depart, he discovered that the entire aura of the cliff was under Nüwa's control, rendering him utterly powerless. The thought of walking away was futile, as the very fabric of space seemed to solidify into the form of creation's laws. Not only could he not escape, but he was also unable to shift even an inch. So, I am ensnared by the depths of Her Highness's enlightenment? Qing Feng looked at Nüwa with a pitiful expression. No one informed me that the enlightenment of a great being would be so formidable. As a mere Yuan immortal, not only is my ability to disrupt her plans non-existent, but even the hope of leaving feels like a distant dream. Truly, great beings are beyond the comprehension of one such as I. Fortunately, he was not imprisoned for long. After merely 3 days, a figure resembling a man with a serpent's tail descended from the path atop Mount Buzhou. Sister? As the enlightened Nüwa stood in contemplation, the man gazed at her in astonishment. With a flick of his serpentine tail, he swiftly approached her, his attention then shifting to Qing Feng. What brings you here? Why has my sister confined you? Could it be that you seek to disrupt her enlightenment? The moment he laid eyes on Qing Feng, The man instinctively furrowed his brow, hurling a barrage of accusations toward him. Qing Feng felt utterly dejected, looking at the man with a pitiful expression. Residing in the sacred Mount Buzhou, it was obvious to him that the individual before him was Fuxi, Nüwa's elder brother. Yet, no one had mentioned that Fuxi was so notably protective of his sister. Senior Fuxi, might I suggest you take a closer look at my cultivation? Am I truly worthy of influencing the enlightenment of the goddess? His plaintive voice reached Fuxi's ears, who then realized that the young man before him appeared to possess only the cultivation of a Yuan immortal. Perhaps he genuinely did not possess the qualifications? My apologies, it seems I have misjudged you, Fuxi said, nodding apologetically at Qing Feng. He then inquired, do you know the reason for my sister's enlightenment? Could I honestly confess my own bewilderment? Qing Feng smirked, reflecting that had he foreseen this day, he would never have set foot upon Mount Buzhou 3 days prior. Just as Fuxi was about to ask another question, Nüwa's 3-day-long epiphany finally came to an end. With a sudden opening of her eyes, she drew in the boundless green ribbons of creation that surrounded her. The primordial world, composed of yin and yang along with the 5 elements, should inherently contain the essence of these forces within its beings. As Nüwa spoke to herself, 4 innate spiritual artifacts began to hover before her. The metallic star gold essence, the wood element's heavenly constructing tree, the water element's 3 light divine water, and the fire element's true flame of 3 tastes. Yet, there was a missing earth element. Nüwa fell into contemplation, glancing at Fuxi as she asked, brother, do you have an earth element spiritual artifact? There is one, though it pales in comparison to your other 4, Fuxi replied awkwardly, producing a rather dull, grayish artifact, a piece of ordinary soil, merely a low-grade innate earth spiritual object, truly unworthy of her. Do you possess anything, young friend? Nüwa's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain as she turned her attention to Qing Feng. Qing Feng hesitated, for he indeed had something, a token recently gifted to him by the Earth Mother, fashioned from the finest earth spiritual material, Shirong. However, if he were to give it to Nüwa, it might jeopardize Honghuang's plans. Yet, in return, he could gain a favor and a connection with a saint. Moreover, if he sweetened his words a bit, he might even secure Nüwa as a significant ally in the future, at the very least a saintly one. The immense potential benefit left Qing Feng truly torn. The interplay of risk and opportunity weighed heavily upon him. The ambivalence in Qing Feng's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Nüwa and Fuxi, who sensed that he must possess something of equal worth. Nüwa decisively vowed, young friend, if you lend me your spiritual artifact to assist in my path to enlightenment, I shall owe you a favor. Curse it, heaven takes but offers no return, and to defy it invites calamity. The imposing serpentine tail lay before him, within reach. If he did not seize the opportunity, what prospects awaited him in the primordial realm? Perhaps it would be better to seek a swift end than to languish in uncertainty. The Empress chuckled lightly, remarking that it was merely a humble artifact, and if it could assist her, it would indeed be a blessing for Qing Feng. Having spoken, Qing Feng reached into his bosom and flicked his fingers, causing a token to soar towards Nüwa. She extended her hand to grasp it. Oh, there is a trace of the witch clan's Hou Tu within this. She gazed deeply at Qing Feng, then with a swift motion, she returned the token to its original essence, causing it to join the other 4 artifacts, all suspended gracefully before her. With creation in its entirety, let us commence. As Nüwa reached for the 5 elemental objects, a profound essence of the Dao immediately unfurled. With earth as the foundation, wood as the bones, water as the lifeblood, fire as the spirit, and metal as the essence, the 5 elements flowed, transforming death into life. Chapter 7. The emergence of Honghuang at this moment. It is not yet the time for the postnatal beings to come into existence. As Nüwa's final words resonated, an endless cascade of verdant creative energy materialized from the air, infusing a certain plum tree before her. Then, the clay-like plum tree emanated a profound essence of life, transforming into a genuine entity. Sister, you have succeeded, Fuxi exclaimed joyously, while Nüwa smiled gently. Not yet enough. With a graceful flourish of her delicate hand, the plum tree, peach tree, pine tree, osmanthus tree, mulberry tree, and other postnatal plants modeled after the 10 primordial spiritual roots materialized before Fuxi and Qing Feng. As the last apricot tree took form, Nüwa cast forth the postnatal spiritual treasures created from the 10 spiritual roots, her voice resonating throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Heavenly Dao above, today I, Nüwa, create postnatal flora through the path of creation. From this day forth, any primordial spiritual root may manifest postnatal flora, completing the myriad beings of the primordial realm. With a thunderous crack, a resounding clap echoed across the primordial universe. Boundless merit descended, with 70% enveloping Nüwa, 10% entering Qing Feng, and the remaining 20% transforming into a rain of merit, showering the primordial lands. Before Qing Feng could fully comprehend the benefits of this merit, he beheld an abundance of verdant plants and vibrant flowers spreading from the once barren primordial landscape. In mere moments, the desolate expanse had blossomed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Gulp. Qing Feng instinctively swallowed hard. He sensed that he might have ventured too far. Previously, Nüwa had merely created a human race to validate her saintly position. Yet this time, she had birthed all postnatal flora. The disparity was monumental. Nüwa seemed poised to accomplish something extraordinary. Boom. Before he could contemplate further, ahead of him, enveloped by the forces of merit and creation, Nüwa's aura erupted dramatically. Her body quaking as she transcended the confines of the great Luo golden immortal, ascending to the next echelon. Nüwa. A magnificent voice resounded throughout the primordial expanse. Qing Feng looked up to see an elder in a gray Taoist robe, wielding a dragon-headed staff, descending upon the skies of Buzhou Mountain. Concurrently, countless gazes converged upon this location, respectfully greeting the master, honoring the ancestor. Nüwa and Fushi bowed in reverence. Qing Feng promptly followed suit, addressing her as ancestor. Naturally, this little Karami, even as merit descended upon him, drew no attention from Honghuang. His gaze was wholly fixated upon Nüwa. Nüwa, it is not yet the time for postnatal beings to emerge, Honghuang remarked coolly to Nüwa. Oh, may I inquire, master? When will the time for postnatal beings to manifest arrive? Qing Feng had initially thought Nüwa would engage in a lengthy discourse with Honghuang, yet to his surprise, she directly raised her head and posed a question akin to an inquiry. Qing Feng blinked, slightly lifting his gaze toward Lady Nüwa. Was she always this forthright? What Qing Feng remained unaware of was that during the previous 2 teachings at the Xixiao Palace, the discourse had centered on cultivation knowledge beneath the great Luo. Nüwa and Fushi, being paramount beings of the primordial era, had attained the perfection of the great Luo. While Hongzhuan's teachings might assist them in identifying gaps in their understanding, they would hardly yield substantial benefits. Qing Feng comprehended that Hongzhuan's consolidation of the position of Dao ancestor, as well as the veneration from the other saints, stemmed from the 3rd sermon. This sermon elucidated the path to sanctification beyond the great Luo, imparted the way of cultivation above the primordial chaos, and bestowed spiritual treasures and discipleship. It was the myriad spiritual treasures and the subsequent enlightenment of several saints after the 3rd sermon that firmly established Hongzhuan's status as Dao ancestor. Yet, in the present moment, Hongzhuan found himself unable to suppress a figure such as Nüwa, who had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo. After the 3rd sermon, Hongzhuan responded with a calm demeanor. Yet the opportunity for enlightenment was present. How could Nüwa easily relinquish it? She immediately countered, asserting, I believe the teacher is mistaken. The time for the emergence of perfected beings in the primordial realm is neither early nor late. From my perspective, now is indeed the opportune moment for the birth of postnatal beings. Do you dare to defy me? Hongzhuan had not anticipated Nüwa's bold retort, and his eyes narrowed as he regarded her with disfavor. However, Nüwa paid him no heed and returned to her position at the cliff's edge. If the heavenly Tao bestows merit, it indicates that I have acted correctly. If you, teacher, are unconvinced, why not allow the heavenly Tao itself to intervene? As she spoke, Nüwa gracefully gestured, and in the blink of an eye, a statue with a human body and serpent tail materialized before Qing Feng. From death to life, coalesce. Nüwa clapped her hands upon the clay statue she had crafted in the likeness of herself and Fushi. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the power of creation surged into the statue, only for it to dissipate into black mist after a brief moment. The figure emitted a shriek before disintegrating into dust, devoid of any essence. Indeed, it was a total annihilation of the spiritual essence, even that of the 5 elements that had formed it. How could this failure occur? Nüwa gazed in disbelief at the pile of powder before her. She had crafted the creature with the same intent as she would a plant. Above, Hongzhuan wore a sardonic smile. I have stated that now is not the time for postnatal beings to emerge. Nüwa, you should await the conclusion of the 3 teachings at Xixiao Palace before pursuing the path to enlightenment. With your aptitude, merely 3,000 years of patience will suffice for you to attain sanctification. There is no need for urgency at this moment. I refuse to believe it. Clearly, Nüwa was not one to easily submit. She immediately resumed her creation endeavors, attempting to conjure beings akin to those of other great powers. A 3-legged crow was reduced to ashes by searing flames. A single-legged ox was charred by thunder. A 5-clawed golden dragon, just imbued with spirit, was crushed under overwhelming pressure. Regardless of whether they were the innate three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and xianxia, or the witch and demon races, or even her own creations, each one reverted to its original state the moment spirit was bestowed. She endeavored to create thousands of innate beings, yet none survived. It was only when her supply of the three light divine water was exhausted that Nüwa despondently sank onto the cliff's edge. How could this happen? How could this happen? Qing Feng stole a glance at Nüwa, harboring his own suspicions, yet with Honghuang present, he dared not voice them. I have declared that postnatal beings should not emerge at this juncture. Honghuang finally revealed a smile, reiterating the essence of the third lecture at Xixiao Palace. Once you have undergone the third lecture, you shall be able to create genuine post-heavenly beings, thereby completing your transformative laws. However, it is still too early. After speaking, Honghuang cast a compassionate glance at Nüwa, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes, and then his form dissipated like foam, departing from Buzhou Mountain. With Hongjuan's departure, Fuxi stepped forward to comfort Nüwa. Sister, did not our master say that as long as you listen to the three lectures, you shall attain enlightenment? It is merely 3,000 years. Why must you be so troubled? Yet, Nüwa replied, Brother, I am plagued by a sense of foreboding. If I can attain enlightenment before the third lecture at Xixiao Palace, the benefits I would gain would far exceed my expectations. In the presence of her elder brother, Nüwa revealed her earnest desire to pursue enlightenment without any pretense. Beside them, Qing Feng rubbed his nose, interrupting Nüwa's intended lament. Your Highness, might I take my leave? The disputes among such esteemed predecessors truly overwhelm a junior like me. Chapter 8. At long last, having ventured out, it would be prudent to bring some gifts for the masters. In the scene before him, the gazes of Nüwa and Fuxi converged sharply upon Qing Feng, who found himself momentarily caught in a blend of embarrassment and trepidation. I had almost forgotten your presence here, young one. Nüwa composed herself and offered a serene smile. That radiant smile, akin to the resplendent light of spring, left Qing Feng momentarily dumbfounded. Nevertheless, having been through countless short videos and encounters with technologically enhanced beauties in his past life, he managed to regain his composure quickly, despite Nüwa's surpassing beauty. It was not the fault of the elders, but rather the inadequacy of the junior's cultivation. Indeed, your level of cultivation is somewhat unbecoming of a disciple of the three pure ones. Nüwa stifled a laugh, while Qing Feng's expression darkened. Lady Nüwa, I urge you to exercise kindness. Initially, I was contemplating whether to share with you the secrets of creating living beings, but alas, that notion has vanished. Young man, do you intend to continue your journey to the untrammeled mountain? No. Qing Feng shook his head vigorously. My cultivation is too inadequate. I am unworthy to tread upon the sacred spine of Pangu. It is best to wait until my cultivation is more advanced before seeking further opportunities. What a pity, my gourd, my wind, my fire-tipped fan. Where is this young friend off to? Perhaps my sister and I could accompany you for part of your journey? Nüwa inquired with genuine concern. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Feng reflected on his recent encounters with Hou Tu and Nüwa, as well as the near encounter with the Dao ancestor, which almost led to Nüwa achieving enlightenment prematurely. He truly wished to refrain from further adventures. Meeting two compassionate ladies had been fortuitous, but what if he were to encounter more tempestuous beings down the road? Perhaps the 10 great demon kings, for instance? Yet, returning now might seem rather cowardly. Should I not bring back some gifts for the masters and uncles? Recalling the treasures that existed in the primordial realm, do the two seniors happen to know of the 3 islands overseas? Are you referring to Yingzhou, Fengzhang, and Penglai? Fuxi, with a mere thought, grasped the meaning behind Qing Feng's words. Indeed, Qing Feng nodded affirmatively. It is rare for me to have ventured out, and I wish to bring back some gifts for my uncles and masters. I have heard that the 3 islands overseas harbor many treasures, and I wish to try my luck. Regarding the 3 islands overseas, young friend, you may wish to abandon that idea. Fuxi stroked his beard and explained to Qing Feng. Yingzhou has already been claimed by the Eastern King, who has established a celestial court. Fengzhang and Penglai have never been revealed to the world, only their names are known. Within the 3 realms, it is likely that only the Dao ancestor knows of these places, and none can find them. However, if you seek gifts, I do have a commendable suggestion. May I inquire, esteemed elder? Qing Feng's eyes brightened, and he respectfully asked. I recall during my travels through the primordial realm, I passed by a mountain. At the cliff's edge, there exists a primal spiritual root of considerable merit. Moreover, within the mountain's belly, there is a primal spiritual treasure currently gestating. And if I calculate correctly, it should have taken shape by now. Given your respect for your masters, why not seek out this location? Esteemed elder, how could I dare to appropriate what you have discovered? Qing Feng hastily sought to decline. Nüwa rolled her eyes, exasperated. As she patted Qing Feng on the shoulder, "What are you being so polite for? Take it as a gift. The favor you did for me in achieving a breakthrough cannot possibly compare to a primordial spiritual treasure. Brother, just send this lad on his way." Observing Fuxi approaching with a resigned shake of his head, Qing Feng helplessly rubbed his nose and replied, "Then I shall express my gratitude for your esteemed gift. Stop the chatter and be off." Nüwa waved her hand, and Fuxi clapped Qing Feng on the shoulder. The familiar array of vibrant colors, the well-known passage, reappeared before Qing Feng once more. Alas, is there no sophisticated spatial passage? Why is it all about Earth escape techniques? Oh right, I almost forgot. The primordial world is of such high order and spatial stability that it is impossible to disrupt the space until one reaches the quasi-saint level. The common methods of travel are Earth escape, riding the clouds, and commanding the winds. Thus, I must endure. On Mount Buzhou, after sending Qing Feng off, Fuxi turned to Nüwa, hesitating to speak. "Brother, are you suggesting that lad is concealing something?" Before Fuxi could respond, Nüwa took the initiative to inquire. "Indeed." Fuxi nodded, affirming his thoughts. "I believe he has hidden much. Had it not been for him, my sister would have had no opportunity to comprehend the Dao, let alone create the postnatal flora. My breakthrough from the great Luo's confinement was largely thanks to that lad's assistance. I am well aware of that without your prompting, brother. That lad is certainly keeping many secrets," Nüwa said with a slight smile, her gaze filled with intrigue as she looked in the direction Qing Feng had departed. "But why does he remain silent?" Fuxi questioned, perplexed. "As for that, little sister cannot say. It likely relates to the recent appearance of our teacher," Nüwa mused, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the sky. "The timing of the teacher's appearance is too coincidental. I had just broken through when he showed up." "What are you implying?" Fuxi's expression turned incredulous. "I dare not say, but it is highly probable," Nüwa interjected. "Thus, I must hasten to attain the Dao before the third lecture. But you have no leads, do you?" Fuxi voiced his concerns. Nüwa smiled subtly. "I do not. Yet someone does." As she spoke, Nüwa pointed in the direction Qing Feng had taken. "Tell me, if I were to proactively approach our three pure ones to share the secret of my breakthrough into the great Luo, would they be willing to receive me?" Fuxi was left speechless. If the disciple would not speak, she would directly seek the master. "Huh. I must say, sister, you truly are magnificent." After reaching a consensus, the siblings made their way to Kunlun Mountain. At last, he emerged. Having spent a full 10 days in Earth escape, Qing Feng finally left the vast expanse of the primordial land. Could Fuxi Sr. not have expedited my journey a bit? 10 days of Earth escape. Who could endure that? "Fuxi, is it my fault your cultivation is lacking?" After a moment of grumbling, Qing Feng surveyed his surroundings, and then, a familiar grand tree came into view. "The big red robe tree? Is this Wui Mountain?" Qing Feng gazed around in astonishment. Wui Mountain, a quintessential destination for protagonists in ancient mythology novels. This place harbors the most formidable treasure of the primordial realm, the falling treasure gold. Its sole function is to sever the connection of spirit treasures controlled by others, rendering them devoid of ownership. The sea-settling pearl wielded by Zhao Gongming was lost in such a manner. While its power is undeniable, what is truly disconcerting is that those who possess the falling treasure gold, such as Xiaosheng and Qiaobao, are inferior in strength even to the outer disciples of the Chan school. How could this not stir one's desires? However, it is the other protagonists from various novels who are captivated. Qing Feng, on the other hand, harbors no such yearning. What a farcical notion. What is the essence of the falling treasure gold? It is wealth. And what is the essence of wealth? It is trade. Thus, while the falling treasure gold may appear formidable in its ability to seize others' spirit treasures, in reality, these powers are merely the result of trading one's own essence. Chapter 9. The Salvation of Kongxian. What? The Sanqing is an obscure force? Qing Feng harbored serious doubts, pondering whether the use of the falling treasure coin entailed a trade of one's own fortune. Otherwise, how could Xiaosheng have merely acquired the sea-calming pearl and the dragon-binding rope, only to meet an untimely demise in the next breath? And how did Qiao Baoming, who had never tasted bloodshed nor been sullied by calamity, fall victim to the 10 absolute formation? More importantly, the fact that Randang had obtained the treasure indicated that he had indeed utilized the falling treasure coin at least once. Isn't this sufficient to illustrate the peculiarity of this artifact? A treasure that trades one's fortune is best avoided. I am but a traveler from another realm, and my fortune is already precarious enough. To trade it away would jeopardize my existence in Honghuang. Resisting greed is essential for persistence. Qing Feng muttered to himself as he made his way toward the cliff. Upon reaching the mother tree of the Great Red Robe, he waved his hand and excavated a third of the tree along with the earth from the cliff, collecting it all into his leopard skin pouch. However, having arrived at Wui Mountain, it would be a disservice not to behold the famed falling treasure coin. Such a thought lingered in his mind. He intended to leave at once, but after a few incantations, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mountain peak. Why not take a look? Just a glance? After much hesitation, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and Qing Feng hurried to the mountainside, locating the cave entrance, and strode boldly inside. To his astonishment, he effortlessly beheld a copper coin situated at the center of the cavern, shrouded within an innate formation. The coin was round with a square hole, adorned with wings on either side, and radiated a resplendent golden light. Qing Feng couldn't help but step forward, his hand easily breaking through the innate formation, as if it were destined to touch the coin. Just then, a vibrant light burst forth from his brow, transforming into a cloud of celebration, embellished with agate, golden pearls, jade, coral, and other wondrous artifacts, quivering slightly and emitting a melodious sound. Upon hearing this sound, Qing Feng regained his clarity, and as he looked at the coin again, he instinctively recoiled 10 steps. What on earth? The allure of the coin. Could it be that this was conjured by your esteemed ancestor? Qing Feng could not suppress a gasp, his eyes wide with astonishment. The allure of wealth is indeed captivating. It seems this is not merely a descriptor, but a veritable action. The falling treasure coin. What it draws is not spiritual treasures, but human hearts. All of it belongs to me. Just as Qing Feng was caught in a whirlwind of astonishment, uncertain whether to flee or to claim this treacherous falling treasure coin to prevent harm to others, a voice filled with obsession echoed from the entrance. Turning around, he beheld a stunningly beautiful youth clad in resplendent feathered garments, and 3 or 4 fearsome-looking demons, all with eyes glazed over, making their way towards the falling treasure coin. They appeared utterly devoid of reason. Qing Feng blinked and gently tapped the celebratory cloud atop his head. A crisp sound resonated, snapping the newly entered youth and the demons back to their senses. What has happened to us? It seems we were ensnared by that accursed treasure. What a terrifying and malevolent artifact. The demon clan conversed among themselves, their gazes fixed upon the falling treasures, filled with trepidation yet tinged with a hint of avarice. The strikingly handsome youth cast a wary glance at the wealth before stepping closer to Qing Feng. We must depart swiftly, these demons. Gongxian, where do you intend to flee? Before the youth could finish his sentence, the leading wolf demon raised the large blade in his hand, grinning maliciously at him. Be compliant and accompany us to meet His Majesty Emperor Jun. Once the Phoenix clan is reclaimed, your life will be secure. The Phoenix clan shall never be enslaved. Gongxian raised his head defiantly, embodying an unyielding warrior, resolutely refusing to submit. Then you shall meet your demise. The wolf demon swung the blade without hesitation, aiming directly for Gongxian's head. In a final surge of power, Gongxian channeled his remaining strength into the spirit sword he grasped, attempting to block the strike. Bang! The clash of sword and blade echoed as Gongxian's last vestige of strength dissipated, his body soaring past Qing Feng's line of sight, crashing heavily against the mountainside. A spurt of blood erupted from Gongxian's mouth, staining the ground crimson. Soon, he could no longer maintain his innate divine form, transforming back into his peacock manifestation, weakly collapsing to the ground, even the feathers of his tail dimming. You are overestimating yourself. I shall ask you once more, will you yield? The wolf demon raised his large blade again, grinning wickedly at Gongxian. Huh! The peacock opened his beak slightly, spitting a glob of saliva at the wolf demon's feet. The Phoenix clan shall never be enslaved. Stubborn and unyielding. Enraged, the wolf demon lifted his blade high, poised to behead Gongxian. Cough, cough. Have you forgotten that there is still another person within this cave? A voice echoed throughout the cavern. The demons turned towards the sound, finding Qing Feng silently observing them. After such a lengthy encounter, they had exchanged blows yet none had acknowledged his presence. What is the matter? Is my existence so insignificant? It was I who saved you when you were entranced. You must flee. Gongxian raised his wings, urging him to escape quickly. Behind them, a subordinate wolf demon, a savage creature, mocked. If you are ignored, you should simply keep quiet. Any moment you can prolong your life is a gift. If you truly wish to perish, there is no need for my brother. I shall slay you right now. As he spoke, the savage demon swung the wolf fang club, aiming for Qing Feng's head. Gongxian shut his eyes in despair. Alas, the unfortunate soul I have entangled. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and golden light suddenly illuminated the cave. Gongxian opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing a youth, exuding the aura of a primordial immortal. as a resplendent nine-tiered yellow pagoda appeared above his head, radiating a golden shield that enveloped him. The Wolf Fang Club descended, colliding with the shield. The shield absorbed the impact effortlessly, showing no signs of disturbance, halting the weapon's advance completely. A defensive treasure? A glimmer of greed flickered in the leading wolf demon's eyes as he momentarily spared Kong Xian, turning to Qing Feng. Who exactly are you? I am Qing Feng, a disciple of the Three Pure Ones. Qing Feng declared proudly, his head held high. Three Pure Ones? Tongtian. A hint of confusion crossed the wolf demon's face as he glanced back at his subordinates. Have any of you heard of this? Not at all. The mischievous demon shook his head and remarked, however, my brother, he is merely at the Yuan immortal stage. I suspect his master is not a figure of great renown either. We could simply seize it. You speak wisely. The wolf demon praised the mischievous one, then turned, pointing the tip of his great blade at Qing Feng. Surrender the protective spiritual treasure. Out of respect for your sect, I shall spare your life. Qing Feng's lips twitched as he cast a glance at Kong Xian. With such a grand phoenix clan, you wish to eliminate their prince at will. How can a mere figure from the Sanqing, of whom you have never even heard, expect to be spared? Surely, one cannot be so gullible. On another note, it must be said that the young Kong Xian is indeed quite weak, possessing the formidable five-colored divine light. One would expect him to regularly vanquish foes beyond his level. Yet, here he is, having reached the mysterious immortal realm, being driven to a frantic escape by a golden immortal. Truly, it tarnishes the future notion that beneath the sage, you are invincible. Chapter 10, Kong Xian. This future golden leg of a junior brother must be incorporated into the... Are you truly unaware of the Three Pure Ones? After a moment of internal lamentation, Qing Feng turned his gaze towards the wolf demon, unwillingly inquiring, how could it not be common knowledge that my master is the primordial spirit of Pangu? Are the Three Pure Ones renowned? Are they as famous as Emperor Jun? The wolf demon tilted its head in confusion, looking towards Qing Feng. The nearby goblin and other subordinates echoed in agreement. Indeed, what are the Three Pure Ones? What is the primordial spirit of Pangu, compared to our emperor? Our emperor is a powerful being who can attend lectures in the Purple Cloud's palace. How can the trifling Three Pure Ones even be compared to Emperor Jun? The group of demons collectively suppressed the Three Pure Ones while elevating their own emperor. Qing Feng's face darkened. Just listen to what you are saying. How can you compare to Emperor Jun? Why not bring Emperor Jun over and ask him if he would dare to speak such words? At that moment, this Daoist friend, Kong Xian, struggled to transform into his peacock form and approached Qing Feng. They are merely a group of lesser demons, devoid of any discernment. Indeed, it is you, the prince of the Phoenix clan, who possesses wisdom. Qing Feng, observing the slightly flattering demeanor of Kong Xian, nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a healing elixir crafted personally by his master and pressing it towards Kong Xian's mouth. Caught off guard, the severely injured Kong Xian had the elixir administered successfully. Startled, Kong Xian's countenance changed dramatically as he prepared to admonish Qing Feng, but the elixir melted upon entry, transforming into a warm, soothing aura that circulated throughout his body. Astonishingly, his injuries began to heal instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he was completely restored. You just consumed a healing elixir. This is a vitality elixir, both crafted by my master, the Supreme One. Consume it first, and deal with your own troubles later. Thank you, Daoist friend. Upon hearing that it was personally crafted by the Supreme One, Kong Xian held no hesitation and swiftly snatched the elixir, swallowing it whole. As the elixir entered his abdomen, he felt a surge of potent spiritual energy erupting from within, circulating throughout his body. His cultivation at the mystic immortal level was fully restored with just one elixir? No, he had even made some progress. Truly, it is remarkable. Crafted by the hands of the primordial spirit of Pangu, the supreme one of the Three Pure Ones. The efficacy is extraordinary. Meanwhile, the wolf demon and his subordinates watched in astonishment as the peacock, who had only just been grievously wounded, visibly healed at an astonishing speed, regaining his vigor. In merely a handful of blinks, Kong Xian stood as if he had never been injured, a resplendent figure in colorful attire reappearing. Kid, what exactly did you feed him? The wolf demon roared at Qing Feng, his voice trembling, fear evident in his words. Qing Feng shrugged. It's nothing much. Merely an elixir crafted by the so-called trifling Three Pure Ones. You dare to deceive us. Before the wolf demon could finish, Kong Xian, whose body and powers had returned to their zenith, stepped forth, breaking through the barrier of the Honghuang Tower. Multicolored radiance surged from his being, swiftly subduing the multitude of demons. Seizing the opportunity while I was momentarily vulnerable, the wolf demon launched a sudden attack, inflicting severe wounds upon me. Now, it is surely time for me to retaliate. Your Highness, spare my life." The wolf demon struggled with great difficulty. Yet his cultivation was merely on par with Kong Xian. However, with the innate advantage of the 5 elements, Kong Xian naturally surpassed his level, and it was quite customary for him to engage in battles beyond his rank. Without granting the wolf demon any chance, the radiant light of the 5 elements surged forth, crushing the wolf demon and his minions into mere dust. Witnessing the other demons' souls being shattered by the overwhelming brilliance, Kong Xian finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, turning to bow respectfully to Qing Feng. "Thank you for your assistance, my friend." "It was nothing, just a trivial effort," Qing Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, as his gaze fell upon Kong Xian, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of the peacock. Kong Xian's appearance was truly comparable to that of his senior sister Jinling, and what was remarkable was that he was indeed male. With such striking looks, an impressive background, and unmatched prowess at his level, his talents were extraordinary. Even after attaining sainthood, he could still contend with the likes of him. Such a gifted disciple would surely be a valuable addition to his own sect. Not to mention, if he could survive the impending calamity of the gods. Once the sages retreated from the world, Kong Xian would undoubtedly rise to become a formidable figure in the post-primeval era. If he could become his senior brother. Given the life-saving grace of today and the bond that would form, Kong Xian would become the most substantial ally in his future endeavors. Indeed, this prospect seemed rather enticing. The more he pondered, the more convinced Qing Feng became. As a professional seeker of powerful allies, it was instinctive to forge connections with prominent figures of the era. Cultivating a strong ally for support was an essential skill. However, Kong Xian was the prince of the Phoenix clan, backed by such a formidable lineage. Would he even consider joining his sect? Perhaps it was worth a try. With this thought in mind, Qing Feng donned an exceedingly warm smile. "Kong Xian, do you have a master?" Kong Xian blinked in surprise, a wave of immense joy swelling within him. Could it be that he might have the opportunity to apprentice under the 3 clear ones? Kong Xian pays respects to the esteemed master. Just as Qing Feng awaited Kong Xian's response to propose accepting him as a disciple under his own master, he was astonished to see Kong Xian prostrating himself, ready to kneel before him in reverence. Alarmed, he quickly supported Kong Xian, exclaiming, No, I am merely a Yuan immortal. I am unworthy of accepting disciples. What I meant was, would you be willing to take my master Tongtian as your teacher and join the 3 clear ones?" Kong Xian was momentarily stunned. Could he truly become a second-generation disciple of the 3 clear ones? It must be said that Qing Feng's perspective was rather limited. The 3 clear ones were the very manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, embodying the most formidable fortunes of the primeval world. Among the countless great beings who attended lectures at the Zixiao Palace, they were the pinnacle of existence. As for the Phoenix clan, it was merely a name of a great lineage, burdened with the notorious reputation of having brought ruin to the primeval world and laden with countless sins. For him, the 3 clear ones were an existence that was utterly unattainable. The current Kong Xian was not the proud prince of the future, who would stand unrivaled beneath the sages. Am I truly able to take the esteemed predecessor Tongtian as my master? Kong Xian's voice trembled with surprise as he responded, If I were to offer my recommendation, perhaps it would not pose any issues? Qing Feng blinked, cautiously replying, Well, the greatest challenge should be our second master, right? Salutations, senior brother. Kong Xian was overwhelmed with joy and once again prostrated himself before Qing Feng, unable to be restrained. You are getting ahead of yourself. There is still much that remains unresolved, Qing Feng said with a wry smile as he helped him up. Why not return to your clan and consult with Fengzu? I shall also head back to Kunlun Mountain to gauge my master's sentiments. Upon hearing Qing Feng refer to Tongtian, Kong Xian's eyes sparkled, and he further explained, My dear friend, no, I owe my life to you, senior brother, and thus I must pay my respects. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, There should be no issues on my mother's end. If she were to learn that I could become a disciple under the 3 purities, she would be overjoyed. I just fear that my master might not think highly of me. Chapter 11. Journey to the Phoenix Clan. Dear Mother Phoenix, your hospitality is truly overwhelming. Perhaps I should become your disciple, Kong Xian said, gazing expectantly at Qing Feng. As long as I can join the ranks of the Sanqing, I would be utterly content. I would willingly accept the role of your apprentice. That is quite unnecessary. Rest assured, with my presence, Master will surely accept you. Qing Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, finally grasping the grim reality of the current situation among the 3 clans of the Honghuang continent. Far worse than he had imagined. The illustrious prince of the Phoenix clan dared not aspire even to the position of a second-generation disciple, instead seeking to learn from someone of lesser cultivation. Such humility was enough to leave Qing Feng in awe. Seeing Qing Feng's reluctance to accept him as a disciple, yet still wishing to recommend him to his master left Kong Xian's heart racing. As the prince of the Phoenix clan, the burden of karma he bore was exponentially heavier than that of an ordinary phoenix, and hundreds of times greater than that of other avian clans. Would the Sanqing truly accept him? However, if he were to accept the man before him as his master, the latter would likely refuse. Perhaps he should bring him back to the clan for a proper reception and discuss it with his mother? By the way, brother, lest Qing Feng think I doubt him, Kong Xian maintained his respectful address. What brings you here today? Qing Feng hesitated for a moment before revealing his purpose. I have come to procure some fine gifts for my masters. Gifts? Kong Xian's eyes brightened. Then you must certainly visit my Phoenix clan. We were once one of the 3 great clans, and our clan is rich with rare spiritual treasures and mystical items. Whatever you wish to present, my Phoenix clan can provide. However, I am the one gifting my masters, using treasures from your clan. That does not seem quite appropriate, Qing Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Kong Xian pounded his chest and pulled Qing Feng toward the exit. What are you saying, brother? Not only are you my dear elder brother, but you also saved my life. How could the life of the Phoenix clan's prince be worth less than a few treasures? Rest assured, if you find anything you desire, take it without hesitation. With your junior brother here, even if you were to empty the Phoenix clan's treasury, it would be no issue. Let us go, go, go. We must not be careless in selecting gifts for our masters. In the midst of their playful banter, Qing Feng found himself unable to resist Kong Xian's enthusiasm, stumbling along as he was pulled toward the cave's entrance. However, as they departed, Qing Feng cast one last glance at the falling treasure coin at the center of the cave. After a moment's hesitation, he waved at it. The treasure coin fluttered its tiny wings, breaking through the innate formation and rushing into Qing Feng's consciousness. Well, since it is fated to be with me, I shall take it, he thought. Utilizing this treasure would indeed require a measure of fortune, but I need not expend mine. Moreover, in moments of life and death, can fortune truly outweigh one's life? And most critically, what Qing Feng was reluctant to part with was the fact that this item embodied the principles of trade, destined to carry the fortune and merit associated with the emergence of wealth in the future. Fortune and merit are indeed precious commodities. How could he allow them to flow solely to himself, only to forsake them? The action of Qing Feng collecting the falling treasure was not unnoticed by Kong Xian, who couldn't help but marvel at his senior brother, a disciple of the 3 purities. Such a spirit treasure, which consumes one's own fortune, was indeed daring to accept. Had it been him, he would have likely hidden far away. A day later, under Kong Xian's guidance, Qing Feng arrived at the southern lands, specifically the immortal volcano, the dwelling place of the Phoenix clan. Mother, look who I've brought. Upon reaching the immortal volcano, before Qing Feng could take in his surroundings, Kong Xian eagerly called out, his voice echoing throughout the volcano. My child, who have you brought? In Qing Feng's line of sight, a stunning crimson phoenix soared out from the volcanic mouth. With a snake's head, a fish's tail, dragon patterns, a turtle's body, a swallow's beak, and a chicken's beak. Its wings bore intricate patterns resembling the character for virtue on the left and righteousness on the right, leaving Qing Feng in awe of this celestial beast, with such exquisite markings. As the phoenix flew, sparks of fire fell, transforming into fiery blossoms upon the ground. As they drew closer, an enchanting phoenix cry resonated. Caw! Countless flames turned into lotus flowers, and amidst the flaming lotuses, the phoenix descended, gradually transforming into a noble and elegant woman clad in resplendent crimson garments. Mother, Kong Xian stepped forward. Linking arms with the Phoenix matriarch, let me introduce you. This is my senior brother, a disciple of Master Tongtian from the 3 purities. The Phoenix matriarch was taken aback. Senior brother? When did you take a master? From the 3 purities. Wait, 3 purities? Master Tongtian. Her joy was palpable, as she immediately gestured for an invitation. My child, you are foolish. You should have informed me beforehand of your senior brother's arrival. I could have prepared the avian clan to welcome him properly. Qing Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Surely, it couldn't be that way. If the Phoenix matriarch were to proceed like this, how could his master not take Kong Xian as a disciple? Junior Qing Feng pays respect to Senior Yuan Feng. Senior Yuan Feng. My master has yet to formally accept Kong Xian as a disciple. I merely intended to recommend him due to his extraordinary talents. Qing Feng first bowed respectfully to Senior Yuan Feng and quickly clarified the situation regarding Kong Xian. He feared that the Phoenix clan might take advantage and spread the word of his prince's apprenticeship with Master Tongtian throughout the wilderness. At that point, returning to Kunlun Mountain, he might find himself at the mercy of his master and elders. Senior Yuanfeng felt a chill and shifted her gaze to Kong Xian. Kong Xian said nothing, merely moved his lips slightly, forming the word master. 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 Yes, the lad before her addressed him as master, not teacher. Haha. With the recommendation of young friend Qing Feng, it seems my child's apprenticeship is assured. The Phoenix clan shall extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest. In gratitude for your assistance, young friend, as you are here as a guest of the Phoenix clan, we shall fulfill our role as hosts and treat you with utmost hospitality. Please come. Yuan Feng slightly turned her body, making a gesture of invitation. Her polite words and radiant smile were simply irresistible to Qing Feng, who had no choice but to comply with the request of the matriarch. Please, esteemed elder. The three companions soared towards the direction of the immortal Fire Mountain. It must be noted that although the immortal Fire Mountain in the south is a place of great peril under the care of the Feng clan, it reveals a breathtaking beauty. As they flew onward, the ground was ablaze with vibrant red, the earth, the soil, adorned with crimson flowers and flames. The landscape was a tapestry of fiery hues, and Qing Feng felt as though he had stepped into a realm dominated by fire. My young friend, what do you think of the scenery of the immortal Fire Mountain? Yuan Feng inquired, noticing Qing Feng's gaze lingering on the stunning vista below. Masterfully crafted by nature, it is truly awe-inspiring. Qing Feng exclaimed with genuine admiration. Yuan Feng sighed. Indeed, the scenery is magnificent. However, this land harbors a significant flaw. It is uninhabitable. Chapter 12. Target of the Demon Clan, the Phoenix Clan. Behold, Yuan Feng pointed towards the molten lava flowing through the myriad cracks in the ground. His expression somber as he remarked, this place is rife with lava, and the earth fire erupts from time to time. Aside from the Phoenix Clan, other avian races find it exceedingly challenging to survive here. Furthermore, due to the presence of earth fire, the phoenix trees do not thrive in this land. Even the Phoenix Clan struggles, as their offspring cannot receive adequate nourishment, making cultivation and growth exceedingly difficult. Qing Feng's gaze fell upon the clouds below, and he concurred. Indeed, even the young of the Phoenix Clan require abundant sustenance. How can they flourish in such a singular environment? The Phoenix Clan is not solely comprised of the fire phoenixes. It is perplexing to ponder the depths of transgressions committed by the three clans in the past, to have incurred such a severe retribution from the heavenly path. Before long, the trio arrived at the immortal volcano where the Phoenix matriarch resided. Upon their arrival on the volcanic terrain, they heard Yuan Feng emit a melodious call. Chirp! A gust of wind swept across the heavens, and countless enchanting bird songs resonated from all directions. In an instant, a variety of divine birds soared forth from the surrounding mountains, some gliding gracefully in the sky, while others flitted about in a dance. As the Qing Wan flew ahead to guide them, performing a splendid welcoming dance, fiery red blossoms rained down. Meanwhile, the nightingale and the lark sang delightful welcome tunes. Dear friend, please. Yuan Feng beamed with a radiant smile, gesturing invitingly. Esteemed elder, you are exceedingly gracious, Qing Feng expressed, feeling both honored and overwhelmed by gratitude. Yuan Feng chuckled. Dear friend, you have saved my son's life. It is highly probable that you will become his senior brother in the future, altering his destiny. Such a grand welcome is well-deserved. Qing Feng's gaze shifted towards Kong Xian, who was sharing a knowing smile with him. It seemed that during their journey to the immortal volcano, Kong Xian had informed the Phoenix matriarch of the prior events. You are far too kind, he replied. Haha, I find you exceedingly amiable, and if it pleases you, feel free to call me Aunt Feng. Faced with Yuan Feng's hopeful gaze, Qing Feng hesitated momentarily. Though the Phoenix clan bore the weight of their past misdeeds, they were nonetheless one of the three clans. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Accepting such a title as a distant relative would not be regrettable. Then I shall humbly comply, Aunt Feng. Splendid, splendid. Yuan Feng exclaimed in delight, her crisp voice echoing throughout the immortal volcano. Young ones, today I, Yuan Feng, have taken a godson. This is a moment of great joy. Spread the word, prepare a grand banquet, and celebrate for 3 days. Chirp, ding, ding. The delightful bird calls resounded once more across the skies of the immortal volcano. Various birds fluttered about, circling the three, akin to a multitude of birds paying homage to the arrival of a cherished kin of the Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the demon court within the 33 heavens, the demon clan was engaged in deliberations regarding their next course of action. At the head of the assembly sat a strikingly handsome man adorned with a golden sun tattoo on his chest, exuding an air of superiority and authority. To his left, a man bearing a striking resemblance to him lounged casually in his seat, idly toying with an antiquated bronze bell, his gaze distant, as if contemplating some profound truth. Your Majesty, a white-haired middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke. If we desire to establish the demon court and vie for supremacy over the world, we must enlist more formidable races to amplify our strength. More formidable races? The Emperor Jun, seated on the throne, pondered thoughtfully. Baizhe, are you referring to the ancient three clans? Indeed. Baizhe nodded in affirmation. Although the ancient three clans have suffered a diminution of their fortunes due to the calamity of Dao and Demon, bearing the weight of their sins, their influence among the great clans still far surpasses that of the new generation. Reclaiming the three clans is the most effective means to showcase the might of our demon race. Once we reclaim the three clans, the overwhelming majority of the innate races in the wilderness will join our demon clan. Thus, uniting the fortunes of over 80% of the innate great clans will allow us to forge the demon court and contend for supremacy over the world. Excellent. Baizhe's proposal was both rational and well-founded, prompting Emperor Jun to nod in agreement. Then, according to your thoughts, which clan should we first target for conquest? No sooner had Emperor Jun spoken than Honghuang Tai Yi, seated to his left, eagerly volunteered. Such trifling clans, brother, why must you deliberate? I shall lead the army forth to conquer them one by one. They are merely remnants of a bygone era. Should they dare to resist, we shall annihilate them all. The Eastern Emperor bell in Tai Yi's grasp resonated with a series of chimes, seemingly endorsing his audacious proclamation. Emperor Jun dismissed him with a glance. As Tai Yi's elder brother, he was well aware of his siblings' lofty ambitions and arrogant disposition. If the three clans were indeed so easily vanquished, how could they have remained unchallenged even after several epochs of decline? Are the other races mere pushovers? Sit down. War is not a matter to be taken lightly. Emperor Jun shot a piercing gaze in his direction. Though Tai Yi felt disgruntled, he reluctantly returned to his seat. Baizhe, pay no heed to Tai Yi's arrogant words. In your view, which clan should we strike first? Baizhe sighed with relief. Fortunate it was that the demon race was under Emperor Jun's command. Otherwise, if Tai Yi's words were followed, would our demon race not suffer grievous losses? Do they truly consider the ancestors of the three clans to be mere trifles? Our first battle must establish our prestige. After some contemplation, Baizhe replied, the Qiling clan has retreated from the wilderness since the battle of the three clans, focusing solely on the reformation of the ley lines, neglecting even the oversight of beasts. Forcing their clan back would only provoke the other races to view us as overbearing. As for the Dragon clan, they occupy the four seas and were once the mightiest of the three clans. Although the ancestral dragon suppresses the CI, the clan still boasts formidable beings such as the Yinglong, the Black Dragon, and the 9 Dragon Sons, making their reclamation exceedingly challenging. Conversely, the Phoenix clan is currently weak, with only the Yuanfeng and Suanio sisters at the helm, and the Yuanfeng must quell the undying volcano to stabilize the fortunes of the Phoenix clan. In my humble opinion, dispatching troops to the undying volcano to reclaim the Avian clan would be the optimal choice. Firstly, both your majesties, as three-legged golden crows, belong to the Avian race. Reclaiming the Avian clan would significantly mitigate the resistance from other Avians. Secondly, with your majesty's combat prowess, you should be able to match the Yuanfeng and Suanio, as long as you can achieve a stalemate. We may use the liberation from the burdens of the Phoenix clan as bait. Reclaiming the Avian clan would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Baizhe undoubtedly serves as the intellectual backbone of our demon clan. His strategic considerations for this battle are exceedingly prudent. As you suggested, we shall unite the forces of the demon clan and mobilize towards the eternal Fire Mountain. During a lavish banquet that lasted 3 days and nights, amidst the deliberate flattery of various birds, Qing Feng, this young gentleman, whose combined age barely surpasses a mere 10,000 years, was utterly entranced, consuming copious amounts of exquisite wine until he became blissfully inebriated, completely oblivious to the world around him. Nephew, Yuan Feng exclaimed, raising his goblet and clinking it with Qing Feng's. Your acquaintance with my son, Kong Xian, is indeed a tremendous fortune for him. To celebrate your sincere friendship, I, Aunt Feng, toast to you. Cheers. Qing Feng, undeterred by the revelry, unsteadily lifted his cup and clinked it with Yuan Feng's, downing the contents in one go, which only deepened the flush upon his cheeks. As the moment approached, Yuan Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Kong Xian, who understood the unspoken cue. Brother, Have you contemplated what gifts to present to our esteemed masters? Chapter 13, A Gift for the Masters. Let's select steeds for the Phoenix clan. What kind of gift should I prepare? I have yet to decide. Pick. Qing Feng let out a hearty belch towards Kong Xian, nearly overwhelming him with the scent of liquor. With bleary eyes, he gazed at Kong Xian. Junior brother, do you have any suggestions? I heard from my mother that our master and the others seem to lack steeds. Perhaps, senior brother, you could give them mounts? Kong Xian exchanged a glance with Yuan Feng. If they could secure a divine beast of the avian clan as steeds for the three purities, it would solidify the position of their avian lineage in the primordial realm. Steeds. Qing Feng scrunched his nose, glancing behind Yuan Feng. The clan leaders nodded knowingly, clapping their hands in unison. The younger members of the clan revealed their true forms, showcasing their beauty before Qing Feng. There were the Qingluan, adorned in azure feathers, as resplendent as the cerulean sky, exuding nobility and grace. The fiery phoenixes, soaring amidst flames, strikingly magnificent. The celestial cranes, embodying an air of ethereal elegance. And the larks and nightingales, delighting all with their melodious voices, reminiscent of heavenly music. Alas, this will not do. Qing Feng shook his head. You avian clan's temperament does not align with that of our esteemed masters. Oh, the temperament does not align? Yuan Feng's eyes sparkled at this insight. Although she did not grasp the meaning of temperament, if they were deemed unsuitable, she felt helpless. Yet, when it came to temperament, her mother the phoenix had boasted that there were over 100,000 innate avian species in the primordial realm. She refused to believe they could not find one that matched the three purities temperament. Dear nephew, do share with me your vision of the desired temperament? Yuan Feng inquired with a warm smile, resembling a caring elder planning for her junior. For instance, my esteemed master Taishang Hick. Qing Feng swayed slightly, letting out another belch as the world around him spun, ultimately plopping down on the ground. Yuan Feng, Kong Xian, Xianxia, and the leaders behind them paid no mind, clearing away benches and tables to sit alongside Qing Feng on the ground. Kong Xian, ever considerate, conjured a few cushions into a soft nest-like shape for Qing Feng to rest comfortably before asking, Senior brother, please continue your explanation. Ah, very thoughtful. Qing Feng patted Kong Xian's shoulder, then elaborated. For my master Taishang, who has cultivated the way of non-action, the ideal mount must possess a sense of steadiness, simplicity, and solid roots, yet hold superior strength. In simpler terms, it embodies understated luxury. Understated luxury? Yuan Feng was even more perplexed, unfamiliar with the term. Thus, she directly inquired, what innate species do you believe would suit Master Taishang as a steed? The Qingyo. Qing Feng responded without a moment's hesitation, a solid color, high genetic quality, instantly exuding an aura of steadiness. Even when soaring through the clouds, it possesses a grace akin to walking, ensuring that should Master Taishang traverse the primordial realm to comprehend the great Dao, it would not seem out of place. The Qingyo. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands, and a magnificent bird approached. Dear nephew, behold, this is the Honghuang of my avian clan. Does it meet your master's requirements? Honghuang? Qing Feng turned to look, and to his astonishment, it was none other than an ostrich. No, this simply will not do. It is far too ugly. Moreover, their gait was decidedly unstable, and their stature was far too diminutive to embody the image of a master. This simply would not do. Qing Feng shook his head vehemently. Even inebriated, he found it difficult to envision the venerable figure astride an ostrich traversing the primordial expanse. It was utterly outlandish. Down you go. Yuan Feng's eyes, as they met those of the leader of the Fire Clan, flickered with a hint of disappointment. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the Fire Clan leader to descend. Alas, the avian race sought courtship through resplendent plumage, and the more extravagant the feathers, the greater the strength they signified. The understated opulence they aspired to was simply unattainable for their kind. So be it. It seemed the avian lineage was not destined for such fortune. Esteemed nephew, what of the mount belonging to our primitive ally? Ah, second master uncle. Qing Feng pondered, recalling the grand nine-dragon Agarwood chariot described in the original text. The second master uncle has a penchant for the extravagant. My initial intention was to visit the dragon clan to see if I could procure a chariot of Agarwood drawn by 9 dragons for him. Extravagant? An Agarwood chariot? Yuan Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Such aspirations, esteemed nephew, need not lead you to the dragon clan. In all of the primordial realm, who can rival the splendor of my phoenix clan? What is an Agarwood chariot compared to what we can offer? I shall personally craft a magnificent vehicle for our primitive ally using a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. As for the pulling, what do you think of my 9 sons of the phoenix? Yuan Feng clapped her hands, summoning her 9 sons. the golden phoenix, the fire phoenix, the ice phoenix, and others. Qing Feng cast a glance and shook his head. No, no, while splendid, it is overly gaudy. A more composed approach would be preferable. Perhaps a vibrant yet subdued black? A vibrant yet subdued black? Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, having just grasped one concept, and now confronted with the notion of vibrant yet subdued black. Where did this young lad acquire such flamboyant phrases? Like a crow? Noticing Yuan Feng's bewilderment, Qing Feng contemplated and thought of the black feathers of crows, which, under sunlight, revealed a myriad of colors, thus using them as a metaphor. Caw-caw. Lord Yuan Feng, my clan poses no issue. We, the Crow clan, are willing to serve as the chariot bearers for the esteemed original lord for a lifetime. Without waiting for Yuan Feng to respond, a jubilant member of the Crow clan leapt forth among the thousands of avian clan leaders, eagerly declaring their exclusive devotion to the original lord. Yuan Feng's lips twitched, and she shot a fierce glare at the exuberant figure. Yet, considering Qing Feng's presence, she suppressed her ire and inquired, "Esteemed nephew, what do you think of the Crow clan?" Qing Feng gazed at the crows. In ancient times, crows were considered auspicious birds. Their sleek black hue exuded modesty. Their iridescence in sunlight conveyed nobility. Furthermore, with the 3 golden crows leading the way, employing crows as chariot pullers would not diminish the prestige compared to the dragon clan, would it? If they were willing to relocate to Kunlun and henceforth serve as the exclusive chariot for my second master uncle, I would be keen to give it a try. Very well, it is settled. The chariot for our original ally shall be provided by the Phoenix clan, crafted from a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree, with the Crow clan as the pullers, severing all ties with the Phoenix clan and wholly belonging to Kunlun. Yuan Feng decisively established this arrangement on the spot. Addressing the Crow clan in Qing Feng's presence, upon your arrival at Kunlun Mountain, you must show utmost respect to the disciples of the 3 pure ones. You must not overstep the boundaries. Otherwise, I shall surely annihilate your Crow clan. Rest assured, esteemed Fengzu, the Crow clan would never dare to overstep their bounds. The Crow bowed obediently and then stepped aside. Standing in a position behind Qing Feng, he bore the envious and resentful gazes of the other avian leaders. And what of the master? What kind of steed does the master favor? Kong Xian inquired with keen eyes directed at Qing Feng. If one were to consider who among the 3 clears might accept him, the only likely candidate would be Tongtian. This, of course, would require Qing Feng's assistance in making the recommendation. Master, Qing Feng pondered, chewing his lips. It remains uncertain whether this world's master rides a single-legged Kuei Nyo or perhaps the future bull demon king, Kuei Nyo. Chapter 14. The onslaught of the demon clan. Alas, regardless of the type, they all share a common trait, their formidable strength. Qing Feng declared without hesitation, my master favors mounts that exude might, the kind that bursts forth with flames and thunder, a spectacle of grandeur. Moreover, their prowess and potential must be exceptional, a display of grandeur that is rather simple. Yuan Feng smirked, clapping her hands. Where are the golden phoenix, the fire phoenix, the ice phoenix, and the thunderbird? Greetings, mother. The 4 maidens stepped forth from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Yuan Feng, and then, before Qing Feng, they proudly showcased their majestic forms. Behold my daughter, the golden phoenix, with a body of pure metal, her wings reflecting the golden sunlight, akin to the sun rising in the east. Qing Feng regarded the golden phoenix with keen eyes. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. However, if memory serves him correctly, the golden phoenix is a steed of the goddess Nüwa, is it not? Surely, he cannot vie for her favor. Alas, she is fated to remain with my master yet. She would be a perfect match for the goddess Nüwa. If Aunt Feng does not mind, I shall introduce her to the goddess Nüwa in due time. The goddess Nüwa? The very same Nüwa who shared teachings with us at the Zishao Palace? Yuan Feng gazed incredulously at the inebriated Qing Feng. This young one, who is familiar with the goddess Nüwa, maintains such a close relationship with her? Indeed, rest assured, the goddess Nüwa and I share a cordial bond. I shall certainly present Sister Golden Wind to her splendid. My heartfelt thanks to you, dear nephew. Yuan Feng rejoiced, quickly signaling to the golden phoenix, ever perceptive, transformed back into her primordial form. Gracefully approaching Qing Feng to pour him wine. What of my second daughter, the fire phoenix? Flames accompany her, capable of incinerating all. As for the fire phoenix, she is ill-suited to my 3 purities. Perhaps it is best for her to remain as the young matriarch of the Phoenix clan. Qing Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. Regrettably, in the annals of primordial history, the fire phoenix's appearances are exceedingly rare. He does not wish to burden his master with a mount of such diminutive fortune. A flicker of despondency crossed the fire phoenix's eyes. Upon receiving a glance from her mother, she sighed and obediently retreated back to the ranks of myriad clans. My third daughter, the Ice Wind, can encase 1,000 miles in ice with her flight, utterly resplendent. Mother Phoenix pushed Ice Wind to the forefront. Qing Feng pondered for a moment. While her icy demeanor certainly meets the criteria, it seems she would not suit his master's tempestuous temperament. In simpler terms, she is too exquisite. Too exquisite indeed. To serve as my master's steed. Upon hearing Qing Feng's words, Ice Wind was about to sigh and return to her position when he abruptly continued. However, she would be quite fitting as a mount for a female disciple of the three purities. I wonder if there is but one, or perhaps an entire clan. An entire clan. The previously despondent Yuanfeng instantly transformed her sorrow into joy. Among the 9 offspring of the Phoenix, there exists the Ice Phoenix yet. Following the last great battle, merely a dozen remain. Dear nephew, you are aware that the undying volcano is not conducive for the growth of ice phoenixes. New progeny find it challenging to thrive, and they may not suffice for the disciples of the three purities at this juncture. Yuanfeng paused, casting her gaze towards the Fire Phoenix. Might I suggest bringing the entire Fire Phoenix clan along? With over 100 Fire Phoenixes, they would surely be sufficient for command. In the radiant gaze of the Fire Phoenix, a luminescent light fell upon Qing Feng. After a moment of hesitation, Qing Feng pondered the prospect. If both ice and fire could serve as mounts for the three purities, it would indeed be an admirable symbol. Then, why not embrace them together? Oh, and the Qingyuan clan could also join as mounts for the third-generation disciples. If we are to collect, we might as well gather a few more. Having indulged excessively, Qing Feng whimsically suggested adding another clan. The Qingyuan, renowned in myths as the iconic steed of celestial maidens, a testament to their exquisite beauty. Since the opportunity presented itself, why not seize it all, thus bestowing a boon upon the third generation? Otherwise, those who rode upon the unremarkable 5-cloud camel and the unsightly, avoiding water golden crystal beast appeared utterly lacking in the ethereal elegance befitting the disciples of the three purities. A heartfelt gratitude was due to his esteemed nephew. Yuanfeng, astonished, not only recommended his daughter, the Fire Phoenix, but also included the Qingyuan clan. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, and the seemingly fortunate leader of the Qingyuan clan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Qing Feng. At last, Qing Feng's gaze fell upon the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird shivered in anticipation, and without waiting for the Phoenix matriarch to introduce him, soared into the heavens, his wings flashing. An endless torrent of thunder cascaded from the sky, enveloping the area above the immortal volcano in a mesmerizing purple sea of lightning. Subsequently, the Thunderbird descended, drenched in the radiance of thunder, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Esteemed immortal, I have now attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Do you deem me worthy to serve as the mount of the venerable Tongtian? Qing Feng envisioned his master Tongtian, poised upon the Thunderbird, wielding the Qingping sword, descending amidst a tempest of thunder. What a captivating image! No matter how he contemplated it, it was far more impressive than riding a single-legged Kuei Nyo or a plump, white cow. You shall be the one, Qing Feng decisively declared, but your Thunderbird clan. Rest assured, esteemed nephew, Yuanfeng reassured, the Thunderbird clan, due to their innate thunderous power, are inherently scarce in numbers, with only 3 remaining. They shall move to Kunlun together. Yuanfeng smiled as she elaborated. Upon hearing that there were only 3 Thunderbirds, Qing Feng nodded in satisfaction. A mount must be unique, and this exclusivity was precisely what he desired. By the way, there is also the Qing Nyo of the esteemed Taishang. Fear not, my dear nephew, I shall send someone to seek them out, and once found, they will be brought to await you at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Hearing the words of the Phoenix matriarch, the inebriated Qing Feng felt immensely moved. Although he was the one presenting gifts to his master and uncles, it seemed that the Phoenix clan had embraced the entirety of it. Aunt Phoenix, your kindness is beyond measure. How can I repay you? My dear nephew, you are like a brother to my son. Naturally, the Phoenix clan shall lend our utmost support, Yuanfeng replied with a smile. Yet, perhaps fearing to overextend her generosity and incite the three purities' discontent, she added, moreover, our Phoenix clan bears considerable karmic burdens, and your ability to escort these clans away greatly alleviates the transgressions of our avian kin. What does it matter? Qing Feng waved his hand, suggesting a few more clans. Kunlun Mountain could use some embellishments. If Aunt Phoenix does not mind, you may send the celestial cranes, larks, nightingales, and others to adorn my Kunlun Mountain, albeit it may be somewhat of a slight to them. The Phoenix matriarch blinked, pondering the notion of serving as mere decoration. Not at all, not at all. Immediately, she joyfully agreed, stating, Their origins are too humble. Even if they remain on the eternal volcano, they will never rise to prominence and will only be burdened by the sins of my Phoenix clan. If they could journey to Kunlun Mountain, it would indeed be the greatest boon for them. As she spoke, Yuanfeng intended to revoke the Phoenix clan's affiliation from the three tribes of the Crane, the Lark, and the Nightingale, and to transfer them directly to Kunlun Mountain. However, before her words could escape her lips, a resounding voice echoed from above the eternal volcano. Where is Yuanfeng? I, Emperor Jun, have come today to extend an invitation for the Phoenix clan to join the Demon clan. I hope Yuanfeng will consider this matter thoroughly. The Demon clan? Qing Feng gazed displeasedly towards the cave's entrance. How dare you? I have only just welcomed a few avian tribes to Kunlun Mountain. If you, the Demon clan, take them, what will happen to my steeds, Jingguan, and the little creatures under the three pure ones? How audacious! Do you dare to seize my master's mounts without consulting me, Qing Feng? Chapter 15. A race destined for destruction in the midst of fervent admonitions. Qing Feng burst forth from the cavern where Yuanfeng resided, charging towards the cacophony of the demon tribe outside. Alarmed, Yuanfeng's expression shifted dramatically as she hastened to follow. With Qingfeng's cultivation at the Yuanxian level, she feared the demon tribe might easily extinguish him. Within the cave, Xianbird, Kongxian, and the others recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting the leaders of various clans to follow suit. What folly! They had only recently gained the opportunity to ally with the Sanqing thanks to Qingfeng's assistance. Should he perish, what would become of them? This was the first chance the avian clan had to liberate themselves from their sins since the beginning of the initial tribulation. It was utterly imperative that no one be allowed to thwart this opportunity. Even those clan leaders not chosen by Qing Feng harbored similar thoughts. After all, what if the Sanqing accepted too many disciples, or sought to expand Kunlun, requiring more avian embellishments? Establishing connections early would be the key to success. Thus, as Qing Feng surged out of the cave, Di Jun and Bai Zhe witnessed a multitude of avian clan leaders, a great dark mass, emerging from the cave, standing resolutely behind the recently emerged Yuanxian. Even Yuanfeng, the Phoenix clan leader, lagged just a step behind the younger generation, as if providing support. From which branch of the Phoenix clan do you hail, little one? A massive demon commander, Zhou. The demon court had yet to be established, and he had not yet been crowned as the demon king. Disdainfully waved his hand at Qing Feng. You should swiftly withdraw and allow your Phoenix ancestor to converse with his majesty. How dare you? A race doomed to extinction, such as yours, presume to engage in dialogue with my esteemed kin? Qing Feng, intoxicated with knowledge of the demon race's inevitable demise, shouted defiantly at Zhou. Do you still aspire to unify the myriad tribes? Can you contend with the Wu tribe? Are you beings born of the primal chaos? Do you not fear being outmaneuvered, reduced to ashes? Presumptuous! You, a mere Yuanxian, dare to curse my demon race. Zhou bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of green venom towards Qing Feng. Behind him, Yuanfeng was already weaving protective spells. Though informed by Kongxian of Qingfeng's esteemed status before the Sanqing, she had yet to witness it firsthand. Moreover, as Zhou had only just entered the realm of Daoyuo, with Yuanfeng present, there was no doubt he could not harm Qing Feng. Even if he were to kill him, she could resurrect him with the Phoenix clan's nirvana flames. Just as the venom was about to strike Qing Feng, Yuanfeng could no longer restrain herself. Suddenly, a golden shield erupted from Qingfeng's being, transforming into a magnificent nine-tiered golden pagoda that hovered above his head. The radiance of the pagoda enveloped him entirely. Upon seeing this tower, Yuanfeng was overjoyed. Her son had spoken the truth. Qing Feng was indeed the most cherished disciple of the Sanqing. Otherwise, how could such a companion treasure, like the Honghuang merit pagoda, be granted to a mere nephew? Such audacity from the demon race to target our esteemed guest. Do they truly believe the Phoenix clan is at their mercy? Having discerned the Sanqing's attitude towards Qing Feng, Yuanfeng resolved to protect him fiercely, making her stance known. With a resounding cry, a colossal phoenix manifested, its immense form stretching for thousands of miles. In the eyes of Qing Feng, the sky darkened. The entire expanse of the immortal volcanic mountain range was overshadowed by the figure of the Yuanfeng. Do you think our demon clan fears you? Witnessing Yuanfeng's abrupt escalation, Tai, standing beside Di Jun, was equally unwilling to back down and prepared to reveal his true form as the three-legged golden crow to confront Yuanfeng. Tai ceased. However, before Tai could leap into action, he was restrained by Di Jun. Di Jun lightly pressed his feet into the void, releasing a stream of white true flames that transformed into a white flame lotus, which carried Di Jun forward, making him appear like a celestial deity descending from the heavens. He approached the forefront of the demon clan, standing before Qing Feng. The Honghuang Merit Tower. What is your relation to the three pure ones? A casually uttered inquiry. Yet it bore an air of authority, as if his status warranted such a question. I am a disciple of the celestial way, Qing Feng. At this moment, Qing Feng's mind, muddled by alcohol, regained a modicum of clarity under Dijuan's imposing presence. He proudly proclaimed his lineage, refraining from further provocation. A disciple of the celestial way? Dijuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling upon the Honghuang Merit Tower atop Qing Feng's head. An intuition akin to that of Fengmu arose within him. Then why do you assert that my demon clan will surely be schemed against, facing utter annihilation? Is it possible that your master intends to strike against my demon clan? Observing Qing Feng, whose demeanor was clouded by inebriation, Dijuan cautiously probed for answers. Yuan Feng instinctively sought to intervene, but before she could utter a word, an ancient colossal bell descended upon Dijuan's head, enveloping both him and Qing Feng within its confines. Simultaneously, two treasures resembling turtle shells floated up from behind Dijuan, providing an additional layer of defense beneath the great bell. Yuan Feng instantly recognized these as the companion treasures of Dijuan and Tai, the Chaos Bell and the river map of Luo. Against the demon clan. Why would my master need to intervene? Qing Feng instinctively defended his master, mockingly declaring, from every conceivable angle, the entire demon clan is bound to be exterminated. The heavens and earth shall not permit it. Why would my master need to take action? Bound to be exterminated? Why? Dijuan inquired in astonishment. Who are you? Why should I divulge anything to you? The inebriated Qing Feng turned his head away, casting a dismissive glance at Dijuan. After a brief silence, Dijuan propelled himself forward, flying to Yuan Feng's presence. Yuan Feng, my friend, I, Tai, and Beis wish to partake in the banquet of the Feng clan. May I inquire if this is permissible? Of course, as a gesture of goodwill. From this day forth, the Demon Clan and the Feng clan shall be regarded as close allies. The Demon Clan will never strike against the Feng clan nor force the Feng clan into conflict. I wonder if you, Yuan Feng, would be willing to accept this? Dijuan calmly articulated while standing in the void, unhurried and composed. He did not resort to coercion, believing that Yuan Feng would provide a satisfactory response. After much hesitation, Yuan Feng transformed into a torrent of phoenix flames and vanished, only to reappear before Dijuan in the guise of a beautifully adorned noble woman. Qing Feng is a friend of my Feng clan. No one shall harm him. Agreed. Confronted with the ultimatum posed by Yuan Feng, Dijuan provided an affirmative response without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, he grasped the somewhat reluctant Tai and soared back to the Demon Clan's stronghold. Upon their return, Tai expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, Elder brother, they are merely the disciples of the three pure ones. If you wish to inquire, why not simply capture them and extract their souls? Why complicate matters? Dijuan, disinterested in his complaints, shifted his gaze to Beis and inquired, Beis, what is your opinion on my decision? Excellent. Beis nodded emphatically, his face reflecting agreement. In truth, I have long felt that the establishment of the Demon Clan was somewhat inappropriate, yet I have been unable to pinpoint the underlying reason. If we could receive guidance from others to identify the issue, it would greatly benefit our clan. Furthermore, I have heard that the goddess Nüwa created the post-heavenly flora with the assistance of a junior. I perceive a hint of celestial merit within him. Perhaps he was indeed the one who aided the goddess on that fateful day. Chapter 16. The future rulers of heaven and earth must be a coalition of various races. They must never be dominated by a single lineage. After a short incense stick burned, the demon army retreated. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, accompanied by Baizhe, joined Yuan Feng in the cave to partake in the banquet. Today was truly a transgression. I never anticipated that the prince of the Phoenix clan would be a disciple of the three pure ones. Truly, one fails to recognize their own kin. As Emperor Jun took his seat, he raised his wine cup high, apologizing to Yuan Feng. With this fine wine from your esteemed place, I extend my apologies to the members of the Phoenix clan. Saying this, Emperor Jun lifted his cup. And Yuan Feng, naturally, would not hold a grudge, responding, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, you are being overly modest. It is merely a misunderstanding, easily resolved. Please, let us drink. The gathering consumed the exquisite wine. Observing Qing Feng, who appeared intoxicated and on the verge of collapsing, Emperor Jun cautiously inquired, Young friend Qing Feng, may I ask why you harbor such skepticism towards our demon clan? Burp. Qing Feng let out a loud belch, gazing at Emperor Jun with bleary eyes. Why should I have faith in your demon clan? The demon clan has surely not offended you, nor the three pure ones, has it? Why do you regard us with such animosity? Emperor Jun, perplexed, questioned further. Qing Feng repeatedly shook his head and waved his hands, replying, "Do not misinterpret my words. I bear no hostility towards the demon clan. After all, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi possess unparalleled powers throughout the vast wilderness. Bai Zai's wisdom is unmatched, and the likes of Honghuang and Qin Feng, the demon master, are indeed the pinnacle of the world. How could I dare to oppose the demon clan? Honghuang, Qin Feng, the demon master?" Emperor Jun exchanged bewildered glances with Bai Zai. Could it be that Fuxi and Qin Feng would eventually join the demon clan? "Dear nephew, you are inebriated. What demon masters, or Honghuang, does the current demon clan possess?" Yuan Feng interjected hastily. Qing Feng slapped his forehead, realizing, "Oh right, I nearly forgot." Fuxi was invited after the third lecture. Once Nüwa became a disciple of the Dao ancestor, seeking protection. As for the demon master, burp, you have yet to win him over. The third lecture, the Dao ancestor's disciples. The attendees were filled with astonishment. Could this disciple of the three pure ones truly foresee the future? Clap. Yuan Feng cast a knowing glance behind him. The leaders of the avian clans departed, leaving only the three demons, along with Yuan Feng, Kong Xian, and xianxia in the cave. Moreover, a soundproof barrier was promptly established within the cave. "Young friend, according to your words, the demon clan's influence must be substantial. Who would dare scheme against the demon clan, leading to its downfall?" Gulp. Qing Feng raised his cup and drank deeply, his vision hazy as he looked at Emperor Jun. "It is precisely because the demon clan's power is so great that it will lead to its demise." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tai Yi erupted, furiously pointing at Qing Feng. "If our demon clan is indeed powerful, who could extinguish it? A mere Yuan immortal." Speaking such drivel. After berating Qing Feng, Tai Yi turned to Emperor Jun. "Brother, do you hear what this Yuan immortal is saying? He is not even worthy to critique our demon clan. Am I speaking nonsense?" Qing Feng, already inebriated and lacking rational thought, was immediately provoked by Tai Yi's words. Retorting sarcastically, "What does it matter if your demon clan is powerful? Can you surpass the Dao ancestor? Or the heavenly Dao? The demon clan would never offend the Dao ancestor or the heavenly Dao. Thus, how could they target the demon clan?" Tai Yi retorted defiantly. "As for the Dao ancestor, I cannot say, but who claims that your demon clan does not provoke the heavenly Dao?" Qing Feng countered, casting a glance at Tai Yi. "Are you unaware of the nature of your clan? Unprecedentedly domineering, anyone who does not join you is deemed an enemy, mercilessly plundering. Even with the establishment of the demon court to govern the wilderness, aside from your own clan, what have you managed to oversee? You consistently favor your own, allowing the scions of the demon clan to wreak havoc upon other races, asserting superiority over them. By this alone, your demon clan is unworthy of ruling the wilderness." Upon Qing Feng's declaration, it struck like a thunderbolt upon Di Jun and the former sovereign, Yuan Feng. Tai Yi was about to retort when Di Jun bellowed, "Tai Yi." Reluctantly, Tai Yi returned to his seat. Yuan Feng, beside him, anxiously inquired of Qing Feng, "Dear nephew, is it not our duty to care for our own race? Why has this become a cause of decline?" Sighing, Qing Feng raised his cup and took a sip before responding. "To speak frankly, Aunt Feng, once upon a time, both your Feng clan and the Dragon clan, as well as the Qilin clan, all had opportunities to become rulers of the wilderness. However, your mindset is far too antiquated and self-serving." "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Feng pressed for clarification. Qing Feng explained, "It is quite simple. The heavenly Dao represents the world's will in the wilderness. For the world to progress, the beings within it must elevate their status. Yet, your actions, which place you above other races, directly impede this advancement. To elaborate, even if your three clans boast exceptional talent, the proportion of experts among you pales in comparison to the vast multitude of the myriad races in the wilderness. Even if your three clans produced masters at a ratio of 1 in 100, while other races might yield 1 in 10,000, 100,000, or even a million, against the backdrop of billions, the number of masters from the Feng clan becomes negligible." Yuan Feng had never considered this perspective, her expression darkening. "So it is the heavenly Dao that prevents our three clans from dominating. Then we could support other races, without oppressing them." Tai Yi, unable to contain himself, interjected, "But can you ensure that once your demon clan becomes the rulers of the wilderness, you will treat conflicts with other races justly?" "Aye." Tai Yi yearned to assure them, yet the words faltered on his lips. After all, if they became rulers, how could they not show favoritism? How could they treat other races equally? "See, you cannot achieve it, can you?" Qing Feng shrugged and remarked, "Moreover, should any clan ascend to power, other races will inevitably follow suit. The emergence of prodigies within any clan will surely incite revolts. There is a saying, Do noble lords not possess the same lineage? If your demon clan can become rulers, why can we not? Once this notion takes root, countless wars shall erupt in the primordial world. Consider the aftermath of the great conflict among the three clans. The western lands lay shattered, the very veins of the earth thrown into disarray, nearly causing the primordial realm to descend in hierarchy, with each clan bearing an immense burden of sin. With such outcomes preceding us, how could the celestial order of the primordial realm permit any single clan to ascend as the sovereign of heaven and earth? Thus, it is my belief that the future rulers of the primordial realm will undoubtedly be a coalition of extraordinary beings from multiple clans, restrained by a force akin to the demonic court, supplemented by celestial laws and edicts to govern the primordial expanse and uphold its peace. Having spoken, Qing Feng triumphantly raised his goblet and took a hearty sip, his words resonating like thunder, shattering the delusions of dominance held by all present. Chapter 17. The Great Lords visit Kunlun Mountain for Qing Feng. How could this be? Dijun sat despondently on a stone bench. He was a born sovereign, destined to sense his path towards dominion. Yet, Qing Feng had informed him that he would never ascend to the throne of the primordial realm. The very demon clan he had established became his greatest impediment to becoming a ruler. How could he possibly come to terms with this? Brother, Tai Yi anxiously supported him. Though what Qing Feng says holds some truth, aren't we cultivators meant to defy fate and alter our destinies? Perhaps. There is still a chance. Dijun abruptly interrupted Tai Yi. As long as I remain in the primordial realm, the possibility of attaining enlightenment is utterly non-existent. Yuan Feng cast a sympathetic glance at Dijun. In the days of the Three Races War, she and Dijun were not so different. Only through the trials of conflict and tribulation, burdened with sins, did she comprehend that this path was a dead end. As Dijun grew increasingly dispirited, his aura waning, Tai Yi, in a state of panic, hastily sought words to comfort Dijun. Yet, when the words reached his lips, he found himself at a loss, until, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qing Feng. Brother, if this road is blocked, let us seek another path. For instance, we could inquire with Qing Feng. Upon hearing this, Dijun's faltering spirit suddenly perked up, his gaze fixed on Qing Feng. Hey, Qing Feng, why don't you introduce a new path for my brother? Hic. Qing Feng let out a loud belch, tilting his head toward Tai Yi. Why should I tell you? You. Tai Yi was ready to erupt in anger, but upon noticing Yuan Feng, who stood on par with him, he shifted tactics, saying, could it be that you yourself are unaware? By the way, I almost forgot you're merely a Yuan immortal. How could you possibly understand the paths beyond the great Luo? Who says I don't know? As Tai Yi anticipated, the inebriated Qing Feng could not withstand provocation. Immediately retorting, isn't it just a path? What is so unclear about it? Then tell me, what path should my brother, Dijun, pursue in the future? Tai Yi once again tempted him. Without a moment's thought, Qing Feng replied, nonsense, of course, he should follow the path of guardianship. The answer has already been laid out by Father Pangu. How can you still be oblivious? Guardianship? What does that entail? Of course, it is to safeguard the primordial world. To protect. Hic. Why are there three? Just as Tai Yi and Dijun awaited an answer, they beheld Qing Feng swaying as he pointed at Tai Yi, muttering three repeatedly, before tilting his head and collapsing to the ground. Moments later, loud snoring echoed throughout the cave. How could you be drunk at such a time? Tai Yi fumed, ready to rush over to forcibly rouse Qing Feng and continue inquiring about his brother's path. But before he could act, Yuan Feng intervened. Tai Yi, my friend, Qing Feng has already shared enough. Any further discussion is unnecessary. In a fit of rage, Tai Yi was about to lift the chaos bell when Dijun, a man of reason, placed a firm hand on Tai Yi's shoulder and shook his head. Step back, my younger brother. Today, we owe our gratitude to our friend Yuan Feng. He then bowed respectfully to Yuan Feng. Indeed, you possess greater clarity than your brother, Yuan Feng remarked with satisfaction, adding, in truth, the path that lies ahead for you has already been articulated clearly by your virtuous nephew. Conquest is not the only option. Guardianship is also a commendable choice. As he spoke, Yuan Feng subtly shifted his body, exuding an overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of the perfected Great Luo, which instantly bore down upon Dijun and Tai Yi. You. Tai Yi stammered in disbelief, pointing at Yuan Feng, while Dijun wore a face of astonishment. Yuan Feng smiled faintly and said, friends, it is time for you to depart. Thank you, Elder Yuan Feng, Dijun expressed, for the first time bowing to Yuan Feng as a junior. Without hesitation, he took his leave with Bai Zhe and Tai Yi from the immortal Fire Mountain. On the journey back to the demon court, Tai Yi could no longer contain himself and asked, Elder brother, Why did you not allow me to seek clarity? Baizhe, what is your perspective? Dijun ignored Tai Yi and turned to Baizhe. Baizhe stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Your Majesty, I believe that young friend Qing Feng has already made himself abundantly clear. Where's the clarity in that? Tai Yi retorted with dissatisfaction. What does it mean that the primordial god Pangu has entrusted us with it? We have nothing in our possession. No, we do. Dijun suddenly interrupted Tai Yi, revealing 2 turtle shells that materialized in his hand, subtly shimmering with the unique aura of innate spiritual treasures. Brother, do you mean the Hou Tu and Luoshu? Tai Yi looked at Dijun in disbelief. Dijun nodded slightly. I have always felt that these 2 treasures harbor great secrets. Upon reflection, they are likely the path that the primordial god Pangu has arranged for us. But with just these 2 turtle shells, perhaps we should inquire further from that young lad Qing Feng? Is that necessary? Baizhe stroked his beard and smiled. If we are to ask Qing Feng, why not consult someone even more suitable? You mean, the 3 purities? Dijun immediately grasped the implication and spoke. Baizhe nodded slightly. Precisely. Young friend Qing Feng is a disciple of the 3 purities, and what he knows, the 3 purities certainly do as well. Your Majesty might consider bringing a gift to visit the 3 purities. This would not only foster a better relationship with them, but might also provide insights into the future. A gift? But what would be appropriate? Dijun furrowed his brow slightly. For beings of the caliber of the 3 purities, ordinary offerings would likely fail to impress them, especially considering the implications for my and my younger brother's future. Brother, you need not concern yourself with me. Tai Yi moved, attempted to dismiss his brother's worries. Dijun turned to him with a sharp glance. Silence. He understood better than anyone the reckless nature of his younger brother. As long as Tai Yi was not kept close, he would inevitably cause a catastrophic disaster one day. Baizhe hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the Chaos Bell. In truth, he yearned for Tai Yi to present the Chaos Bell to the 3 pure ones in exchange for insights into the future path of Dao. Firstly, the Chaos Bell was sufficiently valuable, its worth comparable to the most esteemed treasures. Secondly, without the Chaos Bell, Tai Yi would likely temper his demeanor. However, it was evident that Tai Yi would be reluctant to part with it. Perhaps it would be wiser to procure some branches from the Fusang tree, along with a few innate spiritual treasures. After all, beneath the realm of innate, such offerings would likely hold little significance to the 3 pure ones. Very well. Dijun contemplated and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio returned to the heavenly court, retrieved their treasures, and set forth for Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Nüwa and Fushi were also making their way to Kunlun, while Hou Tu, after conferring with the 12 ancestor witches upon returning to her tribe, joined the journey to Kunlun as well. At this moment, Qing Feng remained blissfully unaware of the impending excitement at Kunlun Mountain, as he lay soundly asleep within the cave of Yuan Feng. Chapter 18. What? Our disciple Qing Feng has accomplished so much? At Kunlun Mountain, Qing Feng remains in slumber, while the 3 pure ones are diligently cultivating in the palace when they suddenly sense the arrival of several formidable presences. Creak. The gates of the 3 pure palaces swung open simultaneously, revealing the figures of the 3 pure ones. Eldest brother, it seems we have visitors, remarked Yuanshi, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. Their strength is not inferior to ours. Moreover, these auras seem to belong to the Taoist friends from the Purple Cloud Palace. Tongtian also frowned, incredulous as he spoke. Despite the fact that there are 3,000 powerful cultivators in the primordial chaos who study the Dao in the Purple Cloud Palace, and they appear to be comrades. In truth, they have had no interaction since returning to the primordial chaos. The sudden arrival of over 20 powerful cultivators cannot help but alarm the 3 pure ones. It is important to note that although they are strong, they are merely at the pinnacle of the Great Luo and have yet to transcend. The 3,000 powerful cultivators are at the Great Luo level, capable of contending one-on-one, or even 1 against 3. They have no fear. However, facing 10, it is wiser to flee. Do not panic. Let us make contact first, Taishang urged, ascending on his cloud, with Yuanshi and Tongtian following closely behind. Moments later, they first laid eyes upon Nüwa and Fushi. Esteemed friends, it has been quite some time, Taishang greeted, not daring to be remiss in the face of Nüwa's warm welcome. It is worth noting that Nüwa recently broke through to the Honghuang, becoming the first among their 3,000 disciples to achieve such a feat, deserving of Taishang's respect. Might I inquire, dear Nüwa and Fushi, what brings you to Kunlun Mountain today? Due to the considerable number of arrivals, Taishang skipped the pleasantries and directly asked Nüwa's purpose for coming. Well, Nüwa hesitated for a moment, but sensing the overwhelming Great Luo aura that followed, she ultimately decided not to conceal her intentions. I have come today specifically for Tongtian's beloved disciple, Qing Feng. Ah, you came for Qing Feng? Tongtian was taken aback. But he is merely a Yuan immortal, and you, Nüwa, have broken through to become a great Luo expert. You surpass us 3 brothers. Do you not know, dear Tongtian? It is thanks to young friend Qing Feng that I was able to comprehend the true essence of the Tao of creation and thus created the postnatal flora, allowing me to break through to the great Luo realm. Therefore, I have come to express my gratitude to young friend Qing Feng. This left Tongtian in a state of shock as he turned to his 2 brothers, Taishang and Yuanshi, who also wore bewildered expressions. Although they were aware that Qing Feng often had brilliant insights, even offering perspectives on the Tao they had comprehended, the notion that he could assist someone in breaking through to the great Luo and grasping the Tao of creation. Qing Feng, could your comprehension truly be so lacking that you have not even transcended from being a Yuan immortal? Are you merely toying with us? Despite their astonishment, the 3 pure ones, being supreme cultivators, quickly regained their composure. Dear Nüwa, I apologize. My disciple is currently wandering outside and is unlikely to return promptly. What do you suggest? No worries. It is fortuitous that I have not engaged in a discussion with the 3 esteemed friends for quite some time. Let us take this opportunity to converse. Nüwa replied with a radiant smile and beckoned Fushi to join her beside the 3 pure ones. Dear friends, are you still awaiting the arrival of other companions? I shall accompany you. Her familiar demeanor left the 3 pure ones somewhat taken aback. Yet what could they do? Nüwa was, aside from Honghuang, the first practitioner to have transcended to the great Luo, and they too yearned to engage in discourse with her. Thus, they could only express their apologies. Under the circumstances, we must acquiesce, Taishang conceded with a resigned sigh, offering his gratitude. You are too kind. I owe a debt of gratitude to the young friend Qing Feng. Nüwa replied cheerfully, entirely unperturbed by the situation. Meanwhile, Fushi covered his face, clearly rendered speechless by his sister's antics. Before long, the second wave of companions arrived. Greetings, esteemed friends. It has been quite some time. A dark cloud loomed overhead. The 3 pure ones focused intently, recognizing the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. It has indeed been a while, Taishang responded, uncertain of how to proceed. So he directly inquired, may I ask what brings you here? We have come specifically for the esteemed young friend Qing Feng. What? You are here for the same inferior disciple? Tongtian could not contain his astonishment. Hou Tu turned her gaze toward Tongtian, and at that moment, she noticed Nüwa and Fushi behind the 3 pure ones. Nüwa, Fushi, you 2 have come for young friend Qing Feng? Nüwa smiled gently and waved to Hou Tu, candidly stating, young friend Qing Feng assisted me in transcending to the great Luo. I have come to express my gratitude and to inquire about the next steps. Seeing that Hou Tu was also here for Qing Feng, Nüwa, without hesitation, revealed her purpose for visiting. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, incredulous. Just a moment ago, you did not say so. And what of you, Hou Tu? Why have all 12 of you ancestors journeyed to Kunlun Mountain? Nüwa inquired further. Hou Tu hesitated briefly, yet recalling Nüwa's forthrightness, took a deep breath and replied, not long ago, I encountered young friend Qing Feng outside Kunlun Mountain. He told me that the father god Pangu transformed into the wilderness, and even every drop of blood and every strand of hair holds its own significance. However, he left behind the most precious heart to form the Pangu Hall, and the essence of his blood took the form of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, which must surely indicate a task entrusted to us. Upon returning, I shared this revelation with my brothers, and they too found it exceedingly compelling. Thus, we have come to visit the young friend, seeking to understand the task bestowed upon us by the Father God. A task? The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, pondering the implications. If the ancestors formed from essence have a task, then what of their primordial spirits? The primordial spirit is the most crucial aspect of a practitioner. Should they not also have a task? Oh, Qing Feng, how could you keep this a secret from your family and share it first with the ancestors? You deserve a reprimand. Before the 3 pure ones could respond, the final group of visitors arrived. Greetings, esteemed friends. It has been a while. HM? The witch clan? Nüwa. You are here too? Oh, and you 2 wretched birds have arrived as well. The ancestral deity Zhu Wang retorted bluntly, while Tai Yi snorted coldly, responding with an unfriendly tone. What? Are your ancestral deities allowed to come, yet we of the demon clan are not? The 3 pure ones felt a shiver run down their spines as they gazed upon the trio from the demon clan, Dijuan, Tai Yi, and Bai Zhe. The venerable Taishang, his throat feeling somewhat parched, inquired, my esteemed friends, have you also come for my disciple, Qing Feng? Also, Dijuan was taken aback, instinctively casting a glance towards Nüwa and Hou Tu, the leader of the ancestral deities. Are you here too? Indeed, Nüwa replied with a cheerful smile. Dijuan, Do share your reasons for being here. I happened to encounter the young friend Qing Feng at the undying volcano, where he expressed that the demon clan has no future. Thus I have come in search of counsel. The three pure ones observed the assembly of formidable beings, their smiles strained, feeling a twinge of discomfort. This disciple, truly, was one they no longer wished to claim. Chapter 19, Returning to Kunlun. I have been nurtured by the three pure ones. They would not dare to slay me, would they? After a prolonged bout of intoxication, I remained in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. Finally awakening from the bed of the Phoenix clan. Senior brother, you are awake? Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the handsome youth, Tongtian, eagerly presenting a damp silk handkerchief. Although, at our level of cultivation, washing one's face is superfluous, one merely needs a cleansing spell. Tongtian's earnestness still garnered my approval. Thank you. I accepted the handkerchief, casually rubbed it against my face, and returned it to Tongtian. The after effects of the exquisite wine from your clan are rather overwhelming. I lost consciousness entirely. With my head still spinning, I turned to Tongtian. I recall promising to accompany your Phoenix clan, along with several others, to Kunlun. And there seemed to be adversaries involved, but my memory is hazy. Tongtian, do you remember what transpired? Tongtian gazed at me with a complex expression before finally retrieving a jade slip from his robe and handing it to me. I pressed it to my forehead. And then I witnessed all the events from Tongtian's perspective after my arrival at the undying volcano. After a long silence, I lowered the slip. Disbelief etched on my face as I looked at Tongtian. So, I acknowledged your mother as Aunt Feng? Indeed, senior brother, Tongtian replied with a smile. I twitched my lips and inquired further. Did I also select mounts for my three masters while at your home? Did I also choose mounts for the second and third generation disciples? Yes. The Qingyo clan has already been brought to the outskirts of Kunlun by my aunt, Xianxia. They have consented to serve as mounts for the Supreme Master, and the entire clan is willing to relocate to Kunlun. Even their beloved citrus trees have been transplanted. Haha. I let out a cold chuckle and asked, what about the immortal cranes, larks, and nightingales? Are they also willing to join Kunlun as part of the scenery? Rest assured, they are all enthusiastic. If you find it too monotonous. The Phoenix clan has many splendid avian species. Perhaps I could introduce some to you? Stop, that's enough. I promptly interrupted Tongtian, fully aware that the Phoenix clan was seizing this opportunity to seek an ally. Even the Golden Phoenix, whom I had not chosen, had declared her allegiance to me the previous day, expressing her desire to serve as a mount for Nüwa. Oh, by the way, she also mentioned that if Nüwa were to disapprove, she would be willing to serve as my mount. Goodness. Have you ever encountered the master of the primordial immortal realm, a mount from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? Would it be I riding her, or she riding me? Yet, these matters are relatively trivial, although there seems to be an abundance, given my esteemed position in the hearts of the three pure ones. A bit of coaxing or yielding would surely persuade even the sternest of my second master to agree to their inclusion. The crux lies in the actions and words I uttered when the demon clan arrived. To be frank, upon reflection, I cannot help but marvel at how Emperor Jun and Tai did not strike me down with a single blow. Truly, they exhibit the poise of sovereigns. Their restraint is indeed remarkable. A noble clan of kings cannot tolerate a mere young progeny of the Yuan immortal level repeatedly dancing upon their sensitive points. If it were he would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. His survival is truly attributed to Aunt Feng and the formidable support he possesses. Brother, are you all right? Seeing Qing Feng lost in contemplation, Tongtian cautiously approached and inquired. I'm fine. Qing Feng revealed a smile tinged with despair. I fear that after what transpired at the banquet 3 days ago, perhaps my master and uncles will expel me from the sect. Haha. Brother, you jest. Tongtian chuckled awkwardly and hastily pointed out that Yuan Feng was waiting outside. Why don't you have some breakfast first? No need for breakfast. I truly lack the appetite at the moment. Just the thought of his foolish actions 3 days prior extinguished any desire to eat. The words he uttered had caused disbelief among the demon clan. He had cursed them. As the undisputed protagonist of this era, the demon clan would surely avenge themselves upon him one day. If they believed him, he would have committed a grave transgression, undermining the plans of the Dao ancestor Honghuang, and that would lead to a far worse fate. Therefore, upon returning, he decided there was no place he should go but to remain at Kunlun Mountain until the calamity of the witch and demon conflict concluded, and his three masters attained sainthood. No, even after his masters achieved sainthood, he would never leave Kunlun Mountain. What was so wrong about being reclusive? He relished the comfort of staying at home. As he pondered, beset by the dual threats of the demon clan and Hongjuan's vigilance, Qing Feng promptly took flight. Let us go. I have been away from Kunlun Mountain for too long. My masters must be missing me terribly. Hurry. Tongtian, If you find yourself lagging behind, feel free to take your time, rest assured, brother. Kong Xian quickly matched Qing Feng's pace, even summoning clouds beneath his feet to hasten their speed. Mother has prepared everything. All the clans are packed and ready, just waiting for you. Haha, Aunt Feng is indeed thorough. Qing Feng was at a loss for words, only managing a light chuckle as he quickened his departure. As they vacated the vicinity of the undying volcano, a myriad of selected avian clans, including the Golden Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, Qing Wan, 100 Spirits, and White Crane, followed suit. At first glance, one might have thought the entire Feng clan was migrating. Once the birds had trailed behind Qing Feng, a boy who appeared merely 5 or 6 years old, sporting a mop of hair, approached Yuan Feng. Mother, after traversing so many clans, the reputation of our Feng clan as the leaders of the avian races is nearly at risk of becoming a misnomer. What do you understand? Yuan Feng turned back and playfully tapped the boy's head. Only by going to the 3 pure ones can we acquire sufficient fortune to cultivate without bearing Sindapeng. When you grow up, you must also go to Kunlun Mountain. With your brother Qing Feng there, you will undoubtedly become the pride of our clan. Mother, the boy gazed longingly at the departing birds, a rebellious resolution forming in his young heart. Even without apprenticing under the 3 pure ones, he, Dapeng, could still become a source of pride for his mother and the entire Feng clan. Beyond the Kunlun Mountains, after a day and night of flight, Qing Feng finally returned with the flock of birds. After entrusting the Qingyo clan to Kong Xian, Qing Feng stood before the Kunlun mountain range, hesitating to advance. Master brother, why do you not proceed? Kong Xian, unable to bear the sight, inquired. You do not understand. It is the sentiment of returning home that makes one timid. Qing Feng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to rationalize his own feelings. Alas, if I am to perish, then so be it. After all, I am a child raised under the watchful eyes of the 3 pure ones. Surely they would not truly wish to see my demise. Chapter 20. Our dear disciple. How obedient you are. Gazing upon the majestic Kunlun mountains ahead, Qing Feng swallowed hard, trembling as he stepped into the realm of Kunlun. Junior brother. Just as we entered the Kunlun mountains, a cool female voice emanated from the side. The master summons you. It was senior sister Jinling. A flattering smile instantly spread across Qing Feng's face as he looked towards the stunning woman standing tall upon the earth. Her figure was graceful, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Merely standing there, one could sense an overwhelming sword intent soaring towards the heavens, as if she sought to cleave the sky itself. She was none other than Jinling, the direct disciple of Tongtian. Hee, senior sister, I have brought you a special gift from my journey. With that, Qing Feng turned and beckoned to Huofeng. Huofeng understood, and in an instant, her body soared into the air, transforming into her true form. As she flew, her fiery wings unfurled into 2 long ribbons of flame that danced beautifully in the air. Esteemed Qing Feng, this is my senior sister, Jinling, he introduced Huofeng. Huofeng respectfully lowered her head towards Jinling. I pay my respects to you, Lady Jinling, senior sister. Isn't Huofeng beautiful? Qing Feng continued, grinning widely. She and Bingfeng are the mounts I specifically sought for our esteemed female disciples of Sanqing. She is the strongest and the daughter of the revered Yuan Feng. What do you think, senior sister? Are you satisfied with this mount? Qing Feng's smile was particularly radiant. Jinling was well aware of this little trickster's intentions. Despite Qing Feng's early initiation as a disciple, he was quite young, and given her deep respect for them, Jinling regarded him as a younger brother. Yet, faced with such overt flattery, she found herself at a loss for words. You. Jinling playfully pointed her finger at Qing Feng's forehead. The master sent you out to explore the vast wilderness, yet you managed to stir up such a commotion? You've drawn the attention of the 3 factions, Nüwa, the ancestors of the witches, and the demon clan. If you were to roam freely for a few more days, would you attract all the forces of the wilderness? What? Qing Feng stared at Jinling in disbelief. The demon clan, the witch clan, and Nüwa have all come? What is going on? I simply encountered these 3 factions during my outing. Oh wait, the Phoenix clan too, as I brought them along myself. So all 4 factions arrived. I don't recall doing anything particularly outrageous. Why has everyone come? Qing Feng racked his brain, trying to recall his encounters with Nüwa, Hou Tu, and Dijuan. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched. It seemed, perhaps, it truly was his fault. Assisting Nüwa in the creation of postnatal beings, breaking through to Duobao. Speaking of the tasks entrusted by Pangu regarding the ancestors of the witches, drunkenly cursing the demon clan without consequence. This would surely lead to their demise. In an instant, Qing Feng felt a pang of guilt. Have you come to understand? Jinling, ever observant of Qing Feng's changing expressions, noted his finally composed demeanor and playfully inquired. I have come to understand. Qing Feng despondently nodded. It is indeed my fault. Sister. The moment I envision returning home only to be interrogated by the three formidable factions, Qing Feng swiftly turns to flee. Inform master that I shall delay my return and continue my journey abroad. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, ease up. Hardly having taken a few steps, Qing Feng is suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his ear. Jinling, exasperated, yanks at his ear and scolds him. You think you can escape? Do you wish for Master, Uncle Master, and the goddess Nüwa to wait solely for you? Are you not afraid of shortening your lifespan? Fire Phoenix? Jinling casts a knowing glance at Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix comprehends. This is an acknowledgement. She has accepted her. At that moment, with her head lowered, she prostrates on the ground, allowing Jinling to drag Qing Feng's ear along the slope formed by her wings to her back. Jinling then addresses the assembly of birds behind Qing Feng. Come along, all of you. Tread upon the back of the phoenix. With a flap of her wings, Fire Phoenix ascends into the air, soaring directly towards the heart of the Ta Qing Palace. Within the Ta Qing Palace, the instant Qing Feng arrives, the powerful beings assembled within sense his presence. The murmurs abruptly halt, and all eyes simultaneously turn towards the palace gates. After a prolonged pause, they finally observe Jinling tugging at Qing Feng's ear, accompanied by a multitude of avian creatures entering the palace. Master Uncle, Uncle Master, and the esteemed Master. I present Qing Feng, the junior disciple. After bowing to the assembly, Jinling gestures to Fire Phoenix, and together they retreat to the right side of the palace, where the disciples of the are positioned. Qing Feng gazes at the myriad of powerful beings in the palace, their expressions a mix of curiosity and warmth as they scrutinize him. And he offers a bittersweet smile, dutifully stepping forward to pay his respects. Disciple Qing Feng, I pay my respects to Master Uncle, to Uncle Master, and to my master. Oh, young friend, it has been quite some time. The goddess Nüwa teases, her voice lighthearted. It seems you have accomplished quite a lot during your time in the primordial realm. Please, do not belittle me. Qing Feng laments, on the verge of tears. My curiosity got the better of me, and my imaginative thoughts ran wild. I truly did not intend to offend any of the esteemed seniors. Who claims you have offended us? Nüwa deliberately surveys the room. If anyone feels slighted by Qing Feng, step forward, and I shall personally apologize on his behalf. What nonsense are you speaking, dear Nüwa? We of the Witch Clan have come to express our gratitude to young friend Qing Feng. Hou Tu interjects with a cheerful smile, her playful gaze fixed upon Qing Feng. Di Jun likewise offers a teasing retort. Our demon clan, alas, is a force destined to fade into oblivion. Today, we have intentionally come to seek guidance from young friend Qing Feng. Look at the splendid deeds you have performed. Finally, Tongtian speaks up, slamming his palm upon the table, bellowing, You, a mere Yuanshan, dare to make presumptuous evaluations? Do not you owe an apology to your esteemed friends? I was wrong. Qing Feng dutifully kneels to them, adopting a contrite demeanor. Enough of this, Tongtian, you need not feign indignation. We are genuinely here seeking counsel. Nüwa chuckles lightly, interrupting Tongtian's attempts to compel further apologies from Qing Feng, and do not utter any more about his mere Yuanshan cultivation. I have now broken through to the Duobao and have initially attained the laws of creation. The path ahead is open, and perhaps young friend Qing Feng can indeed assist us in traversing an extraordinary pathway. Tongtian was silenced by Nüwa's words, casting a fierce glare at Qing Feng. Rebellious disciple, had you been so fortunate, you ought to have informed your master and elders first. Now look, you have been cornered, haven't you? Although they are not fearful. Such a predicament is nonetheless uncomfortable. Below, under the watchful eyes of the ancestral witch, the demon clan, including Nüwa and Fushi, Qing Feng realized that he could not evade this trial. Alas, he had been too careless. He should not have spoken so freely in front of the goddess Nüwa, aiding her in the creation of the earthly flora, almost leading to his own sanctification. Now, with Nüwa's illustrious achievements preceding him, even if he were to proclaim the truth, they would never believe that his previous evaluations were mere fabrications. Chapter 21. Presenting gifts to the three pure ones, esteemed masters and uncle, I implore you to safeguard me. Moreover, ever since my transmigration, I have harbored a persistent concern, the future of my masters and uncles. According to the original text, after achieving sanctity, the three pure ones became estranged due to differing interpretations of the great Dao, leading to a schism. Ultimately, in the cataclysmic battle known as the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals, Master Tongtian was imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace, while Taishang and Yuanshi were forced to ingest the fallen saint pill, rendering them no longer manifest in the Honghuang realm. Frankly, given this outcome, I find myself questioning whether the three pure ones have perished. With my meager talents, I can scarcely fathom the consequences I would face without their protection. Indeed, exercising caution and diligently cultivating my path may extend my existence. Yet what I truly yearn for is to revel in the carefree and audacious life of an immortal second generation. And what is the most crucial aspect of being an immortal second generation? Undoubtedly, it is to have a strong patron. Thus, I have long desired to alter the future of the three pure ones, and I have been striving to do so. For instance, before departing from Kunlun Mountain, when confronted with the profound inquiries of the three pure ones, I deliberately avoided the paths of Chan and Jia. However, the outcome remains evident. The future continues to unfold along its predetermined trajectory. Gazing upon the numerous formidable beings present, I ponder whether, now that the Dao ancestor has yet to attain sanctity and unity, I might attempt to rescue my master and transform the destinies of these powerful entities. To me, it is merely a matter of uttering a few words. Yet if I were to succeed, I could truly roam freely within the Honghuang realm. Before addressing the inquiries of the esteemed seniors, I wish to present the gifts I have brought for my masters. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng nodded apologetically to Nüwa and the others, embarking on his journey of offering treasures. Master Uncle, Qing Feng commenced, directing his gaze towards Taishang. As he retrieved the innate spiritual root, the Dahong Pao tree, from his leopardskin pouch. You cultivate the path of non-action, and I have devised a minor invention that aligns harmoniously with the great Dao you espouse. Regrettably, the materials were inadequate until I recently passed by Wui Mountain, where I finally discovered suitable components. As he spoke, Qing Feng presented the Dahong Pao to Taishang, then, in his presence, plucked dozens of leaves from the tree and performed Tai Chi before all gathered. With fluid movements, the leaves of the Dahong Pao were drawn into a spherical formation within his palms, ensnared by his magical essence. As Qing Feng executed each technique, a gentle warmth emanated from his fists, causing the leaves to gradually dry and curl under the caress of the flames. Ultimately, as Qing Feng concluded his movements, the leaves, now significantly shrunken, fell into a prepared wooden box. What is this? Taishang inquired, intrigued by the aroma of tea wafting through the air. The harmonious essence of Tai Chi from earlier had already instilled in him a sense of enlightenment. However, mindful of the presence of others, he refrained from probing further. Yet, regarding the tea leaves produced by the Tai Chi, he found no reason to hold back in his inquiry. This is tea. Simply boil water, steep it, and it is ready for consumption. The flavor is quite delightful. Then let us brew it promptly. Yuanshi gestured, and a porcelain vessel descended before Qing Feng. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Ah, the three radiants divine water. I am most grateful for your generous gift, second master uncle." Qing Feng joyfully bowed to Primordial, then cautiously retrieved the teapot and teacups he had prepared along the way. He dripped a drop of divine water, brought it to a boil, added the tea leaves, and brewed the tea, ultimately serving each esteemed being present. They were invited to partake. Once finished, they could refill their cups. "Dear friends, do savor this humble creation of my apprentice," he proclaimed with delight, raising his teacup towards Nüwa, the ancestral shaman, and the demon clan. As the powerful beings savored the tea, a refreshing and gentle aura exploded from their lips and teeth, accompanied by an inexplicable epiphany that surged within their minds. It was as if the elusive principles of the great Dao, usually veiled in mystery, had suddenly become vividly clear and almost within reach, as if they could be touched. However, this sensation faded as the tea settled in their stomachs. Suddenly, before anyone could react, a beam of merit golden light, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens, 80% landing upon Qing Feng, while 10% fell upon the innate spiritual root of the great red rope. A further portion settled upon the tea leaves nestled within the wooden box. With remarkable swiftness, Taishang collected the glowing tea leaves into his sleeve. The tea tree was also swiftly planted in the back mountain of Taiping Peak. Noticing the envious gazes of others upon him, Taishang offered a subtle smile, choosing to remain indifferent. Indeed, this gift brought great joy to his master. Moreover, Qing Feng had arranged for a steed for his master, having sought out the Qingyo clan for this purpose. At the palace gates, the clan leader of the Qingyo, inspired by fortune, transformed into his true form and entered the palace to pay his respects. "The Qingyo clan is willing to serve you, esteemed Taishang." Sensing the initial strength of the Tai golden immortal from the other party and admiring his appearance, Taishang felt increasingly pleased. "Very well, since it is as Qing Feng has said. You shall remain at my Taiping Peak as my steed." "Thank you, esteemed one." The Qingyo rejoiced, promptly altering his address and graciously exiting Taiping Palace. with one individual settled. Qing Feng turned his gaze towards Primordial. After a moment of hesitation, he produced the fallen treasure coins from his bosom and presented them to Primordial. Esteemed Second Master, this item is a treasure obtained during my journey, containing intriguing rules that may assist you in comprehending the Great Dao. Surprised, Primordial raised an eyebrow. Grasping the winged copper coin in his hand, rules of transaction, fairness in exchange, quite intriguing. As he discerned the inner principles, Primordial understood that this represented Qing Feng's elaboration on his earlier words, to adhere to established norms. Very good, I am quite satisfied. As long as you are pleased, esteemed master. Qing Feng replied, scratching his head. I have also selected a vehicle for you, hoping you shall find it to your liking. With a clap of his hands, 9 crows reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight appeared at the palace gates, drawing a bronze phoenix chariot, which glided gracefully into the palace. The chariot was exquisite and ancient, exuding a weighty sense of history. Though not ostentatious in appearance, its body was constructed of millennia-old phoenix wood, epitomizing luxury. Paired with the 9 resplendent crows of golden immortal caliber, Primordial felt his heart stir with excitement. Although this item bears some imperfections, it is nonetheless a token of your filial piety, Qing Feng. I shall graciously accept it, declared my esteemed uncle with a subtle nod, indicating his acceptance. However, Nüwa, observing the situation, could no longer contain herself. If you do not favor it, dear Taoist, why not bestow it upon me? I find myself quite fond of this object. Your Highness, you jest. A young disciple's offering should not be so casually given away, replied Yuanshi with a gentle laugh, politely declining. He then turned his gaze towards the flock of crows. Very well, you may take your leave now. Yes, my lord. The 9 crows hastily guided the phoenix carriage out of the palace. As Qing Feng's gaze shifted towards him, before he could utter a word, Tongtian eagerly inquired, my beloved disciple, where is the gift from your master? Chapter 22. Have you ever considered that Honghuang is not a benevolent figure? Third brother. The Supreme and Primordial furrowed their brows, chiding in unison. Tongtian rolled his eyes, exclaiming, you both have received 2 gifts each, yet I am your master. Your esteemed master, why should I be left out? Ignoring his elder brother and second brother, Tongtian eagerly turned his gaze towards Qing Feng. Qing Feng blinked. Aside from the Thunderbird, the treasures he acquired during this outing had all been gifted away. What to do? In front of such formidable beings? He certainly could not present 2 gifts to his 2 esteemed uncles while only offering his master a steed, could he? Scanning his surroundings, a glance fell upon Kongxian, and inspiration struck. Master, Qing Feng exclaimed, pulling Kongxian forth and presenting him to Tongtian. You embody the principle of teaching without discrimination. Thus, I have found you an exceptional disciple. Behold, the prince of the Phoenix clan, possessing extraordinary talent, born with the 5 elemental origins, capable of refining the 5-colored divine light alongside his true form. Surely, he will become a renowned powerhouse in the future. Do you see how considerate your disciple is? Tongtian lowered his gaze, casting an unfriendly look at Qing Feng. So, the gift you brought me is merely a disciple? Indeed. Qing Feng nodded vigorously. The gifts I bring are all in alignment with your grand principles. Since you practice the doctrine of inclusive teaching, of course, you must accept a disciple. As Tongtian listened to Qing Feng's clever reasoning, he finally turned his attention to the hopeful Kongxian. Talent and origins, as Qing Feng stated, were indeed exceptional. However, Tongtian desired a disciple who bore the weight of karma. Wait, a disciple burdened with karma? Is this disciple meant to aid my comprehension of the path to intercepting the celestial way? Tongtian blinked, suddenly grasping Qing Feng's intent. Qing Feng, I did not say that. If he could transform the karma-laden prince of the Phoenix clan into a powerful figure, would that not signify seizing a sliver of opportunity from the celestial way? Excellent, excellent. Truly, my disciple, you understand your master well. From this moment forth, Kongxian, you shall be my 4th direct disciple. The assembled powerful beings observed as Tongtian, who had moments ago appeared disgruntled, suddenly became elated. Upon accepting Kongxian, he even descended from the cloud platform to stand beside Qing Feng, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Without waiting for Qing Feng's introduction, he turned towards the entrance. Who among you is the steed my beloved disciple has procured for me? Thunderbird, at your service. The leader of the Thunderbird clan understood immediately, revealing his true form amidst a tempest of lightning. Ultimately, he stood before Tongtian, resplendent and imposing beneath the veil of thunder. Splendid, splendid. Such a striking display filled Tongtian with joy, and he promptly accepted the Thunderbird, instructing it to return to his upper clear palace and remain on standby. After presenting gifts to his esteemed master, Qing Feng also gifted the Ice Phoenix to Wudong, informing the three Pure Ones of the arrangement regarding the other members of the Ice and Fire Twin Phoenixes as mounts for the second-generation female disciples, as well as Qing Wan as a mount for the third-generation female disciple, garnering their approval. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to present the Golden Phoenix to the goddess Nüwa, much to her delight, as she took great pride in showcasing it before the demon clan and the ancestral witches. For a full half an hour, Qing Feng finally recounted all the gains from his recent expedition, earning both praise and a myriad of resentful glances. The second-generation disciples, bereft of gifts, were particularly discontented. Meanwhile, following Nüwa's acquisition of the Golden Phoenix as her steed, the other formidable beings present also succumbed to a sense of envy. Ahem. Aware that it was time to address the matter at hand, the Grand Elder cleared his throat twice and turned his gaze towards Nüwa, the ancestor witches, and the demon clan. Qing Feng is the most cherished disciple of my three brothers. Currently, he possesses only the cultivation of a Yuanxian. Should his words later offend, I hope you, my fellow Taoists, will forgive him, considering our brotherhood. The eyes of Yuanshi and Tongtian followed suit, scanning the assembly of deities, demonstrating their support for the Grand Elder's statement and their protective affection for Qing Feng. Rest assured, my dear fellow, Nüwa interjected. I owe my breakthrough to the assistance of young friend Qing Feng. Anyone wishing harm upon him must first contend with me. Below, Qing Feng gazed up at Lady Nüwa, feeling a swell of emotion. How fortunate he was to receive such an embrace from her, making his earlier daring endeavor to aid her in achieving enlightenment worthwhile, even if it was not entirely voluntary. Worry not, dear friends. We have come seeking assistance. How could we bring any harm to our young friend? If we were to learn of the task bestowed upon our ancestor by the Father God, our gratitude towards him would only deepen, and we would never impose upon him. Hou Tu, representing the witch clan, expressed her thoughts as well. Although Emperor Jiang and the other ancestors remained silent, they nodded in agreement, showing no inclination to trouble a junior. Seeing that consensus had been reached, the Grand Elder finally turned his gaze to Qing Feng. Young Qing Feng, they have pledged not to trouble you. Feel free to share your insights. There is no need for trepidation. These elders are powerful beings of Daoyuo and would not dare to intimidate a younger generation. Yuanshi also stood by Qing Feng, offering support. Even if they were to trouble you, you still have your two esteemed uncles. Second brother, Tongtian cast a resentful glance at Yuanshi. I am Qing Feng's master. Are you trying to sideline me? Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng resolved to change the future with all his might, embracing and nurturing his powerful allies. Eldest uncle, second uncle, master, please allow the other disciples to depart first. The words I am about to speak may be unsuitable for my senior brothers to hear. Yuanshi and Tongtian furrowed their brows slightly and waved their hands. The disciples left, some casting glances of curiosity or discontent. Once the room was clear, Qing Feng tapped his forehead and summoned the celestial and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, the heavenly celebration cloud, and the Qingping sword. Esteemed uncles, master, may I trouble you to set up soundproof and detection warding formations in the Taiji Palace using these two treasures? The Grand Elder and Yuanshi exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. Qing Feng was their cherished protege. They could not possibly be unaware of the significance and capabilities of these two spiritual treasures. To set up such formations was a precaution against whom? Hongjun. The other powerful beings also perceived the shift in atmosphere, withdrawing their relaxed expressions and settling into a state of anticipation. Soon, above the Taqing Palace, a pagoda enveloped it, transforming into a golden light that shielded the palace. Following this, a resplendent cloud of 7 colors emerged, emanating an endless power to ward off evil, further establishing a protective barrier. Very well, Qing Feng, you may speak now. At this moment, throughout the vast expanse of Honghuang, no one could probe into this location. Once the formation was completed, the Supreme One solemnly nodded to Qing Feng. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng began with words that shook the heavens. Esteemed master, second master, and all venerable seniors, have you ever contemplated a certain notion? Could it be that Hongjun is not a benevolent figure? He has always harbored intentions detrimental to Honghuang. Chapter 23. Pangu slays Hongjuan's path. Why does Hongjun protect the world created by Pangu? The entire Taiqing Palace fell into an eerie silence after Qing Feng spoke those words. The powerful beings exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Qing Feng's statement. After a prolonged pause, Tongtian let out a dry chuckle and inquired, My disciple, why do you believe that Hongjun is not a good person? Well, master, you and my senior uncles are aware of my cautious nature and my propensity for wild thoughts. Qing Feng replied, establishing a persona for himself. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. If it were otherwise, you would not have lingered in the primordial stage for so long. Your mind is plagued with too many distractions. Hee, second senior uncle. I do not have grand aspirations. As long as I can accompany my master and uncles, occasionally flaunting a semblance of power until the end of the world, I would be content, Qing Feng admitted, scratching his head and revealing his innermost thoughts. Tongtian, exasperated, delivered a light slap to Qing Feng's head. What a lack of ambition. Continue speaking. Master, do you recall telling me something about the true form of Human Dao? That he is, in fact, the chaotic demon god Xuchan? And that the chaotic demon god has cultivated the principles of the great Dao? Indeed, I do remember, Tongtian nodded thoughtfully. At that time, I pondered how Pangu, the great god, vanquished 3,000 demon gods and integrated 3,000 great Daos to forge the primordial realm. As Hongjun is one of the innate demon gods. Even if he survived, his body and soul must have been gravely injured, correct? That is certainly the case. Di Jiang readily concurred. After all, he is the father god Pangu. Who could possibly survive under the Pangu axe? Moreover, given the solid and comprehensive laws of the primordial world, how could any remnants of a demon god's essence exist if they were not severed? World tiers, small 1,000 worlds, medium 1,000 worlds, large 1,000 worlds, source worlds. And the one true realm. Exactly. Qing Feng shrugged and continued. Consider Hongjun, who was an innate demon god in the chaos, mastering a principle of the great Dao, using his comprehension of this principle to enhance his cultivation and attain the fruit of the Dao. Yet, the Father God, in witnessing that grand great Dao, forcibly vanquished 3,000 demon gods. In light of the current perfection of the primordial world's laws, as one of the demon gods, Hongjun must have had his original essence severed and integrated into the primordial realm. No matter how he escaped from the Pangu axe and reformed his body, it is likely that his current physical strength pales in comparison to his original demon god form. Furthermore, he has already been severed from the path most aligned with his own great Dao. Even if he now achieves the status of Dao ancestor and regains his primordial strength, he must still merge with the Dao and cultivate anew. But does he truly harbor no resentment towards the Father God? Is he genuinely willing to merge with the heavenly laws and protect the world transformed by the Pangu Father God, who severed his path? Qing Feng's barrage of inquiries struck the assembled deities like a colossal stick, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, is Hongjun Daozu truly so magnanimous? So forgiving? Would he protect the primordial world that was shaped by the Father God Pangu, the very being that disrupted his future path? As the crowd fell into deep contemplation, Qing Feng spoke again. Let us hypothetically concede he had to relinquish his desire for vengeance against the primordial chaos in pursuit of cultivation. But what of our revered master and esteemed seniors? You are the true offspring of the primordial god, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Can the Dao ancestor truly suppress his animosity and impart teachings to you? Arrange for you to sit in the front row with designated seats on the mats? The three purities lapsed into silence. Qing Feng then turned to the two emperors of the demon clan, Elder Dijuan, Elder Tai. You two are innate beings born from the gaze of the primordial god. Do you believe the Dao ancestor would tolerate your presence and diligently instruct you in your cultivation? Dijuan and Tai remained silent. Reflecting upon the matter, if one were to occupy Hongjuan's position upon attaining sanctity, would he not have swiftly eliminated the three purities and the ancestor witches? Would he permit them to frolic before him and engage in cultivation? Such a notion is preposterous. Lastly, to all the ancestor witches, you two are transformed from the divine blood of the great Pangu, occupying the most vital heart of the primordial god. Do you truly think Hongjun would spare you? The 12 ancestor witches remained silent. They had previously contemplated beseeching Hongjun for leniency, seeking a method of cultivation that did not require a primordial spirit. Yet, it now seems utterly futile. Would he not simply eradicate them rather than provide them with a path to cultivation? As for Lady Nüwa, the situation is even more straightforward. Currently, as Hongjun has not yet merged with the heavenly Dao, should you succeed in attaining enlightenment and embark on a different path, if you were to preach in the Zhixiao Palace as he does, would you not stand on equal footing with him? If the cultivation methods expounded by the Dao ancestor were to contain any personal biases, do you think anyone would still recognize him as the Dao ancestor? This final statement need not be articulated. The eminent figures present could already ascertain that the content of the Dao ancestor's forthcoming third lecture on cultivation beyond the Great Luo would undoubtedly be tainted with personal interests. Masters, esteemed seniors, do not dismiss my words as mere alarmism. I recall during the War of the Three Clans, Hongjuan's strength was likely comparable to that of Luo Ho, aided by the three great elders, Qianquan, Shichun, and Yangmei. In such a 4-to-1 scenario, how could he allow Luo Hou to devastate the western lands and damage the primordial source? Qing Feng shrugged, directly addressing the conspiracy theory surrounding the battle between Dao and Demon in a 4-against-1 situation. Could Luo Hou genuinely possess the strength to escape their grasp and self-detonate the western lands? Furthermore, did the three clans truly lack the capacity to heed Hongjuan's counsel, blindly falling into Luo Hou's trap? Is it possible that Hongjun never sought out the ancestors of the three clans? A series of rhetorical questions from Qing Feng once again plunged all the great powers present into silence. If your assertions hold merit, why would Hongjun harbor such hatred towards Pangu yet still preach in the Zixiao Palace? After a prolonged silence, Dijuan gradually regained his composure and inquired of Qing Feng. Perhaps it is a path he must traverse, one intertwined with the heavenly Dao? Qing Feng feigned contemplation and responded, as a being of chaos and demonic essence. Hongjuan's existence cannot have escaped the notice of the heavenly Dao. Perhaps his 3 lectures are indeed trials bestowed upon him by the Dao. Trials? With the heavenly Dao overseeing. Surely Hongjun would not dare to act recklessly? As soon as Zhurong's words escaped his lips, he was immediately met with disdainful glances from all the prominent figures within the palace, rendering him speechless. Just as Qing Feng had articulated, if one must engage in discourse, could they not introduce personal agendas? After all, the Dao of heaven lacks consciousness. How could one ascertain whether Hongjun might lay a trap within? For the moment, let us set aside Hongjuan's words, as they are merely conjectures from this little fellow. After a lengthy pause, Taishang sighed deeply and suggested, "Why don't you address the inquiries of your fellow Taoists first?" The esteemed assembly nodded in tacit agreement. There was no alternative, for Qing Feng's speculations were indeed too terrifying. Should he choose to elaborate further, they would not dare to listen. Nüwa was the first to speak. "Young friend Qing Feng, I have already created the postnatal flora. Why, then, does this same process fail when attempting to create beasts and other living beings?" Chapter 24. Deceiving the Great Elders. Qing Feng hesitated for a few moments before articulating his conjecture regarding Nüwa's previous failure. Could it be that the innate bodies of the divine demons bear the strength of their primal essence, intertwined with the unique laws of life that only these divine beings possess, rendering them unbearable for postnatal beings? What? How can this be? Nüwa was taken aback. Was it really that simple? For instance, the offspring of dragons and phoenixes, unable to manifest the perfect forms of their ancestors, is due to their corporeal bodies being incapable of accommodating the power of their forebears. Qing Feng offered this analogy, and the assembly immediately thought of the recently apprenticed prince of the Phoenix clan. Was he not akin to a peacock in form? Yet, had not postnatal flora also been successfully created? Nüwa incredulously continued to inquire. After all, crafting the postnatal plants seemed so straightforward. This was because postnatal beings were inherently more complex. They not only needed to move, but also to hunt, rest, and possess an intricate survival mechanism to thrive. In contrast, postnatal flora, much like innate spiritual roots, merely required a spot to be planted, with adequate water and sunlight to flourish, making it a far less complicated endeavor. Qing Feng elucidated to Nüwa. Indeed, the complexity of animals was not something that could be compared to that of plants. What then shall we do? Is it truly impossible to create postnatal beings? Nüwa sat despondently upon the cloud platform, pondering why the laws of creation were so arduous to comprehend. "It is not insurmountable," Qing Feng replied hesitantly, then plopped down onto the ground, scooping up a handful of clay, fashioning a serpentine figure. "Your Majesty, since your innate divine body cannot be conjured, might I not simply take a segment from the serpent's tail? Coupled with organs and a brain, I could construct the body along the tail." Qing Feng rambled on, presenting an unsightly snake before Nüwa. She lowered her gaze, observing the crooked, misshapen clay figure that bore no resemblance to a serpent, and fell into silence. A mere fragment, just a fragment of the divine demon's form. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. As she spoke, Nüwa mimicked Qing Feng's posture, sitting upon the ground and taking the misshapen clay snake from him to begin her own manipulations, extending the tail structure into a torso. Living beings require motion, so their bodies must possess more intricate functions, such as muscles and tendons. Since movement would inevitably consume energy, there must be a means to procure it. For instance, nourishment. What enters the stomach must then be digested. Nüwa tirelessly molded the clay in her hands, refining the serpent's exterior, internal organs, and even its scales, piece by piece. The verdant laws of creation once more surged from within her, transforming into ribbons that spiraled around Nüwa. "My sister is currently comprehending the Tao," I humbly request that my fellow Taoists protect her. Fuxi's figure shimmered as he positioned himself before Nüwa. Numerous spiritual treasures, including the Fuxi lute and Nüwa stone, emanated from his brow, enveloping Nüwa in a steadfast protective barrier. Rest assured, my friend Fuxi, as we engage in the pursuit of enlightenment upon Kunlun Mountain, we, the three clear ones, shall undoubtedly ensure her safety. Taishang nodded slightly, raising his hand to release a magnificent 8-scenery palace lantern that enveloped Fu, Shi, and Nüwa within its glow. Following closely behind, Yuanshi utilized a golden bell and jade chime to shield Nüwa's soul and essence, while a green blade, the Qing Feng sword, radiated its sword intent, forming a protective barrier before the siblings Fu, Shi, and Nüwa, showcasing its sharp prowess. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Our esteemed friend Nüwa has the potential to guide us in breaking through the great Luo pathway. Thus, we shall collectively ensure her protection. Many treasured artifacts, such as the Hou Tu, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the Bai Zhe diagram, soared forth to safeguard Nüwa. Even the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan cast out the 12 heavenly divine flags, establishing a formidable array to ensure Nüwa's safety. Such an intricate defense was enough to leave Qing Feng astounded. Never had the goddess Nüwa received such treatment since the dawn of creation by Pangu. Little did he know, this remarkable outcome for Nüwa stemmed entirely from his recent appraisal of Hongjun. Once the assembly of powerful beings discerned that Hongjun's teachings were not delivered with genuine intent, who among them would dare to fully trust his words? If they sought to transcend the confines of Great Luo, they would need to forge an alternative path. Nüwa's breakthrough served as the quintessential demonstration for them. How could these mighty beings not exert their utmost effort? However, the emergence of postnatal beings was not something that could be accomplished in a mere moment. After a stick of incense had burned down, Nüwa remained engrossed in her exploration of how to create life. Consequently, the other attendees turned their attention to Qing Feng. Our friend Nüwa requires time to reach completion. Since we have some idle moments, why not enlighten us, young Qing Feng? The gaze of Hou Tu shifted away from Nüwa to rest upon Qing Feng. The insights Nüwa had grasped regarding the laws of creation were derived from her own spiritual essence, offering little in terms of guidance for the advancement of their Witch clan. Therefore, she turned her attention to Qing Feng once more. Please do not belittle me, Lady Hou Tuesday. How could a mere primordial immortal like myself comprehend the tasks assigned to you ancestral witches by our father Pangu? Qing Feng replied with a wry smile. Although he had resolved to cultivate powerful allies, establishing a foothold in the underworld was presently beyond his means. You are capable of aiding Nüwa in her enlightenment. How could you be ignorant of our Witch clan's affairs? Do you not desire to assist us? The tempestuous Zhurong immediately erupted in anger, ready to confront Qing Feng. Fortunately, they were still within Kunlun Mountain. Before Zhurong could act, a cold snort echoed through the grand hall. Do you think our words just now were mere fabrications? Friend Zhurong, calm your temper. Yuanshi, Dijiang interjected swiftly, delivering a firm slap to Zhurong's head and forcibly returning him to his place. Xianming and Gong Gong flanked him, employing ice and water laws to envelop Zhurong, extinguishing his fiery heart and restraining him in place. We do not expect our young friend Qing Feng to provide concrete advice for our Witch clan. However, we do hope your unique thoughts might offer us some direction. Even if you speak whimsically or erratically, we shall not hold it against you. You better keep your word. Yuanshi's fury began to abate as he nodded toward Qing Feng. Qing Feng, do share your thoughts to appease them. Qing Feng's lips twitched. How could he simply speak at will? The 6 realms of reincarnation, the Azura realm, the animal realm, and the realm of humanity, have yet to manifest. Even if he were to articulate them, the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld could not be established. Why are you so hesitant to speak? Seeing Qing Feng still in doubt, Tongtian approached and playfully smacked him on the back of the head, saying, What? Do you look down upon your master and mentors? Do you think we cannot protect you? It is not that I am unwilling to disclose the truth. Rather, it is simply that the underworld has not yet reached its time of emergence. However, facing the 12 piercing gazes of the ancestral shaman, Qing Feng felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps I should simply concoct a tale? Chapter 25. Is it possible that the chaotic bell belongs to the 3 pure ones? Despite the uncertainty, Taishang offered consolation, acknowledging the presence of their kin. It became apparent to him that with the Nüwa pearl preceding them, even if Qing Feng claimed ignorance, no one would believe him. Noticing the 12 pairs of eyes of the ancestral shaman nearly piercing through him, Qing Feng inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Emperor Jiang. Perhaps it was best to speak lightly. I truly know nothing of the tasks assigned by the great Pangu to the shaman clan. But one thing is clear. The shaman clan inherited the essence and heart of Pangu, which must undoubtedly bring great fortune to the primordial world. In truth, the ancestral shamans could discern for themselves any imperfections in the primordial realm. They simply needed to remedy them. Imperfections? Hou Tu pondered, her gaze penetrating through the gates of Taijing Palace, surveying the vast expanse of the primordial land. What imperfections could exist in the world created by our Father God? Boy, are you attempting to deceive us? Zhurong, having freed himself from the restraints of Xianming and Gonggong, shouted discontentedly at Qing Feng. No, there are indeed imperfections. Before Qing Feng could respond, Hou Tu displayed a thoughtful expression. I can sense it. The land of the primordial realm is weeping. Little sister? The other ancestral shamans turned towards Hou Tu in unison, their excitement palpable. Little sister, can you truly sense it? Yes. Hou Tu nodded affirmatively, declaring, I can feel the broken earth lamenting. Perhaps, safeguarding the primordial land is the task bestowed upon us by our Father God. At this moment, the wise ancestral shaman, Shabi Shur, seemed to have an epiphany. The primordial land is formed from the flesh of our father Pangu, and as ancestral shamans born of his essence, it is our duty to protect the land entrusted to us by our father. However, how can we alleviate the suffering of the land? Shabi Shur posed another question, yet this time Hou Tu knew how to respond. I have a method. I have comprehended the laws of the earth, enabling me to communicate with the primordial land, untangle its veins, and mend its wounds. In the process of healing, we can also unite the myriad races of the primordial realm and put an end to interspecies conflicts. Concurrently, Emperor Jiang voiced similar aspirations for dominance. Tai Chi scoffed derisively. We, the demon clan, once thought the same. If we cannot succeed, do you believe your shaman clan can? Certainly. We, the shaman clan, are the true descendants of Pangu. We are the rightful rulers of the primordial realm. Zhurong retorted without hesitation, to which Tai Chi rolled his eyes. Who isn't claiming the same? Am I not, along with my elder brother, a manifestation of the essence of our Father God's eyes? As Zhurong struggled for a comeback, at that moment, Yuanshi interjected. When it comes to dominating the primordial realm, my three brothers have not spoken. In terms of true lineage from Pangu, can you compare with us? With these words, he silenced the entire assembly. Whether it was Emperor Jun, Tai Chi, or the 12 ancestral shamans, they found themselves at a loss for words. Qing Feng, my young friend, what is your perspective? Emperor Jiang, still somewhat unwilling to relent, directed his gaze towards Qing Feng. Qing Feng shrugged. I have already conveyed my thoughts to Emperor Jun and Elder Tai Chi. Your path lies not in conquest, but in guardianship. The true rulers of the primordial realm will inevitably be the impartial beings drawn from the myriad races. The primordial world will not be governed by a singular voice. Di Jiang seemed poised to express further thoughts, yet words faltered on his lips. His elder brother, Hou Tu, approached gently, placing a reassuring hand on Di Jiang's shoulder. As our young friend Qing Feng has articulated, our Wu clan's duty lies in safeguarding the domain of our Father God, rather than subjugating other races. For now, let us first attend to the veins of the earth. Very well. Di Jiang resumed his seat, though within his eyes flickered a flame of discontent. Qing Feng observed silently, voicing no words. His unwavering allegiance was solely towards Lady Hou Tu. The other ancestral shaman were merely striving to curry favor in her presence. Should they require assistance, he would lend it. If not, let them meet their demise. All that mattered was altering Lady Hou Tu's destiny, ensuring she would not be ensnared in the underworld as in the original history. My friend, witnessing the Wu clan's affairs settled, Di Jun eagerly approached and inquired. You previously mentioned that I, Di Jun, should embark on the path of guardianship. What precisely am I to guard? You also hinted that the answer lies close at hand. What did you mean by that? Qing Feng, covering his face, pondered how he had become so audacious after indulging in drink. I speculate, merely a guess. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to elaborate. Senior Di Jun, both you and Senior Tai Yi are the incarnations of our Father God's essence, akin to the ancestral shaman. Thus, it stands to reason that you share similar responsibilities of guardianship. However, you both possess accompanying spiritual treasures, which I surmise may hold the key to your duties. Might it be that your guardianship of the primordial realm necessitates these accompanying spiritual treasures? Necessitates our accompanying spiritual treasures? Di Jun and Tai Yi beckoned, and the chaotic bell that had once adorned Nüwa's head returned to their grasp. This bell. Tai Yi scratched his head in frustration. Brother, I have yet to fully master this artifact. How am I to comprehend the task of our Father God? What? Qing Feng exclaimed, astonished. Senior Tai Yi, did you just say you have not mastered the chaotic bell? You are aware of the name of my bell? Tai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Qing Feng. Externally, he referred to his spiritual treasure as the Eastern Emperor Bell, known only to him and Di Jun by its true name. Yet now, a junior had uttered it? I once heard that our Father God possessed a chaotic spiritual treasure known as the Pangu Axe during the creation of the heavens. After the heavens were opened, this treasure was divided into three primordial treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaotic bell. Upon learning this, I contemplated whether my master and his peers, the three pure ones, were indeed manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, corresponding precisely to the three treasures of creation. However, upon discovering that the chaotic bell resided in your possession, Senior Tai Yi, I ceased to entertain such thoughts yet today. Hearing that you have not yet fully mastered the chaotic bell, I am stirred to this peculiar notion. The assembled powerful beings gazed incredulously at the ancient bronze bell held by Tai Yi. Though they all belonged to the pinnacle of the primordial realm, they were acutely aware of Tai Yi's unparalleled talent, insight, and strength, which undoubtedly placed him among the foremost ranks of their kind. Yet, despite his capabilities, he had been unable to master the chaos bell over the years. Could it truly be as Qing Feng suggested? It seemed implausible. Fuxi, the guardian of Nüwa, could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "This conjecture is utterly absurd." Master, he continued, you once recounted to me that during the epic battle between Honghuang and Luohou, there existed two supreme treasures in their possession, the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga banner. Qing Feng abruptly turned to Tongtian, posing the question. This matter was well known among the mighty. Tongtian nodded in affirmation, prompting Qing Feng to boldly hypothesize, what if, and I emphasize if, the three treasures of creation were actually the companion spiritual treasures of my master and the others, which were later taken by Honghuang? And what if the chaos bell was placed beside the esteemed Tai Yi? Otherwise, how could one explain how a chaotic demon like Honghuang could possibly acquire the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga banner? He is neither the true Pangu, nor does he have a harmonious relationship with Pangu. Even you, esteemed Tai Yi, as a being born from Panga's essence, the genuine heir of Pangu, have been unable to refine the chaos bell. During the War of the Three Clans, Honghuang could at most reach the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. So how could he wield the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga banner? Chapter 26. The Disciple of Qing Feng, the persuasive tongue of Qing Feng. His words once again astonished all the formidable beings within the Taiji Palace. The assembly exchanged glances, their collective gaze fixated on the chaos bell held by Tai Yi. Could it truly be possible? Would you three esteemed friends care to test it? Tai Yi swallowed hard, cautiously extending the chaos bell towards the Sanqing. The three of them exchanged looks. Tai Shang, after a moment of reflection, shook his head with difficulty and firmly declared, no. This treasure is a precious artifact born alongside you, my friend Tai Yi. How could we covet your possession? Indeed, we brothers trust in the integrity of the three esteemed friends, Di Jun said, taking a deep breath to steady his resolve. Yet, precisely for that reason, we must conduct an experiment. If young friend Qing Feng's conjecture holds truth. Di Jun's voice trailed off, leaving an air of gravity among the divine assembly. Very well. After a prolonged silence, Tai Shang finally accepted the chaos bell from Tai Yi's hand and infused it with his spiritual power. A resonant sound, reverberating through time and space, echoed within the Taiji Palace. To the eyes of the mighty beings and Qing Feng alike, the chaos bell in Tai Shang's grasp seemed to spring to life, joyfully detaching itself from his palm and swirling around him in a dance. Ultimately, it obediently settled at his waist, fastening itself to his belt. Tai Shang's complexion paled, and he glanced at Tai Yi with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Tai Yi managed a rueful smile. The chaos bell had severed its connection with him. He had merely accompanied his elder brother to Kunlun Mountain to inquire about his future path. Yet who could have anticipated that his treasured artifact would be lost in this visit, now belonging to another? How could he articulate this bitter plight to anyone? Tai Shang also wore a bitter smile. I merely infused it with spiritual power. I undertook no refining action. The assembly of formidable beings, fully aware of the veracity of his statement, found the truth even harder to accept. Each of these great beings had at least one or two companion treasures born alongside them. To be able to use a treasure merely by infusing it with spiritual power was a privilege unique to companion treasures. Other artifacts, no matter how harmonious, required refining to unleash their true potential. Just moments ago, when Tai Shang received the treasure, had he infused even a modicum more of spiritual power, the very fabric of time and space could have solidified. This was a feat Tai himself could not achieve even with all his might. This fact corroborated Qing Feng's earlier assertion. The three treasures of creation were indeed companion artifacts bestowed upon the Sanqing by the primordial deity Pangu. Yet now, The Chaos Bell had found its way into Tai's possession, while the Taiji diagram and Panga banner resided with Hongjun. This signified a horrifying reality. Before they even took shape, Hongjun had already discovered them and claimed their companion treasures. But if Hongjun had found them, why did he merely take the treasures instead of annihilating them outright? At this moment, the most reckless among them, Zhurong, voiced his confusion. Fourth brother. Hou Tu and Di Jiang admonished Zhurong in unison. What do you mean by such words? Is it truly reasonable to believe that the three purities are on the brink of demise? Such a lack of understanding is quite troubling. In the midst of this, Taoist Zhurong's words resonate with our own thoughts. The Supreme One halted the imminent reprimand from Emperor Jiang, directing his gaze towards Qing Feng. What is your perspective? Young Qing Feng. My perspective? I simply observe. Qing Feng silently rolled his eyes, wondering why even his esteemed senior uncle was now inquiring about his thoughts. Yet, given that this was one of his closest mentors, Qing Feng dared not be dismissive. After some contemplation, he replied, Is it possible that Hongjun is incapable of harming our master? Oh, pray tell, what leads you to this conclusion? The Supreme One's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager for an explanation. Consider this, esteemed uncle. You are the three purities, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Who is Pangu? He is the entity that forged the vast wilderness. For the entirety of this world, all beings, as well as the heavenly laws governing it, are indebted to you. Should Hongjun dare to act against our untransformed master or you esteemed uncles, he would undoubtedly incur infinite transgressions. Young friend Qing Feng speaks wisely. Bai Zhe, standing nearby, exclaimed, his eyes alight with understanding. Furthermore, the survival of Emperor Jun and His Majesty Tai must also be attributed to this reason. The ancestral shaman lords have thrived precisely because Hongjun dares not strike at the direct descendants of Pangu. However, as the crowd began to embrace his hypothesis, Qing Feng imparted a crucial revelation. Hongjun undoubtedly regards the progeny of Pangu as adversaries. A simple yet profound truth. As the gaze of the assembly converged upon him, Qing Feng embarked on his persuasive discourse. The three supreme treasures of creation have all been seized, yet he chose not to retain any for himself, instead bestowing one upon the venerable Tai. There must be ulterior motives at play. I refuse to believe otherwise. The question remains, how does he scheme? Given that he cannot directly confront the offspring of the Father God, he would likely incite internal strife among them, just as my second uncle and master. Qing Feng's thoughts danced mischievously as he delivered the bombshell. Second uncle, after 2 teachings, you must have grasped the way of aligning with the heavens, correct? Turning towards his master, he continued, Master, I need not elaborate. Your comprehension surely aligns with the path that counters the heavenly order. 2. The original one and Tongtian exchanged glances. If what Qing Feng asserts holds true, then the paths they have perceived are indeed the intricate designs of Hongjun, crafted to sow discord among their fraternal bonds. In the grand tapestry of cosmic conflict, even the deepest of brotherly love may ultimately unravel. This, indeed, is Hongjun's stratagem. Suddenly, the Supreme One narrowed his eyes and spoke. In this contest of cosmic principles, your knowledge of Hongjun's machinations appears quite extensive. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Qing Feng's forehead, caught up in the excitement of elucidating matters to his second uncle and master. He had been overly explicit. This would not do. He needed to remedy the situation. Esteemed uncle, you are well aware of my limited comprehension. I frequently seek counsel from my second uncle and listen to my master's teachings, often lost in fanciful thoughts, which led to this wild speculation. Fearing the Supreme One would pursue this line of questioning, Qing Feng hastily added, Moreover, it is not solely about my master and second uncle. The royal path understood by Senior Emperor Jun, along with the ancestral shaman's ambition to unify the wilderness, stands in stark opposition. Once the demon and witch clans harbor aspirations of dominating the primordial world, the outcome is inevitably one of mutual destruction. Moreover, the discord between the second master and the master will transform the closest of brothers, the three pure ones, who are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, into adversaries. In the end, they shall either be captured or face death. This, indeed, is Hongjun's retribution against Pangu. And let us not forget that the notion of merging with the Dao may, in fact, be a means of controlling the heavenly laws of the primordial realm. It must be said that Qing Feng's revelation of potential outcomes sent a chill down the spines of the assembled deities. With the guidance of historical precedents, the gathered powerful beings, all of whom are endowed with wisdom and insight, became acutely aware of the likelihood of such outcomes, elevating their vigilance towards Hongjun to unprecedented heights. Chapter 27. The future of the demon race, protecting the starry sky. Qing Feng, refrain from uttering such words in the future. The atmosphere within the Tongtian palace grew tense once more, until the Supreme Elder suddenly spoke. The Dao ancestor imparted the teachings of cultivation to all beings. A display of unparalleled selflessness and grandeur. What does a mere junior like you understand about profound love? Such words must not be uttered again. The disciple acknowledges the command. Qing Feng obediently bowed in response. He had not anticipated convincing the three purities in one go. He merely sought to plant a seed of doubt in the hearts of his revered uncles, teachers, and the formidable beings present. When the three corpses Dao transmitted by Honghuang emerges, they will naturally sense it. Ah, my young friend Qing Feng, how cunning you are. At this moment, Dijuan spoke with a broad smile. It was I who posed the question, yet not only did you refrain from answering, but you also managed to deceive my brother into relinquishing his companion spirit treasure to your esteemed master. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall not acquiesce. Why must you trouble a junior, my friend Dijuan? The Supreme Elder interjected, hastily rising to defend. The treasure just now was merely an experiment. If not, how about I exchange it for the Chaos Bell? After a moment's hesitation, the Supreme Elder, feeling a twinge of reluctance, cast away his carrying pole, which transformed into a crimson flower that landed before Dijuan. And add to that my lotus root. Yuanshi threw out the jade rui, transforming it into a lotus root connected to the red flower. Both brothers had drawn forth their weapons, and Tongtian, with a reluctant gesture, tossed out the Qing Feng sword, which morphed into a green lotus leaf, completing the final piece. A 12th grade chaos lotus gently swayed before Dijuan and Tai, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the chaos bell. The 12th grade chaos lotus. Tai could not help but swallow hard. This entity was born from the essence of the 24th grade chaos lotus that nurtured the primordial father god Pangu, a true innate treasure, no less formidable than the chaos bell. Brother. Tai instinctively looked towards Dijuan, who shot him a fierce glare, and with a wave of his hand, the unified chaos lotus soared back into the Supreme Elder's grasp. My dear friend's jest. This treasure is a weapon of the three of us, a testament to the brotherhood of the three purities. How could my brother and I possibly bear to take it away? Indeed, Supreme Elder, the red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf signify that the three purities are of one family. It cannot be taken away. Qing Feng anxiously chimed in. The Supreme Elder shot Qing Feng a glance. Do you not comprehend why we cannot take it away? If my friends refuse to accept it, then I too shall. Wait, Supreme Elder, I discern the path ahead for the demon race and know the direction of your esteemed brother Dijuan and Tai's future. Qing Feng hastily interrupted the Supreme Elder. What a jest. This is a treasure used by my master and uncles for their path to enlightenment, especially for my master. The Qing Feng sword is the instrument of his Dao. How could it possibly be given away? Alas, for the sake of my esteemed mentors, I must divulge a bit more information. On the opposite side, hearing Qing Feng's words, Dijuan was delighted and quickly responded. If young friend Qing Feng can elucidate the future paths of my brother and me, what harm would it be to offer this treasure to the Supreme Elder? Qing Feng, be cautious with your words. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, reprimanding Qing Feng with displeasure. However, Qing Feng understood that the Primordial One did not harbor any animosity towards him. Rather, he was offering a gentle reminder to refrain from speaking recklessly and offending powerful beings. Rest assured, Second Master, I do possess my own conjectures. Elder brother, please trust Qing Feng this once. The Heavenly Protector, ever vigilant, remarked. He has already assisted our friend Nüwa in comprehending the Dao, so it is not without merit that he might also aid our esteemed companions, Dijuan and Tai. We are eager to hear your insights. Dijuan reiterated his stance. Observing Dijuan's insistence, the Primordial One finally nodded towards Qing Feng. Then do share your thoughts. But remember to speak wisely. Thank you for your concern, Master. Qing Feng respectfully bowed to the Primordial One before turning to face Dijuan and Tai. Esteemed seniors, I previously mentioned that you both are manifestations of Pangu's dual eyes, akin to the Wu clan, entrusted with a special mission by our Father God. This is also part of your journey along the Dao. What is this journey? Dijuan inquired. May I ask, where does the essence of the primordial spirit originate? Why is it that, despite the increasing number of powerful beings in the primordial world, the spirit essence shows no signs of diminishing? Qing Feng refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question of his own. Surely, it comes from the starry skies. Dijuan was taken aback. It is widely acknowledged that the primordial spirit essence emanates from the cosmos, which in turn has its origins in the chaotic essence beyond the primordial realm. Seniors, ever since I learned of the source of the primordial spirit essence, I have spent nights observing the stars. I began to ponder whether the starry skies, capable of transforming essence, might be organized into a formation. Through the power of this formation, could the chaotic essence be decomposed into innate spirit essence for the cultivation of those in the primordial realm? If that is indeed the case, then why is such a vital formation left unguarded? Should any misfortune befall it, would it not spell disaster for the entire primordial world? Qing Feng proposed a concept and ultimately reached a conclusion. Subsequently, I discovered that both the sun and the moon possess innate divine beings. I have speculated that as the foremost celestial body, the sun, along with the beings born from the moon, may indeed be the guardians appointed by Father Pangu to protect the celestial formation. After all, among the 365 main stars, only the sun and moon have birthed innate beings, each representing two primordial deities. In contrast, the other main stars lack even a single innate divine being. Furthermore, if the starry skies are truly a formation, could the main stars serve as the focal points? If beings were to reside at these main stars, would the formation operate more efficiently, thereby enriching the primordial spirit essence? As for the four innate divine beings tasked with safeguarding the celestial formation, might they one day evolve into entities akin to the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger? At this point, Qing Feng ceased his discourse, having articulated all the best conjectures regarding the demon clan from the forums of his past life. Starry skies, formation, protection, spirit essence. As Qing Feng's words settled, the eyes of Dijuan and Tai became clouded with bewilderment, an endless depth of Dao essence emanating from their beings. Suddenly, Dijuan retrieved the river diagram and Luo Shu from his bosom. Second brother, Tai staggered, and in the next instant, he stood directly opposite Dijuan, grasping the turtle shell and Luo Shu, prepared for confrontation. Boom! As the breaths of the two individuals intertwined, their magical essence surged forth. Above the Hou Tu and Luo Shu, a vast expanse of black starry sky suddenly manifested, with countless stars shimmering brilliantly. Then, the 365 primary stars burst forth in a resplendent display, their light twinkling as a beam of azure radiance shot forth from the sun star, striking the moon star. Yet, just as the brilliance was poised to continue its celestial dance, Dijun and Tai were jolted, causing the starry sky to collapse, and the Hou Tu and Luo Shu fell back into their hands. Had they failed? The original furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Qing Feng, his voice tinged with a hint of concern. Within the starry expanse, a formidable array indeed existed. Dijun shook his head and remarked, "We merely lack two principal array instruments. However, the name of this formation is already known to my brother and me. It is called the Zhou Tian Xing Do Formation." Chapter 28. Nüwa's Enlightenment Achieved. The effects of this formation are largely akin to what my young friend Qing Feng has described. Furthermore, its power is indeed quite remarkable. Entering the formation at the level of Luo, one's fate becomes uncertain. At this point, Emperor Jun deliberately paused for a few seconds, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Upon noticing the absence of astonishment on their faces, he sighed inwardly, before finally directing his attention back to Qing Feng. It seems that my young friend Qing Feng has already discerned what the two essential formation artifacts are. Qing Feng rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to remain incognito. Yet, having already revealed too much information before these formidable beings, what difference does it make? Where there is sunlight, there must also be the moon. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang leads to the path of the cosmos. Those two essential artifacts should be in the possession of the two lunar deities, I presume? Truly, my young friend Qing Feng is indeed wise. After giving Qing Feng a thumbs up, Emperor Jun turned his gaze towards the Grand Supreme. According to our agreement, my young friend Qing Feng has illuminated the path of the future for my brother and me. The Chaos Bell shall be bestowed upon the Grand Supreme. Thus far, there has not been a single saint in the realm. Apart from Honghuang, the strongest among the four levels who have transcended Luo includes the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, to become guardians akin to the four extremes. Both Emperor Jun and Tai are already content. More importantly, the starry sky contains 365 main stars, representing 365 realms of fortune. By mastering the starry expanse, they also grasp the key to controlling the primal spiritual energy of the wilderness. What could they possibly desire beyond this? Therefore, I extend my gratitude to both of you, dear friends. An invaluable treasure exchanged for a clear path to the future. This is indeed a win-win situation. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged a knowing glance. As the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, suddenly, Fuxi exclaimed with delight, "Sister, you have achieved enlightenment?" All the powerful beings turned their gazes in unison towards Nüwa. They beheld that the essence of creation emanating from Nüwa grew ever more intense. And as she placed her palm upon the newly fashioned serpent-shaped clay sculpture, the laws of creation surged into the sculpture, and under the watchful eyes of the gathered powers, the previously lifeless effigy began to exhibit signs of vitality, its body swaying, eyes blinking, and finally, boom, a fresh wave of life energy erupted, and the postnatal being, the serpent, was completely birthed into existence, transforming from death to life. My path is realized. Nüwa slowly opened her eyes, her aura now transcending that of the formidable beings present, soaring to an entirely different level. Sister, you have truly succeeded? Fuxi approached in a frenzy of joy. The gathered powers sheathed their treasures, eagerly looking towards Nüwa. Nüwa turned, offering a slight smile to Qing Feng before replying. I have comprehended the cultivation path following the Luo. The path I have attained is the law of the universe, the method of enlightenment practiced by the primordial chaos deities. In simpler terms, it is the ultimate realization of a law. For instance, my path of creation, when I can use the power of creation to transform death into life, is when I condense the fruit of creation and achieve the day of attaining the primordial Luo. Primordial? The fruit of the Tao? The mighty beings all turned their gazes towards Nüwa, who nodded slightly and remarked, upon achieving the great Tao's completion, one gains mastery over the laws. A preliminary understanding of these laws allows one to cultivate a nascent Tao fruit, signifying a half step into the chaos. A complete comprehension, however, condenses the power of the laws into a singular Tao fruit, merging with the primordial spirit. From that moment, every action resonates with the laws, marking the attainment of the great chaos. Beyond this state lies the mastery of the rules, culminating in the condensation of the primordial rule Tao fruit. As for that echelon of existence, I am not privy to it. Furthermore, the rule Tao fruit is said to transcend the world, requiring one to venture into the primordial realm to possibly achieve its formation. Nüwa sighed softly, acknowledging that with her innate gifts, the chance of attaining the primordial Tao fruit seemed bleak. Perhaps only Pangu from ancient times had a fleeting opportunity to glimpse it. Thus, it became evident that beyond the great Tao lies the chaos. The Tao fruit of the laws is indeed a formidable challenge. Fuxi stroked his chin, his expression revealing the weight of the situation. We are all great Tao beings. How could we not be aware of the arduous nature of comprehending the laws? To this day, within the vast expanse of the wilderness, aside from Nüwa who embarked on the path of the laws, has anyone else traversed this road? The ancestral beings of the dragon, phoenix, and qilin, alongside the four extremes such as the azure dragon and white tiger, have all chosen the path of safeguarding the wilderness. As Fuxi concluded his statement, aside from the three pure ones who remained confident, the likes of Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestral witches exhibited expressions of concern. Particularly, the 12 ancestral witches, who were born with a natural law at their disposal, understood all too well the difficulty of mastering the laws and condensing the Tao fruit. Though they had existed through several epochs, their cultivation had only led to a familiarity with their innate laws. Mastery remained an elusive jest. At this moment, Nüwa recognized how disparaging her brother's words could be and promptly sought to alleviate Fuxi's plight. I have now comprehended the laws of creation and can condense the Tao fruit of creation. I can presently validate the Tao, thus opening a grand path for all of you. She added, soon, all can witness and perhaps glean some insight. Excellent. The mighty beings collectively fixed their gaze upon Nüwa, pondering that with her validation of the Tao, they too might learn alongside her. Yet, just as Nüwa prepared to act, a voice interrupted her. Your Highness, please refrain. Everyone turned in unison, discovering that the speaker was none other than Qing Feng. Why do you hinder me, Qing Feng? Nüwa questioned, her tone sharp. Had it been anyone else but Qing Feng, who had often aided her in validating the Tao, she would have undoubtedly pursued the matter further. Your Highness, it is not my intention to impede you. Rather, should you validate the Tao, there will surely be those who rise to obstruct you. Qing Feng protested earnestly. Have you forgotten the last time, when you created the post-heaven flora, and someone intervened? Hongjun. Nüwa's expression darkened, her countenance turning grim as she uttered the name. The other mighty beings exchanged puzzled glances, and Fuxi, present at that moment, hastily recounted the incident when Hongjun had attempted to prevent Nüwa. Your Highness. Baize recalled what Qing Feng mentioned at the immortal volcano regarding Honghuang, and advised, the young friend speaks the truth. Should you continue on the path of validation, it is likely that Hongjun will once again seek to impede you. Given Hongjun's strength, we are no match for him. At that moment, he would undoubtedly interrupt your sermon. But why would he seek to obstruct me? Nüwa clenched her teeth, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Qing Feng. Qing Feng displayed a pained expression. Your Highness, I am merely a Yuan immortal. What I previously stated were mere idle musings of mine. Such significant matters are beyond my comprehension as a Yuan immortal. Even if I were privy to such knowledge, I would be unable to disclose it. The realms of heaven, earth, and humanity coexist. You embody the path of humanity, while Hou Tu represents the path of the earth. These matters pertain to the future. How could I dare to speak of them? What? You say I have already divulged something at the undying volcano? Please, I was merely speaking in a drunken stupor. As long as I do not acknowledge it, who could possibly compel me otherwise? Moreover, the future I mentioned, who can ascertain its authenticity? Do you know who the demon master is? Honghuang. Even his own sister is on the verge of attaining enlightenment. Do you believe Fushi would still join the demon clan now? As long as I deny it, no one can press me regarding the matters of the future. Behind me stands the three pure ones. Chapter 29, The Departure of the Mighty. Taishang, from this day forth, you shall address me as master. You little rascal. Nüwa saw through Qing Feng's disguise at a glance, or rather, all the powerful beings present discerned his pretense. After all, Emperor Jun had previously divulged all that Qing Feng had uttered during his time in the Phoenix clan at the undying volcano. Yet, out of respect for the three clear ones and considering he had already shared quite a bit, it would be inappropriate to press further. Then tell me, when should I attain enlightenment? I do not dare claim ignorance. Nüwa's delicate eyes glinted with playful anger as she flicked her finger, summoning a colossal ethereal finger that pressed against Qing Feng's forehead. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian was about to interject. But Nüwa cast a glance his way. I regard this young lad as a beloved junior, a little reprimand, and you wish to intervene? The Taishang and Yuanshi, flanking either side, grasped Tongtian's shoulders and pulled him behind them. As you are a senior, dear Nüwa, you are naturally entitled to discipline as you see fit. Qing Feng, filled with sorrow and indignation, turned back. Master, you are selling me out like this? Am I no longer the cherished child you nurtured? Taishang and Yuanshi averted their gazes, unable to meet Qing Feng's eyes. It was evident to all that Nüwa would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force in the primordial world, her status even posing a threat to Hongjun. Even Yuanshi, the proudest among the three clear ones, had to concede to Nüwa's future might. Given this, why hinder her? Acquiring a disciple equates to gaining an ally, does it not? It poses no detriment to them. Now, may I offer a suggestion? Qing Feng twitched his lips. Did not Hongjun previously mention the need for unity? Such unity must be of utmost significance to him in the future. And when the time comes for the lady to attain enlightenment, I believe he will be too preoccupied to impede you. Furthermore, the three teachings of the Purple Cloud's Palace concern the primordial path above the Great Luo. Does the lady not wish to first hear and perfect her own path to enlightenment? No one has claimed that the path to enlightenment can only be traversed in a single manner, have they? Nüwa blinked. More than one path. And it can be played this way? This. I find my disciple's reasoning quite cogent. After numerous interruptions in his attempts to protect Qing Feng, Tongtian finally seized the moment to speak. Currently, Hongjuan's combat prowess remains uncertain, and with the possession of the primordial treasure, perhaps even united, we may not stand a chance against him. It would be prudent to wait until he is too occupied with his own unity, allowing Lady Nüwa to first attain enlightenment in the primordial realm, thus enabling her to contend with Hongjun. Should we ultimately sever ties with him, we will still have an opportunity to negotiate. Your words hold merit, my friend. Nüwa pondered briefly and agreed with Tongtian's proposal. However, during the third lecture, Hongjun will undoubtedly create disturbances. In the follow-up, you may accompany this young lad, Qing Feng. No. Qing Feng instinctively wished to refuse. But Nüwa's suggestion was met with unanimous approval from the ancestral witches, the three clear ones, and the two emperors of the demon clan. Thus, the decision for Qing Feng to accompany them to the Purple Cloud's Palace for the third lecture was firmly established. After agreeing to advance and retreat together at the Zixiao Palace, and establishing a means of communication, Nüwa, Emperor Jun, and the ancestor witches did not linger any longer. They all departed from Kunlun Mountain to return home and reflect on the insights gained that day. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to their companions, the three pure ones refrained from conversing with the other disciples. Grasping Qing Feng, they turned back into the Taijing Palace. Outside the palace, upon witnessing Qing Feng, an outer disciple, being drawn into the palace by the three pure ones, the onlookers assumed he was receiving special attention to compensate for the teachings he had missed in recent days. Long Ear's eyes reddened with envy as he remarked, "Senior brother, look at that Qing Feng. He is so favored by our masters. If outsiders were to see this, they might believe he is the true direct disciple of our master." Duobao silently gazed at the closed doors of Taijing Palace. his heart a tumult of emotions. Contrary to Long Ear's assumptions, he did not harbor jealousy towards Qing Feng. On the contrary, witnessing the numerous powerful beings of equal standing with the three pure ones engaging in lively conversation with Qing Feng only filled him with admiration. Clearly, his own cultivation and status surpassed that of Qing Feng, yet in the eyes of those eminent figures, only Qing Feng existed, as if he were invisible. How did Qing Feng manage to achieve this? Senior brother? Senior brother? Noticing Duobao's silence, Long Ear called out twice in haste. Duobao returned to his senses and glanced at Long Ear, saying, "Instead of concerning yourself with Qing Feng, you would do better to focus on your own cultivation and strive to attain the Dao fruit of the great Luo. When that time comes, I shall personally request Master to accept you as a direct disciple." Long Ear fell silent. Great Luo? What a jest! As the senior brother, are you not also only at the xianxia level? There remains a significant gap to the realms of Jingxian and Tai Jingxian. Observing Long Ear's lack of courage to brave the challenges ahead, Duobao sighed internally, choosing not to engage further. He turned and returned to his own residence. Senior brother, wait for me, Long Ear called out, hastily pursuing him. On another note, Guangchengzi smirked with derision, addressing his fellow disciples. Indeed, we are beset by scoundrels, indulging in slander and deceit. Such base character is unworthy of being a disciple of the three pure ones. However, his remarks were met with silence, and Zihong unexpectedly interjected. Yet, Qing Feng is genuinely valued by our uncle. Not just by him, but also by our granduncle and our master, who hold him in high regard. The painful truth rendered Guangchengzi utterly speechless. He shot a fierce glare at Zihong, as if to say, "What are you implying? Do I lack vision?" Returning to the palace, after summoning Qing Feng, the three pure ones scrutinized him from their lofty cloud platform, their gazes inspecting him as if he were a peculiar artifact. Qing Feng, unable to withstand their peculiar stares any longer, took the initiative to speak. "Granduncle, second master, I actually..." As his words began to flow, Taishang interrupted, earnestly inquiring, "Qing Feng, I shall ask you one thing. Do you acknowledge your identity as a disciple of the three pure ones?" Qing Feng was about to respond without hesitation. "Of course. Think carefully before you answer." Once again, Taishang interrupted Qing Feng's discourse, his demeanor remarkably earnest and his voice strikingly calm. This time, Qing Feng had yet to contemplate, but he inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute and earnest as he directed it towards his three venerable elders. Ever since the disciple gained consciousness, he had been rescued from Mount Zizhou by the three masters, who had imparted their wisdom with utmost care. In the disciple's heart, the three masters had long been regarded as paternal figures. Thus, the disciple's address to Tongtian has consistently been master rather than respected teacher. To call one master signifies both a mentor and a father, embodying the disciple's profound respect. Beside them, Tongtian puffed out his chest with pride, casting a glance at his elder brother and second brother. "Behold, the extraordinary disciple I have taken under my wing." Yet, no one paid him any mind. A smile of satisfaction crept upon Taishang's lips. "Excellent. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as Grand Master." "Huh." Qing Feng looked at Taishang in astonishment, to which Taishang responded with a gentle smile. "What? Are you unwilling?" "On the contrary, it is a privilege I could only wish for." Qing Feng fervently shook his head, then hesitated. "But, if I were to call you Grand Master, would I then be considered an inner disciple or an outer disciple? Or am I still merely the disciple of my master? Your master is of no concern to me. Under my tutelage, you shall be my foremost inner disciple. Elder brother, you are usurping my disciple." Tongtian lamented, a note of grievance in his voice. Chapter 30. Qing Feng, remember this, no matter how exceptional you may be, you are still a disciple of the Sanqing. Taishang disdainfully cast a glance at Tongtian. With a wave of his hand, the newly acquired chaos bell soared into the air, hovering above Tongtian's head, immobilizing the surrounding space and time, rendering him utterly silent despite his frantic struggles. Then, he turned his gaze to Qing Feng, who had yet to kneel, and frowned slightly. "What is this? Are you unwilling?" "The disciple is certainly willing." Qing Feng shook his head and replied hastily, "It is just that I feel unworthy. You see, my cultivation is merely at the Yuanxian level, and I am even inferior to the outer disciples like Chang'er. So how could I possibly be your personal disciple? You, at times, think too much of others." Taishang sighed, extending his hand into the void. A spiritual hand materialized above Qing Feng's head, gently patting him. "Do you realize that your previous adventures in the wilderness and your words today will bring you endless peril?" Qing Feng lowered his head and answered, "The disciple understands. However, just as Qing Feng intended to express his desire to cultivate the favor of great powers, in hopes of better aligning himself with them. He was interrupted by Taishang's subsequent words. Yet, you still couldn't bring yourself to tell them. Qing Feng, you are simply too kind-hearted. In that moment, Qing Feng found himself at a loss for words. Qing Feng, it was then that Yuanshi spoke. You have always believed that I would. At this point, Yuanshi paused, casting a disdainful glance at Tongtian. The Dao I comprehend would be at odds with the third brother? Thus, you have deliberately avoided this matter, guiding me to comprehend the way of harmony with heaven? Second master, I. Qing Feng eagerly sought to refute. He merely thought that the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects were too narrow-minded. Such audacity at a young age to speak of the paths of one's elders. One ought to be reprimanded. The disciple acknowledges his error. Meeting Yuanshi's eyes, filled with mirth, Qing Feng rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling that remaining silent was indeed the wisest choice. Compared to you, my newly accepted disciples. Humph. Yuanshi coldly snorted, evidently displeased with his own direct disciples. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as second master. No worries. Help me discipline your fellow disciples. Ah. Qing Feng stared at Yuanshi in astonishment. Is this right? As an outer disciple of the Jie sect, you want me to call you second master? And to supervise disciples of the Chan sect? Is that appropriate? At this moment, Tongtian finally broke free from the chaos bell, furiously shouting, Elder brother, second brother, how can you steal my disciple? Clearly, you both refused to accept him at that time, and I took him in. Oh, now we regret it. What? Do you have any objections? Yuanshi calmly turned his head, looking at Tongtian as he uttered these words. The innate pressure stemming from bloodlines rendered Tongtian stammering, his face flushed, unable to utter a coherent sentence. You, how can you do this? Clearly, I was the first to. If you have no objections, then be silent. With a dismissive gesture, the primordial master cast forth a cloud of celebratory essence from the heavens. As the luminous shield descended, it enveloped the chaotic bell that had just caught up, shrouding the surroundings once more. No, master uncle, second master uncle, you all. Two discontented snorts, accompanied by a condescending gaze, fell upon Qing Feng. He shivered involuntarily, sensing that if he did not amend his words, he might face dire consequences. Master, second master. Two. Only then did a sound of satisfaction resonate. Do not hold back, Qing Feng, speak freely. Well, regarding my current cultivation and strength, is it truly fitting to be the foremost disciple of the three pure ones? Does it not lack a touch of prestige? This indeed posed a dilemma. The Supreme One nodded, unexpectedly aligning with Qing Feng's sentiments. A wave of relief washed over Qing Feng. He genuinely had no desire to assume the role of the foremost disciple of the three pure ones. What merit lay in it? It was burdensome and troublesome. Better to be an outer disciple, where, as long as he garnered enough goodwill from the three pure ones, he doubted any true disciple would dare provoke him. Furthermore, today he had even won favor from Nüwa, Hou Tu, and even the demon clan. If the three pure ones could not provide salvation, as an outer disciple, he could still escape, could he not? Should he become a true disciple, fleeing would amount to betraying his sect, a disgrace in the primordial realm. You see, I believe it is best for me to be. His words were still disregarded by the three pure ones. The Supreme One then directly addressed the primordial master. Bring him along during the third sermon. At that time, assist Nüwa in attaining enlightenment and accumulating merit, and help other comrades achieve great deeds. With these accomplishments, surely no one among our ranks will harbor discontent. Wait, you really intend to take me to the Xixiao Palace? I am a variable. An anomaly. What if Hongjun discovers me? There is no need for such complications, the primordial master replied, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Within the three pure ones, who dares to dissent shall be expelled. When did you become so domineering, second master? Well, it seems you have always been quite overbearing. But to be our chief, one must possess sufficient prestige. Let it be decided thus. After the third sermon at the Xixiao Palace, we shall announce his status as the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, the Supreme One firmly concluded. Agreed. This time, the primordial master concurred with the Supreme One. The entangled Tongtian and the younger Qing Feng were entirely overlooked in their opinions. Master, second master, I. Qing Feng attempted to protest once more, only to be interrupted again by the Supreme One. Qing Feng, I know you harbor many secrets, and you possess a kind heart. Often, you fear dragging us three down. But I must tell you, regardless of your secrets or your aspirations, pursue them boldly. We three will protect you. Remember, you are a disciple of the three pure ones. More so, you are the foremost disciple of the three pure ones. Feel free to act freely. We shall always have your back. Master. Qing Feng gazed at the Supreme Elder, profoundly touched. Despite having revealed so much of his true self, despite having fabricated a tapestry of lies and prepared to confess most of the future, why are you all so benevolent towards me? The words of my elder brother resonate with me. There is no need for trepidation, nor the necessity to tread lightly in our endeavors. Go forth with confidence, for we are here to support you. It is indeed rare that the original one openly uttered words of protection. Second master, and I, your master also. Silence you. The chaos bell resounded, and the celestial clouds unfurled once more, cutting off Tongtian's words. Do not emulate your third master, who rushes about heedlessly. The original one cast a disapproving glance at Tongtian, then smiled at Qing Feng and said, you should rest for now. Do not forget. The 3 lectures at Xixiao Palace in 30 years. Chapter 31. 30 years later, the 3 lectures of Xixiao Palace as Qing Feng departed from Taqing Palace. He was engulfed in a haze of despair, solely focused on returning to his own abode, utterly oblivious to the gazes of his fellow disciples. The likes of Duobao and Guangchengzi felt a surge of discontent. Yet, the imposing presence of a great power visiting kept them from daring to provoke him. Thus, Qing Feng made his way directly back to his sanctuary, immersing himself in his cultivation, intent on breaking through to the Yuanshan realm in 30 years. Hoping to draw less attention in the process, time flowed like water, and the years whisked by like a shuttle. In the realm of cultivation, the passage of time is inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, 3 decades had elapsed. Perhaps it was true that merit could indeed aid in cultivation. With the grace of the post-heaven botanical merit bestowed by Nüwa, Qing Feng had navigated his cultivation journey smoothly over these 30 years. The bottleneck from Yuanshan to Jinshan was shattered within a mere year. 3 purities. Is there truly a bottleneck in the transition from Yuanshan to Jinshan? Isn't it the case that one can easily break through as long as one sets their mind to it? Finally, he advanced to the early stage of Jinshan. After spending over 20 years stabilizing his cultivation, the summons from the 3 purities had arrived. Qing Feng, promptly emerge from your seclusion and come to Taqing Palace. The voice of the Supreme Elder echoed in Qing Feng's ears. With confidence, he emerged from his residence, soaring on a cloud to land outside Taqing Palace, only to have his confidence evaporate in an instant. What in the world? He had merely been in seclusion for 30 years, yet the cultivation levels of these disciples. I could easily obliterate you talentless freaks. On the left, among the disciples of Yuqing, the leader Guangchengzi had already attained the golden immortal realm, while the rest were at least at the Xian immortal stage, vastly surpassing him. The longest-serving disciple. On the right, Duobao was also at the golden immortal realm, with Jinling and Wudong both at the peak of Xian immortal, poised to break through to golden immortal with just a single lecture. Even Kong Xian, who had entered the fold last, after switching to the Dao of Shangqing, had now reached the mid-stage of Xian immortal, completely catching up with the majority. In contrast, he, the so-called eldest disciple of the 3 purities, was the sole Jinshan. Senior brother, you have arrived. Upon seeing Qing Feng, Kong Xian was the first to scamper forward eagerly. Beside him, Chang'er's eyes glistened with frustration. Unable to suppress a remark, Senior brother Kong Xian, there is a hierarchy. You are his direct disciple, and it is he who should address you as senior brother. I prefer to call him senior brother Qing Feng. It is none of your concern. Kong Xian was, after all, the prince of the Feng clan, endowed with exceptional talents and unparalleled comprehension. Though he appeared subservient before Qing Feng, referring to himself as a junior, in front of others, he remained the proud prince of the Feng clan. You. Chang'er's face shifted from pale to flushed, casting a glance at Duobao. He dared not offend the direct disciple, yet he failed to consider that Duobao would not jeopardize his relationship with his own junior or the unfathomable Qing Feng for him. You truly have spoken out of turn. After a warning to Chang'er, Duobao nodded towards Qing Feng. Junior brother Qing Feng, it has been some time since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed progressed, yet it cannot compare to that of senior brother. Qing Feng replied with a smile, then respectfully bowed to Wudong and Jinling. Greetings, senior sister Jinling. Senior sister Wudong. Without hesitation, Jin Lingang smiled in return, and another mocking voice echoed through the air. What an extravagant display, arriving last. One must remember that our senior brother was the first to arrive. Turning around, Qing Feng noticed that among the disciples of the second master, there was Chijingzi. His gaze instinctively shifted to Guangchengzi, the current chief disciple of the second master. Those familiar with the myths of Huaxiao would know that Chijingzi was merely Guangchengzi's loyal sycophant. His audacity to provoke me surely stemmed from Guangchengzi's instructions. Brother Guangchengzi, are you displeased with your junior? Guangchengzi slightly raised his eyelids, casting a glance at Qing Feng, remaining silent. Yet, His silence allowed his sycophant to voice their sentiments. A mere outer disciple, called by the master, dares to arrive last instead of waiting early at the palace square to greet him. One wonders how the master instructs his disciples. Within Taiping Palace, Tongtian's expression had darkened, casting an unfriendly gaze at Yuanshi, second brother, arrogant and self-important. Before Tongtian could express his ire, Yuanshi had already begun to criticize his disciple. This is precisely one of the reasons I chose Qing Feng to be the chief disciple under my tutelage. These disciples have strayed, and I require Qing Feng to rectify them. Tongtian was taken aback, but moments later, displeasure returned to his visage. It's easy for you to say, second brother. Given the nature of your disciples, if Qing Feng's cultivation were superior, that would be one thing. But if it is inferior, how can these rascals possibly obey him? Who says combat prowess is solely determined by cultivation level? Yuanshi calmly replied, spiritual treasures and techniques are also decisive factors in determining victory. Besides, cultivation is merely a number. If we desire, we could easily elevate someone to the level of a Duobao. What difficulty would that present? Furthermore, it is precisely because Qing Feng's cultivation and talent are inferior to theirs that I require him to help me discipline my disciples. With such words spoken, Tongtian could hardly miss Yuanshi's intent. Yuanshi was determined to thoroughly reprimand his disciples. But what if they still refused to heed him? Tongtian inquired. This time, Yuanshi's response was particularly resolute. Then they are unworthy to be my disciples of Yuqing. Outside the palace, the disciples of Yuqing remained oblivious to their master's opinions on them and continued to provoke Qing Feng. Brother Guangchengzi, are you dissatisfied with your junior? In what manner has your junior offended you? Qing Feng turned his head, directly targeting Guangchengzi. He too found it perplexing, wondering when he had wronged the other. Guangchengzi did not even turn his head, and Shijingzi stepped in to intervene. It is I, your senior brother, reprimanding the junior. What business do you have with the senior brother? Seeing this situation, even with Qing Feng's good temper, his expression darkened. Is it that my senior brother is intent on causing trouble for me? It was not that the senior brother wished to trouble him. Shijingzi shook his head vehemently. It is merely that your actions contravene the principles of respecting teachers and valuing education. I am merely reminding my senior brother. Respecting teachers and valuing education? Qing Feng scoffed coldly. If we follow what the senior brother has said, that outer disciples should wait outside the palace to greet when summoned by the master, then should not our junior brother from Nanji be stationed at the door? The Crimson Essence was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the Antarctic immortal, only to find his expression had darkened considerably. It is worth noting that although the Antarctic immortal is also an external disciple, he was the first to join the ranks of the Yuqing sect. Furthermore, due to his just conduct, he garnered the original intent of the sect, earning the title of chief among the external disciples. This position was intended to impose discipline on the other external disciples of Yuqing. In terms of status, he is certainly not inferior to Guangchengzi. Brother Antarctic, I do not mean to target you. Oh, if it is not directed at the external disciples, then it must be specifically aimed at the external disciples under my master? Qing Feng smirked, placing an even larger burden upon Qi Jingzi's shoulders. Chapter 32. The Disciples Face Punishment. Qing Feng rushes to the Zixiao Palace. Qing Feng, cease your nonsense. I have never entertained such thoughts. Qi Jingzi's eyes blazed with urgency as he turned to scold Qing Feng. Just as Qing Feng was about to heap more accusations upon Qi Jingzi, a stern, somewhat pedantic voice resonated from within the hall ahead. Why do you linger? Enter the palace at once. Junior brother, we must go, came the calm voice of Guangchengzi, who then stepped into the hall alongside Duobao. Behind them, Qi Jingzi shot a fierce glare at Qing Feng, his lips barely moving. Remember this. He then followed Guangchengzi into the hall. Qing Feng smirked, thinking to himself, wait until I return from the Zixiao Palace. Then we shall discuss your position as the chief disciple of the three pure ones. The disciples filed into the hall one after another, bowing in reverence. Greetings, great uncle, second master, and master. Rise, the supreme one gestured lightly, allowing the disciples to stand. Primordial took the lead in questioning. What was the commotion at the palace gates? The disciples exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Even Qing Feng, the only one audacious enough to voice his thoughts, chose silence, knowing that his relationship with the second master required no further explanation. He could hardly believe that the esteemed three pure ones would be ignorant of the uproar outside. After a prolonged silence, Primordial's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi, you speak. Taking a deep breath, Guangchengzi stepped forward. Master, it was Qing Feng Jr. brother who arrived late, causing Qi Jingzi Jr. brother to fear he might impede your important matters, so he offered some guidance. However, Qing Feng Jr. brother was defiant. which led to their quarrel. Believing he understood his master's temperament, which valued rules and respect, Guang Chengzi was confident that the master would side with him. To his surprise, Primordial did not even glance in his direction, instead directing his gaze at Qi Jingzi. Qi Jingzi, have I ever stated that disciples must arrive at the palace first and wait for their elder brothers? Cold sweat trickled down Qi Jingzi's forehead as he stepped forward. Mustering the courage to reply, not that I am aware of. Is there any such regulation in the rules of the Yuqing sect? Primordial inquired further. No, there's not. Qi Jingzi wished to argue that this was a customary expectation, yet upon meeting Primordial's frigid gaze, he could only lower his head. Without any rules, and with no directive from me, why do you believe Qing Feng is at fault? Disciple. Qi Jingzi could not articulate a coherent response under the pressure of the inquiry. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Guang Chengzi hastily interjected, Master. Qi Jingzi merely intended to teach Qing Feng junior brother the importance of respecting one's elders. At this moment, Tongtian could no longer restrain himself and made a sarcastic remark. So, according to my esteemed nephew, I should wait at the palace gates for my second brother before I am permitted to enter? Otherwise, it implies I disrespect him? My esteemed nephew would not dare. Guang Chengzi bowed his head, yet defiance flickered in his eyes. Primordial then added, I have never waited for my elder brother. Master. Guang Chengzi lifted his head in disbelief. Master, are you undermining your disciples? What the master speaks is indeed the truth. In formal occasions, elders and juniors must enter the palace in an orderly fashion, as dictated by etiquette. However, this does not imply that the disciples or juniors must wait at the palace gates before their arrival. Such behavior is arrogance, not proper decorum. The disciple acknowledges his error. Guang Chengzi's face bore a hint of indignation, yet under the immense pressure of the situation, he was compelled to lower his head. The three purities, seated atop the cloud platform, perceived the dissatisfaction in Guang Chengzi's eyes and collectively sighed inwardly, recognizing that this disciple required thorough guidance. Since you are discontent, you shall remain within the palace for reflection. The original one stated bluntly, Qing Feng, accompany me to Xixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Duobao, you and the others shall ensure that the junior brothers and sisters remain at Kunlun Mountain to guard the mountain gate. This journey is fraught with danger, a place you cannot tread. Tongtian, after explaining to Duobao, nodded to Taishang and Yuanshi, saying, Elder brother, second brother, it is time to depart. Very well. Taishang waved his sleeve, and the Linglong Pagoda of Honghuang enveloped the three purities, together with Qing Feng, as they soared from Taiji Palace towards Xixiao Palace. After the three purities had left, Duobao rose and led the junior brothers and sisters out of the palace, not uttering a single word throughout the entire ordeal. Yet, this silence only intensified Guang Chengzi's disdain, prompting him to speak. The direct disciples still allow an outer sect disciple to seize the initiative. You. Jinling immediately contemplated retorting, but was halted by Duobao, who turned back and remarked with a faint scorn, Indeed, we do not enjoy the same favor as junior brother Qing Feng. But neither are we foolish enough to envy our fellow disciples, only to end up facing a closed-door reflection. Junior brothers and sisters, let us depart. We must guard Kunlun's three purities peak and have no time to squander in the palace. Duobao emphasized the phrases three purities peak and squander, which caused Guang Chengzi's face to flush with anger. Once they exited the palace, their mocking words echoed back within. Those fools still believe we would envy junior brother Qing Feng? He is a child nurtured by our masters, raised under their watchful eyes. Were it not for his low cultivation, fearing the burden would be too heavy. He would have long been accepted as a direct disciple. This bond is one we cannot rival. Have you not noticed he addresses our master as master? Lacking discernment, he deserves his punishment. Furthermore, the reason our senior brother can attend Xixiao Palace to listen to the teachings is due to the favor of other powerful beings. If one cannot even grasp this, how can they aspire to be the eldest disciple of Yuqing? The disciples of Shangqing exchanged barbs, especially Kong Xian's jibes, which left the chastised disciples of the Chan sect within the palace utterly humiliated. Guang Chengzi was on the verge of losing his composure. Qing Feng, very well. I shall remember this grievance today. On another note, having departed from the Kunlun Mountains and en route to Xixiao Palace, the original one suddenly inquired, Qing Feng, Guang Chengzi provoked you today. Do you harbor any resentment? Master, may I express my displeasure? Qing Feng initially intended to dismiss the notion, yet the vivid image of Qi Jingzi, fervently seeking to create trouble, rendered him incapable of tranquil reflection. What a jest! I have already acquiesced before the likes of Zhu Wu and the formidable Yao Di. And yet, before you mere 12 golden immortals, who are destined to be outclassed by the disciples of the can I truly cower? Have you not seen that even among the second-generation disciples, the one who will be hailed as the foremost beneath the saints, Tongtian, must address me with the utmost respect as his senior brother? What are you in comparison? Remarkable. I initially believed that my grievances would incite some discontent in Yuanshi. Having prepared to placate him, Qing Feng was instead met with a commendation. Remember this dissatisfaction. Once the teachings in Xiao Palace commence, these disciples shall be entrusted to your guidance. Chapter 33. Entering the Purple Cloud Palace, where 3,000 great powers assemble. Soon, under the protection of the three purities, Qing Feng, accompanied by his masters, arrived at the chaotic realm where the Purple Cloud Palace was situated in just a few days. Before his eyes stood a magnificent purple palace, towering amidst the vast chaos. Outside the palace, 3,000 great powers had already been waiting for a considerable time. Surprisingly, the three purities were the last group of mighty beings to arrive. My esteemed friends, it appears you have arrived rather late today, greeted a benevolent middle-aged man with flowing red hair as he approached the three purities. Daoist Hongyuan, it has been quite some time. Taishang replied with a slight nod towards the red-haired figure. Qing Feng gazed at Hongyuan with intrigue, pondering if this was indeed the first kind-hearted person of the primordial era, one who could even relinquish a sacred position. Although the sacred position might not be of great worth, it had incited conflicts among formidable beings such as Hongyuan, Mingyi, Kuanping, and Emperor Jun. What could Hongyuan possess that warranted such careful schemes from Hongjun? And beside him must be the future progenitor of the Earth Immortals, the one who possesses the ginseng fruit tree and the Earth's fetal membrane, Yuanshi. Truly, he exuded an aura of celestial elegance, captivating in his demeanor. Observing Yuanshi's composed and steadfast appearance, Qing Feng felt a genuine sense of trust blossom in his heart. Especially considering the historical records of Yuanshi risking everything for Hongyuan in battles against Emperor Jun and Kuanping, it was impossible not to feel a kinship and desire for camaraderie. My esteemed friends, regarding the matters discussed that day, before Qing Feng could finish his contemplations, Emperor Jun, accompanied by Tai, Bays, and others from the demon clan, approached from afar. Rest assured, we have adhered to our prior agreements. You need only await the appointed time, Taishang replied calmly, casting a barely perceptible glance at Qing Feng. Emperor Jun nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at Qing Feng before leading his group away from the three purities. Hongyuan blinked, instinctively asking him, when did the three esteemed friends have dealings with the demon clan? My esteemed friends, regarding the agreed matters. Before he could complete his sentence, Hou Tu, accompanied by her 11 brothers and sisters, approached, eagerly inquiring. Taishang quickly responded, fear not, we shall honor our agreement. Thank you, esteemed friends. The witch clan will remember this. Hou Tu expressed her gratitude, though her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Qing Feng. Taishang, anxious that she might inadvertently reveal something, quickly added, we are all friends. Such a minor agreement shall certainly not be violated. Esteemed friend, the other 11 ancestral witches felt the teachings were enlightening. You must secure a good position this time. Thank you for the reminder. Hou Tu nodded slightly before leading her ancestral witches away. Hongyuan watched Hou Tu depart, then glanced towards the retreating demon clan, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. Was it not said that the demon clan and the witch clan were at odds and frequently clashed? Why did it seem that the three purities maintained amicable relations with both factions? Free fellow Taoists, you. The three of you have made a pact. Nüwa approached with Fushi, gently ruffling Qing Feng's hair. Beside them, Hongyuan and Yuanshi promptly greeted, we pay our respects to Daoist Nüwa and Daoist Fushi. There was no way around it. Nüwa was the only one, aside from Hongjun, who had transcended to the great Dao through self-cultivation in the primordial chaos. Rather than forcibly breaking through using fate, such as the four extremes, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, etc. Such extraordinary talent and comprehension, who in the primordial world could possibly question it? We pay our respects to both Taoists. Nüwa nodded to the two and then shifted her gaze towards Taishang, delicately continuing to stroke Qing Feng's head. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Everything will proceed as agreed. Taishang replied, prompting Nüwa to release a sigh of relief and once again ruffle Qing Feng's hair with a bit more force. Since you are here at Xiao Palace, make sure to listen attentively. Do not miss this great opportunity. Do you understand? Understood, Your Highness. Qing Feng responded in a muffled voice, somewhat disoriented. Your Highness, could you please refrain from ruffling my hair? I am a man. Are you not aware that a man's head and a woman's waist are forbidden areas of touch? Nüwa, what are you saying? The three. Hongyuan was increasingly astonished and was about to inquire further when a pair of large hands suddenly grasped him from behind. one hand covering his mouth and the other locking his throat, forcibly pulling him away. As they whisked Hongyun away, Zhen Yuanzi did not forget to apologize to the three pure ones. Dear fellow Taoists, my old friend is simply a bit too curious. Please do not hold it against him. Having said that, without waiting for a response from the three pure ones, he had already dragged Hongyun to a corner. Then came the distant echoes of phrases like curiosity kills the beast, and you dare to pry into what the goddess has said. Seeing this unfold, Qing Feng couldn't help but shake his head in silence. With such emotional intelligence and curiosity, in a world like the primordial chaos, who would survive? Did they not notice how other great beings observed the three pure ones conversing with others, merely with curiosity, not a single one daring to inquire? Taishang also did not focus on Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun. Once the two had departed, he softly began to introduce Qing Feng to the great beings present. That emaciated Taoist is called Randang. In the early stages of the great Tao, in terms of strength, your master could easily dispatch him with a single blow. The one with a shadowy visage and somber demeanor, clad in black robes, is Kunpeng. Your master should be able to narrowly defeat him. And this individual is known as Pan Wang, who has attained perfection in the great Tao and is said to have broken through during the era of the three clans. Residing in the south, your master is slightly inferior. Elder brother, let's stick to the introductions. Must you measure me against such standards of combat? Amidst Qing Feng's chaotic protests, he became acquainted with all the Taoists present at Zhixiao Palace for the teachings. After Taishang introduced the last individual, a resounding boom echoed as the doors of Zhixiao Palace swung open. Dear fellow Taoists, can you hear me? A voice resonated within Qing Feng's mind. Before he could respond, over 20 voices replied in succession. I am Yuanshi, open to communication. I am Tongtian, open to communication. I am Dijuan. Nüwa. Once all had responded, Qing Feng finally replied, Esteemed seniors, Qing Feng acknowledges your presence and is open to communication. From this moment forth, Feng Er, should you perceive any discrepancies in Hongjuan's teachings, convey them through your inner voice. The voice of the Supreme One resonated once more. Qing Feng sighed softly within. Ultimately, he had embarked upon the path of opposing Hongjuan. After all, he merely sought to cling to a powerful patron, aspiring for immortality and a place among the greats, to coexist with the cosmos for eternity. Fortunately, his masters, being true mentors, did not leave him to confront Hongjuan directly. Disciple, understood. Excellent. Then let us proceed to the hall. The group exchanged discreet glances. The Supreme One led the way, guiding Qing Feng, with the original one to the left and the heavenly one to the right, followed closely by Nüwa, Fuxi, Zhen Yuanzi, Kunpeng, and other fellow practitioners. As they entered the palace in succession, preparing for the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 34. The true path of the great Tao is established through strength and law. Upon entering the hall, Qing Feng was the first to notice the boy and girl standing beside the grand entrance. The boy, though young, possessed a delicate yet dignified countenance. Evidently the future Jade Emperor of Haotian. The girl appeared charming, yet her expression bore an air of aloofness, resembling more a figure of authority than a mere child. Thus, these two are destined to become the Jade Emperor of Haotian and the Holy Mother of Yaoqi. Indeed, Hongjun has a discerning eye in selecting his disciples. A thought suddenly flashed through Qing Feng's mind. Could it be that their potential to become the supreme beings of the primordial realm was predetermined by fate rather than by Hongjuan's influence? In other words, they were destined to be the primordial sovereigns. Hongjuan's acceptance of them as disciples might have inadvertently intensified the burdens they bear, perhaps even drawing scorn from the powerful. Reflecting on this, Qing Feng decided to employ the primordial artifact he had crafted, a treasure that connected their thoughts. It was through this artifact that they could converse with one another under Hongjuan's watchful gaze. Master, what was the cultivation level of these two children when they first arrived? Why does this concern you, disciple? Are these two children remarkable in some way? Tongtian quickly grasped the situation and inquired within the realm of thought. Qing Feng responded, Please answer my question first. Nüwa replied, I recall this matter. When they first arrived, I gifted them a few red fruits. They were at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal upon their first visit to the Zhixiao Palace. Dijuan added, Indeed, I remember. They were indeed Tai Golden Immortals. Dijiang remarked, My younger sister even mentioned to me that the Tao ancestor is truly exceptional. Even the gatekeepers are of Tai Golden Immortal stature. Huda questioned, Young friend Qing Feng, is there something amiss with this matter? The assembly of mighty beings fell silent, awaiting Qing Feng's response. A thought flickered in Qing Feng's mind. Perhaps planting a seed of doubt could lead to bringing these two celestial sovereigns into his fold. It's nothing much. I merely find it rather peculiar. Clearly, the aura emanating from these two children is no less than that of my master. Why then would a figure of such grandeur willingly assume the role of a child? Hongjun, why would you take them as disciples? Spending time together and possessing cultivation that rivals that of your disciples, is it not preferable to accept them as disciples? Thus, I wonder if they, like my master, the ancestral witches, and the demon emperor, carry special destinies. Deliberately taken in by Hongjun as disciples, the eyes of the great beings darted about, contemplating the possibility of such a scenario. This matter shall be set aside for now. We will discuss it in the future. Taishang interrupted Qing Feng's conjecture. Regardless of whether these two children were indeed of the primordial realm or possessed special fates, their current association with Hongjun as his disciples rendered it irrelevant to them, perhaps even positioning them as adversaries. Therefore, focusing on the present was of utmost importance. Qing Feng felt a gentle squeeze on his hand. They continued onward, joining their second and third masters to take their seats on the three cushions at the front row. He found himself positioned behind the three masters. Disciple Taishang, primordial, Tongtian, pays his respects to the master. Qing Feng lifts his gaze towards the cloud platform, where he sees Hongjun seated majestically. Apart from a luminous jade disk that has appeared behind his head, he bears no distinction from the figure observed at Mount Buzhou. Hongjun casts a brief glance at Qing Feng, who stands behind the three, revealing a hint of surprise, yet he utters not a word and closes his eyes once more. Noticing Hongjun's silence, the three pure ones, Nüwa, and others feel a wave of relief and take their seats in the familiar positions from which they had previously listened to the teachings. With the final individual settled, a resounding boom echoes from the entrance as the Zixiao Palace seals itself, and Hongjun finally opens his eyes again. The third round of teachings commences. Focusing on the Tao of primordial unity following the Great Luo, Hongjun begins to expound upon the content of this third discourse. There are three methods of attaining enlightenment. The most formidable path is the one of the laws, wherein one comprehends and masters these laws, ultimately crystallizing the fruit of the Tao of primordial unity. This method is exceptionally powerful, yet exceedingly difficult to traverse. It is the path of enlightenment of the chaos demon gods prior to the opening of the Honghuang. The great Pangu himself attained enlightenment through this very path, grasping the law of power. The outcome, as you are all aware. At this juncture, Hongjun deliberately pauses, his gaze drifting toward Nüwa, seemingly mocking her audacity. Nonsense. Qing Feng, present at the scene, fearing that his masters might waver in resolve, hastily projects his thoughts into the spiritual treasure's mind communication group. The law of power is the foremost among the 3,000 laws. Only the law of power necessitates the opening of a world to crystallize the fruit of the Tao. Moreover, given the cultivation of the great Pangu, if he merely sought to attain primordial unity, why would he need to create such a grand world as Honghuang? He could have established a lesser world and achieved enlightenment long ago. His failure stemmed solely from the hubris of the Father God, resulting in his downfall. The Father God Pangu did not attain the fruit of primordial unity. Rather, he aspired to leap across two grand realms of enlightenment. Nüwa interjects, indeed, if I were to pursue enlightenment now, I merely need to demonstrate my comprehension of the laws, complete the Honghuang, and fully create a race as my path to enlightenment, thereby crystallizing the fruit of primordial unity. It is nowhere near as absurd as Hongjun claims. Qing Feng concurs exactly. What our adversaries oppose, we should champion. Since Hongjun expresses such disdain and disparagement, it only affirms that the path of law is indeed the rightful route to attain primordial unity. Even if we do not succeed, comprehending and mastering the laws should be our main focus. Furthermore, as we advance, we could also comprehend and master the rules, no? In an effort to steer his masters onto the correct path of cultivation, Qing Feng even articulates his conjectures regarding the future avenues of immortality from his past life. To comprehend the laws and master the rules, to grasp the principles, to command the regulations? Nüwa murmurs within the mind communication group. Ah, so this is the true path of cultivation. Taishang interjects, enough of this discussion, let us continue to listen to Hongjun's teachings. Within the mind communication group, what appears to be a cacophony is, in truth, a swift exchange of thoughts that hardly consumes a few seconds. Observing the crowd lost in contemplation, awestruck by Qing Feng's words, Hongjun feels a sense of satisfaction and proceeds with his teachings. The second method pertains to the three corpses path to enlightenment. Based on the innate spiritual light of the primordial treasures, one must sever the ties of goodness, evil, and the self, merging into the primordial treasures until ultimately becoming one. This process culminates in the attainment of the Tao fruit of the harmonious origin, allowing one to ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. This method is considerably simpler and more fluid compared to the path of proving through laws. With merely 3 primordial treasures, one can achieve enlightenment. Moreover, each severance of a corpse results in a transformative increase in power, making it more accessible than the law-based path, and is indeed the method I primarily cultivate. However, the pursuit of enlightenment remains a formidable challenge. Bah? Nonsense. The moment I hear of this method, its glaring flaws are apparent. Chapter 35. The path of slaying the 3 corpses, akin to a delectable dragon meat laced with potent poison. Oh, why does young friend Qing Feng assert such a notion? Hasn't Hongjuan already attained the Tao? In the Mind Voice group, the most intrigued, Dijuan, posed an inquiry. It is quite straightforward. Several pivotal questions lie before us. Without hesitation, Qing Feng articulated the doubts surrounding the path of the 3 corpses from both past and future. Innate spiritual treasures can indeed slay corpses, yet these treasures are finite. Each practitioner requires no less than 3 innate spiritual treasures. Is there a sufficient supply? Furthermore, the strength of the corpses slain by different innate spiritual treasures must surely vary. One cannot expect the corpses from inferior treasures to match those from superior or even supreme innate treasures. Ultimately, in pursuit of the Tao, will not the mighty of the primordial era contend for the finest innate treasures? In the event of a grand conflict among the powerful, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. With countless lives lost and the primordial realm shattered, is this path truly suitable for the majority of beings in the primordial era to attain the Tao? Or does the heavenly Tao genuinely permit such a method at the cost of the world's destruction? Lastly, and most critically, how does one achieve the fusion of the 3 corpses? Different categories of innate spiritual treasures possess distinct innate auras and embody varied laws. How can these forces harmonize into a singular entity? Moreover, for similar innate treasures, one requires not just 3, but 3 that must fortuitously form a complete set. What are the odds of that occurring? Additionally, there exists a significant flaw. Goodness, evil, and the self represent the purest emotions of sentient beings. If all 3 corpses are slain, what remains? One's true self, or a heartless heavenly Tao? While initial concerns regarding the required similar treasures and potential conflicts could be tolerated by the mighty, that final statement plunged the great beings in the Mind Voice group into silence. Indeed, if goodness, evil, and self are extinguished, even if one attains the Tao, who would they truly be? Thus, is this method rendered futile? A profound sense of dissatisfaction echoed from Tai in the Mind Voice group, even though he and Dijuan could ascend to a quasi-Hunyuan level akin to the 4 extremes. They aspired to coalesce into Hunyuan fruits of the Tao and become formidable Hunyuan beings, rather than remain trapped in the cosmos, devoid of freedom. Yet, to truly pursue the laws of the Tao, with Panga's failure preceding them, their confidence was indeed waning. A thought crossed Qing Feng's mind. He tentatively suggested, one must rely on innate spiritual treasures to support the 3 corpses, which certainly harbors pitfalls. Yet, this path may represent an unconventional route to the Tao. What do you mean? Nüwa inquired eagerly. She was asking on behalf of her brother Fuxi. The younger generation merely contemplates, aside from the 3 corpses. Is there truly nothing else that can be severed? For instance, the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Is it conceivable to coalesce the fruits of the 7 emotions and 6 desires? What if one employs the most extreme emotions to slay the corpses, without reliance on innate treasures? Or perhaps, merits and incense? The moment these words were uttered, the entire Mind Voice group fell into a profound silence. All the mighty were astonished by Qing Feng's hypothesis. Fruits of the 7 emotions? Fruits of the 6 desires? More radically, is it possible to sever a singular emotion? All paths lead to the Grand Tao, who decreed that only through the laws and the 3 corpses can one achieve the Great Tao. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Hongjuan began to elaborate on the 3rd method of attaining enlightenment. The final approach to enlightenment is the path of virtue. At this moment, Hongjuan spoke slowly. In essence, it entails performing great deeds of merit, through which the heavenly Tao bestows virtue, connecting heaven and earth, allowing the primordial spirit to embody the heavenly Tao, thereby granting the authority to wield the laws. I also refer to this as the path of the sage. A sage is one whose primordial spirit is anchored in the void, immortal and indestructible. Even though those who rely on the power of the laws through the heavenly Tao may be slightly weaker than those who follow the path of the laws or the path of the 3 corpses. The unique characteristic of immortality granted by the heavenly Tao ensures that, in protracted conflict, the sage will inevitably prevail. The path of virtue is indeed a grand avenue. Suddenly, Hou Tu interjected in the group. Young friend Qing Feng, Our ancestral shaman also acquired merit while refining the Earth's veins. Can this merit be utilized for enlightenment? Hou Tu, I am merely a primordial immortal. How would I know? Qing Feng chuckled wryly, hastily reinforcing the notion that he was just an ordinary primordial immortal. I merely have a broader imagination. Please do not regard me as an omniscient being. No worries, Qing Feng. Feel free to share your thoughts. Taishang spoke to reassure Qing Feng. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng replied, if the primordial spirit embodies the heavenly Dao, being immortal and indestructible, might it be possible that the price of life and death is also under the control of the heavenly Dao? And if Honghuang unites with the heavenly Dao, wouldn't life and death also be under his dominion? Upon hearing this, Hou Tu, who had just been excited, fell into an immediate silence. However, merit is undoubtedly a valuable asset. It can aid in understanding the Dao. The merit of the heavenly Dao can assist one in grasping the laws governed by the Dao, while the merit of the grand Dao can lead to comprehension of the grand laws. As long as the primordial spirit does not anchor in the void. Is that not sufficient? Fearing that others might be discouraged, Qing Feng quickly added. At this moment, Hongjuan observed that the three pure ones, Nüwa, Dejuan, and Tai, remained silent, refraining from questioning him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Fortunately, their silence did not deter others from seeking answers. The affluent Taoist Kunti, with gleaming eyes, inquired, Teacher, may I ask how one becomes a sage? Is it merely through performing virtuous deeds? Not at all. In addition to performing virtuous deeds, one must also obtain the authority of the heavenly Dao to become a sage, Hongjuan explained, as he spread his hand, revealing several strands of supreme and precious purple qi. Under the heavenly Dao, there are 9 sages. Among my disciples, there shall be 7 sages, Taishang, Pangu, and Tongtian. Having said that, Hongjuan's gaze first landed upon the 3 pure ones. These 3 are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, blessed by Pangu's legacy, bearing the merit of creation. They may become my direct disciples, if you are willing. All eyes, filled with envy and jealousy, turned in unison towards the 3 pure ones. The merit of creation and the primordial purple qi signify their destined ascension to sagehood. This world seems exceedingly unfair. Even Nüwa, Dejuan, Hou Tu, and other great beings in the Heart Sound group could not help but harbor feelings of envy. Congratulations to the 3 friends, truly deserving of being Pangu's true heirs, destined for sagehood. A multitude of congratulatory voices resonated in the Heart Sound group. Yet, the 3 pure ones did not accept immediately. Instead, they chose to consult Qing Feng in the group. Qing Feng, my disciple, do you think we should accept? Once one attains sanctity, they will inevitably be governed by the heavenly Dao. Yet, to refuse such a path would surely incite the displeasure of Hongjuan. Master, I confess my ignorance. Qing Feng lamented in the group chat, expressing his genuine bewilderment. Is there truly no method to attain sanctity while simultaneously evading the control of Hongjuan? Yuanshi pressed further. As your second disciple, I am merely a true immortal, prone to fanciful musings. When it comes to practical execution, I am at a loss. Qing Feng replied. However, esteemed masters, I believe that even if you regard them with disdain, you might still bestow wisdom upon your disciples. Surely not every disciple under your tutelage can be a prodigy capable of enlightenment on their own. Indeed, for instance, I personally do not mind being governed by the heavenly Dao. Chapter 36 The Targeting of Red Cloud by Hongjuan raises questions. You need not ponder. You must embark on the path of the laws. Taishang seemed to discern Qing Feng's thoughts, interrupting his musings. There is one more concern. Qing Feng momentarily despaired before recalling something, hastily advising, if I were to take on a master, the title of master and disciple. Fear not. As long as you do not attain sanctity and remain unbound, Yuanshi replied without hesitation. Qing Feng was taken aback. Master, are you not one who values propriety and decorum above all? How could such words of betrayal escape your lips? This shatters your esteemed image. The 3 pure ones had no time to indulge in their disciples' thoughts. Noticing Hongjuan's furrowed brow from his silence, Taishang, along with the 3 pure ones, rose in unison. Bowing deeply, disciples Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, pay respects to our master. Well. Hongjuan nodded in satisfaction, casting forth 3 strands of primordial purple qi toward the trio. As the purple qi descended towards their foreheads, the 3 reacted swiftly, each sweeping their sleeves. While they had not mastered the art of spatial manipulation to the extent of Xuanyuanzi, creating a small space to contain the primordial purple qi was well within their capabilities. Observing that the primordial qi had not settled within the 3 pure ones' consciousness, Hongjuan frowned slightly and cautioned, the primordial purple qi can be transferred. You three should absorb it within yourselves to prevent it from being seized by others. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Taishang flattered. As your direct disciples, we are naturally under your protection. Surely, in the vast wilderness, none would dare to seize what you bestow upon us. Such a precious treasure as the primordial purple qi. We wish to study it after our demise to achieve the utmost sanctity, fulfilling your expectations. Qing Feng stared at Taishang in astonishment. Master, your flattery is clearly a reflection of my teachings. You owe me royalties. Just a single innate spiritual treasure will suffice. Hongjun was left speechless by Taishang's flattery. He could not claim that the three pure ones' reverence for his gifts was misplaced. Reluctantly, he composed himself and turned his gaze to the next individual seated on the mat. He was confident that the three pure ones would not resist the allure of attaining sanctity. Nüwa, your path of creation has begun to take shape, and you shall achieve great merit in the wilderness. Thus you may become my direct disciple. Do you accept? Nüwa hesitated briefly. Qing Feng, you rascal. If you are willing to be shameless, Nüwa, you could indeed take on a master for the sake of the primordial purple qi. You may have no use for it, but it could benefit the esteemed Fushi, could it not? No need, You speak wisely. Nüwa interrupted Fushi's words within the collective consciousness. At their level, matters of face truly held little significance. Nüwa, I pay my respects to my master. Nüwa then rose and bowed to Hongjun. Hongjun felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Nüwa's premature breakthrough into the primordial realm would disrupt his plans. Now that she had agreed to take on a master, it was indeed the best outcome. With a flick of her finger, a stream of primordial purple energy soared towards Nüwa. Much like the three pure ones, Nüwa utilized the sleeve of her universe to receive it. Hongjun, observing this scene, cast a discontented glare at Taishang. In his eyes, it was a precedent set by Taishang himself. Otherwise, why would Nüwa act in such a manner? As he witnessed the four individuals seated on the mats being accepted as disciples and bestowed with the primordial purple energy, Jane and Yuanshi became anxious. They lamented, Master, we have hastily traveled from the west. Master, the west is impoverished. The earth's veins are shattered, the spiritual treasures are lost, and the situation is unbearable. Even cultivation has become a challenge. Jane and Yuanshi wept profoundly. To Qing Feng, there might have been an element of theatrics, yet the tragedy was undeniably real. Enough, enough, Hongjun sighed. In the past, my battle with Luoho ultimately harmed the West. You two have diligently worked to mend the earth's veins over the years, contributing to the primordial realm and rectifying my past mistakes. Thus, I shall accept you as external disciples. Do you consent? Upon hearing they would be accepted as disciples, the two cared not whether they were inner or outer disciples. Obtaining the primordial purple energy was paramount. They immediately rose, bowing deeply, exhibiting greater reverence than even the three pure ones, or Nüwa. Disciples, pay respects to the master. Two streams of primordial purple energy were released, entering their third eyes. Unlike the three pure ones and Nüwa, they did not resist and happily accepted it, witnessing the effectiveness of their pleas. Other disciples began to prostrate themselves, eyes fixed on the last stream of primordial purple energy in Hongjun's hand. Master, we are impoverished. Master, your great compassion should not only extend to your direct disciples. Master, as your personally appointed leader of the male immortals, do I not deserve a share of primordial purple energy? Countless voices of supplication echoed through the purple sky palace. Even the ancestral witches and Emperor Jun, to avoid Hongjun's scrutiny, bowed down, pretending to solicit the primordial purple energy. Then, with a sigh, Hongjun tossed his hand. Since all of you desire the primordial purple energy in my possession, let it be distributed by chance. Under the ravenous gazes of the crowd, the primordial purple energy turned and fell into the body of Hongyun. Hongyun was instantly elated, preparing to bow down, oblivious to the intense envy reflected in the eyes of countless powerful beings behind him, especially Qingfeng and Mingyi. Yet, Hongjun seemed oblivious, merely raising his hand slightly to prevent Hongyun's prostration. Do not thank me. This is your opportunity. You and I share no master-disciple bond. Below, Qing Feng, seated behind Taishang, felt a flicker of terror and instinctively grasped Taishang's robe. Hongjun intends to utterly doom Hongyun. Hongyun is finished. Indeed. The voice of Fushi echoed in the group, a soft sigh of compassion. Greed blinds the mind. Hongyun must perish. Esteemed seniors, I have a question. Qing Feng could not contain himself and spoke up in the group chat. The matter of Hongyun's abdication was also mentioned by my master. Today, regarding the primordial purple energy, it seems Hongjun is intentionally targeting him. Why do I feel that Hongjun desires Hongyun's demise? Could it be that Senior Hongyun possesses an extraordinary fate, intertwined with causality? Qing Feng's words ignited a flicker of intrigue among the crowd, their gazes upon Honghuang laden with scrutiny. Within the halls of Zixiao Palace, Honghuang appeared oblivious to the attention directed towards him, continuing his tasks unperturbed. In my earlier years, I traversed the primordial realms and acquired numerous treasures. Today, I shall bestow some upon you. Supreme One, a disciple responded. The Supreme One rose and returned the gesture of respect. With a graceful motion, Honghuang conjured a taiji diagram that drifted gently before the Supreme One. As the foremost disciple of the Xianmin and the leader of the Three Pure Ones, I grant you the celestial treasure of the taiji diagram, capable of stabilizing the earth, water, wind, and fire, as well as suppressing the flow of fate. Accept this gift. Chapter 37. The Division of Treasures at the Rock of Fortune. After the recognition of kinship, Nüwa, at last, embraced two robust thighs once more. Having already possessed the invaluable Chaos Bell, the Grand Master was fully aware of the treasure's worth and promptly accepted them without hesitation. Thank you, Master. Yuanshi, are you present? I am here. Yuanshi stood up. With a flick of his hand, Honghuang produced a gray, triangular banner imbued with an awe-inspiring sword aura, presenting it before Yuanshi. You too are a manifestation of Panga's primordial spirit. I bestow upon you the Panga banner, a treasure of creation, containing chaotic sword energy capable of severing all things and stabilizing fate. It shall serve as your means of protection. Thank you, Master. Yuanshi did not refuse, taking the Panga banner into his embrace. Tongtian, I am here. Tongtian rose, quietly awaiting his own reward. With a wave of his hand, Honghuang presented him with 4 swords, each radiating an overwhelming murderous intent, accompanied by a formation diagram. Your character is forthright, devoted to the path of the sword. Thus, I grant you the 4 swords, Zhu, Ju, Lu, and Xian, along with the formation diagram of the extermination of immortals. With these 4 swords, you shall create a grand formation, impervious to all but the 4 saints. Thank you, Master. Qing Feng watched as his master gleefully accepted the sword formation, noting the wary gazes of other powerful beings directed at Tongtian, feeling utterly speechless within. What about my dear master? Honghuang has deceived you, and you still rejoice? What nonsense is this about only the 4 saints being able to break it? He has merely established you as the enemy of all saints. Furthermore, this flawed sword formation isn't even a congenital spirit treasure. It is merely an acquired treasure refined by Luo Hu, having devastated the Western lands and being abhorred by the heavenly Dao. It can be said that whoever possesses this treasure is destined for misfortune, for rather than suppressing fate like the taiji diagram or the Panga banner, it will instead lead to one's own downfall due to the disdain of the heavenly Dao and its malevolent energy, draining one's fortune. The reason for the tragic fate of the Jiejiao in the end was precisely due to this cursed formation. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts. Indeed, he could not even share them in the Heart's Voice group. For although this formation was indeed a pitfall, its power was undeniable. Forming the array could allow one to stand against 4. While it could not be utilized or comprehended, it could still serve as a sacred treasure for the sect if sealed away. As long as it remained unrefined, that would suffice. In an instant, Qing Feng discovered a solution to that wretched extermination of immortals' sword formation. Within the Zixiao Palace, the bestowal of treasures continued. Nüwa, you have great merits to fulfill. I bestow upon you the supreme congenital spirit treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, and the red embroidery ball. They will surely prove useful in the future. Thank you, Master. Nüwa gracefully accepted these 2 treasures, not placing much significance upon them. After bestowing treasures upon his 4 direct disciples, Honghuang fell momentarily silent. Observing that he had received nothing, Jie and Zhuan began their familiar performance. Master, you cannot be partial. We in the West are truly impoverished. Enough, enough. As their lamentations began, Honghuang, already exceedingly impatient, cast forth several spirit treasures, the 12th grade merit golden lotus to stabilize fate, the azure lotus banner for unparalleled defense, along with the empowering divine staff and the 6 pure bamboos, all of which were exquisite congenital spirit treasures, and bestowed them upon you both. 2 individuals embraced their treasures, overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Nüwa cast a fleeting glance of discontent. Although she did not regard Honghuang as her teacher, the fact that the gifts bestowed upon her direct disciples bore resemblance to those given to outer disciples left her feeling quite unsatisfied. Observing the scene, other powerful beings noted that tears seemed to yield treasures, prompting them to emulate this behavior. Honghuang, appearing decidedly impatient, waved his hand dismissively and gestured towards the distant Zixiao Palace. All my other treasures are located on the Funbao Rock. You may take as you please in return for further teachings. The collective consciousness stirred, and the three pure ones, along with Nüwa, were the first to dash forward, closely followed by disciples such as Emperor Jun and Tai. Even the 12 ancestral witches, lacking spiritual consciousness and the ability to wield spiritual treasures, rushed out in pursuit of these divine artifacts. The three pure ones arrived first. Taishang retrieved the Taiji diagram, enveloping 30 to 40 treasures within it, including exquisite innate spiritual treasures like the 8 scenery palace lantern and the flame light banner. Upon witnessing this, Yuanshi produced the Panga banner, emulating the actions of Taishang. The Yushu Lioli lantern, the central Hou Tu apricot yellow banner, and other prime innate spiritual treasures, along with an additional 70 to 80 artifacts, fell into Yuanshi's possession. Seeing this turn of events, Tongtian hastily brought forth the Zhuxian formation diagram and unleashed it. However, to the astonishment of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Nüwa, he inadvertently gathered over 1,000 spiritual treasures. How could this be? Staring at the overflowing treasures within the diagram, Tongtian was taken aback. Yet, Qing Feng remained unfazed. Observing the approaching powerful entities, he urged his master to quickly stow away the treasures. Master, I have a theory. Let us discuss it later. Very well. Tongtian understood and promptly complied. Nüwa stepped forward, utilizing the Mountains and Rivers Society diagram to collect over 20 treasures. Subsequently, Emperor Jun, Tai, Xuanxia, and other powerful beings arrived, each claiming a number of treasures, some even exceeding 10. Notably, Emperor Jun and Tai amassed over 100 treasures, clearly surpassing Tongtian in their collections. Though the quality of these treasures may be somewhat lacking, likely all of lower grade. At that moment, Hou Tu approached and handed a banner to Qing Feng. Young friend, our Wu clan lacks spiritual consciousness and is not adept at utilizing treasures. I have only managed to seize this one, and I present it to you as a token of gratitude. Qing Feng looked down and noticed the banner's imposing aura. The plain Cloud World banner? Wasn't this a spiritual treasure of the Queen Mother? It was later bestowed to the Yaoqi by Hongjun. How did it end up in Hou Tu's hands? However, before Qing Feng could ponder further, the treasures on Fenbao Rock had already been completely divided among the arriving powerful beings. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Feng realized the significance of the plain Cloud World banner, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 directions flags, transformed from the leaves of the chaos Qinglian. To forsake it would be foolish. Regardless, he was determined to seize this opportunity with Hou Tu. Thank you, Hou Tu. Aunt. Hou Tu was taken aback, and Qing Feng, with audacity, continued, You were formed from the essence of Pangu, while my masters are manifestations of spiritual consciousness. In terms of kinship, does that not make you their sister? Thus, addressing you as aunt is entirely appropriate. With a suppressed laugh, Hou Tu looked towards the 3 pure ones. That depends on whether your master agrees. You cheeky little rascal. Tongtian could no longer restrain himself and delivered a sharp blow to Qing Feng's head, causing him to clutch his head in agony. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, and a silent agreement was reached. Taishang stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke. Since it is recognized by Qing Feng, if you do not mind, Dao Hou Tu, why not accept him as a disciple? It is a rare opportunity. Hou Tu was overjoyed and affectionately ruffled Qing Feng's hair, declaring, Very well, from this day forth, I shall be your esteemed aunt, dear Qing Feng. You rascal, you acknowledge Lady Hou Tu as your aunt, but not me? Do you believe I am unworthy of you? As she spoke, a swift smack landed on Qing Feng's head, causing him excruciating pain and bewilderment. Clutching his throbbing head, Qing Feng looked at Lady Nüwa with a pitiful expression. I have always dreamed of acknowledging you as my elder, but I feared you might not regard me favorably. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and acknowledge me. Lady Nüwa raised her hand in a threatening gesture. Qing Feng hurriedly scurried behind Tongtian and timidly suggested, What if you became my dear aunt? My dear aunt. That sounds quite delightful. Be obedient and call me aunt. Lady Nüwa nodded in satisfaction, urging Qing Feng to address her accordingly. Reluctantly, Qing Feng stepped out from behind Tongtian and bowed respectfully. Qing Feng pays his respects to my dear aunt. Such a good boy. With a flick of her wrist, Lady Nüwa presented him with a scroll that landed in his hands. I do not fancy this trinket, so I bestow it upon you. It was only then that Qing Feng realized that the gift from Lady Nüwa was none other than the map of mountains and rivers, recently bestowed by Hongjun. Chapter 38. The sermon concludes, and the connection severed. My lady, this is far too precious. How could I possibly accept it? Qing Feng exclaimed in terror, his hands gesturing frantically as he stepped back. This was the illustrious map of mountains and rivers, a spiritual treasure recently bestowed by Hongjun upon Lady Nüwa. renowned throughout the annals of mythology. Why ever not? Nüwa replied impatiently, tossing the scroll into Qing Feng's embrace. The plain-colored cloud banner from Hou Tu is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This one is no different. Or do you suggest that your dear aunt is of lesser importance than your beloved little aunt? As she uttered the last phrase, Nüwa narrowed her eyes, her pupils constricting like an infuriated cobra. Qing Feng shook his head vehemently. No, you and Lady Hou Tu are both individuals I hold in the highest regard. Then that settles it. Accept it. Nüwa insisted once more, forcefully placing it back into Qing Feng's arms. Were it not for the sense of duty I felt emanating from the red embroidered ball, I would have no use for this trinket gifted by Honghuang. From Nüwa's words and demeanor, Qing Feng discerned her palpable disdain, ultimately resigning to stow the map of rivers and mountains within his leopard skin pouch. So, my little aunt, must I gratefully accept this? He pondered hastily. Nüwa waved her hand dismissively, then turned towards the three pure ones and others. The treasure has been received. Shall we return to listen to the teachings? The Grand Master regarded his disciple. Just as Qing Feng was about to nod, a sudden thought struck him. Reminiscent of the time travelers from novels of his past life, who invariably sought another invaluable treasure upon their return. Wait. Qing Feng abruptly pivoted and dashed towards the now barren splitting treasure rock. Master, I desire this. The Grand Master blinked, and moments later, his expression brightened. I had almost forgotten. How could the splitting treasure rock, capable of holding thousands of innate spiritual treasures, be anything but extraordinary? The Taiji diagram soared forth, enveloping the splitting treasure rock, lifting it with a gentle tug. The rock stirred slightly, but did not rise. What a remarkable item! Primordial's eyes lit up as he cast forth the Panga banner. With the combined efforts of the two grand treasures and the two eminent figures, the splitting treasure rock, deeply rooted in the chaos, suddenly shook and was finally wrapped by the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner, soaring towards the position of the onlookers. As it flew, the splitting treasure rock shrank in size, and by the time it landed before Qing Feng, it was scarcely half a person's height. Upon unveiling the Panga banner and Taiji diagram, a large bronze cauldron manifested before everyone. The aura emanating from the cauldron was astonishing, rivaling even that of the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner. An innate supreme treasure? This is the Qianquan cauldron, but it seems to defy the innate with its postnatal essence. Upon sensing the cauldron, Qing Feng immediately recognized its origin and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The Qianquan cauldron? The three pure ones and Nüwa exchanged perplexed glances, their eyes fixated upon the cauldron. The splitting treasure rock turned out to be a supreme treasure, and they were permitted to claim it? A thought crossed Qing Feng's mind, and he promptly pushed the Qianquan cauldron towards Nüwa. Dear aunt, you gifted me a treasure. Allow me to present you with a token of my gratitude. The Qianquan cauldron is for you. How can this be? Nüwa instinctively shook her head. How could I accept a gift from you? Dear aunt. Qing Feng forcibly placed the Qianquan cauldron into Nüwa's embrace, addressing her. This is indeed a treasure. How could a mere true immortal such as myself possess it? Even if I were to take it, it would be a case of the innocent suffering for the guilty, as it would undoubtedly be seized by other great powers. More importantly, dear aunt, you are well versed in the Dao of creation, and with this cauldron in your hands, its full potential can be realized. If you truly feel uncomfortable accepting it, you may simply forge a few more treasures for me in the future. Qing Feng implored Nüwa to accept the offering through the voice channel, while he leaned closer to her ear, enveloping his words with his magical essence, whispering, esteemed aunt. This treasure can return one from the acquired to the innate state, and your understanding of the Tao of creation will surely benefit your future path to enlightenment. Bestowing it upon you is merely a matter of ensuring its optimal use. We are family, so please do not stand on ceremony. Upon hearing the phrase we are family, Nüwa's eyes flickered, and with a graceful wave of her sleeve, the Qianquan cauldron vanished into her robe. Since it is your filial offering, dear Qing Feng, I shall accept it. That is how it should be. Qing Feng replied with a grin, returning to stand beside Tongtian. His gaze briefly fell upon Hou Tu, prompting him to approach her and say, Aunt, do not feel envious. This treasure is better suited for esteemed aunt. When I encounter something that fits you, I shall surely present it. Very well, I trust you. Hou Tu replied with a radiant smile, akin to a blossoming garden, exuding captivating beauty. Satisfied, Qing Feng returned to Tongtian's side, signaling that they were ready to depart. Oh. Attempting to flatter every influential figure and ensure no one feels neglected is truly arduous for a junior like me. Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Qing Feng, for the first time questioning not only his own abilities but also the teachings of his brothers, the entire Sanqing lineage. How could such a resourceful young lad emerge from a trio of renowned powers? Upon their return to the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, seated high upon his cloud platform, surveyed the assembly without uttering a word. Once all disciples had returned to their places, he began to expound upon the paths of the quasi-saint and the primordial chaos. As recounted in mythical history, when Hongjun spoke, countless golden flowers of merit and ethereal blooms of spiritual energy cascaded forth, his voice resonating like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating within the hearts of the great powers. Unfortunately, Qing Feng's cultivation was still too low for him to comprehend the teachings. Qing Feng, if you cannot understand, then focus on your cultivation. The Zixiao Palace is a rare celestial paradise, especially vibrant with spiritual energy during Hongjun's teachings, providing an ideal opportunity for absorption and growth. Understanding this, Qing Feng decisively activated the upper clear immortal art. An abundance of spiritual energy flowers surged into his body, resonating with the teachings, aiding his cultivation while simultaneously purifying his body of impurities and enhancing his innate qualities. 3,000 years swiftly passed. At last, the teachings concluded. The golden flowers and spiritual blossoms dissipated, as if they had never existed. Qing Feng awakened from his reverie and assessed his cultivation. He had attained the perfection of the mysterious immortal realm. With an understanding of the Dao, he could achieve the golden immortal fruit, thereby attaining the golden immortal realm, where he would share eternal life with the heavens. Moreover, it appeared that his innate qualities had improved as well. To understand, his current physical endowment has been refined through the cleansing of various spiritual treasures, including those of Huangzhong and Li. After comprehending the Dao for 3 millennia, his aptitude has ascended to a higher echelon. In simpler terms, if he were merely an ordinary talent before, now he could certainly be regarded as a budding genius. Before Qing Feng could bask in pride, a palpable surge of energy rippled through the atmosphere. Qing Feng abruptly turned to follow the direction of this rising momentum and beheld the figures of Jane and Zuni seated on the same mat as his master, an ant in the front row, their auras steadily ascending. Then, Jane's brow illuminated with a radiant stupa, adorned with 7 treasures, soaring above his head. 5 energies rose from Jane's chest, coalescing into a vast sea of clouds above, wherein 3 blooming 9-petal Deluo lotus flowers materialized amidst the ethereal expanse. Good corpse, be severed. With Jane's thunderous command, the stupa soared towards the left Deluo flower. The left Deluo flower abruptly closed, enveloping the stupa within. As Jane trembled with intensity, a Taoist figure, strikingly similar to Jane, emerged, his countenance benevolent as he bore the stupa. The stupa, having recognized its original form, bowed respectfully to Jane. Jane smiled gently. You and I are of one essence. There is no need for excessive formality. The good corpse nodded, returning to the Deluo flower to sit cross-legged, while the 3 lotus flowers submerged back into the sea of 5 energies, vanishing from sight. Observing Jane, it was evident that he had transcended the confines of Deluo, his aura now indistinguishable from that of Nüwa herself. Chapter 39. The Provocation of Yuanshi and the Original Severing of Corpses. Before the crowd could fully grasp the overwhelming might of Yuansheng's presence, another thunderous voice resonated. To the right of Jane, Yuanshi likewise unleashed a torrent of clouds, revealing the flower of Dao, utilizing the Bodhi seed nurtured by his true form as a vessel for the benevolent corpse. He too severed a benevolent corpse. Benevolent corpse, sever. From within the flower of Dao, an elderly Taoist emerged slowly. Observing his form, he bore little resemblance to Jane, yet strikingly similar to Yuanshi, with a physique that was well-proportioned and robust, in stark contrast to Yuanshi's opulent appearance. Bodhi, I have encountered your true form. You and I are one and the same. There is no need for excessive formality. Yuanshi smiled in return, retracting the benevolent corpse into his body, casting a triumphant glance towards the 3 pure ones and Nüwa. The 3 pure ones and Nüwa merely cast a fleeting glance his way, disregarding him entirely, with only Qing Feng internally stirred by tumultuous waves. Indeed, the future master of Sun Wukong, Bodhi, is one of Yuanshi's 3 corpses. It is no wonder that Bodhi could harmonize with both Tao and Buddhism, first venerating the Xianmen and subsequently establishing the Buddhist sect, embodying the essence of both paths, is it not? With Jie and Yuanshi setting a precedent. The exceptionally gifted individuals of the Zixiao Palace subsequently severed their corpses. Zhen Yuanzi utilized the Shanhai Jing as a vessel for the benevolent corpse, severing it. Hong Yun employed the Jiao San Pahu Lu, also severing a benevolent corpse. Kuan Peng used the Beiming Palace as a vessel to sever an evil corpse. And the southern wilderness's Pan Wang, wielding the 10,000 evil Gujar, severed an evil corpse as well. In summary, following the conclusion of the third discourse, nearly half of the mighty beings in the Zixiao Palace had severed either a benevolent or evil corpse, resulting in an increase of over 1,000 quasi-saint powers across the entirety of the Honghuang realm. In stark contrast, the universally acknowledged strongest, three pure ones, Nüwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, sat quietly to the side, refraining from any action. Elders, do you truly find it impossible to comprehend the profound truths imparted by our master? Even we have successfully severed our corpses, yet you remain utterly still? Zhuan Ti's smug demeanor nearly compelled him to dance in front of the three pure ones. Tai Shang felt a flicker of derision within, maintaining a facade of composure while his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. A momentary lead does not guarantee perpetual supremacy. What significance does being a quasi-saint hold? If you are unconvinced, shall we venture outside to test our mettle? Tongtian boldly produced the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array, gesturing towards Zhuan Ti. Elder brother, you jest. Zhuan Ti repeatedly waved his hands, yet his face remained adorned with a mocking smile. The 3 of you are the true disciples of Pangu. Possessing unparalleled talent and comprehension, how could I, a mere outer disciple, possibly compare? I am already content to momentarily surpass you in cultivation. You, Tongtian, enraged, was about to rise when Yuanshi pressed him down with a hand. Third brother, sit down. Following this, he cast a cold smile at Zhuan Ti. We brothers merely wish to solidify our foundation, meticulously studying the merits and demerits of corpse severing before deciding our course of action. It appears that you have underestimated us. In that case, elder brother, why not demonstrate corpse severing for me to observe? Do not, second master. Qing Feng, in a state of alarm, sought to impede Yuanshi. Yet, having made his decision, how could Yuanshi be deterred? Suddenly, Yuanshi cast aside the Pangu banner, his eyes glinting with determination. Benevolent corpse, sever. Amidst the billowing sea of clouds, the Duobao flower on the right enveloped the Pangu banner, and with a sudden pull, as it blossomed once more, a figure emerged, resembling the primordial being closely, clad in black garments, exuding a formidable aura. He stepped forth from the Duobao flower, standing before the primordial entity. Yuqing, I greet my true self. You and I are one. There is no need for excessive formality. The primordial being inclined his head slightly, and Yuqing understood, turning back to step into the Duobao flower, merging into the primordial's essence. Subsequently, the primordial cast a disdainful glance at Zhuan Ti. Now that we are of the same realm, I need not rely on treasures to intimidate you. Shall we venture outside and test our mettle? Zhuan Ti fell silent, then obediently returned to his mat, too apprehensive to meet the primordial's gaze. Humph. The primordial snorted coldly, disregarding him, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of the Zixiao Palace. The palpable power that clearly surpassed that of other quasi-saints compelled all to bow their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Observing this, Hongjun finally spoke. The 3,000 years of teachings have concluded, and I have delivered my discourse thrice. I shall now merge with the heavenly Dao, and from henceforth, I shall no longer concern myself with the matters of the Honghuang. The assembly of mighty beings regarded Hongjun, whose ethereal presence seemed to hover on the brink of ascension. Dare I inquire, Master, after your unification with the Dao, who shall hold dominion, you or the heavenly Dao? The primordial inquired lightly. Hongjuan's gaze briefly flicked towards Taishang, then surveyed the other disciples in the palace. Perceiving the glimmers of greed in their eyes, he felt a tinge of mockery arise within. Hongjun is the heavenly Dao, yet the heavenly Dao is not merely Hongjun. Master, in your benevolence. The disciples bowed, their joy evident despite their attempts to restrain it. Very well, depart now. I shall commence my unification with the Dao. With a wave of his hand, the mighty beings of the Zixiao Palace found themselves involuntarily propelled out of the palace, landing in the plaza outside. Their expressions shifted dramatically, for they finally comprehended the disparity between themselves and the saints. Even having attained the status of quasi-saints, before the saints, they were but insignificant insects. Let us return to the Honghuang. I can scarcely contain myself any longer. A voice cried out within the collective consciousness. The mighty beings understood, their spiritual treasures coalescing as they refrained from exchanging pleasantries with others, making a beeline for the Honghuang. Only the remaining disciples of the Zixiao Palace exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why their peers were fleeing with such haste. Just beyond the confines of the Zixiao Palace, Taishang could no longer contain his wrath. Even in the presence of others, he rebuked the primordial. You, my second brother, why did you slay the corpse? Do you not trust the words of Qing Feng? Not at all. It is precisely because I trust that I must take such action, the primordial replied, shaking his head slowly as he explained to Taishang, Tongtian, and the other mighty beings. Among us in the Zixiao Palace, we are undoubtedly among the most gifted, are we not? Though Nüwa, Emperor Jun, and the ancestral witches remained silent, their proud gazes conveyed their shared belief. It is precisely for this reason that nearly half of the listeners in the Zixiao Palace have perished. If we do not slay one among us, would it not raise Hongjuan's suspicions? Upon the utterance of these words, even Qing Feng fell into silence. Furthermore, the failure to absorb the primordial purple energy had already aroused Hongjuan's suspicions. Thus, with a clear understanding of Hongjuan's machinations against us, the descendants of Pangu, it became imperative that one among us must sever the corpse, and it must be one of the three pure ones, leaving a sufficiently large flaw for our successful escape. Let it be me, exclaimed Tongtian in fury. As the youngest brother, it is my duty to sacrifice myself. You have comprehended the principles of the Sword Dao, a path that severs the heavens to seize the way. If you were to sever your corpse and attain sanctity, would that not be akin to delivering yourself into Hongjuan's control? Originally countered, effectively silencing Tongtian. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Tongtian quickly responded, but, second brother, would you not also be susceptible to control? My understanding aligns with the way of heaven, which inherently adheres to the principles of celestial order. The Tao of heaven serves as my greatest assistance in enlightenment, replied Yuanshi calmly. Moreover, let us not forget that we possess the finest treasures capable of bearing the three corpses. The treasures of creation, Taishang suddenly realized. Indeed, they held the three supreme treasures, derived from the Pangu axe. These treasures, a set of three, sharing the same origin, could unite as one. The concerns raised by Qing Feng could all be resolved. Furthermore, the Dao fruit formed by severing the three corpses with these supreme treasures would undoubtedly stand strong, even when compared to the mightiest of principles. Chapter 40. The Union of Hongjuan. Nüwa, this is your prime opportunity to attain enlightenment. Nüwa Fushi. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, Dijuan, Tai, and Beis all turned their gazes towards Taishang and Tongtian. That is the treasure of creation, an exceedingly rare artifact in the entirety of the primordial world. Would it truly be bestowed upon the original? Even if you are brothers, original, your confidence seems rather excessive. Does it not? Not only them, but even Qing Feng, who was raised by them, felt a twinge of apprehension. I have no issue giving it to you. But if you were to become a saint, can you truly ensure that you will not be controlled by Hongjuan? Taishang looked solemnly at the original, articulating each word with gravity. If I were to sever the corpse with the three supreme treasures, my strength would undoubtedly be on par with Hongjuan. The only potential for control lies in the authority of the heavenly Dao. The original nodded faintly, responding with unwavering confidence. I have a hypothesis. Perhaps the primordial purple qi is the authority bestowed upon the saints by the heavenly Dao. One portion may not suffice. But if we can gather multiple portions of primordial purple qi, we might indeed stand against Hongjuan. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, there are 9 saints under the heavenly Dao, which suggests that the Dao has allocated 9 portions of authority to its saints to assist in governing the primordial world. If one were to acquire multiple strands of purple qi, that authority could indeed be amplified, allowing one to contend with Hongjuan. It is akin to the relationship between a homeroom teacher and class leaders in a modern classroom. The homeroom teacher assists in managing the students, akin to the heavenly Dao, while the class leaders aid the homeroom teacher in managing the class. If all the class leaders unite, the homeroom teacher could be rendered powerless if they cannot be replaced. This is precisely the strategy that the original intended to employ. Since you, second brother, are confident, I shall undoubtedly lend my full support. Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian flicked his finger, sending the portion of primordial purple qi allocated to him towards the original. The original extended his hand to receive it, and then produced his own strand of purple qi to draw near. As he had predicted, the 2 strands of primordial purple qi merged upon contact, becoming one thicker strand with a deeper hue. Taishang observed this spectacle, recognizing the truth in the original's words, and no longer hesitated. Then I shall impose upon you. Dear brother. He pressed his finger to his forehead, summoning the Taiji diagram, the chaos bell, and his own primordial purple qi, all of which flew towards the original. The original did not hesitate, directly receiving the chaos bell and the Taiji diagram. As the purple qi merged once more, it transformed into a rich, deep purple. As allies, we shall assist each other. At that moment, Nüwa suddenly spoke, also casting her purple qi towards the original. I find no use for this purple qi. and I do not wish for my elder brother to wield it, lest he fall under Hongjuan's control, thereby restricting me. So, I shall bestow it upon my fellow Taoist, original. Thank you. This kindness shall be etched in my memory. The original did not decline, accepting the purple qi and merging it again. This time, the primordial purple qi transformed into a blackish purple hue, and it was evident from its color that it could no longer merge with any other strand. It seems the authority obtainable through the union with Hongjuan is indeed limited to this extent. The original flipped his hand. Receiving the purple qi, once I ascertain my future path, I shall become a saint and contend with Hongjuan for the authority of the heavenly Dao. Your noble intentions are commendable, my friend. The crowd collectively expressed their gratitude towards the primordial being, fully aware that it was he who had shielded them from Hongjuan's suspicions. Had the primordial not severed the corpses within the Xixiao Palace, Hongjuan would have undoubtedly focused his doubt upon the prominent figures among them who had not done so. The primordial's sacrifice effectively halted Hongjuan's scrutiny, granting them precious time. It must be said that following the severing of the corpses, the primordial's return to the Honghuang realm was markedly expedited. Before long, they emerged from the chaos and returned to the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Nüwa, my friend, are you prepared? They inquired at the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain. According to their previous strategy, the moment when Hongjuan merged with the Dao and could not spare attention would be the optimal time for Nüwa to attain enlightenment. Rest assured, I am fully prepared. Nüwa replied, producing the 5 supreme elemental treasures, Shirong, the Jinmu tree, the divine water of the 3 lights, the essence of the stars, and the true fire of the 3 flavors. After a moment's hesitation, she also retrieved the Qiankuan Ding. Dear aunt, Qing Feng chuckled in exasperation, quickly interjecting, are you intending to create post-heavenly beings, to transform death into life and validate the laws of creation, thus perfecting the Honghuang realm? The Qiankuan Ding transitions from post-heaven to pre-heaven. It is a diversion from the essence. Apologies, I almost forgot, Nüwa said, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she smiled at the assembled mighty beings. As she put away the Qiankuan Ding, a playful annoyance overcame her, and she playfully struck Qing Feng on the crown of his head. Is it you who cannot keep quiet? Qing Feng could only grimace. Yes, it is indeed my fault. Women, even goddesses, can be rather unreasonable beings. As the tension among them mounted while waiting for Hongjuan to merge with the Dao, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated throughout the Honghuang realm. The 3 lectures of the Xixiao Palace have concluded after millennia. Today, I shall merge with the Dao and complete the heavenly Dao of the Honghuang. With Hongjuan's resounding declaration, the assembled mighty beings sensed a significant enhancement in the completeness of the laws governing the Honghuang world. The space stabilized further, and the spiritual energy increased, continuously improving with the passage of time. They seemed to comprehend why the heavenly Dao permitted Hongjuan to merge. The precious disk of creation and the laws that Hongjuan possessed were precisely what the heavenly Dao lacked. To achieve completeness, the heavenly Dao had no choice but to merge with Hongjuan. However, at that moment, their focus shifted entirely to Nüwa. Nüwa, now is the time, Qing Feng urged loudly. Nüwa took a deep breath, casting a fierce glare at Qing Feng, and retorted, call me aunt. Without waiting for Qing Feng's response, she shuddered, and an endless stream of creative laws surged from within her, coiling around her form like green ribbons. Then, it was observed that Nüwa's palm, enveloped in the essence of creation, danced gracefully over the 5 elemental treasures, Shirong, the divine water of the 3 lights, among others. Soon, a serpentine creature emerged first. Qing Feng immediately recognized the serpent's name, the food shovel head, also known as the 5-step snake or the cobra. From death to life, transformation. As the final scale took shape, Nüwa struck down with a mighty hand, and the boundless laws of creation surged into the serpent statue. The clay figure gradually became animated. The earth transformed into flesh and blood, while the divine water of the 3 luminaries morphed into flowing lifeblood. Ultimately, after a convulsion, the serpent's head and body suddenly reared up, its tongue flickering forth, having truly become a living being. Boom! A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, splitting into 2. Of this, 1/5 enveloped Nüwa, while the remaining 4/5 descended upon the serpent. Under the influence of the merit-laden golden light, the serpent multiplied into countless forms, shooting forth in all directions across the primordial expanse. Success! Nüwa exclaimed in joy, her aura soaring as the merit-laden light empowered her, swiftly elevating her beyond the primal realm to attain the might of a quasi-saint. Chapter 41. Nüwa's desire to create humanity and the appearance of Hongjuan. Your Highness. Dear aunt, let us press on and make haste. Qing Feng exclaimed, noticing that Nüwa had paused her actions, absorbed in admiring her creation. Realizing that this was not the moment for celebration, Nüwa refocused her efforts, enveloping the power of creation once more. The second creature slowly took shape in her hands, transforming from lifelessness to life. Under the influence of the creative force, an animal resembling Bai Zhe, albeit with some variations, emitted its first sound into the world. Ba! All the celestial beings present, aside from Nüwa, turned their gaze towards Bai Zhe. Rubbing his nose, Bai Zhe awkwardly chuckled. Your Highness, your craftsmanship is quite impressive. Rather adorable, wouldn't you agree? Laughter erupted among the assembled deities, and once again, the golden light of merit descended upon them, illuminated by this divine radiance. The goat multiplied into thousands, scattering across the vast expanse of the primordial world. With the successful creation of the snake, and the goat having garnered approval, Nüwa's confidence and proficiency in her craft grew exponentially. Drawing upon the essence of Dijun, she created the crow, from Fu Shi, the ox, from Bai Hu, the cat, and from the Black Sea's mysterious tortoise, she fashioned the turtle. Hundreds of thousands of diverse creatures manifested under Nüwa's deft hands, becoming increasingly peculiar as time progressed. Finally, a creature with the beak of a duck, the tail of a beaver, 5 clawed fingers, venom glands, and devoid of a stomach appeared. Qing Feng could no longer restrain himself. Your Highness, even the most contradictory beings to the theory of evolution seem to spring forth from your hands. If you continue creating, you might very well conjure Pokemon. This is the realm of primordial mythology, not a Pokemon world. Your Highness, it may be time to proceed with the proof of your path. Qing Feng shouted, urging her. Nüwa awakened from her creative reverie, gazing in astonishment at the multitude of creatures before her. Did I truly create so many? Clearing her throat, she added, perhaps you should take a look at the golden light of merit surrounding you. Upon glancing down, she was astonished to find that the merit had coalesced into a tangible form. With a mere movement, she felt the merit ripple like water. So, I have indeed brought forth so many living beings. Nüwa looked up to the heavens, her eyes filled with bewilderment. As Qing Feng observed her increasingly ethereal form, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. This state did not seem conducive to the proof of her path. It appeared as if she were on the brink of merging with something greater. Your Highness, if not now, then when will you prove your path? Qing Feng's voice boomed like thunder in Nüwa's ears. Proof of the path. Yes, I must prove my path. Nüwa's previously dazed eyes suddenly regained clarity. With a flick of her serpentine tail, the few remaining innate spiritual treasures on the ground soared into her grasp. Qing Feng, I am about to create a new form of life to demonstrate that my path of creation is complete, and that I may condense the fruit of the Dao. What do you think I should create? Hearing this, Qing Feng's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the human race was finally on the verge of emergence? In a moment of fervor, he disregarded all else and exclaimed, naturally, we must create a postnatal being whose potential rivals that of innate creatures. Potential comparable to the innate? Nüwa fell into contemplation. Qing Feng, unable to bear the thought of the human race's foundation being compromised, hastily interjected, physically and spiritually, postnatal beings will undoubtedly fall short of their innate counterparts. Thus, we must compensate from another angle. Another angle. Nüwa pondered briefly, her eyes suddenly alight with understanding. I see. The innate Dao body is the most suitable physique for cultivation in the primordial world. The perfect beings I create shall possess an innate Dao body from birth. With a graceful motion of her hand, the last remnants of primordial soil transformed into 3,000 portions, gradually evolving into the innate Dao body, which takes the form of a human. The bodily acupoints shall correspond to the celestial constellations. As the essence of the stars descended, 365 points of light illuminated the human form. The meridians shall align with the Earth's veins. The primordial soil surged, subtly revealing the meridians on the human body, perfectly mirroring the Earth's layout. There would be 3 dantian, corresponding to the 3 realms. The center of the brow, the heart, and the abdomen each radiated a swirling light. There would be 5 elements circulating throughout the body. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys shone forth with vibrant colors. However, as Nüwa gazed towards the kidneys, she furrowed her brow slightly. With another wave of her hand, she declared, since the body and soul cannot match the innate races, we shall enhance reproductive capabilities to prevail by quantity. The blue light at the kidneys suddenly pulsed, splitting into 2, positioned on either side of the waist. Beneath the abdomen, further differentiation occurred, giving rise to reproductive organs. Finally, she awakened the spirit, transforming death into life. As Nüwa uttered her last word, 3,000 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the human forms. As the newly born human race opened their eyes and beheld Nüwa, they collectively bowed in reverence. We pay homage to the Holy Mother. Please, Holy Mother, bestow names upon us. Qing Feng, the young lad, pondered and replied, the new race shall be called human. Excellent. Nüwa proclaimed with a commanding voice, from this day forth, you shall be known as human. The primordial realm trembled in response to Nüwa's proclamation. The powerful beings present felt the emergence of a vast new existence, as if it were being born anew. Before anyone could contemplate further, a familiar figure suddenly materialized before Nüwa. Nüwa, what have you done? Qing Feng looked up to see Hongjuan, his expression filled with fury. Suddenly intimidated, Qing Feng hastily moved to hide behind Tongtian. His task of guiding Nüwa to the path of enlightenment was complete. It was now the turn of the formidable beings. Atop Mount Buzhou, Nüwa waved her hand, causing the space to tremble. The 3,000 humans, along with the primordial beings on the ground, were sent by her to various places throughout the primordial realm. Then, she turned to Hongjuan with a smile. Master, I was indeed on the path to enlightenment. Look at how accomplished I have become, Master. I do not tread the path of the three corpses, nor the path of meritorious deeds. I seek to attain enlightenment through the most formidable of principles. Have I brought you any shame? Your arrival is timely, for you are here to witness the glorious moment of my enlightenment. Nüwa, with a playful smile, addressed Hongjuan. Hongjuan's expression grew stern, unyielding to her words. The primordial heavenly Dao does not permit the path of principle to manifest. You must swiftly merge with the primordial purple qi and attain the status of a sage. Master, I have yet to reach enlightenment, and the heavenly Dao has not intervened to obstruct me. Would you allow me to attempt it? What if, by chance, I succeed? Nüwa continued to argue. Hongjuan's countenance darkened instantly. I have already merged with the Dao, and my words are the will of the heavenly Dao, embodying its essence. Should you dare to defy my guidance, I shall cleanse the ranks. Chapter 42. Nüwa, the breach with Hongjuan, and the protection from the mighty ones. Upon the summit of Mount Buzhou, as Hongjuan's words resonated, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Nüwa with ferocity. Nüwa, steadfast in her stance, bore the weight capable of annihilating cultivators beneath the great luo, her once joyous countenance now transformed into one of solemnity. Master, I struggle to comprehend your words, she implored. The path of the laws is the foremost among the three paths to enlightenment, as you have articulated within the Zixiao Palace. Shouldn't you take pride in my pursuit of this path? Why then do you obstruct me? Is it that the only remaining way is to attain sanctity? If so, why preach at all? At that moment, the gazes of countless powerful beings converged upon Mount Buzhou, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Nüwa's words stirred doubt among those who had already severed their ties, their scrutiny intensifying. The path of the laws is indeed formidable, yet it is a path meant for the chaotic demon gods. In the primordial world, there is no room for such entities. Hongjuan, unmoved by Nüwa's defiance, replied with deliberate clarity, should you wish to pursue this path, you must either sever your ties or attain sanctity. If you seek the path of the laws, you must depart from the primordial realm. The primordial world does not harbor those who follow the path of the laws, he continued. Yet my observation suggests otherwise. A subtle smirk graced Nüwa's lips, as she discarded even the pretense of respect, brandishing the shimmering golden light of merit that surrounded her. The merits bestowed by the heavenly Dao are rewards for living beings, are they not? If my pursuit of the laws is erroneous and detrimental to the primordial world, why then does the heavenly Dao not enact punishment, but instead grant reward? The heavenly Dao permits, yet you, the Dao ancestor, do not. In the end, who truly holds sway over the Dao, you or the heavenly Dao? With her final remark, Nüwa struck at the very heart of Hongjuan's authority, questioning the intricacies of his alignment with the Dao. Are you questioning me? Hongjuan's expression darkened, his voice a low, measured inquiry. As the Dao ancestor, you embody the heavenly Dao. Surely you can tolerate our inquiries. The heavenly Dao is impartial, granting all beings a glimmer of hope. One would think it would not entirely obstruct the path of enlightenment for living beings. But your actions, Dao ancestor, invite scrutiny. Is that not so? Nüwa stood her ground, unwavering and bold. If you refuse to attain sanctity and insist on pursuing the path of the demon gods, then you may as well return yourself to the primordial realm, akin to the father god Pangu. As the powerful observers grew increasingly skeptical, Hongjuan, weary of further discourse, raised his hand to strike down Nüwa. In the skies above, with a sweeping motion, a colossal hand of spiritual energy, as massive as a mountain, descended upon Nüwa. She felt the very fabric of space around her solidify, rendering escape impossible. She could only brace herself to endure the impending blow. Today, I wish to test how invincible the Dao ancestor, aligned with the heavenly Dao, truly is. Since evasion is not an option, I shall meet it head-on. With a fierce sweep of her serpent tail, Nüwa propelled herself skyward, raising her hands high with the red embroidered ball, charging toward the descending hand of spiritual energy. Boom! After a tremendous explosion, the immense spiritual hand disintegrated. However, how did Nüwa ascend and then descend with several times the speed? She landed forcefully upon Mount Buzhou, and the shockwave generated was so powerful that even the formidable beings standing atop the mountain struggled to maintain their footing, only managing to erect a barrier in unison to withstand the force. Sister! A piercing scream resounded in Qing Feng's ears. He quickly turned towards the direction where Nüwa had landed, only to see Fuxi rushing to support her. Blood trickled from the corner of Nüwa's mouth, indicating that she had sustained grave injuries. I shall reiterate, in the primordial realm, the laws of chaos cannot coexist. You will either perish here, or attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Dao. There exists no other path. Hongjuan's gaze was fixed upon the severely wounded Nüwa, his voice laden with darkness. Dream on. Nüwa nestled in Fuxi's embrace, struggling to rise. If you seek to control me to achieve sainthood, I would rather die than yield. As these words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the scene became palpably frozen. Esteemed seniors, it is time to take action. Nüwa's path to enlightenment this time undoubtedly involves extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, Hongjuan would not risk exposing the purpose of the Dao fusion to interrupt her progress. Reveal all your ultimate techniques now. Do not hold back. Only Qing Feng understood that Nüwa's attainment of the primordial Dao through the creation of post-heaven beings likely invoked the emergence of humanity's path. Otherwise, if it were merely the attainment of chaos, why would Hongjuan need to intervene? Just as in history, when Hou Tu established the Underworld, Hongjuan sensed a threat and directly confined Hou Tu there due to her becoming the master of the earthly path, breaking free from the control of the heavenly Dao. Now, Hongjuan exhibited similarly stringent measures, indicating only one possibility. Nüwa had invoked the human path. Moreover, it was highly likely that Hongjuan could not suppress Nüwa at present, prompting his coercive demand for her to attain sainthood or face death, instead of sealing her like Hou Tu in history. Nearby, the three pure ones exchanged glances. The tower of profound merit, the celestial clouds, the Qingping sword, one tower, one cloud, and one sword soared forth, positioning themselves protectively above Nüwa's head. Hongjuan's pupils constricted sharply as he turned to face the approaching three pure ones. Do you intend to obstruct me? My disciples merely wish to ensure that the path to the future remains unbroken. Taishang responded with neither arrogance nor servility. After all, my third brother and I also wish to explore the path of enlightenment through the laws. Good, good, good. I never anticipated that I, Hongjuan, would raise a group of treacherous disciples. Hongjuan laughed in fury, raising his hand to press down upon the three pure ones. Brother, not far away, Hou Tu cried out vigorously. With a determined stomp, Emperor Jiang commanded. Spatial transfer. Form the formation. The 12 ancestors of sorcery suddenly appeared around the three pure ones, standing in intricate, arcane positions. As Emperor Jiang bellowed, an endless torrent of malevolence surged from the depths of the earth into the bodies of the 12 ancestors. Then, a colossal form ascended into the sky, its right hand clenched into a fist, crashing down towards Hongjuan's descending palm. Boom! After a resounding explosion, the immense spiritual hand shattered, yet the gigantic figure remained towering, swinging its left hand downwards towards Hongjuan. It was the true form of Pangu. As he gazed upon the familiar primordial Taoist body, a flicker of deep-seated hatred flashed in Hongjuan's eyes. For the first time, he raised the dragon-headed staff in his hand, bringing it down forcefully upon the true form of Pangu. Roar! The dragon's head suddenly enlarged, emitting a thunderous dragon's roar as it lunged fiercely at Pangu's outstretched palm. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked. Even the unyielding mountain of Pangu trembled. On the ground, the 12 ancestral witches surrounding the three pure ones and Nüwa simultaneously spat out black blood. Pangu's true form nearly disintegrated. Yet amidst the ancestral witches' frenzied absorption of the malevolent energy, it regained stability. Ancestral witches, do you intend to perish here today? The dragon-headed staff in Hongjuan's hand quivered slightly as he issued a menacing warning to the witches. Di Jiang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, grimly smiled at Hongjuan and said, "If we brothers retreat today, we shall lose all hope of attaining the Dao. Indeed, should you triumph today, our paths forward will be irrevocably severed." The great formation of the Zhou-Tian stars arise. Following Di Jiang, the stars of the Zhou-Tian illuminated the sky. Behind Pangu's true form, Di Jun and Tai Yi occupied the position of the sun, wielding the river map and Luo book, establishing a connection with the power of the stars, which astonishingly linked to Pangu himself. As the stellar energy surged, the once dissipated physical form of Pangu, injured by the witch clan, illuminated with 365 star points, establishing a connection through his meridians, and thus stabilized his body completely. At this moment, the momentum emanating from him utterly suppressed Hongjun. Chapter 43. If the ancestral witches can summon the corporeal form of Pangu, why cannot the three pure ones invoke the primordial spirit of Pangu? In the midst of the scene, as they gazed upon Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the ancestral witches, the three pure ones united to safeguard Nüwa's path to enlightenment, and Hongjun was consumed by profound fury. Did you think that summoning the true form of Pangu would leave you unscathed? Hongjun's piercing gaze fell upon the crowd enveloped by Pangu's essence, as he bellowed. Pangu belongs to the past. The present is the era ruled by the heavenly Dao. The heavenly punishment manifests. With Hongjun raising his dragon-headed staff, an arcane power surged forth. Above in the sky, ominous dark clouds gathered, and countless purple lightning bolts slithered like serpents within the clouds. Moments later, they coalesced into a colossal vortex, within which thunder flickered like a celestial eye. You have one final opportunity. Hongjun coldly observed below. Nüwa, will you achieve sanctity? Better dead than unfree. Nüwa struggled to rise from Fushi's embrace, unleashing a roar of defiance. Very well, then you shall all perish together. Without hesitation, Hongjun forcefully drove his staff down. Boom. A thunderous purple lightning bolt, as massive as a mountain, descended from the celestial eye, heralding the apocalypse. Hold firm. Emperor Jiang roared, controlling Pangu's true form, and struck back. Boom. With a single blow, Pangu's corporeal form shattered, and as the thunder rained down, the 12 ancestral witches, Emperor Jun, and Tai Yi were violently thrown apart, each spitting forth a mouthful of blood upon landing. The spectacle was utterly magnificent. Splatter. The summit of Mount Buzhou was stained crimson with blood. The remaining lightning continued to descend, but fortunately, it had lost 90% of its power and ultimately struggled to be held back by the protective barriers of the celestial auspicious clouds, sword energy, and the Xianyuan Linglong Tower. Thankfully, perhaps because Hongjun had not fully merged with the Dao, after the initial strike, the thunderclouds dispersed, losing their previous invincible might. Yet even without the support of the heavenly Dao, the now sanctified Hongjun was not someone the assembled crowd could contend with. Hongjun coldly regarded everyone, once more raising his dragon-headed staff, poised to strike again. Masters, if the 12 ancestral witches can forge the corporeal form of Pangu, why can you not summon the primordial spirit of Pangu? Qing Feng, witnessing imminent defeat, hastily shouted out a most fantastical speculation from a previous Lifest forum. The primordial spirit of Pangu? Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were taken aback. In the heavens, Hongjun heard Qing Feng's words, his expression shifting, and his staff descended without pause. All or nothing. Seeing this, Taishang could no longer afford to ponder. His body moved, forming an equilateral triangle with Tongtian and Yuanshi, thus establishing the most fundamental formation, the three talents array, the fusion of primordial spirits. In that instant, as the formation took shape, the three pure ones experienced a revelation, simultaneously emerging from their primordial spirits. 3 golden primordial spirits flew forth from the foreheads of the 3 pure ones, interconnected by a mysterious golden thread, drawing closer until, as the dragon-headed staff descended, they had converged into one. Boom. As the dragon-headed staff struck down, it unleashed a blinding radiance. The mighty beings instinctively shielded their eyes. And when the light dissipated, they discovered that the dragon-headed staff had been intercepted by a translucent golden hand. Following the line of the palm, a transparent giant resembling Pangu's physical form stood atop the heads of the 3 pure ones. Its lower body connected to the heavenly spirits located at the center of the brows of the 3, sustaining the existence of Pangu's primordial spirit with its own essence. Pangu's primordial spirit. Hongjun glared at the ethereal presence before him with gritted teeth. He had always maintained a cordial relationship with the 3 pure ones, accepting them as disciples and striving to avoid conflict, fearing they might suddenly comprehend the method to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. Yet, unexpectedly, Pangu's primordial spirit had ultimately emerged. Unlike the corporeal form, which could be controlled, the fused Pangu primordial spirit was not entirely under the 3 pure ones' dominion. It seemed to possess its own identity. instantly recognizing Hongjun. Pengu. Hongjun glared fiercely at the primordial spirit. You are dead and should not exist in the primordial chaos. I am indeed deceased. Yet my primordial spirit shall forever safeguard the primordial chaos. Pengu cast a casual glance at Hongjun before lowering his gaze towards Nüwa, his countenance breaking into a radiant smile. Very well, the laws are complete, benefiting the primordial chaos. The species of sentient beings are already fulfilled, the human path is established. As his words echoed, the Pengu primordial spirit disregarded Hongjun, whose expression had darkened considerably, and with a swift motion, Nüwa found herself in Pengu's grasp. Pengu. The heavenly Dao shall govern the primordial chaos. Seeing Pengu about to act against Nüwa, Hongjun shouted in anger, attempting to thwart him. However, Pengu merely cast a disinterested glance his way. Heaven, earth, and humanity must coexist, jointly governing the primordial realm. With that, without granting Hongjun any chance to speak, he raised a finger and gently touched Nüwa's brow. Instantly, the merit radiating from Nüwa condensed into a golden wheel of virtue, crashing into the earth of the primordial chaos. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated in the hearts of countless beings. Then, a figure identical to Nüwa ascended from the primordial chaos, standing tall and imposing. Nüwa, having contributed to the creation of post-heavenly beings in the primordial chaos, has fulfilled the human path and shall be the sovereign of humanity. As Pengu uttered the final words, the ethereal image of Nüwa in the sky suddenly contracted, eventually transforming into a form identical to her corporeal self, her serpentine tail flowing as she merged with the bewildered Nüwa. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as a small emerald bird appeared from the void, holding a green Dao fruit in its beak. As it flew over Nüwa's head, the Dao fruit fell, striking her heavenly spirit and merging into her being. Then, Nüwa's body levitated, an array of creation laws bursting forth from within her before retracting back into her essence. In that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, a supreme and noble aura sweeping across the primordial chaos. All beings instinctively received a message in their hearts. Nüwa had attained sanctity. Their bodies involuntarily bowed towards her direction. Salutations to the great compassionate sovereign of humanity, Nüwa. Good. Nüwa's voice, profound and resounding, echoed throughout the primordial chaos. In the heavens, Hongjun observed Pengu's primordial essence effortlessly accomplishing all that lay before him, yet he dared not intervene in the slightest. It was not until Nüwa attained her ultimate enlightenment that Hongjun finally summoned the resolve for a final endeavor. The decree of the heavenly Dao was clear. The ruler of humanity must retreat into the primordial chaos, forbidden from entering the vast wilderness without cause. Nüwa turned her head, tilted her neck, and cast a sidelong glance at Hongjun. Did you not hear what the great Pengu proclaimed? The realms of heaven, earth, and humanity coexist to govern the vast wilderness. My affairs concerning humanity bear no relation to your heavenly Dao. I have long harbored disdain for you, Hongjun. You, who have yet to complete your own path, wield the authority of the heavenly Dao with arrogance. Now that I too have attained enlightenment, it is time to settle the score. Come, Hongjun, shall we engage in a bout amidst the chaos? The path of humanity diverges from that of the heavens. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are intrinsic to the human heart. Naturally, as the sovereign of humanity, Nüwa would not adopt Hongjun's lofty demeanor. On the contrary, she embodies a warmth that is distinctly human, and indeed, far more audacious. Chapter 44. The Retreat of Hongjun. The Scheme of the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun's countenance was ashen. Had he not engaged in a physical confrontation with Pengu, thereby depleting his own heavenly Dao power, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with Nüwa. What? Are you unconvinced? Then let us engage in practice. Observing Hongju in silence, yet perceiving the lingering defiance and fury in his gaze, Nüwa rolled up her sleeves, prepared to charge at him for a fierce battle. However, before she could advance, Hongjuan's expression shifted dramatically. The anger that once marred his features was now replaced by an air of superiority. His eyes, devoid of emotion, reflected only a chilling indifference. Nüwa instinctively swallowed hard, her body retreating involuntarily. How shameless of you, Hongjun, to invoke the heavenly Dao as your champion. Thankfully, the appearance of the heavenly Dao was not for Nüwa's benefit. Pengu, you ought not to have manifested. At this moment, Hongjuan's being was entirely under the control of the heavenly Dao, whose indifferent gaze fixated upon the essence of Pengu as it spoke. I have transformed into the primordial chaos and should not be present in this realm. Yet, I cannot ignore the fact that your chosen representative seeks to sever the future of the primordial chaos. The words of Pengu rendered the heavenly Dao momentarily speechless. Unable to refute, after a lengthy pause, it finally replied, "This matter is indeed Hongjuan's fault. I shall duly admonish him upon my return. However, your existence bears significance for the survival of the entire primordial world. You must not appear again." The heavenly Dao reiterated. Panga's essence nodded slightly. "As you wish. This shall be my final manifestation. Primordial chaos, I entrust to the three of you." In his final utterance, Pangu emphasized the term three, clearly expressing his profound dissatisfaction with Hongjuan's actions today. "Very well." The heavenly Dao nodded in acknowledgement, and Panga's essence then dispersed, reconstituting into three forms, melding into the consciousness of the three pure ones. "Master, second master, are you all right?" Qing Feng hurriedly approached, expressing concern for his teachers. "We are fine." Taishang shook his head, a visage of desolation etched upon his face. Likewise, Yuanshi and Tongtian displayed no eagerness to respond, their expressions mirroring the same despondency. Panga's essence shall not manifest again. At this juncture, the heavenly Dao addressed the three pure ones, reminding them, "You three must inherit Panga's legacy and safeguard the primordial chaos. We shall faithfully adhere to the heavenly Dao's decree." The three pure ones remained silent for a moment before obediently bowing in response. After instructing the three pure ones, the heavenly Dao turned its gaze toward Nüwa. "As the sovereign of humanity, you must comprehend your responsibilities towards humanity, safeguarding all beings and maintaining the balance of the primordial creatures. Do not recklessly intervene in their conflicts. Rest assured, I am not so audacious as to obstruct the emergence of humanity as Hongjuan did." Nüwa pouted, unceremoniously voicing her discontent. The heavenly Dao remained silent for a moment, offering no reply, merely nodding slightly at her before dissipating like a wisp of foam before the multitude. Subsequently, an endless radiance of merit cascaded from the heavens, predominantly illuminating Nüwa, coalescing into a tangible wheel of merit at the back of her head. The remainder dispersed across the land, entering the bodies of the beings Nüwa had created, perfecting their forms and souls. Nüwa disdainfully shook the wheel of merit upon her head, nonchalantly breaking off a tenth of it and tossing it to Qing Feng. "Here, a reward for you, young one." Hearty thanks to the compassionate and benevolent deity, Nüwa. With a playful grin, Qing Feng bowed to Nüwa. She rolled her eyes and lightly tapped his forehead, her expression shifting to one of maternal affection as her voice resonated throughout the primordial realm. 300 years hence, I shall establish a sanctuary amidst the chaos to expound upon the teachings of the human path to sanctification. Any sentient being of the primordial world, destined to hear, is welcome to join. Thus, the human path was born, and another avenue to enlightenment emerged within the primordial expanse. Within the grand hall of the Xixiao Palace, Hongjuan suddenly materialized, collapsing onto the cloud platform. Before he could gather his thoughts, a bolt of thunder erupted from his spiritual core, transforming into a thunderous embodiment that seated itself opposite him. "Hongjuan, you must provide me with an explanation for today's events. Why do you seek to impede the emergence of the human path?" The heavenly Dao, manifested as a thundering presence, reverberated throughout the Xixiao Palace. Hongjuan remained silent for a moment before responding with unwavering conviction. "I merely wish to prevent any force that could threaten the safety of the primordial realm from surpassing the control of the heavenly Dao. You must understand that the three paths must achieve completeness for the primordial realm to be whole. If the conflict between the Dao and the demons were to resurface, even with a complete primordial realm, it would teeter on the brink of destruction. Achieving a complete primordial realm is the foremost priority of the heavenly Dao." "Nay," the heavenly Dao countered, "in my view, stability is the very foundation of the primordial existence." The argument between the heavenly Dao and Hongjuan persisted for some time. Eventually, they ceased their dispute, yet Hongjuan still bore an expression of defiance. The heavenly Dao regarded him with indifference. "Now that the human path has emerged, you must not obstruct its manifestation. You ought to recognize that only when the primordial realm is entirely complete can there be a possibility for ascension. If you continue in this vein, even if the Tao of creation and the principles you possess are beneficial to my complete 3,000 principles, I shall revoke your heavenly Tao privileges and strip you of your saintly status. Do you comprehend?" Evidently, the heavenly Tao had no desire to further debate with Hongjuan and issued a direct command. This time, Hongjuan remained silent for a considerable duration before finally responding, "I understand." Hearing his reply, the heavenly Tao expressed satisfaction. "Good." The divine thunder that constituted the form retreated into the void, vanishing from sight. Hongjuan lingered in the Xixiao Palace for a long while, until he could no longer sense the presence of the heavenly Tao. His countenance abruptly transformed into one of immense wrath. "Nüwa, the three pure ones. Very well. You dare to disrupt my plans to absorb the primordial realm. You shall pay dearly for it in the future. However, with Emperor Jun and Tai now beyond his control, it seemed unlikely they would heed his designs amidst the conflict with the Witch clan. It appeared he must place his hopes on Dong Wangong. Yet, relying solely on the forces he could muster would hardly suffice against the Witch clan. The myriad celestial formations must be bestowed upon him at the opportune moment. A complete primordial realm. If you achieve completeness, how will you compensate for my losses in essence? How shall I attain the great Dao? Only a fragmented primordial realm can truly belong to me. Hongjun murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with cunning. At Mount Buzhou, after announcing the teachings, Nüwa instructed Qing Feng to ensure his attendance before departing for the chaos in search of a suitable site to establish the sanctuary. Di Jun, Di Jiang, and the others did not linger, bidding farewell to the Sanqing and Qing Feng, agreeing to meet again in the chaos after 300 years, and return to their respective sanctuaries to recuperate. Once everyone had departed, atop Mount Buzhou, Taishang gazed at Qing Feng, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Had it not been for his reminder, today's battle would have undoubtedly failed to stop Hongjun and protect Nüwa. Yet, it was precisely because of him that the three brothers lost their sole opportunity to summon the primordial spirit of Pangu in unison. Masters, Upon seeing the similarly complex expressions on the faces of Yuanshi and Tongtian, Qing Feng could surmise their thoughts, feeling somewhat at a loss. O heavens, my esteemed mentors! Surely you do not harbor any less affection for me. Chapter 45. In the primordial world, what other races can match the protagonist of the human race? What are you pondering, you mischievous lad? Is it not merely an opportunity to summon the Father Deity? Our adversary is Hongjun. Can we, as your mentors, truly hold you accountable? Perhaps Qing Feng's gaze was too conspicuous, as Tongtian instantly discerned his inner thoughts and struck him on the head with a swift slap. Hee. Qing Feng chuckled awkwardly. Disciple merely noticed that the three esteemed masters seemed rather displeased. It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. It does not pertain to you. We simply did not anticipate that the Father Deity would leave us a means of survival. Were it not for your reminder, we would have remained oblivious to the depth of the Father Deity's love for us. Alas, our inadequacy has led us to squander the legacy the Father Deity bestowed upon us so readily. Taishang sighed deeply, approaching to ruffle Qing Feng's hair. Yet, had you not reminded us, we would have remained unaware that the Father Deity would grant us the power of the primordial spirit to protect our brotherhood. But Master, the power of the primordial spirit left by the Father Deity can only be summoned if you three escape together. Does this not imply that the Father Deity is also reminding you to cherish one another, to stand by and support each other? Qing Feng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he began to weave in his own thoughts. Tongtian, exasperated, delivered another playful slap to the back of Qing Feng's head. How little faith do you have in your masters, worrying incessantly that we might go our separate ways. Qing Feng's concerns were not without merit. Let us not forget the path of exposition and obstruction that we have comprehended. The severing of the original essence has seemingly dulled our emotions. He spoke without the usual reprimand directed at Tongtian. Brother. Tongtian too sensed the alteration in the original essence and cast a worried glance his way. Fear not, the original replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as if to reassure. As Qing Feng has articulated, the severance truly concerns the emotions. In the time to come, I shall retreat into seclusion for further study. Very well. Tongtian nodded. Elder brother, and I will protect you. And you, young Qing Feng? Will you return with us to Kunlun Mountain to instruct your junior disciples? Or do you have another destination in mind? Tongtian's gaze fell upon Qing Feng. Qing Feng hesitated. Should he return as the chief disciple of the three pure ones to teach Guangchengzi and Duobao? It seemed that, given his current cultivation, he lacked the authority to command anyone. Merely possessing the merit and golden light bestowed by the goddess seemed insufficient. Moreover, he was not particularly inclined to return at this moment. I wish to witness the human race created by the goddess. The human race? Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances. This race is an ordinary one. Why do you concern yourself so? Master, for the future of humanity, Qing Feng pondered. Determined to adorn humanity with a few illustrious qualities, do you not find the human race to be quite remarkable? In what way is it remarkable? This time, it was Yuanshi who inquired, his eyes filled with a sense of exploration. Oh, it bore a resemblance to the astonished gaze that the heavenly Dao had upon encountering the primordial spirit of Pangu. Firstly, consider the name of the human race. In the primordial realm, there exist the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity concurrently. The human race, bearing the name of humanity, is remarkable in its ability to avoid self-destruction. This singular trait attests to the extraordinary nature of humankind. Qing Feng strives to bestow upon humanity an exalted status, seeking to capture the attention of the three pure ones. Moreover, the creations born from the enlightenment of the goddess Nüwa not only represent beings originating from the primordial world, but also embody the epitome of postnatal beings. The human race, thus, inherits the auspicious fortune of Nüwa, further garnering the affection of the primordial realm, reflecting upon the extraordinary wisdom displayed by humanity since its inception. Even the three pure ones cannot help but nod in acknowledgement. A pivotal point to consider is whether the masters remember the reasons behind the ancient conflict among the three races. Was it not a struggle for dominion over the earthly realm? Tongtian pondered for a moment before hesitantly offering this answer. Indeed, it was for dominion over the earthly realm. Qing Feng nodded emphatically. Masters, I am almost certain that the dominion of the earthly realm in the primordial world will undoubtedly fall to the human race, and solely to humanity. What leads you to this conclusion? Primordial inquired, raising a skeptical brow. In terms of combat prowess and strength, the witch race seems more suitable, does it not? However, the witch's lineage is one of bloodline fragmentation. Each witch, upon birth, is essentially bound by predetermined limits, no matter the fortuitous encounters or diligent cultivation. A lesser witch can never surpass the ancestral witches. This alone disqualifies the witch race from the contest for dominion over the earthly realm. The primordial world will never permit a stagnant race, devoid of potential for advancement, to ascend as the rulers of the earthly realm. Qing Feng asserted with unwavering confidence, subsequently elaborating on the advantages of humanity. In contrast, the human race possesses two kidneys, resulting in remarkable reproductive capabilities. This signifies that within such a vast population, exceptional talents and prodigies with extraordinary comprehension will inevitably arise, surpassing established authorities and older generations to become a flourishing force. Furthermore, while the wisdom of humanity is profound, its overall strength remains relatively weak, indicating a capacity for guidance. It may even foster a sense of gratitude toward the primordial realm and act with consideration due to racial awareness. Thus, it is controllable. Finally, humanity carries the greatest fortune bestowed by Nüwa, and humanity governs the myriad beings of the primordial world. Who, other than the human race, could possibly claim the title of dominion over the earthly realm? Moreover, there is a crucial point to consider. All innate races and beings bear some essence of the chaotic demon gods. Even you, esteemed masters, are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, thus belonging to the ranks of the chaotic demon gods. Only humanity is born of the primordial realm, its form composed of native spiritual entities, embodying the fortune of the human path in the primordial world. It can be said that all that humanity is springs from the primordial realm, making it the true progeny of the primordial world, even bypassing the father god Pangu. Who else but the children of the primordial world could be granted dominion over it? Would it be bestowed upon those tainted by the essence of chaotic demon gods, or upon those postnatal beings lacking in wisdom? The opportune moment, favorable circumstances, and harmonious relations, all these elements converge to affirm that among all races, it is only the human race that can ascend to the role of the eternal protagonist in the primordial realm. As the final words resonated, Qing Feng found himself entirely convinced. Indeed, with such numerous advantages, even in the face of the heavenly Dao and the interference of Honghuang, who else could possibly be chosen as the principal actor if not the humans? The tragedies of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin have already illustrated the selfishness and greed inherent in the primordial beings. In stark contrast, it is the human race, endowed with wisdom and creativity, whose very essence is intertwined with the primordial realm, that stands as the most fitting choice. At this moment, the expressions of the three pure ones transformed into an expression of grave seriousness. If, as Qing Feng asserts, the human race is destined to become the eternal protagonist of the heavenly Dao, then it must indeed be as he says. Only the human race is worthy of this esteemed role in the primordial cosmos. Chapter 46. The swift advance of Qing Feng towards humanity. Honghuang lures the Eastern Prince. Qing Feng's assertions indeed possess a degree of merit. My dear brothers, what are your thoughts? Taishang, lost in contemplation, stroked his beard while casting a glance at Yuanshi and Tongtian. I concur, Yuanshi spoke first. From the perspective of the heavenly Dao, humanity undeniably stands as the most suitable protagonist for the role of the celestial sovereign. Second brother, you now truly resemble the heavenly Dao. Tongtian couldn't help but interject with a smirk. However, upon noticing Yuanshi's disapproving glare, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and added, I too support the opinion of the rebellious disciple Qing Feng. Yet, given that humanity has only just come into existence, it would be premature to engage with them at this stage, as it may attract the attention of other formidable beings in Honghuang. Let Qing Feng represent us in tending to humanity. Agreed. It was rare for Tongtian to offer a sound opinion, and both Taishang and Yuanshi nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the three sages, having imparted a few words of advice to Qing Feng, returned to Kunlun Mountain, while Qing Feng set off directly towards the realm of humanity. On Penglai Island, a celestial mountain beyond the Eastern Sea, following the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace, the Lord of Penglai Island, alongside the forces of the Zifu continent, celebrated with unrestrained revelry upon the return of the Eastern Prince, who had been personally bestowed the title by Honghuang. Your Excellency, during these lectures, you have indeed ranked 5th among the formidable figures, second only to Jian, Zhuanti, Kuanpeng, and the Nüwa. The newly allied great Luo Jingxian, Guoche, approached the Eastern Prince with a beaming face, showering him with flattery. Let us remain modest, the Eastern Prince feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. Regardless, I am the foremost male celestial appointed by the Dao ancestor. Were it not for my desire for discretion, even with Jane being a disciple of the Dao ancestor, I could still surpass him in merit. Your might is unmatched. I raise a toast to you. Guoche chuckled inwardly while maintaining an outward facade of reverence. As the Eastern Prince basked in the praise, his smile grew increasingly self-satisfied. Being in the company of kin on Penglai Island, there was no need for formalities. They simply raised their cups and drank. The Eastern Prince clinked his cup with Guoche. Guoche downed his drink in one gulp. But just as the Eastern Prince was about to savor the exquisite wine, he abruptly halted, his ears twitching as if he were listening intently. Your Excellency? Shoo. Guoche instinctively leaned closer, only to witness the Eastern Prince gesture for silence. In the next moment, the Eastern Prince sprang to his feet. Addressing the assembled celestial beings, brothers, the Dao ancestor summons me. I must excuse myself from this banquet. Upon my return from the Dao ancestor, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. With that, the Eastern Prince tilted his head back and swallowed the fine wine in one swift motion. Then, with a single step, he shattered the fabric of space, vanishing into the chaos beyond. As the Eastern Prince displayed powers only accessible to those of the quasi-saint level, the gathered celestial beings did not allow his departure to dampen their spirits. Rather, their enthusiasm surged. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the Eastern Prince entered without sparing a glance at the 2 attendants stationed by the door, making his way directly to the cloud platform and taking a seat on the foremost mat. Disciple Eastern Prince, paying my respects to my esteemed master. Upon the cloud platform, Honghuang gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the Taishang futon upon which he sat, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Dong Wanggong was merely a power-hungry, arrogant individual. Such a person is best kept under control. Dong Wanggong, do you wish to take me as your master? Are you eager to attain sanctity? Honghuang inquired, observing the Dong Wanggong below. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wanggong's eyes instantly brightened, and he promptly rose to perform the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Disciple Dong Wanggong pays homage to master. What? You say attaining sanctity is not the primary choice? That you would be controlled by Honghuang? Such shortcomings are immense, and Nüwa would rather confront Honghuang than not attain sanctity? What a jest! That is the path to sanctity. Immortal and indestructible, possessing primordial combat prowess. Though Dong Wanggong was haughty, he was acutely aware that his foundation, aptitude, and comprehension were far inferior to the likes of the 3 purities, Nüwa, and Emperor Jun, chaotic deities of great repute. He was nothing more than a manifestation of pure yang energy. Achieving the status of a quasi-saint by slaying a corpse and breaking free from the great Luo's constraints was already the extent of his capabilities. Otherwise, if he had truly been honored as the foremost male immortal by Honghuang, why would he be cooped up on Penglai Island, indulging in wine and merriment with other immortals instead of expanding his influence? To put it plainly, he understood well that his strength and combat prowess could not rival others. Even if he ventured forth, it would only invite ridicule. Had he not seen that even the female immortal, the Queen Mother of the West, whom Honghuang had personally designated, did not dare to provoke? Now, with the opportunity to obtain the primordial purple energy and attain sanctity, what grievances could he possibly harbor? Being controlled, that is the fate of those who are deemed useful, worthy of being manipulated by the Dao ancestor. Seeing him so obedient and understanding, Honghuang nodded in satisfaction. Such talent was precisely what he sought. Unfortunately, his design for this calamity involved the destruction of Mount Buzhou and the shattering of the primordial heavens and earth. Those who participated in such deeds would inevitably be burdened with sin. Otherwise, after this calamity, he truly wished to appoint him as a puppet heavenly emperor. Rise, Hongjun said lightly, gesturing to assist him. With your qualifications, to become my personal disciple, you must first complete my task. Master, please issue your commands. I shall strive to fulfill them to the best of my abilities, Dong Wanggong replied, seemingly oblivious to anything else. Continuing to address Hongjun as master and referring to himself as a disciple. Hongjun raised an eyebrow but chose not to dwell on the issue of titles, stating, I require you to become the supreme being of the primordial world, the true leader of all immortals. What? Dong Wanggong could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widening in disbelief, followed by a bitter expression. Master, it is not that the disciple is unwilling to carry out your decree, it is simply that this task is far too daunting for my abilities. Not to mention that the Wu clan possesses 12 ancestral witches capable of summoning the true form of Pangu, far beyond what the disciple can contend with. Even the forces of the demon tribe established by Emperor Jun and Tai far surpass those of my Zifu continent. The seas host the Dragon clan. The volcanoes harbor the Phoenix clan. To the north, the Qing leads the Biming Palace, reigning over the primordial realm. The Blood Sea and the Underworld River wield the Yuan Slayer and the Abyssal Twin Swords, making them formidable foes. The myriad forces of the primordial world far exceed the disciple's own strength. The disciple is eager to eliminate the thieves, but alas, lacks the power to claim dominance. The Eastern King, in a state of despair, prostrated himself upon the ground, lamenting that to dominate the vast and primordial universe was far less appealing than the prospect of attaining the Tao through the laws of nature. At least the latter offered a glimmer of hope, whereas striving for supremacy in the primordial realm could lead to his demise at the hands of powerful adversaries. Hongjun observed his clear understanding of his own capabilities and, rather than feeling anger, found joy in it. His greatest fear was the Eastern King becoming arrogant and overconfident, which would extinguish all hope. Thus, he spoke soothingly. Since I have broached this matter, rest assured that I shall assist you in fulfilling your task. As long as you adhere to my guidance and proceed step by step according to the established principles, I shall ensure you ascend to that exalted position. Chapter 47. The Eastern Sovereign enters the fray. Has Fuxi abandoned humanity? The Eastern Sovereign raised his head, meeting Hongjun's unwavering gaze. In the end, he could not suppress his inner greed and nodded heavily. I beseech my master for guidance. Hongjun, satisfied, nodded in return and began to instruct. First, you must expand your influence and elevate your cultivation. You are the embodiment of primal pure yang energy. If you can unite with the Western Mother, who embodies pure yin energy, you will achieve the first celestial marriage in existence, a heavenly union, thereby accumulating vast merits and eliminating the second corpse within you, the virtuous corpse. Once you have vanquished both corpses, you will leap to become one of the foremost cultivators in the primordial realm. Furthermore, your power in the Purple Mansion continent will be significantly enhanced with the incorporation of the Western Mother's strength. Subsequently, you may execute my decree and journey to the Northern Sea to reclaim the Qing and the forces of the Northern Underworld Palace. The Qing is exceptionally wise and perceptive of the grand scheme of things. With your overwhelming strength and my divine mandate, he will undoubtedly join the Purple Mansion continent. Once you have secured the Northern Underworld Palace's power, you may ascend to the Heavenly Court, reclaim the demon race, and seize their formations, particularly the Great Constellation Array. You shall then integrate this array into the myriad celestial array I bestow upon you, granting you the strength to contend with the Witch Tribe. At that time, should you defeat the Witch Tribe, no other force in the primordial realm will stand against you. I shall then accept you as my disciple, grant you the primordial purple energy, and assist you in attaining sanctification. Upon concluding, Hongjun extended his hand, and his dragon-headed staff, along with a formation radiating with intense malevolence, floated before the Eastern Sovereign. The dragon-headed staff is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, amplifying the potency of your spells by at least 100-fold. It can also invoke the power of the heavenly Tao 3 times to aid you in vanquishing formidable foes. This formation is known as the Myriad Celestial Array. By gathering 10,000 golden immortals or above, its power can be unleashed. A single corpse of a quasi-saint entering the array faces certain death. Even a second corpse of a quasi-saint can only hope to escape. If you can further integrate the Great Constellation Array within it, even the true form of Pangu would find himself trapped within, facing inevitable demise. Do you feel confident now? It must be said that Hongjun harbored genuine concern for the Eastern Sovereign. He not only bestowed his own treasured artifacts, but also granted 3 uses of the heavenly Daoist power, meticulously laying out his grand design for domination of the primordial realm, fearful that the Eastern sovereign might act independently and jeopardize his plans. Upon hearing such a detailed strategy, the Eastern sovereign, gazing at the supreme innate spiritual treasure and the array capable of annihilating quasi-saints in his hands, felt an overwhelming joy within. With these 2 items and the full support of the Dao ancestor, how could he worry about the primordial realm not falling into his grasp, achieving sanctification? Disciple shall heed the Master's command and will fulfill your entrusted task, ascending to the supreme position at the earliest opportunity. Now that you understand, go forth. The Dao ancestor waved his hand, sending him back to the primordial realm. Once his figure vanished, the Zixiao palace returned to tranquility, leaving only Hongjuan's calculating gaze flickering within the hall. On the other side, after departing from Mount Buzhou, Qing Feng headed straight for the Eastern Sea. Indeed, as recounted in myth and history, at the Eastern Sea shore, he encountered a bewildered human wandering aimlessly along the beach. Qing Feng, you have arrived? A familiar voice echoed, prompting Qing Feng to turn and behold the presence of the esteemed Fuxi. Fuxi, esteemed elder, what brings you here? Qing Feng inquired, astonished. Fuxi smiled gently, refraining from answering directly, instead focusing on Qing Feng's mode of address. Since you refer to me as aunt, how shall you address me in return? Master uncle? Qing Feng ventured tentatively. Given that Fuxi had yet to reincarnate and the institution of human marriage was not yet established, calling him uncle seemed inappropriate. Address me as Shu, Fuxi corrected Qing Feng. Upon hearing him obediently acknowledge him as Shu, Fuxi nodded in satisfaction. Your aunt has ventured into the chaos to select a suitable location for establishing a dojo. As for me, I am but a deluo and dare not linger in the chaos. Thus, I came to observe the humanity your aunt has created. What is your opinion of humanity? Shu, Qing Feng inquired cautiously, expecting a favorable assessment. To his surprise, Fuxi shook his head, delivering a dismal appraisal. Unbecoming. Were it not for humanity being the creation of my sister's enlightenment, they would have long been extinct. Qing Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly recalling a crucial fact. Humanity was missing 1,000 years of development compared to the original history. In the original timeline, after Nüwa attained sainthood, she decreed a millennium of peace wherein no beings were to assail humanity. Yet now, having become the master of the human way, Nüwa seemed to have forgotten this decree. Devoid of a millennium of secure development, humanity would surely become the most delectable prey in the eyes of all primordial beings, crafted from the finest 5 elements. Embodying the essence of human fortune, capable of enhancing cultivation, yet posing no threat as the ultimate delicacy. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Fuxi inquired, observing the terror etched on Qing Feng's face. Indeed, the newly emerged humanity, akin to a precious treasure unaware of its worth, lacks any martial prowess. Should they encounter monstrous beasts, annihilation would be inevitable. Qing Feng replied, his complexion pale. Could it be that because of my presence, humanity not only fails to become the eternal protagonists of the wilderness, but faces extinction instead? My purpose in observing was precisely this. Initially, I intended to protect humanity for 300 years, but after today's observation, I perceive no potential within them. Allowing their existence would be detrimental to my sister. Shu, please reconsider. Qing Feng interjected urgently. I believe that humanity's potential far surpasses that of any primordial race. They could even attain the status of eternal protagonists. Oh, Fuxi expressed a hint of astonishment. What prompts such audacious claims from you? Because humanity is the true essence of wilderness beings, and Qing Feng proceeded to reiterate his recent dialogue with the 3 pure ones. Fuxi stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Once Qing Feng concluded and cast him a hopeful glance, Fuxi smiled slightly and replied, your assertions possess considerable merit, yet all you speak of hinges upon humanity's survival. If humanity's very existence is in jeopardy, how can the future you envision ever materialize? Fuxi posed this rhetorical question, leaving Qing Feng momentarily speechless. Indeed, if survival itself were unattainable, what hope could there be for the future? Furthermore, my sister embodies the essence of humanity and all living beings in the universe, irrespective of their innate or acquired attributes, must regard her as the holy mother of humanity. If that is the case, why does she not support a more robust and fecund innate race to take center stage in the realm of existence? Why does she choose to nurture the human race, thereby complicating the guardianship? I firmly believe that any innate race, even those as revered as dragons, phoenixes, or cheilants, would be elated to be cherished by my sister. pledging eternal devotion to her as their mother. Why then must she insist on the human race, thus amplifying the challenges of protection? Fuxi's probing question shattered Qing Feng's perceptions anew. He gazed at the frail human beings in the distance, incapable even of hunting the beasts that thrive in their environment, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 48. Humanity, without the courage to sacrifice, how can one step onto the pinnacle of the world? Indeed, as the sovereign of humanity, why must Nüwa exclusively favor the human race? She is no longer the original saint of the heavenly Dao, merely the mother of humanity. The current Nüwa stands as the master of humanity, on par with Honghuang. In her esteemed position, she ought to treat every race with equality, rather than preferentially supporting humanity. Do you comprehend? Seeing Qing Feng appear lost and dejected, Fuxi inquired once more. Qing Feng silently nodded, his gaze towards humanity filled with despondency. Ancestor, it is I who have brought harm upon you all. Little Qing Feng, it seems you hold a deep concern for humanity? Fuxi suddenly posed this question. Qing Feng turned sharply to Fuxi. Uncle, do you possess a way to assist humanity? Though I do not understand why you place such importance on the frail human race. For your sake, I am willing to offer a suggestion. Please enlighten me, uncle. Just as you mentioned, humanity lacks neither potential nor a promising future. Given sufficient time, they can soar to great heights and become the eternal sovereigns of the cosmos. Therefore, if that is the case, we merely need to ensure their protection in the early stages, correct? Fuxi smiled benevolently. Qing Feng, as a disciple of the three purities, you can certainly issue a proclamation in their name to safeguard humanity. In merely 3,000 years, humanity will surpass their initial period of weakness. Indeed, I can absolutely protect humanity in the name of my master. Qing Feng suddenly realized, yes, although I am also seeking support, I can indeed exert influence to shield humanity. Surely my masters would not hold this against me, would they? Qing Feng's clarity surged, and he was about to contact his master to announce the protection of humanity. But as he rose, his peripheral vision caught Fuxi's benevolent smile, causing him to freeze instantly. Was I just manipulated by Fuxi? As this thought arose, Qing Feng's suspicions deepened, looking again at Fuxi's smile. It bore no trace of benevolence, but rather the cunning of a mastermind. Uncle, your actions do not reflect those of a senior. Qing Feng gazed at Fuxi with a hint of resentment. Do you truly consider it fitting to scheme against me as you would against Honghuang? I am but a mere fledgling, unworthy of your intricate designs. Haha. Fuxi laughed heartily, ruffling Qing Feng's hair. I never intended to deceive you. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Just as you have stated, humanity is weak in its early stages but possesses immense potential. If they can survive, they will undoubtedly become the principal figures in the eternal realm, becoming my sister's greatest ally. Originally, I intended to privately message the three purities to discuss this matter and seek their protection for humanity for millennia. Yet, before I could make my move, you arrived. So, you were merely toying with me? Qing Feng's gaze grew increasingly resentful. It was merely a jest. Fuxi playfully tousled Qing Feng's hair and gestured towards humanity. Besides, did you not come here with the intention of aiding them? As a disciple of the three purities, your actions inherently represent their stance. Indeed, your calculations are remarkably accurate. Qing Feng remarked with a roll of his eyes, muttering under his breath, that is precisely why I harbor a strong aversion towards those adept in esoteric calculations. The boy. Slap. Fuxi, in silence, delivered a sharp flick to Qing Feng's forehead, amused by the resonance of the sound. No wonder my sister is fond of teasing this lad. The sound is indeed clear and the feel just right. Contact your master, especially your grandmaster. I have previously divined for the human race, and they hold great significance for Taishang Daoyu. Qing Feng gazed at Fuxi in astonishment. Could it be that Fuxi has predicted my grandmaster Taishang's intention to establish a doctrine for humanity? Fuxi's calculations are truly formidable, capable of encompassing even the three pure ones. It is no wonder that Honghuang seeks to eliminate you. Otherwise, how foolish must the witch clan be to insist on self-destruction just to take you along? All right, I shall contact my masters immediately. Producing a communication talisman, Qing Feng executed a spell, relaying his conversation with Fuxi back to Kunlun Mountain. After the talisman transformed into a golden beam and departed, Qing Feng cast a sympathetic glance at the human race, lamenting, alas, having not traversed the path of Darwinian evolution. The present-day humanity is rather dim-witted, incapable even of foraging and hunting, let alone utilizing tools. Uncle, I wish to teach humanity. Ultimately, Qing Feng could not bear to witness his ancestors gradually sacrificing their lives to validate the means of survival. However, Fuxi nodded slightly, yet did not forget to remind him, remember, Do not interfere too much with humanity. For a race to evolve, they must grasp the art of survival on their own, even if it entails the sacrifice of lives. This is an indispensable process. Yes, I understand. I merely wish to guide them, helping them avoid unnecessary detours. Qing Feng replied with a slight nod. Despite his reluctance, he was acutely aware that without the courage to sacrifice, no race could ever ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Meanwhile, upon returning to Penglai Island, Dong Wanggong promptly summoned the Assembly of Immortals. We pay our respects to the esteemed Dong Wanggong. The Assembly of Immortals bowed deeply, whereupon the sycophantic Guoche was the first to notice the transformation in Dong Wanggong. My lord, your visit to Xixiao Palace. You are not holding the ancestral treasure of the Taoist patriarch, the dragon-headed staff, are you? Guoche exclaimed, utterly incredulous that the treasure in Dong Wanggong's possession was genuine. With a swing of the dragon-headed staff, a fiery orb, red to the point of whiteness, erupted from its head and soared into the sky, sending a fierce shockwave that left the Assembly of Immortals staggering. Observing Dong Wanggong, he remained composed, without even a hint of breathlessness, and had evidently expended little of his magical energy. Is this truly the ancestral treasure of the Taoist patriarch? The assembly gasped. Dong Wanggong, with a sense of pride, fondled the dragon-headed staff, declaring, if it were not bestowed upon me by the Taoist patriarch himself, would I dare to claim it as my own? During my visit to Xixiao Palace, I was accepted as a direct disciple by the Taoist patriarch. This treasure was personally given to me by him. A direct disciple? My lord, you are truly remarkable. This is the treasure regularly used by the Taoist patriarch, representing his authority. The power of this treasure surpasses even that of the utmost treasures. The celestial beings exclaimed in astonishment, yet only the ghost car bowed reverently. Congratulations, esteemed one, on becoming the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. To possess such a spiritual treasure, the Tao ancestor must have entrusted you with an extraordinary mission, correct? Indeed, smiled the Eastern King. What I desire is someone to elevate me. Ghost car, you have always been astute. Why not take a guess? After a moment of contemplation, Ghost Car's pupils contracted. Could it be that you are to become the true leader of all celestial beings, the supreme of heaven and earth? Haha, you are truly my confidant. Your words strike at the heart of the matter. The Eastern King laughed heartily. The Tao ancestor has taken me as his direct disciple and bestowed upon me such a precious treasure precisely so that I may become the genuine leader of all celestial beings. Furthermore, the Tao ancestor has even revealed to me the path to achieving supremacy. The first step is to wed the West Queen Mother. Chapter 49. Does Guang Chengzi intend to assist the Eastern King in courting the Western Queen Mother? I am Nüwa, protector of the human race for millennia. No innate races shall tread upon human territory within 1,000 years. I, Taishang, primordial, Tongtian, safeguard humanity for 10,000 years. No race shall set foot in human lands, lest they become adversaries of our three purities. I, Emperor Jun, alongside Tai, proclaim to the world, safeguarding humanity for 10,000 years. I, Emperor Jiang, with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, announce to the world that no race may slay the human race within 10,000 years. Shortly after conferring with Fuxi, Qing Feng, residing by the Eastern Sea, heard the declarations from Nüwa, the masters, the demon race, and the witch clan pledging their protection of humanity for millennia. Outside his dwelling, 3,000 humans fervently bowed toward Mount Buzhou. Humanity shall forever be grateful for the protection of the Holy Mother. Thanks to the three purities, the demon race, and the witch clan for their kindness toward humanity. We shall engrave this in our hearts and never forget. Observing the grateful humans, Qing Feng felt a surge of warmth within. Though the timeline of humanity's birth had shifted somewhat, this gratitude remained steadfast, providing him with great solace. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, under whose tutelage do you serve? At that moment, a leader among the 3,000 humans, a woman, approached Qing Feng, naked and reverent. I am a disciple of the three purities, Qing Feng, he replied proudly. The woman rejoiced and knelt. So you are a distinguished student of the three purities. Humanity extends its gratitude for your protection. No need for such formality. Qing Feng waved his hand, a surge of magical energy lifting the woman upright. The disciples of the three purities and the Holy Mother are allies, always watching over each other. As you are a child of the Holy Mother, how could I not assist? However, before I offer my help, do enlighten me. What does humanity currently lack? Qing Feng inquired with a smile. The woman hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed. May I ask, esteemed elder, why do our bellies grumble and our bodies feel weak? What else could it be? Surely, it is hunger. How bewildering it is that these nascent humans, lacking even the most fundamental biological instincts, can still speak and comprehend the concept of hunger. The mythic world is indeed remarkably wondrous. It seems my immediate task is to impart basic knowledge to them. Yet, Qing Feng overlooked a crucial detail. It was not merely humanity that lacked such common sense. Innate beings also lacked this knowledge. For innate beings are born as cultivators, able to sustain life through the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and would never experience hunger or fatigue as mortals do. On sight, Qing Feng resignedly directed the 3,000 newly emerged humans to sit in neat rows, beginning to teach them the most elementary biological instincts and knowledge. Meanwhile, the Eastern King, within his realm of Zifu Island, summoned over 3,000 celestial beings, who, adorned in red and green, paraded toward Kunlun Mountain amidst a cacophony of drums and gongs, creating a lively spectacle. It took a full 3 days to arrive at the Kunlun mountain range. At this moment, the three purities were each in their respective palaces, immersed in enlightenment and teachings. Hearing the commotion, they emerged with their disciples to gaze toward the east. Elder brother, second brother, does this noise seem a bit unusual? As Tongtian summoned the auspicious clouds, he led his disciples to the summit of Taqing Peak, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the east. Primordial also arrived with his disciples and employed a far-seeing technique, revealing a peculiar expression. It was the influence of the Eastern King. Moreover, he was accompanied by 3,000 golden immortals. Given the commotion, it seemed they sought a marriage proposal. In the midst of this conversation, Primordial shifted his gaze to Tongtian's disciples. Among the entire lineage of the three pure ones, only Tongtian's disciple, Jinling, was a woman. Could they truly be seeking to wed her? I only wish to serve my master and have no desire to marry the Eastern King, Jinling declared with a look of disdain. The Eastern King was infamous for his arrogance, a reputation solidified after being proclaimed the foremost male immortal by Honghuang. Jinling had no intention of marrying him. Setting aside the issue of seniority, there was also the matter of age, which spanned several epochs, a vast generational divide. Her fellow disciples echoed her sentiments succinctly. Tongtian shot an exasperated glance at the two women. What are you thinking? How could someone of the Eastern King's stature seek to marry you? It must be the Western Queen Mother of Xianxia he is after. Taishang nodded slightly in agreement with Tongtian's assertion. The Eastern King, as the foremost male immortal, and the Western Queen Mother, as the foremost female immortal, represent the purest forms of yang and yin energy. If they could unite, it would indeed be a splendid affair. However, Taishang hesitated. I recall that the Western Queen Mother has little regard for the Eastern King. After being named the foremost female immortal during the second sermon, she did not make any overtures to gather female immortals or establish influence, nor did she show any courtesy toward the Eastern King. With the Eastern King's haughty nature, how could he endure such humiliation? It was indeed rather strange. Primordial nodded in agreement. Yet, from the perspective of the primordial chaos, the union of yin and yang should be considered a profound truth. Profound truth or not, it's all nonsense, Tongtian retorted disdainfully. Not liking someone is simply that. One cannot force the Western Queen Mother to marry the Eastern King for the sake of some so-called profound truth. Uncle Master, your words are misguided. While the three pure ones were engaged in discussion, suddenly, Guang Qingzi, a disciple of Primordial, stepped forward. The grand will of the heavenly Dao cannot be obstructed by a mere reluctance. Since the Western Queen Mother has manifested as the first pure yin energy of the primordial chaos, her duty is to unite with the pure yang energy, to fulfill the great path of yin and yang. How can the grand will of the primordial chaos be hindered by a mere disdain? Having said this, Guang Qingzi turned to Primordial and bowed, stating, Master, I am willing to accompany my fellow disciple in seeking a marriage proposal for the Eastern King to advance the grand will of the heavenly Dao. His fellow disciples expressed their willingness to join him in this endeavor, echoing the same sentiment. Following Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding, Tai Yi, Huang Long, and other golden immortals all bowed in request, indicating their desire to act as matchmakers for the Eastern King. Meanwhile, Tongtian stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances with Primordial. He began a silent communication with Taishang. Second brother, have your disciples taken leave of their senses? It's evident that the Eastern King's proposal is fraught with pitfalls and could very well be a scheme devised by Honghuang. Are your disciples truly this foolish? Upon my return, I conveyed to them the matter of Qing Feng assisting the Taoist Nüwa in her path to enlightenment. It seems they have succumbed to envy and wish to assert their own worth. Tongtian remarked, there are numerous ways to prove oneself. Is it truly necessary to engage in such a thankless endeavor? I pondered. Perhaps it is due to the principles of the Tao that I have been expounding in recent days? It is evident from my uncertainty that the antics of Guangchengzi and the other 12 golden immortals have caused me to waver in confidence. Tongtian continued, thus, I assert that your comprehension of the Tao is but a deep pit. Why not pursue a different path of enlightenment? Taishang interjected, Tongtian, silence. He then turned to me. Brother, what are your intentions now? I prepared to respond. Chapter 50 Qing Feng. It is time for you to return and fulfill your duties as the chief senior disciple. Yuanshi glanced down at the 12 golden immortals who were bowing in earnest supplication, his eyes glinting with frost. Yuanshi, since they wish to act as matchmakers for the Eastern King, let them embark on that endeavor. Yuanshi, children must endure some hardships and face a few setbacks to truly comprehend the perils of the world. Ah, by the way, do summon Duobao to bring Qing Feng back. Are they not envious of Qing Feng's esteemed position among us Sanqing, attributing his assistance to Nüwa's enlightenment to sheer luck? Let Qing Feng return. After they have faced their losses, he shall resolve the matter and demonstrate what a chief senior disciple ought to embody. Taishang, excellent. Tongtian, Qing Feng, is my disciple. Taishang and Yuanshi paid no heed to Tongtian's agitated outburst, instead presenting amiable smiles to their disciples, Guangchengzi and the others. With such lofty aspirations, how could I not offer my support? Go forth, I shall stand behind you. Yuanshi waved his hand, a broad smile gracing his face. As if Guangchengzi's words were music to his ears. Seeing that the master was not angered, Guangchengzi felt a surge of joy, believing he had discovered a shortcut to win the master's favor. He resolutely declared, rest assured, master. I shall lead my fellow disciples to assist the Eastern King in his courtship, achieving a harmonious union of yin and yang, thus propelling the momentum of the heavenly Tao. With that, the 12 golden immortals, under Guangchengzi's leadership, departed Taiji Peak with great vigor toward the Eastern King. Meanwhile, Jinling observed their retreating figures, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Western Queen Mother. Master. Jinling cautiously glanced at Yuanshi before directing her gaze to Tongtian, Brother Guangchengzi, and the others. Do they not realize whether the Western Queen Mother is amenable to such a proposal? To approach her directly might be somewhat inappropriate. He is the disciple of my second master uncle. Should the Western Queen Mother misconstrue their intentions, it could jeopardize our relationship with her. Tongtian did not respond to Jinling, but instead turned his attention to Duobao and Wudong. What say you? Sister is right. Wudong immediately concurred with Jinling's assessment. Duobao's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at his sister, who seemed to echo his thoughts, and he helplessly bowed and replied, I wholeheartedly agree. Hee. Tongtian suddenly turned, displaying a smug expression toward Yuanshi. Hee, second brother, your disciples lack the insight of mine. Yuanshi shot Tongtian a sidelong glance. Too disinterested to engage, and directly addressed Duobao and the others. Duobao, Jinling, Wudong. You three must promptly proceed to the shores of the Eastern Sea and bring Qing Feng back to Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, make sure to inform him of Guangchengzi's intention to propose on behalf of the Eastern King, allowing him to handle the matter on our behalf. At this point, Yuanshi paused briefly before continuing. You three need not return for the time being. It is fitting for you to assist Qing Feng with this matter. The disciples responded, complying with the second master uncle's order. Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, then bowed in respect. Second brother, they are my disciples. Tongtian erupted in fury, intent on reclaiming ownership of his disciples. Yuanshi cast him a glance, firmly pressing him down with one hand. At this moment, the Supreme Being added, this matter concerns the reputation of our three purities. You three must exert every effort to assist Qing Feng. Pausing for a moment, the Supreme Being's gaze rested on Duobao before he provided further clarification. Qing Feng has been designated by the three of us as the chief disciple under the three purities. His opinions will henceforth represent our collective stance. Chief disciple. Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief. What transpired exactly? How could a mere outer disciple of our master have ascended to the position of chief disciple of the three purities in just a few days? Moreover, from what I just heard from the Supreme Being and Yuanshi, it seems they are quite amenable to this. This is utterly surreal, is it not? Could it be that what our master mentioned about Qing Feng assisting the Empress Nüwa during her enlightenment is indeed true? Do you comprehend? Observing that the three remained silent, Yuanshi continued to suppress Tongtian with one hand, his expression tinged with seriousness. Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong exchanged glances at their master, who was struggling under the grip of their second senior uncle, and instinctively averted their gaze. Master, regarding your brotherly affairs, we, as juniors, truly do not dare to speak. Furthermore, the second senior uncle is also an elder of our sect. How could we, as disciples, dare to defy his orders? We shall obey. The three, unable to hesitate further, immediately acquiesced. Yuanshi nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, the power of a quasi-saint erupted, opening a spatial passageway leading to the shores of the Eastern Sea. This passage directly connects to the Eastern Sea's human realm. You must hasten and not delay, lest Guang Qingzi and the others tarnish our three purities' reputation. Understood. The three exchanged peculiar glances with Yuanshi, but dared not ask further, rushing into the passageway towards the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, as the 12 golden immortals departed from the Taiji Palace, en route to greet the Eastern King, Master Yuding suddenly inquired of Guang Qingzi, "Senior brother, are we truly to act as matchmakers for the Eastern King? I have an unsettling feeling about this matter. What is amiss?" Guang Qingzi did not halt his steps, but merely turned his head slightly to address Yuding. "It just feels as though if we proceed with matchmaking, it would imply our support for the Eastern King. Are we not indeed going to support the Eastern King in marrying the Western Queen?" Guang Qingzi countered. Yuding, in a state of anxiousness, began to fidget. "That is not my intention, but rather, junior brother Yuding, you are overthinking it. Our sole purpose is to advance the heavenly order, assisting the Eastern King in his success, nothing more." Qi Jingzi impatiently interrupted Yuding's words. "But what if the Eastern King's marriage is orchestrated by that individual?" At that moment, Sihong Jinren suddenly pointed to the sky above and uttered a single remark. On the auspicious clouds, all sounds fell silent. Even the flight of the clouds momentarily stilled. Yet, just a few moments later, they resumed their course. What difference does it make? Our master upholds the heavenly order and the grand scheme. It is unrelated to that individual. Guang Qingzi replied calmly. If that individual embodies the way and represents the heavenly order, then what issue arises from our sect's support? Surely we cannot support the third senior uncle in seizing the way for himself? The words of Guang Qingzi rendered the disciples speechless. Indeed, their master comprehended the way of aligning with the heavens, while their third master uncle grasped the method of transcending celestial paths. The two philosophies were inherently opposed. It was inconceivable to expect them to forsake their own cultivated paths in favor of an opposing doctrine, even if they were brothers of the same lineage. Above the clouds, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Fortunately, the entourage of the Eastern Prince had already entered the Kunlun Mountains, and it was not long before they encountered the grand assembly of the Eastern Prince. Guang Qingzi cast a glance at his fellow disciples, then donned a serene smile akin to that of the primordial one, ascending into the clouds. "I, Guang Qingzi, am here today under the edict of the primordial master to offer assistance to the esteemed Eastern Prince." Chapter 51. What a fool Guang Qingzi is. Daring to undertake any task. Outside the Kunlun Mountains, Dong Wanggong sat high upon his 8-bear carriage, wielding a dragon-headed staff, casting a disdainful gaze upon Guang Qingzi and the 12 golden immortals. "Is it truly you, my fellow Taoist, who has been dispatched to welcome me?" The tone of Dong Wanggong was imbued with unmistakable displeasure. In terms of status, he was a direct disciple of the Dao ancestor, nominally a junior to the original, despite any rifts that may have arisen between the three pure ones and Hongjun. Yet here he was, arriving at Kunlun Mountain, only to find disciples sent to greet him, a clear indication of his diminished esteem. "In response to your esteemed words, our master has sent us disciples to assist you, as he is aware of your journey for matrimonial purposes, aiming to achieve the union of yin and yang," Guang Qingzi replied, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. "Our master possesses the ability to summon the primordial spirit of Pangu and contend with Hongjun. From his perspective, having us assist you is already a considerable show of respect. Are you implying that had I not come for marriage, your master would not have dispatched any of you?" Dong Wanggong retorted, his expression darkening as he regarded the still haughty Guang Qingzi. With a smile, Guang Qingzi responded, "If you must interpret it that way, I see no harm in it." "Very well." Such arrogance from the three pure ones and the original. Dong Wanggong could not help but laugh in exasperation. "Since you regard me with such disdain, you all, my lord." Before Dong Wanggong could finish his sentence, Guo Che, also adorned in festive red garments, approached him and advised, "My lord, the task assigned by the Dao ancestor is of paramount importance. It is unwise to offend the three pure ones at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong found the words caught in his throat. Indeed, the three pure ones had recently assisted Nüwa in achieving enlightenment, summoning the primordial spirit of Pangu to repel Hongjun. Their reputation was at its zenith. To openly offend them now could deter neutral cultivators who might have considered joining his faction, jeopardizing his ambition to dominate the wilderness. Moreover, his proposal for marriage was already somewhat abrupt. With a disciple of the original to mediate, it was possible that the Queen Mother of the West might agree. Even if she did not, it would at least alleviate some of her ire, would it not? Weighing these considerations, it seemed that, apart from a slight loss of face, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. In a mere moment, he assessed the pros and cons. Though he was prideful and arrogant, when it came to his future path and the possibility of achieving sanctity, he could set aside matters of personal pride. With this in mind, Dong Wanggong shifted his tone, a broad smile illuminating his face. It is indeed a great fortune for me, Dong Wanggong, to receive assistance from the disciples of the original Taoist. I implore you, dear friends, to lend your aid. Guang Chengzi nodded haughtily, seemingly having anticipated Dong Wanggong's response. After offering a brief admonition, he led the 12 golden immortals to escort Dong Wanggong towards the western Kunlun. Esteemed elder, please follow us to the western Kunlun. Meanwhile, at the shores of the East Sea, Qing Feng arrived at the high mountain where Fuxi resided, both observing the 3,000 human tribes below. Have all the teachings been imparted? Fuxi inquired, turning to Qing Feng as he noted the human tribe successfully coordinating their efforts to hunt and having captured a wild boar. Qing Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that all the fundamental knowledge had been imparted, and henceforth, the development of the human race would rest solely upon their own efforts. Observing the mortals engaged in primal and savage acts in broad daylight, Qing Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he understood that he could not easily intervene in the evolution of humanity. The ancestors of humankind, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, represent the very foundation of their future. If he were to usurp their innovations, it might seem beneficial at first glance, but in reality, it would rob them of their merit, ultimately hindering their future progress. Moreover, humanity must learn through their own trials and tribulations, advancing through self-study and exploration. As a being from the future, his interference in history would be akin to stunting their growth. You could teach them more. Fuxi discerned Qing Feng's inner turmoil and gently advised. The heavens are ever moving. Humanity must strive for self-improvement. Qing Feng thoughtfully articulated, to become the protagonists of an eternal celestial realm, humanity must embody a spirit of relentless striving and self-enhancement. My identity is uniquely significant. Doing too much would only diminish their morale. He reflected on the future battle of Zhuolu, where the 12 golden immortals, including Guang Chengzi, directly intervened in human conflicts, provoking calamity. Perhaps, once they have cultivated a sufficient number of their own kind and developed a distinct spirit, I will then step in as a mentor to aid their advancement. Excellent. Fuxi stroked his beard with great satisfaction. Little Qing Feng, you are indeed worthy of being a disciple of the 3 purities. Just as the two were about to envision the future of humanity, a sudden tremor rippled through the space before them, and in the next instant, a dark rift appeared, transforming into a gaping abyss. To their astonishment, Duobao, accompanied by Jinling and Wudong, emerged from the void. Greetings, Senior Fuxi, and esteemed Chief Senior Brother. The trio bowed respectfully, and upon encountering Qing Feng, Jinling and Wudong exchanged playful winks at him. Wait, what? Qing Feng was taken aback. Did Master not promise to discuss the Chief Senior Brother matter only upon my return? I had planned to delay my assumption of the role for 300 years, allowing Master to forget about it before declining the position. Why has it been revealed so suddenly? He merely wished to remain in the shadows, supported by countless influential figures, and had no desire to shoulder the responsibilities associated with the role of Chief Senior Brother. Senior Brother, Senior Sister, you must have mistaken me. Qing Feng attempted to resist. How could a mere xianxia like me be worthy of such a title? Do not be modest, Senior Brother. Your status has been collectively bestowed by our 3 masters, Jinling declared with a carefree demeanor as she approached and embraced Qing Feng. Having grown accustomed to playful banter during her time as a senior sister, she found it difficult to adjust now that Qing Feng had assumed the title of Senior Brother. Perhaps it is also because Qing Feng, in essence, is rather lackluster, lacking the demeanor of a Chief Senior Brother. Master truly is. Qing Feng, trapped within Jinling's embrace, struggled briefly but to no avail, ultimately responding with a wry smile. Then, Senior Sister, you should call me Junior Sister. Jinling, with a hint of annoyance, released Qing Feng and gently tapped his forehead, reminding him, you must change how you address him now. Otherwise, if the old stickler, second master uncle, hears you, we shall face a scolding. Qing Feng, somewhat embarrassed, cast a glance at Fuxi, who merely shrugged in response. The mountain is rather confined. I cannot simply evade, can I? No worries. Master has assured us that both Senior Fuxi and Lady Nüwa are now our most dependable allies. Wu Dang offered Fu Shi a sincere smile, hoping to curry favor. Fu Shi stroked his chin, pondering the carefree nature of his disciples' demeanor, which mirrored that of their master. Senior brother, at that moment, Duobao chimed in. He harbored no particular grievances against Qing Feng, yet he felt reluctant to relinquish the position of senior brother so easily. Second Master Uncle has issued a decree, commanding you to return to Kunlun Mountain immediately. The Eastern King is leading a delegation to propose marriage to the Western Queen Mother, while Guangqingzi, accompanied by the 12 Golden Immortals, intends to assist in this endeavor. Second Master Uncle insists you hurry back to manage the situation. What? Qing Feng exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he gazed at Duobao in disbelief. That fool Guangqingzi. How could he dare to take on such a task? Chapter 52. Guangqingzi's words hold no weight. I, Qing Feng, am the chief disciple of the three pure ones. On the lofty mountains by the eastern sea, Qing Feng gazed grimly at the three disciples of Duobao. Senior brothers and sisters, would you kindly elaborate on the matter of the Eastern King? Duobao, with an austere expression, corrected Qing Feng's address. His solemn demeanor caused Fu Shi to harbor doubts. Was Duobao truly a disciple of Tongtian? The longer one observed him, the more he resembled a primordial friend. Just a short incense stick ago, the Eastern King arrived at the Kunlun Mountains, accompanied by 3,000 guards, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. Guangqingzi had heard from his second master uncle that this was likely a quest for the Western Queen Mother, a union of pure yang and pure yin energies that could harmonize yin and yang. Thus, they requested Ying's assistance in the Eastern King's courtship. After their departure, the master uncle and second master uncle commanded us to seek you out, entrusting you, as the chief disciple, with full authority to handle this matter. Upon concluding, Duobao paused, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Of course, there is a conspiracy. Qing Feng rolled his eyes, explaining to these senior brothers and sisters, no, rather, these junior brothers and sisters, that in this era, the prevalence of extremes in yin and yang is rampant. Why would one need the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother to achieve the Great Way? Consider the celestial deities, the Sun Star Lord Dijuan, Tai, and the Moon Star Lord Xia, Changxi. Do they not form two perfect pairs? Moreover, they are set to collaborate in safeguarding the starry skies and developing the grand formation of the celestial bodies. How could their union not be more suitable than that of the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother, who are complete strangers? There are myriad similar examples. The Phoenix clan's Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix, the Dragon clan's Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon, and the Qilin clan's Fire Qilin and Ice Qilin. As long as one embodies pure yang or pure yin, who could be a more fitting match than the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother? To achieve a harmonious union of yin and yang, one merely needs to declare their intentions to the world during their marriage, thereby establishing the path of marital destiny. Is their involvement truly necessary? Furthermore, let us not forget that the Eastern King is the foremost male immortal granted by Hongjun himself, who even established the Zifu continent's influence for this purpose. If he were to unite with the foremost female immortal, the Western Queen Mother, they would nominally govern all immortals. Bolstered by Hongjun's support, are you suggesting that Hongjun is backing the Eastern King to dominate the primordial realm? Fu Shi interjected, his tone grave. Qing Feng nodded. That is likely the case. Ever since Nüwa attained her Dao, Qing Feng discerned that Hongjun's schemes aligned precisely with his own conjectures. He harbored no intention of perfecting the primordial realm. Rather, his thoughts were solely focused on weakening it. Though the motives behind his desire for the primordial realm's fragmentation remain unclear, whether it stems from a mere vendetta against Pangu, there can be no disputing the intent. Currently, the Demon Clan has been persuaded to guard the starry skies and has opposed Hongjun regarding Nüwa's attainment of the Dao, rendering them beyond his manipulation. As for shattering the heavenly pillar and piercing the heavens, actions that would severely damage the primordial essence, Hongjun would undoubtedly not let such an opportunity slip by. Thus, he would surely support another force to continue vying for supremacy against the Witch Clan. As for why Qing Feng did not attempt to persuade the Witch Clan. What a jest. From our previous encounters with Qing Feng, it was evident that, apart from Hou Tu, each of them harbored a lofty self-regard, looking down upon everyone else with equal disdain. If they scorned even the other powerful beings of the Witch Clan, how could they possibly heed the words of a mere junior who has yet to attain the status of a golden immortal? As for why the Eastern Prince sought to marry the Western Queen Mother first, it mirrors the historical path of the Demon Clan, establishing a celestial marriage, founding the Demon Court, vanquishing Kunpeng, reclaiming the Dragon Tribe, ultimately seizing the great array of the Zhoutian stars, and engaging in a fierce battle with the Witch Clan. Qing Feng need not ponder this. He is well aware of Honghuang's grand design. The purpose of the celestial marriage is twofold. Firstly, to contend for fate and merit, thus enabling the Eastern Prince to enhance his power. Secondly, to elevate the Eastern Princess' reputation, allowing more cultivators to recognize him, thereby attracting greater celestial beings and forming a more formidable faction. At this moment, Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong were profoundly astounded by Qing Feng's words, reflecting on the disparity between themselves and their chief senior brother. With some concern, Fuxi turned to Qing Feng and inquired, "Little Qing Feng, what are your intentions now? What the enemy desires is what we must oppose." Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Feng declared the words of great figures from his past life. "As long as the Eastern Prince is here by Honghuang's design, we shall do our utmost to thwart him. Indeed, we must not allow the primordial world to repeat the tragic history of your uncle. Could you kindly inform my second master uncle to open the spatial passage to Kunlun?" "Understood." Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong gazed at Qing Feng in astonishment. "Uncle? What does this title signify?" The key point is that Senior Fuxi has actually acquiesced. "You are the brother of Nüwa, the sovereign of humanity. Is it appropriate to acknowledge a mystical celestial nephew? Perhaps you should consider us. We are also disciples of Tongtian, and legitimate direct disciples at that. With our cultivation at the golden immortal level, would you not take us in?" Unbeknownst to Fuxi, he was unaware of the thoughts of the three youngsters before him. As he gently grasped the heart sound plate, he initiated a connection through the primordial refinement of the heart sound plate, directly notifying the primordial. Moments later, an identical spatial passage materialized before Qing Feng and his companions. "Uncle, this matter is of great significance and pertains to the reputation of my sect's elders. If Guangchengzi truly succeeds in matchmaking, my sect might be coerced into aligning with Honghuang's faction. I must return now." "Very well." Fuxi nodded, indicating his understanding. "I cannot remain long. After safeguarding these young ones of the human race for a few more years, I shall prepare to accompany my sister to establish a teaching ground. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to use the heart sound plate to contact me. My dear nephew, I extend my gratitude in advance. Until we meet again." After bidding farewell to Fuxi, Qing Feng did not linger and promptly led his junior disciples into the spatial passage. On the other side, they found themselves at the entrance of the Western Kunlun, before the abode of the Western Queen Mother. Upon their arrival, they encountered the guardian beast of the Western Queen Mother's domain, Lu Wu. As he was articulating his purpose for being there, "Lu Wu, why do you not hastily return to report to Senior Western Queen Mother? Today Guangchengzi, under the command of our Master Primordial, has come specifically to Guangchengzi. You shall be silent." As Guangchengzi's voice faded, a pair of formidable feet flew in from the side, delivering a crushing kick to his mouth, propelling him 100 meters away while simultaneously silencing his words. "Ugh! Who dares to ambush me?" With a heavy thud, Guangchengzi landed, seething with rage as he wiped the dirt from his mouth and glared fiercely at the spot where he had once stood. Wait, how could it be Qing Feng? Moreover, behind him stood the cherished disciples of his third master, Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong. "Senior Lu Wu, I beg your pardon." What Guangchengzi's junior just said was merely the ramblings of someone who had indulged too much in the exquisite nectar. Qing Feng. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi was immediately incensed. Disregarding the perplexity of Qing Feng and the other's sudden appearance, he bellowed, "I am here on the orders of my revered master. You should be quiet." Qing Feng rolled his eyes, turning back to glare at him fiercely, warning, "I am the chief disciple of the three clear ones, the spokesperson for my three masters. Your words hold no weight." Chapter 53. Do you believe that even if I were to strike you, my second master would merely affirm my actions? Nonsense. Before Guangchengzi could utter a word, Qi Jingzi had already lost his composure. His face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "You are merely an outer disciple. Besides, when did our master acquire a chief disciple among the three pure ones?" Junior brother Qing Feng. Guangchengzi also scolded Qing Feng with a stern countenance. "My brother, I understand your aspiration to become an inner disciple, but you cannot indulge in such fabrications, claiming a title of chief disciple for yourself. Currently, esteemed elders like Dongwang Gong and the celestial beings from Zifu Prefecture are present. If they mistakenly believe that you, a mere xianxia, have become the chief disciple of the three pure ones, would that not bring disgrace to our masters? You should withdraw at once." Guangchengzi's tone exuded the authority of a virtuous senior brother admonishing a mischievous junior, as if he were the genuine chief disciple himself. "Still not retreating? Did you not hear brother Guangchengzi's words?" Qi Jingzi, who had always regarded Guangchengzi's words as sacred, immediately chastised Qing Feng. "If you tarnish our master's reputation, the third uncle will undoubtedly expel you from the sect. Alas, Qing Feng fell silent, glancing back at his fellow disciples, junior brothers and sisters. Do you intend to remain here and watch the spectacle? Hee, we thought our brother could handle it, remarked Jin Ling with a mischievous grin as she stepped forward and stood behind Qing Feng, boldly proclaiming, Masters and esteemed uncles, by the decree of our master, from this day forth, disciple Qing Feng is promoted to the status of a direct disciple under the three pure ones, and shall serve as the chief disciple. His words and actions shall represent the opinions of all three pure ones, and all disciples shall be under Qing Feng's guidance. As her declaration resonated, the 12 golden immortals opposite were left in stunned silence. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Qi Jingzi shouted at Jin Ling. His face flushed. By what right does Qing Feng claim such a title? Even if he were to be recognized as a direct disciple, he would only be acknowledged under your upper purity. How could our master appoint an upper purity disciple as the senior brother of our Jade Purity sect? Jin Ling shrugged, replying smugly to Qi Jingzi. How would I know what the second master thinks? If you doubt it, go and inquire with him. Senior brother. Qi Jingzi turned to Guang Qingzi, while the gazes of the other Jade Purity disciples all converged on him. Guang Qingzi's face turned ashen as he looked towards Duobao. Duobao sighed, stepping forward to stand beside Jin Ling. Brother Guang Qingzi. What Jin Ling stated is indeed the truth. From this moment onward, Qing Feng is the chief disciple of our three pure sect. Moreover, all disciples must obey the commands of senior brother Qing Feng. Bow to the chief senior brother. Seeing the situation escalate, with outsiders present, Guang Qingzi gritted his teeth and bowed. The emphasis he placed on the word chief was palpable, and the audience could almost hear the grinding of his teeth. Senior brother. Qi Jingzi gazed in disbelief at the bowing Guang Qingzi. Still not paying respects to the chief? Guang Qingzi turned back, his eyes fierce as he shouted. In that moment, even if Qi Jingzi was unwilling, he could only bow in submission. I pay my respects to the chief senior brother. Salutations to the esteemed master brother. Though the other disciples of the Jade Purity Palace are under the auspices of the three pure ones, their apprenticeship has been brief. Witnessing their own master brother and second brother bow in reverence, what recourse do they have but to dutifully follow suit and pay their respects to Qing Feng? Excellent. A subtle smile graces Qing Feng's lips. Fortunately, at this moment, the 12 golden immortals, despite their burgeoning arrogance, are still in the nascent stages of their apprenticeship, yet to fully cultivate their pride. Had this been during the era of the Fengshan, or even the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would not Guang Qingzi have already summoned the heavenly decree to strike him down? Today marks the day when I, the Eastern King, seek a marriage proposal. You are to return to your 3 pure Taoist temple and amuse yourselves, lest you disturb this grand affair of mine. The Eastern King, who has long harbored disdain for Guang Qingzi, upon hearing that he holds a status inferior even to that of a mere xianxia disciple, immediately turned his ire towards the disciples of the 3 pure ones. As for the earlier assertion by Duobao that Qing Feng could represent the 3 pure ones, an insignificant xianxian, one who has yet to attain the golden immortal Dao fruit, is hardly worthy of being a representative of the 3 pure opinions. What folly! Coupled with Guang Qingzi's prior support and Qing Feng's subsequent apology to Lu Wu, it is clear he fears the 3 pure ones might remain in Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, he would have surely turned against them on the spot. Even though they are all disciples of the 3 pure ones, he would undoubtedly confront them. Indeed, as the esteemed elder suggests, we shall take our leave. Qing Feng responded with a smile and a nod, then cast a glance at Guang Qingzi. Why do you not make haste? To Qing Feng's surprise, Guang Qingzi remained utterly immobile. Observing his lack of movement, the other disciples of Jade Purity, who had initially lifted their feet to depart, halted their actions, awaiting Guang Qingzi's words. What, as the foremost of the 3 pure ones, do I lack the authority to command my junior brother? Qing Feng inquired, enunciating the term junior brother with particular emphasis. Guang Qingzi bore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a seething anger. In response to the foremost master brother, it is not that the junior brother disregards your commands. Rather, my presence here to assist the Eastern King in his matrimonial endeavor has received the approval of our master. While you possess the authority to oversee me, the tasks entrusted by our master are beyond your jurisdiction, are they not? With that, Guang Qingzi turned to the Eastern King and offered a respectful bow. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall fulfill our master's wishes and ensure your marriage is a success. Upon witnessing this exchange, Qing Feng's eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping over the other Jade Purity disciples. Do you all share this sentiment? Indeed. Qingzi promptly positioned himself behind Guang Qingzi. Brother Guang Qingzi has always been our master brother, guiding us in our cultivation, tending to our needs, and overseeing our conduct. How could you, a mere nominal foremost master brother, compare? Qing Feng observed that the disciples of Jade Purity, who had initially intended to take action, retreated upon hearing Qingzi's morally coercive declaration. Excellent. They seek to undermine my authority, choosing to preserve their dignity before the Eastern King. So, you dare defy my command? Fury ignited in Qing Feng's eyes. He seeks to ally himself with someone of the caliber of Emperor Jun at the very least. The likes of Tai are beneath consideration. Even Kong Xian is viewed merely as a potential henchman in his eyes. And you, Guang Chengzi, what are you worth? The younger disciple dared not speak out. Guang Chengzi, however, adhered strictly to decorum, his words devoid of any hint of disrespect, providing Qing Feng no opportunity to unleash his fury. Yet, brother, your command contradicts that of our revered master, and as such, I must fulfill the master's wishes. Very well, splendid. Qing Feng abruptly surged before Guang Chengzi, forcefully patting his shoulder. Since this is the instruction of our second master, you shall proceed, and I will accompany you. This appeared to be a concession. Yet in Guang Chengzi's ears, Qing Feng's warning echoed through the channel of magical sound. Should you stray from the path, I would not hesitate to strike you down. And do you not believe that our second master would commend me for it? Chapter 54. As the esteemed chief, how do you intend to retaliate against me, Guang Chengzi? I refuse to believe it. Guang Chengzi responded with a smile. Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then you may as well attempt it later. At this moment, Qing Feng was thoroughly incensed by Guang Chengzi's mocking demeanor before the Eastern Prince. His public declaration of being the chief senior brother indeed struck a blow to Guang Chengzi's pride. But what choice did he have? The situation had escalated to such a degree that if he did not publicly denounce Guang Chengzi's words, it could be used against them by the Eastern Prince's influence, potentially implicating Master Sanqing. Moreover, since the matter had already reached such proportions, why did Guang Chengzi not accompany him? Even if it meant dragging him before the second master to argue the point. Yet, he remained before the Eastern Prince, disregarding the interests of Sanqing, stubbornly persisting against his own warnings. Who, then, is truly the time traveler, and who is the modern individual? Now this native, undeterred by the loss of face for his masters, while I, a time traveler, would still cower in fear, having always been the one to cling to power for survival. Qing Feng felt an uncontainable surge of nameless fury rising within him, compelling him to strike Guang Chengzi. Meanwhile, Jinling noticed the palpable tension between Qing Feng and Guang Chengzi and approached, whispering into Qing Feng's ear, "Little Qing Feng, there are outsiders present. Shall we not apprehend Guang Chengzi and his companions first? Rest assured, with just these 12 golden immortals, there is no need for senior brother Duobao to intervene. I am more than sufficient." Qing Feng turned to see the disdainful pride on Jinling's face. It was no wonder that she would eventually become Demu Yuanjun, the mother of stars, with the capability to single-handedly contend against 12 golden immortals. Had it not been for the stealthy attack by Randan in history, who could possibly rival her, aside from the saints? Very well, Qing Feng inhaled deeply, forcing down his unquenchable ire as he replied, "I intend to use this incident to elevate my status as chief." Upon hearing this, Jinling turned in astonishment. How had her usually gentle and amiable junior brother suddenly transformed into someone so eager for fame and conflict? Yet, when she met Qing Feng's gaze, the dark energy flickering in his eyes sent a wave of unease through her. Suppressing her own alarm, she nodded to Qing Feng. "Then let us proceed, as you suggest." Observing the tension between Qing Feng and Guang Chengzi as they approached the divine beast, Lu Wu, she retreated back to Duobao's side. "Senior brother, there seems to be something amiss with little Qing Feng." "What do you mean?" Duobao turned, concern etched on his face. The recent exchange between Guang Chengzi and Qing Feng had struck him as peculiar. When had Qing Feng become so invested in the title of chief? Was he not the one who despised trouble and meddling the most? I observe, Qing Feng has now reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm and is on the verge of solidifying his golden immortal Dao fruit, which may lead to the emergence of inner demons. Can the solidification of the golden immortal Dao fruit really give rise to inner demons? Jinling had scarcely finished speaking when a gasp echoed in their ears. They turned in unison to see Wudong, astonished, gazing at them, as if the notion of developing inner demons at the golden immortal stage was utterly unbelievable. "Do you think little Qing Feng is like you?" Jinling, exasperated, delivered a sharp slap to Wudang's head. "You must hasten back to Kunlun Mountain and inform our master of this matter. My senior brother and I will safeguard Jinling to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Wu Dang nodded repeatedly, immediately taking to the clouds en route to Sanqing Peak. However, as she turned to leave, Her murmurs still reached the ears of the two. Well, how was I to know that the golden immortal Dao fruit could induce a heart demon? Clearly, it has never happened under the Three Qing sect. My senior sister won't even let us speak. How domineering. I shall go and report this to our master. Duobao exchanged a glance with Jin Ling, who awkwardly rubbed her nose. Ahem, Wu Dang has only recently joined our sect. Once we return, I will certainly take it upon myself to guide her. The weight of the words certainly resonated deeply in Jin Ling's voice, her tone elevated by threefold. The guidance of the female disciples rests solely with the junior sisters. Duobao smiled faintly and gestured ahead. Let us proceed. If we delay any longer, our esteemed senior brother may very well come to blows with junior brother Guangqingzi. It seems that my senior brother is also displeased with Qing Feng's ascension to the position of chief disciple. Jin Ling teased Duobao. Duobao sighed and remarked, as the senior brother of the Xianxia sect, how could I be content? Yet, even in my discontent, I will contend for the chief position openly and honorably, without resorting to ridicule or deceit. Your senior brother's fortitude is admirable. Jin Ling nodded in satisfaction, allowing her vigilance towards Duobao to wane. Duobao internally sighed. As fellow outer disciples, observing the loyalty of Jin Ling and Wu Dang towards Qing Feng, one cannot help but compare it to the treatment of Chang'er. Alas, at the entrance to the Taoist altar of the West Queen Mother, Lu Wu stood guard behind the door, coldly observing Dong Wanggong and the approaching Qing Feng and Guangqingzi. Initially, Dong Wanggong, feeling slighted by Qing Feng's earlier actions, had intended to drive them away. However, upon witnessing Guangqingzi's overt display of conflict with Qing Feng, he became less anxious. The matter of seeking a marriage proposal has been decreed by the Dao ancestor. He was confident that the West Queen Mother would not dare to refuse. If that is the case, why not enjoy the spectacle of the Three Qing sect's embarrassment? The disciples of the Panga True sect and the semi-sanctified are not often seen in such a humorous light. Have we come to an agreement? Do you still wish for my assistance in seeking a marriage proposal? Dong Wanggong inquired with interest, leaning against the ornate palanquin while toying with his dragon-headed staff, tilting his head curiously at Qing Feng and Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi spoke before Qing Feng had the chance. My master has instructed me to ensure your success in this endeavor. How could I dare to abandon such a task? He had presumed that with such a statement, Qing Feng would refrain from rebuking him, at least preserving some semblance of face. Yet he could not have anticipated that the current Qing Feng was far from his usual self, immediately retorting, Junior brother, do not say that. These are your own decisions. If our second master had given such an order, he would not have sent Duobao and the others to stop me. Qing Feng, you. Guangqingzi glared furiously at Qing Feng, feeling humiliated. Qing Feng smirked, arching an eyebrow. What is the matter? Does the chief have a problem with what I said? Or do you? A mere junior brother. Dare to question the words of your chief? Do not forget the words of the three masters. All actions and words of this chief represent the three purities. Guangqingzi's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Harboring deep resentment within once I complete the trial bestowed upon me by my revered master and attain the merits of heaven and earth, I shall undoubtedly seize your position as chief. How could a mere strand of innate sword grasp be worthy of my esteemed title among the three purities? Turning away, Guangqingzi disregarded Qing Feng's provocation, bearing the gaze of the Eastern king who awaited the spectacle, and approached Lu Wu. Hasten to report to the venerable Queen Mother of the West. I, Guangqingzi, disciple of the Jade Purity, have received the decree of my master and have come to seek the hand of the venerable Queen Mother on behalf of the Eastern King. Chapter 55. The Three Purities. The unveiling of Qing Feng's uniqueness. Lu Wu flicked the 9 tiger tails behind him, casting a disdainful glance at Guangqingzi. His claws curled as he lay on the ground, completely disregarding him. Beast, dare you ignore me? Guangqingzi seethed with rage. Qing Feng has wronged me, and you, a mere beast, dare to do the same? He formed the Yuling incantation with his hands, summoning a massive blue Yuling divine thunder that descended upon Lu Wu. Crack! To his astonishment, Lu Wu merely raised an eyelid, and the divine thunder veered off course, striking Guangqingzi squarely on the head, instantly reducing him to charred remnants. Cough! Guangqingzi spat out a plume of black smoke, his face smeared with soot, a picture of utter disarray. Senior brother. Qi Jingzi hurried to support him, probing his body with magic, only to discover that Guangqingzi's meridians had been shattered by the Yuling divine thunder. Sihong, will you not fetch the 3 radiance divine water to heal senior brother? Qi Jingzi turned and shouted at the only female disciple among the 12 golden immortals. Sihong's lips pursed in a pout, and with a look of grievance, she carefully retrieved a jade vial from her robe. pouring out a single drop of the tricolored divine water aimed at Guang Qingzi. This vial of 3 radiant divine water was not bestowed by the primordial beings. After the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, they encountered matters such as Nüwa's proof of the Dao, and there had been no time to distribute spiritual treasures. This vial was a product of her own fortune. Unfortunately, for Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, even if they knew its worth, they would dismiss it as insignificant. In an instant, as the divine water entered Guang Qingzi's body, his physical form rejuvenated. Aside from his face still blackened by the lightning, he bore no further injuries. Truly, it was a miraculous healing elixir. You beast! I am a disciple of the Yuling sect. How dare you? The revitalized Guang Qingzi charged towards Lu Wu once more. Qing Feng, exasperated, thought to himself, in the annals of history, you were at least a representative of the Yuling sect. A revered master of the human emperor, famed across the land, and deeply favored by the second master. How is it that in reality, you are so utterly lackluster? Surely that grand reputation was not merely a product of the second master's favoritism, unable to bear witness to further disgrace. Qing Feng shot a disparaging glance at Guang Qingzi and reminded him, Junior brother, Lu Wu is a formidable De Luo expert. Guang Qingzi's voice faltered, but after a moment, he stubbornly asserted, What of De Luo? I am a disciple of the Yuling sect. Indeed, what of it? Lu Wu, in truth, is cultivating on Kunlun Mountain and is not a subordinate of the Queen Mother of the West. He merely resides at her abode, idly assisting her in guarding the premises. At this point, Qing Feng glanced at him knowingly. Ah, I almost forgot. You have been under the tutelage of the second master for less than 5,000 years. There are many matters of the mountain that you remain unaware of. Even our masters must address Lu Wu as fellow Daoist when they encounter him. With that, Qing Feng disregarded Guang Qingzi's shifting complexion and approached respectfully, bowing, Senior Lu Wu. I humbly request that you notify the Queen Mother of the West that Qing Feng of the 3 Purities seeks an audience. You, a young one, possess quite the charm. In my previous conversations over drinks with Tongtian, I had already discussed the notion of appointing you as a direct disciple. It appears that Tongtian's discerning eye has proven more astute. The esteemed title of Chief of the 3 Pure Ones is far more befitting of you. Lu Wu gradually rose. Embodying the form of a mythical beast with a human head, tiger body, and 9 tails, his upper half resembling that of a man, with an unmistakable look of admiration upon his face. Please wait. I shall summon our esteemed companion, the Queen Mother of the West. No need to call for me. I have already arrived. Before Lu Wu's words could fully resonate, a voice, slightly hoarse yet mature, emanated from the depths of the rear mountain sanctuary. Qing Feng quickly lifted his gaze, beholding a noble and elegant matron, adorned with a peony mark on her brow, clad in a resplendent robe of myriad colors, gracefully descending upon a rainbow. Salutations to the venerable Queen Mother of the West. Qing Feng promptly led his disciples in a bow, while the 12 golden immortals, despite their grievances towards Qing Feng, followed suit, not daring to show any hint of negligence. After all, the Queen Mother of the West was not only the highest-ranking female immortal as conferred by the Dao ancestor, but also a formidable quasi-saint, having severed a corpse. Do not stand on ceremony. The Queen Mother waved her hand slightly, and dozens of streams of divine power surged forth, lifting everyone up. She then cast a displeased glance at Dong Wang Gong. Dong Wang Gong, you bring such a multitude to my sacred sanctuary, disturbing my tranquility. Do you truly believe that? Merely because I am a woman, you can treat me with such insolence? As her cold rebuke echoed through Kunlun Mountain's rear, the atmosphere instantly froze. Simultaneously, Wudong had swiftly flown to Taiching Peak, where he encountered the 3 Pure Ones. Masters, an urgent matter has arisen. My junior brother, no, the chief senior brother, is in peril. As soon as Wudong alighted from the clouds, he dashed toward the palace. Yet, before he could enter, the light before him dimmed, and when his vision cleared, he found the 3 Pure Ones standing before him, visibly anxious. What has happened to Qing Feng? Tongtian inquired urgently. Instinctively, Wudong wished to pay his respects first, but was interrupted by Yuan Shi's impatience. No need for such formalities. Speak. What is wrong with Qing Feng? Wudong blinked. Second master, are you not the one who values etiquette the most? However, not daring to delay, he hastily relayed the troubling news of Qing Feng's inner demons. Brother Guang Cheng provoked Qing Feng. Brothers Duobao and sister Jin Ling have surmised that Qing Feng is likely on the brink of breaking through to the golden immortal realm and, during the crystallization of his Dao fruit, has encountered his inner demons. Just as Wudong finished speaking, the light around them brightened once more. He grimaced slightly. Was he leaving so soon? Even his own master did not offer a single word of advice before departing. Could he not have taken me along? I too am a direct disciple. How is it that I feel less valued than an outer disciple? With a heart full of grievances, Wudong resignedly turned back toward the rear mountain. Meanwhile, the three pure ones, aided by Yuanshi, had vanished into the void, silently observing Qing Feng's predicament below. Indeed, Qing Feng had succumbed to his inner demons. With just a glance, Taishan confirmed Qing Feng's state. I shall bring him up immediately. Tongtian was eager to rescue Qing Feng, but before he could act, he was restrained by Yuanshi. Brother, Tongtian glared at Yuanshi with discontent, while Taishan admonished, what is your urgency? Elder brother, Qing Feng. Tongtian had yet to finish his sentence when Taishan interrupted. I understand your concern for him, but has he not consumed sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his daily practice? A mere celestial demon cannot inflict harm upon Qing Feng. Yet, Tongtian remained apprehensive. Yuanshi spoke. Qing Feng's situation is unlike that of the other disciples. From birth, he has been endowed with the power of time and space, possessing extraordinary knowledge and memories far beyond the ordinary. This, however, has rendered his emotions and perceptions excessively rich, which proves detrimental to his enlightenment and has become the greatest hindrance to his cultivation progress. The recent manifestation of inner demons, though troubling, may serve as an opportunity to untangle his complex thoughts, ultimately benefiting his future cultivation. Chapter 56. A second slap in the face to Guang Qingzi. If Qing Feng were present, he would undoubtedly be filled with astonishment. He believed himself to be cloaked in an impeccable disguise, yet in reality, he had long been seen through by his three masters. It could be said that anyone who had ever interacted with him had already surmised the truth. However, due to his identity as a disciple of the three pure ones, they had all tacitly chosen to turn a blind eye. After all, Qing Feng was a tender-hearted individual, and his subtle thoughts were easily discerned by others. There was no need to delve deeper into the matter. As for the three pure ones, their affection for Qing Feng, whom they had nurtured with their own hands, had led them to regard him as their own flesh and blood, and thus they would not trouble themselves with scrutinizing his secrets. Not to mention, the three pure ones remained in the shadows, ever ready to support him, treating the matter of the Eastern Prince seeking marriage as a test through which their disciple must confront his inner demons. At the entrance of the Western Queen Mother's dojo on the back mountains of Kunlun, faced with the Western Queen Mother's inquiries, the Eastern Prince betrayed a flicker of evident displeasure. Yet, he had come seeking a marriage proposal, not to forge enmity or engage in conflict. Thus, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and, with a forced grin, addressed the Western Queen Mother. Sister Queen Mother, I have not come to insult you today, but rather to discuss a most fortuitous matter. Fortuitous matter? The Western Queen Mother's eyes glinted with skepticism. How could she be unaware of the Eastern Prince's character? If there were truly good fortune to be had, would it come to her? Her only encounter with him had been when Hongjun conferred upon her the title of Supreme Female Immortal. At that time, the Eastern Prince had approached her with intentions of forming an alliance, seeking to dominate the immortals under the auspices of Hongjun's bestowed authority. Initially, she had felt a stir of excitement, but when he elaborated on his plans to consolidate their names and rule over the others while plundering treasures for their mutual cultivation, she quickly discerned that he was not a virtuous individual. Fearing entanglement, she had purposely secluded herself, sealing her dojo and refraining from any mention of the title Supreme Female Immortal. To her surprise, the Eastern Prince had come knocking once more today, claiming to seek her for a fortuitous matter. Indeed, a fortuitous matter, the Eastern Prince declared with great pride. Sister, you are the manifestation of pure yin energy, while I embody pure yang energy. Once we unite, the harmony of yin and yang will culminate in a momentous event, allowing us to complete the heavenly marriage and acquire immense merit. You and I shall be able to utilize this merit to sever our mortal coils and greatly enhance our cultivation. Is this not a fortuitous matter? Upon hearing this, the Western Queen Mother's countenance darkened immediately. Without allowing the Eastern Prince to continue, she swiftly interjected. If you have come solely for this purpose, you may take your leave. I have no intention of engaging in any union of yin and yang. The Eastern Prince's previously elated mood was doused as if by a bucket of ice water, leaving him feeling exceedingly cold. His expression transformed into one of profound displeasure. Sister, what do you mean by this? Nothing at all, the Western Queen Mother replied coldly. I have no interest in uniting with you. Furthermore, sister is too familiar. We are not so close, so I would prefer you to address me as fellow Taoist rather than sister. The repeated rejections ignited a spark of fury within the Eastern Prince. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, a voice of counsel from the spectral vehicle echoed in his ears. My lord, the Queen Mother of the West is reluctant, unaware of the myriad benefits that could arise from your union. Are there not disciples of the three purities present? Perhaps you might allow them to advocate on your behalf. The Eastern king, struck by this thought, realized that if he could not persuade the Queen Mother himself, it would be more effective for the disciples of the three purities to speak. With the support of the Dao ancestor, the only force capable of opposing him would be the three purities and their allies, including Nüwa. Now, if he could have Guangqingzi represent the three purities to express their opinion, should she refuse, there would be no place for her in the primordial realm. He doubted she would dare to disagree. My dear sister, you are far too cautious, the Eastern king smiled broadly. My quest for a marriage proposal has even garnered the endorsement of the primordial Taoist. If you doubt this, let his esteemed disciple speak with you. Having said this, the Eastern king waved his dragon-headed scepter before the Queen Mother, then turned his gaze to Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi, did you not claim that the primordial Taoist supports my union with my sister? I charge you to act as my matchmaker. I shall leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands. With that final word, the Eastern king decisively returned to his seat, relinquishing the floor to Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi, observing the formidable power of the Zifu continent and the esteemed title of Supreme Male Immortal bestowed upon him by Honghuang, could hardly believe he was delegated to play the role of a matchmaker. His previously disheartened spirit, having been dampened by the combined forces of Qing Feng and Lu Wu, soared in an instant. He proudly lifted his chin towards Qing Feng, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, and respectfully inclined his head towards the Queen Mother of the West. I pay my respects to the esteemed Queen Mother. I am Guangqingzi, the direct disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Fearing that Qing Feng might again bring up the matter of being the chief disciple, Guangqingzi promptly declared his status as a direct disciple of the Jade Pure sect. The Queen Mother raised an eyebrow, having overheard the conversation between Guangqingzi and Qing Feng before her emergence. As she materialized, she pondered whether this Jade Pure disciple intended to exert the influence of the primordial Taoist to pressure her. The Queen Mother nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding, and gestured for him to continue. My respected teacher once said, the union of yin and yang is the grand design of the heavenly Tao, which must not be defied. Since you are the embodiment of pure yin energy, your duty is to unite with the pure yang energy of the Eastern king. Such is the grand design of the heavenly Tao, and it must not be contravened. I believe you should accept the Eastern king's proposal and unite with him. Guangqingzi asserted with conviction. Upon hearing these words, the Queen Mother was instantly filled with fury. You, a mere golden immortal, a creature as insignificant as an ant in the primordial realm, even with the primordial Taoist as your master, how dare you arrange a marriage for a quasi-saint? Do you think I, the Queen Mother of the West, am easily trifled with? Or do you presume that my good reputation in the primordial realm renders me an easy target for ridicule? Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, her peripheral vision caught sight of Qing Feng. The Queen Mother, having frequently engaged in discourse with the three purities on the same mountain before attaining the great Tao, was well acquainted with Qing Feng, whom the three purities had adopted shortly after their transformation and whose cultivation had only recently reached the Tai Dao fruit. She had often bestowed upon him treats and toys, addressing him as an elder would a younger relative. Young Qing Feng, do you share the same sentiment? The Queen Mother of the West, suppressing her fury, directly inquired of Qing Feng. Certainly not. Qing Feng rose to respond. With the prowess of my esteemed predecessor, why would one require the alliance with others to enhance one's cultivation? If one wishes to form a bond, it must be rooted in genuine affection. And what of his claim to be a disciple of Yuqing? Asserting that he was sent by the esteemed Taoist of primordial origins to act as a matchmaker for the Eastern king. Along with his musings on the grand trends of the heavenly Tao, the Queen Mother of the West smiled subtly and pressed further. It is all nonsense. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Feng retorted sharply, striking a blow to Guangqingzi. I am the chief disciple of the three pure ones, and my words and actions embody their will. I have never heard of any arrangement made by my second master to assist the Eastern king in such matters. It seems my junior brother Guangqingzi must have misheard or misunderstood. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. Qing Feng's words landed like resounding slaps, one after another upon Guangqingzi's face, utterly merciless. They rendered Guangqingzi's countenance a shade of deep purple, his gaze fierce, as if he longed to devour Qing Feng whole on the spot. Chapter 57. Disrespecting the senior brother. The punishment awaits. I shall spank your bottom, Guangqingzi. Qing Feng, the words of our esteemed master are absolute. Do you dare disobey? Guangqingzi bellowed menacingly at Qing Feng. Qing Feng abruptly turned around. Address me as senior brother. How is it that you adhere to every word of our second master as if it were sacred? He instructed you to assist the Eastern prince in his courtship. Yet you conveniently forget that I was appointed as the chief senior brother? Qing Feng's countenance darkened, his words striking like daggers, relentlessly piercing Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi's cheeks twitched uncontrollably, but under the pressure of Qing Feng invoking the authority of their revered master, he ultimately gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words with great difficulty. Senior brother. Excellent. It is my duty as your senior brother to impart the virtues of etiquette. Since you have acknowledged your misstep, please proceed. Qing Feng extended his pinky finger, playfully waving it before Guang Chengzi, then proceeded to dig in his ear. Guang Chengzi forcibly restrained his burgeoning fury, fixing his gaze upon Qing Feng, articulating each word with precision. Senior brother. Our master has commanded me to assist the venerable Eastern Prince in securing a successful courtship. Do you dare defy this command? Have I defied it? Qing Feng feigned astonishment. Turning to Duobao and Jinling. Duobao, Jinling, did I contravene the wishes of our second master? Did I not just compel Guang Chengzi, my junior brother, to articulate the second master's intentions? Senior brother, no? Duobao and Jinling, suppressing their amusement, bowed in response. Very well, even if Duobao and Jinling, in a moment of camaraderie as we all entered the gates of Xianxia, have chosen to deceive. Qing Feng then redirected his gaze toward Qijingzi. Qijingzi, you answer me. Did I obstruct you from persuading the venerable Zhuangmu to accept the Eastern Princess courtship? Qijingzi's lips twitched, desperately wanting to affirm. But with Zhuangmu and Lu Wu present, and the Eastern Prince observing from a distance, he feared the repercussions of uttering a falsehood. And no, but you did not, correct? Qing Feng abruptly interrupted Qijingzi's protest, turning back to Guang Chengzi. Qijingzi is your junior brother and has always been obedient to you. Now that even he asserts that I did not hinder you, it follows that I indeed allowed you to fulfill the second master's task. Yes, that is true, but Guang Chengzi, eager to argue, was once more cut off by Qing Feng. Thus, even you, Guang Chengzi, must concede that I did not obstruct your mission, am I right? But when the venerable Zhuangmu questioned you, you claimed to have misunderstood. Our master never uttered such words. Guang Chengzi finally voiced his thoughts with a shout. Oh, that is because I genuinely did not hear it. Qing Feng nonchalantly replied, digging in his ear. When the venerable Zhuangmu inquired whether I was aware, since I did not hear, I naturally stated that I did not know. Surely, you cannot expect me to lie? But I clearly. What you heard is your concern. However, I did not hear. Qing Feng earnestly interrupted Guang Chengzi. Based on my understanding of our second master, he would never interfere in the private matters of others. Thus, when the Queen Mother of the West inquired of me, I expressed my opinion and shared my understanding of the second master. You heard it. That is your concern. Am I not allowed to question whether you misheard? Or to suggest that you, Guang Chengzi, have intentionally distorted the second master's meaning? Guang Chengzi was taken aback, astonished that matters could be twisted in such a manner. See, you have no retort, do you? Qing Feng shrugged and mockingly addressed Guang Chengzi. Just because you claim to have heard it, I am not obliged to concur. I did not hear it. If others inquire, I cannot falsely assert that I did. I am a person of integrity, acknowledging the situation as it is. I cannot claim to have heard it. If you insist I say I did, that would be deceitful, and so on. Since the dawn of time, the assembly of immortals present had never endured such incessant prattling akin to a chant. At that moment, phrases like I did not hear and I heard echoed repetitively in their minds. Finally overwhelmed by Qing Feng's incessant ramblings, Guang Chengzi let out a furious roar. I will slay you. The map of mountains and rivers. Qing Feng's expression darkened, and with a flick of his hand, a scroll flew forth, enveloping Guang Chengzi completely, much like a silkworm cocoon. Oh, even his mouth was playfully sealed by the map of mountains and rivers, rendering him utterly speechless, disrespecting the senior brother warrants punishment. Raising his palm high, in front of all present, it came crashing down upon Guang Chengzi's rear. Smack, smack, smack. The 3 resounding slaps echoed throughout the venue. Guang Chengzi's face turned an alarming shade of purple. Even though Qing Feng was not a golden immortal, he certainly could not harm him. Yet, the humiliation. Before the 3,000 golden immortals of the Eastern King's realm, he had been publicly spanked. How could he ever show his face again in the primordial world? In the future, when he ventured forth, announcing his name, would others not remark, "Oh, so you were the one who was spanked publicly by the senior brother, the esteemed disciple of Yuqing?" The thought of his future reputation was unbearable for Guang Chengzi, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. This is how he faints? Qing Feng gazed at Guang Chengzi in surprise. Duobao stepped forward to check Guang Chengzi's neck. Guang Chengzi's eyes fluttered open slightly, casting a pleading glance at Duobao. Duobao sighed inwardly. relieved he had not been persuaded by Chang Er to oppose Qing Feng, no, his senior brother, being publicly spanked, if it were him. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down Duobao's spine, and he ultimately decided to cover for Guang Qingzi. Ahem, senior brother, Guang Qingzi indeed has lost consciousness. His pride is rather thin-skinned. Upon hearing that he had fainted from shame, Qing Feng finally felt a sense of relief, his previously unnameable anger dissipating. He then cast a sidelong glance at the utterly dumbfounded Qi Jingzi and the others. What? Do you also wish to accomplish the tasks assigned by the second master? No. Everything is at the discretion of the senior brother. Qi Jingzi shivered involuntarily, not daring to defy, standing at attention with a smile of deference adorning his face. The senior brother has the final say. We all heed the words of our esteemed elder brother. Rest assured, dear elder brother, wherever you wish to go, we shall follow. The other 11 Yuqing golden immortals were equally taken aback by Qing Feng's ruthless maneuvers, and they hastened to express their willingness to defer to his leadership. Qing Feng rolled his eyes, finding their acquiescence somewhat amusing. With a flick of his hand, he retracted the map of mountains and rivers, sending Guang Qingzi hurtling into the arms of Qi Jingzi. In a flurry, Qi Jingzi managed to catch Guang Qingzi's body, while Qing Feng, uninterested in their antics, adopted a serious demeanor once more and addressed the Western Queen Mother, esteemed elder. I have reached a consensus with my junior brother. My second master has absolutely never suggested intervening in your matrimonial affairs. I implore you to see this clearly. Chapter 58. The Eastern Sovereign, oppressing with power. The Western Mother, seeking aid from Qing Feng. Upon witnessing the fierce exchanges between Qing Feng and Guang Qingzi, the Western Mother's previously sharp brows softened into a gentle curve. Her smile resembled the spring breeze caressing the majestic Buzhou mountain, akin to the vibrant colors blossoming in a barren land, leaving all the celestial beings present utterly spellbound. The Eastern Sovereign, consumed by impure thoughts, declared to himself, such beauty must be mine. No one shall stand in my way. Senior, Qing Feng was equally astonished, yet he quickly regained his composure, acutely aware of the disparity between them. Surely, you do not believe my junior brother's words? The Western Mother nodded with a smile. As a neighbor to the gatherings of the Yuanhui, how could I be unaware of the nature of my esteemed friend, the primordial Taoist? Though somewhat rigid and a staunch advocate of the great Tao, he would never disregard the opinions of others nor forcefully impose his will upon them. It seems your junior brother has misunderstood his instructions due to a lack of skill. Behind Qing Feng, Qi Jingzi and the others twitched their mouths, eager to refute but silenced by the sight of the fainted Guang Qingzi and the now semi-saint Western Mother. Thank you for your keen insight, senior. If that is the case, shall I take my junior brother and sister away now? Qing Feng respectfully bowed towards the Western Mother and, without awaiting her response, eagerly turned to signal his companions from the three pure ones. Why are we still lingering? Do you truly think that the matters among semi-saints are trivial enough to meddle in? Duobao and Jinling, ever compliant, along with Qi Jingzi and the others, were compelled into action. Two among them lifted Guang Qingzi's limbs, preparing to leave at once. Seeing this, Qing Feng felt a surge of joy, ready to depart when a gentle female voice brought him to a halt, filled with despair. Not so hasty. Western Mother, I am but a humble xianxia, not even a Jingxian. I truly cannot involve myself in your affairs. With a bitter smile, he turned back to meet the Western Mother's soft, yet cunning gaze. Your junior brother was able to bring 12 Jingxians here, so the instructions of the primordial Taoist must hold some truth. It is merely unfortunate that your junior brother lacks skill and has misinterpreted the primordial Taoist's words. Since you, little Qing Feng, are present, why not announce the primordial Taoist's intentions yourself? Qing Feng's lips twitched as he struggled to ask, is it possible for me to abstain from this? The Western Mother smiled in response. What do you think, young man? Qing Feng's heart sank. He shot a fierce glare at Qi Jingzi and the others, particularly at the unconscious Guang Qingzi. Look at what you've done. Now we are entangled in this mess, likely to confront Hongjun once more. Alas, once this matter concludes, I must assist my master in attaining enlightenment. Otherwise, it would be too stifling. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng chose to disregard his paralyzed junior brother and sister, facing the Eastern Sovereign directly. Eastern Sovereign, my second master once said, in all endeavors, one should prioritize humanity. Though your union with the Western Mother may fulfill the yin-yang Dao, she herself is unwilling to wed you. Perhaps you should seek one who is willing? For instance, the essence of the weak water? Or the queen of the mermen from the depths of the Eastern Sea. Both are renowned for their unparalleled beauty and possess an extremely yin constitution, which surely aligns with your desires. Qing Feng sincerely advised, not to mention that historically, the Queen Mother of the West never had any regard for the Lord of the East. In this era, although the forces established by the Lord of the East have yet to be eradicated by the demon race, their reckless and oppressive actions are well known throughout the wilderness, even more so than what Qing Feng remembers of the demon race. Naturally, Qing Feng has no intention of falling into the clutches of the Lord of the East, which would jeopardize his amicable relationship with the Queen Mother of the West. Upon hearing the phrase unparalleled beauty, the Lord of the East felt a slight stir within. But upon beholding the Queen Mother's stunning form, he instantly cast aside any fleeting thoughts. As the foremost male immortal, and the Queen Mother as the foremost female immortal, we are indeed a pair, as decreed by the Dao ancestor. You, being young and of low cultivation, I do not fault you for your ignorance. Quickly withdraw, and do not disturb my courtship with the Queen Mother of the West. The Lord of the East, with impatience, waved his hand to dismiss Qing Feng. If it were not for Qing Feng's backing from the three purities, he would have certainly given them a lesson for their inconsistency in behavior. But lacking the influence of the three purities at present, he had no patience to toy with these juniors. Predecessor, Qing Feng looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a sense of injustice, wishing to express that he had done his utmost. But upon witnessing her gaze sweep over Guang Qingzi and the other 12 golden immortals, damn, I truly owe you all. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng continued to press on. Predecessor, it appears that the Queen Mother has no interest in you either. A forced connection is seldom fruitful, so why must you insist? The union of pure yang and pure yin could indeed establish a heavenly marriage, yielding immense merit and the slaying of corpses. Such a favorable fate benefits us both, so why must you refuse, fellow Taoist? The Lord of the East paid no heed to Qing Feng's reasoning and addressed the Queen Mother directly. The Queen Mother, however, did not respond, merely taking a step back to position herself behind Lu Wu, then gestured to Qing Feng with a sign of please. Qing Feng's composure faltered, and he was compelled to step forward. Predecessor, you jest. A heavenly marriage is a significant matter of fate, and fate entails mutual respect and love between man and woman, living harmoniously together. It requires day and night companionship, nurturing each other. Without affection, it becomes a union of resentment and in mutual animosity. How can one live harmoniously? Moreover, both you and the Queen Mother are formidable beings on the verge of sainthood, in the face of the world's destruction. You could both retreat into the void of chaos. If devoid of feelings and harboring animosity, the merit gained may not compensate for the time lost in your cultivation. A losing endeavor, predecessor. Qing Feng's words, it must be said, did indeed sway the Lord of the East somewhat. Yet, when he met the Queen Mother's enchanting gaze, his desire to possess her surged once more. It is no wonder he was blinded by passion. The allure of pure yin to pure yang is simply overwhelming. Moreover, pure yang inherently lacks restraint. For a specific example, refer to El Dongbin. He is the reincarnation of the Lord of the East's spirit after his demise. Without having spent time together, how could one ascertain compatibility? I am pure yang, and you are pure yin. We are a match made in heaven. The absence of feelings merely stems from a lack of interaction. No, I harbor a strong aversion towards you. Of that I am unequivocally certain. There is no need for you to disturb me any further. The Queen Mother of the West, vexed, bypassed Qing Feng and resolutely declined. The expression of the Eastern King was also stirred by her words, causing him to pause with his dragon-headed staff. I have come today to propose. Yet I do so under the decree of the Dao ancestor. Queen Mother of the West, are you truly certain you wish to reject me? The Queen Mother's gaze fell upon Qing Feng's head. This time, it was not a command, but a plea, and within her eyes flickered a hint of resoluteness. Chapter 59. In January, if there were no celestial marriage, then the Queen Mother of the West would wed you, the Eastern Prince. Young man, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Noticing that the Queen Mother of the West cast a pleading gaze towards Qing Feng, the Eastern Prince narrowed his eyes slightly and warned, your Taoist friend from the three purities can no longer summon the primordial spirit of Pangu. Are you certain you wish to trouble your masters? To defy the commands of the Dao ancestor? Qing Feng fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the Queen Mother of the West. He could see the determination that had already surfaced in her eyes. Beside him, Lu Wu slowly rose, his 9 tiger tails raised and quivering slightly. Having been neighbors for many years, Qing Feng was well aware that these two had already harbored a resolute intent to kill. The reason Qing Feng hastened back upon hearing the Eastern Prince's proposal to the Queen Mother of the West was not merely due to Honghuang's scheming, but more importantly, he was already cognizant of the mutual feelings between the Queen Mother of the West and Lu Wu, which had long been established. After being neighbors for several epochs, who could be oblivious to such trivial matters? Therefore, if he did not intervene and allowed Guang Qingzi to act recklessly, It would surely offend both the Queen Mother of the West and Lu Wu. Moreover, given the Queen Mother's fiery temperament, if he could not prevent this today, the consequences would be dire, reflecting on the fact that he had yet to take form. While Lu Wu and the Queen Mother of the West often came to nourish him with the divine water of the three lights, and after his transformation, they would provide him with various heavenly materials and treasures, diligently helping him to purge the magical impurities, leaving only the essence that could enhance his potential. Oh, this bond of friendship is ultimately inescapable. Furthermore, Qing Feng squinted at the Eastern Prince. This individual is excessively arrogant, even more so than the original demon clan. Should he establish a celestial court akin to the demon court, it would only spell disaster for the primordial realm. Of course, another crucial reason is that he needs to buy more time for his masters to attain enlightenment, to divert Hongjuan's attention towards others. The Eastern Prince is so assured that a celestial marriage will surely occur between you and the Queen Mother of the West. Qing Feng decided to exploit the Eastern Prince's arrogance and his trust in the Dao ancestor to lead him into a trap. The words of the Dao ancestor could not possibly be mistaken. The Eastern Prince let out a cold laugh, disdainfully remarking, "What does a mere xianxia understand about such matters? If I were to say that within a month, someone will surely engage in a celestial marriage, would you be willing to relinquish your pursuit?" Qing Feng looked intently at the Eastern Prince, speaking each word deliberately. The Eastern Prince narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you attempting to deceive me? To buy time?" "Not at all," Qing Feng replied with a smile. "I am merely presenting a possibility. Moreover, since my junior brother has agreed to act as a matchmaker for you." Although the primordial master certainly did not utter such words, once spoken, they must be fulfilled, in order to uphold the reputation of our three purities. However, you can see the Queen Mother of the West's rejection. Why don't we set a month as a limit? Within this month, if someone were to engage in a celestial marriage ahead of time, it would indicate that the Queen Mother of the West is not fated with you, and you should cease your pursuit. If not, it would imply that she indeed should unite with you, fulfilling the harmony of yin and yang in the Dao. I believe that with this month of respite, you could also cultivate your feelings with the Queen Mother of the West in advance, thus avoiding any potential grievances. What do you think, esteemed elder? Qing Feng cast a tantalizing and treacherous bait, harboring doubts about whether Dong Wanggong could refuse, given the unwavering resistance of Shi Wangmu. A month? Indeed, after pondering this time frame, Dong Wanggong's gaze gravitated towards Shi Wangmu. Upon witnessing the unyielding fire in her eyes, he found himself swayed. "If you can persuade our esteemed friend Shi Wangmu, I shall not hesitate to wait for a month," Dong Wanggong declared with pride. "It is merely a month. Even if the three purities themselves were to arrive, I doubt they could resolve the heavenly marriage." Delighted, Qing Feng turned towards the entrance of the Taoist temple, locking eyes with Shi Wangmu and Lu Wu. "Senior Lu Wu, Senior Shi Wangmu, should you dare to trust me, I assure you that in a month's time, I shall undoubtedly help you resolve this matter." Lu Wu recalled a previous drunken conversation with Tongtian, who had spoken of Qing Feng's uniqueness. Though he had been promptly whisked away by the arriving Yuanshi and had only a vague memory of Tongtian's words, he nonetheless inquired earnestly, "Are you truly confident?" "Indeed. As long as both esteemed seniors grant me this opportunity." Qing Feng responded emphatically. "Very well. I shall wager alongside you." Lu Wu nodded gravely before turning to Shi Wangmu. "Shao Shi." No need for words," Shi Wangmu interjected, taking Lu Wu's hand in hers. "I believe in you. I also believe in him." From a distance, Dong Wanggong watched the entwined hands of Lu Wu and Shi Wangmu, his jealousy reaching a boiling point. "Young man, should there be no heavenly marriage after a month, and if Shi Wangmu were to renege, even the three purities cannot protect you." In the shadows, as Dong Wanggong's words fell, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Tongtian's eyes. The Qingping sword in his grasp emanated a force not belonging to the Tao of great unity, coalescing at the blade's edge. "Have faith in young Qing Feng," Yuanshi urged, placing a hand on Tongtian's arm. "Qing Feng has matured. It is time for him to shoulder his responsibilities. What we can do is support him from the shadows." Inhale. Exhale. Tongtian took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. "If, after a month, Qing Feng has not succeeded, I shall slay that fool if he dares to trouble young Qing Feng. Rest assured, I, too, am young Qing Feng's second master," Yuanshi replied with a calm demeanor, his words reflecting a fierce protective instinct. Outside the Zikanlun Taoist temple, Shi Wangmu echoed Dong Wanggong's sentiments. "Fear not. If there is no heavenly marriage in a month, I shall be wed to you, though it shall be as lifeless corpses." With this unspoken addendum, Qing Feng nodded solemnly to Shi Wangmu and Lu Wu, stepping towards Dong Kunlun. As they passed by Guang Qingzi and the others, he did not falter, simply uttering a single word, "Go." This utterance sent Qi Jingzi and the others scrambling to carry Guang Qingzi in pursuit, and thus, the disciples returned together to Dong Kunlun. Let us not dwell on the ensuing month, during which Dong Wanggong relentlessly pursued Shi Kunlun, nor on Qingfeng's swift return to Dong Kunlun, where he immediately summoned all disciples back to the Yuqing Peak and the Yiqing Palace. With a creak, he pushed open the grand door, and as he had anticipated, the three masters were already seated upon the cloud platform, awaiting his arrival. The trio, disciples of the Jade Purity, including the likes of Guang Qingzi, had all been summoned back. Qing Feng clasped his hands in greeting towards the three, his discontent unmistakable upon his countenance. Qing Feng, do you harbor grievances against your master? Yuanshi inquired, his gaze not even casting a glance at the fainted Guang Qingzi, directing his attention toward Qing Feng with a nonchalant tone. Not at all, Qing Feng pouted, his dissatisfaction glaringly evident as he retorted, you are one of the three pure ones, my second master. How could a disciple dare express any discontent? Huh. Second brother, I told you not to initiate any assessments. And now look what you've done. You've truly stirred the pot, haven't you? Tongtian exclaimed with a mocking glee as he reclined on the cloud platform, raising an eyebrow in challenge towards Yuanshi. Chapter 60. What? My masters. Have they long suspected that I am a transmigrator? Silence. The primordial one shot a fierce glare at Tongtian, and with a wave of his sleeve, the disciples of Yuqing, along with the disciples of Shangqing such as Duobao, were expelled from the palace. Outside Yuqing Palace, the disciples of the two sects exchanged glances. No, master. Is there anything that we are not allowed to hear? Everyone is a direct disciple. Why does the eldest senior brother get to listen? Is the chief so formidable that he warrants such differential treatment? Within the palace, after dismissing others, the primordial one once again summoned the spiritual treasure. The Taiji diagram soared forth, extending a golden bridge into the void. The Panga banner flickered slightly, and countless tiny sword energies meticulously sliced the surrounding space of the three pure ones and Qing Feng. Finally, the chaos bell stabilized time and space, rendering others incapable of perceiving any sounds from this place. Even the celestial Dao is no exception. Qing Feng blinked in astonishment, gazing at all this. What could warrant such a sealing of space? Qing Feng, do you know why you have been unable to attain the golden immortal Dao fruit? After preparing everything, the primordial one spoke. Qing Feng lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Should he claim to have low comprehension? How then did he assist Nüwa in her enlightenment? Should he assert poor aptitude? Given the innate spiritual fruits he had consumed over the years, such as the Huangzhong Li and the 5 elements pine nuts, even if he were a pig, he would have long been cultivated into the most divine swine in existence. Because you know too much. The primordial one's words sent a chill through Qing Feng, causing his pupils to constrict as he looked incredulously at his masters. Little Qing Feng. Tongtian tilted his head, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Qing Feng. Did you truly believe that we could not see through your peculiarities over the years? We, the three pure ones, are manifestations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, among the mightiest beings in the vast primordial realm. Taishang's nonchalant statement felt like a slap to Qingfeng's face. How much confidence must one possess to believe they could conceal such truths from them? It then dawned on Qing Feng that the three pure ones, regardless of whether in primordial mythology, historical legends, or even among historical figures, were undeniably extraordinary, standing at the pinnacle of existence. Had he had less contact, perhaps he could have concealed his identity. Yet, having been discovered by the three pure ones and relocated to Kunlun Mountain, and having taken on form for over 2 epochs, with numerous years spent in companionship, how could he possibly deceive them? Not to mention, having consumed so many treasures of heaven and earth, and still not attaining the golden immortal cultivation. Surely that should have raised their suspicions. You know my origins? Qing Feng spoke hesitantly, his words dry. At this moment, his mind was inundated with terms such as soul-searching and soul-seizing. When we first encountered you, you had yet to take form. Yet you emanated a profound power of time and space, along with a soul not belonging to the innate sword grass, Taishang stated. And then the primordial one continued. Driven by curiosity, we brought you to Kunlun Mountain. In an exploration of the mysteries within you, we have bestowed upon you the divine water of illumination, nurturing you with the essence of the earth. Our initial intention was to wait until your transformation was complete, to delve into your soul and seek answers to our inquiries. Tongtian shrugged, lamenting, alas, we have forgotten that even a young dragon or phoenix, nurtured over time, will inevitably develop feelings. As we beheld your arrival, gazing at us with admiration and calling us master, Taishang was enveloped in nostalgia, a gentle smile gracing his face. In that moment, We resolve that regardless of your origins or knowledge, once you addressed us as master, you became our disciple. A single utterance of master binds us for a lifetime, a bond of teacher and student. Stepping forward, Tongtian affectionately tousled Qing Feng's hair. So fear not. Pursue your desires without hesitation. We, your masters, shall always be your support. As disciples of the three pure ones, we are destined to live freely and joyfully. It was a rare occasion when Qing Feng boldly articulated protective sentiments in front of Yuanshi. Even if it meant opposing the heavens and the earth, we would safeguard you for life. Taishan concluded. At this moment, Qing Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. Falling to his knees, Master, this poignant cry reverberated through the laws of the universe. Yuanshi, quick of hand and keen of eye, swiftly reclaimed the three treasures of creation. Then with a commanding gesture, harnessed his formidable quasi-saintly power, channeling the entire spiritual essence of the Eastern Kunlun into the Jade Clear Palace. Under Yuanshi's influence, the spiritual energy transformed into blossoms of ethereal essence, swirling around Qing Feng, inviting him to absorb them within. After a considerable time, precisely half an hour, Qing Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a golden fruit forming above his head, merging into his brow's sea of consciousness. The golden immortal fruit of the Dao was realized, marking Qing Feng's official ascension to the golden immortal. I have attained the golden immortal? Qing Feng gazed incredulously at his palm, feeling the vast ocean of spiritual energy within. He had believed that he would never achieve this status in his lifetime. After all, each advancement beyond the golden immortal represents a profound introspection of oneself. To attain the golden immortal is to achieve a perfect state of mind. Yet, reflecting on his past as a student at a university in Huaxia, he understood the complexities of this state. But to his astonishment, it was in this moment of revelation by his masters that he attained the golden immortal Dao fruit. You have long possessed the foundation for achieving the golden immortal Dao fruit. Yuanshi elucidated, observing his bewilderment. Yet, you have overthought, burdened your heart, and forgotten that an immortal is, by nature, a carefree and unrestrained practitioner. Now, as you release your greatest mental burdens, the attainment of the golden immortal Dao fruit will come naturally. However, my young apprentice, you still have a considerable journey ahead to reach the Tai and Luo Dao fruits. Meanwhile, Tongtian teased him with a wink. Qing Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yes, Master, you are indeed the most formidable. Once the heavenly marriage is concluded, I shall assist you and the second master in attaining the Dao. After all, with your talents, you certainly do not require reminders from me. No. Tongtian feigned a dramatic lunge, playfully striking Qing Feng on the head. You audacious disciple, how dare you threaten your master? He chuckled softly, scratching his head, and respectfully bowed to the three esteemed masters. Masters, I am preparing to. Before Qing Feng could finish his words, Taishan interrupted once more. What you intend to do need not be disclosed to us. Remember, your memories are, in fact, your opportunities. My opportunities? Qing Feng gazed at Taishan in astonishment. Tongtian, without words, delivered a light reprimand, who said that opportunities are solely tangible. Must they be treasures of heaven and earth? For instance, your masters possess the innate merits of the Father God's creation, along with the legacy of his profound memories. Are these not also our opportunities? Qing Feng was taken aback, realizing that this too constituted an opportunity. Thus, your memories are indeed your opportunities, Yuanshi concluded. Since they belong to you, there is no need for us to be informed. Pursue your desires freely. We are here for you. Yes, young Qing Feng. Just remember to call for help when you find yourself in a quandary. Oh, and do not hesitate to seek us out when you need to set traps for others. Tongtian advised. Qing Feng remained silent for a long while, then bowed respectfully once again. Disciple Qing Feng expresses profound gratitude for the guidance of the three masters. In this lifetime, I shall forever cherish your benevolence and never forget. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth forsake me. This oath, be it witnessed by the Dao. With a thunderous clap, a rumble echoed across the heavens. The Dao acknowledged Qing Feng's heartfelt pledge. Chapter 61. The bestowal of treasures by the three purities. The four swords of extermination? Not worth a dog's regard. Oh, child, why must you be this way? The heartfelt words of the Supreme One lingered at the tip of his tongue, ultimately dissolving into a heavy sigh. The original and the celestial master exchanged glances, pondering the ignorance of this young one. Does the bond of master and disciple truly require oaths for its sustenance? Is he not merely adorning himself with a golden hoop? Chuckling softly, Qing Feng offered no defense, merely grinning foolishly at the three purities. He was at a loss as to how to repay the profound kindness of his masters. so he could only pledge an oath to express his sentiments. Let us not dwell on that, Original interjected, shifting the topic. Little Qing Feng, do you have confidence in the matter of the heavenly marriage? Master, I. Qing Feng began to respond, but Original continued. There is no need to disclose the specifics, for there are ears on the other side of the wall. Simply inform us when you require assistance. By the way, you have been our disciple for quite some time, yet we have yet to bestow upon you a protective treasure. After a moment's contemplation, Original withdrew a flag from his robe. This is the Hou Tu apricot yellow banner. I see you already possess the plain Cloud Realm banner. Thus, I grant you this flag for your defense. With that, Original tossed a soul-colored banner into Qing Feng's hands. Then I shall part with my earthly flame light banner as well. The Supreme One, hearing this, promptly relinquished one of his 5 directions banners to Qing Feng. With great delight, Qing Feng accepted the banners, tucking them away. Along with the plain Cloud Realm banner gifted by Hou Tu, he now possessed 3 of the 5 directions banners. In the past, the primordial treasure that nurtured Pangu, the chaotic green lotus, had differentiated into numerous spiritual treasures, among which the 5 lotus leaves of the second layer had transformed into the innate 5 directions banners. Now, with 3 already in hand, only 2 remained. The Qinglian Baos banner in the possession of the guide, and the Xianyuan water control banner held by the Underworld River. Perhaps in the future, he could make an effort to collect a complete set. You possess the map of mountains and rivers, and your defenses are bolstered by 3 5 directions banners. What you lack are offensive spiritual treasures. Why not allow me to bestow upon you the 4 swords of extermination? Contemplating for a moment, Tongtian decided that since his disciples' control and defense were fully equipped, he would simply gift the 4 swords of extermination to Qing Feng. Wait, unexpectedly, before he could present them, he was met with Qing Feng's alarmed refusal. The terror in his voice was palpable. What? Do these 4 swords pose a problem? Original immediately sensed the underlying issue and inquired with concern. Indeed, Qing Feng nodded vigorously. Masters, think for a moment about the origins of the 4 swords of extermination. They are treasures of the demonic path forged by the demon ancestor Rahu beneath Mount Sumeru, inherently imbued with malevolent energy, capable of absorbing the chaotic energy of the wilderness for offensive purposes. It is precisely for this reason that one can stand against 4. Such an offensive treasure cannot come without a price. A price? Tongtian blinked. Isn't it just an offensive treasure? What kind of price could there be? Master, do not underestimate the malevolent energy. Seeing Tongtian's dismissive demeanor, Qing Feng felt a wave of frustration. His master was far too carefree. The 3 primordial treasures of creation were originally possessions of the 3 purities, and Honghuang had no choice but to return them to us. The 4 swords of Zhuzhen are undeniably distinct. During the initial calamity of the dragon and phoenix, how could the esteemed dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin, endowed with celestial talents, fail to perceive the insidious schemes of Luohu? Were they not aware that such strife would inevitably lead to mutual destruction? To put it plainly, their judgment was clouded by malevolent energies, inciting a great catastrophe. Master, consider this. If even the 3 ancestors could not withstand the malevolent aura, what could the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, designed specifically to harness such dark energy for assault, possibly offer? Qing Feng earnestly cautioned, ultimately arriving at the conclusion. Thus, from my disciple's perspective, the formidable price of the 4 swords of Zhuzhen is the loss of fortune. Moreover, the Zhuzhen formation is reputed to be impervious to all but the 4 saints. Do you think other saints might harbor apprehensions towards you because of it? Apprehensive of me? Are you suggesting that other saints would conspire against me? Tongtian exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the notion. What else could it be? Qing Feng shrugged, adding, besides, Honghuang has only emitted 7 strands of primordial purple energy. If the lady has not attained the status of the master of the Dao, but has instead become a saint of the heavenly Dao, do you suppose that among those saints who would besiege you to dismantle your sword formation, there might be anyone? Without a moment's hesitation, Tongtian instinctively glanced at the primordial one, only to be swiftly rebuffed by a slap from the primordial one. Brother, I did not imply it was you. Your eyes have spoken otherwise, the primordial one replied impassively, then turned to Qing Feng. Are you certain that I would trouble the 3rd brother? The struggle for the great Dao, compounded by the master's inherent eccentricities. Qing Feng cautiously glanced at Tongtian, ensuring he bore no ill will before continuing. If the master were to gather more disciples, and with the 4 swords of Zhuzhen depleting their fortune, even interfering with his own, in your quest to protect your brother, you might be compelled to dismantle the master's Zhuzhen sword formation, thereby eliminating future threats. In the Battle of Fengshan, aside from the conflict between the Chan and Jie factions, another speculation exists, that the primordial one, unwilling to see Tongtian's fortune jeopardized by the myriad disciples of the Jie sect, obliterated the Jie sect for his protection. Although merely a conjecture, through the years of companionship, Qing Feng had witnessed firsthand how the primordial one treated Tongtian, leading him to believe this possibility holds more truth. If it pertains to fortune, I could indeed resort to such measures. Even colluding with outsiders to breach his formation is not outside the realm of possibility. The primordial one, after a moment's contemplation, confirmed that this was indeed within his capabilities. Since this treasure is so troublesome, Tongtian, it must be cast into the chaos, never to be employed again. Without a second thought, the primordial one extended his hand towards Tongtian, demanding it. Wait, Qing Feng interjected. In truth, the treasure could be retained for now, merely sealed. After all, it is a supreme weapon of assault. It may yet prove invaluable in the future. Indeed. It is a treasure imbued with the principles of the sword, and could serve to comprehend those very principles. Let us not be hindered by minor concerns. Tongtian nodded fervently, for as a practitioner of the sword, he held a fondness for these four swords. Bestowing them upon Qing Feng was a gesture born from the desire for his disciple to grasp the essence of the sword's principles and keep pace with him. Then, since this item bears flaws, I shall bestow upon you another offensive spiritual treasure. The primordial one declared, 24 sea-calming pearls, the heart-piercing lock, the purple lightning hammer. All shall be granted to you. As he spoke, Tongtian produced 3 treasures. Qing Feng was poised to claim them, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his master and second master rummaging through their pockets, seemingly intent on gathering 3 items as well. With a swift motion, he grasped the thunder hammer, declaring, I shall take the thunder hammer. As for the others, master, I implore you to bestow them upon the other disciples. I believe they are more deserving than I. Without waiting for Tongtian to respond, Qing Feng turned on his heel and dashed away, exclaiming, Masters, I shall set forth to accomplish my mission. Oh, and there is ample merit to be gained this time. I shall bring along the disciples of the Upper Clear sect to share in the rewards. However, as for your disciples of the Jade Clear sect, dear second master, they shall not accompany me this time. It is time they learned a lesson. Humph. I am the chief disciple, and they must learn to show me the respect I deserve. Hearing the childish remarks of Qing Feng as he scampered off into the distance, Yuanshi could only shake his head in resignation. This little rascal. Yet, the disciples of the Jade Clear sect, daring to disregard the words of their master, indeed warrant a stern lesson. Chapter 62 Elder Dijuan, Elder Tai, do you desire wives? Upon departing from the Jade Clear Palace, Qing Feng immediately spotted the trio of Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong waiting outside, as well as the 12 golden immortals who were tending to Guangchengzi in the corner. Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, accompany me to the demon court to fulfill the heavenly marriage mission. Excellent. Jinling and Wudong exclaimed with delight, for it was their first opportunity to venture out after 5,000 years of apprenticeship. Junior brother, I shall heed the elder brother's command, Duobao replied dutifully. Qing Feng rolled his eyes at Duobao's overly compliant demeanor, pondering how such a character had developed. So akin to the disciples of Jade Clear, utterly unlike those of Upper Clear. It was no wonder he had been taken away by the master after the Fengshan War and sent to the Western teachings to become a Buddha. Truly, the other disciples of Upper Clear were unworthy. Let us be on our way. However, he refrained from correcting Duobao, finding that a disciplined individual within the Upper Clear sect was indeed beneficial for managing the younger disciples. Senior brother Qing Feng, just as the 4 were about to set off, a timid voice halted him. Turning around, he saw Zihong, the only female disciple of the Jade Clear sect, shyly approaching him. I wish to accompany you, senior brother, to atone for my previous mistakes. Junior sister, Qi Jingzi, supporting Guangchengzi, suddenly erupted in anger, his face flushed as he shouted at Zihong. Enough of your shouting. Silence. With a wave of his hand, Qing Feng summoned the newly acquired Hou Tu Honghuang banner, enveloping Qi Jingzi and conjuring a yellowish soil lotus to firmly seal his mouth. He then turned to Zihong with a gentle gaze. You wish to atone? Yes. Zihong nodded obediently. I was wrong regarding the matter of the Queen Mother of the West. Indeed, you show responsibility. Qing Feng gave her a thumbs up, casting a disdainful glance at the other Jade Clear disciples. A true man should possess more responsibility than this junior sister. Who says I lack responsibility? I'm going to. The plump Tai, provoked, jumped forward in protest. Count me in. Yuding and Huanglong followed suit, eagerly joining in. However, the other disciples, after cautiously glancing at the recently awakened Guangchengzi, who wore a blank expression, and the red-faced Qi Jingzi, who was struggling wildly within the yellow banner, hesitated and refrained from stepping forward. Qing Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, among the disciples of Jade Clear. Only these four were somewhat pleasing to his eye. Since you all wish to atone, then accompany me. Remember, on this journey, you will obey my commands. Even if you do not comprehend, you shall act first and ask questions later. No defiance shall be tolerated. Do you understand? Yuding, Tai, Huanglong, and Cihong exchanged glances before bowing in unison. Junior brother, we shall heed your commands. Very well, let us depart. Qing Feng nodded in satisfaction, not wishing to delay further. He gestured to Jinling. Jinling clapped her hands, and a flame soared from the distance, transforming into a fire phoenix that landed before the Jade Clear Palace, ready to carry the disciples skyward. After Qing Feng and the others departed, Xingguangqi finally released Chijingzi, leaving with Huifeng. Eldest senior brother, look at them. Cihong, Yuding, Tai, Huanglong. Splendid indeed. A flicker of resentment flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he was about to voice his thoughts, when the voice of Yuanshi resonated in the ears of the remaining disciples. Hasten to Yuqing Palace. On Huifeng's back, initially, Yuding and the others felt a bit awkward. However, as they were all second-generation disciples from the same mountain, and without Guangchengzi's interference, the atmosphere gradually eased after a day and night of flight, aided by Qing Feng's deliberate efforts. The disciples of Third Uncle are not so hard to get along with, Huanglong candidly remarked after exchanging philosophical discussions. Yuding, Tai, and Cihong's expressions changed, and they instinctively glanced at Qing Feng, fearing that Huanglong's blunt words might provoke him. To their surprise, Qing Feng was not angry at all. Instead, he meaningfully stated, red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves. The three purities are originally one family. Yuqing, Xianxia, are we not all disciples of the three purities in the eyes of outsiders? The four fell silent, bowing their heads in contemplation, seemingly enlightened. Eldest brother, Duobao, noticing the situation, decisively shifted the topic to ease the tension. What are your plans regarding the heavenly marriage? A month's time is rather pressing. Indeed, eldest brother. The grand wedding must be concluded within a month, not to mention whether the preparation time is sufficient. Merely finding someone suitable to forge this heavenly union is a monumental challenge. Wouldn't you agree? No, it's just a ceremony. 7 days will suffice, Qing Feng replied, shaking his head. Currently, there are no scandals. Thus there are no so-called auspicious or ominous days. 7 days are ample for me to create a heavenly marriage that will astonish the primordial world through the lens of modernity. As for the candidates, are not Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu embodiments of pure yang and pure yin? Yet, in the primordial realm, there are indeed more than just those two who embody pure yang and pure yin. As he spoke, Huifeng had already soared into the high sky, reaching the 33 heavens. Halt! This is the domain of the demon race. A bull-headed demon general, wielding a massive axe, obstructed Huifeng's path. Qing Feng, accompanied by his fellow disciples, gradually dismounted from Huifeng and stood before the demon general. I kindly request you to inform His Majesty the Demon Emperor that Qing Feng, the chief disciple of the three purities, seeks an audience with the two sovereigns. Three purities? Qing Feng. The demon general's pupils constricted. These two phrases were specifically instructed to be recognized by the demon generals guarding the four great heavenly gates, especially Qing Feng, whose appearance indeed resembled that of the figure in His Majesty's illustrated scroll. Please, esteemed Qing Feng, wait a moment. I shall inform His Majesty right away. The bull-headed demon bowed respectfully to Qing Feng and swiftly darted inside. Jinling patted Qing Feng on the shoulder and teasingly elongated her voice. Eldest brother, esteemed immortal. A frown creased Qing Feng's forehead as 3 black lines formed atop it, and he retorted, must you mock me so, senior sister? Hee. Jinling paid no mind, gesturing toward Yuding and the others. Care to explain, our esteemed chief brother? Qing Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. What is there to explain? I merely assisted the two esteemed demon emperors with a trivial task. Ah, dear Qing Feng, your modesty is unwarranted. Your contributions to our demon clan extend far beyond mere trifles. Before Qing Feng could finish his sentence, hearty laughter echoed from within the chamber. The disciples looked up to see Dijuan, accompanied by Tai and Baze, emerging with radiant smiles. Could it be that the bull-headed one has barely spent 3 sentences within? They pondered. The demon emperor has arrived so swiftly? Not one, but 2 demon emperors, and even the strategist Baze is with them? The chief senior brother's prowess must be monumental for the leaders of the demon race to hold him in such high regard. The gaze of Yuding, Tai, and their fellow disciples of Yuqing towards Qing Feng had undeniably shifted. Previously, they sought merely to atone for their misdeeds, their views of Qing Feng somewhat indifferent. However, the demon emperor's evident esteem for Qing Feng had markedly altered their perceptions. Yet, Qing Feng had no time to dwell upon their thoughts. He stepped forward with a smile, bowing respectfully to the trio. I, the junior Qing Feng, pay my respects to your majesties and to you, elder beys. It has been a long while. Since when did you become so courteous? Dijuan chuckled, approaching to embrace Qing Feng. What? Did we fail to bestow treasures upon you during the distribution at Zixiao Palace? And now you hold a grudge against us? How could I dare? Qing Feng shook his head repeatedly, grinning. However, I have come today bearing good tidings for both esteemed elders. What good tidings? Dijuan inquired with curiosity. Qing Feng grinned mischievously and replied, Why, of course, I bring news of a destined partner. Chapter 63. If we do not sever the 3 corpses, we may yet cut away the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The words of Qing Feng left the demon clan at the southern heavenly gate, including his fellow disciples, momentarily stunned. Emperor Jun gazed at Qing Feng with a peculiar expression. My young friend, you jest, do you not? Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. Do you truly believe I would jest with you? Qing Feng replied earnestly, his eyes fixed upon the two. I have genuinely come to present you both with beloved companions. At that moment, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Bai Zhe, who stood half a step behind Emperor Jun, could no longer bear the awkwardness and interjected, regardless of your intentions, young friend, since you have graced our demon clan with your presence, we must extend our warmest hospitality. Your Majesty? Indeed, indeed. Emperor Jun quickly regained his composure. With a disciple of the 3 clear ones visiting, how could our demon clan not extend proper courtesy? Esteemed friends. Please. Thank you, your Majesty. The other disciples, bewildered, dutifully bowed and proceeded inward with Qing Feng. Along the way, colossal stones, celestial flowers, and various innate spiritual herbs flourished abundantly, growing in a wild and untamed manner. The entire demon court appeared to be a masterpiece of nature, devoid of any artificiality, which struck Qing Feng as somewhat rustic. In contrast to his memories of the resplendent heavenly court, the current demon court dazzled Qing Feng, filling him with joy and wonder. He even boldly produced a recording stone to capture this rare scene of the demon court, unashamedly documenting his experience. Emperor Jun and Tai exhibited no trace of anger. Rather, they did not hinder Qing Feng's seemingly clandestine actions, but instead took the initiative to introduce him to the sights within the demon court and the purposes of various halls, as if they sought to entice him into a position within the demon clan. Behind them, Yuding could no longer contain himself and poked Duobao in the back. Duobao, why does it feel like our senior brother is more esteemed among the demons than he is under our 3 clear sect? Duobao observed Qing Feng laughing and conversing with the demon emperor and eastern sovereign, occasionally requesting Emperor Jun to record moments, and sighed deeply. I do not know. But perhaps this is why our senior brother could ascend to the rank of chief with merely xianxia cultivation, while we remain ordinary direct disciples. Duobao's words struck Yuding like a slap, leaving him blushing and speechless. Indeed, back then, they had scorned Qing Feng for being a sycophant, lacking genuine talent. He was but an outer disciple, yet acted more imperiously than those of direct lineage. In retrospect, it was they who had truly erred. Thus, amidst the admiration, envy, and bewilderment of his fellow disciples, Qing Feng finally arrived at the grand hall with Emperor Jun and the demonic entourage. As they settled down, dozens of enchanting fox demons, butterfly demons, and snake demons, all of the finest beauty among the innate demon clan, gracefully approached with an array of fresh fruits, delicacies, and fine spirits laid before them. Once all the exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented, Emperor Dijuan proactively raised his cup, welcoming the esteemed disciples of the 3 pure ones to our demon clan. Remarking that our demon court was truly illuminated by their presence, the disciples raised their cups in return, expressing their gratitude, except for Qing Feng, who, after taking a generous sip of the fine wine, abruptly interjected with a question. When do you plan to lead the demon clan out of the demon court, your Majesty, brother? The collective gasp of Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong echoed in the air, while the other 4 disciples of the Yuqing school displayed expressions of sheer terror. How dare you, senior brother? In that moment, the smile on Emperor Dijuan's face froze. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed a wry smile, saying, My young friend, why must you be so forthright? Disregarding the startled gazes of those around him, Qing Feng calmly addressed Emperor Dijuan, asserting, the demon court comprises 33 heavens, each possessing unique terrains and climates, capable of accommodating and nurturing any race or formidable being from the primordial realm. Your Majesty, do you truly believe this place was prepared for you? Qing Feng's candid remarks left Emperor Dijuan momentarily speechless. Yet, As if not having delivered enough of a blow, he continued, "If your majesty has indeed resolved to lead the demon clan in vying for supremacy over the primordial realm and claim this land as your own, it would be quite reasonable. What do you think, your majesty? However, the population of our demon clan is vast, and our needs are considerable." Reluctantly, Emperor Dijuan responded, "Are 365 principal stars in the starry sky, along with countless celestial bodies, insufficient for habitation? Or do you intend to nurture an army of considerable size, prepared to counterattack the primordial realm at any moment?" Emperor Dijuan fell silent once more. This time, the disciples, including Duobao and Yuding, who were internally trembling with fear, observed him in silence for an extended period. Finally, he exhaled deeply, revealing a look of resignation. "You are correct, my young friend. Since the demon clan no longer seeks to contend for supremacy over the primordial realm, this place should indeed be relinquished. Brother, Tai, fully aware of the significance of the demon clan and demon court in Emperor Dijuan's heart, called out urgently, "You also understand that the demon court was initially intended to be a dwelling prepared by the heavenly Dao for the rulers of heaven and earth. Now that we have resolved to retreat into the starry sky, this land should indeed be relinquished." "Then let it be so," Tai sighed with reluctance, though discontent simmered within him as he cast a fierce glare at Qing Feng. Ignoring the tension in the air, Qing Feng once again stood and raised his cup towards Emperor Dijuan, proclaiming, "To gain, one must be willing to relinquish. Congratulations to the two esteemed elders, for the opportunity to attain enlightenment is upon us." In pursuit of completing the heavenly marriage and rescuing the Queen Mother of the West, Qing Feng was resolute and prepared to present substantial insights. Where lies the opportunity for enlightenment? Emperor Dijuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, fixating intently on Qing Feng. Likewise, Tai cast aside his earlier grievances and focused his gaze on him, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Do the esteemed elders recall my comments on the path of severing corpses during the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud's palace? If it is possible to sever corpses, then why not?" Suddenly, Emperor Dijuan grasped the implication. The fruit of the 7 emotions path? The fruit of the 6 desires path? The 7 emotions consist of joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and surprise. The 6 desires encompass the cravings of sight, sound, scent, taste, touch, and thought. Yet, regardless of whether one grapples with these 7 emotions or 6 desires, true liberation can only be attained through profound immersion within them. Among these, the passions of love, lust, and desire stand as the most pivotal aspects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, warranting genuine experience. Thus, in honor of the 2 esteemed seniors, I have come today to propose a union that may assist them in comprehending the intricacies of these emotions and desires, ultimately guiding them towards enlightenment. For a moment, Dijun and Tai found themselves entranced by Qing Feng's words, deeply immersed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Duobao, Yuding, and others stood in astonishment, questioning if their senior brother, who typically indulged in play, had truly reached such lofty heights. Did he truly speak of enlightenment and the attainment of the Tao? If their observations were correct, their senior brother had only just surpassed the golden immortal stage, rendering him the least accomplished among them. After a considerable duration, Dijun and Tai finally emerged from their reverie. Then, a peculiar smile graced the lips of Dijun. "Ah, you clever lad, Qing Feng. You nearly had me fooled. Pray tell, since you are willing to divulge such exquisite methods to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, who is it that you intend to introduce us to as our other half?" Chapter 64. Ah, is it not true that heavenly marriages are not to be? My esteemed seniors, how is it that you have fallen in love at first sight? Under the penetrating gaze of Emperor Jun and Tai, Qing Feng awkwardly chuckled and continued his charade. Could it not be for the good of my 2 esteemed elders? Deceit. More deceit. Do you think we believe even half a word of your tale? With a cold sneer, Emperor Jun leaned back in his chair, lifting his chin, indicating for Qing Feng to proceed. Rubbing his nose, Qing Feng thought better of continuing the ruse. Clearly, these 2 golden crows were worthy adversaries, renowned for contending with the witch clan during the 2nd era of the primordial age. Perhaps it was best to abandon the charade, lest he become a source of amusement. Clearing his throat, he decided to speak candidly. It concerns the Eastern King. He straightforwardly recounted the tale of the Eastern King's journey to seek the Western Queen for marriage. "You see, esteemed elders, I have grown up in Kunlun Mountain, under the benevolence of the Western Queen and Elder Lu Wu. When they find themselves in trouble, I cannot simply stand idly by, can I? So, you intend to sell us out?" Emperor Jun shot a disapproving glance at Qing Feng, delivering a light smack to his head. Under the influence of spiritual energy, Qing Feng's head jerked back, and he instinctively rubbed his scalp. You elders show no semblance of seniority. Why is it that all of you enjoy striking my head? With a satisfying crisp sound, Emperor Jun smiled and remarked, why concern ourselves with the mere Eastern king? Soon, my brother and I shall lead the demon clan into battle, utterly vanquishing the powers of the Purple Mansion continent. The notion of gratitude was entirely absent from Emperor Jun's thoughts, or perhaps, in his eyes. The Eastern king was unworthy of even a nod to Qing Feng's kindness. Disciples such as Duobao and Yuding gazed at Qing Feng in awe. So, the senior brother harbored plans to annihilate the Purple Mansion continent? Truly, he was deserving of his title, acting with such grand ambition. Moreover, he even had the capacity to guide formidable beings toward enlightenment. Senior brother, you are magnificent. Oh, esteemed elders, please do not misunderstand. I truly did not intend for you to engage in violence. Upon realizing Emperor Jun's misinterpretation, Tai wore a look of nonchalance, prompting Qing Feng to hastily intervene, dissuading them from rising to muster troops. I genuinely wish to act as your matchmaker, to facilitate the heavenly marriage. Are you serious? The motion of Emperor Jun halting in disbelief as he gazed at Qing Feng, incredulous. To assist them in achieving enlightenment is one matter, but a heavenly marriage, a bond of fate. Do you truly comprehend what you are suggesting? Of course. Qing Feng replied with sincere conviction. I have wagered with the Eastern King. Moreover, he possesses the dragon-headed staff bestowed by Honghuang. Currently, the queen is engrossed in meditation, contemplating the insights of enlightenment, not the time to engage in direct conflict with Honghuang. Furthermore, do you truly not wish to know of the fair maiden I would introduce to you? Emperor Jun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting within. Then pray, enlighten me. What more is there to say? The sun corresponds to the moon, is it not? Qing Feng declared with certainty, as the Eastern King has articulated. To fully realize the harmonious union of yin and yang in the primordial realm, to meet the standards of a heavenly marriage, it is essential that it embodies the utmost yin and utmost yang. You two are precisely the celestial lords of the sun and moon stars. Are you not the embodiment of the utmost yin? Furthermore, the grand formation of the celestial bodies is missing two principal instruments, is it not? The solar and lunar essence wheel held by the Moon Lord is precisely the main instrument of this celestial arrangement. Once you are wed, utilizing the river diagram and the Luo book as the formation's blueprint, and incorporating the solar and lunar essence wheel as the central instrument, alongside 365 formidable beings of the demon race as the focal points, the grand celestial formation shall achieve its consummation. In addition to its power rivaling that of the 12 ancestors of the womb, it shall also absorb the chaotic spiritual energy to compensate for the deficiencies in the primordial spiritual energy, achieving total fulfillment. At that time, with the grand celestial formation operating normally, the demon race will have a place to dwell, with an endless supply of merit for cultivation. Coupled with the resources for cultivation in the starry expanse, the demon race shall have no more worries. Moreover, the two esteemed seniors may also leverage the union in heaven to garner abundant merit, transcending the trials of love, severing the ties of emotions and desires, and embarking upon the path of enlightenment. What a splendid outcome! The voice of Qing Feng echoed throughout the grand hall of the demon race. Disciple Duobao, Yuding, and others were increasingly in awe, realizing that this was indeed the grand plan of their elder brother. Not only would there be no need for conflict, but a dwelling would also be secured for the demon race, and a home would be found for the 4 sun and moon celestial lords. Truly, elder brother has calculated everything meticulously. The 4 disciples of Yuqing, including Yuding, were already contemplating how to persuade Guangchengzi and the other disciples of the Yuqing sect upon their return to cease opposing their elder brother. Given the capabilities and connections demonstrated by their elder brother, to stand against him would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, they could rescue the Queen Mother of the West and their companion, Lu Wu, fulfilling their vow. A trifecta of benefits, would it not? Di Jun smirked teasingly. Qing Feng, just so you know, this is merely a side endeavor. The primary intent is to assist the 2 esteemed seniors and the demon race, is it not? Indeed. Qing Feng replied confidently. In the annals of history, those 2 sisters were wedded to but one person. Unless love was profound, how could 2 celestial maidens of such standing in the primordial realm share a single husband? Without hesitation, Di Jun and Tai Yi, with the intent of giving Qing Feng a semblance of courtesy, directly led the disciples of the 3 pure ones to the moon star. It must be said, the speed of the great Luo is indeed incomparable to that of the golden immortals. In just 1 hour, They arrived at the outskirts of the moon star. Remember, if there is no mutual attraction, then it is what it is. As they were about to speak, Dijun once again reminded Qing Feng, but rest assured, based on what you have said today, the Eastern King cannot compel the Queen Mother of the West. Very well, Qing Feng responded, somewhat speechless. Let us proceed as you suggest. I merely hope that you do not strike your own faces later. After receiving Qing Feng's affirmation once more, Emperor Jun finally spoke. Is the Lord of the Moon present? I, Emperor Jun of the Demon Clan, alongside Tai, earnestly seek an audience. Accompanied by Emperor Jun's resolute voice, his words resonated throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Before them, the grand moon star gradually illuminated with silvery radiance. Moments later, a silver pathway emerged from the depths of the moon star, gracefully landing before the assembly. Qing Feng lifted his gaze, beholding two celestial maidens, their garments billowing elegantly, one clad in resplendent silver attire, the other in a flowing blue gown, gliding upon the silver pathway, bathed in moonlight. As for their countenance, it is difficult to articulate. No ancient poem could adequately capture the exquisite beauty of these two celestial beings. Perhaps only Chao Zhi's ode to the goddess of Luo could begin to convey the unparalleled elegance of these maidens. Indeed, Qing Feng, you speak truly. For the sake of fulfilling the grand harmony of the primordial yin and yang, and to rescue the Queen Mother of the West and our companion Lu Wu, this heavenly union shall be solidified among us brothers. You are right, brother. Qing Feng abruptly snapped back to reality from his reverie, momentarily distracted by the celestial beauty of the Moon Star Lord. Turning his head, he observed the two brothers, the daylight golden crows, who had only moments ago sought excuses from Wan Fan, now transfixed like simpleton swine, their eyes glued to the celestial beings upon the silver pathway, their embarrassing demeanor almost resulting in drool cascading from their mouths. Chapter 65. Marriage, it must be immediate. I shall bring in Hua to you. As the two sisters, Shiha and Changxi, descended, they were immediately enveloped by four intensely burning gazes. Upon lifting their heads, they beheld two striking young men, their chests bared, gazing at them with rapt fascination. The foremost, adorned with a sun tattoo upon his chest, exuded an air of cultured elegance, subtly radiating imperial authority. Although Shiha found his attention somewhat impolite, she felt her resolve wane under the weight of his determined gaze, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Meanwhile, Changxi was drawn irresistibly to the commanding Tai Chi, particularly captivated by the emblem of the three-legged golden crow emblazoned on his chest, feeling as though she might melt under his fervent stare. Observing the almost comical demeanor of Dijun and Tai Chi, and glancing at the two sisters who exchanged a glance, their eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, Qing Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Everything was steady. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Ahem, esteemed Taiyin Star Lords, might you invite us in to sit? As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Qing Feng could no longer contain himself and interrupted their silent exchange. What? Shiha suddenly came to her senses, meeting Qing Feng's teasing gaze, her face blooming with embarrassment. I beg your pardon. Esteemed friends, please proceed into the hall. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Shiha conjured a silver pathway of moonlight leading directly into the heart of the Taiyin star. Dijun chuckled heartily, striding forward with purpose. Shiha followed with a gentle smile, while Tai Chi, with commanding presence, extended his hand toward Changxi, who, emboldened and blushing, placed her small hand in his. The two pairs walked along the moonlit path, as if oblivious to the presence of their matchmakers. Senior Bays, I told you so. The sun and moon are destined to be two pairs. Qing Feng teased, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Dijun still insists otherwise. Just look at their current state. Bays shook his head in silent exasperation. There was little he could do about the embarrassment of his two sovereigns, and as their subordinate, he felt a pang of shame as well. Before long, under the guidance of Changxi and Shiha, the group arrived at the serene moon palace. Changxi clapped her hands, and a stunning fairy, her beauty rivaling that of the Taiyin Star Lords, appeared with a fruit tray and moon laurel wine, arranging it for the guests. Chang'e, you may take your leave. We have our two esteemed hosts here, Changxi instructed. Yes, Star Lord, Chang'e replied, gracefully departing. Qing Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her retreating silhouette. So, the myth of Chang'e being a vengeful wife of Hou Tu was mere fabrication? In truth, she was simply a servant of the Moon Palace? The Taiyin Star truly was a sanctuary of extraordinary beauty. Even the attendants were destined to become the most stunning beings in the three realms, a testament to Shiha and Changxi's unparalleled allure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dijun, the emperor of the Demon Clan. Once Chang'e had left, Dijun promptly rose to introduce himself. I am Tai Chi, the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan. Greetings, esteemed lords. I am Shiha, and this is my sister Xianxia. We have transformed from the Taiyin star and are currently residing here. Xianxia, accompanied by her sister, gracefully rose and offered a deep bow, softly introducing herself. After mutual introductions, for gazes intertwined once more, rekindling a splendid atmosphere within the Moon Palace. Observing the four locked in their gaze, Qing Feng, at a loss for words, forcefully struck the table. Hey, hey, we are still here. While you engage in your conversation, could you perhaps spare a glance our way? It's rather sticky, considering we are here today to discuss a marriage proposal. How about you deliberate and arrange for the heavenly wedding tomorrow? Qing Feng exclaimed, visibly displeased. Despite his role as a matchmaker today, he found the display of affection overwhelming. This must be your first meeting, right? Is it truly so absurd to fall in love at first sight? Is the concept of romance in your era so casual? Do you simply strike someone with a club and drag them home? In the Moon Palace, despite Qing Feng's complaints, the focus remained on him. Shiha and Xianxia eagerly gazed at their beloveds, with Xianxia, the bolder of the two, directly inquiring, "Are you truly here to propose?" Tai, displaying an uncommon hint of embarrassment, turned to Dijuan, who smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, we have come, as mentioned by our young friend Qing Feng, to affirm that we four are fated for one another, destined to unite in a heavenly marriage, fulfilling the profound path of romance in the primordial world. Initially, we doubted the accuracy of our friend's words, fearing it might hinder your future, and simply intended to make a brief appearance, but unexpectedly, Dijuan's eyes suddenly filled with deep emotion. In this life, all I desire is your heart. I seek nothing else. Beside him, Tai scratched his head, yearning to express similarly romantic sentiments, but after much deliberation, he finally turned to Xianxia and uttered, "I feel the same." Qing Feng couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder in the original history, Xianxia married your brother. With this level of charm." Yet, seeing Xianxia's joyful demeanor, Qing Feng felt a prickling sensation. It was indeed a case of mutual attraction. Now, as the matchmaker who hadn't even shared his name, he asked, "Shiha, Xianxia, do you wish to marry these two brothers?" Shiha blushed, her beauty radiating, while Xianxia, bolder, fixed her gaze on Tai and declared, "We are willing." "Sister." Shiha scolded her playfully, yet under Dijuan's watchful gaze, she ultimately acquiesced. Nodding and responding in a voice as faint as a mosquito, "I am willing too." "Splendid." Qing Feng felt utterly relieved. "Then you may stay here to nurture your feelings. Bays, we shall return to the demon court to arrange the heavenly wedding. If we linger here, I fear I might inadvertently separate you." He jested, envisioning sending one to the ends of the earth and the other to the corners of the sea. Bays, in high spirits, stroked his chin and departed with Qing Feng, while behind them, the younger disciples followed in stunned silence. Was the heavenly wedding truly underway? Upon returning to the banquet of the, Qing Feng sighed heavily, stamping his foot. "Hasn't the objective been achieved? What grievances do you still harbor, my young friend?" Baizé inquired with a smile, holding his wine cup. "True. The task has indeed been accomplished, yet my heart feels conflicted." Baizé raised his cup and drank deeply. "Senior, you must know that I, too, am a solitary creature, having transformed for over 5,000 years, and have yet to hold the hand of a celestial maiden. How is it that I can play matchmaker with such certainty? Had I known I possessed this talent, I would have sought a partner for myself long ago." "Huh." Baizé smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond. "At merely 5,000 years, you yearn for a companion? As a male of modest means, do you think I would confess that I have never held the hand of a female immortal?" Chapter 66. Nüwa, the goddess of creation. Is there a sage in the realm of humanity? Qing Feng could not help but vent his resentment as a solitary soul towards those who basked in the joys of companionship, while Bays listened with a serene smile. Once Qing Feng's grievances had subsided, Bays deftly shifted the conversation back to the main topic. "My dear friend, how shall we proceed with the celestial marriage of our demon clan?" How to proceed, indeed. Qing Feng's mind raced back to visions of Western weddings from his past life. Plain speak, to swear an oath like that of the Virgin Mary, even if she were endowed with 1,000 hearts of courage, she would likely hesitate to accept the proposal of the demon emperor Dijuan or the Eastern sovereign Tai. And what of a traditional Chinese wedding? It certainly possesses a solemnity, yet some aspects would require significant modification. For instance, let the auspicious geese be woven by the illustrious innate Raven clan. The bowing to one's parents could be exchanged for reverence to the Father of Gods, and the officiant must undoubtedly be the goddess Nüwa herself. As for the vows, let us adopt the Taoist wedding oaths. We shall boldly swear before the heavenly Dao, infuriating the likes of Honghuang. I have a plan. With that, Qing Feng turned his gaze to the disciples of the three pure ones who were assisting. Wudong shimmy. Master brother, I am here. Wudong quickly rose to respond. Immediately seek out the female immortal who can weave garments from the radiant clouds. For specifics, you may venture to the Taiyin Star or the western Kunlun region. Here is the design for the attire. Qing Feng flicked his finger, and the elegant attire of the Ming dynasty, complete with the groom-esque clothing, a round fan, a vibrant red flower, and a red carpet, materialized before Wudong. Understood. I shall head to the western Kunlun at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Wudong dashed off, presumably to confront the eastern prince. Perhaps it would be wise to first. Qing Feng reached out to remind her, but Wudong had already vanished from sight, leaving one to imagine the depth of her indignation towards the eastern prince. Very well, let her be. Qing Feng rubbed his nose, reassured by the presence of his three masters in the Kunlun Mountains. Jinling, master brother. Jinling stood to respond, and Qing Feng summoned a radiant dot of light. I need you to visit the Feng clan. The Feng clan, known for their extravagant display of birds, shall serve as the steeds and carriages for the wedding procession. Ensure the theme is predominantly red, sufficiently festive, auspicious, and resplendent. Certainly. Jinling wasted no time and sped off towards the Feng clan. Duobao, master brother, prepare the betrothal gifts, according to the standards of the magnificent bridal procession. I trust the demon clan is not lacking in wealth. Of course. Senior Bays, what do you think? Duobao's gaze shifted to Bays, who smiled and replied. For the marriage of your two majesties, the demon clan would spare no effort, even emptying their treasury, to ensure you are not shamed. As for you all, Qing Feng's gaze finally settled on the four disciples of the Jade Pure Ones. Sihong, you shall go to the Taiyin Star to discuss the scale of the dowry and the various wedding customs with the Taiyin Star Lord. Yuding and Tai, you two are tasked with providing ceremonial training for Emperor Dijuan and the esteemed Tai during the wedding festivities. Lastly, Huanglong, you are to seek out the Fire Phoenix and strive to present a harmonious duet of dragon and phoenix on the wedding day, symbolizing eternal unity. With a flick of his hand, Qing Feng distributed all the necessary items, etiquette, and even the music required for the wedding to everyone. Finally, he soared on auspicious clouds, heading directly towards the human gathering at the East Sea shoreline. One cannot help but note that after ascending to the golden immortal realm, Qing Feng's speed had increased exponentially, by more than 100-fold. In the span of merely a day, he traveled from the demon court to the ancestral land of the human race. Upon arriving at the seaside, a familiar figure immediately blocked his path. Was it not the revered Fuxi, the protector of humanity? Uncle, I have urgent matters to discuss with the goddess. You seek a lady? Wait a moment. Fuxi, confirming that Qing Feng indeed wished to meet Nüwa, wasted no time. He formed a hand seal and directly contacted her. In mere moments, a vast portal opened before Qing Feng, and from it emerged a gentle, languorous voice accompanied by a familiar figure. Little Qing Feng, my brother mentioned you were looking for me? Hee. Dear aunt, I have a question for you. Is there a position for a saint within the human realm? Qing Feng blinked and directly inquired of Nüwa. Regarding the existence of saints in the human realm, opinions varied in the forums of his past life. Some asserted that only the heavenly Dao possessed saints, serving as administrators to govern the wilderness. Others contended that if the heavenly Dao had saints, then the earthly and human Daos should have them too, albeit in fewer numbers. The earthly Dao was relatively easy to deduce, with the 6 paths of reincarnation corresponding neatly to 6 saints. However, no one had clearly articulated the matter concerning the human Dao. How do you know there are saints in the human realm? Are you hoping to secure a position for a saint with your aunt? Nüwa raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning him. I wouldn't dare. I am destined to inherit my master's legacy. Qing Feng shook his head vigorously, aware that if he accepted such a proposition, he would face a severe reprimand from his masters. Did not Hongjun say that the heavenly Dao should have saints as the utmost number, 9? Therefore, if the heavenly Dao possesses them, what reason is there for the human Dao, which stands on equal footing, not to have them? You are indeed quite astute. Nüwa nodded as she acknowledged Qing Feng's reasoning. The human Dao should indeed have 6 saints. Among them, 1 each should be derived from the innate, the postnatal, and the chaotic demonic beings, representing all living entities of the wilderness. Additionally, there should be 1 teacher and 1 ancestor, a teacher to enlighten the wisdom of beings and an ancestor to lead the earthly immortals in safeguarding the balance of life. As for the final saint, I have yet to determine who that would be, but it is likely connected to me. Observing the pensive expression on Nüwa's face, Qing Feng blinked. Besides her renowned acts of virtue, such as creating humanity and mending the heavens, she was also celebrated for perfecting unions and presiding over heavenly marriages, significant deeds in mythological history. In the tales of the past and future, legends such as the bitter love tree and Nüwa's descendants have persisted. Thus, could the final saint be related to matters of marriage? Dear goddess, have you heard of the heavenly marriage? Qing Feng tentatively posed the question. Heavenly marriage? Yes, indeed, it pertains to unions. Nüwa first muttered a few words, and then her eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. She embraced Qing Feng and spun around joyfully, exclaiming, "Ah, little Qing Feng, you truly are my lucky star. Your mention of the heavenly marriage has completely remedied my shortcomings in the realm of humanity. Your Majesty, I feel dizzy." Qing Feng cried out in alarm. Nüwa rolled her eyes in exasperation and set him down, saying, "You have attained the golden immortal level. How can you be so easily disoriented? You lack the art of flattery. Now, tell me, how did you come to know of the heavenly marriage?" Isn't it a coincidence? Qing Feng rubbed his hands together and began to recount his tale. A few days ago, the Eastern King sought the hand of the Western Queen. He meticulously narrated the events surrounding the Eastern King's proposal, detailing the agreement made in January to mediate between the sun and the moon in the demon court, leaving no stone unturned. As the heavenly marriage seemed imminent, I pondered, considering that matters of love and marriage pertain to the propagation of life and the observance of rituals. Should they not fall under your purview, dear aunt? Moreover, the Eastern King mentioned that he was guided by Honghuang. Thus, I felt compelled to seek your assistance. Chapter 67. I shall transform that wedding day into a sacred occasion of the human path. How dare you overshadow Honghuang? You, my clever nephew. Nüwa unabashedly pinched Qing Feng's cheek. This little nephew is indeed a prized acquisition. Had he not discerned the connection between the heavenly marriage and the human realm, the merits of this celestial union might have been seized by Honghuang. The final sage is, after all, the guardian of marital bonds. Little did I expect that you would unwittingly stumble upon this. It is all thanks to your guidance, dear aunt. Qing Feng feigned innocence with a smile, scratching the back of his head. His exaggerated demeanor elicited a shake of the head from Fushi, who stood beside him. You little rascal. Nüwa affectionately ruffled Qing Feng's hair and said, "You must be here regarding the heavenly marriage, seeking for me to be their officiant, am I correct?" As expected of my dear aunt, you grasp my thoughts with ease. Qing Feng gave a thumbs up, and Nüwa proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "Very well. In consideration of your request, I shall grant them the honor of my officiation." This was no idle boast, given her current status as the sovereign of the human realm. Officiating for 4 great golden immortal level beings indeed bestows significant prestige. However, Qing Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Beyond that, I have another request. Nüwa raised an eyebrow. Pray, do share. I was wondering if you might also bestow upon them 2 positions of human saints? Nüwa's lips twitched slightly, and she could no longer contain herself, delivering a light smack to Qing Feng's head. Do you think being a saint is so trivial? There are only 6 positions of saints in the human realm. Do you expect me to give away 2? Why not just have me relinquish my position as the sovereign of the human realm altogether? Stay right there. Don't you dare run. Uncle, save me. On the heights of the East Sea, a comical scene unfolded as Nüwa chased after Qing Feng, who was dodging behind Fushi. This continued for quite a while, until Fushi could no longer tolerate their childish antics. He seized each of them by an arm. Enough. Cease this at once. Do you even consider your own identities while engaging in such juvenile play? Fushi admonished Nüwa, pointing an accusing finger at her. Sister, you are the sovereign of the human realm. Then he turned to Qing Feng. And you, chief of the 3 pure ones, represent their dignity. Is this how you honor your masters? It must be said that the weight of blood ties is indeed formidable. As the elder brother, when Fushi truly became enraged, even though Nüwa's cultivation had far surpassed his, she was compelled to bow her head and heed his reprimand. After a few scolding words, Fushi turned to Qing Feng. Speak. Why do you seek the positions of human saints from Dijuan and Tai? Fushi understood well that Nüwa's earlier pursuit of Qing Feng, though seemingly a reprimand, was rooted in her concern for him. The temptation of saintly positions is immense. Qing Feng openly sought to give away 2. How could she not worry he might be deceived? Yet as his aunt, having received numerous favors from Qing Feng, including the reminder that led her to become the sovereign of the human realm, how could she possibly refuse? Thus, she discreetly coordinated with Fushi, feigning anger as a pretext for her brother to inquire about the truth from Qing Feng. Am I not doing this for the benefit of the Empress? Qing Feng pouted, articulating his intentions. Uncle, as you can see, the matter of marriage pertains to love, falling within the realm of humanity. Yet, Honghuang dares to intervene under the pretext of heavenly marriage, the harmony of yin and yang, and the fulfillment of destiny, seeking to usurp the authority over humanity from my aunt. Since Hongjun has already acted, why should we not counter him? The esteemed elders, Dijuan and Tai, aim to dominate the starry skies and control the great array of celestial bodies. Let us seize this opportunity of heavenly marriage to sanctify them, safeguarding both the essence of kinship and the primordial beings, in exchange for the dominion over the cosmos. You, Fushi, taken aback, pointed at Qing Feng, at a loss for words. You possess an audacity that borders on recklessness, daring to seize the responsibilities of Hongjun. No, the heavenly Dao? With a shrug, Qing Feng replied. What can I say? He has aligned with the heavenly Dao, aware of his detrimental intentions towards the Honghuang. The cosmic expanse is crucial for the density of spiritual energy and the very hierarchy of the Honghuang world. It unsettles me to have it in the hands of an adversary. Indeed, Qing Feng's reasoning held merit. Suddenly, Nüwa interjected, however, the path of destiny is not one that Dijuan or Tai can wield. Xiha and Xianxia fall short as well. Forcing them to serve as witnesses to the sanctification of humanity would only bring them harm. In my view, it would be prudent to grant them a sacred status as guardians of the primordial spirits, with such a sanctified position to protect them. Coupled with the reinforcement of the celestial array, the cosmos shall be secure. What do you think, little Qing Feng? After contemplation, Qing Feng hesitated, but to whom shall this sacred position be assigned? Dijuan? Tai? My lady, I fear an inequitable distribution may lead to. You indeed overthink. Nüwa shook her head. Child. You remain but a child. Given Dijuan's qualifications, having severed the 7 emotions and endured the myriad flavors of life, attaining the status of a sage is the pinnacle of his potential. Conversely, Tai possesses the ability to sever the 6 desires and attain the path of the laws. Moreover, considering their brotherly bond, there is no cause for concern. This, Qing Feng yearned to argue. What brotherly bond? Look at my masters, all transformed from the essence of Pangu. Didn't history reveal their inevitable disintegration and enmity? Alas, he thought, perhaps it would suffice to remain vigilant. Once his 3 masters achieved enlightenment, he would rally his aunt, Nüwa, and Hou Tu to expel Hongjun from the Honghuang. Then we shall heed the lady's wisdom. Finally, when do you foresee the day of the heavenly marriage? Nüwa's gaze settled upon Fushi. Understanding her intent, Fushi gestured and after a moment, smiled. 3 days hence shall be the most auspicious day. Then it is decided, in 3 days. We shall conduct the heavenly marriage and seize this opportunity to announce the demon clan's guardianship over the cosmos, thus accomplishing 2 grand deeds to assist Dijuan in achieving sanctification. A glint of sharpness flickered in Qing Feng's eyes. Hongjun, seeking to instigate trouble through Dongwangong? Has he consulted me and my esteemed allies? Upon determining the auspicious date for the celestial wedding, Qing Feng requested Lady Nüwa to open a spatial portal, allowing him to return to the demon court. He then disclosed the entirety of his plans to Emperor Jun and Tai. The demon clan rejoiced, just as Nüwa had predicted. Tai exhibited no envy or jealousy towards Emperor Jun, only an unwavering confidence in his own ability to attain enlightenment through the laws. Consequently, the preparations for the celestial wedding proceeded with unimpeded fervor. 3 days later, Qing Feng stood outside the southern heavenly gate, adorned in ceremonial attire, gazing in bewilderment at Bays beside him. Pray tell, Bays, what is the meaning of having a mere disciple of the 3 purities serve as a welcoming attendant for the wedding of your clan's leader? Moreover, by what right do Jinling, Wudong, and Sihong, merely due to their gender, assume the roles of the lunar princess Qin? Is this not a manifestation of gender discrimination? The Moon Palace boasts numerous enchanting fairies, including Chang'e. I too wish to partake in the role of Qin. Chapter 68. The wedding commences. The dominion over the starry sky is firmly in my grasp, and not even Hongjun can impede it. What is this? Are you insinuating that you wish to switch allegiances? No sooner had the words of complaint escaped than a colossal black hole materialized before him, and a mocking voice emerged from within. Qing Feng hastily turned to look, and soon 9 vividly colored golden crows soared out, followed by an ancient bronze palanquin that slowly emerged from the black void, coming to a halt before Qing Feng. Feeling the palpable aura of antiquated luxury enveloping him, Qing Feng respectfully bowed and clasped his hands. Disciple Qing Feng pays his respects to the 3 esteemed masters. The curtains of the palanquin parted automatically, revealing the 2 masters, Taishang and Yuanshi, who greeted him with warm smiles. As for Tongtian, he had already darted to Qing Feng's side the moment the curtains parted, tugging at his ear with a stern expression. Little Qing Feng, you must earnestly explain the matter of switching allegiances to your master. Qing Feng awkwardly turned his head, rubbing his nose. Caught red-handed, what could he do? Tongtian, understanding that Qing Feng was merely jesting, released him and nodded at the smiling Bays. Bays, my friend, it is good to see you again. Esteemed friends, welcome to the celestial wedding ceremony of the Demon Emperor. His Majesty has graciously reserved the finest viewing positions for you and your disciples at the Demon Court. Allow me to escort you there. Taishang nodded, leading his 2 brothers, along with the 8 disciples of the Yuqing sect who had also descended from the palanquin, forward. Yet as they passed Qing Feng, the extreme mockery in the eyes of Guangchengzi and Shijingzi was unmistakable due to his bright red attire. It was only thanks to Yuanshi's presence that they refrained from expressing their derision aloud. Qing Feng paid them no mind, knowing that when the merits were distributed later, they would see who truly acted foolishly. The 3 pure ones from Kunlun Mountain extend their congratulations to the Demon Emperor, wishing Donghuang a joyous wedding. Gifts presented include 12 Huangzhong Li, 2 pairs of flawless jade discs, 2 tails of enlightenment tea, and 6 drops of the 3 light divine water. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense wealth of the 3 pure ones. The moment their gifts were announced, the space outside the southern heavenly gate resonated with a similar tremor, and then an ominous elder clad in a black robe emerged from the void. Welcome, Kunpeng, my friend. It has been a long time since our last encounter at the Zixiao Palace. Bays greeted him with a beaming smile and a bow. Kunpeng nodded, his voice dry as it emerged. You demons seem to be making quite the commotion. Is this wedding a prelude to vying for supremacy over the wilderness? Such evidently probing words elicited a mild smile from Bays, who promptly countered. You jest, my friend. Our demon clan has always cherished peace. And how could we harbor thoughts of subjugating other races? It must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, you say? Kik. Kunpeng's laughter was grating, and Bays gestured behind him. My friend, a position has been arranged for you within the palace. Please. After you. Kunpeng strode confidently toward the palace. As he passed Qing Feng, he notably nodded in his direction. From Beiming Palace, Kunpeng Daoist, I extend my congratulations to the Demon Emperor on his joyous wedding. A tribute of 10 sheng of the ethereal sands of Beihai, and 10 sheng of purest water. With the arrival of the 3 purities and the Kunpeng, numerous formidable beings hastened to the Demon Court. Perhaps the presence of quasi-saint level individuals, here to partake in the heavenly marriage, was merely the baseline. Each guest's arrival was marked by the rending of space, the opening of dimensional portals. Even those who had already arrived, like Qing Feng, noted that others deliberately withdrew to 100 miles away before entering the Demon Court. It seemed as if only those capable of tearing through space were deemed worthy to participate in this celestial union. As waves of guests were received, Tai and Honghuang, tasked with the registration, felt an inner turmoil akin to tumultuous waves. Nearly every quasi-saint who reached the Demon Court greeted Qing Feng, even without words. They nodded in acknowledgement, much like the Kunpeng. Is this the extent of Qing Feng's connections? Is this the confidence that comes with being the chief senior disciple? How extravagant. Yet, Qing Feng had no time to ponder the thoughts of his junior brothers. At last, the one he awaited had arrived. With a resounding cry that pierced the heavens, a vast portal opened, revealing Nüwa standing atop the head of a golden phoenix, accompanied by Fushi as they graced the Demon Court with their presence. Salutations to the compassionate and benevolent sovereign of humanity, Nüwa. Upon sensing the aura of the goddess, even the powerful beings already present at the ceremony soared into the sky, bowing deeply in reverence to Nüwa. Today, this palace is but a guest at the heavenly marriage. No need for excessive formalities. Please feel free to proceed. Nüwa replied lightly, before descending from the golden phoenix's head to stand before Qing Feng. Little Fengzi, have you made the necessary arrangements? Annie, after several encounters, you've bestowed upon me numerous nicknames. Can't we settle on one? Qing Feng rubbed his nose, unable to suppress his complaint. Hey, you dare to question me? This is merely a token of my affection for you. Do you understand? Others long for me to bestow a nickname upon them, and I can hardly be bothered. Nüwa playfully tapped Qing Feng on the head. How lacking in insight. Chuckling, Qing Feng, under the curious gazes of countless powerful beings, offered an awkward smile towards Nüwa, and then led her towards the ceremony site. Everything was in order. Yet I fear that Hongjun will not so easily allow us to achieve our desires. Fear not, Nüwa responded with a determined smile. Before I attained enlightenment, I held some trepidation towards Hongjun. But now, this starry expanse is firmly within my grasp. No matter who comes. Nüwa's arrival heralded the final guest's impending arrival. After escorting Nüwa and Fushi into the venue, Qing Feng bid them farewell, preparing for the heavenly marriage ceremony. Ding 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 ding. As the exhilarating and joyous sound of gongs and drums filled the air, Emperor Jun and Tai, riding on the Phoenix Clan's steed, sponsored by the Phoenix Clan, finally arrived at the entrance of the grand wedding hall. The bride descends from her palanquin, blessed by fortune, accompanied by the clear and melodious blessing of Wudong. Qing and Honghuang, acting as bearers, gently brought the palanquin to a halt. As the curtain was drawn open, two radiant figures donned in festive red shoha attire shyly concealed their stunning beauty behind hand fans, slowly descending from the palanquin under the guidance of Emperor Jun and Tai, adorned with red flowers and silk ribbons. Ignite the flames. The azure blade gestured to the side. Kong Xian opened his mouth and unleashed the Phoenix clan's nirvana fire, igniting the primordial treasure, the wealth-accumulating basin. With each step, harmony in the family and prosperity in all endeavors. With the second step, peace and tranquility year after year. With the third step, unity of hearts never to part. The bride is invited to step over the fire basin. He and Chang, she elegantly raised their delicate feet, stepping onto the nirvana flames, effortlessly crossing over the fire basin to enter the wedding venue. Within the grand hall, at the designated place for the parents, two tokens, representing the heavenly and earthly realms, stood side by side. Then, Nüwa stepped forward, taking her place at the podium. Her gentle, yet resolute voice resonated through the heavens. In the presence of the celestial order, today, Emperor Jun, Shi, Tai, Chang Shi, as two pairs of newlyweds, united in heart, hereby report to the heavenly and earthly realms, wishing to bind their fates together. I, Nüwa, today, in the capacity of officiant, preside over this celestial marriage, completing the harmony of yin and yang, and establishing the path of matrimony. Boom. As Nüwa's words reverberated, a thunderous roar echoed through the cosmos. Subsequently, countless auspicious clouds emerged in the sky, converging until they transformed into an eye of heaven at the heart of the clouds, quietly observing the wedding ceremony. Chapter 69. The East King's abrupt wedding interruption. If I cannot wed in the celestial realm, neither shall you. Outside the western Kunlun Mountains, the East King and the celestial beings reveled in their cups, utterly oblivious to the impending nuptials of the demon clan. However, toward the end of the banquet, a few immortals exchanged hushed whispers. Have you heard? It appears that someone from the demon clan is to be wed today. It seems to involve two demon emperors and the Lord of the Tying Star. The demon emperors and the Lord of the Tying Star? If my memory serves me right, are not both demon emperors born from the sun? The sun and the Tying, does that not correspond to the pure yang of our esteemed master and the pure yin of the Western Queen Mother? Should they unite, could it not usurp the East King's celestial marriage? The first wedding, featuring the sun and the Tying, it is indeed troubling as the celestial beings from the Purple Mansion continent murmured amongst themselves. None dared to approach the East King with a warning. At the head of the table, the East King continued to toast with the likes of Gui Che and Ying Zhao among the myriad of celestial beings when a thunderous roar abruptly shattered the atmosphere around him. Fool, the demon clan is on the verge of completing their celestial marriage. Are you not going to stop it? What? The East King's hand, which had been lifting his cup, froze midair. The voice he heard was that of the revered Hong Jun. But how could he communicate directly within my consciousness? Could it be in that moment, the East King's first instinct was not to thwart the wedding, but rather to cast suspicion upon Hong Jun? After all, Nüwa would rather engage in combat with Hong Jun than rely on the chaotic primordial energy to achieve sanctification. The impression was, indeed, profoundly etched in his mind. Yet, as this thought flickered through his mind, a hint of bitterness welled up within the East King. Even knowing the pitfalls of the primordial chaos, what alternatives did he possess with his talents and understanding? All he could do was acquiesce to Hong Jun, for that was the only path to attaining saintly power comparable to the primordial battle strength, even if such a decision meant a lifetime of servitude. Taking a deep breath, the East King forced a mask of fury upon his face. With a decisive motion, he hurled his cup down onto the ground with a resounding crash. What audacity, Qing Feng! What gall, Sanqing! Dare to seize my chance at a celestial marriage. Gather, my followers, let us charge into the demon clan to interrupt this wedding. With that proclamation, the East King raised his dragon-headed staff and struck the space before him. With vigor, a colossal spatial passageway unfurled, and the East King, piloting his flower-laden carriage, led a throng of over 3,000 celestial beings from the Purple Mansion continent directly towards the demon court. At this moment within the demon court, the resplendent eye of heavenly Dao coalesced amidst a rainbow of auspicious clouds. Nüwa waved her hand, bestowing 2 marriage contracts upon the newlyweds. The instant the 2 pairs of newlyweds grasped the contracts, their pupils involuntarily constricted, for on the marriage contracts crafted from the essence of Tai gold, 2 spiritual treasures were embedded on either side. To the left lay a crystalline mirror, shimmering with clarity, and to the right, A wooden peony hairpin the moment they touched. The essence of these treasures surged into their minds. Mirror flowers, water moon, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Should the wearer encounter peril, they may instantly transport to the side of another wearer or summon the other wearer to their aid. This is a treasure refined by Nüwa, a post-heavenly return to innate spiritual treasure. Thus, Lady Nüwa has gifted 2 pairs of remarkably functional, life-preserving innate spiritual treasures to the newlyweds. My lady, Dijun, Tai, Shi-He, and Changshi could not help but be moved as they gazed upon Nüwa. However, Nüwa paid no heed to their sentiments and simply gestured towards the marriage certificate in their hands. The auspicious moment has arrived. Recite the marriage contract and make your vows. This document of matrimony, a decree from the heavens above and a testament to humanity below, was to be proclaimed to all beings, resonating throughout the 3 realms. As the sovereign of humanity, the goddess Nüwa bore witness, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and the sun and moon in unison. To betray one's beloved would be tantamount to deceiving the heavens, a transgression that would lead to death and dissolution of the Tao. Should the beloved betray the one they cherish, it would defy the will of heaven, and those who oppose the celestial order would find their souls scattered. The heavens bore witness. Humanity bore witness. The 4 individuals held their marriage certificates with trepidation, completing their vows with hearts racing. Though they were indeed enamored with one another and had no intentions of infidelity, the gravity of such oaths, threatening death, dissolution, and bearing witness from both heaven and humanity, was daunting. Yet, with the ceremony underway and numerous allies present, including Nüwa herself officiating, and even the eye of heaven manifesting, there was little they could do but proceed with the vows. The thought of any infidelity was now firmly out of the question. With a resounding crack, their words reverberated through the realms, and the 4 felt an enigmatic force envelop them, uniting the 2 couples. This was the divine acknowledgement of their vows. Observing the approval of heaven, a subtle smile graced Nüwa's lips. With the ceremony advancing, it was as if a celestial marriage had already taken place. Only the ceremonial bow to heaven and earth remained. However, before the homage to the heavens could be rendered, a crucial question arose. With the marriage contract established and the ceremony nearing completion, did anyone oppose the unions of the 2 couples? The gathered powerful beings smiled knowingly. What a jest it would be to oppose such unions. After all, this was the demon emperor, the lord of the dark moon, and presided over by Nüwa, with the primordial 3 as officiants. To oppose them would be to challenge the mightiest of the Honghuang. Everyone, including Nüwa herself, assumed there would be no dissent, and they prepared to proceed with the bow to heaven and earth when, unexpectedly, a voice rang out. I oppose. Above the demon court, the air quivered, and in the next moment, Dong Wang Gong arrived at the wedding site aboard a floral chariot, followed closely by 3,000 celestial beings from the Purple Mansion. Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions darkened instantly. On their wedding day, how could he dare to disrupt the proceedings? Instinctively, Dijun and Tai Yi moved to confront him. But Qing Feng, as the officiant, remained on stage, grasping their arms and shaking his head. Then, summoning clouds beneath his feet, he approached the intruder. Junior Qing Feng pays respects to Senior Dong Wang Gong. Dong Wang Gong looked down at Qing Feng, who was bowing with utmost respect, his eyes flickering with displeasure. This fellow had indeed managed to turn the event into a heavenly marriage. Senior, according to our prior agreement, once I complete the heavenly marriage, you shall cease your entanglements with the senior Queen Mother of the West. Your personal appearance here to cause disruption seems somewhat unbecoming of your esteemed position. Before all the mighty beings present, Qing Feng unreservedly declared his agreement with Dong Wang Gong, leaving no room for his dignity. However, on the journey to this place, the Eastern King had already devised a response. He replied directly, Young one, our agreement was that if you were to fulfill the heavenly union, I would no longer insist on a union with the Western Queen Mother. However, I have never stated that I would refrain from obstructing your completion of the heavenly union. Are you attempting to act unreasonably, Senior? Qing Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that the Eastern King would so shamelessly engage in such sophistry. Unreasonable? How so? The Eastern King retorted. Have I violated our agreement? Furthermore, the matter of the heavenly union was personally decreed by the Dao ancestor for me. You do not contemplate fulfilling the Dao ancestor's command, but instead seize my opportunity for the heavenly union. Do you truly believe I would consent to that? Chapter 70. Dong Wang Gong versus Primitive. The battle of the heavenly Dao power against the 3 supreme treasures of creation. What is your desire? With the conversation having reached this point, Qing Feng discerned that Dong Wang Gong would not yield. He directly inquired, either persuade Shi Wang Mu to become my bride. or find me a pure Yin companion to aid in my celestial marriage. At this juncture, Dong Wanggong paused, his gaze descending. When his eyes met the exquisite countenance of Shi He and Chang Shi, a flicker of astonishment danced within them, soon overshadowed by avarice. I observe that both of you, esteemed lunar sovereigns, embody the essence of ultimate Yin. Why not simply marry me? This would save us the trouble and serve my needs perfectly. Such arrogance. Upon hearing this, even Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had transformed into their green-haired tortoise forms, could no longer restrain themselves, let alone the fact that they were golden crows. Before Qing Feng could respond, Di Jun and Tai Yi erupted in fury. Harnessing the true solar flames, they unleashed their fists, striking towards Dong Wanggong. A mere speck dares to shine so brightly? Dong Wanggong scoffed, twisting his dragon-headed staff. 2 droplets of primordial heavy water surged forth from the staff's mouth, swelling in the wind. Under the characteristic enhancement of the dragon-headed staff, the droplets morphed into 2 roaring ice dragons, lunging towards Di Jun and Tai Yi. The true solar flames. The power of a quasi-saint, countered by the primordial heavy water, augmented by the dragon-headed staff's might. Under this triple buff, the solar flames emitted by Di Jun and Tai Yi stood no chance against the 2 ice dragons. The flames, akin to tiny firebirds, were instantaneously shattered by the ice dragons, which then collided violently with the chests of Di Jun and Tai Yi. With a thud, both fell heavily to the ground, pallid and spitting blood infused with true flames. High above, witnessing the effortless defeat of Di Jun and Tai Yi at the hands of Dong Wanggong, Qing Feng was utterly stupefied. Was this truly the same Dong Wanggong who had once been easily vanquished by Di Jun and Tai Yi in the Purple Mansion continent? Furthermore, when had the 2 great demon emperors, Di Jun and Tai Yi, become so diminished in strength? No. It appeared that their decline was a consequence of his own actions. Qing Feng suddenly realized that had it not been for him, Tai Yi would still wield the Chaos Bell. In their current standing, none could rival them. Without his presence, during the 3 lectures at the Purple Heaven Palace, they would have successfully severed their 3 corpses, validating their quasi-saint prowess. Without him, the demon clan would have reclaimed the dragon tribe and the northern underworld palace, appointing Kunpeng as their demon master. Without him, Fuxi and Nüwa would have joined the demon clan, establishing Xihong and Nüwa as sovereigns, thus rendering the demon clan overwhelmingly dominant. Therefore, the current weakness of the demon clan, and Di Jun and Tai Yi being struck down by a mere spell from Dong Wanggong, was entirely his doing. Under such overwhelming disparity in realms, and without the Chaos Bell, how could Di Jun and Tai Yi stand against Dong Wanggong wielding the dragon-headed staff? Damn it! On the ground at the wedding venue, Tai Yi clutched his chest in agony, glaring fiercely at Dong Wanggong. No, if you sever the corpse now, all will be for naught. The fluctuations of magical energy in the air were immediately sensed by Qing Feng, who turned abruptly to prevent Tai Yi from acting. What good will severing the corpse do? Upon the flower cart, the Eastern King chuckled mockingly. Even if you manage to break through, a newly ascended quasi-saint, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Do not forget, I still possess the dragon-headed staff bestowed by the ancestor of Dao. Only combat will reveal the truth. Tai Yi, already consumed by an unparalleled fury, felt a resolve to fight to the death against the Eastern King. Masters, restrain the Eastern King. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qing Feng understood he must act decisively to amend the circumstances. With a thunderous roar, the 3 purities stepped forward. My young disciple, you should have called upon me earlier. Tongtian burst into laughter, wielding the Qingping sword as he soared into the air. Let me witness whether the quasi-saint Eastern King can withstand my Tongtian sword. Open the heavenly gate. As the Qingping sword descended, Tongtian, with the cultivation of Duobao, severed the fabric of space, transforming it into a black line aimed directly at the Eastern King's vital points. Regrettably, as Qing Feng anticipated, each increment beyond Duobao represented an insurmountable chasm of difference in realms. Moreover, the disparity between significant realms was even more profound. Though Tongtian was formidable, he could not possibly defeat the Eastern King by transcending a major realm. A quasi-saint is an entity capable of wielding the laws of the cosmos. Seal. The Eastern King merely raised his dragon-headed staff slightly, and a beam of golden light erupted, instantly smoothing out the space that had been severed by Tongtian's strike. The sword imbued with the laws of the sword path failed to even hinder the Eastern King to be able to manifest the sword path's laws with a Duobao body. It is no wonder he is one of the 3 purities transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Alas, Duobao remains merely Duobao, and compared to a Honghuang quasi-saint, the gap is far too vast. The Eastern King assessed the situation and prepared to send Tongtian flying. However, before he could make a move, a golden bridge emerged from below, anchoring the space around him. Oh, if the Luo is so distant, then what of me? From below, the primordial, adorned with the Taiji diagram atop his head, wielding the Panga banner, encircled by the chaos bell, and stepping upon the void, approached the Eastern King step by step. Dear friend, might I be your adversary? Primordial, feeling the overwhelming power that could crush him, the Eastern King's expression darkened considerably. Do you three purities truly wish to oppose me? It is not a matter of wanting to be your enemy. The primordial replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Qing Feng. It is merely that our disciple has a wager with you, and as masters, we must ensure the wager's fairness. Yes? Though he spoke thus, the primordial's demeanor and tone unmistakably conveyed to all present that Qing Feng, as their disciple, would not be allowed to suffer indignities. Hearing the primordial's response, the Eastern King's countenance became exceedingly grim. So, do you truly intend to obstruct my opportunity? Each word was weighed as he inquired, clearly contemplating the use of heavenly power. The Western Queen Mother has not consented to marry you, and without a partner, how can there be talk of opportunity? The primordial replied with a smile. On the contrary, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the two lunar deities share a profound bond. Their grand wedding has already commenced. It is you who is entangling yourself in nonsense, not us obstructing your fortune. Very well, then. Today, I shall see whether you three purities are indeed invincible in this world. With that, the Eastern King raised his dragon-headed staff high, resolutely invoking the power of the heavenly path. Above the heavens, the once serene clouds abruptly darkened, as an endless array of purple thunder dragons surged through the sky. Accompanied by the sudden descent of the Eastern King's staff, thousands of these thunderous entities roared fiercely, descending upon the primordial realm as if to annihilate it. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, the primordial being's expression turned grave, gathering all its strength to activate the three treasured artifacts. First, the Panga banner trembled violently, conjuring countless chaotic sword energies that split the very fabric of space into myriad black lines, clashing head-on with the thunder dragons and vanquishing a third of them. Next, the resonant chime of the chaos bell echoed from its waist, summoning waves of power that rendered another third of the thunder dragons silent and obliterated. Finally, with a flick of the Taiji diagram, the principles of yin and yang manifested as a Taiji symbol that burst forth from the diagram, expanding with the wind until it enveloped the entire grand hall of the demon court's wedding ceremony, intercepting the remaining thunder dragons, dispersing them until they vanished without a trace. In that very instant, as the primordial engaged in battle with the Eastern King, Qing Feng roared from below, "Proceed with the wedding ceremony. Let us unite in matrimony." Chapter 71. Did Jun and Tai both attain the status of a saint? Have you two brothers also newly devised two paths to enlightenment? Jun and Tai struggled to rise, intent on confronting Dong Wang Gong with fervor. Especially Tai, whose aura surged with intensity, ready to sever the corpse and reclaim his dignity when the voice of Nüwa resonated in their ears. If you charge forward now, you will sabotage Qing Feng's plan. You will only bring ruin upon yourselves. If you truly wish for vengeance, hasten to complete the heavenly marriage, and through virtue sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, ascending to the realm of the mixed element golden immortal. That would honor us and the efforts of Qing Feng. Nüwa gazed intently at Jun and Tai, articulating her words with deliberate precision. Jun and Tai turned their eyes skyward, witnessing the primordial forces faltering under Dong Wang Gong's manipulation of the heavenly Dao. As the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga banner were entrusted to Tai Shang and Tongtian, they themselves raised the chaos bell, striking it fiercely, using sound waves to defend against the onslaught of the purple sky thunder dragons. Yet, observing the faint flush on Tai Shang and Tongtian's lips, and the pallor on Yuanshi's face, it was evident they could not hold out much longer. Very well, let the wedding continue. Jun and Tai abruptly turned, gripping the red silk ribbon tightly, and shouted at Nüwa. Let the ceremony proceed. First bow to Pangu, expressing gratitude to our Father God for opening the vast wilderness. The two pairs of newlyweds turned to the primordial heavens, bowing deeply in reverence to their Father God. Second bow to the heavenly Dao and the human Dao, expressing gratitude to both paths for maintaining peace in the wilderness and providing a safe haven for all living beings. Jun took Shihi by the hand, while Tai held Changshi's hand, and both pairs paid their respects before the tablets inscribed with the heavenly and human Dao in the high hall. At that moment, thousands of purple sky thunder dragons, controlled by Dong Wang Gong, descended upon them, creating a strikingly ironic tableau against the backdrop of the newlyweds' respectful bows. As the couples bowed to one another, wishing for lasting happiness and eternal unity, the wedding ceremony drew to a close. The heavenly marriage was complete. The bond of matrimony was secured. Suddenly, Nüwa was inspired and summoned a red embroidered ball, casting it into the sky. The ball trembled vigorously, shooting forth a beam of crimson light that pierced the heavens, striking the celestial eye amidst the purple sky thunder dragons. In that instant, as the red thread entered the celestial eye, Donghuang Gong's powers halted, and he felt his connection with the heavenly Dao severed. The thousands of thunder dragons manifested from the heavenly Dao dissipated in an instant. Donghuang Gong, astonished, ceased his actions and looked skyward. Moments later, a golden pillar of merit, encompassing 100 meters in circumference, descended with a thunderous crash upon the red embroidered ball. The ball shuddered, and 8/10 of the merit split into 4 portions, each descending upon the 4 newlyweds. Moreover, 1/10 of the merit transformed into dozens of golden rays, directing themselves towards Qing Feng, Duobao, Hang, and other disciples of the 3 Pure Ones and various members of the demon clan who participated in this heavenly marriage. Among them, Hang, possessing the second lowest cultivation level, felt a tremor in his body as the merit flowed into him. His aura broke through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. The heavenly marriage. Does assisting in the heavenly marriage bestow merit? The red essence stood in stunned silence, his face betraying a hint of envy as he cast a glance at his fellow disciples, Yu Ding and the others, who wore expressions of sheer delight. The disciples of the upper clear sect, benefiting from the merits bestowed upon them, questioned the fairness of the situation. After all, they were all disciples of the Jade Clear sect. Why should they be the only ones to receive such merits? Clearly, their cultivation was superior, and it was only right for senior brother Qing Feng to lead them in this endeavor. The injustice was palpable to the red essence. In that moment of temptation by merit, he was not alone. His fellow disciples of the Jade Clear sect shared the same sentiment, except for Guang Qingzi, whose gaze remained fiercely indignant. Boom. Before the gathered guests could fully express their envy towards the disciples who had attained merit, a violent surge of energy erupted from the 4 newlyweds, Dijuan, Tai, Xia, and Changxi, at the wedding venue. The benevolent corpse was to be severed. The first to strike was Xia. Above her head, amidst the swirling mists of the 5 Qi, a blossom of humanity bloomed, from which emerged a celestial maiden clad in a red embroidered ceremonial gown, bearing a striking resemblance to Xia. The benevolent corpse, Yu Lao, pays homage to my true self. You and I are one. There is no need for excessive formalities, Xia replied with a gentle smile. As the blossom of humanity blossomed anew, drawing in the benevolent spirit and integrating it into her being. Following Xia, Changxi's blossom similarly unfurled above her. However, the figure that emerged was a stunning beauty, adorned in blue attire, exuding an air of aloofness that starkly contrasted with the somewhat naive demeanor of Changxi. The benevolent corpse, Hengyi, pays homage to my true self. You and I are one. There is no need for excessive formalities, Hengyi echoed, merging into Changxi's essence. Given their innate talents and understanding, both Xia and Changxi had no possibility of achieving the state of primordial unity without certification. Thus, they chose the most secure path towards this state through the 3 corpses method, directly severing their benevolent spirits with the essence of the sun and moon, thereby advancing to the quasi-saint level. In stark contrast were Dijuan and Tai. Upon the merit entering their bodies, both closed their eyes, their internal energies fluctuating unpredictably, at times akin to a saint, and at other moments diminishing to the level of the Great One. Only Qing Feng comprehended that they were experimenting with the severance of desires and emotions through merit, forging a new path to enlightenment. Fortunately, merit was ultimately a primordial force bestowed by the heavenly Dao of the wilderness, a supreme treasure for cultivation. Their condition did not last long. After a brief moment, Tai's body trembled, a blur clouding his vision. In the next instant, a 3-legged golden crow, half his height, burst forth from his eye. This entity bore a striking resemblance to Tai, yet its eyes were nearly 10-fold larger than his own, a conspicuous detail. Desire beheld, severed. With a cry, the vision of desire circled around the assembly before re-entering Tai's eye. Tai suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that swept through the venue. Tai had attained the status of a primordial golden immortal, achieving the power of a quasi-saint. Desire beheld? What manner of enlightenment is this? Has Tai forged a new path to transcendence? The assembled mighty beings rose in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as they turned to gaze at Tai. Yet, before they could fully recover from their shock, Another resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. The joy of the seven emotions, severed. The crowd turned in unison, their gazes fixed upon the figure of Dijuan. In an instant, Dijuan's form blurred, and the next moment, a version of Dijuan clad in resplendent red ceremonial attire appeared, bearing a striking resemblance to him, yet his countenance was adorned with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha! The joyous specter emitted a series of euphoric laughter towards the gathered assembly before merging seamlessly back into Dijuan's being. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth, signaling Dijuan's ascension to the realm of the Honghuang Golden Immortal, the threshold of a quasi-saint. The assembled powerful beings were left in utter disbelief. What is happening here? While it is a rare fortune for other mighty beings to attend the Zixiao Palace to glean the teachings of the Tao, you have astonishingly discovered an alternative path to enlightenment on your own. Remarkably, not just one, but two. However, the revelations that would astonish them today extend far beyond this. Chapter 72. Nüwa bestows the Xianhuang Qi. Emperor Jun achieves sanctity, and Hongjun emerges. It seemed that Nüwa was dissatisfied with the degree of astonishment she had imparted to the mighty beings. After Emperor Jun vanquished the joyous corpse, she suddenly spoke. Emperor Jun, the human realm ought to have 6 saints. Among the primordial beings evolved from Panga's corporeal form, one must emerge as a saint. Do you consent to be conferred the title of a human saint, to safeguard all living beings? With preparation in mind, Emperor Jun stepped forward and bowed, replying, I, Emperor Jun, shall never betray the hopes of the human realm's sovereign, Lady Nüwa. I vow to protect the myriad beings of the primordial world and uphold peace in the realm. Excellent. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a portion of the Xianhuang Qi. With this essence, you may anchor your primordial spirit within the ethereal human realm. As long as the primordial world endures, so shall the saints. Upon her words, Nüwa flicked her finger, and a life-imbuing earthy yellow aura floated before Emperor Jun. The mighty beings merely glanced at it, yet felt the immense vitality contained within, gentle and supremely warm. Emperor Jun opened his mouth and inhaled. The Xianhuang Qi flowed down his throat, coursing through his meridians and settling into his dantian. Just one final step remained. Qing Feng reminded him, the starry sky formation. The human realm is paramount. The demon Emperor Jun, acutely sensed that the primordial spiritual energy has long been depleted by cultivators, making replenishment arduous. After contemplating the starry sky, I comprehended the great formation of the Zhou-Tian stars and can employ this array to draw chaotic spiritual energy from the primordial cosmos, simplifying it into innate spiritual energy to replenish the primordial realm. Today, I, in my capacity as the Demon Emperor, vow to lead 365 great demons of the Tai Golden Immortal level and above to inhabit the main stars of the starry sky, forming the Zhou-Tian star formation to restore spiritual energy to the primordial realm in gratitude for its nurturing grace. The demon race shall steadfastly guard the Zhou-Tian star formation until the last demon falls in battle, unwavering in our protective resolve. Let the human realm bear witness to this. Agreed. A gentle feminine voice echoed in the void, resonating in the ears of all beings. The creatures of the 3 realms were now aware of the demon race's oath. Then, Emperor Jun bellowed, all demons, enter the formation. She has soared first. Taking residence in the solar palace, Tai and Changxi hastened to the lunar star. Bays, adorned in the starlight of Zy, rushed towards the Zy main star. Zhuiying darted towards the North Star. Philian sped towards the greedy wolf. In an instant, all the great demons ascended, racing towards the celestial stars. Even the lesser demons seized the opportunity, flocking to other stars. Once all demons had settled, Emperor Jun stepped forth, standing atop the solar star's Fusang tree. He raised the Hichu high, while simultaneously, Tai held the Luoshu aloft on the lunar star. Zhou-Tian star formation, arise. A thunderous command resonated through the 3 realms. The mighty beings beheld the starry sky, where the sun and moon emitted beams of starlight, linking left and right towards the main star, connecting 365 main stars, which in turn released countless rays of starlight to connect with the vast expanse of stars. At last, the starry sky formation took shape. Buzz. The mighty beings felt a resonant thrum in the void, as boundless innate spiritual energy overflowed from the starry sky, instantly replenishing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. In the 3 realms, even the air became significantly sweeter. At that moment, an endless stream of green human virtue descended from the heavens, cascading into the starry sky, of which 80% surged toward the solar star, 10% ascended to the lunar star, while the remaining scattered forth, shooting towards other celestial bodies. Upon the branches of the Fusang tree, at the moment when the merits of humanity infused into the body, Emperor Jun revealed his true form. The golden crow cried out, resonating through the heavens. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and several humanoid forms were severed from within him. The wrath of the 7 emotions was cleaved. The fear of the 7 emotions was cleaved. The love of the 7 emotions was cleaved. The desire of the 7 emotions was cleaved. Enraged, fearful, deeply affectionate, and lustful. Emperor Jun was thus fragmented. Ultimately, under the influence of the merits of humanity, apart from evil and sorrow, the other 5 emotions were severed. At this moment, Emperor Jun's aura had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, merely a step away from completion. When would the saint of humanity return to his rightful place? Observing the opportune moment, Nüwa's gentle voice echoed once more through the heavens. With a cry, the 3-legged golden crow, transformed from Emperor Jun's essence, emitted a resonant sound, and a hint of mysterious yellow energy manifested in the lower dantian. As the last remnants of the merits of humanity erupted, the mysterious yellow energy fully connected with the realm of humanity, and a golden phoenix descended from the skies, soaring over Emperor Jun's head, clutching a Dao fruit, which fortuitously fell at that moment. Subsequently, the Dao fruit merged into Emperor Jun's being. A resplendent aura of supreme prestige instantaneously swept across the primal chaos. All beings comprehended, bowing in reverence. We pay homage to the guardian of humanity, Saint Emperor Jun. Thus, he attained sanctity. Outside the wedding, the Eastern king gaped in astonishment as he witnessed Emperor Jun's celestial nuptials, acquiring the mysterious yellow energy, declaring the protection of the starry skies by the demon race. All of which transpired in less than half an hour, culminating in his sanctification. Not only the Eastern king, but many formidable beings present turned their fervent gazes toward Nüwa. The 7 strands of primordial purple energy distributed by the heavenly Dao were difficult to seize, yet Nüwa held 6 strands of mysterious yellow energy, 5 of which still lacked a rightful claim. Lady Nüwa, with an intense desire for sanctity, the river of oblivion was the first to rush forward, eager to pledge loyalty to Nüwa. However, just as he uttered 2 words, a bolt of thunder flashed where the heavenly eye resided. Crack! The thunder struck the wedding scene, transforming into a figure. As the dust settled, one could see Hong Jun, his expression dark as he scrutinized Nüwa. Nüwa, do you not understand that the great array of the celestial stars should be governed by the heavenly Dao? The celestial stars are the domain of the celestial lords, a divine position for maintaining the order and balance of the primordial chaos? I am indeed aware, Nüwa replied, unexpectedly launching a counterattack. But what does that have to do with me? That celestial wedding was supposed to fall under my jurisdiction of humanity, entangled with the position of a human saint. You even bestowed upon me the red embroidered ball, yet you sent the Eastern king to officiate the wedding, attempting to seize my merits of humanity. To come without reciprocation is impolite. If you usurp my celestial wedding, I shall naturally claim your authority over the starry skies. Nüwa's assertion was so logical that Qing Feng felt she was deliberately provoking Hong Jun. Hong Jun was taken aback by Nüwa's audacity, momentarily rendered speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure. I never intended to usurp your authority over the celestial wedding. The union of the Eastern sovereign and the Western empress was also to fulfill the celestial marriage. Oh, do you think I believe that? Nüwa retorted defiantly to Hong Jun. A twitch of Hong Jun's lips betrayed his desire to confront Nüwa, yet even though he had attained enlightenment earlier, the heavenly Dao was still more formidable. Defeating Nüwa in a short span of time was utterly out of the question. Otherwise, he would have sealed her away long before she achieved enlightenment. How could he have allowed her to roam freely in the primordial chaos? The celestial marriage remains in your possession, and the authority over the starry expanse should be returned to me. Preposterous. Faced with Hong Jun's blatant demand, Nüwa laughed in exasperation. The failure to seize the celestial marriage was due to the incompetence of your subordinates. Yet my people have acquired the starry expanse. Do you expect me to relinquish it? Dream on. Chapter 73. Hong Jun's scheme for the first battle between immortals and witches. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, which holds the fate of the 3 realms, Hong Jun furiously shouted at Nüwa. Nüwa retorted, those capable shall take charge. Since you cannot safeguard the starry sky, let it be under my dominion. The ruler of the 3 realms can very well be from the human path. The heavens, the earth, and humanity shall stand equal. What the heavenly path can accomplish, so too can the human path. Whatever you, Hong Jun, are capable of, I, Nüwa, can achieve as well. Her final proclamation resonated powerfully, echoing through the heavens. Hong Jun, momentarily taken aback by Nüwa's fervor, realized her intention was to supplant the celestial will with human sentiment. Nüwa, are you truly unwilling to relinquish control of the starry sky to me? Hongjun narrowed his eyes, fixating on her with a dangerous gaze. Nüwa raised her index finger and waved it before Hongjun, declaring, I shall not return it. What will you do about it? Dijun, should you ally with the heavenly path, I can bestow upon you the title of heavenly saint, transferring your essence from the human path to the heavenly path. Seeing that Nüwa was unyielding, Hongjun directed his attention to Dijun. He desired to reclaim authority forcefully, yet the existence of the three paths enforced its own rules. Dijun had sworn allegiance and received recognition from the human path. Thus, the starry sky was temporarily his. Others could only wrest it from Dijun, and that individual could not be Hongjun, representing the heavenly path. Should Hongjun intervene, it would signify the heavenly path's involvement. The heavenly path is impartial, meaning Hongjun could only act as an arbiter on the surface. Just as when the Eastern King came knocking, Nüwa could not intervene directly and had to allow the Sanqing to obstruct him. The transformation of identities between the heavenly path and the human path also signified a shift in responsibilities and powers. No need for that. Dijun replied with a gentle smile, courteously declining. Having attained the status of a saint of the human path, there is no necessity for me to ascend to the heavenly path. Hongjun narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them as he threatened, Are you certain? Absolutely. Safeguarding the starry sky is a decision made by me and the entire demon clan. Since Lady Nüwa has chosen to support us and granted our clan rights, we shall not betray her. Your goodwill is acknowledged, esteemed Taoist. However, please rest assured that having chosen to protect the starry sky and not to vie for supremacy in the wilderness, the demon court shall certainly be relinquished. Yet, I kindly ask for a few more days until after my wedding with my brother, after which I will return the demon court. Dijun spoke with courtesy, yet his words bore unwavering conviction. Hongjun gazed at him for an extended period, ultimately emitting a cold snort without uttering a word, his form dissipating like foam. Along with him, the Eastern King, who had come to confront them, vanished as well. As the Taoist departed with the Eastern King, Dijun revealed a victorious smile. Dear friends, today marks a joyous occasion for my brother and me. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Not returning until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Regardless of sincerity or pretense, no powerful being among them dared to contradict the newly ascended saint, raising their cups in unison, filling the air with resounding cheers. In the majestic Zixiao Palace, Dong Wanggong found himself seated upon a meditation cushion, his surroundings shifting in an instant. Dong Wanggong, what punishment do you deserve for the heavenly marriage? The furious voice of Hongjun echoed throughout the grand hall from the cloud platform at the palace's forefront. Master, it is not that I wish to renounce the heavenly marriage. I have been ensnared by the three purities. Dong Wanggong fearfully bowed, recounting his endeavor to seek the West Queen Mother at Xianxia. The West Queen Mother refused to yield, leaving me with no choice. At that moment, being in Xianxia, I dared not act rashly. I reluctantly agreed to the terms. However, I never anticipated that Qing Feng, a disciple of the three purities, would truly assist Dijun and Tai in fulfilling the heavenly marriage. Dong Wanggong lamented, perplexed by Qing Feng's audacity. What is this Qing Feng? Merely a modest golden immortal, daring to pry into the will of heaven. Hongjun scoffed, unveiling the true orchestrators behind Qing Feng. This is undoubtedly a scheme devised by Nüwa and the three purities. Qing Feng is merely a scapegoat they have thrust forward to divert our attention. Qing Feng, I was contemplating how to extricate myself from this predicament. Thank you, Dao Ancestor. Your words hold merit, Master. Dong Wanggong, no fool, had already discerned the underlying truth, merely playing along. What shall I do now? Should I proceed as planned? The power of your Penglai Island and Zifu continent remains insufficient for the struggle among the three realms. After a brief contemplation, Hongjun gestured for Dong Wanggong to continue. However, with the recent heavenly marriage, Nüwa will undoubtedly be on guard. Therefore, you must act swiftly. I command you to reclaim Beiming Palace and the Dragon Clan within 10 days. You shall then have 3 additional days to rehearse the 10,000 Immortals formation. Subsequently, you will wage war against the Witch Clan. Do you understand? The thought of the Pangu true bodies summoned by the ancestral witches filled Dong Wanggong with trepidation. Yet, before Hongjun, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Disciples shall dutifully follow the Master's decree. Rest assured, since I have entrusted you with the task against the Witch Clan, I possess the means to ensure your success. The first encounter is merely to exert pressure on the Witch Clan. The second shall be the true offensive to seize dominion over the primordial three realms. At that time, I shall teach you to forge a divine weapon specifically designed to vanquish the corporeal forms of the witch clan. Once you master it, the witch clan will be no match for you. Dong Wanggong was elated. Disciple shall obey. In the realm of the demons, Emperor Dijuan and Tai, accompanied by the myriad celestial beings of the demon clan, celebrated the unions of two couples. They rejoiced for the demon clan's newfound retreat into the starry cosmos. And they celebrated Dijuan's ascension to sainthood. With Nüwa's presence, the banquet extended for 3 days and nights before finally concluding. Qing Feng was also taken back to Kunlun Mountain by the three purities alongside their disciples. Within the Taiji Palace atop Tongtian Peak, the three masters presided over the cloud platform, while Qing Feng stood attentively at the leftmost position, serving the three purities. Below, disciples were arranged according to the distinctions of Yuqing and Xianxia. Above, the Taiji diagram enveloped the entire Tongtian Palace, shielding it from prying eyes. Guangqingzi, are you truly satisfied with Qing Feng's actions today? As all the disciples stood in formation, the voice of Yuanshi resonated from above. Qing Feng discreetly cast a glance at Yuanshi, noting his stern countenance and grave demeanor, which unmistakably signaled his profound discontent with Guangqingzi's conduct. Guangqingzi had barely uttered a word when he was interrupted by Yuanshi. Speak the truth. Otherwise, be prepared to leave Kunlun Mountain. Qing Feng was taken aback, glancing at his second master in disbelief. Was this truly a matter that warranted expulsion from the sect? Guangqingzi, despite his penchant for jealousy towards the talented, had committed no grievous errors. Besides, it seemed unreasonable to incite a conflict that would lead to Guangqingzi's banishment. Within the Taiqing Palace, under the penetrating gaze of his master, Guangqingzi ultimately succumbed to his inner turmoil, confessing, I simply cannot accept it. He is but a newly ascended golden immortal. Lacking in foundational strength, his success is merely a stroke of fortune. Why should he be deemed the chief senior brother? Chapter 74. Three Masters, Your Path to Enlightenment. In the primal chaos, in establishing the teachings, achieving sanctity, the gaze of the primordial was neither cold nor filled with despair. It simply rested upon Guangqingzi with a tranquil intensity. The once indignant voice of Guangqingzi dwindled within the weight of his master's scrutiny, growing softer and softer until it was but a whisper, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. He feared not the wrath of the primordial, convinced of his own righteousness, nor did he dread the disappointment of his master, believing he could persuade him. Yet, it was the unflinching gaze that filled him with trepidation, a reflection of his master's abandonment. Fortunately, perhaps out of his own discretion or the bond forged over millennia between master and disciple, or perhaps due to the inherent similarities in their temperaments, the primordial did not directly condemn him to death or expel him from the sect. Instead, he turned his attention to the other disciples. What do you think? Qing Feng, as the chief senior brother, do you accept this? The disciples exchanged glances, furtively stealing a look at the increasingly pallid Guangqingzi, and ultimately, none dared to speak. Observing the deepening chill in his second brother's expression, they understood his formidable nature and hastened to soften the atmosphere. Second brother, if you seek opinions, you must first consult the disciples under my tutelage. For Qing Feng was once a junior disciple of our upper clear sect, and now he has ascended above the likes of Duobao and the others. Their discontent may be substantial. Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong exclaimed in unison, Master, why involve us in this? If the chief senior brother misconstrues our intentions, how will we fare in the future? Noticing the frigid aura around the primordial had momentarily abated, Tongtian quickly exchanged glances with his three disciples before inquiring, Duobao, do you harbor any objections towards Qing Feng? None. Duobao feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring his master's gaze. Whether the disciples of Yuqing are expelled is of no concern to our upper clear sect. Besides, Yuqing has always looked down upon us, and as for myself, my identity as the great senior brother has made me the target of their derision due to my origins as a Duobao mouse. It would be too much to add insult to injury. Assistance? What nonsense. Recalling the disdainful treatment he had received from the Yuqing disciples in the past, Duobao replied forthrightly, Chief senior brother Qing Feng has been nurtured with care by our master and the two esteemed uncles, sharing a bond akin to that of father and son. Since becoming his disciple, I have always regarded the benevolent and protective chief senior brother as deserving of his status, and I hold him in high esteem. Tongtian's lips twitched in irritation. You wretched disciple, are you intent on further aggravating the plight of the Yuqing disciples? He shot a fierce glare at Duobao, then redirected his attention to Jinling and Wudong. Jinling, Wudong, what are your thoughts? Now that Qing Feng, once your junior, has become your senior brother, do you harbor any dissatisfaction? Jinling stifled a laugh, saying, Of course, I do not feel that way. To borrow the words of our esteemed senior brother, my admiration for him flows like the boundless Yangtze River, ceaseless and relentless, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, impossible to contain. Qing Feng's expression darkened. Sister Jinling, are you employing my past flattery to flatter me in return? This is simply unbecoming. Wu Dang, on the other hand, maintained a more serious demeanor. Aside from his relatively modest cultivation, senior brother Qing Feng excels in character, insight, and external communication, standing out among disciples. His designation as chief senior brother is indeed well-deserved. Tongtian awkwardly scratched his head, turning to Yuanshi with a rather forced smile. Second brother, please continue your inquiries. Yuanshi's countenance once again turned icy, colder than before. Qi Jingzi, you speak first. Qi Jingzi hesitated, glancing at Guang Qingzi. Yuanshi did not intervene. He was curious to observe the true nature of his disciples. Could they truly form factions, disregarding the truth for the sake of so-called loyalty? Finally, Qi Jingzi gritted his teeth and spoke. I may not fully support Qing Feng, yet I must concede that he is indeed a qualified chief senior brother. Yuanshi's cold aura solidified, and he regarded Qi Jingzi with unexpected interest. It was commendable to recognize reality while still valuing brotherly bonds. What about you all? Yuanshi then turned his gaze to the others. Manuscript, Pu Xian, Zhu Lu's son, Ling Bao, and other disciples echoed sentiments similar to Qi Jingzi's. It was not until Yuanshi's gaze fell upon Yu Ding that he heard a different tone. The title of chief senior brother truly belongs to Qing Feng. Yu Ding inhaled deeply, unable to meet Guang Qingzi's or Qi Jingzi's eyes, and timidly uttered this statement. The disciples concur. Xi Hang, Tai Yi, and Huang Long also voiced their support for Yu Ding's assertion. How can you conduct yourselves in this manner? Just because you have gained some merit from the heavenly marriage, have you forgotten the guidance and care provided by senior brother Guang Qingzi? Qi Jingzi erupted in fury, disregarding Yuanshi's presence as he shouted at Yu Ding and the others. It is precisely because we have not forgotten that we speak the truth. Yu Ding could no longer restrain himself and retorted, Senior brother, you yourself said that apart from his cultivation, what makes Qing Feng unworthy of the chief position? Automatically, Qi Jingzi began listing 3 reasons. Of course, his aptitude, insight, and background. Yu Ding smirked in response. Aptitude? Background? Yes. While Qing Feng may not match us in these aspects, he has only been out of seclusion for a mere 3,000 years. Yet he has already attained the golden immortal Dao fruit, catching up to us. As for insight, let us not forget that even the Lady Nüwa, the ruler of humanity, received guidance from senior brother before she attained her path. In terms of senior brother's accomplishments in battle, collectively, we cannot measure up to him alone. In my humble opinion, Master must have brought senior brother Qing Feng here for comparison to undervalue him. Given Qing Feng's current prestige in the Honghuang realm, we are simply not in a position to compare. Elevating him to the role of chief disciple will only serve to enhance the reputation of our Sanqing disciples. The red essence wished to voice his thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken on his lips. Indeed, the reality was evident. The radiant golden light of merit enveloping Qing Feng had coalesced into a wheel of virtue, rendering him an entity far beyond their reach. The primordial remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the dispute between Qi Jingzi and Yu Ding before turning his gaze to Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi, having listened to your numerous junior and senior brothers, do you still harbor any dissent? Guang Qingzi remained silent, yet his demeanor and countenance clearly suggested a lingering resistance. Very well, do not accuse me of withholding opportunities. After a moment of hesitation, the primordial, unwilling to part with Guang Qingzi's exceptional talent and insight, spoke. Both your masters and I find ourselves unable to match the pinnacle of strength in the primordial realm. Thus, I shall not press you too hard. According to your understanding, what is the path of enlightenment that I, your master, should pursue? Guang Qingzi hesitated, aware that his master's path to enlightenment was beyond his capacity to evaluate, yet he sought to assert himself once more. Master, you should follow the path of the heavens and expound upon the principles of the celestial way. Enough of these clichés. I have grown weary of such platitudes, the primordial interjected, directing his gaze toward Qing Feng. Qing Feng, my disciple, what say you? The simplicity of the term my disciple laid bare the primordial's partiality. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng had long contemplated the matter of aiding his 3 masters in achieving enlightenment. He spoke with conviction. Masters, your paths to enlightenment, in this primordial realm and in establishing a doctrine, must culminate in attaining sanctity. Chapter 75. Who says that establishing a doctrine and attaining sanctity must follow the ancient historical path? We can establish the teachings of heaven, earth, and humanity. Establishing a doctrine? Attaining sanctity? The three pure ones exchanged perplexed glances, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes. Taishang furrowed his brow and inquired, Qing Feng, did you not previously assert in the Zixiao Palace that attaining sanctity was a scheme devised by Hongjun? That it would be controlled by the heavenly Dao? Why then would you lead us towards sanctity? Master, please be patient. I shall elucidate in due time. Qing Feng responded, rising to address the gathered disciples. He began to expound upon the identities of the three pure ones. Firstly, you three are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, essentially the direct descendants of the Father God. As inheritors of the merits bestowed by the Father God for the creation of the world, you have borne a sacred mission since your transformation, protecting the vast wilderness and safeguarding the realms of heaven and earth. Is this point clear to you, masters? Indeed, the three pure ones replied, shaking their heads in unison. Secondly, from the primordial spirit's transformation into the three pure ones, the three treasures of creation were established, and the wilderness was divided into the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Although the earth path has yet to emerge, since Nüwa attained her enlightenment and humanity was established, the mighty beings of the wilderness have recognized the existence of the earth path. However, they remain uncertain about how to bring it forth or how to become its sovereign. Qing Feng paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, I propose a hypothesis. Is it possible that the three of you are, in fact, the ordained sovereigns of the three paths, as decreed by the Father God Pangu? Upon utterance of these words, an unsettling silence enveloped the entire Taijing palace. The three pure ones exchanged astonished glances, and the disciples appeared utterly bewildered. Could it be that the three pure ones were indeed the sovereigns of the three paths? Such an outrageous claim somehow seemed imbued with reason. Please, do continue. The three pure ones urged after a moment of contemplation. Alas, Taishang lamented, the heavenly Dao has already been usurped by Hongjun, and the masters have lost their opportunity to become sovereigns. Why is that impossible? Guang Chengzi interjected defiantly. Even if the position of the heavenly Dao sovereign has been seized, there are still the positions of humanity and earth to contend for. Since you are aware of this, why do you not assist our masters and uncles in reclaiming the title of sovereign, instead of aiding the unrelated Nüwa? Guang Chengzi's accusations caused a subtle shift in the gazes of the assembly. Qing Feng could distinctly sense that, while the masters still looked upon him with trust, if he failed to provide a reasonable explanation, it could lead to discord. However, Qing Feng was well prepared and unperturbed by Guang Chengzi's remarks. It is quite simple. There is no opportunity. Qing Feng retorted. Do you truly believe Hongjun is merely an ordinary figure? If he could seize the position of the heavenly Dao sovereign from our masters and acquire the three treasures of creation, he would certainly be on guard against them. Trust me, had our masters made even the slightest move, Hongjun would have descended like thunder to thwart them. Furthermore, his ability to unify with the heavenly Dao and claim the three treasures may very well have been sanctioned by the heavenly Dao itself. Hence, I deemed it prudent to align with Lady Nüwa. Firstly, she possesses the deepest understanding of the laws of creation. Secondly, as the sole female, she has long been designated by Hongjun for the title of Heavenly Saint. By seeking to harness her to govern humanity, it would not obstruct her comprehension of the laws of creation. Thus, I resolved to play along and presented the Lord of Humanity to the Empress, hoping to earn her favor. Your words are clearly indicative of. Guang Chengzi wished to rebuke Qing Feng for his cunning retorts, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the primordial Lord's reprimand. Silence. Qing Feng has acted rightly. Even our accompanying spiritual treasures, the three supreme treasures of creation, can be taken away. Our aspiration for the position of the Dao Master is destined to be obstructed by Hongjun. Given the primordial Lord's declaration, Guang Chengzi found himself at a loss for words and could only retreat in disgruntlement. Little Qing Feng, if we have indeed lost our claim to the position of Dao Master, then why should we still strive for sanctification? What is the purpose of establishing a teaching? After rebuking Guang Chengzi, the primordial Lord turned his gaze upon Qing Feng. At this moment, Qing Feng finally articulated the path to enlightenment he had designed for the three pure ones. In my humble opinion, although we may have forfeited the possibility of attaining the Dao Master position, the goal of our masters to safeguard the Honghuang has undoubtedly remained unchanged. Is there not a superior method for our masters, aside from becoming the Dao Master, to protect the Honghuang? After deep contemplation, I believe that establishing a teaching is the optimal choice. At this point, Qing Feng paused and directed his gaze towards Taishang. Master, your cultivation of the way of Taiji and your profound understanding of the harmony between yin and yang is unparalleled in Honghuang. I ponder, why not establish a teaching for humanity to disseminate your principles of yin-yang harmony? The yang represents righteousness, the yin represents strategy. The synthesis of yin and yang embodies the essence of all things in the world. When the time comes to establish the teaching, Master, you could certainly confer with the Empress Nüwa to create a teaching for humanity, sharing the fortune of humanity and imparting the principles of mutual coexistence and harmony among all beings, guiding them towards better progress and cultivation. Thus, Master would possess the protection of the title of human saint, ensuring that you would not be at a disadvantage against other saints, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to cultivate the laws of the Tao, achieving a harmonious balance. Would that not be splendid? In the annals of history, Taishang indeed established the teaching for humanity, and the timeless classic Tao Te Ching he bequeathed encompasses politics, wisdom, and the myriad facets of life, profoundly impacting countless histories of the Huaxia civilization. How could I allow such a master in the art of teaching to stray onto another path? Of course, he must adhere to the old way. It is simply a matter of transforming the great teaching he established for the human race into a grand teaching for humanity. As Qing Feng's words echoed, Taishang's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance, and then he closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of profound realization. Observing this, Qing Feng hastily pressed on, turning to the primordial lord. Second Master, I recall that you have already acquired 4 strands of Honghuang purple qi. Once you attain the status of a heavenly Tao saint, the authority of the heavenly Tao you acquire will be sufficient to rival Hongjun, will it not? Qing Feng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the primordial lord. The primordial lord nodded slightly and replied with pride, with the assistance of my elder brother and third brother, and the gifts from Empress Nüwa, I have merged the 4 strands of Honghuang purple qi. Once I attain sanctification, my authority in the heavenly Tao will certainly not be inferior to Hongjun. That's splendid. Qing Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Did not Hongjun proclaim that he would govern the Honghuang in the future as the supreme overlord? Let us then establish the teachings of expounding, articulating the grand principles of the heavenly way as ordained by the heavens. The ultimate question remains, if your authority is not inferior to that of Hongjun, will it be the heavenly way represented by the sovereign of the primordial realm or that articulated by the teachings of expounding that prevails? Once the teachings of expounding are established, you shall have the power to set divine laws, define celestial principles, and regulate the actions of the 3 realms, thus shielding yourself from the machinations of Hongjun. Furthermore, you shall protect the primordial cosmos from his harm. Most crucially, as long as you endure the initial trials in the position of a sage of the heavenly way, once you eliminate the 3 corpses and achieve unity, with the might of the opening heaven axe, how could Hongjun possibly contend with you? At that juncture, what distinction would there be between you, the master of the teachings of expounding, and the lord of the heavenly way? Upon hearing these words, Pangu's eyes gleamed with insight. The struggle for power can indeed be navigated in such a manner? He too fell into contemplation, pondering the implications of the teachings of expounding. Observing that both of his elder brothers had found their future paths through Qing Feng's concise words, Tongtian eagerly turned to Qing Feng. My dear disciple, what of my path? Where does it lie? Chapter 76. The celestial master Kunping seeks to unravel the mysteries of the purple qi. Faced with the bright, inquisitive gaze of his master, reminiscent of a curious husky, Qing Feng found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, the one who could partition the power of humanity to the supreme design and seize the authority of Hongjun from the primordial design would undoubtedly wish for the best for his beloved master, Tongtian, in the design of the sect, which was intricately connected to the Tao of the earth. Yet, there lingered a pressing dilemma. It was not yet the time for the establishment of the Underworld. Without its foundation, the cycle of reincarnation remained hidden, and how could the Tao of the earth come into being? Without the Tao of the earth, how could he assist Tongtian? Contemplating this, Qing Feng awkwardly smiled at Tongtian. Master, you must see it too, right? My analysis regarding the future paths of your 3 esteemed teachers is indeed related to the 3 DOS of heaven, earth, and humanity, is it not? Needless to say, I am no fool, Tongtian replied, his excitement palpable as he nodded. The eldest brother has claimed the Tao of humanity, the second brother the Tao of heaven. Thus, the remaining Tao of earth must surely belong to me, right? My dear disciple, pray tell, what kind of sect should I establish? How can we safeguard the primordial universe? Observing Tongtian's enthusiasm, Qing Feng was at a loss for how to respond. Thankfully, his junior sister was there to offer her insight. Mischievously, Jin Ling approached Qing Feng and flashed a radiant smile at their master, before delivering a blunt remark. Master, have you forgotten? The Tao of earth has yet to be born in the primordial realm. At her words, Tongtian's smile faltered completely. Gradually, he turned to look at Qing Feng, who could sense the shift in the atmosphere, feeling the color drain from his master's expression. Jinling, is that truly the case? Each word weighed heavily, laden with sorrow. Qing Feng averted his gaze, unable to meet Tongtian's eyes, yet his words struck a devastating blow. As much as I wish to deceive you, master, this is indeed the truth. The Tao of Earth has not emerged, and I genuinely do not know how to establish your sect. A cry of despair escaped Tongtian, who crashed through the barriers of the Ta Qing Palace and fled back to the Shangqing Peak, retreating to tend to his emotional wounds. Jinling cast a somewhat awkward glance at Qing Feng. Junior brother, do you think I was too harsh? Indeed, although Qing Feng had firmly secured his position as the chief disciple, Jinling continued to address him as junior brother, the reason for which remained a mystery. No worries, our master has a resilient heart. It's merely a minor setback. Qing Feng shrugged and explained. Besides, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. But Master's insights pertain to the interception of the heavenly path and the Tao of humanity, with no connection to the Tao of heaven. Even if I desired to help, I would have no means to do so. With a sigh, Qing Feng lamented his situation. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qing Feng refer to himself as junior brother in her presence, Jinling's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, drawing the attention of Wudong and Duobao, who could only shake their heads in dismay. What a fine junior sister! How could she so easily succumb to such infatuation? In the days that followed in Kunlun Mountain, as Taishang and Yuanshi fell into deep contemplation, all disciples remained confined beneath the shroud of the Taiji diagram. The only one capable of breaking the seal was Tongtian, who, consumed by his own despair, wallowed in self-reproach atop Shangqing Peak, or perhaps engaged in other nefarious deeds. The entire Kunlun Mountain has fallen into a profound silence, choosing not to partake in the significant affairs of the primordial world. Even the revered Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal of Western Kunlun, has completely shut her doors, retreating into her tranquil existence alongside Lu Wu. Meanwhile, bolstered by the residual power of the heavenly Tao, the Eastern Prince decisively employed one of his remaining two forces, reclaiming the Kunpeng from the influence of the Baiming Palace. Subsequently, under the cunning strategy of the Kunpeng, the Eastern Prince led the multitude of immortals from Penglai and the Zifu continent to exert pressure upon the Dragon Clan. Ultimately, he achieved the reclamation of both the Dragon Clan and the Baiming Palace, earning renown across the three realms of the primordial world and attracting numerous esteemed cultivators to align with the Zifu forces. Among them, from the legendary 10 demon saints of historical accounts, only Beis, Jiuying, and Philian remained absent, while the other 7 joined the Zifu, being honored as the 7 immortal kings. Together with the immortal emperor, the Eastern Prince, the immortal master Kunpeng, and the newly rebranded Yao Court, now known as the Immortal Court, the Zifu forces swiftly emerged as the preeminent power in the primordial world. On a particular day, the Eastern Prince convened a grand assembly within the Immortal Court's main hall, the topic of discussion being the timing of an offensive against the Witch Clan. As the immortals gathered, the Eastern Prince eagerly broached this subject. The rationale was clear. Hongjun had long promised the Eastern Prince that should the Immortal Court, Zifu, defeat the Witch Clan and ascend as the sovereign of the primordial realm, he would attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, thereby achieving immortality. Naturally, the first to respond was the former strategist of the Immortal Court, now the foremost of the 7 immortal kings, Guiche. He proposed that before launching an assault on the Witch Clan, they should first conquer Western Kunlun and forcibly claim the Queen Mother of the West as the matriarch of the Immortal Court. With a male immortal sanctioned by the Tao ancestor and the foremost female immortal as supreme figures of the Immortal Court, their military endeavors would surely be invincible. It must be acknowledged that Guiche's suggestion struck a chord with the Eastern Prince and aligned with the interests of the Immortal Court. However, in an effort to demonstrate his democratic disposition, the Eastern Prince turned to Kunpeng and inquired, Immortal Master, what is your perspective on Guiche's proposal? Guiche's counsel was indeed seasoned and prudent. Kunpeng nodded in acknowledgement of Guiche's wisdom, but, before Guiche could bask in the praise, he shifted the discourse, presenting a starkly contrasting viewpoint. However, the Queen Mother of the West is fortified by Kunlun Mountain. Should we launch a direct assault on Western Kunlun, it would undoubtedly displease the 3 Pure Ones. Despite the prowess of the 3 Pure Ones, which our Immortal Court does not fear, and your own ability to vanquish them, to offend them recklessly would be unwise. Oh, I am eager to hear the Immortal Master's insights, the Eastern Prince expressed with intrigue. Though the 3 Pure Ones are formidable, their disciples are few, rendering them incapable of opposing our Immortal Court. Such a faction should be cultivated as an ally rather than an enemy, Kunpeng articulated with conviction. Rising to elaborate, Kunpeng continued, As for the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches can summon the true form of Pangu when united, and with our current strength, we are ill-equipped to confront them. Therefore, I propose that before engaging the witch clan, the foremost objective of the immortal court should be to fortify our foundations. Such words may seem facile, Goeche interjected, visibly perturbed, but with even the dragon clan now aligning with our immortal court, and the phoenix and Qilin clans remaining reclusive, alongside other formidable beings backed by powerful patrons, how do we intend to strengthen our foundations? Has the ghost car immortal king forgotten? There is another, devoid of support, yet burdened with great treasures. Qingfeng smiled faintly and spoke. The ghost car was taken aback. Is there truly such a fool within the three realms? Who do you speak of? Hongyun, Qingfeng declared resolutely, uttering those two syllables. He then bowed towards the Eastern King. During the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace, the Dao ancestor bestowed upon us 7 strands of primordial purple energy. 4 strands are possessed by the 3 pure ones and the goddess Nüwa, while 2 strands are held by the Jin and Zhuanti. These 6 strands belong to the disciples of the Dao ancestor, and we dare not seize them. However, 1 strand has been taken by a Hongyun, who lacks any support and possesses only average strength. Now, Your Majesty, having already received the primordial purple energy from the Dao ancestor, you are destined for sainthood, should you manage to acquire another strand. 2 strands of primordial purple energy will remain in the heavenly court, creating 2 future saints. At that time, who in the entire Honghuang 3 realms would dare to defy the might of our celestial court? Chapter 77, The Ambush on Hongyun. 2 streams of primordial purple energy. Could they belong to 2 sages? The Eastern King pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically. You are indeed correct. Should the celestial court acquire another sage, no other force in the vast wilderness would stand against us. With this objective in mind, the celestial court summoned the celestial beings to exhaust all efforts in locating Hongyun's whereabouts and formulating a plan. It must be said that for a great power, seeking an individual is astonishingly effortless. Within just a day, the celestial court had already discerned Hongyun's location, at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Crack. Hongyun was in possession of a ginseng fruit, having removed its head, and was savoring it with unrestrained delight. Hongyun, you've consumed the entire batch of my ginseng fruits. Come out at once. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from within Wuzhuang Temple, emanating from Xinyuanzi. Hongyun, standing at the entrance, instinctively retracted his neck and hastily shoved the ginseng fruit into his mouth, making a swift escape. My old friend, I shall return to see you in 9,000 years. By the time Xinyuanzi, accompanied by Qing Feng and Nüwa, emerged from Wuzhuang Temple in pursuit, Hongyun had already transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing without a trace. How could they possibly catch him? Master, Hongyun has gone too far. He has devoured all the ginseng fruits again. The young girl Nüwa stomped her feet in indignation, her cherubic face filled with outrage. Indeed, next time he comes, we shall not entertain him. Qing Feng expressed his frustration as well. The ginseng fruit trees were tended to by him and his sister. This year, the fruits had only just matured before Hongyun came and pilfered them. How could they not be upset? Very well, next time he arrives, we shall chase him away and deny him entry. Xinyuanzi affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 little ones. Nüwa scrunched her adorable nose at Xinyuanzi. Master, you had best keep your word. Do not let Hongyun in again should he feign misery. Master, you are always like this. Which leaves us without any ginseng fruits remaining within the temple. Indeed, Master, you are far too lenient. The 2 little ones voiced their grievances to Xinyuanzi. Given that ginseng fruits are rare treasures by nature, and with their master having a friend like Hongyun who comes to reap the harvest each time they mature, it was no wonder the 2 were irked. Listening to their complaints and gazing at the retreating figure of his dear friend, Xinyuanzi displayed a blissful expression. Such is life. What more could one desire? On his way back to Huoyun Cave, Hongyun suddenly sneezed. It must be Qing Feng and Nüwa. Those little ones are undoubtedly speaking ill of me. What if I only ate a few fruits? How petty. As this thought crossed his mind, Hongyun recalled the 30 ginseng fruit he had just consumed and awkwardly touched his nose. Even if I indulged a bit, is it necessary to wish to expel me every day? At worst, I shall bring them some huanghongli next time. While Hongyun contemplated how to appease Qing Feng and Nüwa during his next visit to Wuzhuang Temple, a shadow suddenly loomed over him, engulfing his sky. Startled, Hongyun looked up to find 9 cultivators riding on clouds, descending to encircle him. The leader at the forefront is none other than the recently renowned lord of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong. Friend Hongyun, it has been quite some time since we last parted ways at the Zixiao Palace. Dong Wanggong greeted Hongyun with a beaming smile. Yet, The mirth in his eyes did not reach the depths of his gaze, instilling a profound sense of danger. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, on reclaiming the Dragon Clan. It seems that no other power in the wilderness can rival Your Majesty's might, Hongyun complimented with a smile. Dong Wanggong's lips curled slightly as he replied, My friend, you may not be aware, but although the Celestial Court appears formidable, the lurking dangers are vast. I am perpetually restless, fearing that one day, the Celestial Court might be vanquished by other forces, failing to fulfill the task bestowed upon me by the Dao ancestor. Oh, what dangers do you speak of? Hongyun inquired with curiosity. There are simply too few experts, Dong Wanggong replied earnestly, locking eyes with Hongyun. Now that Di Jun has attained the status of a saint, and with the 5 strands of Xianhuang Qi remaining in the hands of Nüwa, she is bound to bestow them. Coupled with the 7 strands of Hongmeng purple Qi granted by the Dao ancestor, it implies that in the future, the wilderness will harbor at least 12 saints. When that time comes, as all become saints, the wilderness shall enter the age of saints, and yet, within the Celestial Court, I alone possess the Hongmeng purple Qi. How can I not be anxious? Upon hearing this, Hongyun immediately grasped Dong Wanggong's intentions for encircling him. It was clearly a covetous desire for the Hongmeng purple Qi he possessed. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin interjected, Friend Hongyun, consider this. Our Celestial Court, under the Dao ancestor's mandate, governs the 3 realms to maintain peace. If only His Majesty holds the power, how can we dominate the world? Back at the Zixiao Palace, you relinquished your seat on the mat. Why not also yield this time the Hongmeng purple Qi to us? After all, you have already conceded once. What is another time? The Hongmeng purple Qi was merely a stroke of fortune for you, was it not? Qin's tone was laced with mockery. Recalling how his own opportunity had been lost due to Hongyun's rise, resulting in his expulsion by the Zhuan. His resentment towards Hongyun had long since reached its zenith, and he seized this opportunity to ridicule him. Stunned, Hongyun looked incredulously at Dong Wanggong. So, Your Majesty, the purpose of encircling me today is for the Hongmeng purple Qi? Since you have no use for it, and do not perform great merits, why not bestow the purple Qi upon the Celestial Court? Consider it a favor owed to you, Qin suggested insidiously. A favor? What favor could possibly outweigh the path to Dao and the attainment of the primordial Dao fruit? Hongyun silently cursed. Yet as he surveyed the 9 encircling figures, 7 great Luo perfected beings, along with Dong Wanggong and Qin, both semi-saints, he realized the formidable strength he faced. Especially Dong Wanggong, who had severed his second corpse, placing him among the most powerful in the wilderness, second only to the saints Di Jun, Nüwa, and Hongjun. Fighting was futile. He could only flee. With a resolute decision, Hongyun immediately donned a smile, saying, Given what Your Majesty has articulated, who in the wilderness does not know that I, Hongyun, am the most loyal and generous? The mere Hongmeng purple Qi is trivial. If the Celestial Court requires it, what harm is there in my bestowing it upon you? As he spoke, Hongyun retrieved the 99 soul dispelling gourd from his waist and removed the stopper. The onlookers from the Immortal Court, recognizing his keen awareness, could not help but smile. Soul dispelling red sand. Spray. In an instant, a cloud of sand potent enough to scatter souls surged forth, enveloping the members of the Immortal Court. You covet my primordial purple energy? Do you truly think me a fool? Feast on my sand. With his newfound advantage, Hongyun laughed heartily, preparing to invoke his escape technique. However, before he could make a move, a tremendous impact struck his back, sending him plummeting from an altitude of several thousand meters, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, mingled with dark fragments unmistakably indicative of internal organs. You. Hongyun gazed in terror at the Qin controlling the North Underworld Palace above him. He then glanced at the red sand he had expelled, only to witness the 9 figures within dissipate like mere bubbles. They were not even corporeal. Chapter 78, The Death of Hongyun. The Celestial Court seeks to affirm the position of the Supreme, extending invitations to numerous powerful beings. Hongyun, do you think we are so foolish? Knowing the significance of the purple aura, would we not be cautious of your escape? Qin, commanding the North Sea Palace, descended from the heavens, squatting before Hongyun. He struck his cheek with his hand, speaking fiercely. Had it not been for your meddling back then, I would have long since become a disciple of the Dao ancestor, obtaining the primordial purple aura. What right do you have to claim the purple aura? Now, I have come personally to take it. Are you satisfied? Qin's face was filled with hatred as he addressed Hongyun. With each moment of cultivation, he recalled the incident at the Purple Cloud Palace. Lamenting the loss of the primordial purple aura and the opportunity for sanctification, his hatred for Hongyun grew deeper with time. Eventually, seeking vengeance against Honghuang became Qing's obsession. At last, with the assistance of the Eastern King, Qing successfully ambushed and grievously injured Honghuang. How could he refrain from gloating? I did not know. Honghuang coughed up blood, never anticipating that his momentary kindness would cause such profound harm to Qing. Whether he knew or not was of little consequence. Qing shrugged, saying, "Do not say that I did not grant you a single chance. Surrender the primordial purple aura, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse." "Very well. I admit, I owe you." Honghuang did not refuse, casting an apologetic glance at Qing. Then he raised his hand and struck his brow fiercely. Bang! His skull shattered, and his soul dissipated. A stream of purple aura shot forth from his consciousness, attempting to escape into the void. Qing, swift of hand, captured it within the North Sea Palace. The primordial purple aura merged into Qing's body. Unlike the three purities and Nüwa, he was no longer concerned about being controlled by Honghuang due to his obsession with the primordial purple aura. So this is the primordial purple aura. Feeling the surrounding myriad laws, now 100-fold clearer than before, Qing exhaled a deep sigh of relief. With the purple aura, his subsequent cultivation of the laws would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. The primordial purple aura is indeed the foundation of the great Dao. Celestial Master, now that you have acquired the purple aura, are you satisfied? The Eastern King approached, standing before Honghuang's corpse, casting a cursory glance. His dragon-headed scepter paused. In an instant, Honghuang's body turned to ash, leaving only the ethereal shadow of the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, which swiftly vanished into the void. The Eastern King instinctively attempted to intervene, but was halted by Qing. It is merely a remnant soul. Considering he obediently surrendered the purple aura, let him bid farewell. With the purple aura in hand, Qing felt significantly lighter in spirit, indeed allowing Honghuang's remnant soul to depart. Your Majesty, with the purple aura secured, it is time to prepare for your sanctification. Qing sighed, then shifted his gaze, becoming sinister and cunning once more. Since the Dao ancestor has promised you that defeating the witch clan will lead to becoming the supreme of heaven and earth, we must hasten our pace. As the esteemed emperor of the celestial court, you cannot afford to be the last to achieve sanctification, can you? How shall we deal with the witch clan? The Eastern King looked at Qing with urgency, to which Qing replied with a subtle smile. Your Majesty, wielding the dragon-headed scepter, bestowed by the Dao ancestor as the foremost male immortal, you have stood firmly in the position of righteousness from the very beginning. I propose that you directly issue invitations to the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, the 3 pure ones, and numerous formidable beings from the primordial realm, to collectively witness the establishment of the celestial court. At that moment, you need only to announce its formation as Emperor Jun did on the day of the heavenly marriage, thereby governing the 3 realms of the primordial world. Should the witch clan comply, it would signify their submission, leaving no power to oppose the celestial court, thus establishing you as the supreme being of heaven and earth. If the witch clan is unwilling to engage in battle at the celestial court, you would still hold the advantage of location, as long as we can divide the 12 ancestors and prevent them from forming a formation. With our combined strength and the power of the 10,000 immortals array, we would be more than capable of thoroughly subduing the 12 ancestors. This plan is indeed splendid. The Eastern King's expression brightened with joy. This was a bold strategy. If successful, the merits gained would surely be sufficient for him to attain sainthood. However, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, causing his expression to darken. While the witch clan is undoubtedly our enemy, what if there are others who oppose us? The 12 ancestors appear to have cordial relations with the 3 pure ones and the demon emperor, as well as the Eastern emperor. The Eastern King reminded him of the potential flaws in the plan. What if other powerful beings intervened to support the ancestors, particularly the 3 pure ones? This concern need not trouble us, Qing reassured him. First, there is the sacred decree of the Dao ancestor, which generally deters other powerful beings from opposing him. Secondly, the 3 pure ones harbor no desire for supremacy and would not complicate matters for the celestial court. As for aiding the ancestors, this battle for dominion over heaven and earth is between the celestial court and the witch clan. Unless the 3 pure ones were to align with the witch clan, they would neither be able to participate nor would they desire to. Furthermore, considering that the witch clan is composed of beings born from the essence of the ancestors, they are exceedingly exclusive. How could the 3 pure ones ever join them? Moreover, even if the 3 pure ones wished to assist the witch clan within our territory, aided by the 10,000 immortals array, as long as the 12 ancestors cannot summon the corporeal form of Pangu, what fear should we have? Even if the 3 pure ones intervened, without the imposing aura to suppress the present world, How could our celestial court ever aspire to be the sovereign of heaven and earth? Qin Feng declared with pride. It is undeniable that, in contrast to the Eastern King's trepidation, Qin Feng embodies the essence of the celestial emperor. The immortal master speaks with wisdom. In light of this, let us issue the invitations. 3 years hence, we shall declare the sovereign of heaven and earth at the celestial court. The Eastern king nodded solemnly, and the celestial beings returned to the celestial court. The celestial kings and generals, bearing the invitations, hastened to various factions to distribute them. At the 5, the 99 scatter soul gourds surged into the temple and flew before Yuanshi. Upon seeing the familiar artifact of his dear friend, Yuanshi's expression shifted, and he immediately opened the gourd. Inside, he beheld the remnants of Honghuang's soul, along with the message he had left behind. Senior, what has happened to you? Please don't leave us. We promise, we will no longer secretly criticize you. We will even gather the ginseng fruits for you to enjoy. If you would only stay. The sounds of weeping arose the moment Honghuang's residual spirit appeared. The celestial court, splendid indeed. Yuanshi's face turned ashen as he gripped the 99 scatter soul gourd, no longer able to comfort his disciples. Just then, the celestial king Meng, who had come to distribute invitations, arrived at the 5. Daxian, I come bearing the emperor's command to deliver this invitation for you to attend the grand enthronement ceremony of the celestial court. The voice of Meng resonated throughout Honghuang Temple. Yuanshi swiftly retrieved the scattered soul gourd and entrusted the remnants of Hongyun's spirit to Qing Feng Nüwa for nurturing upon the ginseng fruit tree. He then stepped forward to stand before Meng. Without waiting for Meng to present it, Yuanshi seized the invitation from his hands. The title of Sovereign of Heaven and Earth, Ascension to the Throne, Governance of the Three Realms. Yuanshi cast a cursory glance at the invitation, a hint of exquisite derision curling at the corners of his mouth. An invitation from the celestial emperor to such a grand gathering. How could I possibly decline? Inform the Eastern prince that 3 years hence, I shall personally attend the celestial court to extend my congratulations on his ascension. Unaware of the underlying menace in Yuanshi's words, Meng, seeing his beaming smile, assumed it to be a genuine expression of goodwill and respectfully replied, 3 years from now, the celestial court shall await the arrival of the great immortal with open arms. Meanwhile, Zhao, one of the 7 celestial kings, also made his way to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 79. Qing Feng leads the team to the celestial court. An impassioned and resounding voice echoed from outside Kunlun Mountain. Ancestral witch, do you seek to become the lord of heaven and earth without consulting us? The celestial king Zhao requests an audience with the 3 pure ones. In the Taiji Palace, the usually jovial Tongtian, who had been indulging in merriment atop the upper pure peak, felt a sudden tension in his brow. In the next moment, he materialized within the palace, taking his rightful seat. Meanwhile, the Taishang and Yuanshi, who had been in contemplation, concluded their reflections and slowly opened their eyes. What brings the celestial king Zhao to Kunlun Mountain? Could it be that Dong Wanggong is up to something again? Yuanshi furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Tongtian, only to be immediately incensed by the overwhelming scent of alcohol emanating from him. Third brother. You. Second brother. We have visitors. Let us discuss our matters later. Tongtian swiftly interrupted Yuanshi before he could voice his reprimand. After performing a cleansing spell to rid himself of the alcohol's influence, he instructed Duobao, Duobao, please bring Zhao here. Yes, master. Duobao promptly rose and exited the palace to fetch the guest. Yuanshi shot Tongtian a fierce glare, signaling that they would settle the score later, and then fell silent, awaiting Zhao's arrival. Before long, Duobao returned, leading Zhao into the Taiji Palace. Celestial King Zhao pays respects to the esteemed 3 pure ones. The Taishang acknowledged with a nod and inquired, what brings you here today? 3 years hence, our celestial court intends to announce to the heavenly Dao from the celestial palace, claiming stewardship over the 3 realms and maintaining their peace. I have come on the orders of the celestial emperor to deliver an invitation to the 3 venerable ones. As he spoke, Zhao presented the invitation with both hands. With a slight gesture, the Taishang summoned the invitation into his grasp, distributing a copy to Yuanshi and Tongtian before opening it for inspection. As expected, the celestial court planned to conduct a ceremony akin to a heavenly marriage to proclaim their intention to become the sovereigns of the 3 realms. Dong Wanggong, does he truly consider himself worthy of such a title? Tongtian remarked disdainfully after reading the invitation. Without losing composure, Zhao responded, in reply to your query, Tongtian, the title of Lord of the 3 Realms is to assist the heavenly Dao in governance, and ensure the safety and peace of the realms. With the Dao ancestor having merged with the heavenly Dao, and the celestial emperor bestowed with the dragon-headed scepter by the Dao ancestor, he is rightfully recognized as the lord of the three realms. The announcement is merely a formality. There can be no question of unworthiness. It must be said, Ying Zhao was indeed the one chosen by Qing Feng to deliver this message, his confidence and pride elevating the celestial court to a new echelon. Tongtian's expression darkened, and just as he was about to utter further disparaging remarks, the Taishang tossed the invitation into Qing Feng's hands. Qing Feng, my disciple, what is your perspective on this gathering? After glancing at the invitation, Qing Feng's lips twitched slightly. What do I think? I simply observe. This Dong Wanggong possesses neither the martial prowess of Tai nor the literary acumen of Dijuan. Moreover, lacking the foundation of the great array of the constellations. The celestial court's strength pales in comparison to the demon race, which boasts figures like Fuxi and the 10 great demon kings. The demon race was once defeated and forced into mutual destruction with the witch race. What merit does Dong Wanggong hold to claim the title of Lord of Heaven and Earth? Yet, with Ying Zhao present, he refrained from speaking too candidly. The disciple felt that the considerations of the esteemed elder Dong Wang were somewhat misguided. The master of heaven and earth cannot simply declare their supremacy to the way of heaven. Otherwise, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans would not have clashed with such catastrophic consequences in the past. Misguided? That sentiment aligns perfectly with my own, thought Taishang, nodding slightly in agreement with Qing Feng's opinion. Below, Ying Zhao immediately contemplated a rebuttal but was silenced by a mere glance from Taishang. Nevertheless, as Elder Dong Wang had extended an invitation, the three pure ones ought to show him some courtesy. Thus, Qing Feng, you shall lead your junior brothers and sisters to the celestial palace to partake in the festivities. Me, Qing Feng exclaimed, dumbfounded as he pointed at himself. This was not right. In the original history, the demon clan had just declared their intent to become the masters of heaven and earth when they were soundly beaten by the ancestral shaman, even summoning the true form of Pangu, with Hongjun engaging in a confrontation. If the celestial court were to repeat that event in place of the demon clan, it might well lead to yet another conflict. Are you truly at ease with sending me? As the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, you represent their honor. If you do not go, who will? Taishang spoke with a hint of indifference. Then turned to Ying Zhao. Inform Elder Dong Wang that this gathering will be attended by Qing Feng and the other disciples to convey our congratulations. Such humiliation made Ying Zhao wish to depart in anger, but upon meeting Taishang's calm gaze, he could only suppress his indignation and bow obediently. I shall certainly convey your words to His Majesty. With that, Ying Zhao turned in a huff and soared away from Kunlun Mountain, leaving no trace of his presence. Once Ying Zhao's aura had completely dissipated, Qing Feng could no longer contain his grievances. Master, the celestial court's ambition to become the masters of heaven and earth is fraught with peril. It is likely that conflict will erupt with other factions on that very day. How can you ask me to lead the charge? Given my abilities, I fear I may not be able to safeguard my junior brothers and sisters. I have gained new insights regarding my opposition to the teachings of humanity and must traverse the primordial chaos to achieve my final enlightenment. I have no time to attend. Taishang replied, his tone tinged with resignation. The matter of proving one's path is paramount. Qing Feng then turned his gaze toward Yuanshi. Second master, what of you? Within the primordial purple energy, Hongjun has set numerous hidden doors. I require time to clarify each one before I can establish my teachings and achieve sanctification. Master, you surely have nothing pressing, do you? Qing Feng was at a loss and turned his gaze to Tongtian. However, upon meeting Tongtian's accusatory gaze, Qing Feng averted his eyes in guilt. There was no way around it. While he had been helping his master and second master with their respective teachings and paths to sanctification, his closest master had not shared a single word with him. He felt truly at a loss. Yet, to avoid delaying the emergence of the Underworld's reincarnation and the birth of the Dao, he could not inform Master Tongtian prematurely. What do you think? Tongtian retorted with a touch of melancholy. Perhaps you should rest. I will go. Qing Feng, unable to bear another moment of Tongtian's gaze, reluctantly accepted the task. Surely, the 12 ancestral shamans will attend, and perhaps even Dijuan and Tai will be present. Safety should not be an issue, right? Having allied with such formidable forces, can I not protect a mere small golden immortal? Counting the disciples, there are only 16 of us. It should be manageable, shouldn't it? In the Pango Hall, the ghost car, as the foremost among the 10 great divine kings, was specifically dispatched by the Eastern Prince to deliver an invitation to the Witch clan. An invitation? What scheme does the Eastern Prince have in mind now? Zhurong disdainfully snatched the invitation from the hands of the ghost car. unfolding it to peruse its contents alongside his brethren. Then, boom! Within the ancestral witch hall, the ancestral witches erupted in fury. Even the gentlest among them, Hou Tu, could not help but furrow her brow. The Eastern Prince, merely a manifestation of the paternal deity, yang energy. How dare he presume to be the sovereign of heaven and earth? Has he consulted us, the ancestral witches? Zhurong scornfully mocked, flames surging in his hands as he reduced the invitation to ashes. Return and inform the Eastern Prince that the true sovereigns of heaven and earth, aside from the three pure ones, are none other than our witch clan. He ought to relinquish his position and cede the celestial palace for our habitation. Otherwise, on the day of his enthronement, it shall be the day of his demise. Chapter 80. Hou Tu, young friend Qing Feng, does our witch clan still have hope? In the Pango Hall, the ghostly chariot hesitated to speak further. Yet the fiery gaze of Zhurong and the disapproving stares of the other 11 ancestral witches silenced any words of defiance. Ultimately, it fled the Pango Hall in a state of disarray. Humph! How audacious of such a fool to act with impunity in the Pango Hall, Zhurong remarked, satisfied only once the intruder had retreated and he could extinguish the flames. The ancestral witches inherently possessed the ability to wield the laws of control. Even a modest grasp of such power could bestow upon them the might akin to that of a quasi-saint. This capability allowed them to regard others, including Honghuang, with a sense of superiority. What is your perspective, little sister? Dijiang did not echo Zhurong's sentiment, but instead turned his gaze towards Hou Tu. The previous encounter where Nüwa attained enlightenment, invoking Panga's physical form to contend with Honghuang, significantly enhanced the external perception of the ancestral witches. Once viewed as mere brutes, they were now recognized as principled warriors, with the esteemed name of Pangu gradually gaining acknowledgement, especially under Hou Tu's leadership. The witch clan's efforts in refining the ley lines and accruing merits had transformed their image. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, they were no longer regarded as fearsome beasts, and occasionally, they even received amicable responses from others. All these changes were brought about by Hou Tu. Furthermore, they had forged alliances with the three purities and the demon tribes, paving the way for a promising future. Consequently, Hou Tu's influence within the witch clan had significantly increased, now rivaling that of her elder brother, Dijiang. This was why Dijiang had promptly inquired about Hou Tu's thoughts. Yes, we must go, but how shall we proceed? A flicker of concern crossed Hou Tu's eyes as she recalled Qing Feng's prophecy regarding the Lord of Heaven and Earth, along with the burgeoning ambitions reflected in the eyes of her brothers as their circumstances improved. Elder brother, tell me honestly, do you wish for the witch clan to contend for the position of the Lord of Heaven and Earth? Dijiang fell into silence, but his quietude did not extend to the other ancestral witches. We are descendants of Pangu, shaped from his essence, possessing his heart, and capable of summoning his physical form. In all the world, aside from the three purities, who could be more suited to govern the wilderness than us? Zhurong exclaimed with fervor, in my view, at this celestial assembly, we should directly replace them, seize the celestial palace, and become the true lords of heaven and earth. Hou Tu's gaze swept across the other ancestral witches, noting their eager expressions, as if they had long suppressed their ambitions. At last, an opportunity had arisen. Elder brother, do you think likewise? A heavy feeling settled in Hou Tu's heart as she cast a final hopeful glance at Dijiang. The three purities do not desire to dominate the wilderness, and the demon tribes guard the starry skies. As fellow descendants of Pangu, it is our duty to safeguard the realm of heaven and earth for our Father God. Dijiang met Hou Tu's clear gaze, feeling a pang of guilt as he spoke. He was not oblivious to Qing Feng's predictions regarding the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Yet if the celestial court could succeed and gain Hongjuan's recognition, why could the witch clan not aspire to the same? In light of their causative support for Nüwa's path to enlightenment, it seems obtaining human assistance should pose little difficulty. Furthermore, with allies such as the three purities and the demon clan, alongside the formidable combat prowess of the witch tribe, they undeniably possess a greater claim to supremacy over the heavenly court, to command the three realms. How could Dijiang possibly resist such temptation? As Hou Tu turned her gaze towards the ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin, this strategic mind of the witch tribe also exhibited a flicker of ambition in his eyes. Since you all believe it is feasible, how could I, your little sister, abstain from offering my support? Hou Tu sighed inwardly. Ultimately, the witch tribe had indeed embarked on the perilous path as foretold by Qing Feng. However, aspiring to become the sovereign of heaven and earth cannot solely rely on the witch tribe's strength. I believe a visit to Kunlun Mountain is in order to secure the support of our three purities allies. Why should the witch tribe seek the consent of the three purities to vie for dominance? Upon hearing this, Zhurong began to voice his objections. Fortunately, His folly was matched by the cunning of Di Jiang, the witch tribe's leader, who swiftly struck him down, sending Zhurong tumbling before Gong Gong and Xianming. "Seize this impertinent fool," Di Jiang commanded fiercely. "In terms of lineage, the three purities are our esteemed relatives. How dare you slander them?" "Yes, elder brother." Xianming and Gong Gong, positioned on either side, conjured a primordial heavy water into ice, thoroughly encasing the ever-displeased Zhurong. Then, Di Jiang's expression transformed, instantly adorned with a smile. "You are indeed correct, little sister. To become the sovereign of heaven and earth, one cannot lack allies. Not only the three purities, but you might also seek the favor of Lady Nüwa and the celestial demon clan. As long as we can secure their support, the witch tribe is willing to pay any price." "Very well, I understand," Hou Tu replied coolly, her form shimmering as she transformed into a golden light, vanishing into the earth. En route to Kunlun Mountain. After Hou Tu's departure, Di Jiang, unperturbed by the presence of his brothers, turned to Zhu Juyin. "Second brother, is our choice to pursue dominance right or wrong?" Di Jiang was not oblivious to the perils of such ambition, yet, as he articulated, "If the heavenly court dares to claim the title of sovereign, why should the witch tribe shy away? When fortune falls from the sky, it is indeed difficult to resist its allure. Isn't our little sister headed to Kunlun Mountain?" Zhu Jiuyin comforted. "In the end, she has left a path of retreat." "Indeed, if there is a fallback, we can preserve the lineage of the witch tribe," Di Jiang murmured, casting a complex gaze towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. "Can we truly tread the path of vying for dominion over the vast cosmos?" At Kunlun Mountain, within the Taiqing Palace, Hou Tu arrived quietly, undetected by any, and presented the witch tribe's decisions to the three purities. "My three elder brothers." She refrained from addressing them as friends, directly imploring, "Please save my brothers. They are merely a bit greedy. Their sins do not warrant death." The future of the witch tribe, whether it is right or wrong, remains uncertain. After a prolonged hesitation, Taiqing restrained his urge to speak harshly and counseled Hou Tu. "Yet, one thing is certain. The witch tribe, bound by bloodline, can never ascend as the sovereign of heaven and earth. I am aware of that. Yet my brothers would never be at peace without making an attempt. However, once embroiled in the struggle for supremacy, I fear that the witch clan may repeat the tragic fate of the three clans." Hou Tu's face was streaked with tears. How could she bear to witness her kin from the Yuan society step into the abyss? To save the witch clan, we are left with no means. The question you ought to pose is to Qing Feng. Taiqing sighed, ultimately feeling a pang of compassion for Hou Tu. He gestured towards the direction of the Xianxia Peak. "The rear mountain of Xianxia Peak is the sanctuary of my disciple, Qing Feng. Why not inquire with my student?" "Thank you, elder brother." Hou Tu bowed deeply. The uniqueness of Qing Feng is well known among their allies. Precisely for this reason, as an ally, Hou Tu must not approach Qing Feng lightly. To have obtained the consent of the three pure ones is the greatest assistance they could receive. Thus, she did not hesitate, employing an earth-based teleportation technique. And before their very eyes, she entered Qing Feng's sanctuary, standing before him. Qing Feng was engrossed in his cultivation within the sanctuary when he suddenly sensed another presence. His eyes widening in alarm. Then, he heard Hou Tu's mournful voice. "Young friend Qing Feng, you have saved the demon clan and aided Lady Nüwa. Do you believe there is still hope for my witch clan?" Chapter 81. The witch clan must endure pain to comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth. "Lady Hou Tu, you have frightened me to death." Qing Feng clutched his chest, attempting to calm his wildly beating heart, casting a gaze towards Hou Tu, filled with sorrow. "Do you not understand that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? You are not human. You are the primordial sword grass, and I too am not human. I am a witch." Hou Tu responded in a ghostly tone. Qing Feng's expression darkened, thinking, "Is it only you who can play tricks? Let us speak of serious matters, my lady. What brings you to seek me today?" Qing Feng composed himself, looking earnestly at Hou Tu. This time, Hou Tu fell silent, certain that Qing Feng had indeed heard her previous words, yet now he asked her again. Did he not wish to assist? But thinking of her dear brothers, Hou Tu steeled herself and continued, "Young friend, I wish to know how to save the witch clan." Sighing deeply, Qing Feng replied, "Your feigned ignorance of my stance is evident. In truth, do you not already possess the answer to whether the witch clan can be saved?" Indeed, she already had the answer. Hou Tu smiled wanly. "I have already warned that the witch clan cannot become the masters of heaven and earth. Yet my brothers still yearn to fight once more. Young friend Qing Feng, do we truly possess no chance at all?" Observing the anguish in Hou Tu's expression and recalling her actions throughout history, Qing Feng felt a twinge of compassion arise within him. To contend for supremacy in the world, there seemed to be no opportunity. Yet, the witch clan could indeed be saved. How so? Hou Tu's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixated on Qing Feng. Did I not mention it before? The witch clan has been entrusted with a sacred duty by the primordial father Pangu to safeguard the wilderness. This task is the very chance for the survival of the witch clan. What task? After a moment of silence, Qing Feng responded, the Earth Path. The Earth Path. Hou Tu was astonished. Nüwa established humanity and held a position rivaling Honghuang, commanding 6 great saints, an existence coveted by the powerful of the wilderness. Yet now Qing Feng revealed that the Earth Path, on par with the heavenly and human paths, could indeed be established by their witch clan. Can we truly achieve this? Hou Tu gazed at Qing Feng with hopeful anticipation. If they could create the Earth Path, with a Path Lord and 6 saints, would not their witch clan dominate the wilderness? Qing Feng discerned the expectation in Hou Tu's eyes and sighed inwardly. Thus, he hesitated to reveal the truth to Hou Tu. Knowing that her desire to rescue the souls of the wilderness was deeply rooted in her nature as a witch, even Hou Tu herself harbored significant selfish motives. Lady Hou Tu, do you believe that if you establish the Earth Path, you can arrange for all the witches to reside within it, even placing all 6 saints as ancestral witches? Hou Tu lowered her head, unable to meet Qing Feng's gaze. Lady Hou Tu, your current thoughts do not live up to the name of great compassion, nor do they befit the status of the Earth Path Lord. Qing Feng turned away, unwilling to look at Hou Tu any longer. At least, the current Hou Tu truly did not merit the creation of the Underworld or the title of Earth Path Lord. Young friend Qing Feng, Senior Hou Tu, you may take your leave. Upon hearing Qing Feng's address, which transitioned from Your Highness to Senior, Hou Tu felt a shadow descend within her, realizing she had provoked Qing Feng and could only depart in silence. After Hou Tu's exit, the revered figures of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian materialized within Qing Feng's domain. Little Qing Feng, Hou Tu has not caused you any distress, has she? Tongtian, reeking of wine yet filled with concern, gazed at Qing Feng. Qing Feng shook his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. No. It is just that I did not anticipate her current disposition. Sigh, have I perhaps revealed too much of the future? According to the original trajectory of the witch clan, Hou Tu should have grown weary of conflict by now, nurturing a heart of compassion and a yearning for peace. It matters not to you. The witch clan, lacking a primordial spirit, inherently lacks reverence for the great Dao. As you mentioned, Hou Tu's compassion is indeed unexpected. Yuanshi, rarely speaking, sought to console Qing Feng. If the witch clan cannot be salvaged, perhaps you could assist others in establishing their own paths. Allow others to forge their own paths. Qing Feng fell into contemplative silence. Without the Underworld, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, or rather, the entire witch clan is destined for extinction. Without the witch clan, how could Qiyu, who contends with the Yellow Emperor for the title of humanity's sovereign, emerge? What of Qin Shi Huang, the founder of the feudal era, who possessed a human-witch hybrid form? The entire history of humanity would take a monumental turn, especially concerning Qin Shi Huang. Even if Yingzheng did not exist, surely another Qin Shi Huang would arise. Consider Europe, without Qin Shi Huang. How would the future of Huaxia differ from the fragmentation seen in Europe? During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, there was a complete lack of unity in measurements, script, and culture. It was, in essence, a mere replica of Europe. Master, let me ponder this further. Qing Feng replied, his mind in disarray. After all, the witch clan is also a direct descendant of the Father God. It pains me to see them extinguished. Perhaps, there remains a chance for their redemption. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, uncertain of Qing Feng's insistence on granting the witch clan an opportunity. To them, Hou Tu's desire for the witch clan to monopolize the path had already disqualified her from being a candidate for the Lord of the Path. Have you not noticed that even Fuxi, the brother of Nüwa, was not conferred the title of Saint of Humanity? As long as you are aware of this, it suffices. Ultimately, the 3 chose to respect Qing Feng's decision and left it in his hands. Meanwhile, Hou Tu, having departed from Kunlun Mountain, made her way to the starry expanse, ascending the peak of Buzhou Mountain, seeking the support of the demon clan and Nüwa. However, to her surprise, whether it was the demon's sovereign Dijuan or Fuxi, the first question they posed was about Qing Feng's stance. Unable to deceive them, Hou Tu could only stammer her way around the subject, ultimately being easily seen through by Fuxi and Dijuan, who offered her the unexpected answer. If Qing Feng does not support you, neither shall we. In the end, Hou Tu returned to Buzhou Mountain, laden with confusion and resentment, quietly awaiting the day the celestial court would convene the announcement ceremony. At long last, 3 years had swiftly passed, and the celestial palace had been adorned in extravagant splendor, with the Eastern King and the demon master Kunpeng, along with the 7 great demon kings, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed powers at the southern heavenly gate. A long, resonant cry heralded the arrival of an extraordinary sight. The Eastern King, gazing into the distance, beheld 9 upgraded crows of the Tai golden immortal rank, adorned with strands of gold, drawing a luxurious yet understated palanquin crafted entirely from the copper of Shoshan, which approached with measured grace. The Feng clan had not merely sent a single palanquin. After confirming that Kong Xian had pledged allegiance to the 3 Pure Ones, they periodically dispatched new palanquins to Kunlun Mountain for the original to choose from. The arrival of the 3 Pure Ones brought immense joy to the Eastern King. Their presence signified unwavering support for the newly established celestial court, aligned with the principles of Honghuang, which represented an invaluable boon. The thought of having the 3 Pure Ones' formidable assistance filled the Eastern King with excitement, as it promised to alleviate numerous obstacles for the celestial court. He eagerly awaited beside the descending palanquin, accompanied by the demon masters and the 7 great kings, ready to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed visitors. As the Eastern King's voice of welcome resonated, the curtains of the palanquin gradually parted, revealing figures that caused the Eastern King to momentarily falter, his expression transforming into one of profound dismay. Chapter 82: The Arrival of Great Powers. The might of Qing Feng clinging to authority begins to unfold in the primordial realm. At the entrance of the palanquin, disciples from Yuqing stood to the left and those from Shanqing to the right, forming 2 lines as they bowed and requested the chief senior brother to descend. Inside the carriage, Qing Feng was utterly vexed. How could this bunch of rascals conspire behind his back? The crux of the matter was, how did they manage to persuade Guangchengzi? On the left, Guangchengzi, with his head bowed, brimmed with pride. Are you not the chief senior brother? Are you not the face of the 3 purities? Then I shall elevate you to great heights. With your cultivation and talent, the world will eventually recognize your true nature as a failure, redirecting the affection of our master back to me. The actions of the disciples from the 3 purities left the initially enraged Dong Wanggong in a state of perplexity. To ride in the palanquin of the 3 purities and be addressed as the chief senior brother. The key was this individual was brought alongside the 3 purities to listen to lectures in the Zixiao Palace during the 3rd discourse. He also remained by their side during Nüwa's enlightenment and was present during Dijuan's sanctification. Though this chief of the 3 purities appeared to possess only golden immortal cultivation, could it truly be so simple? As Dong Wanggong pondered, Qing Feng, with a grim expression, stepped out from the palanquin and approached him. Junior Qing Feng pays respects to the esteemed immortal emperor. Ah, young friend Qing Feng, are you here on behalf of your masters? Or do the 3 purities accompany you? Dong Wanggong asked, somewhat begrudgingly. My 3 masters are currently in deep contemplation, on the verge of enlightenment, and regrettably could not attend this gathering of esteemed predecessors. They have sent me to convey their apologies. Once they achieve their enlightenment, they will surely host a banquet in your honor, Qing Feng replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Upon hearing this obvious excuse, Dong Wanggong instinctively felt anger rising. Yet, considering the peculiar circumstances surrounding the youth before him and his junior status, he ultimately suppressed his ire. If he were to seek trouble with the 3 purities, it should be with them directly, not with a junior. Such an act was beneath him. Forcing a smile, Dong Wanggong replied dryly, since the 3 purities are on the brink of enlightenment, their own matters take precedence. I appreciate your presence here to offer congratulations on their behalf. He gestured for Qing Feng to proceed, and his attendant, Ing Zhao, promptly stepped forward to receive him. Esteemed disciples, please take your seats in the grand hall. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed predecessor. I shall lead my fellow disciples to their seats now. Qing Feng expressed his gratitude to Dong Wanggong before guiding his junior brothers and sisters into the hall alongside Ing Zhao. As the first guest arrived, others began to follow suit. The Phoenix clan's Xian Bird, accompanied by the clan leader, came to extend their congratulations to the celestial court. The second arrivals were none other than the Xian Bird and the Phoenix clan. After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Wanggong, Xian Bird approached the grand hall. Upon passing the table for gift registration, intending to present a gift, he noticed the empty ledger devoid of names and glanced at Qing Feng seated within. Stopping momentarily, as if oblivious to the gift table, he continued onward. If the 3 purities do not offer gifts, why should my Phoenix clan? Why not directly curry favor with Kong Xian and the elders, thereby enhancing one's standing beneath the 3 pure ones? Similarly, the arrival of the Qilin clan revealed the presence of the Xian Niao and the desolate gift registry, yet they too chose to turn a blind eye. If the Feng clan refuses to give, what right does my Qilin clan have to offer? Following suit, the Nether River and other formidable forces also opted for indifference upon witnessing this situation. As the assembly of guests neared completion, Apart from the Dragon clan that had already allied with the Celestial Court and a few minor factions that could not afford to offend, no other major powers presented any gifts. Such an outcome cast a shadow over the hearts of Dong Wanggong and the Celestial Master Qing. Master, shall we proceed with today's matters? Dong Wanggong was already contemplating retreat. The Wu clan had yet to arrive, and from the three pure ones to the Demon and Feng clans, as well as the Qilin clan, all demonstrated hostility or disapproval toward the Celestial Court. With a hardened resolve to announce to the world their ambition to become the sovereign of the three realms, could they truly succeed? Your Majesty, we are already poised to strike, and we cannot withdraw, Qing Feng whispered into Dong Wanggong's ear. If we falter now, the Celestial Court will become the laughingstock of the wilderness. At that point, there will be no possibility of contending for supremacy. Thereafter, the prospect of attaining sanctity would become a forever unattainable desire for both of us. Dong Wanggong pondered for a moment. He understood the truth in Qing Feng's words. He had not anticipated that even after subduing the Dragon clan and gaining Qing Feng's allegiance, there would still be so many factions willing to defy him. Reflecting on the actions of the great clans as they passed the gift registry, Dong Wanggong cast a steely gaze towards Qing Feng. It was all his fault. Just as Dong Wanggong secretly contemplated how to undermine Qing Feng, a voice resonated through the air, piercing the clouds and splitting the stones. Accompanied by the ethereal sound of celestial music, a phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. Everyone rose in unison and looked outward, only to behold a golden phoenix descending from the sky, upon which sat a man and a woman. The leader exuded an air of nobility, surveying all with a condescending gaze. Bow before the compassionate and benevolent sovereign of humanity, Lady Nüwa. All the mighty figures, including Dong Wanggong, bowed in reverence. Even when Emperor Jun arrived, they merely nodded slightly as a sign of respect. For the one who had come was one of the three paths, the sovereign of humanity. No need for formalities. Nüwa nodded gently, her serpent tail swaying as she descended with Fushi, making her way toward the palace. Your Grace, please take your seat. Dong Wanggong approached with a beaming smile, leading Qing Feng to welcome her. However, Nüwa merely cast a fleeting glance his way, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, before a smile graced her lips as she glided toward Qing Feng's position. Ah, little Fengzi, you've grown bold enough to not come up and greet your dear aunt. The crowd looked on enviously at Qing Feng. What a remarkable relationship must exist for the lady to treat him as if he were her own kin. Yet Qing Feng felt no sense of pride. It was evident that today was a battleground, and he merely wished to remain an inconspicuous presence. Aunt, he said, forcing a smile as he rose to bow alongside his junior disciples. Oh, you little rascal, still so timid. Nüwa discerned Qing Feng's thoughts at a glance, and swiftly delivered a playful slap to his head. A crisp sound resonated. The impact was indeed delightful. Satisfied, Nüwa took her seat and addressed Qing Feng, saying, Your dear aunt has arrived. What is there to fear? Let us indulge in food and drink. Even if the heavens were to collapse, your aunt would still be here. Aunt. Qing Feng felt a surge of emotion, longing to embrace Nüwa and protect her smooth, radiant serpent tail. Observing the interaction between Nüwa and Qing Feng, particularly as Nüwa chose to sit beside him rather than occupy the high seat designated by Fushi. The esteem held by Dong Wanggong, Qing Feng, and other eminent clan leaders for Qing Feng deepened significantly, especially for Yuan Feng, the mother of the phoenix, who had long established a favorable rapport with Qing Feng. Her joy was boundless. She wished fervently to have her second son apprenticed to Qing Feng, thus strengthening their connection. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong, witnessing Qing Feng capturing the attention that was once his, could only stifle his anger and frustration. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discontent, he prepared to announce the commencement of the assembly. Chapter 83, Dong Wanggong. My celestial court shall become the sovereign of the primordial world. Who dares oppose? Ancestor Wu I. Since the esteemed empress has arrived, it seems no other allies will come forth. The reactions of the mighty beings to the congratulatory gifts left Dong Wanggong feeling uneasy. Therefore, he decided to announce the commencement of the proclamation ceremony without waiting for the enemies he intended to confront, the Wu clan. The auspicious moment has arrived. The celestial court shall be established. With these words, Dong Wanggong, accompanied by the Qing Feng, stepped forth, arriving at the center of the celestial palace's 3,000-layer altar. He ascended the steps, holding a golden sacrificial document, ready to declare, Heavenly Way, hear my plea. I, Dong Wanggong, having been favored by the Dao ancestor, and bestowed the title of the foremost male immortal. Now, sensing the unrest of the heavens and the incessant conflicts among races, along with the threats posed by demonic clans and ferocious beasts to the common folk, I pledge to establish the celestial court, leading 1,000,000 celestial beings to govern the realms and uphold peace. May the heavenly way bear witness. Upon completing the declaration, a flame of true fire ignited in Dong Wanggong's hand, ready to set the sacrificial document alight in homage to the heavenly way. However, just as the flames were about to touch the document, a drop of primordial heavy water suddenly materialized above his right hand. Before he could react, the heavy water descended effortlessly, extinguishing the flames in his grasp and thwarting his act of offering to the heavens. Who dares obstruct me? Dong Wanggong roared in fury, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a mocking voice pierced through the air, reaching his ears. Do you intend to govern the 3 realms without consulting the powerful clans present? Above the celestial palace, the space shimmered. In the next instant, the 12 ancestor Wus, leading hundreds of mighty shamans, appeared suddenly across from the altar, openly radiating hostility towards Dong Wanggong under the influence of the spatial laws possessed by Dijiang. Dijiang. Dong Wanggong narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing glare at the leader of the Wu clan, Dijiang. Although he had anticipated that the Wu clan would contest for supremacy over the heavens and that they would be adversaries of the celestial court, the moment the Wu clan manifested to impede him, a surge of inexplicable rage ignited within him. Naturally, Dijiang stated without hesitation, the ruler of the 3 realms should rightfully be inherited by the most outstanding offspring of the Father God. You, Dong Wanggong, possess neither top-tier talent, cultivation, nor comprehension, and your strength is lacking. How can you, bearing a title bestowed by Hongjun, aspire to command the 3 realms? Dong Wanggong, I ask you, where is your dignity? Do you dare to defy the Dao ancestor? To oppose the heavenly way? Dong Wanggong was incensed, lifting his dragon-headed scepter to point accusingly at Dijiang. Do not speak recklessly. We of the Wu clan have always respected the heavenly way. But as for that Hongjun, Dijiang did not conceal his contempt when he, as a being of the heavenly way, obstructed Empress Nüwa from achieving enlightenment, hindered the emergence of humanity, and prevented Taoist friend Dijuan from attaining sanctity, actions that greatly benefited the primordial world. Hongjun has long ceased to be worthy of representing the heavenly way in our eyes. And you, a mere pawn granted a title by Hongjun, dare to aspire to govern the 3 realms? How can that inspire confidence? Dong Wanggong was momentarily speechless in response to Dijiang's scathing rebuke. Faced with the undeniable truth of Hongjun's actions, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly regained composure. If, according to your claims, my celestial court is unworthy, does that imply your Wu clan is capable? Certainly not. In my eyes, the most suitable candidate to lead the 3 realms is none other than the 3 purities. Dijiang hesitated momentarily, refraining from providing a direct answer, instead opting to extol the virtues of the 3 purities. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Qing Feng swiftly rose to voice his support for the 3 purities. My masters each possess their own paths to enlightenment and will safeguard the primordial world in their own unique ways. Given the scarcity of disciples under the 3 purities, they shall refrain from involvement in the governance of the 3 realms. Dijiang regarded Qing Feng with a warm gaze. As long as the 3 purities abstained, their Wu clan would harbor no fears. The demon clan wielded immense power, with formidable forces at their command, and their emperor was esteemed as a saint of humanity, capable of uniting the primordial world. Dijiang pretended to recommend Dijun, and Dijun's reaction was precisely as he had anticipated. The great array of celestial bodies pertains to the future of the primordial world. The demon clan's energies must be devoted to safeguarding the celestial realm, leaving no room for interference in the governance of the 3 realms. We shall not partake in the struggle for supremacy. The Feng clan and the Qilin clan, ancient leaders with experience in managing myriad races, could also assume the mantle of leadership over the 3 realms. The Xian bird and the white Qilin, brother of the first Qilin, rose in unison to decline. In the great conflict among the 3 clans of Ur, our peoples suffered greatly in the primordial world. Dijiang observed the various powers within the hall, each declining in turn. Numerous major factions expressed their refusal, the sole exception being the river of the Underworld. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming presence of the 12 ancestors of Wu and the predatory gaze of the celestial Emperor Dong Wanggong, he silently returned to his seat, contemplating the possibility of seeking a personal designation as a saint of humanity from Nüwa. Once all factions had declined, Dong Wanggong coldly scoffed. You have consulted all factions. Aside from my celestial clan, the only major power remaining is your Wu clan. Surely, Dijiang, you do not presume your Wu clan is worthy of becoming the sovereign of heaven and earth? Dijiang retorted with pride. In terms of lineage, The Wu clan is derived from the essence of Pangu, possessing the heart of Pangu Palace, representing the true legacy of Pangu. As for you, Donghuang, aside from being born of the pure yang essence of the Father God, how do you differ from other primordial beings? Regarding contributions, our Wu clan has diligently tended to the ley lines over the years, accruing immeasurable merit. What of you, Donghuang? Aside from establishing factions and depleting the primordial energies in your relentless pursuit of dominion, what contributions have you made? In terms of connections, our Wu clan once aided Nüwa in the creation of humanity, standing against Honghuang with our own strength. We recognized the three purities as our elder brothers and maintained amicable relations with the demon clan. At your banquets, aside from your own factions, how many have presented gifts? How do you compare to my Wu clan? Finally, in terms of strength, all 12 ancestors of Wu are of quasi-saint caliber. Wielding mastery over the 12 paths of heavenly laws, we boast over 100 great witches at the De Luo Golden Immortal level. And our ranks of Tai, Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals number in the millions. How many do your celestial clan possess at the same level? Let alone, when the 12 ancestors of Wu unite, they can summon the true form of Pangu to confront Honghuang. Donghuang, you tell me, which clan is more fit to become the sovereign of heaven and earth? After this powerful discourse, not only did the various factions present nod in agreement, but even Donghuang himself was nearly swayed by Dizhang's arguments. Meanwhile, witnessing the celestial emperor's wavering resolve, Qing Feng, eager to leverage this opportunity for advancement towards sanctity within the heavenly realm, decisively interjected with a rebuttal. All words uttered are but the solitary musings of your witch clan. Who can attest to their veracity? I could just as easily proclaim that my celestial lineage possesses unparalleled combat prowess, capable of subduing all forces of the primordial world. Indeed, mere words carry no weight. Dizhang narrowed his eyes slightly and proclaimed, "Then let us engage in battle. The victor shall reign as the sovereign of heaven and earth." As his voice resonated, Dizhang waved his hand, and the ever-eager Zhu Rong was the first to charge forth. Wielding the true flames of the sun in one hand and the nether fire of the 9 hells in the other, enveloped in the laws of fire, and struck fiercely towards the Eastern King. Worthless celestial emperor, come forth to battle. Chapter 84. The array of 10,000 immortals versus the 12 ancestral witches. What fear do I have when the ancestral witches cannot summon the physical form of Pangu? Are you even worthy to engage with the immortal emperor? There is no need for the Eastern King to take action. The Qing Feng beside me has already summoned the North Ming Palace, ready to strike down upon Zhu Rong. A splendid arrival. Zhu Rong cares not for the identity of his opponent. As long as there is a fight, he relishes the opportunity. He raised 2 orbs of flame, the 9 nether inferno and the true sun flame, transforming them into 2 colossal fireballs that surged towards the descending North Ming Palace. Boom. As the fireballs collided with the North Ming Palace, the might of the laws ultimately could not contend with the same power wielded by the Qing Feng. Enhanced by the innate spiritual treasure, the North Ming Palace. In a mere moment, the 2 fireballs were obliterated, and the North Ming Palace, undiminished in its ferocity, struck fiercely against Zhu Rong's chest. Zhu Rong was wounded. A torrent of fiery blood erupted forth, mingled with the flames from the shattered fireball, splattering towards the gathered assembly in the Great Hall. The Hou Tu apricot yellow flag. Qing Feng summoned the flag, transforming it into countless transparent yellow lotuses that shielded the disciples of the 3 purities. Yet, despite wielding such a premier defensive spiritual treasure, Qing Feng's cultivation was still inadequate. Even as the fiery embers fell, he felt as though his essence was being siphoned away, his complexion paling, and he teetered on the brink of collapse. "Senior brother," Jin Ling exclaimed in alarm, while Nüwa swiftly enveloped Qing Feng in her embrace, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger. "Is there any need for you to show off when your aunt and uncle are here?" Beside them, Fuxi had already summoned the Fuxi Qin, dispersing the descending fire embers with sound waves. Qing Feng, feeling the warmth of Nüwa's tender embrace, awkwardly touched his nose. Refraining from retorting, complying with the envious gazes of his fellow disciples, he shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing to observe the battle unfold. "Qing Feng, what are you staring at? This is my aunt. I have the right to embrace her." In the heavens above, Zhu Rong, having been struck by the North Ming Palace, steadied himself with the assistance of several ancestral witches, who looked on with concern. Spitting out a mouthful of fiery blood, Zhu Rong shook his fist, preparing to retaliate against the Qing Feng. However, this time, Dizhang restrained him, grasping his shoulder and pulling him back towards Xianming and Gong. "Let go of me. 5th brother, 10th sister, it's you again. Release me." "Enough," fourth brother, do you really think we wish to capture you? Xianming waved his hand irritably, as Gong had already prepared the primordial heavy water to envelop Zhu Rong, reconstituting it into ice. Only then did he address Di Jiang. Brother, when did the Kunping become so formidable? Indeed, Kunping, when did you acquire such strength? Di Jiang echoed Xianming's inquiry, his gaze fixated on Kunping. Kunping smiled faintly, releasing his aura. The expressions of Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches shifted dramatically. This was the three-corpse sage? You have severed the three corpses? No, even the original Taoist has only just severed one corpse. How could you possibly have severed all three? Wait, is it the array? Have you set up an array in the Immortal Palace? Di Jiang is indeed worthy of being the ancestral shaman of space. With just a slight sensation, he comprehended the source of Kunping's current formidable aura. Eastern King. Kunping remarked with a smile that did not wane. Even if you are aware of my formation, what can you do? I might as well inform you directly. What then? This is the 10,000 Immortals Array, personally designed for my celestial clan by the Dao ancestor. It can amalgamate the strength of myriad immortals into a single vessel. Ancestral Shaman, today your defeat is assured. As the Eastern King rose, he emanated an aura as fierce as Kunping's. Do not presume that you alone possess formations. My Wu clan has formations as well. Dear siblings, set up the 12 capitals divine array. Yes, elder brother. Di Jiang roared, and the ancestral shamans complied, preparing to take their positions for the divine array. Yet, they had already revealed this during Nüwa's proof of the Dao. How could the Eastern King be unprepared? Attempting to form a formation, do you truly believe my celestial clan is foolish? 10,000 Immortals Array, shift. The Eastern King laughed mockingly, abruptly striking his dragon-headed staff. Surrounding the Immortal Palace, a myriad of figures emerged, all above the golden immortal rank, and with the surge of their powers. The nearly completed 12 ancestral shamans instantly halved in number. The other Wu clan members were completely displaced as well. Simultaneously, the immortal master Kunping vanished. Remaining in the Immortal Palace were only Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Shi Baishe, Xianming, Hou Tu, and the most irascible of them all, Zhu Rong. Space lockdown. After displacing the Wu clan, the Eastern King struck his staff once more, solidifying the space. The space ancestral shaman Di Jiang could no longer sense the whereabouts of his displaced siblings. Eastern King, what have you done? Di Jiang glared at the Eastern King, gritting his teeth. The Eastern King revealed a sinister grin. Do you ancestral shamans not require 12 to summon the true form of Pangu? Now, only 6 remain. How do you intend to contend with me? Today, the celestial court shall surely be established, and your Wu clan is destined for annihilation. Your father's foul words. Zhu Rong, enraged, transformed into a flaming golden crow, charging toward the Eastern King. The temperature surrounding him soared so high that even the sealed primordial space began to distort. In contrast, the Eastern King appeared utterly unfazed by Zhu Rong's threat, casually nudging his dragon-headed staff forward. 1 yuan heavy water, descend. Dozens of droplets, each the size of a head, erupted from the dragon-headed staff. The moment they left the staff's tip, they morphed into an ice dragon, roaring fiercely as it lunged at the golden crow. Crash! With a single bite, the flames enveloping the golden crow dimmed. The ice dragon shattered into countless ice shards, which scattered like powder, yet in that fleeting moment of fracturing, they reformed and clung to the golden crow. How could the golden crow, condensed from the flame's principles, withstand the spell's power that had gathered the strength of myriad immortals, amplified 100-fold by the dragon-headed staff? Shattering the ice dragon was already the limit. In the instant he was enveloped by the ice powder, the last flicker of flame extinguished, returning to Zhu Rong's true form. Encased within a massive ice block formed from the 1 yuan heavy water, crashing heavily onto the floor of the Immortal Palace, a sight to behold. Elder brother, fourth brother. The remaining 5 ancestral shamans gasped in unison, eager to rush forward to rescue Zhu Rong. Yet, as the Eastern Sovereign had stated, how could the ancestral shamans, unable to form a formation, contend with the Eastern Sovereign empowered by the myriad celestial formations? Xianming charged forth, his body transforming into an ice sculpture wrought from the cold of the 9 nether, intending to freeze the Eastern Sovereign with the chilling essence of chaos. However, the Eastern Sovereign merely waved his dragon-headed staff, and a 10-petal lotus composed of the 10 divine flames, Sanmei True Fire, Solar True Flame, Southern Mingli Fire, and Ziwei Heavenly Fire, soared before Xianming, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The 10 great divine flames of the primordial world instantaneously ensnared Xianming, causing his icy form to melt away, reverting him to his original state upon the ground, his fate uncertain. Shabishur unleashed a tempest, conjuring storms and thunder to strike at the Eastern Sovereign. Yet the Eastern Sovereign simply raised his dragon-headed staff, summoning a cascade of Zishao divine thunder that struck him down, charring him to cinders as he fell to the earth, his breath faint. In the blink of an eye, 3 quasi-saint-level ancestral shamans were effortlessly vanquished by the Eastern Sovereign with but 2 moves, the demise of the Witch clan looming perilously close, while the atmosphere above the Celestial Palace became palpably tense. Chapter 85. If you desire my assistance for the Witch clan, then surrender the Panga Palace, and let Hou Tu no longer be a witch. Within the Celestial Palace's imperial garden, the space trembled as 6 ancestral witches and 100 great witches suddenly materialized. Where's this place? The 3rd ancestral witch, Jumong, surveyed the surroundings with a troubled expression, realizing that his elder brother, Dijiang, and second brother, Zijian, along with the other 6 brethren, were not present with them. Knowing that you, the 12 ancestral witches, have gathered to summon the true form of Pangu, how could we not take precautions? How could we allow you to congregate? A soft chuckle echoed from the heavens, prompting all 6 ancestral witches to look upward. There, Qing, clad in a black robe and wielding a feathered fan, loomed majestically above, his previously shadowy visage now radiating wisdom. Behind him stood 7 Deluo celestial kings and numerous Deluo celestial generals, casting palpable dread upon the ancestral witches. Do you believe you can hinder us? Jumong, with a grim expression, pointed at the celestial kings and generals behind Qing, exuding confidence. It is not that Jumong underestimates the celestial clan. In the absence of the ability to wield the laws of the quasi-saint level, the physically formidable Witch clan is virtually invincible, especially these great witches, whose bodily strength rivals that of low-grade innate spiritual treasures, which is the primary reason the Witch clan can dominate the wild expanses. Had it been outside the Celestial Palace, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, Jumong must not forget that this is within the Celestial Palace, within the grand formation of myriad celestial beings I have established. Qing sneered coldly, clapping his hands. Outside the Celestial Palace, another 10,000 golden immortals joined the formation of myriad celestial beings. Although the Celestial clan's strength may not equal that of the Witch clan, summoning 20,000 golden immortals to form a formation is more than sufficient. Otherwise, they would not be worthy to vie for dominion over the wilds. With the addition of 10,000 golden immortals, an overwhelming surge of magical power flowed from the void into Qing and the many Deluo celestial kings and generals. The ancestral witches and great witches were immediately struck with terror as they realized that the celestial kings and generals had their power harmoniously amplified to the perfection of Deluo. The leading Qing, though not as formidable as he had been in the Celestial Palace's great hall, now emanated the aura of a perfected second corpse, instilling a sense of trepidation in the 6 ancestral witches, who were without their elder and second brothers. You shall not leave this place a single step until Dijiang is dead and the Witch clan surrenders. With sufficient strength coursing through him, Qing waved his feathered fan. Onward. Capture all these elite witches and keep them within the Celestial Palace. Kill. The numerous Deluo perfected celestial kings and generals charged toward the great witches. Jumong's expression suddenly turned fierce as he bellowed. In a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Witches, follow me to slaughter. Annihilate them and rescue our elder brother. Charge. Under the leadership of the 6 ancestral witches, the great witches surged forth fearlessly, like a torrential flood. With a mere clash, several great witches were reduced to pulp. Similarly, several celestial generals met their demise on the spot. The once vibrant imperial garden, adorned with a myriad of colorful celestial flowers and exotic herbs, was now stained with crimson blood, resembling the shores of hell. In the air above the main hall of the Celestial Palace, the Eastern King leisurely confronted the 3 ancestral witches, Dijiang, Zijian, and Hou Tu, whose faces were grave. On the ground lay 3 ancestral witches, either unconscious, frozen, or rendered combat ineffective. The battlefield favored the celestial court overwhelmingly. Within the hall, Nüwa gazed down at Qing Feng, comfortably nestled in her embrace, and with a hint of annoyance, tossed him up. You seem quite at ease, don't you? Hee, that is only thanks to the affection of the Empress, isn't it? Qing Feng chuckled awkwardly, quickly scrambling to his feet and shamelessly inching closer to Nüwa, embodying the brazen demeanor of a younger generation. Nüwa, both amused and exasperated, pointed at him, intending to scold. But as her gaze swept across the sky, her expression turned serious, and she broached a grave matter. Little Qing Feng, do you believe I should extend my assistance to the Witch clan? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their attention towards Qing Feng. Even the opposing sides in the sky shifted their focus to him. Qing Feng's heart raced, and he forced a wry smile. Declining, Your Majesty. Aren't you putting me in a precarious position? I am but a golden immortal, unworthy of discussing such monumental issues. I beseech you, Lady Nüwa, to spare my witch clan. In the sky, Hou Tu, overhearing their exchange, wasted no time in bowing to Nüwa. She understood better than anyone that as long as Nüwa intervened, no, even if it were merely Emperor Jun, the sage of humanity, the crisis facing the witch clan could be surmounted. Yet, Nüwa did not even glance at Hou Tu, her gaze fixed solely on Qing Feng. I simply wish to know your opinion. Should the witch clan be saved? Is it possible to save them? Little Qing Feng. Hou Tu cast a pleading look toward Qing Feng, while the Eastern King remained immobile, hesitant to act. He feared that should he make a move now, it would provoke Nüwa, and he would be incinerated on the spot by Emperor Jun. Qing Feng fell into silence. He was acutely aware that given the witch clan's self-centered disposition, should they not learn a significant lesson and lose a few ancestral witches, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. The historical incident of the broken heaven pillar could very well repeat itself. Little friend Qing Feng. Noticing Qing Feng's silence, Hou Tu urged once more. The Eastern King chuckled. I once thought your witch clan had a profound connection with the three purities, but it seems it is not so. It appears your clan has angered the three purities. The Eastern King, unlike Hou Tu, Emperor Jun, and Nüwa, was oblivious to Hou Tu's true desire, which was Qing Feng. Sister, why do you plead with him? At this moment, Emperor Jiang could no longer restrain himself. He stepped beside Hou Tu, firmly lifting her, and with a cold gaze directed at Nüwa, declared, Nüwa, if you save my witch clan today, the bond between you and the witch clan shall be entirely resolved. At last, Emperor Jiang's words drew a glance from Nüwa, yet, it was but a fleeting glance before she returned her attention to Qing Feng. Little Fengzi, should you choose not to save the witch clan, this mere bond is something I can still bear. How could it come to this? Nüwa's defense of Qing Feng deeply moved him. Coupled with his past sentiments towards Hou Tu, he finally spoke. I am willing to save the witch clan, but I have one condition. That is, from this day forth, Hou Tu shall no longer be a witch. Furthermore, I demand the Pango Hall. In your dreams. Emperor Jiang's face flushed red. For the ancestral witches held their kin and the Pango Hall, born from Pangu's heart, in the highest regard. Every condition proposed by Qing Feng has struck a sensitive nerve with the ancestral shaman. In that moment, Di Jiang was on the verge of losing his temper. You young one, daring to covet the treasured possessions of my Wu clan, it seems you wish to meet your demise here. In a fit of rage, Di Jiang disregarded the presence of the Eastern King, his wings flashing as he propelled himself forward, akin to an instantaneous teleportation, launching a fierce attack towards Qing Feng. In the skies above, the Eastern King would not intervene. As the chief disciple, Qing Feng was highly esteemed by the three pure ones. Upon entering the hall, he had just heard himself address Fuxi as uncle and Nüwa as mother, while referring to Yuan Feng and Dijuan as any Feng and Uncle Di. Di Jiang's willingness to strike at Qing Feng was tantamount to severing his ties with the primordial world. How could he possibly stand in the way? Chapter 86. Nüwa's intervention, Hongjuan's appearance. Brother, no. The terrified voice of Hou Tu twisted in despair. She understood better than anyone the significance of Qing Feng. However, her cultivation was already inferior to Emperor Jiang's, and considering that he wielded the laws of space. Even when his movement was restricted, his speed was beyond her reach. As she drew closer to Qing Feng, ready to seize him in her grasp, a smirk appeared at the corner of Emperor Jiang's mouth. Should he capture Qing Feng, he would certainly be able to threaten the Sanqing. Surely, Nüwa would take action against the celestial beings. Yet, it was evident that Emperor Jiang had overestimated himself and underestimated the saints. There was no need for Nüwa to intervene. As Emperor Jun's figure flickered, he had already teleported to stand before Qing Feng. The space sealed by the dragon head staff of Donghuang Gong and the myriad celestial formations held no sway over the saintly Emperor Jun. Then, a crisp sound echoed, and just as Emperor Jiang charged forward, he was sent reeling back. He crashed heavily before Hou Tu, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Keep an eye on your brother. Should he dare to strike again, I would not hesitate to annihilate the witch clan myself. Emperor Jun looked down coldly at Hou Tu. He was not joking. In the absence of Hongjun and Nüwa, Emperor Jun was the foremost being in the primordial world. Qing Feng, my brother. Hou Tu disregarded Emperor Jun's threat and merely helped Emperor Jiang up, casting an apologetic glance toward Qing Feng. She was acutely aware that Qing Feng's request was, in fact, a means of assisting her. Indeed, it was a last-ditch effort to preserve the witch clan's final glimmer of hope. Yet, her elder brother. However, this time, Qing Feng chose to ignore him, his gaze icy as it fell upon Emperor Jiang. When Emperor Jiang had made his move moments ago, Qing Feng's heart had nearly exploded with terror. For the first time, he felt the imminent threat of death. Do not plead with him. I would rather self-destruct than submit to you, and I shall never relinquish the Pango Hall. Emperor Jiang clutched Hou Tu's hand tightly, sealing her words of desperation within her lips. Dong Gong smiled faintly. To dare to strike at Qing Feng was to provoke the Sanqing, to offend the demon race, and to draw the ire of Lady Nüwa. This time, let us see who will come to the aid of your witch clan. Tyrannical, autocratic, and unreasonable. This is the impression your witch clan has left upon the primordial world. With your clan's disposition, do you truly believe you are worthy to be the rulers of heaven and earth? Look now, even those you considered allies have abandoned you. What face do you have left to show in the primordial realm? Today, the witch clan shall be obliterated. The rulers of heaven and earth shall be none other than the celestial beings. Dong Gong raised the dragon head staff high, proclaiming the demise of the witch clan, ready to unleash his powers to annihilate the three ancestral witches before him. Yet, it must be said that Dong Gong's plan to defeat the witch clan was fraught with unforeseen twists. Just as he was about to strike, a voice, filled with enmity, resonated throughout the celestial palace. Dong Gong, Kuanpeng, you have slain my friend, and yet wish to become the rulers of heaven and earth? I, Zhen Yuanzi, shall ensure that even if I perish today, reduced to ashes, I will destroy your celestial assembly. As his words fell, before anyone could react, Zhen Yuanzi, disheveled and gritting his teeth, stormed into the grand hall, wielding the very tome of the earth, the Shanhai Jing. This arrangement is designed to bind the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Otherwise, if the book of life and death were designated as the book of humanity yet remained in the netherworld, it would indeed appear rather jarring. In contrast, the most uncontroversial heavenly book, the list of deified beings, has consistently hung in the heavenly court following the bestowal of divinity, governing the celestial beings, has it not? East King. The moment he glimpsed the East King, Zhen Yuanzi raised the classic of mountains and seas and brought it crashing down upon the East King's head. Presumptuous. The East King seethed with rage, pointing his dragon-headed staff. A surge of pure yang energy transformed into a luminous arrow, piercing straight towards Zhen Yuanzi's heart. Not only did he tap into his own essence, but he also amplified the spell's potency to its zenith with his dragon-headed staff. It was evident that he bore murderous intent. Save him. Qing Feng's pupils constricted as he shouted. Fortunately, both Nüwa and Emperor Jun were saints. At the instant Qing Feng's words left his lips, the two acted in unison, reaching out. Additionally, the classic of mountains and seas briefly obstructed the luminous arrow. And just as it was about to strike Zhen Yuanzi's heart, his figure had already vanished, appearing beside Qing Feng. The pure yang energy, having failed to locate its target, returned disconsolately to the East King's body. Dear friends Nüwa and Emperor Jun, do you intend to oppose my celestial court? Do not forget, I am the foremost of the male immortals, appointed by the Dao ancestor to preside over the three realms. The East King's expression darkened as he turned to glance at Qing Feng's position. He initially thought they would not assist the demon clan, believing matters were secure. To his surprise, they had intervened. The two ignored him entirely, focusing solely on restraining Zhen Yuanzi, who appeared frenzied. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's deranged state, Qing Feng sighed inwardly. Alas, the annihilation of the witch clan would have dire repercussions for future generations. He simply could not stand idly by as the witch clan faced extinction. Since he had already intervened to save Zhen Yuanzi, the adversarial stance had been established, and he might as well extend his aid to the witch clan. Honghuang, there is still hope. Qing Feng whispered softly into Zhen Yuanzi's ear. The latter, who had been struggling, immediately ceased his movements. His blood-red eyes regained a modicum of clarity. Qing Feng gently patted Zhen Yuanzi's arm, signaling that their matters could be discussed later. He then turned towards the direction of Hou Tu. I will persuade the lady to save the witch clan. However, after today, Hou Tu shall no longer be a witch, and the Pango Hall must be handed over to me. Otherwise, I will compel my master to retrieve it personally. There is no need for such measures. After today, your imperial uncle will personally assist you in reclaiming it. Emperor Jun presumed Qing Feng coveted the Pango Hall, casting a cold glance at the three ancestral witches of Emperor Jiang, and promptly made a promise. Qing Feng did not wait for Hou Tu's response, but turned to the lady and said, please save them. Let all karmic ties be severed. Nüwa, believing Qing Feng was considering her feelings, responded with a touch of emotion. There is no need for such concern. Mere karmic ties, aunt. I have my reasons. Meeting Qing Feng's earnest gaze, Nüwa slowly nodded, giving Emperor Jun a look that urged him to protect Qing Feng before sweeping her serpent tail and soaring into the heavens. Then, Nüwa extended her hand, summoning back all 6 ancestral witches who had departed, along with the vanished great witches and even Qing, all retrieved by her will. This battle is hereby concluded. After gathering everyone, Nüwa calmly declared, Nüwa, how dare you? The Eastern King, filled with fury, was on the verge of unleashing the power of the heavenly way. However, before he could act, a resounding crack of purple thunder erupted, and in the next moment, Honghuang emerged from the tempest, his expression exceedingly grim. Nüwa, do you truly wish to stand against me? Chapter 87. For 10,000 years, the 2 clans of immortals and witches shall refrain from conflict. When have I ever contended with you? I merely intervened to prevent a catastrophic battle. Nüwa responded to Honghuang with an expression and tone that were remarkably calm. The witch clan has already been defeated. The immortal clan ought to be the sovereign of the heavens and the earth. Honghuang, with deliberate emphasis, gazed at Nüwa and asserted, in the struggle between the 2 clans, as the sovereign of humanity, you must remain impartial and should not favor either side. I have not shown favoritism. For both the immortal and witch clans are paramount forces in the primordial world. If a deathly conflict ensues, the devastation wrought upon the primordial realm would rival that of the Great War among the 3 clans. My words of prevention are meant for the sake of peace in the primordial world. Preposterous. Honghuang retorted with a cold sneer. Even if you intervene now, the immortal clan has already forged a deep-seated enmity with the witch clan. A subsequent battle will similarly inflict indelible harm upon the 3 realms of the primordial world. Conversely, with the witch clan's defeat now evident, if you do not intervene at this moment, the conflict between the 2 clans will conclude, resulting in minimal losses. You are clearly acting with intent. Nüwa fixed her gaze upon Honghuang. After a span of 300 moments, 100 seconds, she smiled sweetly. Indeed, I am acting with intent. What can you do about it? In the past, due to your obstruction, I owe the witch clan a karmic debt. Today, to repay that debt, I shall protect the witch clan. What can you, Honghuang, do about it? With each word Nüwa uttered, she swayed her serpent tail, inching closer to Honghuang. By the time she spoke the final word, her form was nearly upon him. Hongzhuan's complexion darkened. He longed to declare that if she wished to repay the karmic debt, how could she dare gamble the future of the primordial world? She is unworthy to be the sovereign of humanity. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Nüwa incurred this karmic debt precisely because of his unwarranted interference. If the accounts are truly settled, should Nüwa be penalized, he too, Honghuang, would certainly not escape unscathed. Nüwa, you. What of it? Daozu, do enlighten me. Nüwa tilted her head, deliberately accentuating the term Daozu, her tone laced with mockery. After all, if you are unafraid of being implicated yourself, then let us settle this account properly. Who fears whom? Nüwa's irreverent demeanor provoked Honghuang to a furious rage, yet he found himself powerless to act, despite having attained unity. His attempt to obstruct Nüwa's enlightenment and hinder the emergence of humanity was a grave misstep, leading to a growing rift between him and the heavenly Dao. His ability to command the heavenly Dao has significantly diminished, perhaps even less than the power Nüwa can wield concerning humanity. Even though the heavenly Dao manifested earlier and is more potent, he could not confidently assert his dominance over Nüwa. Otherwise, he would not be so eager for the Eastern Sovereign to confront the Witch Clan, shattering the primordial world to gain better control over the authority of the heavenly Dao. As for the Eastern Sovereign, any other force he might support would surpass him in strength. The Witch Clan may be spared for the time being as you wish. But the Immortal Clan has emerged victorious and shall govern the 3 realms, becoming the sovereign of them all. Helplessly, Nüwa acted, and Honghuang could only suppress his dissatisfaction, striving to seize the position of sovereign over the 3 realms, thus securing an advantage for the Eastern Sovereign. The sovereign of the 3 realms? Dare you ask the Eastern Sovereign who in attendance would bow to him? Before Honghuang could respond, the Eastern King inquired, while the Human Dao Saint, Emperor Jun, reclined against his chair, already expressing his stance. The Witch Clan is a direct descendant of Pangu. They govern the primordial world, which our Demon Clan can reluctantly accept. However, Eastern King, your strength is insufficient, and your temperament is lacking. As the ruler of the 3 realms, you only bring calamity. The Demon Clan shall not permit it. Emperor Jun, you. The Eastern King glared at Emperor Jun, ready to rebuke him. Emperor Jun's expression turned cold as he swiftly struck out a palm. Harnessing sacred power to manipulate spiritual energy, he landed a fierce blow on the Eastern King's face, leaving behind an unmistakably vivid red palm print. A saint must not be insulted. You dare utter such vile words and call me by name. You shall be punished. Were it not for the face of the Dao ancestor, today, I would have ended your life right here. What could you do about it? The Eastern King cast a pleading glance toward Hongjuan, yet Hongjuan's face was icy, completely ignoring him, as he fixed his gaze upon Emperor Jun. One does not suffice? Then let a few more forces below come forth. Nüwa, seeing that Hongjuan still harbored the desire to dominate the primordial realm, spoke again to the lower factions. The Celestial clan is arrogant and self-satisfied. Even when Penglai was still part of the Purple Mansion continent, they showed no ambition, relying solely on the title of the foremost male immortal for amusement, contributing nothing to the primordial world. The Phoenix clan disagrees. The Qilan clan concurs. We disagree. The Southern Gu clan opposes. The Azura clan contests. Wuzhuang Temple stands against it. Numerous powerful factions voiced their dissent, and even the River of Hades and Xinyuanzi, out of respect for Lady Nüwa, expressed their opposition. Hongjuan's expression darkened entirely. When did the prestige of this Dao ancestor fall so low? So, are you suggesting that you would rather allow the Witch clan to become the masters of heaven and earth than to submit to the Celestial clan? Hongjuan asked the leaders of the various factions, word by word. Dao ancestor, surely you jest? With the Eastern King's audacity, how can he possibly be compared to the Witch clan? Lady Nüwa replied with a light laugh. Even if today the Celestial clan schemes and leads the Witch clan to defeat, the Witch clan, even in defeat, does not waver from their duty of guarding the primordial realm. How could the Eastern King, so arrogant and disjointed, represent the Celestial clan? Since you, Nüwa, believe that the Witch clan is superior to the Celestial clan, why then do you demand that Hou Tu leave the Witch clan and take the Panga Hall? Hongjuan questioned with a mocking glint in his eye. He did not believe that this was truly Qing Feng's sentiment. To him, it was evident that Nüwa was using Qing Feng's words to weaken the Witch clan. In simpler terms, in Hongjuan's view, Nüwa desired her own people to govern the three realms, disregarding both Celestial and Witch alike. Such blatant sowing of discord was not lost on Nüwa, who responded quite straightforwardly. The Witch clan is not suited to master the primordial realm. However, in comparison, the Celestial clan is in far worse condition. Her unabashed words left Hongjuan momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Then how do you intend to handle today's affairs? Unable to discern right from wrong, Hongjuan directly inquired about the conflict between the two clans. Within a millennium, the Celestials and Witches shall not engage in battle. Nüwa pondered for a moment before replying calmly. After a millennium, the Celestials and Witches will once again clash, and the victor shall be a candidate for the Lord of Heaven and Earth. But Hongjuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. His intention was indeed to instigate the war between the immortals and the shamanic tribes, leading to the disintegration of the primordial world. However, he had not anticipated the excessive arrogance of the shamanic clan, which allowed the immortals to exploit a weakness, nearly leading to the annihilation of the shamans, compelling him to take advantage of the situation. As the war reignites, with the absence of the Earth Mother, the ensuing battle is bound to be fierce and heroic. At that time, the ranks of high-level cultivators will be significantly diminished, allowing him to devise a plan that results in the fracturing of the heavenly pillar and the shattering of the primordial realm. When that moment arrives, with the primordial essence greatly depleted and the heavenly Dao compromised, it will present a splendid opportunity for him to seize control over the authority of the heavenly Dao. Since the immortals have already occupied the immortal palace, for the next 10,000 years, the immortals will govern the heavens while the shamans oversee the earth, thus preparing for their eventual dominion over the primordial world following their conflict. Nüwa, what do you think? Nüwa glanced subtly at Qing Feng, and upon noticing his almost imperceptible nod, she responded affirmatively, indeed. Thus, the first war between the immortals and the shamans concluded, ushering in a millennium of peace, while deeper conspiracies continued to brew in the shadows. Chapter 88. After 10,000 years, in order to counter the Witch clan, Hongjuan suggests forging hundreds of billions of humanity into weapons. After the Great Battle, various factions departed, yet Hongjuan alone accompanied Dongwang Gong and Qin Feng to the Imperial Garden. After 10 millennia, how confident are you in facing the Witch clan? Dongwang Gong and Qin Feng lowered their heads, unable to meet Hongjuan's gaze. The battle today was a culmination of both coincidence and cunning, barely leading to the successful design against the Witch clan, nearly resulting in their annihilation. In the next great war, the Witch clan, having learned from this lesson, may summon the true form of Pangu at the onset of the conflict. At that point, how could they possibly contend? Moreover, the attitudes of the other major clans are even more critical. Jin Yuanzi harbors a deep-seated hatred towards their celestial faction due to Hongyuan. The demon clan has made it clear they will not support them, the three pure ones and Nüwa regard them with disdain. Even though they too will not support the witch clan, comparatively, the celestial faction will receive even less backing. Even if they were to triumph over the witch clan, these factions might very well reorganize to vie for dominion over the realms. When one cannot attain supremacy or sanctity, the two have lost the fervor they once had upon receiving the purple aura. Honghuang, possessing immense cultivation, perceived their thoughts with a mere glance, recognizing their inclination to retreat. The birth of sentient beings from the human path has resulted in an immeasurable calamity across the three realms following their deaths, leading to a massive accumulation of karmic energy. The upcoming battle, after 10,000 years, has morphed into a calamity akin to the initial tribulation of dragons and phoenixes, the war between Dao and demons. The vanquished in this conflict shall descend into a state akin to the demon clan, burdened by karma, perhaps even exiled from the primordial chaos, while the victors will emerge as masters. In an effort to persuade them, Honghuang altered his self-reference. Qing Feng and Dong Gong abruptly lifted their heads, gazing at Honghuang with disbelief. "Master, do you mean?" Dong Gong inquired haltingly. "Indeed," without allowing him to finish. Honghuang affirmed with a nod. "Though there are two of you, and the heavenly Dao has already achieved harmony with me, the merits acquired from transcending this calamity will be sufficient to elevate both of you to the status of saints within the heavenly Dao. At that time, even if you cannot become the supreme beings of the three realms, you may still establish a great teaching, imparting the law and attaining sanctity beyond the three realms. Disciples shall certainly heed the master's command, vanquishing the witch clan and emerging victorious in this calamity." Dong Gong and Qing Feng, rejuvenated in spirit, fervently bowed in response. A faint smile graced Hongjuan's lips as he continued. "Moreover, with the departure of Hou Tu from the witch clan, even though the great deity-killing formation can still operate and summon the true form of Pangu, its combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Allow me to bestow upon you two strategies to aid in the extermination of the witch clan. Strategy 1. The two demon emperors are about to give birth to offspring. Lure their progeny away from the sun and moon stars, that they may wreak havoc upon the witch clan, inciting a rift between the witches and demons. At that time, the demon clan shall surely ally with the celestial clan to confront the witch clan. With the assistance of the great celestial array, the witch clan will face utter demise. Given the temperament of the witch clan, upon realizing defeat is inevitable, they will undoubtedly resort to self-destruction. If the 11 ancestral witches were to self-destruct, how could the primordial chaos remain unshattered? Strategy 2. The human race is endowed with the fortune of saints, possessing the 5 elemental treasures of heaven and earth, and the convergence of yin and yang energies. Both their corporeal forms and souls are of the highest caliber in the primordial chaos. Rising with determination, he wields his corporeal form as a vessel and his soul as an essence, crafting weapons from the lifeblood of countless human lives, capable of effortlessly severing the flesh of the ancestral witches. Upon hearing this stratagem, the Eastern Prince and Qing Feng were left astounded by Hongjuan's gaze. After all, we are speaking of trillions of sentient beings. Can one simply slay at will? Master Hongjuan, do you truly align with the heavenly Dao? In the face of their astonishment, Hongjuan remained unperturbed, replying merely with a serene demeanor. "The human path has become my adversary. The human race, being the lineage validated by Nüwa, is inherently at odds with my essence. Is it so strange to forge instruments from the flesh and souls of foes? Teacher, you are indeed sagacious." The Eastern Prince and Qing Feng shuddered, hastily bowing their heads, unwilling to meet Hongjuan's gaze any longer. Observing their stark lack of fortitude, as they dared to feel pity for the billions of humans, Hongjuan furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "Your guidance, along with Brother Kunti, will lead to enlightenment and sanctification within a millennium. At that time, I shall summon them to covertly assist you. Remember, the impending battle between immortals and witches in 10,000 years must not falter. Do you comprehend? We shall faithfully adhere to your teachings." The Eastern Prince and Qing Feng bowed deeply in affirmation, their lowered heads betraying an inexplicable expression. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou, outside the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestral witches, Nüwa, Emperor Jun, Qing Feng, and other great beings had gathered. Xuanyuanzi fixed his gaze on Qing Feng, eager to converse, yet he hesitated, aware of the multitude of powerful entities present, fearing that any utterance might endanger his dear friend. "Your Majesty, Emperor Jun, esteemed friends, the assembly has concluded, and I shall now lead the Phoenix clan back to the undying volcano. I have duly noted today's assistance." Nüwa expressed her gratitude, the Xianbird nodding to the crowd, especially to Qing Feng, ruffling his hair before departing with her kin. Your Majesty, esteemed friends, I take my leave. The White Kirin also offered a respectful farewell before departing. Penghu, the Queen Mother of the West, Lu Wu, and other great beings likewise bade their farewells. At last, save for their own and Xinyuanzi, Mingyi brazenly approached Nüwa. Lady Nüwa, do you deem me worthy of a position among the human saints? I possess considerable insights into the laws of creation. Observe these Azura, for they are my own creations. I humbly seek your guidance. The assembly turned to gaze at Mingyi's companions, 2 men and 2 women, all exhibiting commendable combat prowess, with the men being unattractive and the women strikingly beautiful, each possessing distinct characteristics. However, an unsettling aura of bloodlust and malice enveloped them, which even the beauty of the female Azura could not obscure. As the sovereign of humanity, Nüwa wrinkled her brow in distaste towards the Azura lineage, poised to decline when Qing Feng unexpectedly interjected. Indeed, Senior Mingyi possesses remarkable strength. His temperament, potential, and combatability merit the title of a saint. Nüwa turned in astonishment to gaze at the eloquent Qing Feng. Little Fengzi, are you jesting? Through various significant encounters, Mingyi had gleaned an understanding of Qing Feng's standing in Nüwa's esteem, prepared to exuberantly respond when he perceived Qing Feng's sudden shift in tone. However, in light of your circumstances, esteemed Mingyi, it appears that the paths of the heavenly Dao and the human Dao are ill-suited for you as a sage. Can I not attain sanctity? Mingyi's eyes narrowed suddenly, revealing a hint of hostility. You have mastered the path of slaughter, residing in the sea of blood, which is the most tainted realm within the vast wilderness. The purpose of the heavenly Dao is to protect and guide the future of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the human Dao demands the safeguarding of sentient beings and the maintenance of ecological balance. Does the path of slaughter you have embraced, amidst the sea of blood, align even slightly with the tenets of the heavenly and human Dao? I can change my cultivation. Mingyi's heart sank as he stammered, glancing pleadingly at Nüwa, hoping to plead his case once more. At that moment, Nüwa spoke. Mingyi, Xiaofeng has already stated that your future does not lie within the heavenly Dao or the human Dao. Why do you cling to me so desperately? I simply wish to become a sage, to glimpse even a fragment of the great Dao. Why must it be so difficult? Upon hearing Nüwa's refusal, an overwhelming sense of despair surged from the depths of Mingyi's heart. Overcome by sorrow, he sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The assembled mighty beings were left in stunned silence. You, Mingyi, are renowned for your unflinching mastery of the path of slaughter. You dwell in the sea of blood, a fearsome entity whose very existence has been used by your mother to frighten her young into slumber, and yet you are crying in public. Chapter 89. The Weeping River of the Underworld and the Ascendance of the Saint of Humanity, Zhen Yuanzi. Alas, my plight is truly unbearable, having cultivated the path of slaying. No one wishes to approach me. Dwelling amidst the sea of blood, I am often met with disdain from all living beings. After laboriously attaining the great Luo, I eagerly sought to absorb the wisdom imparted within the purple cloud palace, only to find that you all still detest the scent of blood that clings to me, unwilling to engage in conversation. Initially, upon witnessing the goddess create living beings, I too envisioned crafting similar entities for companionship. But alas, the river of the underworld glanced at the Azura tribe, observing their minds consumed solely by violence and bloodshed. Oh, how I lament! I have mastered the path of slaying, yet my heart yearns for peace. How truly difficult my existence is. As the lamentations of the river of the underworld echoed, an image began to materialize in the minds of those present. Born amidst the sea of blood, surrounded by no living soul, I could only immerse myself in the cultivation of my memories. After finally reaching the great Luo, I yearned to engage with others within the purple cloud palace. Yet my association with the path of slaying and the taint of blood from my abode led to my rejection. Desperate, I contemplated creating living beings for companionship. Yet the Azura, consumed by their singular focus on combat, possessed no understanding of human sentiments. Thus, my solitude deepened. Ultimately, I turned my gaze towards attaining sainthood. Surely, once I achieve this status, no one shall reject me. Yet the outcome was disheartening, as I was informed that due to my chosen path and dwelling, I remained unwelcome. Dear friend Mingyi, your struggles are indeed profound. Di Jun shuddered at the thought. If there were no Tai upon the sun star, I would be left to grow in solitude for countless epochs. Di Jun approached and gently patted Mingyi on the shoulder. Had I known you possessed such a temperament, I would have. Sigh. Zhen Yuanzi, too, sighed deeply. Had he foreseen this, he would have taken Hongyun to seek out Mingyi. With Hongyun's disposition, they would surely have become the best of friends. united by their mutual yearning for companionship. But now, Dong Wang Gong, Kuan Peng, Jin Yuanzi, vow enmity against you. Nüwa was similarly taken aback by Mingyi's sorrowful cries, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, as the sovereign of humanity, she quickly formulated words of consolation. Cease your weeping. A formidable being such as yourself should not be reduced to tears. Do you not fear tarnishing your esteemed reputation? Nüwa scolded, tugging at the back of Mingyi's collar with disdain. Mingyi's lips quivered, poised to protest, when Nüwa interjected once more. Just now, Xiaofeng merely suggested that you are ill-suited for the paths of heaven and humanity, but he did not state that you cannot attain sainthood. I shall weep. Huh. Mingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, two large tears still glistening at the corners. In the primordial realm, there should exist three parallel paths. With the paths of heaven and humanity having emerged, can you guess what the final path shall be? The earth path. Could it be, dear goddess, that you are implying I may become the saint of the earth in the future? Mingyi inquired incredulously, hanging on to every word of Nüwa. Is this truly the case? Surely. I must be dreaming. What else could it be? Now, take your companions and return home. Refrain from weeping unnecessarily, as it brings disgrace upon our esteemed beings. Di Jun disdainfully delivered a kick to Mingyi's backside, propelling him towards the four Azura tribesmen. Before today, Di Jun would never have acted in such a manner. Despite his capabilities, for Ming he is a well-known figure of considerable stature. However, at this moment, he felt an irresistible urge to intervene. Ming He, undeterred, acknowledged the situation. His tears signified his recognition of these individuals. What is reputation compared to the status of a sage? Have we not witnessed the primordial purple energy of Jie and Zhuan, which was earned through tears? Who does not envy that? In the Zixiao Palace, who among us has not shed tears? Shall I take my leave now? Your Grace, please do not forget your promise. When the Tao of Earth emerges, you must assist me. Nüwa cast a glance at Qing Feng, who imperceptibly nodded, and thus she consented. Rest assured. My words are as steadfast as the four dragons cannot pursue. Thank you, Your Grace. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, fellow Taoists. Ming He cheerfully waved to the crowd and departed with the Azura clan. The joyous blood clouds beneath his feet danced exuberantly, and everyone present could feel his elation. Ming He Di Jun chuckled softly, revealing a hint of envy. It had been a long time since he encountered such unadulterated spirit. After Ming He's departure, Zhen Yuanzi approached, eager to inquire about his own matters. Qing Feng slightly moved his lips, and Nüwa, understanding, spoke. The future of Hong Yun lies in the reincarnation of his residual soul. You merely need to safeguard his remnant, and when the Tao of Earth is born, opportunities shall arise. Furthermore, it is ordained that under my dominion, there shall be an ancestor as a sage, leading the primordial earth immortals to maintain the ecological balance of all beings. Zhen Yuanzi, do you wish to become the ancestor of the earth immortals and witness the path of sagehood? Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Overwhelmed with joy as he gazed at Nüwa, he had remained only to save Hong Yun. Yet now he not only had a method of salvation, but also a chance at sanctity? Are you unwilling? Seeing Zhen Yuanzi lost in shock and silent, Nüwa let out a discontented hum. And no, I am merely momentarily stunned by the joyous news. Zhen Yuanzi stammered, shaking his head vigorously. Di Jun, unable to bear it any longer, approached and kicked him lightly behind the knee. Hurry and express your gratitude to the Empress. Zhen Yuanzi bowed deeply, exclaiming, I thank your grace for your favor. I shall fulfill your command and gather the earth immortals to uphold the ecological balance. Prompted by this reminder, Zhen Yuanzi hastily prostrated himself. Nüwa nodded in satisfaction, flicking her finger to send a stream of mysterious yellow energy into Zhen Yuanzi's brow. From this moment forth, devote yourself to comprehending the great Earth's fetal membrane and the mountains and seas. Once you grasp the essence of the earth immortals, it shall mark the day you become the ancestor of the earth immortals and attain the status of a sage of humanity. Zhen Yuanzi shall heed your teachings, your grace. Zhen Yuanzi bowed once more and, in a daze, ascended on clouds back to Honghuang Temple. At this moment, all outsiders had departed, including the other disciples of the three pure ones, who were escorted back to Kunlun by Tai Yi after the conclave. Only Nüwa, Qing Feng, Di Jun, and the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan remained. Even Fuxi had left. The atmosphere grew suddenly frigid. The Wu clan must fulfill their promise now. The other ancestral shamans turned their gaze towards Hou Tu, among whom the most tempestuous, Zhurong, despite being grievously injured, struggled to rise and bellowed, I shall take my sister's place. Cease your cries. Our intent to target Hou Tu is driven by our own reasons, Nüwa coldly replied. Originally, Hou Tu had a promising future, yet it has been marred by your presence, dear siblings. Hou Tu interjected, pleadingly looking at her. Nüwa sighed, turned her head away, and fell silent, refraining from further comment. My dear siblings, from this day forth, Hou Tu shall no longer be a shaman. Hou Tu suppressed her tears, knelt before her brothers and sisters, and bowed her head 3 times with solemnity, before rising and returning to Nüwa's side, never once casting a glance at the ancestral shamans. The shamans gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with malevolence, fixating on Nüwa and her companions. In their hearts, these individuals were the architects of Hou Tu's separation from them, from the shaman clan. Their act of taking Hou Tu away was evidently a scheme against her. Qing Feng, unfazed by their fierce glares, chose not to engage in explanations and nodded towards Emperor Jun. Uncle, I would appreciate your assistance with Panga Hall. A trivial matter. Emperor Jun waved his hand, exerting a powerful force to draw in Panga Hall, located at the heart of the Wu clan's territory on Mount Buzhou, into his sleeve. The 3 then uttered not a word more, enduring the sharp gazes of the remaining ancestral shamans as they departed from the scene. Chapter 90. Since you are unharmed, accompany me and my master on a journey through the primordial world. In the territory of the Wu clan on Mount Buzhou, after Hou Tu departed, Xianming gazed mournfully at Dijiao. Brother, are we truly going to abandon our little sister? Certainly not, Dijiao replied, taking a deep breath, his expression grave. However, Hou Tu has been taken by Nüwa. To rescue our sister, we must attain strength that rivals that of Nüwa herself. We must elevate the Wu clan to the pinnacle of existence, harnessing this fortune to further our merits, perhaps even becoming the embodiment of Pangu. Only then can we hope to bring our sister back. Brothers, for the sake of our sister, for the Pangu Hall in the great battle a millennium hence, the Wu clan must emerge victorious. Dijiao bellowed, his face flushed with fervor. But without our sister, how can we activate the Great Formation? Just as the other ancestral witches were about to roar in agreement, Xianming timidly raised the most pressing concern. There is no need for worry. I have already discovered a solution through the laws of time. Beside him, the second ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, spoke slowly. If each of the 11 of us ancestral witches were to offer a drop of blood to the great witch of the Hou Tu tribe, we could awaken the bloodline of the great witch, allowing her to ascend to the status of an ancestral witch. Though her power may not match ours at first, she would be more than capable of activating the formation. With the formation in place, we can summon the true form of our divine father. The celestial beings would then stand no chance against our Wu clan. In the millennia to come, the battle between the celestial beings and the Wu clan shall surely end in our triumph. This time, no one dared to voice concerns about morale. Only Dijiao and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Without the assistance of Nüwa and others, the Wu clan's prospects in the battle to come seemed grim. All that remained was the hope that, within the millennia, their sister would discover a means to save the Wu clan. Meanwhile, after departing from Mount Buzhou, Nüwa entrusted Hou Tu to Qing Feng. With the Pangu Hall in Dijuan's possession also handed over to Qing Feng, the 2 departed, leaving the others behind. In Nüwa's words, Hou Tu would not dare to act against him should a single hair be lost from Qing Feng on his journey back to Kunlun. She would lead Dijuan and the Sanqing to Mount Buzhou, annihilating the Wu clan entirely. Her resolute words stirred great excitement within Qing Feng, affirming his belief that he had made the right choice. Once the 2 departed, Qing Feng had no inclination to wander the primordial realm any longer. He took Hou Tu home directly. With time on their side, Qing Feng leisurely ascended on a cloud, reclining atop the white vapor, leisurely admiring the splendid landscapes of the primordial world. However, after a short while, he could not resist any longer and turned to meet Hou Tu's sorrowful gaze. Elder Hou Tu, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for such a look. In the past, you would address me as your ladyship. Hou Tu replied without elaboration, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Qing Feng's lips twitched slightly as he sighed. Elder, you know my thoughts. Why feign ignorance? In your current state, you are not worthy of such a title. Why? Is it merely because I wish to designate a few sanctified positions for my brothers in the underworld? Hou Tu retorted, if I were to carve out the underworld, I would be its sovereign, appointing trusted confidants to manage it more effectively. Why should this be deemed inappropriate? This, dear lady, is the very reason you are unworthy of the title you seek. 4. Hou Tu, you harbor an excessive personal agenda. Qing Feng sighed, and, for the first time, earnestly expounded. Do you recall your inquiry regarding whether the witch clan could ascend to supremacy over the 3 realms? Do you remember the reasons I provided as to why that was unattainable? It is because of the burden of lineage and the weight of self-interest. Hou Tu hesitated, but ultimately articulated the rationale Qing Feng had delineated. Thus, I reiterate my previous answer. Should you attempt to shape the underworld now, your self-interest is far too pronounced. Reclining once more upon the auspicious clouds, Qing Feng spoke gently to Hou Tu. In the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, the heavenly path is marked by impartiality, regarding all living beings as mere fodder, whether one is a quasi-saint or a mere insect upon the ground. In the eyes of the heavenly order, there is no distinction. The human realm embodies impartiality, safeguarding all life. The creatures within the three realms exist within a delicate ecological balance. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, the ensuing casualties would far exceed any estimations. The human realm's guardianship is solely devoted to preserving this balance, without favoring any particular side. It is all about protecting life and maintaining ecological harmony. So, dear lady, what do you believe the underworld should represent? Impartiality or deep affection? Hou Tu fell silent. Both the heavenly and human paths embody impartiality. How could the underworld be any different? See, you recognize this truth yourself. Do you still believe you are suited to carve out the underworld at this moment? Your regard for the ancestral witches has eclipsed your compassion for all beings and your profound love for the three realms. Qing Feng sighed once more. In the original history, Hou Tu had opened the netherworld out of compassion for the suffering souls of the living, creating a cycle of rebirth. However, due to Qing Feng's butterfly effect, the war between the immortals and witches had been significantly accelerated, and the living beings of this era had not yet accumulated enough innocent souls to evoke Hou Tu's great love. Moreover, a crucial factor was that this generation of witches was not as brutal as their historical predecessors. In the annals of history, nearly 1/5 of those lost souls had perished due to the witches' slaughter. Hou Tu's establishment of the underworld also held a sense of restitution. Faced with this current predicament, Qing Feng, feeling helpless, resolved to see if he could sway Hou Tu back to her original path. Am I out of balance? Hou Tu's gaze was clouded with confusion. Qing Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed a more forceful approach was necessary. As it happens, my master is on the verge of a breakthrough. I plan to serve him and accompany him on a journey through the primordial expanse. Why not join me? Let us explore the realm that our Father God has created and observe what changes may have transpired. Very well, Hou Tu contemplated. Having distanced herself from the witch clan, she indeed had no pressing matters at hand. It was best to accompany Qing Feng on this journey. With a decision made, Qing Feng hastened back to Kunlun, and with Hou Tu's assistance, they returned home in just over 10 days. Due to the presence of outsiders, despite harboring numerous doubts, Sanqing refrained from directly consulting Qing Feng. Once it was determined that Qing Feng would accompany Taishang on his journey to comprehend the teachings of the sages, he allowed Qing Feng to lead the Qingyou, guiding Taishang and Hou Tu out of Kunlun Mountain. After their departure, Yuanshi imparted a few words of caution to Tongtian, urging him not to act recklessly, before retreating to continue his meditation on the Dao of Heaven. Unbound by constraints, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with mischief as he summoned his disciples. Duobao Jinling. Have you not noticed how desolate it is beneath the esteemed Sanqing banner? Master, what are you planning? A wave of dread washed over Duobao, Jinling, and Wu Dang, as they recalled Qing Feng's ominous warning from long ago. Absolutely. Under no circumstances must you allow Master to indiscriminately take on disciples. Yet, as fate would have it, Tongtian, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I wish to establish a sect and accept disciples. Chapter 91. The Supreme Ones Travel Through the Primordial World, Observations of Humankind. Qing Feng led the way, accompanied by Hou Tu, with Taishang riding atop the Azure Bull. The trio emerged from Kunlun Mountain, journeying toward the ancestral lands of humanity by the Eastern Sea. This expedition, undertaken for the purpose of enlightenment, afforded them ample time. They strolled leisurely across the vast expanse of the primordial landscape, experiencing a scene markedly different from their previous sojourns. Verdant grasses and crimson blossoms adorned the terrain, while countless bees and butterflies danced amidst the blooms. Occasionally, a small rabbit would dart across the meadow, pausing to glance back at the trio, seemingly curious about these unfamiliar beings. In the trees, a squirrel playfully clutched a pine cone, and in its exuberance, it accidentally dropped the fruit onto Hou Tu's shoulder. Unfazed, the little creature hopped down to retrieve its prize, chattering animatedly at Hou Tu, creating a tableau of vibrant vitality. In stark contrast to the desolate and lifeless primordial realm that existed before Nüwa attained enlightenment, the three felt that this current incarnation of the primordial world was extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, the primordial world is breathtaking. Hou Tu reached out to cradle the little squirrel, playfully engaging with it, and expressed a heartfelt exclamation. Yes, it is indeed beautiful, Qing Feng replied, having plucked a handful of grass to feed the wandering Azure Bull. Master, what do you think? You little rascal, there's more to your words than meets the eye. Taishang chuckled, lifting his shoulder pole and gently patting Qing Feng on the shoulder. Do share, what insights have you gleaned? The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The highest good resembles water, which benefits all things without contention. Humanity follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficit. The way of humanity is to diminish the deficit and serve the surplus. After all, Qing Feng was not a sage in his previous life and could hardly recite the entirety of the Tao Te Ching. Yet, in his eagerness to assist his master in achieving enlightenment and elevating him to the status of a sage among men, he remembered a few of the most renowned lines from the text and shared them all at once. However, these seemingly simple verses profoundly immersed Taishang and Hou Tu in a moment of enlightenment. Qing Feng remained unhurried, leading the azure bull onward. Taishang sat majestically upon the bull, while Hou Tu, though her feet remained still, naturally advanced alongside. Time passed, 3 full years, before Taishang and Hou Tu finally exhaled deeply and opened their eyes. Taishang, your disciple possesses exceptional insight, Hou Tu remarked, gazing at Qing Feng, who was leading the bull with a stick he had found, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Indeed, if your insight were lacking, how could you be my chief disciple among the 3 pure ones? Taishang replied, stroking his beard with pride. To have taken on a disciple like Qing Feng is not merely a blessing for him, but also for us, the 3 pure ones. Master, you've awakened. Qing Feng, hearing the commotion, turned around and walked backward. You rascal, aside from the principles you just recited, do you possess any further insights? None, truly none. Qing Feng shook his head fervently, reflecting that remembering these few lines from the Tao Te Ching was a testament to the extensive novels he had perused in his previous life. It was indeed a pity. For if he could hear a few more lines, he might very well attain enlightenment on the spot. Taishang let out a long sigh, as he had begun to sense a glimmer of understanding regarding his own path to humanistic enlightenment. Alas, Qing Feng spoke far too little. However, Qing Feng, with a clever glint in his eye, remarked, Master, if your aim is to comprehend humanistic teachings, how can you truly understand what sentient beings lack without delving deeply into their essence? Taishang was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile broke across his face. Indeed, without immersing oneself in the lives of sentient beings, how can one grasp their true needs? Qing Feng, my disciple, you possess the potential to establish a doctrine. Chuckling modestly, Qing Feng scratched his head, feigning simplicity. I am but a mere golden immortal, hardly worthy of founding a grand teaching. You flatter me, master. Excessive modesty can be a form of pride, Taishang said lightly, playfully tapping him on the head. Then I must trouble you, my disciple, to guide me into the depths of sentient existence. With a newfound purpose, Qing Feng led Taishang to observe various forms of life. By the pond, they witnessed the fleeting life of mosquitoes. In the forest, the ferocity of predators on the hunt. And at the precipice, they saw an elderly chamois leaping off the cliff to ensure the survival of its kin. The unique ecological niches and survival wisdom of these beings, along with their mutual support, imparted a profoundly different understanding to Taishang and Hou Tu. At last, the trio arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, the ancestral land of humanity. Saint Master, you have arrived. Upon their arrival, they encountered the first ancestor of humanity, known as Swearin, who had invented the method of friction fire, accompanied by the likes of Nests and Sea, all approaching to pay their respects. Saint Master? Taishang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he turned to Qing Feng. With an awkward smile, Qing Feng explained, these are the newly born humans. Entirely ignorant of how to survive in the primordial world, I couldn't bear to see them struggle. So I taught them the basics of survival for a few days. You are far too humble, Saint Master, Swearin exclaimed with excitement. Without your guidance, we humans might not have survived a single day. Thanks to you, not only did you teach us how to live, but you also ensured the protection of our kind by the Holy Mother and the 3 pure ones for a millennium. Stop, stop, stop. Qing Feng's face flushed crimson from the praise. He quickly introduced Taishang, saying, do you know who I have brought with me? This is my master, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, Taishang, and the other is the renowned ancestor which, Hou Tu. Swearin was taken aback, hastily bowing in reverence. I pay my respects to Lord Taishang and Lord Hou Tu. May both of you attain the great Tao and enjoy eternal tranquility. You humans are indeed intriguing, Taishang mused, stroking his chin. Since we have come upon humanity today, it seems fated. Let us linger here for a while longer. That would indeed be a blessing for our kind. The illustrious Xueran, filled with joy, promptly turned and commanded, Xuan Du, hasten back to our ancestral land and inform our forebears that the Holy Master, accompanied by the Supreme Lord and the Lady of the Earth, shall reside among our human race. At this moment, Qing Feng observed a resolute-looking man behind Xueran, who responded with a firm acknowledgement before swiftly departing. Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary Xuan Du, the master brother of Ta Qing, whose strength was unfathomable and whose depths remained a mystery. In the days to come, he contemplated allowing Xuan Du to remain by his side, uncertain of the implications. Having encountered a future junior disciple, Qing Feng felt inclined to extend an opportunity. After all, what if, by the mere flutter of his butterfly wings, he inadvertently propelled Xuan Du into greatness? From the perspective of mythological history, Qing Feng found himself quite pleased with this young man. With foresight, he considered the prospect of taking Xuan Du under his wing, nurturing him into a formidable ally akin to Tongtian. Such a venture could prove advantageous. The Supreme Lord cast a surprised glance at Qing Feng, acknowledging his attention to even the minutiae. Indeed, this young lad possessed considerable knowledge of the future. Chapter 92. The method of creating the golden elixir, the supreme teaching, Nüwa, and the appearance of Honghuang to claim souls. Xueran was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, a look of joy illuminated his face. Of course, it is an honor for us in the human race. He urged, Xian Du, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to the Holy Master. Thank you, Holy Master. Xian Du replied, equally astonished, bowing deeply. Qing Feng felt somewhat awkward, rubbing his nose. I have only taught you for a few days. You need not call me Holy Master. To be addressed as Holy Master by these ancestral figures of the human race made Qing Feng genuinely uneasy. The Holy Mother created our lives, and Holy Master, you have taught us how to survive. You, like the Holy Mother, will always command our respect. Xueran's expression turned solemn as he, along with Yu Chao and Zi, reverently bowed before Qing Feng. Qing Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment, while Taishang chuckled softly, offering him affirmation. Disciple, you have protected them for 1,000 years and imparted to them the fundamental skills for survival. Without your guidance, the 3,000 ancestors of humanity would have perished long ago. The title of Holy Master is truly yours to claim. If you feel discomfort, simply consider the welfare of humanity moving forward. Taishang was acutely aware of Qing Feng's aspirations for humanity. In his disciple's heart, humanity represented the eternal protagonists of the future. Thus, accepting the title of Holy Master would only yield benefits for the disciples of Sanqing and for Qing Feng himself. Realizing this, Qing Feng felt persuaded. Indeed, he had been overly reserved. Regardless of his past life, in this present existence, he was indeed worthy of the title of Holy Master. Moreover, without the mantle of this title, could he truly disregard humanity? On the contrary, bearing the title would allow him to better guide humanity's development, preventing a recurrence of the errors of his previous life. Then, I shall humbly accept this honor. Thank you for your recognition, Holy Master. Xueran was filled with delight and rushed forward, seizing Qing Feng's hand to lead him back to their kin. Fellow clansmen, Qing Feng has consented to be our Holy Master. Woohoo! Bow down to the Holy Master. The air resonated with jubilant cheers from the crowd. Hou Tu gazed enviously in Qing Feng's direction, uncertain whether she envied him for being acknowledged by humanity or for his recognition of humanity. However, given her status as a primordial witch, the latter possibility seemed more likely. Taishang paid her no mind. In his heart, he believed Hou Tu was not worth Qing Feng's assistance. After all, who could not open the earth's path? His third brother Tongtian was also an excellent candidate. In the days that followed, Qing Feng resided among the humans alongside his master, Taishang, and the primordial witch, Hou Tu, sharing life with them. This arrangement lasted for 3 years. One day, Taishang suddenly instructed Qing Feng to summon the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, Xueran, Zi, and Yu Chao, to stand before him. What is the greatest challenge currently faced by humanity? Taishang inquired, gazing at the 3 ancestors. Xueran hesitated momentarily, glancing towards Qing Feng. Qing Feng's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his master intended to unveil the path to the golden elixir? Was he about to establish a sacred teaching? Please share any difficulties you may have, Master, he urged. Qing Feng cast a sharp glance, recalling how recently you mentioned the difficulties faced by the human race in their cultivation. With such formidable beings present, why the hesitation to speak? Xueran understood and replied, in response to your esteemed lord, the human race, in its nascent stages, was born extraordinary. All 3,000 ancestors possessed the ability to cultivate. However, as the bloodline extended, The innate talents of humanity gradually diminished to the ordinary. Newborns are frail, with only a select few capable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, and their progress is painfully slow. Might it be within your power to remedy this predicament? Taishang turned to Qing Feng. As a sage master, what solution do you propose? Qing Feng's lips twitched. Master, it is your enlightenment that has brought us here, not mine. Nevertheless, considering that his butterfly wings may have inadvertently altered the course of history, he dared not conceal his thoughts any longer and spoke candidly. The human race possesses a remarkably robust reproductive capacity and innate wisdom. If everyone were able to cultivate, the primordial spiritual energy would surely be insufficient. It is only natural for the bloodline to conceal itself, allowing only the truly gifted to cultivate. However, in comparison to other innate races, human talents seem rather feeble, especially when considering other postnatal beings. In my humble opinion, Master, it would be prudent to establish an entirely new path of cultivation specifically for those below the celestial level, enabling the human race and fortunate postnatal beings who have undergone transformation to forge a new way forward. A new path? Upon hearing this, Taishang was suddenly immersed in profound realization. This epiphany persisted for a full 3 years. I have attained the Tao. On a certain day, 3 years hence, an immense aura erupted from Taishang. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, fingers dancing in the air, as a novel cultivation method materialized from nothingness, crashing down like a colossal stone. This method, designated for postnatal cultivation, I shall name the path of the golden elixir for postnatal beings. The path of the golden elixir is a cultivation technique exclusive to postnatal beings. Those with spiritual roots may absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining their essence and improving their constitution, ultimately opening their dantian. This is the process of qi refinement. When the body, under the influence of spiritual energy, achieves the unification of meridians and strengthens the channels, and the spiritual energy within the dantian is perfected and transformed into liquid, this is known as foundation establishment. When the spiritual liquid fills the dantian and congeals into a pill, this is the golden elixir. The manifestation of the primordial spirit shatters the elixir, coalescing into an infant. This is the nascent soul. When the nascent soul materializes, it may traverse the realms freely. This is known as out-of-body experience. As the nascent soul matures and merges with the physical form, it achieves unity. Once both the primordial spirit and the physical body reach perfection, one may transcend the tribulations of heaven, transforming into an immortal body. This is known as tribulation crossing. After successfully crossing the tribulation, one ascends to the heavenly realm, where the body transforms into an immortal form, and the gathered spiritual energy within becomes magical power. This is known as the Great Completion. The Great Completion signifies the attainment of immortality. Upon finishing the classifications of postnatal realms, Taishang soared into the skies, his voice resonating through the cosmos. The way of heaven is exalted. The way of humanity is exalted. I, Taishang, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, utilizing the power of my understanding of the Yin-Yang Great Way, hereby establish the path of postnatal cultivation for beings of the 3 realms. I shall establish the human teaching and impart this path to all postnatal beings. Let heaven and humanity bear witness. The human teaching is established. Boom. As the final word of the Supreme Being fell, a robust beam of golden merit descended from the heavens, enveloping the Supreme Being. Suddenly, 2 luminous bands of black and white emerged from the Supreme Being, transforming into the yin-yang fish that danced and swirled around him, aiding the Supreme Being in accelerating his comprehension of the yin-yang Dao. At that moment, a cry resonated through the sky, and Nüwa appeared. Supreme, it is essential that our path possesses a leader to forge a path of cultivation for the beings of the postnatal world. Would you be willing to attain the status of a saint of humanity? Crack. As Nüwa's words echoed, a flash of violet thunder illuminated the sky, and Honghuang manifested. Supreme, my disciple has embraced the primordial purple energy, destined to become a saint of the heavenly Tao. Nüwa cast a sidelong glance at Honghuang, her expression rife with disdain. To establish a sect for humanity and guide the postnatal beings is my rightful duty. What? Have you lost in the starry heavens and now seek to usurp my dominion over humanity? Honghuang paid little heed to Nüwa's provocation, his gaze fixed intently upon the Supreme Being, subtly threatening. Supreme, have you truly considered your choice? Should you become a saint of humanity, you shall find yourself beneath Nüwa, and likewise beneath the heavenly Tao. To attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, could it be that one can rise above you, the founder? Nüwa countered. Honghuang scoffed coldly. Yet at the very least, a saint of the heavenly Dao can harness the power of the heavenly Dao, sufficient to overpower other saints. With your talents, should you become a saint of the heavenly Dao, your standing would be only beneath me. Even you, Nüwa, may not necessarily rival the Supreme Being. Chapter 93. The Supreme sets time, establishing the 4 seasons. A day before, now a year. I must admit, I harbor a hint of skepticism. Nüwa flexed her limbs and gazed at Honghuang. Only beneath you. Does that imply you are stronger than I? Perhaps we should spar in the chaos? I do not compete with women. Honghuang cast a disdainful glance at Nüwa, his gaze shifting to Taishang. Taishang, have you made your decision? Within the Zixiao Palace. You have already accepted my Hongmeng purple qi. The Hongmeng purple qi, is it? Taishang, I shall bestow upon you this Xianhuang qi as well, to witness the Dao. Nüwa, incensed, flicked her finger, sending a strand of Xianhuang qi cascading onto Taishang. Taishang lowered his gaze at the Xianhuang qi in his hand, and, to the astonishment of the Dao ancestor, inhaled it. The Xianhuang qi entered his abdomen, and he made a choice before all present. Very well. You refuse to acknowledge the heavenly Dao saint, yet insist on recognizing the human Dao saint, do you? Hongjuan's countenance darkened with fury. He was aware of his discord with the 3 pure ones, but never anticipated that Taishang would publicly humiliate him. More critically, after arguing with Nüwa for so long, Taishang had not even spared him a glance. This was a complete severance. He wished to intervene and prevent Taishang from attaining enlightenment, yet Nüwa stood beside him. Moreover, the merits of Taishang's creation were already stirring within him, and his ascension to sainthood was inevitable. He could not thwart it. In resignation, Hongjuan could only utter a harsh remark before departing in disgrace. I shall remember today. Had he foreseen this moment, he would have resolved to eradicate the 3 pure ones when he first discovered their formless primordial spirits, thus averting the current predicament. After Hongjuan's departure, Nüwa remained, intending to assure Taishang of his status as the human Dao saint, vowing not to suppress him. However, she witnessed Taishang retracting his aura and descending to the ground, once again addressing the 3 ancestors of humanity. Aside from matters of cultivation, do you have any further inquiries? This, holy teacher, holy mother. Suerin's initial excitement shifted to hesitation as he glanced at Qing Feng and Nüwa. Qing Feng blinked, considering the merits of establishing the teaching. Along with the acquisition of the Xianhuang qi and the creation merits from his master's true form, it should suffice for his master to attain sainthood. Why had he not yet ascended? Despite his confusion, Qing Feng expressed his respect. Seizing the opportunity of his master's favorable mood, he thought it best to voice any difficulties. Speak freely. Qing Feng and Nüwa responded in unison. Suerin inhaled deeply, mustering his courage to speak. Reporting to the master, there exists another challenge. The duration of day and night has become excessively prolonged. For those of our kin who can cultivate and absorb spiritual energy, it is manageable. However, many among our people endure the day well, but cannot withstand the night. If they cannot endure the night, how shall we? Qing Feng instinctively wished to counter, yet as the words formed, he abruptly froze. Having traversed the vast expanse of the primordial era for so long, he seemed to have forgotten that a day in this realm is not merely 12 hours, but 4,380 hours. As the saying goes, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. In the present day, the primordial realm remains unshattered, yet to be divided into the celestial realm, the earthly immortal realm, and the mortal realm. For the beings of the postnatal world, enduring a single day, equivalent to an entire year, seems nearly insurmountable. The 2,000 hours of darkness, devoid of sunlight's warmth, pose an existential challenge. It is likely that nearly half of the postnatal beings, including humanity, may not survive until dawn. Once more, the Supreme One inquired of Qing Feng. Although Qing Feng was aware that 12 hours constituted a day, 30 days a month, and 3 months a season, he found himself at a loss for a solution. The celestial bodies follow their own intrinsic laws, and it would be unreasonable to expect his master to forcibly alter such natural order. Historically, it appeared that following the war of the witches and demons, the world fragmented, leading to the emergence of the earthly immortal and mortal realms. The Queen Mother utilized the Gathering Immortals flag to separate these realms, transforming the corpse of the Golden Crow into the sun and moon of the mortal world, thereby resolving the issue. Yet now, with the primordial realm largely unchanged, how could one instigate such a transformation? Was it feasible to forcibly alter the celestial movements? Noticing Qing Feng's silence, the Supreme One expressed mild surprise and murmured, "What is it? Do you not know how to proceed?" While he possessed knowledge, he found himself unable to apply it. With a wry smile, Qing Feng, regarding the 2 esteemed figures as his own kin, decided to speak candidly. The sole solution to this dilemma lay in altering the celestial movements, converting a day into a year. However, such a change would necessitate the corresponding adjustment of the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly, the Supreme One interjected. What do you believe is preferable, to change or not to change? Without hesitation, Qing Feng responded, it is undoubtedly better to change. Master, do you recall the postnatal beings we encountered on our journey? Did you not notice that their growth and development were rather inadequate? A significant factor is the excessively long duration of day and night. After all, the lifespan of postnatal beings is alarmingly brief. In contrast, we, as primordial beings, may live for tens of thousands of years, and those who cultivate can extend their lives into the realms of millions or even billions of years. Yet, what of those postnatal beings? The longer-lived plants may survive for 100 days, while animals typically endure merely a dozen days or even just a few. Upon their birth, they face the harshness of heat and cold without the chance to experience both. Often, they perish from either the scorching heat or the bitter cold before even completing a single day. Imagine if we could shorten a day to 12 hours, extending a year to encompass over 300 days, and introducing the 4 seasons of warmth and cold within that year. Surely, the survival rate of these beings would increase, they would thrive more robustly, and their happiness would flourish. Could the primordial realm truly transform into such a paradise? At that moment, the 3 ancestors nearby also fell into reverie. 12 hours would constitute a day, transforming what was once a day into a year, allowing for the experience of varying seasons. Surely, the infants of their kin would survive in greater numbers. This, at last, is the existence that postnatal beings ought to embody. The Supreme One sank into profound enlightenment, his body gradually ascending. 2 paths, one black and one white, embodying the principles of yin and yang, transformed into the Taiji symbol, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, the black and white energies dissipated, giving way to the emergence of the 3 vital energies, blue, black, and yellow, dividing into the 3 talents. The 3 talents then evolved into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols transmuted into the 5 elements, the 5 elements into the 6 harmonies, the 6 harmonies divided into the 7 stars. The 7 stars transformed into the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams ultimately gave rise to the 9 palaces. At the very moment the 9 palaces took form, they reverted to chaos, surging back into the Supreme One's being. My path is realized. The Supreme One let out a resounding laugh, ascending into the sky, his voice echoing throughout the primordial wilderness. Today, I, the Supreme One, perceive the arduous existence of the living beings in the postnatal world of the primordial universe. Thus, in the guise of the master of humanity, I shall re-establish the temporal order of heaven and earth. 3 instants shall constitute a second, 60 seconds a minute, 120 minutes an hour, 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, 3 months a season, and 4 seasons a year. Furthermore, the seasons shall be divided into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. In spring, all things awaken, life flourishes. In summer, the sun shines brightly, nurturing growth. In autumn, fruits fall and leaves wither, marking the time of harvest. In winter, all beings lie dormant, gathering strength. The former day is now redefined as a year, thus establishing the new temporal order of the primordial realm. Henceforth, the time is set, the seasons are fixed, the stars revolve. As the Supreme One's voice resonated, countless stars manifested in the sky, particularly the sun and moon, which, upon the final utterance of the Supreme One, accelerated their trajectories over 300-fold, truly operating in accordance with his words. Chapter 94. The Supreme ascends to sanctity, sharing the fate of humanity with Nüwa. As the celestial bodies of the primordial world fixed their trajectories, an immense and profound merit sufficient to achieve sanctity descended upon the Supreme. Realizing that his accumulated merit was ample, the Supreme did not restrain his realm any longer. Instead, he fully unleashed his formidable power. From his chest erupted a radiant 5-colored mist, swirling above his head, while 3 streams of pure energy emanated from the back of his head, transforming into 3 magnificent 12-petal flowers of the great luo, blooming resplendently. It was the first time Qing Feng comprehended the profound depth of his master's foundation. His innate potential had reached the pinnacle of the great luo. In simpler terms, a great luo of the 3rd grade can perceive the essence of the primordial Dao. Akin to the enlightened lamp, one of the 6th grade can attain the Dao fruit of the primordial great luo, severing the corpse or achieving sanctity through merit, comparable to the figure of Zhuanti, while a great luo of the 9th grade possesses extraordinary aptitude and a certain probability of comprehending the laws. Much like the likes of Zhejuan, Dijuan, and Fuxi, who all embody such remarkable potential. The blooming of 12-petal flowers signifies that the individual is a genius among geniuses, capable of grasping the laws through their own strength, achieving the most formidable law of the primordial great Luo, and even possessing the opportunity to fathom the Dao fruit of Hongmeng. However, to advance further and comprehend the infinite Dao fruit of Hongmeng, thereby certifying as a sage of the great Dao, mere aptitude is insufficient. One must encounter considerable fortune. The three pure ones, Tai and Nüwa, all exhibit the extraordinary qualification of 12-petal blooms. Qing Feng gazed enviously at the three great Luo flowers above the Supreme. As the latter's momentum continued to surge, with a resounding hum, a thread of a golden aura, nearing the transformation into a vibrant orange, spilled forth from the Supreme's sea of consciousness. The gathered onlookers merely cast a glance, and even Nüwa could not help but avert her gaze, her head bowing slightly in reverence to this aura. The essence it contained, imbued with supreme nobility, far surpassed even the primordial purple aura offered by Hongjuan. Within their hearts, the crowd involuntarily conceived a term, the merit of the great Dao. This was the merit bestowed upon Pangu for the creation of the primordial world. It was the legacy left by Pangu to the three pure ones, a gift from the opening of the heavens. With a resounding hum, the merit of the great Dao trembled once more, merging into the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity. At the moment the three flowers absorbed the merit, they gradually became ethereal, disintegrating and then reconstituting, ultimately transforming into two lotus flowers of 24 petals, black and white, blossoming within the Supreme's sea of 5 energies. Yin and Yang of the great Dao, severed. Boom. The white lotus on the left abruptly contracted into a bud, then suddenly blossomed, revealing an elderly figure, carrying a shoulder pole, riding a green bull, who slowly emerged. Lier, I have encountered your true form. Qing Feng turned sharply, realizing that the mount that had accompanied him, his master's steed, had vanished without him noticing. Boom. Following closely, the black lotus on the right similarly disintegrated, revealing a figure seated atop a colossal fish, his eyes dazed, surrounded by fluttering butterflies. Zhuangzhou, I have encountered your true form. Zhuangzhou. Qing Feng could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Not only did I comprehend that Lier, also known as Laozi, is a manifestation of my master, but how could it be that another representative of Taoism, Zhuangzi, is also a manifestation of you, esteemed master? Furthermore, in this present era, you have transcended to become the embodiment of the duality of yin and yang that you have severed, transformed into the 24-petal lotus. Master, are you truly defying the heavens? Naturally, the most pressing inquiry is whether you could elucidate the origin of Zhuangzi's steed, the Kuan. Could it possibly be a descendant of the Kunpeng? Are you not apprehensive of the Kunpeng's potential arrival? The Supreme Being cast a peculiar glance at Qing Feng, lacking the time to engage, and nodded towards the two. We are fundamentally one. There is no need for excessive formality. Laozi, after acknowledging the gesture, returned to the yin-yang lotus, leaving the Qingyo and the colossal Kuan as companions beside the Supreme Being. Ultimately, as the lotus enfolded and the 5 energies returned to the inner organs, an aura of unparalleled supremacy swept across the vast wilderness. In attendance, apart from Nüwa and Dijuan, the myriad beings bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the saint of humanity, the Supreme Being. According to convention, upon declaring his sanctity, the Supreme Being ought to retract his aura, yet he did not, instead directing his gaze towards Nüwa. Nüwa, my fellow Taoist, you are the creator of sentient beings, the sovereign of humanity. I, as the educator of beings, am the master of human teachings. What is your stance on this? The Supreme Being gazed earnestly at Nüwa, articulating each word distinctly. Nüwa momentarily paused, then swiftly comprehended. The implication of the Supreme Being's words was not merely to assert his status as a saint of humanity, likening education to creation. He clearly sought to establish parity with her, sharing dominion over humanity and its fortunes. Supreme Taoist, are you serious? Nüwa's expression shifted slightly. Though she valued her rapport with Qing Feng, she could not permit him to usurp her authority. Dear Taoist Nüwa, might you first hear me out? The Supreme Being offered a gentle smile, his lips curling. A transmission resonated within Nüwa's ear, shielding their conversation from prying eyes. Moments later, Nüwa's pupils widened in disbelief as she gazed at the Supreme Being, reciprocating the transmission. Are you suggesting that Qing Feng's extraordinary nature stems from his innate temporal power, potentially traversing from the future? How else could one explain his ability to articulate countless profound doctrines, yet possess such lamentable comprehension? The Supreme Being could not help but shake his head. It is truly disheartening. Among beings born of the earthly realm, few could compare to Qing Feng in terms of inadequacy. Qing Feng blinked, observing both Nüwa and his master directing their gazes towards him. What is this? What are you two discussing that necessitates secrecy? Moreover, why do your expressions seem so peculiar? Akin to pity? Nüwa regained her composure and continued the transmission. Is this merely your rationale for wanting to share in the fortune? My obligations lie with Qing Feng, not with you. Supreme Being. No, I merely wish to convey that Qing Feng has begun to emerge into prominence, and in the future, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of Honghuang, possibly even stronger adversaries. Relying solely on you or solely on me, we cannot safeguard Qing Feng. We must unite and elevate our strengths. Furthermore, I possess a premonition that as long as we protect Qing Feng, even if we are each granted only half of humanity's fortunes, our gains will far exceed the original trajectory. I cannot shake the feeling that perhaps, in the historical narrative, my establishment of the human teachings was merely a representation of the human race. Yet now, I am establishing a grand doctrine of humanity. The Supreme One elucidated. Nüwa fell silent, comprehending the words of the Supreme One. Although she was the sovereign of humanity, her true mastery lay in the art of creation, and therein she excelled. If the Supreme One were to impart even a fraction of his teachings, it might appear to dilute his own fortune and usurp his authority. Yet it would significantly amplify the elixir of humanity. In due course, when equitably distributed, it would likely result in an increase, rather than a diminishment, of her fortune. Moreover, the authority over humanity would become even more formidable. What confidence do you possess? Nüwa, intrigued, inquired. I possess no certainty, yet I have Qing Feng. The Supreme One responded with a smile through telepathy. Is it not Qing Feng who has secured dominion over the starry expanse for humanity? What has been achieved once can surely be achieved again. That final statement profoundly resonated with Nüwa. Indeed, she was not particularly adept at imparting teachings. What harm could it do to share? Furthermore, the prospect of enhancing authority and augmenting fortune was an opportunity she could hardly refuse. Certainly, the most crucial factor was that the Supreme One was the beloved master who had personally nurtured the young Qing Feng. As the sovereign of humanity, I hereby declare, in the name of my authority, that the Supreme One, the revered leader of the human teachings, shall jointly govern the realm of humanity with me and share in its fortune. Chapter 95, The Establishment of the Western Teachings. The addition of two saints to the heavenly path. The primordial chaos officially enters the age of saints. Nüwa's words, following the majestic ascent of the Supreme One to sainthood, swept across the vast expanse of the primordial world, reaching even the western Spirit Mountain. Brother, atop the peak of Spirit Mountain, Yuanshi gradually opened his eyes. Emerging from his profound insights into the Dao, his countenance marked by bitterness. I never anticipated that the three pure ones were the true, wise ones. By not severing the three corpses, they have preserved the path of the laws. By accepting the primordial purple energy without using it, they have attained the status of the leader of the human teachings, standing equal with the Dao of humanity. Had I foreseen this day? Why did we ever contend for that lotus seat, for that primordial purple energy? Yuanshi felt an overwhelming sorrow, tears unwept. In terms of talent, his brother Jiejing had blossomed into the 12th rank of the Great Luo, his potential comparable to that of the three pure ones. He himself had also reached the 9th rank, with not a small chance of glimpsing the laws of the chaos Great Luo. Yet now, with the acceptance of the primordial purple energy and the severance of their three corpses, their primordial spirits had automatically entrusted themselves to the heavenly Dao. And their future progress could only be to comprehend the 3,000 laws of the heavenly Dao, leaving no possibility for further ascension. How could these two self-proclaimed extraordinary individuals come to terms with such a fate? Do not be anxious, junior brother. In contrast to Yuanshi's indignation, Jiejing remained calm. Soothing his brother, our primordial spirits are entrusted to the heavenly Dao, not to Honghuang. Comprehending the 3,000 laws governed by the heavenly Dao may yet prove as fruitful as the three pure ones. As for the causal relationship with Honghuang, the primordial purple energy is merely compensation for the damage inflicted upon the western lands during Honghuang's battle with Hou Tu, the name of master and disciple. The causal laws I have comprehended already have a solution within my heart. Oh, what method is that? Yuanshi inquired eagerly, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. To depart from the mystical gate and establish a separate path. Jiejing spoke with a hint of detachment. However, the timing is not yet right. When the great transformation of heaven and earth occurs, and Honghuang's control over the primordial world diminishes, that will be our opportune moment to break away from the mystical gate. Your reasoning is sound. Xuanti, always an ardent admirer of Jiejing, nodded fervently in agreement with his brother's insights. What shall we do now? Xuanti gestured towards the east. We're following the three teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Nüwa, Emperor Jun, and the Supreme One had consecutively attained sainthood. With Nüwa and the Supreme One now seated at levels comparable to Hongjun, how could he not feel envious? To attain sainthood, Jiejing declared resolutely. Hongjun is now on par with the three pure ones and Nüwa, yet the Tao of humanity has already witnessed the emergence of two saints, while the heavenly Tao lacks any other saints. Should we attain sainthood at this moment, we would undoubtedly be regarded as confidants by Hongjun, who would then distribute the resources or authority of the heavenly Tao to us. The conflict between Hongjun and Nüwa prior to our departure from the mystical gate will present us with a splendid opportunity for our rise. Attaining sainthood is easier said than done. Xuanti replied with a wry smile. The Eastern King, Qing Feng, have both received the primordial purple energy, yet must become sovereigns of heaven and earth to attain sainthood. What can we, situated in the barren west, possibly achieve? My brother observes the Supreme One establishing teachings and seems to have gleaned something. Perhaps we too could establish our own teachings? Jiejing pondered thoughtfully and remarked. Hongjun established the mystical gate, imparting teachings to the myriad guests of the Purple Cloud's palace, enabling them to attain the status of sages and align with the heavenly Tao. The Supreme One established the teachings of humanity, enlightening the beings of the postnatal world, and bestowing merits from above. Perhaps, as nominal disciples of Hongjun, establishing our own teachings is also a path to our own enlightenment. Why not give it a try? Xuanti winked and suggested. After all, we shall eventually establish an alternative path, breaking away from Hongjun. Why not do so now? It might be that, in strengthening our own powers against Nüwa, Hongjun would indeed lend us a helping hand. Jiejing, deep in thought, replied, Then let us try. The two exchanged glances and soared into the sky together. With the heavenly Tao above, I, Jiejing, Xuanti, hereby establish the Western teachings, enlightening the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, with the 12-petal golden lotus of merits and the 8-treasure pool of merits to stabilize the fate. All sentient beings who harbor the Bodhi heart and virtuous intentions may enter my Western teachings, journeying to the boundless Buddha realms and dwelling in the pure land of ultimate bliss. The Western teachings are established. As Jiejing and Xuanti's words resonated, two robust streams of merit cascaded down upon them. However, since they were the second to establish a teaching, and the merits were shared, the blessings they received paled in comparison to those bestowed upon the Supreme One's teachings. After absorbing these merits, they found themselves far from attaining sagehood. Even severing their second corpse with borrowed merits seemed a distant goal. They exchanged glances, revealing bittersweet smiles. This outcome had long been anticipated. Yet, they hoped that Hongjun might show them some leniency. Alas, just as they prepared to return and contemplate alternative paths to enlightenment, a familiar voice echoed in their ears, by making a grand vow. This seat can temporarily lend you the merits to attain sagehood. You may return them in due course. Jiejing and Xuanti exchanged glances, realizing that, faced with the formidable forces of Nüwa, Hongjun had indeed become anxious, even uttering the words to lend merits. Their eyes communicated. Xuanti, brother, shall we borrow? Jiejing, yes, let us attain sagehood first. Xuanti, but the amount of merits sufficient for sagehood. Jiejing, let us attain sagehood first. As for the debts of the Western teachings, Hongjun will guarantee them. They are of no concern to our alternative path. Xuanti, brother, you are wise. With newfound determination, they ascended into the sky and began to make their vows. First vow, when I become a Buddha, may my realm be devoid of hells, hungry ghosts, and beasts, including any creatures that crawl or fly. If such a wish is unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. Second vow, when I become a Buddha, may my realm be free of women and the myriad celestial beings from various worlds, including any creatures that crawl or fly. In the next life, those born in my realm shall arise from the lotus in the 7-treasure pool. If such a wish is unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. Third vow, when I become a Buddha, may there be an abundance of all flavors of food manifesting before those who are hungry in my realm. And after they have eaten, may the utensils naturally disappear. If such a wish is unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. 47th vow, when I become a Buddha, may the bodhisattvas of other worlds hear my name, return, and diligently practice, thereby attaining the stage of non-retreat. If such a wish is unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. 48th vow, when I become a Buddha, may the bodhisattvas of other worlds hear my name, return, and diligently practice, thereby attaining the first, second, and third stages of patience, never retreating from the teachings of all Buddhas. If such a wish is unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. Beneath the 48 great vows, the bodhisattvas of Jiejin and Yuanshi gazed skyward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, as a majestic and noble voice resonated within the hearts of all beings. Allow it. With this utterance, the golden light of heavenly virtue transformed into a formidable beam, descending from the heavens to envelop Jiejin and Yuanshi. In an instant of divine inspiration, one summoned forth the blessed Vajra, while the other conjured the wondrous seven treasures tree, exhaling 5 breaths of energy and blooming the great luo flower. Emerging from the blossoms were 2 malevolent entities clad in robes, their faces seemingly benevolent, yet shadowed by a hint of dark energy at their foreheads. Jiejin Buddha bowed to his true essence, and Yuanshi Bodhisattva likewise paid homage. A shared glance between Jiejin and Yuanshi hinted at the nascent structure of future pathways. We are intrinsically one. There is no need for excessive formalities. The 2 malevolent beings retreated into their bodies, their cultivation reaching the foundational threshold of sainthood, as the remaining merits surged into their consciousness, stirring the primordial purple energy. An immense and formidable aura of sanctity emanated from the west, sweeping across the vast wilderness. All beings prostrated themselves. Hail to the heavenly paths, Jiejin Saint. Hail to the heavenly paths, Yuanshi Saint. Thus, the primordial realm welcomed its 6th saint, with the heavenly path now comprising 3 saints, Honghuang, Jiejin, Yuanshi, and the human path also boasting 3 saints, Nüwa, Taishang, Dijuan. The primordial world had indeed entered the age of saints. Chapter 96, Returning to Kunlun. A plea for help amidst the fireworks? Enemies have breached our sacred sanctuary at Sanqing, at the shores of the East Sea, in the ancestral land of humanity. With the protection of the Supreme, Qing Feng, who has not been overwhelmed by the saints' oppressive force, leisurely gazes towards the direction from which the saints' pressure emanates, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Thus, without his second master, and with his master having seized the merits of the second and third establishments, these 2 still need to make 48 grand vows to attain sainthood, do they? Burdened with such immense merit, these 2 fellows are likely to resort to deceitful means in this lifetime. Oh, but I digress. Jane is the pure lotus seated atop the spiritual mountain. The only shameless individual is Yuanshi, who is merely a sycophant to his senior brother, young friend Qing Feng. Both of the individuals from the west have attained sainthood, achieving the Tao of heaven. What will become of our Wu clan in the great battle a millennium hence? The expression on Hou Tu's face was filled with concern. It must be known that under the teachings of the Supreme, the time of a year has been reduced by over 350 times. With such a diminished preparation period, coupled with the additional strength of 2 new saints from the Tao of Heaven, the Wu clan might face utter annihilation. Unless, of course, the human race would extend a helping hand to the Wu clan. However, considering Qing Feng and Nüwa's attitude towards the Wu clan, despair washed over Hou Tu. Her gaze upon Qing Feng inevitably bore a hint of pleading. Young friend, the opening of the Underworld passage. Senior, after wandering the primordial world for 10 years and comprehending the Tao for 3, I have settled among the human race for 6 years. A total of 20 years. No, when converted to the present time, it amounts to over 7,200 years. Have you gained no insights at all? Qing Feng looked at Hou Tu with a sense of hopelessness. This elder, who was solely devoted to the Wu clan, truly resembled the historical figure who, even at the cost of dismantling the Great Formation, sought to grant the lonely spirits of the primordial world a chance at rebirth in the Underworld. You need not worry, my young friend. I will not arrange for the Wu clan within the Underworld passage. I merely wish to leave a small opening. A lifeline for the Wu clan. Hou Tu hurriedly explained, gazing at him with hope. Just tell me how to open the passage, and I will diligently guard it. No longer concerning myself with the matters of the Wu clan, as long as it ensures a sliver of their lineage. Observing Hou Tu's anxious demeanor, Qing Feng felt utterly despondent. Perhaps, the words spoken privately by his master were indeed correct. A leopard cannot change its spots. Hou Tu could never forget the Wu clan. Her stance would always lie with them. As for the Wu clan, if only they possessed better virtues, less brutality, aggression, and exclusivity, the Sanqing would not mind supporting them. Yet the current Wu clan, no, even in the future of the original history, the Wu clan has never been known for their good behavior. Just consider Qiyu, who recklessly discarded Fengbo and Yushi, seeking to usurp the throne of the human emperor. Qin Shi Huang was better, yet Bai Qi, a descendant of the Wu clan, was notorious for slaughtering 400,000 with ease. The Wu clan is truly beyond salvation. Young friend, seeing Qing Feng lost in contemplation, Hou Tu once again gazed at him beseechingly. However, this time, Qing Feng paid no heed and turned towards the Supreme. Master, I wish to return home. Very well. However, I still have matters to attend to among the human race. So let us return you first. With that, the Supreme raised his hand as if wielding a blade, slicing through the space before him. A black passage opened, leading directly to the three Qing peaks of Kunlun Mountain. Without a hint of hesitation, Qing Feng stepped forward. Hou Tu instinctively attempted to intervene, but was halted by a pole that obstructed her path. Fellow Taoist, my disciple has already declared a desire to sever ties with the Wu clan. As a dignified ancestral shaman, why persist in this entanglement? This was the first time since his journey from Kunlun Mountain that Taishang referred to Hou Tu as the ancestral shaman. Fellow Taoist, I implore you to address me as the sage. Taishang's words interrupted Hou Tu, meticulously reminding her of the error in her address. Hou Tu fell silent, realizing that Taishang was unequivocally indicating that the Sanqing had irrevocably severed their connections with the Wu clan, and with her, transforming their relationship from friends to strangers. Sage I. Hou Tu, the ancestral shaman, if you have no further business, I kindly ask you to depart from the realm of humanity. Before Taishang could respond, his newly accepted disciple, Xuandu, boldly stepped forward to interrupt Hou Tu, gesturing for her to leave. Hou Tu raised her gaze towards Taishang, only to find him turned away, engaged in discussion with Swerin. She understood that her recent inquiry had decisively severed any lingering ties between the ancestral shaman and the Sanqing, as well as between herself and Qing Feng. Ancestral shaman Hou Tu, I must insist. Seeing her unmoved, Xuandu raised his voice significantly. Hou Tu remained silent for 3 seconds before finally departing from the ancestral ground of humanity. What fate awaits my Wu clan in the future? Is destruction truly our only destiny? Meanwhile, upon stepping through the spatial passage into the Kunlun mountain range, Qing Feng was stunned by the sight before him. On the rightmost peak of Sanqing, the once verdant Qingshan now lay barren. Charred and devastated remnants were strewn everywhere. Even more alarming, the mountain's lower slopes revealed the desolate yellow earth from the primordial age, before the emergence of postnatal beings. It is important to note that Kunlun Mountain, revered as one of the top 3 celestial sanctuaries of the primordial world, was once adorned with celestial flowers and extraordinary herbs, surpassing even the demon court of yore and the current celestial palace. Yet now, what sorcery is this revealing the yellow earth on the slopes of Qingshan? Where have all my abundant innate celestial flowers and spirits gone, those flocks of white cranes, white deer, nightingales, and other auspicious creatures? Qing Feng, who had long regarded Kunlun Mountain as his home, felt an unprecedented surge of unbridled fury, just as he was about to retrieve a communication talisman to summon Duobao, Jinling, and Wu. A burst of flames erupted from the central peak of Taiqing, transforming in mid-air into a long sword. Qing Feng squinted. This was an invention he had created during his leisure time. He had referenced the golden bell and jade chime from Yuqing Peak, which could summon aid through dazzling fireworks. Once ignited, it would allow all disciples practicing the Sanqing celestial arts to see it distinctly, regardless of distance. However, this contraption was a one-time use, and its cost was exorbitant. Qing Feng had devised this device with the hope that his master would see it, should any unforeseen events arise. Later, after his second master, Yuanshi, began to accept disciples, it was modified by Tongtian and distributed to the disciples as a means of protection and rescue. The design of the Qingping sword symbolized the call of the Sanqing disciples. Is something amiss with Duobao and Jinling? No. Who could possibly cause trouble for them in the Kunlun Mountains? As this thought flickered through Qing Feng's mind, another flare shot up from the Xianxia sect, bursting into a brilliant display. This time, the image revealed was that of his second master's weapon, the Jade Rui. Witnessing 2 consecutive distress signals, especially one from his second master's disciple, Qing Feng's expression shifted dramatically. A surge of yellow light emanated from beneath his feet as he utilized Earth Escape to plunge underground, racing towards the source of the firework. Upon arriving at the location where the flare had ignited, Qing Feng soared into the sky, adorned with the ethereal clouds above. Wielding 3 innate defensive treasures, the Flame Light Banner and the Earth Yellow Banner, with the purple lightning hammer in hand. While the map of mountains and rivers swirled around him, poised to assert control at any moment. Fully armed, Qing Feng landed with a thunderous roar. Who dares to insult the disciples of the Sanqing sect? Chapter 97 now. Do you still wish to join forces with Duobao to annihilate me and divide the treasures I possess? Time rewinds to half an hour prior. The esteemed disciple of Yuqing, Guang Chengzi, accompanied by Chijingzi and the Southern Polar Immortal, encountered Duobao, the chief of Xianxia, along with Jinling and several newly initiated disciples of the Xianxing sect atop Yuqing Peak. Duobao, you have wronged me beyond measure. Upon their first meeting, Qing bellowed in fury, hurling an ancient bell towards Duobao. It is you, Yuqing, who has wronged my xianxia sect. Duobao, equally incensed, summoned a treasured sword from his brow, charging at Qing with equal ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce combat that spanned over 1,000 exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. A Tai golden immortal? The elder brother of xianxia, indeed possesses remarkable talent. Qing sneered. Yet you believe that mere progress renders you invincible among the three pure ones? Do you presume to mock my Yuqing sect? Let me make it clear. In terms of talent and foundation, my Yuqing shall always surpass your xianxia. Surpass my xianxia? Then you should attain the Tai Dao fruit before you speak. The chief brother's words ring true. You are but a stubborn duck. You claim that Yuqing surpasses xianxia, unwilling to concede. Shall we continue our practice? Do you believe I fear you? Then let us continue. Once more, the two wielded their respective treasures, the falling soul bell and the golden serpent sword, charging at one another. However, both were newly ascended Tai golden immortals, with their respective sects' techniques being of equal caliber, not to mention the treasures and defensive artifacts they bore, standard equipment for the foremost disciples of their respective sects. With no discernible hierarchy, this clash endured for a full half-hour, yielding no victor. Bang! With another collision, the falling soul bell and the golden serpent sword were sent flying, forcing the two apart. Hovering in the air, they fixed their gazes upon one another. It appears that we shall not determine a victor in the short term, since we can test the prowess of our respective sects. Do you dare to summon your disciples for a duel? Qing rubbed his right hand that held the bell, casting a disdainful glance at the other disciples of xianxia behind Duobao. A contest is a contest. Who is afraid of whom? Duobao replied without a hint of trepidation. Furthermore, he acted quicker than Qing, retrieving a specially crafted firework artifact from his robe, pulling the cord towards the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A resplendent seven-colored Qingping sword blossomed in the heavens. Is that all you have? Qing, unwilling to be outdone, produced a firework of his own, pulling the cord. Whoosh! Bang! A jade rui materialized high above. Then, before they could await their disciples, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the ground between them, adorned with three innate five-directions flags atop its head, emanating hues of white, yellow, and red in the form of three lotus flowers. It enveloped the figure in radiant light. A scroll encircled the figure, rotating slowly, pulsing with blue spatial energies. In its hands, it wielded a hammer, crackling with purple lightning, exuding an overwhelming thunderous might. Chief! As the figure descended, Qing and Duobao's expressions shifted, and just as they were about to exclaim in surprise, a light-hearted voice emerged from behind Duobao. Where did this malevolent cultivator come from, daring to intrude upon my Kunlun mountains? Today, I shall act in place of my master to uphold justice and eliminate you here. A beam of golden light emanated from behind Duobao, aimed directly at Qing Feng. Upon impact, the outermost translucent barrier surrounding Qing Feng quivered gently, effortlessly deflecting the attack and revealing the true form of the brash intruder. Lo and behold, it was a rabbit demon, adorned with a rabbit's head and possessing an enchanting figure, wielding a long sword that pressed firmly against the barrier, unable to advance an inch. However, this stark disparity did not deter the rabbit demon. On the contrary, she turned around and cast a flirtatious glance at Duobao. Duobao, dear brother, do assist me in subduing this wicked cultivator. We shall split the treasures he possesses equally, lest they fall into the hands of the Qing sect. Qing Feng's expression grew grave, his gaze shifting with intrigue towards Duobao. Duobao, dear brother? Subdue? Steal? Each of Qing Feng's words struck Duobao's heart like a hammer. Having cultivated a brotherly bond with Qing Feng since entering the sect, Duobao sensed that his esteemed senior brother was incensed. Silence! Qing Feng bellowed, halting Duobao's address. He then turned his attention back to the rabbit demon with a bemused expression. Do you dare to brazenly accuse me of theft, unaware that I am a disciple of the Sanqing sect? How could you possibly be a disciple of Sanqing? I have been in Kunlun for 10 years, in previous calculations. That amounts to 3,600 years, and I have never seen you before. The rabbit demon retorted defiantly. An unknown demon such as yourself cannot possibly possess such treasures. You must have stolen them from our Xianxing treasury. Senior brother, let us seize him now and reclaim the treasures for the Xianxing sect. As she spoke, the rabbit demon's eyes turned increasingly bloodshot and avaricious. Driven by greed, Qing Feng cast a disdainful glance at her and then looked behind Duobao, where a multitude of cultivators clad in Xianxing robes were swiftly approaching from the direction of Xianxing Peak. A cursory glance revealed perhaps over 1,000? Qing Feng's heart sank as he turned to gaze towards Yuqing Peak. Indeed, familiar figures emerged, the well-known 12 golden immortals, with no one extra in sight. This meant that during the decade, in the new calendar, for 1,000 years, spent traveling with his master and comprehending the Tao, the number of disciples under his master had swelled by over 1,000. Senior brother, swiftly subdue him. Have you not seen how many fellow disciples have arrived? There won't be enough treasures to share. The rabbit demon, sensing Duobao's continued confusion, couldn't help but urge him forward. Her greedy gaze remained fixed on Qing Feng since his appearance, oblivious to the curious expressions of the senior disciples like Guangchengzi, Shijingzi, and Nanjixingxian, whose looks were not merely strange but brimming with schadenfreude. Finally, the other disciples had arrived, the disciples of Shanqing. Upon witnessing Qing Feng glowing with treasures at the center, lit up with excitement, clamoring to rush forward. Senior brother, has an external enemy invaded Kunlun? We shall assist you in capturing him immediately. Then, as they charged forward, they were taken aback to see numerous disciples of the Yuqing sect, led by Guangchengzi, all bowing in unison to the figure at the center, whose entire being radiated the brilliance of spiritual treasures. Welcome back, Chief Senior Brother. In an instant, the rushing disciples halted one after another. Some, in their haste to seize the spiritual treasures, collided with their fellow disciples in front, resulting in a chaotic tangle on the ground. Yet, whether they had come to a standstill, been knocked over, or had crashed into others, all gazed in unison at Qing Feng with eyes wide in terror. See Chief Senior Brother. The rabbit demon's eyes, once filled with avarice, now reflected sheer panic, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and dread. However, Qing Feng had no intention of letting him off the hook. Instead, he chuckled softly and teasingly inquired of the rabbit demon, "Now, do you still wish to annihilate me and share the treasures upon my person with Duobao?" Chapter 98. At last, Senior Brother has returned. Chaos reigns at the Shanqing sect. With a chuckle, Duobao's companion, Jin Ling, erupted into laughter, while the speechless Wudong observed her incredulously. How could Duobao, Senior Brother, be so shameless? Nevertheless, Jin Ling paid no heed to such matters and eagerly grasped Wudong's hand. Leading her to Qing Feng, with a carefree pat on his shoulder, she exclaimed, "At last, you have returned, Junior Brother. I pay my respects to the Chief Senior Brother." Wudong, lacking Jin Ling's exuberance and devoid of any ambiguous relationship with Qing Feng, opted to bow respectfully instead. Qing Feng nodded slightly, gesturing for them to step back. Jin Ling promptly pulled Wudong behind her, positioning themselves beside Guangchengzi. Although I must admit, I find the disciples of Yuqing rather displeasing. Compared to the current state of the Shanqing sect, you are indeed more agreeable. Thank you for your kind words, junior sister Jin Ling. Guangchengzi accepted the compliment with delight. While there existed a conflict between him and Qing Feng, rooted in differing perspectives, Guangchengzi's intent was never to undermine the reputation of the Sanqing sect. He had heard tales of Qing Feng's insistence that his master refrained from indiscriminately accepting disciples, and he wholeheartedly agreed that a good disposition and moral character were essential for entry. However, he believed Qing Feng's standards were too lenient, attributing this to Qing Feng's own lack of foundation and talent, which led to their fundamental disagreement. Yet, this did not imply that he would compromise the reputation and safety of the Sanqing sect due to their differences. Thus, rather than reveling in Qing Feng's current anger, Guangchengzi resolved to assist him in purging the chaos from the Shanqing sect. As the other disciples of Yuqing observed with astonishment, Guangchengzi stepped forward to stand beside Qing Feng, directly reporting, "Duobao, disregarding your commands, has opened the gates of Kunlun Mountain to recruit disciples for the Shanqing sect. I could no longer bear it, and confronted him today." Qing Feng was well aware of Guangchengzi's nature, which could be summarized as excessively proud, much like his second master. However, Guangchengzi's unwavering dedication to the reputation and welfare of the sect had never wavered. This was why Qing Feng had tolerated Guangchengzi's exuberance in his presence for so long. "Please elaborate," Qing Feng instructed, fixing his gaze on Duobao. Before Guangchengzi could respond, a boisterous bald man, standing behind Duobao, interjected, "You are the Chief Senior Brother, right? I heard from Brother Chang'er that before you became the chief disciple, you were an outer disciple of our Shanqing sect. Since you are one of us, how can you neglect the interests of the Shanqing sect?" "Exactly. It seems that once you attain the position of chief disciple, you have forgotten your roots. In my opinion, the chief disciple should be our senior brother Duobao. How could a mere outer disciple claim such status? With his mere golden immortal cultivation, our senior brother Duobao has already reached Tai. If he were wise, he would step aside and relinquish his position." In the midst of the gathering, numerous disciples of the Shanqing sect engaged in spirited discourse, claiming that Qing Feng was unworthy. Originally intent on reporting the matter, Guangqingzi now wore a smile, retreating without uttering a word. He knew well that Qing Feng was never a man of favoritism. At least among the three purities, he treated all equally. Otherwise, despite their deep-seated conflicts during the celestial marriage, he would not have brought along his 4 junior brothers and sisters, Yuding, Tai, Honghuang, and Sihong, to the demon court to accrue merit. Now faced with such insults, did they truly believe that the chief senior brother was devoid of temper? Did they all hold such a belief? Qing Feng cast a penetrating gaze across the assembly, only to discover that Chang'er was hiding in the depths, smugly inciting the surrounding disciples. Do not fear, senior brother. He is merely a golden immortal. We support you in reclaiming your rightful position. They clamored. What are a mere dozen or so disciples of the Yuqing sect compared to our thousands? United, we shall undoubtedly elevate you back to your rightful place. Under Chang'er's covert encouragement, the Xianxia disciples vociferously declared their intent to unseat Qing Feng and elevate Duobao instead. Yet, Qing Feng paid little heed to their raucous cries, directing his attention towards Duobao. Junior brother Duobao, do you too believe I am unworthy of being the chief disciple? His tone was unassuming, devoid of menace, as if he were genuinely seeking Duobao's perspective. As the crowd continued their raucous shouts, Duobao suddenly raised his head, his face streaked with tears. Senior brother Qing Feng, you have finally returned. For the past decade, nay, for 1,000 years, I have been on the brink of despair. The disciples of Xianxia stood in stunned silence as the dignified yet compassionate Duobao, who had maintained his poise, now threw himself into Qing Feng's embrace, lamenting loudly. Senior brother, you cannot fathom the extent to which our master disregards counsel. My 2 junior sisters and I have tirelessly implored him to refrain from taking disciples until your return. Yet he remains obstinate, insistent upon accepting students. He claims that his understanding of the Great Way allows for inclusive teaching, inspired by you. He asserts he has grasped the path of intercepting heaven, desiring to provide a glimmer of hope to all beings, thus opening the gates wide to any willing to be his disciple. You cannot imagine the trials we faced during that year of open enrollment. My sisters and I concealed ourselves nightly, cleansing the mountain gate of those tainted by blood seeking to join. What we accepted were merely the 1,000 candidates we had painstakingly vetted. Our master insisted that I must protect them and guide their cultivation. Had it not been for his adamant demands, I would have long since relinquished this burden. The assembly gaped in astonishment at Duobao's impassioned complaints to Qing Feng. They had never witnessed such behavior from him before. Even Qing Feng, who had spent the most time by the side of the 3 purities, had never seen Duobao display such a childlike demeanor. It was evident that Duobao had endured considerable grievances over the years. All right, you are indeed the esteemed master brother. With so many disciples observing, Qing Feng gently tousled Duobao's hair, offering comfort. One is the river of oblivion, and the other is you. Both are renowned figures in the primordial realm. Why do you both weep so easily? I have returned. From now on, these matters shall be entrusted to me. You may focus on your cultivation. Duobao, with reddened eyes, nodded earnestly, only to be pulled behind Qing Feng by Jin Ling, who disdainfully handed him a banana leaf. Wipe your tears, it's quite embarrassing. Do not mention that I am your senior brother in public. Humph. Duobao, in a haughty manner, wiped his face and cast a spell, restoring his original appearance. Aside from his slightly reddened eyes, there was no sign of distress. Guangqingzi discreetly poked his waist, saying previously, I had misunderstood you, junior brother. As long as you understand, junior brother. I, too, am quite helpless in this matter. Duobao felt a wave of grievance within. Fortunately, with Jin Ling by his side, after shooting him a fierce glare, he managed to refrain from shedding more tears. Ahead, Qing Feng's expression had darkened, enveloped in a cloak of ominous energy. Chapter 99. All beings ascend to the summit of Xianxia. I implore you, esteemed Qing Feng, to vindicate us. What do you intend to do? Atop Taiqing Peak, the rabbit demon gazed at the sullen-faced Qing Feng, taken aback and retreating repeatedly. I am your junior. You cannot kill me. Moreover, I merely do not recognize you. My actions were solely to protect our sect. Initially stammering in explanation, the rabbit demon gradually seemed to convince itself of its righteousness, its tone becoming increasingly assertive. Qing Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he pointed forward. The map of mountains and rivers surged forth, encircling the rabbit demon. In an instant, the demon vanished, only to reappear as a lively rabbit upon a patch of grass within the map. After subduing the rabbit demon, Qing Feng scanned the crowd of over 1,000 disciples, noting that half bore the stains of blood, Was this truly the culmination of the efforts from Duobao and Jinling? This indicated that they had eliminated at least 90%. Yet this many still remained tainted. All disciples, follow me to Shanqing Palace. Qing Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, unwilling to engage further in conversation, and issued a direct command. By what right? Protested the bald disciple, his face a mask of defiance. Disciples of Shanqing are born free. This is what our master declared. Even if you are the chief senior brother, you have no authority to command us. Qing Feng turned slightly, and Jinling, understanding the situation, introduced. His true form is the golden-haired howler, known as Jin Guangxian, much favored by our master and appointed as one of the 7 attendants. 7 attendants? What nonsense is this? Qing Feng furrowed his brow in disdain. Surely, it cannot include the likes of Qing Lion and White Elephant? According to historical accounts, these two were the mighty kings of Shituo Kingdom in the journey to the west. Along with the golden-haired howler and the progenitor of zombies, they are all wretched beings. It is our master who has assigned ranks to the disciples. Since neither you nor the Grand Master is present, the master dares not accept disciples requiring a formal initiation ceremony among the direct disciples, thus establishing the position of the 7 attendants, ranking just below the direct disciples and above the outer disciples. In essence, their status is nearly equivalent to that of direct disciples, awaiting your return alongside the Grand Master for formal acceptance. Ah, I see. It seems our master is not entirely lost in his own heart. Qing Feng let out a satisfied hum and turned his gaze upon Jin Guangxian. Perceiving Qing Feng's scrutiny, Jin Guangxian proudly lifted his head. Am I mistaken? Our master has proclaimed freedom under Shanqing. Enough of this clamor. Map of mountains and rivers. Qing Feng interrupted, pointing once more, and the map surged towards Jin Guangxian. Instinctively, Jin Guangxian summoned his power, radiating golden light in an attempt to resist, even revealing his zombie fangs. Yet, what is the map of mountains and rivers? It is the supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon Nüwa by Honghuang, a treasure so powerful that even saints can wield it without feeling burdened. How could a mere xianxia like Jin Guangxian hope to withstand it? In a single sweep, Jin Guangxian was captured within the map, whereupon the icy peak of the map of mountains and rivers bore witness to a trembling figure, soon frozen into a statue of ice within mere seconds. The disciples of the Qing men felt a sudden chill in their hearts as Qing Feng deliberately paused the national map to display the golden light of the immortal to them. This was clearly a warning. Who among them could still harbor dissent? Who would dare to resist? Behind Qi Feng stood Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and numerous others from the Yuqing sect, their imposing presence casting an intimidating gaze upon the new disciples. The frigid intensity in their eyes was unmistakable. Several disciples at the forefront were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid pooling beneath them, a nauseating stench permeating the air. Qing Feng cast a disdainful glance towards Duobao, who, after a moment of hesitation, lowered his head to explain, I was only focused on eliminating the bloodthirsty practitioners. Enough. Come, follow me to the Shanqing Palace. Qing Feng, having lost the desire to continue instilling fear, exchanged a glance with Jinling and Wudong, then summoned clouds beneath his feet and ascended into the air. The elder disciples followed suit, while the new ones hesitated until a stern warning echoed from above. Those who do not come will be expelled from Kunlun Mountain. You may test my resolve if you dare. The new disciples exchanged uncertain glances before they rushed towards the Shanqing Peak en masse. At the rear of the Shanqing Peak, in the Kongxian Cave, Kongxian was tending to the wounded members of the avian clan, including the White Crane and Nightingale. With the recent expansion of the Shanqing sect, those disciples who had not been restrained from consuming blood had taken to hunting these feeble creatures for sustenance. Thus, Kongxian had no choice but to shelter them within the cave for protection. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix burst into the cave, bursting with excitement. Young master, wonderful news. The chief senior brother has returned. What? Kongxian exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet. You mean brother Qing Feng has come back? Yes, yes. The phoenix nodded vigorously. It was just conveyed to me by Master Jinling that you should hurry and take the White Crane, Nightingale, and the other clan leaders to the Shanqing Palace to lodge a complaint. Young master, with the chief senior brother back, we shall have our reprieve. This time, those disciples must pay the price. Indeed, another voice chimed in. However, the leader of the White Cranes hesitated, saying, but they are all newly initiated disciples. Will immortal Qing Feng truly confront the new disciples on our behalf? He is the chief senior brother, known for his unwavering integrity. Kongxian held unwavering trust in Qing Feng. He is the chief senior brother. Come, I shall lead you to lodge your complaint. At the same time, atop Taiqing Peak, Qingyou, the young master, whose clan leader had ventured into the wilderness, was also striding purposefully towards the Xianxia palace upon receiving news from the ice wind. Their beloved primordial orange trees had been ravaged by the new disciples, leaving them with nothing to eat. They sought to lodge a complaint. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West and Lu Wu from West Kunlun, upon learning from Qing Yuan of Qing Feng's return, dispatched celestial maidens to voice their grievances. Aside from Yuqing Peak, which perhaps remained safeguarded by disciples like Guang Chengzi, no one else remained unscathed. The other peaks, Taiqing, Shangqing, and West Kunlun, along with the primordial races residing in Kunlun Mountain, upon receiving the news, hurriedly sent forth their representatives to the Xianxia palace, resolutely seeking justice for their grievances. As Qing Feng arrived at the Xianxia palace, moving at a leisurely pace, perhaps intentionally delaying his arrival, he found a multitude of aggrieved beings gathered in a dense throng. Upon his descent, the wronged individuals eagerly implored, "Esteemed immortal Qing Feng, you must advocate for our Qingshi clan. That primordial orange tree is the lifeblood of our lineage, yet these Xianxia disciples, upon entering the fold, have brazenly ravaged our precious tree, wielding their status as if it were a license to plunder. Moreover, we, the Baiha, who are the auspicious beasts of Kunlun Mountain, have been captured and roasted by these newly initiated disciples, and we nightingales, though not fierce in combat, possess melodious voices. They have seized our fledglings, proclaiming them as pets. Our Bailu clan has resided in Kunlun for countless years, living harmoniously with the disciples of the three pure ones, yet upon their arrival, we have been regarded as mere fodder once. We were a thriving community of over 1,000, now we scarcely number 50. We, the Squirrel clan, and the Weasel we, the Butterfly clan, the Bee clan, a multitude of wronged races continued to present their grievances. At last, with tear-streaked faces, they all bowed deeply, pleading, "Please, esteemed immortal Qing Feng, stand for us." Chapter 100. Master, you must provide an explanation regarding the matter of indiscriminately accepting disciples. Gazing at the numerous innate beings kneeling on the ground, the patriarch's expression darkened to an inky hue. He was acutely aware that the disciples of the Xianxia sect would disregard the established regulations, bringing chaos to the surrounding beings. However, he never anticipated that his desire for a mere excuse to manage them would result in such a deluge of complaints. Even the Queen Mother of the West from the Xianxia Mountains had dispatched someone to lodge a grievance. Master, the historical demise of thee is indeed not without reason. In the War of the Gods, Jane and Junti faced myriad immortals, daring only to ferry 3,000 worldly guests, while they shamelessly accepted bloodstained disciples like the Qing Lion, White Elephant, and Golden-Haired Hound into the Buddhist fold, leaving behind 7,000 worldly guests to meet their doom. Among them, nearly half were not even worthy of being included in the divine list. This clearly illustrates the extent of the bloodshed tainting those so-called disciples of the now. With merely over 1,000 disciples, who had already been filtered by the likes of Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong, such a ruckus was still stirred. This time, in order to avoid being implicated, he would likely have to take decisive action. Resolutely determined, Qing Feng nodded towards the kneeling clansmen and turned to Kong Xian. Kong Xian, return to your place. Yes, brother. Kong Xian obediently stood beside Wudong, following Qing Feng into the Taiqing palace. However, as Qing Feng anticipated, the palace was empty. The master was not present. It was to be expected. Had the master been there, these disciples, no matter how outrageous, would not have dared to wreak havoc on the Xianxia peak in such a manner. Nevertheless, his absence was inconsequential, for Qing Feng possessed a method to summon his master. Reaching into his robe, he grasped the specially crafted disposable spiritual treasure signal flare. Then, he pulled it towards the vastness of the palace. Boom! With a resounding blast, a 7-colored Qingping sword materialized, causing a slight ripple in space as it soared towards the primordial chaos. The human race as Taishang's expression shifted. Not good. Xiao Feng is in danger. With a flick of his sleeve, Qing Niu and Zhu Kuan were summoned into his robe. And in the next moment, he had already arrived at the Xianxia palace. He then regarded the dark-faced Qing Feng standing at the forefront and cautiously inquired, "Xiao Qing Feng, are you unharmed?" "Master, the disciple is fine. It's merely a need to cleanse the sect. Please take your seat first." Taishang cast a glance behind Qing Feng. Observing the 1,000 disciples clad in Xianxia attire, the multitude of clansmen who had come to complain, and the desolate Xianxia peak outside, his lips twitched slightly as he rose to sit upon the central cloud platform. "Third brother, I have long advised Xiao Qing Feng against indiscriminately accepting disciples. Now look what has happened. Xiao Qing Feng is furious. You may need to fend for yourself. I cannot assist you." With Taishang's arrival, both Yuanshi and Tongtian also received Qing Feng's signal flare. To be precise, Yuanshi and Tongtian, who were comprehending the Dao together in the Yuqing Palace, were the first to receive the distress wave from the signal flare. Qing Feng is in danger? Tongtian instinctively stood up, intending to seek out Qing Feng. However, Yuanshi was already prepared. Or rather, the current situation had been deliberately orchestrated by Yuanshi. In the instant the wave swept across, Yuanshi had already sensed Qing Feng's presence, including the circumstances outside the Xianxia Palace. Do not fret, Xiao Qing Feng is in no peril. He is currently at Kunlun Mountain, right outside your Xianxia Palace. Primordial reassured Tongtian, who was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Tongtian exclaimed, his divine consciousness sweeping over to the Xianxia Palace. There, he beheld the ink-black visage of Qing Feng, flanked by the solemn Yuqing, the disciples under Xianxia, and his newly accepted students, alongside a multitude of complainants. The hushed whispers echoing from within the palace instantaneously illuminated the current predicament. He also witnessed the arrival of his elder brother, observing the scene with an air of amusement. Second brother, are you scheming against me? Tongtian was brash, yet not foolish. After a brief contemplation, he discerned the instigator. Had it not been for Primordial inviting him to comprehend the Dao 360 years ago, from this moment forth, all time shall be converted to the new calendar, akin to a day comprising 12 hours. His disciples would not be embroiled in the present turmoil. Even if you are plotting against me, so what? Primordial retorted with disdain, leisurely rising and brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. He turned back to remind, I must take my leave now. Should you delay and be misunderstood by Xiao Qing Feng, your reputation as a master will. Heh. With that, Primordial stepped forth, shattering the space, and in the next moment, he was seated on the left side of the cloud platform in the Xianxia Palace. Tongtian twitched his lips, wishing to avoid the confrontation. Yet he understood that if he did not attend, Qing Feng, in defense of the three purities' honor, would indeed slay all his newly accepted disciples. At that point, how could the already mediocre and poorly gifted Qing Feng hope to progress further, tainted by bloodshed? Not only would the likes of Nüwa, his elder brother and second brother, who cherished Qing Feng dearly, hold him accountable, but even he, as the mentor, would not forgive himself. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, he ultimately returned to the Xianxia Palace, taking a seat on the right side. Upon his arrival, Qing Feng led the other disciples in a deep bow, proclaiming, Qing Feng, along with my fellow apprentices, pays respects to the master, second master, and third master. The disciples followed suit. While the other representatives who came to lodge complaints bowed in unison, we pay our respects to the Supreme Saint, to Senior Primordial, and to Senior Tongtian. Tongtian scarcely regarded the others. His attention was solely captured by Xiao Qing Feng, who, to his dismay, addressed him as third master rather than simply master. It was over. He was genuinely incensed. Coughing nervously, Tongtian averted his gaze, his words awkward. Xiao Qing Feng, you have returned. Is your health well? Have you made any progress in your cultivation? Thank you for your concern. Third master, Qing Feng replied with a dark expression, his face devoid of emotion. I had quite an enjoyable time accompanying the master on his travels, and my cultivation has seen some modest advancement, along with accumulating a fair amount of human merit. That is good, very good. Tongtian smiled awkwardly, reminiscent of a father caught smoking and drinking by his daughter in later generations. Indeed, Qing Feng did not let him off easily. My disciple as well, and upon returning to the mountain, I had anticipated delighting in the company of my three masters. However, upon my arrival, I found the scenery of Xianxia Peak desolate, the once thriving innate spiritual flora entirely vanished. The auspicious spiritual birds, such as the white crane and nightingale that I had summoned, have also disappeared without a trace. The various innate clans within the mountain range are in dire straits. Zikanlun is also shrouded in desolation. On Taiping Peak, the disciples of Yuqing and Xianxia are engaged in fierce conflict. May I inquire, dear masters, how has it come to this? When did our Kunlun Mountains transform into a blood-soaked wasteland, becoming uninhabitable for living beings? Qing Feng's gaze bore into Tongtian, each word a lamentation and accusation. Tongtian instinctively glanced at his two elder brothers, only to find Taishang with closed eyes, ears perked up attentively, while Yuanshi wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. Observing Qing Feng, it was evident he was on the verge of fury. Tongtian gulped, his eyes inadvertently catching the sight of Duobao, whose eyes were slightly red. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I am unaware of the circumstances. Tongtian feigned a look of confusion. I was summoned by your second master to Yuqing Palace for enlightenment, and the affairs of Xianxia Peak are entirely under Duobao's management. Little Qing Feng, if you have any issues, direct them to Duobao. Noticing the incredulous expression on Duobao's face, as though feeling betrayed, Tongtian silently apologized within. Duobao, my disciple, I have wronged you. I shall make amends. Chapter 101. Rectification of the disciples of the upper clear. Duobao gazed at Tongtian with a look of distress, his eyes brimming with unspoken grievances. Yet, all he received in return was a warning glare from Tongtian. Finally, he could only lower his head, resembling a submissive wife, and spoke to Qing Feng, senior brother. It is indeed the fault of the junior disciples. I have failed to manage the newly admitted students properly. Smack. Qing Feng, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a sharp slap to Duobao's head, the sound resonating clearly. You must do as the master instructs. If you are to bear the blame, then bear it. Can you even shoulder this burden? Do you understand that allowing these disciples to act recklessly could have dire consequences for the Sanqing? It is not merely a tarnished reputation. These disciples could lead to the very disintegration of Sanqing, or even a division within our sect. Do you grasp the gravity of this? Do you think you are someone of significance enough to bear the blame? On the cloud platform, the usually tranquil Taishang and Yuanshi, who had been observing the unfolding drama, were taken aback by Qing Feng's alarming revelations. Their expressions shifted drastically, and their gazes toward Tongtian turned icy and piercing. Third brother, you must provide an explanation to Qing Feng. Taishang admonished. Are disciples to be accepted indiscriminately, with poor backgrounds and corrupt morals? Qing Feng speaks the truth. You have not embodied the qualities of a master and should never have taken on disciples. Hearing Qing Feng's criticism, the newly admitted disciples below felt defiant. Spurred on by their leader who shouted back, even if you are the chief senior brother, you cannot unjustly tarnish others' reputations. What gives you the right to claim we would harm the reputation of Sanqing or cause discord among our master and elders? Qing Feng turned to face the leading disciple. His expression stern. The disciple, with two long black whiskers flowing in the wind, retorted, What is your name? I am Xianxia, the burly man stammered, shaken by Qing Feng's reprimand. Yet he persisted in replying. Very well, you are expelled, Qing Feng declared, pointing decisively towards the door. Any disciple who dares to stand with you is to be expelled as well. Not a single one shall remain. On what grounds? Xianxian's face flushed crimson with indignation as he bellowed in anguish. Just because I am the chief disciple of Sanqing. Qing Feng pointed to himself, enunciating each word with clarity. He even severed his opponent's retreat. Master, second master, and third master are all present. If you dispute this, go and ask them if I possess the authority to expel you. Xianxian raised his head, casting a hopeful glance towards his master, Tongtian. Tongtian's lips quivered as he began to speak, but two sharp gazes from the left abruptly rendered him motionless. Faced with that expectant gaze, he could only awkwardly respond. Qing Feng has the duty to manage the disciples. Not only you, but even we, the direct disciples, if the chief senior brother wishes to expel us. The master would not utter a word. At that moment, Guang Qingzi derisively interjected. Qing Feng cast a curious glance at Guang Qingzi, pondering the clarity of his self-awareness. After all, weren't they supposed to be adversaries? When did he find himself on my side? Guang Qingzi, with an air of aloof pride, turned his head away, evading Qing Feng's gaze. Enmity is one thing, but virtue is another. When it comes to expelling new disciples from their master, Guang Qingzi wholeheartedly endorsed the decision. Besides, he merely harbored a disdain for Qing Feng's current status, questioning his talent and insight. Yet that did not imply he believed Qing Feng was in the wrong. Look, no one has any objections. Do you still have questions? Qing Feng, having no time to ponder Guang Qingzi's thoughts, raised an eyebrow at Xianxian and provocatively inquired. Are you not afraid that expelling me will incite public outrage? Wu Yun, defiant, attempted to rally the outer disciples for support. Qing Feng lifted his chin and gestured behind him. Do you mean them? Look where they are now. Xianxian abruptly turned around, only to find that the numerous outer disciples who had previously stood with him had retreated a good 10 meters away. What a farce. They had only just seized the opportunity to learn under the auspices of the Sanqing sect, hoping to glimpse the supreme path, master extraordinary powers, and acquire innate treasures. Being expelled would likely mean they could not even leave Kunlun Mountain, let alone risk being torn apart by the furious innate beings dwelling nearby. How foolish would they be to stand alongside Xianxian? Do not speak of loyalty. After a mere 300 years of acquaintance, it hardly warranted risking their lives. See, the outrage and loyalty you spoke of have vanished. Qing Feng scoffed. Now, do you have any more questions? Xianxian remained silent for a considerable period. A full 20 seconds. Then, with a sudden lunge, he dashed forward and clung desperately to Qing Feng's leg. Senior brother, I was wrong. I truly apologize. I should not have challenged your authority. Please, considering my recent entrance and my youth, let me off this time." His wailing astonished the onlooking disciples into a state of shock. Even Taishang and Yuanshi cast reproachful glances at Tongtian, who could only cover his face in embarrassment. "Oh, what an astute fellow." Qing Feng chuckled softly, recalling the accounts of Xianxia in the Investiture of the Gods. The golden-bearded Aou, who had committed no wrong and only sought to cultivate in his cave. During the great battle of the Investiture, he valiantly defended the teachings of the, defeating Guang Qingzi and Shijingzi in succession, ultimately confronting the sage of the pure and virtuous with a mighty hammer. Though he was ultimately captured and confined within the 8 treasures pool of virtue, he never succumbed to brainwashing, remaining steadfastly loyal to a disciple of remarkable strength and unwavering fidelity. Since he has shown awareness and bears no blood debts, let him enter as an outer disciple. As for serving the 7 immortals, consider it as if you have never heard of it. Do you have any objections? Qing Feng stated nonchalantly. Xianxia was overjoyed, nodding vigorously in agreement. No objections, none at all. To be an outer disciple of the Sanqing sect is already a source of immense satisfaction and happiness for me. Thank you, Chief Senior Brother, for your benevolence. Cloudy Immortal has discerned the situation within the entire Sanqing sect, even at the risk of offending the revered master. One must never provoke the Chief Senior Brother. Did one not witness the formidable presence of Qing Feng, who, in the face of such dominance, dared not utter a single word? The other outer disciples, upon witnessing Cloudy Immortal being accepted, were eager to rush forward and cling to his coattails. However, Qing Feng paid them no heed, turning instead to instruct the other direct disciples. Apprehend them all and escort them out. Await my selection. Anyone who dares to cause chaos shall be expelled from the mountain. Those who resist shall be dealt with on the spot. Understood, responded Duobao and Guang Qingzi, along with their disciples, their voices resonating. They then approached the newly initiated outer disciples with a cold smile. For these past days, they had exercised immense patience regarding these outer disciples. Chapter 102 Master. In light of your rather disheveled demeanor, how could I possibly allow you to establish a tunnel at the side of the Grand Supreme? It was the first time they witnessed the usually composed Xiandu exhibit such ferocity and decisiveness, causing an involuntary shiver to course through them. The Grand Supreme was unsurprised. Even they were witnessing Qing Feng's wrath for the first time. Thus, he commanded, "Xiandu, you too shall join your fellow disciples in rectifying the situation." "Yes, Master." Xiandu replied respectfully, bowing to the Grand Supreme and then to Qing Feng, before hastily exiting the Shangqing Palace as though his rear were ablaze. Qing Feng, however, had no time to ponder his departure. Once all the direct disciples had escorted the outer disciples away from the Shangqing Palace, and only the 4 of them remained. He waved his hand, causing the grand doors to close and sever any means of eavesdropping. After Nüwa attained enlightenment, for the sake of confidentiality, the Primordial One personally reforged the Sanqing Palace. Besides its formidable defenses, its greatest function was to obscure presence and prevent prying eyes. Once the doors were shut, even Hongjun could not hope to overhear the discussions within. "Third Master, what is it that you truly intend to do?" With the doors secured, Qing Feng wearily turned to Tongtian. His burdens were indeed manifold, nurturing powerful allies, intervening in the grand affairs of the cosmos to prevent the historical trajectory from veering astray, all while extending assistance to these allies without arousing suspicion. It was rather exhausting. Could you not stir up trouble and perhaps spare me some peace of mind? Observing Qing Feng's fatigued expression, Tongtian's lips moved slightly, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Primordial One shot Tongtian an exasperated glare, chastising him for being such a troublesome presence. "Xiaofeng, what you mentioned about disintegration and splitting apart, is it true?" Sighing, Qing Feng replied candidly, "Second Master, I shall speak frankly. If Third Master continues to indiscriminately accept disciples, a division of the family would be the mildest consequence." Qing Feng, weary, cradled his head, meeting the Primordial One's gaze with utmost seriousness. "It cannot be that dire." Tongtian hesitated, muttering softly. Silence. With that, even the Grand Supreme could no longer restrain himself, delivering a sharp slap to Tongtian's nape, much to Qing Feng's delight. He then turned to Qing Feng with a gentle smile, saying, "Please, continue, Xiaofeng." "Yes, Master," Qing Feng acknowledged earnestly. "As you are aware, all 3 of you hold family in high regard. For you, dear disciples are akin to your own children. Originally, Third Master was guided by Hongjun, comprehending the concept of seizing the heavens, which stands in stark contrast to Second Master's doctrine of harmonizing with the heavens. Additionally, Master incessantly proclaims the principle of inclusivity, wishing to afford all beings the opportunity to cultivate. Was it not you who guided me with this principle of inclusivity? Tongtian lamented, feeling aggrieved, only to be met with 2 more shouts and 2 more slaps. Be quiet. Casting a sidelong glance at his master, Qing Feng continued, as you can see, these newly initiated disciples, how many possess the requisite temperament and moral character, particularly those tainted by bloodshed, destined to incite widespread slaughter, abhorred by the 3 teachings. In due course, under the guidance and teachings of the 3rd master, the other disciples are bound to develop a protective disposition akin to his. Once those blood-stained disciples are vanquished, the remaining disciples will inevitably surge forth to avenge their fallen comrades. While the 3rd master may endure the loss of outer disciples, the slaughter of his direct disciples is something he cannot tolerate. He will assuredly take action. At that juncture, will it not lead to fratricide and the shattering of the bonds among the 3 purities? Wait, are you suggesting that my second brother would turn against my disciples? Upon hearing this, Tongtian gasped in disbelief, casting a disbelieving glance at Yuanshi. What other possibility is there? Qing Feng shot him a sidelong look. You have already been implicated by those outer disciples, incurring the disdain of the 3 paths, and are now tainted by karma. Given the temperament of the 2nd master, he is sure to chastise you. Furthermore, you are obstinate, and when the time comes, the sect will surely split. Without the 2nd master's suppression, your disciples will undoubtedly multiply, and in a fit of rage, the 2nd master will lead his disciples to confront yours directly. By then, the bloodstained disciples will drag the outer disciples into the fray, entangling the outer sect with the inner sect, eventually implicating you as well. Add to this the machinations of Honghuang regarding the contention of the Dao of exposition and interception. Can you fathom the outcome? Qing Feng inquired with a mocking tone directed at Tongtian. Meeting Yuanshi's gaze, Tongtian silently lowered his head. He understood that his disciple spoke the truth. His second brother, in a bid to protect him, would undoubtedly take action against those stained with blood. The future would surely unfold as his disciple had envisioned. After a moment of silence, Taishan concluded, surprisingly aligning with Qing Feng's assessment. His expression darkened as he issued a directive. Qing Feng, from this moment forth, all disciples under the 3 purities are to be entrusted to your instruction and management. Only those who gain your approval may become direct disciples. Regardless of the distinction between direct and outer disciples, you may exercise your discretion freely. Excellent. Yuanshi refrained from voicing any dissent and directly concurred with Taishan's decision. Even his own disciple, Guangchengzi, could perceive that as long as it served the greater good of the 3 purities, offending Qing Feng was inconsequential. Furthermore, given Qing Feng's unique stature, how could he possibly disagree? Taishan and Yuanshi turned their gazes towards Tongtian in unison. Tongtian shivered slightly, hastily voicing his conclusion. I have no objections. However, there must be no discrimination in teaching, and Qing Feng, you must agree to this. From where will the disciples come? Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of disciples, 3rd master. Qing Feng replied coldly. However, indiscriminate recruitment, as you have proposed, is absolutely unacceptable. While teaching without discrimination is indeed commendable, the most fundamental virtues must be upheld, mustn't they? One must ensure good character. Otherwise, what if a malevolent being, intent on causing havoc in the primordial realm, were to be taught by you? Should such an individual succeed in their teachings, it could spell ruin for the entire primordial realm. How could you, 3rd master, then face your other disciples, your master, your 2nd master, and the myriad beings of the primordial world? Tongtian's lips twitched. He wanted to assert that he was merely accepting a disciple and that it was not so dire. Yet, upon catching the glances of Taishan and Yuanshi, he dared not utter a word. Ultimately, he could only acquiesce. Then, let Qing Feng take charge of everything. That is as it should be. As Tongtian finally conceded, Qing Feng let out a sigh of relief. The grandiose notions of myriad immortals paying homage and the invincibility of the 4 saints seemed utterly trivial to him. In his eyes, the primordial deity's handling of Tongtian and the Jie sect was entirely justified. Among the disciples of the Jie sect, aside from the direct disciples and Zhao Gongming, it was quite challenging to find a few who were not fundamentally flawed. Now, without the need for his 2nd master to intervene, he could resolve everything himself. Contemplating the historical fate of Tongtian, Qing Feng could hardly remain seated, as a chill and murderous intent enveloped him, compelling him to turn and stride towards the palace exit. Just before crossing the palace threshold, Tongtian weakly inquired, Qing Feng, do you still call me master? Master, Qing Feng's heart softened a tad. After all, he was the one who had nurtured and rescued him. The disciple could only wish for his master to forever pursue enlightenment with joy and contentment. Originally, He intended to teach Tongtian how to cultivate the earthly path, but now he believed it would be better for him to remain a carefree leader. Managing the earthly path seemed far too arduous for him. At first, Tongtian was moved by the preceding words, yet Qing Feng's subsequent remarks incited his ire, making him fume with indignation. Rebellious disciple. How dare you? Enough. Taishang and Yuanshi simultaneously delivered a slap to Tongtian's nape. This brother of mine is becoming increasingly unreliable. With Qing Feng protecting you, you should be content. Otherwise, one day you might find yourself in peril and still be counting coins for others. Chuckling, Tongtian rubbed his head, smugly raising an eyebrow at his elder brother. What can I say? I'm just fortunate. After all, you two chose not to take him in back then. Shall we give him a good thrashing? Yuanshi suggested, fury blazing in his eyes as he observed the newly arrogant Tongtian. Without a moment's hesitation, Taishang seized Tongtian, placing him across his lap. No need for such trouble. Let us just give him a good beating. The sounds of wailing and thumping echoed throughout the closed doors of the Upper Qing Palace. Chapter 103. Honghuang slays the Golden Light Immortal. Qing Feng establishes authority. Upon departing from the Shanqing Palace, Qing Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his master was being dealt with by his brothers. He strode directly towards the plaza outside Shanqing Peak. Along the way, he observed the once verdant mountains, now transformed into desolate stretches of yellow earth, utterly barren. With each step, his anger intensified, and the murderous intent within him surged. At last, he arrived at the plaza, where over 1,000 newly initiated disciples stood restlessly, while Xian Du, Guang Qingzi, and Duobao, among others, coldly regarded them from across the way, awaiting Qing Feng's arrival. Qing Feng's toes brushed the ground, and he swiftly approached the crowd. With a tremor of the map of mountains and rivers, the Golden Light Immortal and the Rabbit Demon were cast forth, landing heavily upon the ground. Before the two could rise to speak, Qing Feng addressed the multitude of disciples, declaring, "You lot are nothing but garbage. By my standards, none of you are worthy of entering the Three Pure One sect." His words incited a cacophony of uproar, the atmosphere charged with impending rebellion. Fortunately, Qing Feng was not alone in this endeavor. Before the disciples could erupt, Guang Qingzi produced the soul-settling bell, Duobao summoned the flying dragon sword. Jin Ling extracted the Four Symbols Tower, and Qi Jingzi hoisted the yin-yang mirror. Even the most timid of the direct disciples, undeterred by the threat of the attacking spiritual treasures, bared their teeth and brandished their jade purity vessels, ready to strike down anyone who dared to advance. You lot rely merely on your magical treasures. If you have the courage, let us fight without them, using only our flesh and fists. After a considerable struggle to calm the Golden Light Immortal, who rose fiercely, he shouted angrily at Qing Feng. Beside him, Guang Qingzi's expression turned icy, ready to intervene. However, Qing Feng, quick-witted and swift, interceded. "Leave this to me." "Yes, senior brother." Though Guang Qingzi harbored some concerns regarding Qing Feng's combat prowess, he refrained from undermining him and returned to his position, prompting Qing Feng to regard him with newfound respect. "He has indeed made progress. Do you dare to defy me? Do you wish to grapple?" Qing Feng chuckled lightly, casting his gaze over the disciples gathered at the center of the plaza. "Is there anyone who remains unconvinced? Those who believe I solely rely on magical treasures to oppress you are welcome to step forward. I do not wish to bully you." Among the disciples beside me, aside from Wu Yunxian, if any of you can best one of them using only your fists and physical strength, I shall permit you an exception to enter. Seeing the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the 1,000 disciples before him, Qing Feng, eager to assert his authority, decided to issue a challenge. "I shall challenge him." The Golden Light Immortal, with a glint in his eye, suddenly pointed at the most striking individual present. Qing Feng turned to see Kongxian, the unrestrained Golden Light Immortal, having grown accustomed to hunting the bird tribe on Kunlun Mountain, believed the avian species to possess little combat prowess, especially with Kongxian, a splendid avian he had never encountered before. Such a splendid avian creature. One would presume its combat prowess to be rather feeble, would one not? "Kongxian, are you willing to engage in battle?" While others may be oblivious to Kongxian's formidable reputation, Qing Feng is certainly not. Upon their first encounter, having just recovered, he eagerly vanquished his foes. In a previous timeline, he dared to confront even the sages. Even after being subdued and taken to Lingshan, his ferocity remained unchanged, seizing any opportunity to consume Duobao. Yes, that would be Tathagata. To challenge Kongxian in the first battle is indeed a source of great satisfaction for Qing Feng. "Senior brother, to what degree shall we subdue him?" Kongxian stepped forward, acutely aware of Qing Feng's murderous intent and having gleaned from the fire phoenix about Jing Guangxian's provocation towards Qing Feng, he had long harbored a desire to confront him. Qing Feng's eyes gleamed with divine light as he employed the ocular techniques he had mastered from his second master, capable of discerning the good and evil within living beings. As anticipated, Jing Guangxian was indeed steeped in blood and sin. Among the lingering auras, numerous souls from the avian lineage, such as white cranes and nightingales, were entangled with him. Indeed, the progenitor of zombies is a wretched being. Do as you will. If you slay me, I shall take responsibility, since he has killed living beings and dares to slay his own avian kin. There is no need to spare his life. The junior disciple understood. Kong Xian nodded, gesturing with his finger towards Jing Guangxian. Come forth. Jing Guangxian's eyes darted, fully channeling his magical energy. Emanating a faint black mist, his golden fur bristled, and 2 zombie fangs protruded, presenting a visage of malevolent cultivation. Qing Feng observed. His eyes pained. He longed to rush back and chastise Tongtian once more, to see what kind of disciples you have accepted. A dignified member of the 3 Pure Ones, a true inheritor of Taoism, the rightful heir of Pangu, a guardian of the world, the leader of righteousness. Yet your disciple is a nefarious cultivator shrouded in dark energy? Kong Xian, hasten your actions. I find this utterly distasteful. Do you take me for? Upon hearing Qing Feng's command, Jing Guangxian intended to unleash his fury. However, as his enraged words barely escaped his lips, 5 beams of light descended upon him. Under Tongtian's guidance, Kong Xian had transformed the 5-colored divine light into his innate divine ability, advancing it to the 5 elements divine sword. Thus, his foundation and strength had undergone tremendous enhancement compared to the original timeline, far surpassing what a mere Jing Guangxian could contend with. As the 5 elements divine sword struck, Jing Guangxian slowly raised a finger, stepping forward. Yet as he prepared to utter more, a fissure split open from the crown of his head, tracing down through his brow, nose, chest, and all the way to his lower body, cleaving him entirely in 2. The scent of blood surged into the air. Guo Qingzi furrowed his brow, ready to voice something, but caught a glimpse of Qing Feng's slight smirk, hinting at satisfaction. It dawned upon him that the newly initiated disciple, who had clamored for battle moments ago, was now utterly silent. It turned out that Kong Xian had deliberately created such a bloody spectacle to establish his authority. Guo Qingzi's understanding deepened. He had thought Kong Xian, a striking prince of the Phoenix clan, incapable of such brutality, but it served a special purpose. Observing the reactions of the other disciples present, it seemed his junior brother truly needed to learn from the chief senior brother, as well as Kong Xian's skill in reading the room. Senior brother, I have not disgraced my mission. Kong Xian, with a graceful gesture, returned to his designated position. He cast a calm glance over the gathered disciples and declared, next. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one dared to utter a word. Defeat me or any disciple standing behind me, and you may remain on Kunlun Mountain. Why not take a chance? Still, no one stepped forward. Very well. I shall raise the stakes. Defeat any one of us, and I will make you my direct disciple. 3 masters await your choice of whom to honor as your teacher. Upon hearing this proclamation, the eyes of the disciples sparkled with intrigue, yet none found the courage to advance. After a full incense stick's time, 15 minutes, still no one emerged. I offer you opportunities, yet you prove utterly ineffectual. Kong Xian shook his head in resignation, having established his authority. Since none of you wish to challenge me, heed every word I am about to say. Of course, I would prefer if you failed to remember, as that would grant me the justification to expel you from Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 104. Establishing the sect and setting the rules. On the scene, the disciples of the outer sect of Qingqing trembled in fear. Qing Feng's eyes reflected no semblance of compassion as he effortlessly produced a scroll, prepared for this day. With a stoic expression, he surveyed the crowd below. Regardless of your previous identities as attendants of the 7 immortals or outer sect disciples, your status is rendered null today. However, the fault lies with my master for admitting you without proper evaluation, so I shall extend an opportunity for redemption. All transgressions committed prior to today, whether acts of violence or deceit, will be absolved. I will now announce the content of the entrance examination, granting you a period for assessment. As long as you adhere to the rules of the 3 pure sect during this time, you may join the sect as outer sect disciples. Those who excel may even become direct disciples. Do you understand? Understood. The eyes of the newly admitted, or rather, those participating in the examination, glistened with envy as they gazed at the direct disciples before them, each possessing one or even several magical artifacts. To become a direct disciple would be akin to ascending to the heavens. After casting another glance at the crowd, Qing Feng tossed the scroll to Xianxia. Wuyan, as the first to pass the examination for outer sect disciples, you shall read the examination content. Yes, senior brother. Xianxia respectfully accepted the scroll from Qing Feng and approached the candidates with a proud demeanor. Had it not been for the expulsion of over 1,000 disciples and the requirement for re-examination, he might have harbored resentment about being demoted from the 7 immortals to an outer sect disciple. Yet, witnessing his fellow disciples of the 7 immortals and outer sect disciples being expelled while he retained his status without the need to participate in the examination filled him with joy. Indeed, his choice was wise. He must cling tightly to the senior brother's support. Rules of the 3 pure sect. Wait, do not read yet. Qing Feng suddenly interrupted Xianxia. Xianxia obediently tucked away the scroll and respectfully positioned himself aside, devoid of the audacity once displayed in history when daring to confront the sage. He resembled more of a compliant little celestial being. Chang'e. Qing Feng pointed towards the center of the crowd, where Chang'e, the radiant light immortal, was preparing to break through the periphery. Were you not the one inciting these individuals to oppose me just now? It seems you harbor considerable dissent against me. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I have always held great admiration for you. How could I dare to oppose your will? Chang'e's complexion changed as he hastily plastered on a smile, attempting to justify himself. His greatest ally was Duobao, yet the recent image of Duobao weeping in Qing Feng's embrace lingered vividly in his mind. No matter how much he loathed or envied Qing Feng, he dared not express any discontent. But I saw you, and I heard your inciting words. Do you believe I am mistaken? All eyes of the disciples converged upon Chang'e, including Duobao, their gazes filled with curiosity. I. Long-Ear panicked, hesitating and attempting to justify himself, yet when confronted by Qing Feng's gaze, words eluded him. Ultimately, he knelt before Qing Feng, tears and snot streaming down his face. Senior brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. To err is human. But what purpose do the rules serve if not for forgiveness? Qing Feng let out a cold snort, ready to announce the punishment. Long-Ear, in a state of utter terror, pleaded for mercy. Senior brother, I truly understand my mistake. Considering my many years of service under the Shangqing sect and my care for the master, please spare me this time. Senior brother Duobao, I have always looked up to you. My offense against the chief senior brother was only to assist you. Please help me. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, regarding Duobao with a hint of amusement. Duobao's expression instantly shifted to one of panic. Senior brother, I never intended to usurp your position. Never. It was him. He is the one framing me. Duobao was in disarray. The very thought of replacing Qing Feng was absurd, as those lofty aspirations had long been extinguished. You brought this upon yourself. Do not drag me into your mess. Duobao angrily reprimanded Long-Ear, then turned to Qing Feng, raising his hand to swear. Senior brother, you must believe me. If I ever harbor even the slightest treachery, may my soul be shattered and cast into the abyss for eternity. Qing Feng, taken aback, realized his intimidating presence had reached a level that even Duobao swore in fear. He patted Duobao's shoulder in silent acknowledgement. Rest assured, I know what kind of person you are. With that, Qing Feng's expression turned icy, a chilling disdain directed at Long-Ear, as a disciple of the 3 clear. You first incited others to confront the chief, then slandered your senior brother, attempting to shift the blame. Your despicable actions cannot be tolerated within the 3 clear sect. Wudong, present. The disciple stepped forth, bearing a long sword, exuding an air of elegance and valor. Strip Long-Ear of his status as a disciple of the 3 clear and expel him from Kunlun Mountain, never to return. With a swift motion, Wudong leaped before Long-Ear, gazing upon the once beautiful visage he had often dreamt of in countless nights. Despair now filled Long-Ear's heart. Senior sister. The chief senior brother has decreed that from this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the 3 clear. Henceforth, do not refer to me as senior sister. With that, Wudong subdued Long-Ear, gripping the nape of his neck and flinging him skyward. Enveloped by the power of a golden immortal, he vanished from the spectator's sight in mere seconds, until he was but a distant speck. Wudong turned and bowed to Qing Feng, then returned to her place. Qing Feng surveyed the trembling disciples, a slight smile gracing his lips. You may continue, Yuanshi. By the decree of the chief senior brother, the organizational structure of the 3 clear disciples, at the helm, the chief senior brother, a disciple of utmost importance to the 3 clear, whose position cannot be assumed without the explicit promise of the 3 masters, thus deemed a special disciple, exempt from advancement assessments. Beneath the chief, there are the direct disciples, major external disciples, and external disciples, categorized into 3 tiers. Outer disciples, newly initiated students of the Shangqing sect, permitted to cultivate the most fundamental Sanqing foundational celestial techniques. They are required to complete daily tasks such as nurturing spiritual plants, caring for spiritual pets, and looking after mounts. When not in seclusion, they must recite the Huangting scripture at the foot of Sanqing Peak each day to cultivate their disposition. Among the outer disciples, those of exceptional merit may ascend to the rank of outer grand disciple, a position that serves as a preliminary assessment before becoming a direct disciple. The number of outer grand disciples is limited to 3, and they are tasked with assisting the direct disciples and mentors in managing the outer disciples. The assessment period spans 10,000 years. After this duration, one may advance to become a direct disciple. Direct disciples inherit the teachings of the Sanqing sect and receive innate spiritual treasures bestowed by their mentors, along with personalized cultivation methods. The regulations of the Sanqing sect are as follows. First, betrayal of fellow disciples is strictly prohibited. Second, one must not indulge in gluttony, engage in manipulative behaviors, commit acts of murder, or violate the law. Third, seizing spiritual treasures or opportunities from fellow disciples is forbidden. These stringent sect rules, along with a clear hierarchy and reward system for disciples, were slowly articulated from the mouth of the clouded immortal. This was when Qing Feng, having attained consciousness, recognized the management strategies prepared upon joining the Tongtian sect. Chapter 105. The Birth of the Little Golden Crow, Undercurrents Stirring. One must not abuse their power nor bully the weak. Brotherhood among peers, mutual assistance. In the foreground, the ethereal clouds drifted as Xian pondered the stringent, even somewhat harsh, regulations penned by Qing Feng. Beside him, Jinling couldn't resist leaning in to poke his arm. Senior brother, must the rules be so strict? With all these regulations you've set, I might not even qualify. Qing Feng turned to meet her gaze, where her brow was slightly raised, a look of adorable confusion gracing her features. Unable to resist, he extended a finger and gently poked her cheek. So smooth, so soft. Junior sister. Jinling's ears flushed instantly, and with a playful pout, she lightly tapped Qing Feng's shoulder. Such a grand gesture could hardly escape the notice of the surrounding disciples, especially upon witnessing the crimson hue of Jinling's ears and the ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them. Curious glances were cast their way, ears perked up, a wave of gossip igniting. Senior brother, is he finally going to confess to senior sister, junior sister, Jinling? Ahem. Qing Feng, noticing the prying eyes of his fellow disciples, cleared his throat, rubbing his nose to mask his embarrassment, and promptly redirected the conversation. Senior sister, do not be deceived by the multitude of rules. In reality, there are but 3 core tenets: unity and camaraderie among peers, abstaining from violence, and respect for one's elders. As long as one possesses a virtuous character, a decent cultivator will not transgress these rules. Is it truly that simple? Then why the lengthy regulations? Jinling, observing the expressions of those around them, feigned indignation as she playfully slapped Qing Feng's arm, yet the flush of her ears betrayed her playful demeanor. Wait, senior brother, junior sister. I do not wish to intrude, Duobao interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. With such straightforward principles, do you truly intend to accept all of them into the sect? You talk too much. Wudong approached, exasperated, grabbing Duobao's arm and pulling him away. Can't you see senior brother has mustered the courage to flirt with senior sister? Why disrupt the atmosphere? Qing Feng rubbed his nose, feigning ignorance to Wudong's reprimand of Duobao, and explained to the others. It is precisely because I wish to expel them that I have deliberately crafted such detailed rules. Do you think these disciples, stained with blood, can endure for days, months, or even years? They may bear it for a time, but will they continue to do so indefinitely? By setting strict regulations, we can swiftly eject them from Kunlun Mountain upon their first transgression. The reputations of our masters must not be tarnished by these disciples. Moreover, he continued, disciples are linked to the fortunes of their masters. Those tainted by bloodshed will only affect their mentors and, by extension, bring us all down. Guang Chengzi narrowed his eyes and joined the conversation. In my view, the regulations should be even more detailed. Entrance should also involve assessments of aptitude, comprehension, and foundation. Enough. Do not bring that method of the second master into this. Qing Feng silently pushed away the head of Guang Chengzi, who had leaned in. The path of teaching, as understood by Master San, embraces all without distinction. While character and virtue can be defined, the realms of aptitude and comprehension are indeed difficult to regulate. At most, when it comes to advancing from the outer sect to the inner circle, your Yuqing lineage may impose conditions regarding aptitude and understanding. Qing Feng had no intention of altering the perspectives of the disciples of Yuqing. After all, in the world of Honghuang, it is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. In the novels of my past life, the sects emphasized cultivating disciples with higher aptitude and comprehension to enhance the sect's strength or to acquire more celestial beings as support. The conditions of Yuqing are hardly stringent. In fact, one might argue that such conditions exist across the vast majority of factions in Honghuang. Otherwise, why would humanity's path be to diminish the insufficient while honoring the abundant? Qing Feng only required the most fundamental of virtues. Guang Chengzi appeared contemplative. It seemed that the words of the chief's senior brother bore more weight. By the way, Guang Chengzi, after a moment of reflection, Qing Feng suddenly spoke. This batch of disciples is too tainted by bloodshed. I may have other matters to attend to and cannot address this promptly. Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong were once their seniors, and it would be difficult to act against them. Might I trouble you regarding the assessment and expulsion of these disciples? Guang Chengzi was taken aback, looking at Qing Feng in surprise. You aren't concerned that I might hinder you, despite our conflicts and my disdain for you. Qing Feng faced Guang Chengzi directly, unabashedly stating, indeed, our previous conflicts were significant. Yet I genuinely appreciate your dedication to upholding the reputation of the Sanqing. In the original history, when Guang Chengzi traveled to Janeo Island to deliver the Fire Spirit Crown, he intended to persuade Tongtian and rectify the disciples' behavior. Unfortunately, the losses suffered by the Jie sect were too severe, their defenses compromised, and no one was receptive, leading to the perception of provocation. However, from Qing Feng's perspective, it was the Yuqing lineage, a final warning and goodwill from Guang Chengzi towards the Jie sect. Guang Chengzi and Qing Feng locked eyes, and Qing Feng did not shy away. From Qing Feng's gaze, he perceived recognition. After a full 3 seconds, Guang Chengzi nodded firmly. Accepting the task, I shall not fail the trust placed in me by my senior brother. Excellent, then I shall trouble you. Qing Feng extended his hand, presenting the replicated sect regulation scroll to Guang Chengzi. He then nodded to the group of direct disciples before turning and soaring back to his cave residence, entrusting the matter of instruction to them. He believed that with Guang Chengzi's character, which approached the meticulous, the number of disciples who could remain would be fewer than 10. Within the Upper Qing Palace, witnessing Qing Feng delegate the task of selecting disciples to Guang Chengzi, Tongtian could not help but pound his thigh in exasperation. Xiaofeng, he is mistaken. With Guang Chengzi's disposition, how could he possibly select disciples? I find Xiaofeng's arrangement to be quite astute. Yuanshi glanced at him, slowly articulating. Guang Chengzi has always adhered strictly to rules. The disciples under his guidance show immense respect for their teachers. Entrusting him with the selection of disciples will surely prevent vile individuals from tarnishing our Sanqing's reputation. Big brother. Guang Chengzi harbored grievances against Xiaofeng. Finding it futile to reason with Ergu, Tongtian resolutely sought the counsel of his elder brother. Taishang slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. I believe Xiaofeng's arrangements are quite commendable. Guang Chengzi possesses ample decorum but lacks adaptability. Perhaps it would be prudent to assign him the responsibility of instructing the new disciples, while the guidance of these disciples post-initiation could be entrusted to Qing Feng. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's eyes brightened with delight. Excellent. Tongtian interjected, but Qing Feng is my disciple, who will advocate on my behalf. Within the sacred confines of Kunlun Mountain, the selection of disciples was abuzz with fervor, while Qing Feng, ensconced in his cave abode, meticulously strategized, contemplating how to assist his master and the others in securing the utmost advantage in the looming grand scheme. Meanwhile, 3 years after Taishang departed from the realm of humanity, within the Solar Star Palace, the resounding cries of 20 hatchlings echoed. Quack, quack, quack. 10. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 10. In the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun abruptly opened his eyes. The opportunity has arrived. Jieyin, Zhuanti, hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 106. Hongjun Jin, Zhuanti, you are required to design the Golden Crow and the Jade Rabbit to enter the primordial chaos. Within the Zixiao Palace. As soon as Hongjuan's message was dispatched, not even half an hour had passed before a tremor in space heralded the opening of a black passageway. Jane and Zhuanti, bearing the dignity of saints, slowly emerged from the void and approached the grand entrance of the Zixiao Palace. They paid their respects to the sage, who had been awaiting them in the hall for quite some time. Hao Yin and Yaoqi performed their greetings with reverence. Zhuanti, wearing a broad smile, approached. We are all disciples of our master. There is no need for such formality. Simply address us as your senior brothers. Hao Yin lifted his gaze, meeting Zhuanti's exceptionally gentle and warm eyes, which sent a tremor through his heart. Senior brother. Thank you, junior brother and junior sister. Zhuanti reached out, affectionately ruffling the hair of Hao Yin and Yaoqi, while Jane, with a smile, nodded at the two before they all entered the Zixiao Palace together. With a resounding thud, the palace doors closed. Yaoqi tilted her head, glancing curiously at Haoyan. Senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that those two senior brothers are smiling rather insincerely. I can see it, and you must know as well, but why? It is merely an act. The admiration that had graced Haoyan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a calm demeanor. How could I be unaware? Their goodwill is laced with calculations. Yet they are saints now, and as mere disciples, we cannot afford to offend them. I wonder when the Master will permit us to venture into the primordial chaos. Staying in this chaos is truly lonely. Haoyan sighed, and an image flashed through his mind. The three pure ones leading a disciple of the xianxia realm to the Zixiao Palace to listen to teachings. How wonderful it would be if he and his junior sister could also be disciples of the three pure ones, receiving such favor. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, Jane and Yuanshi saw Hongjun on the cloud platform and took the initiative to bow respectfully before him. Disciples Jane and Yuanshi pay their respects to Master. Please sit. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes and gestured towards the cushions behind them. Once the two had settled, he spoke. Have you contemplated when and how you shall repay the merits that enabled your sanctification? Jane and Yuanshi exchanged glances. Before their arrival, they had discussed Hongjun's purpose in summoning them. As they had surmised, he intended to leverage their borrowed merits to compel them into action. Please, Master, provide us with a clear path. Acknowledging Hongjun's intentions, Jane asked straightforwardly, without any pretense of resistance. A satisfied smile crept across Hongjun's lips. He relished conversing with intelligent individuals. Unlike the rebellious disciples like the three pure ones, or Nüwa, whom he found most irksome, Nüwa's creation of postnatal beings has burdened the primordial spiritual energy. Moreover, when these beings perish, their souls find no refuge. The sea of blood, the only resolution, is also overwhelmed, as calamity spreads, heralding a great disaster in the primordial realm. In the face of such calamity, the sentience of beings will be obscured, igniting intense conflicts. The war of the three clans from years past was a manifestation of this calamity. Now, a new calamity is poised to erupt. It is the opportune moment for you to acquire merits and settle your debts. Calamity? The figures of Jane and Yuanshi exchanged a glance. If the three clans war signifies a calamity, then is this calamity not, in fact, a celestial confrontation? Observing their expressions, Hongjun discerned that they had already surmised the truth and continued. In order to prevent the escalation of this conflict and mitigate the damage to the primordial world, it is imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. Ideally, one side must possess the overwhelming strength to crush the other. Whom do you wish to support? Hongjun's gaze fell upon Jane and Yuanshi. Though his demeanor remained composed, an undercurrent of menace surged, compelling both to heighten their vigilance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanshi responded. The Wu clan is tyrannical, devoid of primordial spirits, incapable of comprehending the trials of the heavenly heart. They ought not to be the protagonists of the primordial world. Excellent. Thus, you shall assist the celestial clan in subduing the Wu clan, and expedite the end of this war, Hongjun commanded with satisfaction. Yuanshi was taken aback. He had merely been echoing Hongjun's sentiments. How had they come to the point of being compelled to act? Master, the previously silent Jane finally spoke. It is not that my brother and I are unwilling to fulfill this task, but rather that the Pangu true body summoned by the Wu clan's divine array is beyond our capacity to withstand. Furthermore, as we are already saints, we owe many merits to the heavenly Dao. Should we directly intervene in the conflict between the celestial and Wu clans, resulting in the death of countless beings, I fear our saintly positions may not withstand this karmic burden. Jane respectfully declined. What a jest! With the fates of the three clans at stake, how foolish would they have to be to involve themselves in a calamity that is the battle of the celestial and Wu clans? Hongjun regarded Jane placidly, and Jane, in turn, looked up at Hongjun with unwavering respect. After a lengthy silence, lasting half an hour, Hongjun finally spoke. There is no need for you to exert yourselves directly. Simply draw the demon clan into the celestial clan's ranks. The demon clan's great array of the celestial bodies is formidable enough to contend with the Panga true body. If we can bolster this with the celestial clan's myriad formations, the Wu clan will be incapable of withstanding even a single wave of assault. Thus, the Wu clan shall perish, and the calamity will conclude. You shall earn abundant merits for assisting the celestial clan in swiftly ending this war, thereby alleviating the losses to the primordial world and repaying your debts. As Hongjun's words echoed, both Jane and Yuanshi remained steadfast and unmoving. What a farce! While he spoke of merits, what of karmic retribution? If this endeavor were to fail, they would surely incur the ire of both the demon and Wu clans. At that juncture, not only would they be unable to repay their debts, but even a single figure like Dijuan would be enough to give them a headache. Observing their demeanor, Hongjun sighed inwardly. Ultimately, his repeated failures in the primordial world had led both Jane and Juani to lose faith in him. The demon clan had recently birthed 10 golden crows and 10 jade hares. The golden crows were the offspring of Dijuan, while the jade hares were the progeny of Tai. If they could lure them into the primordial world, it would certainly inflict severe damage upon the Wu clan. Given the Wu clan's domineering nature, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. The demise of the golden crows and jade hares would surely provoke the demon emperor, Donghuang, into a furious response. At that moment, they would be compelled to join the celestial clan, overwhelming the Wu clan. Seeing that the two individuals remained motionless, Hongjun flicked his finger, and 2 strands of heavenly power enveloped them. These celestial forces could completely conceal your presence, and upon the conclusion of this calamity, no karma would taint your beings. Should you succeed, the merits accrued would directly serve to repay your debts, remaining undetected by any. The merits this time would suffice to settle 1/3 of your obligations. Half. Jane suddenly interjected, negotiating fervently. After a contemplative silence of 30 seconds, Hongjun finally acquiesced. Agreed. Jane and Juanti then revealed smiles. We shall faithfully adhere to the sacred decree of our master. Chapter 107. Qing Feng takes on disciples. The royal banquet of the demon prince and princess awaits invitation. In the Kunlun Mountains, after entrusting his disciples to Guangchengzi for selection and instruction, Qing Feng returned to his cave dwelling, beginning to reflect on his actions over the years. The dealings with the demon race, Nüwa, and his master, the 3 Pure Ones, had been handled quite well. Although there had been a few missteps with the human race, under Fushi's guidance, they gradually found their way back on track. Great figures like Xinyuanzi and Mingyi would surely become formidable allies once they attained sainthood, including Qing, who, should he be granted the status of an earthly saint at that time, could potentially be drawn into their ranks. At present, the most pressing issue was the establishment of the earthly realm, also known as the Underworld. As this thought crossed his mind, the images of Hou Tu's 2 distinct expressions emerged in Qing Feng's consciousness. One was that of a kind, gentle, and compassionate sage. The other was the defiant, resolute visage of Hou Tu, filled with the essence of the witch clan. Even with her vow, Hou Tu shall not return to the witches, she remained steadfast in her disposition. In such a state, how could Hou Tu possibly open the underworld or establish the cycle of reincarnation? It is naive to believe that merely uttering the words would enable Hou Tu to accomplish this. Just as a university student, despite understanding the structure of an atomic bomb, cannot simply fashion one from scratch without profound knowledge of the laws of reincarnation and a deep sense of compassion for the souls of living beings. Yet, as Qing Feng articulated, Hou Tu was presently unworthy and incapable of such a task. However, despite recognizing Hou Tu's dilemma, Qing Feng found himself at a loss for solutions. Over the course of nearly 4,000 years, during which he had traversed the vast wilderness with her and his master, he had exhausted every possible method. He had shown her the lonely souls wandering aimlessly, watched as spirits dissipated under the sunlight, and witnessed them reduced to mere servants for other beasts, subjected to their cruelty. Yet, in Hou Tu's eyes, these seemed merely as trials that the souls were destined to endure. Was it simply because they lacked strength in life? This reflected Hou Tu's adherence to the witch clan's philosophy of survival of the fittest. Thus, Qing Feng found himself questioning whether it was indeed Hou Tu who opened the underworld in the annals of ancient history. After a century of introspection, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could explore an alternative path? With this newfound determination, Qing Feng concluded his seclusion and set out to consult his 3 masters. While making his way to the Upper Clear Palace, Qing Feng was taken aback to discover that the once barren and desolate Upper Clear Peak, previously ravaged by former disciples, had remarkably returned to its pristine glory. Celestial flowers and rare herbs blossomed anew upon the mountains, swaying gently in the breeze, enveloping the landscape in vibrant greenery. Above, white cranes soared gracefully, while nightingales serenaded the twilight. On the grassy expanse, white deer roamed, their calls harmonizing with the auspicious birds of the heavens. This sight evoked admiration from passers-by, who could not help but exclaim, "What a paradise, a celestial abode." Guangchengzi had indeed done commendably. Breathing in the revitalized, spirit-infused air and beholding the lush scenery restored to life, Qing Feng nodded in satisfaction. Continuing forward, he arrived at the entrance of the Upper Clear Palace, where a dozen disciples were diligently studying the Huangting Jing in the open space. before the ethereal emperor of Qingling Zixia, the esteemed Taishang Dao. Leading the group was surprisingly a charming young girl, her hair styled in a mushroom cut, appearing no older than 14 or 15. Upon hearing footsteps, the girl lifted her gaze towards Qing Feng, her face a mask of fear as she rose to greet him. The other disciples, engrossed in their readings, hastily stood to bow in respect. "Greetings, Chief Senior Brother." Qing Feng feigned arrogance, nodding as his eyes fell upon the girl. "What is your name? What position do you hold?" Replying to Senior Brother, "I am the outer sect's grand disciple of this generation, named Spirit. I am the manifestation of the first essence of grass and wood in the world." The girl responded in a soft, timid voice. "Spirit? The essence of grass and wood? Is there such a disciple under my master's tutelage? Why have I never heard of her?" Qing Feng scratched his head, observing the shy girl who fidgeted with her clothing. So innocent and bashful, like a blank canvas of a little fairy, it seemed her original fate would not end well. After all, the transformation of grass and wood spirits had somewhat inferior qualifications, and their pure hearts made early cultivation exceedingly difficult. Only in the later stages could their innate purity truly shine. Moreover, such beings generally possessed the ability to enhance their cultivation. In the original history, among the chaotic disciples of the Zhejiao, if not captured for alchemical purposes or devoured, they would likely be raised like children by another disciple. How could they possibly become a disciple of Zhejiao? "You have done well as the outer sect's grand disciple." Qing Feng appraised her thoughtfully, nodding. "What is your true form?" Replying to Senior Brother, "I am the amalgamation of various grass and wood spirits, lacking a singular true form, or rather, my essence can transform into all flora of the primordial world." Qing Feng was taken aback. To be able to transform into all plants meant even the peach of immortality and the yellow middle plum were within her grasp. "This is a remarkable talent. You. Quite impressive. Would you care to become my disciple?" It was rare for Qing Feng to consider taking in a student. Gazing at the pure-hearted girl with a sense of desire to mentor. The spirit widened her doe-like eyes in disbelief, staring at Qing Feng. "What, unwilling?" Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, stating, "Indeed, Brother Guang Chang's ability to appoint you as the outer sect's grand disciple means that with a millennium of effort, you could become a direct disciple of the second generation. To become my disciple would indeed be a bit of an imposition. And no, that's not it. I was merely shocked by your words, not. I'm overjoyed. I pay my respects to Master." The spirit stammered incoherently, and upon realizing her inability to articulate her thoughts, she promptly performed a deep bow of reverence, kneeling thrice and prostrating 9 times. What a jest! He was the second generation's chief senior brother. His words sometimes held more weight than even those of the heavenly ancestor. To not bow would indeed be foolish. The spirit was acutely aware of her situation, despite her current status as the outer sect's grand sister. Her pace of cultivation could soon be outstripped by other disciples of exceptional talent. Rather than languishing for a millennium to vie for the identity of a second-generation direct disciple, risking her life in the process, it was far wiser to simply become the disciple of the chief brother, securing the position of a third-generation direct disciple. The status of that disciple is hardly inferior to that of a second-generation direct apprentice. The spirit rejoiced within, contemplating this thought. Qing Feng was equally pleased with his newly accepted disciple. The ability to transform into all varieties of plants. Others may not comprehend the vast potential it holds. Yet for someone like me, a university student endowed with countless gaming experiences from a previous life in Huaxia, the possibilities for elaborate maneuvers are virtually limitless. It is not far-fetched to believe that my disciple may surpass even the formidable Kong Xian. Disciple, hasten to the Taiching Palace. Just as the master and apprentice basked in their mutual satisfaction, the voice of the Taishang suddenly echoed within Qing Feng's mind. The prince and princess of the demon clan are celebrating their first birthday. Tai has personally come to deliver an invitation and is currently awaiting you at the Taiching Palace. The princess's first birthday? An invitation. Wait. The demon prince, the 10 golden crows. Qing Feng's expression tightened. He grasped his new disciple's hand and made his way towards the Taiching Palace. Disciple, come with me to meet your esteemed grandmasters. Chapter 108. My disciple, mastering the art of clinging to power is the true skill. Quickly, summon Grandfather Tai. On the journey to Taiching Palace, Qing Feng composed himself and inquired about his disciple Jingling's training and elimination status. How many new disciples remain? Only the 10 or so that you have seen, Master, Jingling replied earnestly. You are unaware, but Senior Brother Guanqing. Address him as Uncle Master. Qing Feng reminded Jingling. You are now a third-generation disciple. You must not confuse the hierarchy. Oh, yes, it is Uncle Master. Jingling quickly corrected herself, according to the Master's requirements. Uncle Master is exceedingly strict with the selection of disciples. 3 days ago, he mysteriously procured meat from celestial beasts, reeking of blood, and placed it outside the disciples' quarters. This single test eliminated over 300 disciples from the mountain. Using the stench of blood-soaked celestial beast meat as bait? TSK. Guangqing, your heart is rather ruthless, Qing Feng mused inwardly, continuing to listen to her recounting. After the initial success of those 3 days, Uncle Master intensified his methods over the next 30 years, luring with various beast meats and blood foods, directly weeding out over 80% of the disciples. When 30 years had passed, and the disciples believed Uncle Master had exhausted his tactics and had let their guard down, he then placed countless sound insight stones around the quarters, surveilling them thoroughly. Consequently, those who were unfriendly, bullied their peers, or hoarded resources were again culled by 80%. Using superior techniques as bait, greedy disciples were eliminated in dozens. With spiritual treasures as lures, another 30 were dismissed. Until now, merely a handful of disciples remain. Each day we live in constant trepidation. Even during meals we remain vigilant, and at night we dare not close our eyes, fearing that Uncle Master Guanqing might conceive another method to expel us. As she spoke, Jingling's face was filled with terror and apprehension. Master, is it truly possible that none of us will be left? How could that be? Did I not accept you as my disciple? Qing Feng comforted Jingling, gently ruffling her adorable mushroom-shaped hair. We are merely expelling those with poor character, low moral standards, and wavering resolve. Disciples like you, who understand propriety and reason, are most welcome to enter our mountain gate. The current eliminations merely reflect the deteriorating ethos of the primordial world. Indeed, without the underworld, without the cycle of reincarnation, beings possess a rudimentary understanding of good and evil. It is only when the underworld emerges and the cycle of life and death becomes established that the primordial realm will enter an era of order. Wait, if the underworld symbolizes good and evil, order, and the heavenly way represents impartiality, while humanity embodies deep affection, could it be that Second Master Yuanshi is more suited to establish teachings in the underworld? The Master's understanding of inclusive teachings is perhaps more aligned with the heavenly way of impartiality, treating all beings as mere fodder, equally? Of course, this thought only briefly flitted through Qing Feng's mind before he dispelled it entirely. What a joke! Allowing Tongtian to establish a religious sect in opposition to the heavenly way, with that unreliable master. He truly feared the primordial world would be led to ruin by his hands. Let us invite the second master instead. As long as the heavenly principles can be modified to keep pace with the times, and the world is governed by law, there should be no significant issues. After all, the heavenly principles, akin to laws, represent the moral baseline of humanity. One must merely adhere to these principles, ensuring they do not stray too far from their essence. With this realization, Qing Feng's gaze upon the mushroom-headed sprite became considerably brighter. Sprite, your name lacks elegance. May I bestow upon you a few alternative names? I humbly ask for your naming, master. The sprite exclaimed joyfully, instantly transforming her address from master to father master. Qing Feng smirked, reflecting on the prospect of raising a pure-hearted, adaptable, and endearingly quirky little fairy as his daughter. It seemed rather delightful. Thus he refrained from altering her title. Yaoji, Qingluo, Yunjia, Zhili. Which do you find most melodious? After pondering a selection of names with an ancient flair from his previous life, Qing Feng inquired of the sprite. The sprite pouted in contemplation for a few seconds. Shaking her head, they are all too elegant. Master, do you have any names that are easier to call? Oh, you little one. You have quite a few demands. How about we call you Yaya? A tender sprout, bursting with life, symbolizes hope and rebirth. Hope and rebirth. The sprite repeated these words, ultimately beaming with immense joy. Master, Yaya adores this name. Indeed, Yaya is truly well-behaved. Gazing at her charming and radiant smile, Qing Feng's heart softened to an unprecedented degree. After ruffling Yaya's hair, he took her small hand and headed towards the Ta Qing Palace. Come, Master will introduce you to your esteemed elders. Yes, the duo, one large and one small, held hands as they strolled towards the Ta Qing Palace. Upon arriving, Qing Feng, feeling quite at ease, pushed open the grand doors without knocking, leading Yaya inside. Qing Feng pays respects to the three masters and to Senior Tai, as he observed the Eastern Emperor Tai enjoying tea with the three pure ones on the cloud platform. Qing Feng offered a slight bow. Without waiting for a response, he gently pushed his newly accepted disciple forward. Yaya, do not forget to greet your three esteemed elders, as well as Senior Tai. The little girl, encountering such grandeur for the first time, approached cautiously, bowing with care. Disciple Yaya pays respects to Grand Master, Second Master, and Third Master. I am honored to greet Senior Tai. Disciple? The three pure ones exchanged glances, their eyes falling upon Qing Feng. You have taken a disciple? Indeed. Perhaps due to an affinity in their energies, or perhaps it was fate. Qing Feng felt a deep affection for Yaya, who belonged to the realm of Flora, and promptly confirmed her status before the three masters. The primordial one furrowed his brow, seemingly about to speak, when Tai interjected with a hearty laugh. I did not anticipate that at such a young age, you would take on a direct disciple. It seems this little girl has certainly captured your affection. With the joviality of a senior relative, Tai declared, such a significant event warrants congratulations. With a cheerful laugh, he reached out, drawing Yaya closer, a spirit of Flora. Quite an adorable little creature. There was no way around it. In the eyes of the supreme deity Tai, the attributes and innate understanding of the spirit of grass and wood were, aside from their adorable appearance, quite lacking in commendable qualities. Just then, after my brother and I attended the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, we obtained a rather remarkable treasure while traversing the majestic Mount Buzhou with your master, which aligns quite well with your attributes. Thus, I present it to you. As he spoke, Tai produced an orange gourd from his robe, which fell into Yaya's hands. Qing Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this gourd possibly be the famed flying dagger of the investiture of the gods? Master, Yaya, sensing the exceptional quality of the gourd's spiritual essence, glanced at Qing Feng with a mix of awe and trepidation. A gift from the elder, I dare not decline. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Grandfather Tai? Qing Feng's heart stirred as he nudged Yaya with a knowing look. Yaya, not one to be oblivious, firmly grasped the gourd, lifted her chin, and bestowed upon Tai a smile that radiated cuteness. Thank you, Grandfather Tai. Chapter 109. Eastern Emperor, there are ill-intentioned individuals seeking to harm your children. Haha. Tai was amused by Yaya's adorable expression, laughing heartily as he envisioned the charming sight of the 10 little cotton-padded jackets he and xianxia would raise. Circling around him, 3 fellow Taoists. Yaya merely calls me Grandpa, yet you all are esteemed masters. Surely, you cannot be inferior to this grandfather. The more Tai looked at Yaya, the more he cherished her, and he promptly scooped her up, turning to the Sanxing to request gifts for Yaya. Fellow Taoist Taishang pointed at Tai, helplessly amused. She is our cherished direct disciple. Indeed, Tongtian echoed, snatching Yaya from Tai's arms and presenting her with a gourd, half red and half blue. Here, Yaya, since you like gourds, your master also gifts you one, infused with the attributes of water and fire. Thank you, master. Yaya cutely lifted her head, beaming a smile at Tongtian that was utterly sweet, causing him to grin widely. Yuanshi appraised Yaya with a glance, noting her as a spirit of primordial grass and wood, with a pure soul and untainted thoughts. Although her aptitude was somewhat lacking, her comprehension was commendable. It merely required more resources in the early stages, but her explosive potential would be greater later on. In other factions, this might have been dismissed. But when it came to the Sanxing, when have they ever lacked resources? This disciple, Xiao Feng, has indeed made a fine choice. Then I, your second master, shall also gift a gourd. Moreover, given Yaya's endearing appearance, with the slight remnants of baby fat on her youthful face at the tender age of 14 or 15, even Yuanshi felt his heart soften. With a wave of his hand, a gray gourd fell into Yaya's hands. Since you all have given away the gourds received that day, how could I, as your master, be stingy? Yaya, take this purple gold gourd. When the opportunity arises to meet Nüwa and Xianxia, I shall procure the remaining gourds for you. I wonder if that last little gourd has grown. Taishang, true to his role as a master, not only offered his own gourd, but also promised to gather the others for Yaya. Qing Feng observed this scene with bemusement, realizing that his disciple aimed to collect the 7 gourd children. In the future, when they engage in battles, would 7 little children with gourds atop their heads emerge to shout, "Do not bully my mama, Yaya?" Shaking his head vigorously to dispel such a ludicrous image, Qing Feng beckoned, reclaiming Yaya from Tongtian's embrace. Yaya, your master and your grandpa Tai have matters to discuss. You should return to my dojo for your training. Should you have any uncertainties, seek out your uncle Jinling. Disciple obeys. Yaya cheerfully hopped out of Qing Feng's arms, bowing respectfully. Then, with a sweet smile, she waved at the Sanxing and Tai, saying, Grandmaster, Second Master, Third Master, Grandpa Tai, I shall return to my master's dojo to rest. See you soon. With that, she shyly smiled, skipping away while holding her 4 gourds back to the Kunlun rear mountain dojo of Qing Feng. After Yaya departed, Yuanshi rarely offered praise, saying, Xiao Feng, your disciple is quite commendable. Nurture her well. she could become a leading figure among the third generation of disciples. As for the position of chief among the third generation, I shall not aspire to that. Qing Feng shook his head with a smile and replied, as the chief disciple, I am well aware of the burdens that accompany such a title. Yi calls me master, and my only wish is for her to grow up joyfully and happily. Thus, are you insinuating that we have treated you poorly? Tongtian glared at Qing Feng with an expression of indignation. The last time, he had been beaten by his own two brothers, and even now, his backside still ached. Finally, he had found a mistake of Qing Feng's. Qing Feng rolled his eyes at his master, knowing full well the thoughts that lingered in Tongtian's mind. Choosing to ignore Tongtian's evidently vengeful remarks, he turned to Tai and bowed. Uncle Tai, I heard from Master that you are here to deliver an invitation. May I inquire if Uncle Dijuan has welcomed 10 golden crows? What? You only concern yourself with your Uncle Dijuan and not with me? Tai feigned displeasure. To which Qing Feng quickly soothed. How could that be? I have heard that Aunt gave birth to 10 little jade rabbits, such warm-hearted little ones, that there is no need for inquiry. Hee, your words do hold merit. Hearing Qing Feng praise his 10 daughters, Tai broke into a foolish grin. You have no idea. My elder brother visits my lunar palace every day, clamoring to exchange his son for my daughter. As Tai appeared ready to boast about his daughters, Qing Feng, wary of him digressing from more pressing matters, hastily inquired. So, I was not mistaken. Uncle Dijuan truly has given birth to 10 golden crows? With this repeated query, even the dullest of minds would sense something amiss. Not to mention the 4 individuals present, all of whom were formidable figures of the primordial era. How could they be foolish? The truly foolish ones, like Honghuang, despite possessing high cultivation and the protection of innate treasures, as well as having a powerful ally like Yuanshi, could not escape the cycle of life and death. Tai's once proud countenance had turned grave. Nephew, you have mentioned my brother's son multiple times. Could it be that there is something amiss with the 10 little golden crows? There is nothing amiss, uncle. You are overthinking it. Qing Feng waved his hand and said, it is merely that someone may have set their sights on the 10 golden crows, intending to harm them in order to incite a conflict between the demon clan and the celestial witches. Upon hearing the initial part of Qing Feng's statement, Tai's expression softened. Yet as Qing Feng continued, Tai leapt up in alarm. What? Who dares to plot against my brother's children? Who possesses such audacity? Without requiring my incompetent disciple to elaborate, I already know that only a saint would dare to conspire against a saint. Tongtian interjected blandly, among the saints. Who bears enmity towards us? Aside from Hongjuan, who else could it be? Tai, Taishang, and Yuanshi were momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, who could scheme against Dijuan, if not Hongjuan? The celestial beings? Even if they were granted 100 dragon hearts and Shilin gallbladders, they would not dare to conspire against Dijuan. Yet, why would they plot against my 10 nephews? Tai furrowed his brow in confusion. They are just 10 small children. Far too weak. What purpose would there be in scheming against them? Precisely because they are weak and have only just awakened their intelligence. They are all the more susceptible to manipulation. Qing Feng elucidated, sensing Tai's lingering questions, preemptively addressed his concerns. Dear uncle, do not underestimate the 10 little golden crows. For they are not mere trifles. If my memory serves correctly, the golden crow lineage possesses an innate ability to wield the divine flames of the sun, does it not? This singular fact elevates them far above countless primordial races, not to mention the postnatal ones. Imagine, should these 10 little golden crows be led astray from Fusang Valley and venture into the mortal realm, the uncontrollable divine sun flames would wreak unimaginable havoc and generate immense karma upon the vastness of Honghuang. The witch clan exists upon this land, and their ambition to become the sovereigns of heaven and earth compels them to protect the beings of the world. What if an impulsive elder of the witch clan, unfamiliar with the 10 golden crows, were to act rashly against them? Should the 10 golden crows meet their demise, would your demon clan remain indifferent? Surely, that cannot be the case. Is there truly such a foolish elder? Tai, having uttered words of disbelief, found himself silenced by his own thoughts. While not all primordial races are so, in the witch clan, there certainly exists more than one such foolish elder. If you deem the 10 golden crows insufficient, they have even managed to coax your daughters, the jade rabbits, to accompany them to the moon star. The witch clan has a penchant for devouring primordial spirit beasts, and until they reach maturity, the appearance of the jade rabbits bears little distinction from that of the primordial spirit rabbits, does it not? Chapter 110. The solution is rather simple. Let the little golden crow take my master as his mentor. If your daughter were to fall prey to the witch tribe, meeting her demise at their hands, and her body subsequently roasted for consumption, what would you do, uncle? In response to Qing Feng's conjecture, Tai's eyes turned crimson at the mere thought of such a scene. I would descend personally, flaying and dismembering every member of the witch tribe, consigning their souls to the true flames of the sun to be scorched daily until they are utterly annihilated, their entire lineage extinguished, thus assuaging my wrath. Observe, Qing Feng shrugged. That would indeed fulfill Hongjuan's objective. Tai fell silent, as did the three pure ones. If events were to unfold in such a manner, Hongjuan's aim could indeed be realized. The alliance of immortals and demons, bolstered by the presence of Dijuan, a saint of humanity, leaves the witch tribe with no recourse but annihilation. At that juncture, the extermination of the witch tribe would be an inevitable outcome, driven by despair. They would likely resort to self-destruction, seeking mutual annihilation with the immortal and demon races. The primordial chaos would shatter, and the source would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Hongjun would then find an opportunity to seize control of the heavenly Dao and absorb the primordial essence. From a conspiratorial perspective, Qing Feng discerned Hongjuan's intentions. The three pure ones in Tai, upon hearing this, instinctively clenched their fists. For the sake of fracturing the primordial realm, Hongjun was truly relentless. He even exploited the newly born offspring. Hongjun. Tai gritted his teeth, the name escaping through clenched jaws. He then turned to the three pure ones and Qing Feng. I implore my esteemed brothers to save my and my elder brother's children. Even though Qing Feng's words were mere speculation, devoid of any evidence, as long as there remains a possibility, Tai could not afford to take that risk. Taishang pondered for a moment. The situation was indeed precarious, so he directed his gaze towards Qing Feng. Little Feng, what do you propose we do? To speak candidly, unless Uncle Dijuan were to vigilantly guard the little golden crow and little jade rabbit day and night, even then, it would be perilous for the children to escape abduction. Qing Feng contemplated, his expression grave, and offered his response, setting aside whether Hongjun would take action, even if he refrained. The saints of the West, having accumulated merits from the heavenly Dao, could easily lure the two Western saints to secretly abduct the golden crow and jade rabbit. Though Uncle Dijuan is a saint, he would at most be able to handle one. Thus, my suggestion is to take advantage of Hongjun and the Western saints' ignorance of our awareness of his scheme and preemptively ambush the two Western saints, inflicting severe injuries upon them. Then, we could relocate the golden crow and jade rabbit to Kunlun Mountain, with the three masters stationed there, along with the assistance of the Queen Mother of the West and Lu Wu, and in due time, Uncle Tai and the two lunar deities could temporarily move over. Coupled with the defensive formations established over the years, the protection of the younger siblings should be assured. Qing Feng was acutely aware of the devastation wrought by the 10 golden crows in the original history, and thus, he sought to exert every effort to prevent such calamity from occurring. Moreover, this time, he aimed to make a final bid to save Hou Tu. Not through grand love, but at the expense of the witch tribe's future. He wished to test the methods he had discovered during his century-long seclusion. I need to confer with my elder brother. Tai pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to make a decision on his own, and rose to take his leave. Very well, you may return and discuss it with Dijun first, he said. Taishang stood to see him off, declaring, 3 days hence, we shall certainly visit the Sun Palace to celebrate the birthdays of the little golden crow and the little jade rabbit. After bidding farewell to Taishang turned to Qing Feng. Do you have any thoughts regarding the little golden crow and the little jade rabbit? The gazes of Yuanshi and Tongtian also converged upon Qing Feng. With a chuckle, Qing Feng replied, Isn't my master fond of teaching his disciples? I was thinking, since they are all disciples, it would be far better to have those of known character and virtue, rather than outsiders of uncertain nature. Moreover, don't you think that the golden crow and the jade rabbit could inherit your and second master's teachings? Taishang contemplated this for a moment, exchanging a glance with Yuanshi. It seemed to hold some truth. The most troublesome aspect of young ones is indeed those initial years. He could simply leave that to third brother. It would also allow third brother to truly experience the hardships and challenges of teaching disciples. Young ones are not nearly as naturally gifted as Qing Feng, nor as easy to manage as the mature disciples like Duobao, Jin Ling, or Wu Dang. So it would be a burden for third brother. A faint smile crept across Yuanshi's lips as images of the golden crow and the jade rabbit causing chaos in Tongtian's realm filled his mind. Since third brother dared to recruit disciples broadly, he must possess his own unique methods of instruction. There could be no better choice for their enlightenment than entrusting them to third brother. Taishang also looked at Tongtian with anticipation. Tongtian truly believed that his abilities as a teacher had garnered the approval of his elder brothers. He thumped his chest and assured them, Elder brother, second brother, rest assured, when the little golden crow and the little jade rabbit arrive at Kunlun Mountain, I will take it upon myself to enlighten them. I will ensure that they become disciples of commendable character and extraordinary wisdom." Qing Feng watched on the side, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Enlightenment and teaching disciples? Master, you only have 4 disciples, counting me. Second master already has a full 13 disciples." This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by his elder brothers. However, Qing Feng would not soften and remind his master. In his view, his master had become so idle that he resorted to extensively recruiting disciples. If that were the case, providing him with 20 young ones to truly experience what it means to raise children would be a monumental act of virtue. The 3 masters were to journey to the Sun Palace in 3 days, and Qing Feng wished to extend an invitation to another individual to accompany them. The eyes of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all fixed upon Qing Feng. After a moment's thought, the 3 furrowed their brows, suspecting what Qing Feng had in mind. "You wish to assist Hou Tu?" Despite knowing the intricacies of Hong Jun's machinations, Qing Feng intended to draw another into the fray. Aside from the involved party, the ancestral, which Hou Tu, the Sanqing could not conceive of any other candidate Qing Feng might have in mind. They were well aware that the powerful beings familiar to Qing Feng, Nüwa, Fuxi, Jin Yuanzi, and even the river of the Underworld, would undoubtedly be invited by Dijun. "I simply wish to give it another try," Qing Feng said after a moment of silence, nodding emphatically. "Alas, this obsession of yours." With a deep sigh, Taishang found himself at a loss on how to persuade Qing Feng. The fervent obsession to elevate Hou Tu to a position of power was truly incomprehensible to him. In the vastness of the primordial world, there existed many formidable figures capable of establishing pathways to the earth, such as Mingyi and Tongtian. Why then this unwavering fixation on Hou Tu? Qing Feng managed a wry smile, aware that his masters, oblivious to the annals of history, could not grasp the significance of the witch clan, which had left an indelible mark on the lore of later generations. Not to mention pivotal figures in Chinese history like Qin Shi Huang, Bai Qi, and Qiyu, even the Underworld. Key positions such as Meng Pua and the Tenyama kings were likely held by members of the witch clan. Let him be. The primordial one appeared quite open-minded. After all, it was beneficial for the youth to encounter some setbacks. Tongtian remained silent, merely offering an encouraging glance. Taking a deep breath, Qing Feng stepped back and bowed to his 3 masters. "Masters, I shall take my leave." Chapter 111. Di Jiang. If the witch clan wishes to survive, silence is paramount. At this moment, only I, Qing Feng, possess the ability to save the witch clan. Chief of the Thunderbird clan, I kindly request you to dispatch a swift member of your kin to accompany me on my journey. Upon departing from the Xianxia palace, Qing Feng, fearing his own speed, summoned his master-s steed, the Thunderbird. "As you command, young master," responded the chief of the Thunderbird clan, promptly turning to his son, Lei Hong, and proclaiming, "Son, your opportunity has arrived. If you can become the young master-s mount, you shall achieve greatness." Indeed, Lei Hong's avian face was brimming with excitement. "Father, what must I do?" "Do not concern yourself with unnecessary actions. Simply exert yourself to fulfill the tasks set by the young master. Remember, do not engage in any superfluous endeavors, understood?" The Thunderbird chief, anxious that Lei Hong might jeopardize this golden opportunity, earnestly instructed his son. "Understood, father." Lei Hong nodded vigorously, and then, under the guidance of the Thunderbird, soared towards Qing Feng in the sky. "Young master," the Thunderbird introduced Lei Hong. "This is my son, Lei Hong, whose speed is second only to mine among the Thunderbird clan. If you do not mind, he shall accompany you henceforth." Qing Feng's gaze fell upon Lei Hong, who stood tall and proud, showcasing his striking appearance that was deemed exemplary even within the Thunderbird clan. Qing Feng's attention lingered momentarily on the lightning-shaped tuft atop his head. "Very well, you shall do." "Thank you, young master." The Thunderbird rejoiced, promptly pushing Lei Hong forward. Then, as if fearing Qing Feng would change his mind, he flapped his wings and swiftly took flight. "Son, you must heed the young master's words. That sly old fellow." Qing Feng shook his head in disbelief, glancing back at the still untainted, blushingly awkward Lei Hong, and patted his shoulder. "I am pressed for time. Carry me swiftly towards the eastern sea coastline." "Yes, young master." Lei Hong leapt into action, his innate Dao physique transforming into a colossal Thunderbird. With a powerful flap of his wings, he circled in place before soaring with Qing Feng towards the eastern sea coastline. It must be acknowledged that the Thunderbird clan truly excels in speed. With their swift flight, Lei Hong, under Qing Feng's command, reached the eastern sea coastline, the ancestral land of humanity, in mere half a day. "Where's Swearin?" Time was of the essence, and as they arrived at the heart of the ancestral land, Qing Feng's voice echoed from the skies. Emerging from a temple adorned with statues of Nüwa, Qing Feng, and Taishang, Swearin stepped forth, holding a torch, and upon seeing Qing Feng, his face lit up with surprise. "Holy Master, are you here to reside among humanity once more?" A twitch of Qing Feng's lips revealed his awareness of Swearin's ulterior motives, clearly intending to retain him as a military advisor within their ancestral land. "There's no time for that." Qing Feng cast a dismissive glance at Swearin's disappointed expression and directly inquired, "Which direction did Hou Tu depart after leaving humanity?" "Lady Hou Tu?" It seems she proceeded in that direction. Swearin pointed towards the southern horizon, and Qing Feng followed the direction with a darkened expression. Pengahal. Thunder rumbled as he soared along this path towards Mount Buzhou. The target, the ancestral witch of Hou Tu. "Yes, my lord," replied Thunder, flapping his wings vigorously, conjuring a whirlwind that propelled Qing Feng skyward. Swearin shielded his eyes, gazing at Qing Feng's departing silhouette. The esteemed master has departed far too swiftly. I have amassed a plethora of inquiries I yearn to discuss with him, particularly concerning the tribes surrounding the ancestral land. Several have vanished. I must ensure that when the master returns, I seize the opportunity to seek his guidance without delay. At this moment, Qing Feng remained oblivious to the changes among humanity. His thoughts solely centered on Hou Tu. The lightning flashed like a flicker, and after a full day of flight, at last, on the morning of the second day, Qing Feng found Hou Tu atop the towering peaks adjacent to the Hou Tu tribe. "Why, young friend, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Qing Feng, Hou Tu stood in a flustered manner, her face awash with confusion. Deep down, she understood Qing Feng's goodwill better than anyone and felt immensely grateful for it. Otherwise, she would have long since informed her ancestral witch siblings of Qing Feng's peculiarities and compelled them to seize him for interrogation. Yet, it was precisely her kindness and the entanglement of her feelings towards her ancestral witches that left her uncertain on how to respond to Qing Feng. Sighing, Qing Feng dismounted from the Thunderbird and sat beside Hou Tu. "You are certain you cannot sever your ties with the witch clan, are you, young friend?" "I." Hou Tu lowered her head in shame. As an ancestral witch, she recognized her duty to harbor a profound love for the primordial world and all living beings. However, ever since her transformation, she had lived day and night alongside her ancestral witches, receiving their boundless love and care, making it impossible for her to part from them. "I can save the witch clan, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Hou Tu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy as she fixed her gaze upon Qing Feng. "If it means saving the witch clan, saving my elder brothers, I would willingly sacrifice my very soul." Qing Feng was momentarily speechless, then continued, "It seems there is no room for negotiation with your witch clan. Notify Dijiang and Zijian to come here." "Understood," Hou Tu exclaimed with delight, stamping her foot firmly to the ground. A beam of yellow light surged from beneath the earth, rushing towards the ancestral witch hall. Within the hall, a familiar aura suddenly ascended from the ground, enveloping Dijiang and Zijian, who were engrossed in their meditative contemplation of the laws. They opened their eyes and exchanged glances. "Little sister, what brings her here?" Moreover, she instructed us to meet in a secluded high place, forbidding us from alerting anyone else. Zijian exchanged a glance with Dijiang. "Elder brother?" Dijiang subtly nodded. In the next moment, a ripple in space occurred, and both Zijian and Dijiang vanished from the ancestral witch hall, unnoticed by anyone. On the mountaintop, less than 10 seconds after Hou Tu had notified Dijiang, the space trembled, and Dijiang emerged, pulling Zijian with him. The first sight to greet them was Hou Tu. "Little sister?" "Two." The two individuals, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed in unison. Hou Tu, in a fit of elation, wept as she rushed forward to embrace her two elder brothers tightly. "Oh, how I have missed you both," she cried. The brothers reciprocated her embrace with equal fervor, for they alone understood the depth of longing they had felt for their dear sister over the millennia. Ahem. Enough of this sentimental reunion. I summoned you not for idle chatter, but to discuss serious matters. Qing Feng interjected with a light cough, interrupting the flood of affectionate words. Hou Tu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile to Qing Feng, then quickly guided Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin to take their seats opposite him. "Sister, you must allow a junior to," began Di Jiang. "If you wish to save the Wu clan, then hold your tongue," Qing Feng retorted without hesitation. "At this moment, only I possess the means to rescue your clan." Chapter 112. The future of the Witch clan requires the lives of you 12 ancestors, to Qing Feng's surprise. His admonitions did not provoke any rebuttals from Emperor Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. Instead, they obediently sat across from him. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were far from foolish. Although they did not share the same closeness with Hou Tu as the three pure ones or Nüwa, Their previous encounters with Qing Feng during significant events had revealed his exceptional nature. As long as they were not as foolish as Zhu Rong, Emperor Jiang, and Zhu Jiuyin, as leaders and advisors of the Witch clan, would not dare to offend Qing Feng recklessly. Even if they had reservations, they would certainly allow him to finish speaking before voicing their thoughts. To their surprise, Emperor Jiang even adopted a posture of attentive listening. Qing Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had not misjudged the two ancestors. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were true sages. With their wisdom, they must have already perceived the inevitable demise of the Witch clan in this impending battle between immortals and witches, hadn't they? Hou Tu anxiously glanced at Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, fearing their wrath due to Qing Feng's words. To her astonishment, she found her two elder brothers not enraged, but rather exhibiting slight, wry smiles. Eldest brother, second brother, did you foresee this? How could we not? Emperor Jiang replied with a bitter smile. When the demon clan withdrew from the contention for supremacy over heaven and earth to safeguard the starry skies, I sensed a shift with my brother. Our Witch clan has been forsaken by the heavenly Dao. Then why do you still pursue the position of dominion over heaven and earth? Must our Witch clan not retreat to Mount Buzhou and live our own lives? Hou Tu shouted angrily at her brothers. Heaven knows how difficult it was for her to harbor such secrets, yet knowing that her brothers were aware and still sought death made her feel like a fool. Because we have no place left to retreat, Zhu Jiuyin said as he gently ruffled Hou Tu's hair. In truth, we were already aware of the subtle warnings from the three pure ones and our young friend. Do not forget that I wield the power of time, but what good does that do us? The cultivation methods of our Witch clan dictate that we must strive for the position of dominion over heaven and earth. What do you mean? Qing Feng inquired. Puzzled, he found it curious, as according to his previous designs, the Witch clan should not engage in the struggle for supremacy, but rather fall prey to Honghuang's schemes. Because our Witch clan relies on bloodline inheritance, Zhu Jiuyin sighed, explaining to Qing Feng. We are sustained by the essence of our ancestors. The diluted blood of the ancestor witches gives rise to the great witches. The great witches' blood further diluted creates the lesser witches. The lesser witches transform into witch soldiers, and the witch soldiers into witch children. This method of bloodline inheritance predestines our clan's advancement to be contingent upon the elevation of our bloodline level. However, our Witch clan possesses no primordial spirit and cannot absorb spiritual energy into our bodies. The only way forward is through battle, slaughtering other races, and assimilating their blood to enhance our own. Wait, Hou Tu suddenly interrupted Zhu Jiuyin. Isn't it possible to elevate our bloodline through merit? But merit is exceedingly rare. Zhu Jiuyin let out a bitter smile. With nearly 10 billion members in the Witch clan, the meager merits gained from sorting the Earth's veins are but a drop in the ocean, while absorbing malevolent energy can indeed yield merits. The meager amount of merit obtained still requires assistance from the Witch clan to dispel the malevolent energy, leaving an insufficient quantity for cultivation. However, the people of the Witch clan are inherently proud and haughty, unwilling to remain beneath others for long. Consequently, apart from vying for the position of the Lord of Heaven and Earth to secure a stable source of merit, we have no other choice. Otherwise, we would be left with no option but to slaughter all beings of the primordial chaos until none remain. Qing Feng suddenly enlightened. No wonder you just claimed you had no choice at all. Brother, second brother. Hou Tu also displayed a look of realization. She had previously thought the Witch clan was overly aggressive and failed to understand her difficulties, feeling angered by their relentless pursuit of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. The fury she felt back then was now replaced with profound shame. Just as she intended to apologize to her two brothers, Hou Tu suddenly jolted. Wait a moment, hasn't Qing Feng always mentioned the possibility of me opening a path to the earth? Surely, such a path would yield merits, right? If Qing Feng could lend a hand, wouldn't the Witch clan be saved? Qing Feng, my young friend, I implore you to rescue my Witch clan. Hou Tu suddenly lunged towards Qing Feng, gripping his arm tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with desperation. Senior, I summoned you, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, precisely to save your Witch clan. Qing Feng patted Hou Tu's arm. Could you please let go? My arm. It was then that Hou Tu realized the arm beneath her grasp had turned an alarming shade of purple. The bones were creaking ominously. It seemed she was about to break her own arm. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hou Tu frantically apologized, then looked at Qing Feng with embarrassment. Young friend, our Witch clan. How about I take my own life? As long as you can save the Witch clan? That's unnecessary. Qing Feng found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Was it really necessary for a primordial witch to contemplate self-sacrifice for a mere golden elixir? He was not so grandiose. Casually, he fed her a pill crafted by his master, and the injury on his arm visibly faded from the purple hue. Then, Qing Feng turned his gaze towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. I can assist the witch clan in altering their inheritance methods. Even provide them with a stable source of merit, a completely new method of cultivation. However, I have one condition. What condition? Di Jiang's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he unhesitatingly pledged. As long as it saves the witch clan, you can have my life. Qing Feng fell silent for a moment. Indeed, I require your lives. Before the three primordial witches could voice their thoughts, Qing Feng spoke slowly. Now, I have deduced the method for creating the Earth Path, and I understand that it should encompass the 6 realms of reincarnation, capable of collecting souls and reincarnating them as descendants of the various races of primordial chaos. One of these paths can be for the witches, and the reincarnated witches shall embark on an entirely new path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the 3 primordial witches were instantly stunned, gazing at Qing Feng in disbelief. Reincarnation, rebirth, for the witches. If it were true, the future of the witch clan would be irrevocably transformed. Young friend, are you truly speaking the truth? Di Jiang's voice trembled with emotion. I never lie. Qing Feng replied calmly. The establishment of humanity, the protection of the starry skies by the demon race, and the ascension of my esteemed Uncle Emperor Jun to sanctity, as well as the founding of the teachings by my master, have all been guided by my counsel. If I can assist Lady Nüwa in the creation of humanity, then naturally, I can aid you in the establishment of the earthly path. Such understated words carry the gravitas of the highest order. The attitudes of formidable figures like Nüwa and Emperor Jun towards Qing Feng serve as indirect validation of his assertions. However, do not rejoice prematurely. After stating the outcome, Qing Feng continued, among the 6 paths of reincarnation, one is that of the shaman, a path that can indeed birth a saint of the earthly path. Yet, the price for this condition may be one you cannot bear. I swear, as long as I, Emperor Jiang, possess it, I shall grant it all to you. Emperor Jiang declared without hesitation. And what if I were to demand the lives of all 12 ancestral shamans, including nearly 90% of the current shaman race's lives? Chapter 113. The Shaman Clan agrees. Let us put on a grand spectacle for Hongjun to witness. In the present moment, the atmosphere fell into an exquisite silence, prompted by Qing Feng's words. After a prolonged interval, lasting a full hour, Emperor Jiang finally exhaled deeply. I demand a reason. Elder brother. Zhu Jiuyin and Hou Tu exchanged incredulous glances towards their elder sibling. Without the ancestral shaman, and with nearly 90% of the shaman clan absent, could the shaman clan still be considered as such? Emperor Jiang disregarded their bewilderment and fixated his gaze intently on Qing Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Feng carefully organized his thoughts and began to articulate the method he had conceived during his century-long seclusion. For I intend to establish a foundation, one that even Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao cannot shake or control. The Heavenly Dao emerged first, originally impartial and immensely powerful, suitable for overseeing the vast expanse of the Honghuang world. Yet due to Hongjun's convergence with the Dao, the current Heavenly Dao has developed ulterior motives. To safeguard the Honghuang world, the Human Dao and the Earth Dao must possess sufficient strength to contend with the Heavenly Dao. However, the Human Dao is the path of living beings, and the strength of living beings determines the potency of the Human Dao. In this regard, Hongjun is all too easily manipulated. It suffices to induce several catastrophic tribulations, causing a significant decline in the cultivation levels and numbers of living beings, thereby weakening the power of the Human Dao. Thus, the sole remedy lies in fortifying the Earth Dao. At this juncture, Qing Feng paused, observing the 3 ancestral shamans before him, their eyes intensely fixed upon him, showing no indication of interrupting his discourse, prompting him to continue. In my original plan, I intended for Lady Hou Tu to comprehend great love, to incarnate through reincarnation, and to establish the underworld in the sea of blood, thereby drawing forth the Earth Dao. However, I have realized that the ancestral shaman Hou Tu cannot forsake your shaman clan. Should I allow her to establish reincarnation and transform the underworld, it would inevitably involve your shaman clan, and with the Earth Dao's support, given your clan's inherent nature, chaos would surely ensue across the Honghuang 3 realms. Emperor Zhang's lips quivered as he sought to argue, yet the words caught in his throat, swallowed back down. As he had just stated, the nature of the shaman bloodline remains unchanged. The shaman clan will forever be adversaries of the Heavenly Dao, the Human Dao, and indeed all living beings of Honghuang. Seeing no objections from the 3, Qing Feng pressed on. Then, if that is the case, let us fully integrate you into the underworld, to become its guardians, protecting the realm of the dead. There is no need to hesitate in proclaiming the shaman clan's alliance with the underworld. Hou Tu instinctively wished to propose a counterargument, but as the words left her lips, she realized her error. Little sister, that is impossible. The shaman clan's cultivation methods and traditions cannot be altered. With the support of the underworld and the earth Dao, it is intolerable for the world. Without needing Qing Feng to elaborate, Emperor Jiang proactively clarified, only by ensuring the death of 90% of the shaman clan, transforming them into beings born from the shaman Dao, can they gain the recognition of heaven and earth, correct? Young friend. Indeed. Qing Feng nodded. Firstly, by being born from the shaman Dao, you will alter your traditions and methods of cultivation, no longer necessitating the slaughter of other beings or the plundering of their essence for cultivation, thus no longer drawing the ire of heaven and earth. This insight was newly conceived by me after Zhu Jiuyin's explanation, benefiting the shaman clan. Furthermore, I envision that the beings birthed from the shamanic path are exclusive to the underworld, tasked with maintaining its daily operations, safeguarding its sanctity, and intimidating the primal chaos, much akin to the role of the demon clan in protecting the cosmos. Thirdly, and most importantly, once the shaman clan fully belongs to the underworld, their responsibilities will undoubtedly shift from merely upholding the clan to safeguarding the underworld and ensuring its justice. The overarching aim of the shaman clan will transition from a narrow focus on their own kin to a profound love for the primal chaos and all sentient beings. Naturally, this evolution will shield them from the targeting of the heavenly Dao and the rejection by the human Dao. Moreover, the ancestors of the shaman, along with the corporeal forms of the majority of the clan, will be better equipped to construct the underworld, thereby strengthening its power to contend against the heavenly Dao. This is the path I have envisioned for the future of the shaman clan. Qing Feng's gaze turned towards Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hou Tu. What do you think? The three fell into silence, exchanging glances, particularly Zhu Jiuyin, who eventually closed his eyes, invoking the laws of time. His form oscillated between reality and illusion. At last, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling forcefully. PFF. A spray of golden blood erupted, staining the ground. Elder brother, younger brother. Emperor Jiang and Hou Tu rushed forward to support Zhu Jiuyin. He waved his hand, struggling to rise. No matter. What this young friend has articulated has undeniably carved out a brand new and brighter future for the shaman clan along the timeline. Really? Hou Tu and Emperor Jiang were overjoyed. Realizing that the shaman clan indeed had hope, Zhu Jiuyin nodded, yet his gaze fell upon Qing Feng. May I inquire, young friend, what rights will our shaman clan possess in the underworld? Qing Feng was taken aback by Zhu Jiuyin's question, yet he had already contemplated this matter. Responding candidly, Lady Hou Tu possesses a benevolent heart and great love, and among the ancestors, she is the sole one averse to warfare, making her suitable as the lord of the underworld. Xianxia shall serve as Mengpe, responsible for brewing the soup that purges the impurities of reincarnating souls and cleanses their memories. Additionally, the 10 Yama kings shall be established to judge the morality of souls, with the other 10 ancestors taking on these roles. The remaining shamans will form the 2 divisions of the underworld's spectral enforcers, tasked with ensuring the underworld's safety and reclaiming the souls of powerful or malevolent beings. Oh, and they will also be responsible for clearing away the ghosts unwilling to enter the underworld and the aberrations that enslave them, essentially, the combat force of the underworld. Aside from the lord of the underworld, Mengpe and the Yama kings will occupy the middle echelons, governed by the higher authorities. Should any injustice arise, they shall also be subject to punishment, reincarnating into the shamanic path. Exceeding 100 transgressions will preclude them from holding divine positions in the underworld, condemning them to reincarnate alongside other souls. Young friend, the shaman clan. Upon hearing that all ancestors, aside from herself, would only hold middle-tier positions with the risk of losing their divine roles, Hou Tu instinctively sought to advocate for the clan's interests. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was halted by Zhu Jiuyin and Emperor Jiang. The Witch clan possesses the authority to govern the underworld, holding a significant position of influence and the power to command 2 divisions of spectral soldiers. My young friend has already shown considerable benevolence towards our clan. Sister, as you aspire to become the master of the underworld, it is imperative to contemplate the importance of balance. The netherworld must not become a mere echo chamber for the Witch clan. Qing Feng unexpectedly cast a glance at Emperor Jiang, astonished by his insightful perspective. Indeed, he is worthy of being the leader of the Witch clan. Ah, by the way, the position of the master of witchcraft, synonymous with the saint of the underworld, can indeed be assumed by reincarnated members of the Witch clan, provided they are not ancestral witches. Suddenly, Qing Feng recalled something and hastily added a clarification. Of course. Emperor Jiang responded without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Qing Feng. I observe that you are already quite familiar with the design of the Netherworld. Why not commence the creation of the Underworld and draw forth the path to the Nether realm? At this juncture, Emperor Jiang perhaps sensed his own impatience and hastily elaborated. Primarily, I fear that a war with the Celestial clan could lead to widespread devastation. Qing Feng could not help but smirk, casting a sidelong glance at him. Your intentions are rather transparent. If this endeavor is to be executed flawlessly, the timing is not yet ripe. Moreover, for the future of the primordial world, the conflict between the celestial beings and the witches is a necessity. The Celestial clan must be vanquished. Otherwise, should they ascend as the sovereigns of heaven and earth, the primordial world would be plunged into turmoil. Thus, let us prepare to stage a grand performance for Honghuang. Chapter 114. The East King desires to forge the witch-slaying sword a grand spectacle? What grand spectacle? Di Jiang gazed at Qing Feng in astonishment. Qing Feng, without reservation, elucidated the matter concerning the Demon Emperor and the East Emperor's offspring, 10 golden crows and 10 jade hares, who were likely under the scrutiny of Honghuang. Are you suggesting that Honghuang intends to orchestrate a scheme against the demon race and conspire with the celestial beings to strike at the witch clan? Di Jiang inquired. Precisely, Qing Feng affirmed emphatically. Thus, I plan to seize this opportunity to lay an ambush for the two saints of heaven's way. When the time comes, we shall unite all our forces to assault the celestial beings. When Honghuang manifests and chastises your witch clan for being unworthy of the title of the masters of heaven and earth, it will be the opportune moment for your clan to establish the underworld. This will also serve to cleanse the witch clan of its selfish reputation. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hou Tu gazed at Qing Feng with palpable excitement. As ancestral witches, they understood better than anyone the infamy that plagued their clan in the primordial chaos. Not to mention, the witch clan's need to plunder the blood of other innate races to elevate their bloodline status. Even if they were to smooth the veins of the earth, they could not erase the taint of brutality that marred their name. Such a brutal reputation could even undermine the legitimacy of the witch clan's future governance of the underworld. However, if they could publicly relinquish the contest for the title of the masters of heaven and earth and sacrifice themselves to forge the underworld, the witch clan would entirely shed its notorious reputation. In the future, when they performed duties such as soul collection, they would no longer be burdened by their past notoriety. The witch clan shall face no obstacles, Di Jiang declared resolutely. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Jiuyin spoke. Young friend, your plan is impeccably sound and a profound boon to our witch clan. Yet there is one matter I wish to request of you. What matter? Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I implore you to keep today's events between us and ensure they do not reach the outside world, Zhu Jiuyin sighed. You are aware that among the ancestral witches, visionaries are scarce. Figures like 4th brother Zhu Rong and 5th brother Gong Gong possess rather limited insight. Therefore, I wish to inform them only after this matter is firmly established and the underworld is fully opened, to avoid any potential complications. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng immediately recalled the incident involving Gong Gong's fury against the Buzhou mountain. He cast a stern gaze upon the 3 ancestral witches. You must keep them in check. Should they misinterpret that your clan has suffered a grave injustice, they might resort to self-destruction, obliterating the primordial chaos, or even attempt to ram Buzhou mountain. Should that occur, do not blame me for rallying my masters, including the beings of humanity and even the saints of heaven's way, to strip your clan of the right to retain the underworld. The fracture of Buzhou mountain had caused the world of primordial chaos to plummet to a lower tier. How could Qing Feng, residing in this realm, tolerate such an occurrence? Di Jiang, Hou Tu, and Zhu Jiuyin were taken aback by Qing Feng's grave tone. This diminutive golden immortal could evoke a palpable sense of threat among them. Very well, I shall keep a vigilant watch over them. That is for the best. Qing Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, prepare yourselves and await my signal. Meanwhile, on another front, Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti had already approached the East King in the celestial court. Greetings, brother Jia-yin, brother Zhuan-Ti. Upon encountering the two individuals, Dong Wang-gong and Kuan Peng promptly paid their respects, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. How is the preparation for the conflict against the witch clan progressing? Should a war erupt at this moment, would you be capable of countering the retaliation from the witch clan? Without any hesitation, Zhuan-Ti posed the most critical inquiry. Dong Wang-gong and Kuan Peng exchanged glances, both revealing an expression of despair. In response to your query, esteemed brothers, since the last clash between the immortal and witch clans, numerous prominent families have declared their secession from the immortal faction. Even the dragon clan has compelled their ancestral dragon to sever all ties with the immortal race. If you had arrived even a couple of days later, I fear. Dong Wanggong's words faltered, consumed by worry. They had initially believed that their successful maneuver against the witch clan would bolster the immortals' reputation. However, to their dismay, following the witch clan's departure under the powerful protection of Nüwa, the reputation of the immortals had plummeted dramatically. Rumors were rampant throughout the primordial world, proclaiming that in 10,000 years, the immortal race would surely face extinction, particularly after the ascension of the Taoist Master Taishan. The Dragon Clan had audaciously requested their ancestral dragon to intervene and negotiate with Dong Wanggong and Qing Feng, forcefully withdrawing from the immortal faction. Incompetent fools! Zhuan Ti could no longer restrain his indignation, issuing a scathing rebuke. Indeed, we are here on the behest of the Dao ancestor to assist. Yet, we are merely here to play a supportive role. You, the immortal race, should be the vanguard. Dong Wanggong and Qing Feng bowed their heads, finding themselves unable to contest the words of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, realizing that if they were to fulfill Hong Jun's task and conclude this calamity, they must hasten their efforts. Otherwise, if they were to delay for another 10,000 years, the witch clan's reputation would only grow, prompting even more races to sever ties with the immortal faction. At that point, the immortals would lose all confidence in their claim to supremacy over the cosmos. On the Dao ancestors' command, the strategy for confronting the witch clan would undergo significant alterations. Zhuan Ti inhaled deeply and began to issue directives. 3 days hence, the monster clan will celebrate the first birthday of the Prince of the Golden Crow and the Princess of the Jade Rabbit on the Sun Star. At that time, to welcome the guests, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi will undoubtedly remain at the banquet, making it the most opportune moment when the defenses surrounding the prince and princess are at their weakest. My brother and I will seize the opportunity during the birthday feast to lure the prince and princess out of the palace. Upon reaching the primordial realm, we will orchestrate an ambush against the prince and princess by the witch clan. When the young Golden Crow and the young Jade Rabbit meet their demise, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi will certainly be enraged and retaliate against the witch clan. This moment shall be your immortal race's best chance to confront the witch clan. At this juncture, Zhuan Ti paused momentarily, cautioning Dong Wanggong. However, I must remind you that in this joint effort against the witch clan, the strength of the immortal race ought not to be too feeble. Otherwise, once the monster clan eradicates the witch clan, they will promptly turn their attention towards you, the immortal race. The identity of the Starry Sky Guardian does not confer as much merit as that of the sovereign of heaven and earth. Do you comprehend, my junior? I do not wish for my scheming to ultimately benefit the monster clan. Dong Wanggong clearly grasped this point as well. Moreover, if the monster clan were to assume the role of the primary force in the battle against the witch clan, would the merits they receive upon becoming the sovereign of heaven and earth even suffice for both of them to attain sanctification? To whom much is given, much is expected. Such is the principle of the heavenly way. Therefore, they must become the mainstay of this impending conflict. Rest assured, upon contemplating this, Lord Dong made a resolute decision. Our revered master had imparted to us a method for crafting a magical artifact capable of breaching the defenses of the ancestral witch. Once the banquet commences, I shall lead the celestial beings in gathering the necessary materials for its fabrication. Will there be sufficient time to forge it after the banquet begins? Questioned Zhuan Ti, astonished by this notion. Lord Dong responded with a reassuring smile. Fear not, brother Zhuan Ti, the crafting of the witch-slaying sword is rather straightforward. It is merely the collection and purification of materials that requires time. However, with the combined prowess of myself and brother Qing Feng, it will be but a fleeting moment. The mention of the witch-slaying sword caused a shared glance between Jane and Zhuan Ti, invoking an inexplicable dread within their hearts. It felt as though merely knowing its name could herald peril to their very existence. Moreover, observing Lord Dong and Qing Feng, who appeared utterly unfazed by this ominous sensation, raised an unsettling question. Was this foreboding sensation an exclusive trait of the saints? Overwhelmed by trepidation, the two felt compelled to depart from the celestial court without delay, promptly rising to make their way to the solar star. Prepare yourselves. We shall proceed to the solar palace. Once we signal, hasten to join us. Chapter 115. Journey to the Sun Palace. Nüwa assists Qing Feng in mending. After departing from Mount Buzhou, Qing Feng felt a profound sense of assurance. His decision to remain silent before the three pure ones stemmed from his concern that the witch clan might react unfavorably. To his astonishment, the witch clan leaders, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, exhibited a remarkable awareness of the situation in the primordial world, which granted Qing Feng a fresh perspective on the witches. Particularly, upon learning that the witch clan's massacre of living beings was for the sake of cultivation, he felt justified in his resolve to assist them. All that was required was for Honghuang to refrain from colliding with Mount Buzhou. With a heart buoyed by joy, Qing Feng summoned his steed. The Thunderbird, waiting atop Mount Buzhou, swiftly soared towards him, clutching an unknown primordial fruit tree in its beak. It appeared to be an apricot tree. "Master, look what treasure I have found," exclaimed the Thunderbird, presenting the apricot tree to Qing Feng. "You must try it. The flavor is exquisite." Qing Feng casually plucked a fruit from the tree. Indeed, it was delightful and possessed the effect of cleansing the marrow and strengthening the sinews. Regrettably, however, his master and others had consumed countless primordial fruits, such as huanghongli and ginseng fruit, to enhance his qualifications, leaving little effect for this apricot. "Quite remarkable. I did not expect you to have such fortune," Qing Feng remarked, showing no inclination to seize the steed's opportunity. "Upon our return, plant it within the territory of your Thunderbirds. In time, cultivate more, and it would be splendid if it could serve as a fruit supply for the disciples of the Three Pure Ones, thereby strengthening your bond with them." "Indeed, indeed." The Thunderbird nodded vigorously, inhaling to store the fruit tree within its being. Then it lowered its body and inquired, "Master, shall we return to Kunlun Mountain?" "Yes. Let us make a brief return. There are matters I must discuss with my master and the others." The establishment of the Underworld was of great significance and required their prior approval. Moreover, it had been too long since his second master and the others had progressed. It was time for them to attain sanctity. This endeavor to establish the Underworld and vanquish the celestial beings presented a splendid opportunity for his two masters to achieve enlightenment. With a crack of thunder, the Thunderbird ascended into the sky, transforming into lightning as it soared towards Kunlun Mountain. A day later, Qing Feng, accompanied by his junior disciples and all second-generation direct disciples, boarded the fragrant chariot of 9 ravens and set forth towards the Sun Star, leaving only Yaya behind to manage the other outer disciples. With Lu Wu overseeing matters, Kunlun Mountain should remain secure. However, as Qing Feng ascended the fragrant chariot, he felt an inexplicable sense of having overlooked something. Turning back, he handed a personal signaling firework to Yaya before finally stepping onto the chariot. It likely was not a significant matter. He could address it after establishing the Underworld and defeating the celestial beings. Meanwhile, Dongwang Gong, Kunping, and over 100 million celestial cultivators lay concealed in the clouds above, coldly observing the ancestral lands of the human race, patiently awaiting the commencement of the Sun Palace banquet. In merely 10,000 years, the human race had burgeoned from 3,000 to a staggering 100 billion. Even without Hongjuan's directive, the celestial beings would never permit the existence of such a profoundly potential race. As the fragrant chariot arrived at the solar palace, the door curtains parted. Just as Qing Feng stepped down with his disciples, he felt a sudden embrace from a soft figure. "Xiao Fengzi, aren't you going to greet anyone?" The familiar voice and scent wafted from the figure. Qing Feng, with a sense of resignation, extricated himself from Nüwa's embrace. "Aunt, I'm already an adult. Must we still adhere to such distinctions between genders? Isn't it amusing how a mere child, not yet a mere 10,000 years old, is aware of such differences?" Nüwa lightly tapped Qing Feng on the head, producing that unmistakably crisp sound. Qing Feng, with a slight twitch of his lips, thought, "Child? Hardly a child, I assure you." Realizing he had forgotten that this was the primordial era, where the innate races calculated their age in terms of yuanhui, he reflected on his own age, which was nearly 100 yuanhui. It was unavoidable. According to the new calendar, 1 year now equated to 365 years, a significant disparity indeed. "Long time no see, my esteemed friends." At that moment, Emperor Jun approached with Tai from the palace gates, nodding towards the 3 pure ones behind Qing Feng, before his gaze settled on Qing Feng. "Esteemed nephew, which of our children do you believe would be most suited to learn from your master? Didn't the plans change? Are we still proceeding with the apprenticeship?" Qing Feng looked at Emperor Jun and Tai in astonishment. "You two are esteemed figures of the primordial realm. Is it truly necessary for your children to study under the 3 pure ones? The plans may have shifted, but the matter of apprenticeship remains unchanged." Tai chuckled heartily. "It is not every day that we manage to persuade the 3 esteemed friends to accept disciples. We shall not let this opportunity slip away." "Very well. Then let us proceed as planned and allow the master to teach them for a time. When they have matured, we shall evaluate their cultivation and aptitude for their respective masters." "Excellent." Emperor Jun and Tai clearly expressed their satisfaction with Qing Feng's words. With the three pure ones as mentors and their own formidable presence as guardians, their children would undoubtedly thrive within the primordial realm. The auspicious hour approaches, dear friends. We must enter to commence the feast. At that moment, Fuxi emerged from the palace clad in a bright crimson robe. After departing from the East Sea, he had realized his destiny lay within the primordial starry expanse, thus spending some time among the demon race. Later invited by Emperor Jun, he fully integrated into the demon clan. Now he stood as the Emperor of the Demons, his status on par with Emperor Jun and Tai. Indeed, Emperor of the Demons speaks wisely. Please, everyone. Emperor Jun and Tai gestured graciously. Nüwa took the lead, directly grasping Qing Feng's hand as they ventured inside. Behind them, the three pure ones scratched their noses, following suit with resolve, while Emperor Jun and Tai accompanied them. As for the other disciples, they could only look on with envy at the leading Qing Feng, obediently trailing behind. Xiaofengzi, Nüwa casually inquired on their way to the banquet hall. How confident are you that Jane and Junti will indeed come to stir trouble this time? Qing Feng pondered for a moment before opting for honesty. I would say about 70 to 80%. However, the timing may not be during this banquet. Sometimes, I truly wonder where you derive such accurate conjectures, she remarked, impressed. Nüwa let out a light laugh, and Qing Feng gazed at her with astonishment, seeing her face adorned with a radiant smile. And I merely wish to remind you that in any future similar situations, you should claim that you predicted it. After all, your possession of temporal power serves as a compelling justification for others. Furthermore, I shall impart to you a set of profound calculation techniques, originally devised by your uncle Fuxi. My lady, Qing Feng instinctively sought to interrupt Nüwa. He had learned the art of profound calculations long ago from his three masters and desired to attribute his knowledge to a credible source. However, regrettably, given his limited aptitude, he barely managed to cultivate his abilities, let alone master such an exquisite skill revered among the greats. There was no need to attain true mastery, mere pretense would suffice. Nüwa communicated in a hushed tone, deliberately raising an eyebrow at him. After all, you wouldn't want that old fellow Hongjun to cast his gaze upon you, would you? A wave of emotion washed over Qing Feng. Nüwa was not merely providing him with a source of information. She was also allowing Fuxi to take the blame on his behalf. Since he had learned the art of profound calculations from Fuxi and possessed only the cultivation of a golden immortal, it naturally followed that many of the sources of information would be attributed to Fuxi. Chapter 116, The Banquet Begins. The Catastrophe of Humanity. Your Highness, how can I ever repay you? Qing Feng, having comprehended why Nüwa bestowed upon him the art of mystic calculations, was overwhelmed with gratitude. It was not merely the affection of the Nüwa siblings that moved him, but the profound understanding that they were aware of the myriad secrets he harbored yet refrained from extracting them from him. Once again, he faltered. Nüwa playfully raised 2 fingers and gently tapped Qing Feng on the head. Address me as Aunt. Aunt. Qing Feng rubbed his forehead and called out to Nüwa in a clear voice. Only then did Nüwa nod in satisfaction. You have called me Aunt and referred to Fuxi as uncle. How could we not consider your needs? Aunt. Qing Feng gazed at Nüwa with deep emotion and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, by the way, Aunt, have you made use of the gourd from Mount Buzhou? I have just taken on a disciple, and my master, Tai, and others have given him the gourds from Mount Buzhou. He has already collected 4. If you have no use for it, I might shamelessly ask you for one. You have taken on a disciple? Nüwa inquired with delight, turning to him. What is her name? What does she look like? I named her Yaya. She is an adorable little girl, he continued, sharing more details. As time passed, Qing Feng held Nüwa's hand, introducing his disciple and discussing his plans for reforming the recruitment of students under the 3 pure ones. This continued until they settled into their seats, at which point Emperor Jun and Tai ascended the high platform to announce, esteemed friends and honored guests, we welcome you to the birthday banquet celebrating my son and daughter's first year. At that moment, as Emperor Jun proclaimed the commencement of the birthday banquet, a guard at the entrance of the Sun Palace suddenly swayed. In the next instant, Jane appeared at the juncture of the celestial realm and the mortal world. The azure lotus banner unfurled. The azure lotus banner was cast forth, expanding to obscure the heavens. Within mere seconds, it enveloped the boundary between the celestial realm and the mortal world. Moreover, to ensure that no one detected its presence, the banner automatically manifested the sun, moon, and stars, radiating light and warmth while engaging in a self-animated display. Except for a brief moment of darkness that enveloped the earth, the beings below remained oblivious to the celestial veil that had descended. From the celestial perspective, the scene appeared fixed, repetitive, and tranquil. Above the eastern sea, The Eastern King and Qing Feng awaited the signal in silence, and at last, Jane's voice resonated in their ears. The celestial realm has been obscured, beneath the sage level. No spell can penetrate the celestial barrier. We may take action. Suddenly, the Eastern King rose from his flower palanquin, his dragon-headed staff pointed towards the territory of humanity. Kill. A simple command, kill, seemed to activate a switch. Millions of celestial beings descended from the skies like raindrops, heading towards the ancestral land of humanity. Time rewinds to 10 minutes prior, where the three ancestors, Xueran, Zi, and Yu Chao, convened within the sacrificial temple, deliberating on the urgent matters requiring resolution for the human race. Yesterday, a missive arrived from the Yin tribe, revealing that the neighboring Gan tribe and Tang tribe, along with all their human inhabitants, be they elders, youths, or children, had vanished without a trace. The Zi clan, furrowing their brows, reported to the Xueran clan. This marks the third tribe to disappear this month. Completely untraceable? Just like the tribes that vanished before, their territories show no signs of invasion, and their people have inexplicably disappeared. Xueran pressed for further information. Zi nodded in affirmation. It is strikingly similar. It appears that a powerful force is covertly targeting our human kin. Xueran's brow furrowed even tighter. Alas. The Holy Master and Holy Mother have gone to attend the birthday banquet of the prince, and they will not return for at least 3 years. Before Xueran could finish his words, a piercing scream echoed from outside the temple. His countenance shifted as he, alongside Zi and Yu Chao, hastily rushed outside, only to behold countless cultivators armed with various magical artifacts charging towards their ancestral ground. Kill. The leading immortal gestured with a hand, and sharp vines shot forth from behind him, extending 100 meters in the blink of an eye, piercing through hundreds of guardian soldiers at the entrance of their ancestral land. As the vines retracted, the bodies of the pierced human guards were flung aside. While a cultivator waved his hand, the souls of the fallen guards soared out of their lifeless forms, captured by a tattered banner radiating black mist. The soulless bodies were then collected by another cultivator into a leopard skin pouch. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable efficiency and simplicity, all within 3 seconds. Witnessing the leading cultivator, or rather, a formidable array of over 10,000 cultivators preparing to replicate this gruesome act, Xueran's fury ignited. He ascended into the air, gripping his torch tightly, and brought it crashing down. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted before the immortal, as countless sparks flared against the vines, igniting them with the flames of human virtue, thereby thwarting the cultivator's assault. Who dares to come here and slaughter my kin? Do you not fear the wrath of the goddess Nüwa and the Grand Master? Xueran demanded, fiercely wielding the flame of his torch before the advancing cultivators. The goddess Nüwa? The Grand Master? What have I to fear? A mocking voice resounded from above. Xueran looked up to see the speaker was none other than the celestial emperor, Honghuang. Beside him stood the immortal teacher, Qing Feng. Behind them loomed a vast throng of countless celestial cultivators. We, the human race, have never wronged your celestial kin. Why then do you seek our annihilation? Xueran recognized Honghuang and, suppressing his wrath, inquired. Honghuang smirked with disdain, because your kind is sufficiently weak. Moreover, your flesh and souls are exceedingly precious. Not only do they enhance cultivation, but they can also be used to forge artifacts and even harm the witch tribes. Being so feeble, yet considered a rare treasure. If your kin do not perish, who shall? Are you not concerned that my holy mother and the leader of the human sect will seek vengeance? The figure of Xueran trembled with trepidation. If he failed to intimidate the celestial beings today, the human race would undoubtedly face annihilation. What does it matter if I am aware of this? As long as your kind is eradicated, I shall ascend to sanctity alongside the celestial master. At that moment, we shall all be saints. Could Nüwa and the Supreme One truly risk their own dignity for the sake of a vanquished human race? The smile upon the face of the Eastern King grew increasingly disdainful. Do not blame me for taking action against your kind. Your race is simply too enticing. Summon me the celestial decree. Today, the human race shall perish. Attack. With the command of the Eastern King, a staggering 10 million cultivators descended, led by the various celestial generals, advancing towards the humans. Realizing the futility of his resistance, Xueran understood that he alone could not withstand the onslaught of over 100 million celestial cultivators. His immediate task was not to save others, but to alert the Holy Mother, the Master, and the saintly teacher, urging them to come to the rescue. Above in the sky, the Eastern King and Qing Feng observed Xueran's desperate dash towards the altar, showing no intention of interference, their faces adorned solely with a playful smirk. Chapter 117. The Self-Detonation of Xueran. The celestial clan divides its forces, vowing to annihilate humanity. Within the sacred temple of the human race, Swearin, accompanied by the nesting clan and the Zi clan, charged forth, igniting the flame of Swearin as an offering, delicately poised upon his fingertips. Kneeling, he bellowed in rage behind him, "Defend the temple. Pray for us to buy time." "Indeed," responded the nesting clan and the Zi clan in unison, casting forth their revered treasures of merit. Outside the temple, a robe of coarse fabric soared into the air, shimmering with golden light, enveloping the sanctuary. Simultaneously, a thatched cottage ascended, expanding to shield the robe, thus bestowing the temple with a dual layer of protective merit. High above, the Eastern King and the Qing observed this scene with frigid indifference, displaying no intent to attack, allowing Swearin to seek aid from Nüwa and others. Inside the temple, Swearin was oblivious to everything else. He understood that if he could not reach Nüwa and the Supreme One today, the human race would face utter doom. With the flame pinched between his fingers and knees bent, Swearin fervently struck his forehead against the ground, a total of 9 times, with each impact leaving a trail of crimson staining the earth. By the 9th strike, the skin on Swearin's forehead had begun to fester, even the strongest of skulls showing signs of cracking, testament to the intensity of his desperation and the depth of his devotion. In the face of calamity, the human race implored the compassionate and merciful Mother Nüwa and the revered Supreme Sage for salvation. An invisible spiritual light surged towards the heavens, ascending towards Nüwa and the Supreme One among the stars. Yet, as it reached the nexus between the mortal realm and the celestial expanse, the space trembled, causing the spiritual light to vanish without a trace, failing to penetrate the starry void. Desperate, Swearin beseeched once more for Nüwa and the Supreme Sage's intervention. After 9 additional prostrations, another beam of spiritual light soared skyward, only to dissipate once again at the nexus, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Driven to madness by the lack of response, Swearin, as the progenitor of humanity, felt acutely aware that the elite of his ancestral land had dwindled to a mere handful. The celestial army was closing in on their hidden sanctuary, poised to uncover the talented progeny of humanity. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding strike of his head against the ground, on the 9th blow, Swearin's skull shattered explosively, a fragment of his soul's spiritual light, enveloped in the golden radiance of merit, surged once more towards the sky. Clang. This time, the azure lotus banner, born of his merit, rippled as though a stone were cast into a tranquil pool, and under the protection of the golden light of merit, Swearin's soul gradually penetrated the azure lotus banner, on the brink of liberation from confinement. However, just as his spiritual light was about to breach the celestial realm, crack, a hand darted in from the side, crashing down upon Swearin's soul. The golden light of merit shattered, and Swearin's soul suffered a grievous blow, turning pale, and was violently thrust back into the temple, where Swearin had nearly broken through the lotus banner. A gaunt figure materialized, his expression devoid of emotion. Gazing at the karma manifested in his hand, his demeanor soured. Who would have thought that he, a dignified sage, would become tainted by karma merely for slaying a leader of the postnatal human race? Humph! With a dismissive scoff, he unleashed the merits accumulated over the years spent restoring the earthly veins of the West, which swiftly engulfed the karma. Following this, he conveyed a warning to the Eastern King before vanishing into the azure lotus banner once more. Do not procrastinate. Swiftly annihilate the human race, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. In the ancestral land of humanity, the Zi clan and the Yuchao clan, before they could mourn the sacrifice of the Swearin, witnessed his spirit crash heavily before them. Swearin. The Yuchao and Zi clans rushed forward in a panic to assist him. However, Swearin, in a fit of rage, violently pushed them away and stormed out of the temple, glaring at the Eastern sovereign. You dare to shroud the starry sky? Do you truly wish to obliterate my people? Otherwise, did you think I came here to engage in frivolities? The Eastern sovereign scoffed disdainfully, raising his dragon-headed staff high, and with a thundering sound, a resounding dragon roar erupted. The primordial waters transformed into a colossal water dragon, surging toward the temple. Block it! The Yuchao and Zi clans desperately funneled their magical energies into their spiritual treasures. Yet, even with the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, who possessed extraordinary talents and had achieved the status of great Luo golden immortals through their inventions of fire, housing, and textiles, and despite wielding 3 supreme spiritual treasures of merit, how could they stand against the Eastern sovereign, who wielded the finest innate spiritual treasures and had severed his 2 corpses? In an instant, the enormous dragon, composed of primordial waters, ravaged the dwelling, crashing heavily into the Z clan, sending them tumbling. With a blast, the three ancestors collectively coughed up blood, grievously wounded. Among them, Xueran, having lost his physical form, saw his fire extinguished, his soul nearly transparent. On the brink of annihilation, Xueran, does humanity still have a future? The Yuchao clan, bracing themselves, fixed their gaze on the Eastern sovereign and inquired of Xueran. Xueran revealed a smile tinged with despair. Even if humanity perishes, we shall leave our mark in the primordial realm. Humanity shall not be extinguished. As the last word fell, Xueran's body suddenly flushed crimson, and an infinite blaze ignited upon his soul. He was prepared to risk his very essence to deliver humanity's final roar to the celestial beings. Kill! Xueran's soul surged forth, charging at the Eastern sovereign. Yet, already gravely injured, how long could he sustain the remnants of his soul's essence? Only halfway through his charge, the last vestige of his soul's essence was consumed, exploding. Boom! The conflagration of Xueran's soul essence erupted violently, bursting forth like fireworks, illuminating all present. There was a spark of audacity. Truly, he was the leader of humanity. The Eastern sovereign, momentarily moved, could not help but offer a word of praise. However, as the fiery spectacle faded, he suddenly realized that the ancestral land of humanity was empty. To be precise, the humans in the ancestral land had been annihilated by them, leaving only a mere fraction, around 100,000 human infants and children, who inexplicably vanished from his sight. Very well, what a remarkable leader of humanity. Yet, upon further reflection, the Eastern sovereign quickly deduced the unfolding events. Xueran, igniting his soul's essence, did not intend to slay them, but rather sought to obscure their vision with flames, allowing the Z and Yuchao clans to rescue the last flicker of hope for humanity. Attempting to flee? Where could they possibly escape to? The Eastern sovereign sneered. Now, the entirety of the primordial realm reveres my celestial clan. Today, humanity shall surely be extinguished. Where are the 7 celestial kings? The 7 great celestial kings, including Jaimin, Ghostkar, Qin Yuan, Ingzhao, Shangyang, City, and Faden, all responded vigorously. Each of you shall lead 10 million celestial soldiers and rush to various locations in the primordial chaos, ensuring the complete annihilation of the human race, leaving not a single soul behind. With a command from the Eastern King, 7 celestial edicts fell into the hands of the 7 celestial kings. We shall obey. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 great celestial kings accepted the edicts, each taking command of 10 million celestial soldiers, centered around the eastern shores of the East Sea, surging forth in all directions, leaving only the true east leading to Kunlun Mountain for the main force. Celestial Master, we entrust you with the eastern path. Kunlun Mountain is guarded by Lu Wu, and only you can contend with him. Most of the powerful beings allied with the 3 pure ones and Nüwa had gone to the starry skies to celebrate the birthday of the demon prince and princess, leaving only Lu Wu at Kunlun Mountain. Thus, the Eastern King assigned this most formidable challenge to Kunping. Your Majesty, rest assured today, not a single soul shall be saved at Kunlun Mountain. Kunping replied with pride, gathering 10 million heavenly soldiers and heading straight for Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 118. The Great Calamity of the Human Race. Mount Wanshou takes the lead to offer assistance. On the road from the East Sea to Kunlun Mountain, the Z clan and the Yuchao clan, blood streaming from their mouths, hastened towards Kunlun with 100,000 human offspring. They were acutely aware that the ancestral land of the human race could not withstand the onslaught of the celestial beings, and the human tribes that had long since separated were even less capable of resisting. Their only glimmer of hope lay in finding a powerful force that could provide refuge. The Z, the Supreme Sage, and the Holy Master had not responded. It was feared that even Kunlun Mountain could not withstand the celestial beings. The Yuchao clan, in a frenzy, burned their essence while anxiously speaking to the Z clan. But what can we do against celestial beings? The Z clan, equally consuming their essence, despairingly countered the Yuchao clan's words. If there were even the slightest solution, the Xueran clan would not have risked their very essence merely to obscure the celestial being's gaze, striving to secure a sliver of hope for the human race. Divide the troops. A flicker of madness flashed in Yuchao's eyes. The Witch clan bears a grudge against the celestial beings. I will take 50,000 offspring to the Witch clan, while you continue leading the way to Kunlun Mountain. Additionally, send word to the major tribes immediately, seeking refuge from the nearest powerful forces. Understood. The Z clan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Or rather, she had no capacity left to deliberate right from wrong. All her spirit and energy were devoted to sustaining the burning of her soul's essence. Apart from the 100,000 offspring, divided into two groups, each carrying 50,000 young humans towards Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain. Among the 10,000 children, 5,000 15-year-olds stepped forward, leaving the ranks to head towards the major human tribes. Kill. At the base of Mount Wanshou, the newly arrived Gan tribe of humans was preparing for another day of hunting when the celestial king, Jimeng, led over 10,000 celestial soldiers to their location. The Gan tribe was the most powerful tribe within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, boasting a population of over 1 million, many of whom were formidable golden immortals. Thus, Jimeng personally commanded the troops to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Kill. Gazing down upon the Gan tribe residing at the foot of Mount Wanshou, Jimeng, with a dragon's head and a human's body, stood atop the dark clouds, his eyes devoid of hesitation. With a mere gesture of his finger, over 10,000 celestial soldiers descended like a torrential rain upon the location of the Gan tribe, immediately unleashing a cacophony of wails that reverberated through the skies. Atop Mount Wanshou, within the Honghuang temple, the cries of the human race certainly could not be concealed from the celestial elders inside. Brother Qing Feng, something terrible has happened. The celestial king Jimeng is leading an army to attack the human tribes near us. Nüwa hurriedly pushed open the main temple door and spoke loudly to Qing Feng. Qing Feng was taken aback and rushed out of the hall to look below. He saw that the millions of humans at the foot of the mountain were fleeing under the assault of the celestial soldiers, their cries echoing. How could the celestial beings suddenly turn against the human race? Qing Feng muttered to himself, gazing skyward. Just then, Jimeng, with his dragon head, happened to turn his gaze towards Honghuang temple. As their eyes met, Jimeng raised a finger to his lips, seemingly whispering, "Do not meddle. You Honghuang temple cannot provoke my celestial race. Retreat." After a moment of silence, Qing Feng turned and walked away, pulling Nüwa back into the temple, intent on closing the door. "Brother." The bright moon firmly barred the entrance, bellowing at Qing Feng. "Have you forgotten about xiaoxia down the mountain?" Xiaoxia. Instinctively, Qing Feng cast his gaze towards the center of the mountain below, where a celestial soldier, with a sinister grin, plunged his longsword mercilessly into the abdomen of a pregnant woman. With a malevolent laugh, he brandished the blade, slicing open her belly and tearing out the yet-to-be-formed infant, taking a savage bite. A sharp crack echoed as the baby's skull shattered, crimson and white viscous fluid oozing from the corners of the soldier's mouth. Qing Feng staggered, as memories from the previous day surged back into his mind. "Qing Feng, once my daughter is born, shall I have her pay her respects to you as her master? Hee, as a token of her apprenticeship, how about 5 candied hawthorns that I make myself?" The beautiful Xiaoxia playfully winked at herself, her hand caressing her belly, her charming demeanor still intact, yet her eyes brimmed with profound affection. "All right, when she grows up, I will certainly take her as my disciple." Qing Feng gazed at Xiaoxia's wide-eyed visage, murmuring to himself. It was unclear to whom he spoke. Perhaps a response to the envious self of yesterday that coveted Xiaoxia's happiness. "Xiaoxia." The heart-wrenching cry of Nüwa abruptly jolted Qing Feng back to reality. He swiftly retracted his gaze, his eyes blazing red as they locked onto the leader, Jimeng. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bowed towards the center of Honghuang temple. Qing Feng of Honghuang temple beseeches Senior Hongyan to activate the grand formation using the ginseng fruit tree to safeguard the human race. Nüwa, taken aback for a moment, followed suit without hesitation, also bowing to the center of Honghuang temple. Nüwa of Honghuang temple beseeches Senior Hongyan to activate the grand formation using the ginseng fruit tree to safeguard the human race. Atop the ginseng fruit tree, the apex fruit slowly opened its eyes, a delicate smile gracing its snow-white face. Little Qing Feng, little Nüwa have grown up, knowing to protect the humans. How could I, as an elder, not lend my support? Alas, my spiritual power is only sufficient to activate the formation. To ensure their protection, they must rely on themselves. As the words fell, the ginseng fruit tree trembled violently. The fruit housing the remnant soul of Hongyan detached and melded into the ground. In the next moment, the ginseng fruit tree expanded dramatically, enveloping the entire Mount Wanshou. Its branches descended, releasing countless mysterious yellow array patterns that transformed into a protective barrier centered around the ginseng fruit tree, swiftly spreading to cover the entirety of Mount Wanshou. Formation, activate. Qing Feng and Nüwa ascended, landing atop the ginseng fruit tree, using it as the focal point for the defensive array of Honghuang temple. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous celestial soldiers pursuing the fleeing human race into Mount Wanshou were obliterated into dust upon colliding with the erased barrier. Conversely, any human, regardless of their cultivation level, who stepped into the confines of Mount Wanshou was shielded by the barrier, untouched by harm. Yet, despite this, the millions of humans below the mountain who had fled into the sanctuary were fewer than 1,000. Merely a few minutes of slaughter had resulted in an appalling decimation of the human populace. Disciples of Mount Wanshou, do you dare oppose the celestial race to protect humanity? Are you not afraid that Xuanyuanzi will return and deliver you to my celestial kin for punishment? Jaimin Long sneered menacingly, threatening Qing Feng and Nüwa. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and glared at Jaimin. Even if our master returns to punish us, you shall not harm another human today. Jaimin narrowed his eyes, contemplating the formation before him, momentarily at a loss. Yet, before he could seek the decree from the Eastern Emperor, a sudden command resonated from the talisman at his waist. Any who dare protect the humans, regardless of their power, shall be annihilated. Jaimin raised his gaze towards Qing Feng and Nüwa, stating, for the sake of Xuanyuanzi, dismantle the great formation and surrender the humans, and I may spare your lives. Never. Qing Feng roared, his heart filled with hatred for the celestial beings, recalling how his childhood friend Xiaoxia had met a tragic fate. Today, your celestial clan shall not slay any humans who enter Wanshou Mountain. Foolish. Jaimin's eyes turned icy as he waved his arm. All celestial soldiers, heed my command. Target Wanshou Mountain and launch a full-scale assault. Boom. A deluge of colorful spiritual treasures, spells, and divine powers rained down upon Wanshou Mountain like a torrential storm. Chapter 119. The Peril of the Human Race and the Reactions of Various Factions. Boom. Upon Wanshou Mountain, the array's protective barrier rippled with waves. The ginseng fruit tree at the heart of the formation swayed precariously, while the primary array masters, Qing Feng and Nüwa, were jolted, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Despite the innate earth-rooted ginseng fruit tree exerting its suppression, the onslaught from tens of thousands of xianxia, thousands of jinxian, and hundreds of Tai-level celestial beings proved insurmountable. Even for the ginseng fruit tree, Great Immortal, please release us. We cannot be a burden to you. The human race, witnessing the trembling shadow of the ginseng fruit tree within the formation, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as Qing Feng and Nüwa bore internal injuries. They were ready to urge Qing Feng and Nüwa to abandon them. You are the kin of Xiaoxia. Thus, you are friends of my senior siblings. Wanshou Mountain has never forsaken a friend. In a moment of nostalgic reflection, Qing Feng and Nüwa inherited the profound friendship of Xuanyuanzi, pouring their magic into the ginseng fruit tree beneath them. The power of the formation surged, and the barrier suddenly thickened more than twice its original size. Ji Ming's expression darkened as he struck down with his palm, causing the formation to tremble violently. Waves emanated from Ji Ming's hand, as if a colossal stone had plunged into the depths of a pond. Puff! The Dao of the great Luo far surpassed that of the celestial soldiers. This time, Qing Feng and Nüwa could no longer hold on, and blood spurted from their mouths. Immortal, we do not deserve such treatment. The human race cried out, deeply moved. Qing Feng, however, did not glance downward. He fixed his gaze upon Ji Ming, declaring, whether it is worth it, I alone shall decide. Very well. You from Honghuang Temple insist on playing the hero, do you? Ji Ming fumed. Issuing another command, attack the barrier with all your might. Today, I shall not only annihilate the human race, but also slaughter your Honghuang Temple. How long can you two hold out against a mere formation? Hold out. We can endure as long as necessary. Nüwa, senior brother, continue. Qing Feng shouted, and Nüwa tossed an object to him, which he bit down upon and swallowed in a few quick gulps. Ji Ming's pupils constricted, ginseng fruit. Indeed, in the next moment, the nearly shattered barrier regained its solidity, while Qing Feng and Nüwa appeared revitalized, their magical power surging recklessly into the barrier. Ji Ming felt a sense of helplessness. If they were using ginseng fruit as a supply, it would likely be too late by the time Xuanyuanzi returned, and they would not be able to breach the formation of Honghuang Temple. What Ji Ming did not know was that Qing Feng and Nüwa were equally filled with dread. There were only 10 ginseng fruits left in stock after Red Cloud had consumed the rest. Master, please return swiftly. Your disciples truly cannot hold on much longer. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea swiftly received reports of the plight of the numerous human beings. Hand over the human race. Ying Zhao commanded, leading millions of celestial beings to threaten the Dragon Palace. Great Ancestor Dragon, the current head of the Dragon Clan, Ying Long, immediately sought out the Ancestor Dragon to inform him of the celestial beings' massacre of the human race. The Dragon Clan, being adjacent to the ancestral land of the human race, was the first to discover the assault. Are you saying that Swerin even forsook his physical form to seek aid from Lady Nüwa and the Supreme Master, only to be intercepted? The ancestral dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the celestial beings had significant demands this time. Ancestor, what should we do? The humbly sought guidance from the ancestral dragon. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestral dragon arrived at a decision. Regardless of the circumstances, our dragon clan has previously allied with the celestial beings, and we still share some connection. If we do not surrender the human race, should the celestial beings gain power, our dragon clan will undoubtedly face their wrath. However, the human race is under the protection of Nüwa, the sovereign of humanity, as well as the sage Taishan. They reminded him. The ancestral dragon nodded in agreement. Thus, we must not offend anyone. Here is the plan. You shall soak the ancestral dragon pearl in water and give it to the drowning humans to drink. They looked at the ancestral dragon in confusion. The ancestral dragon explained, by drinking the water infused with my ancestral dragon pearl, the human's legs will merge and transform into a fish tail. Thus, we shall restore our reputation and declare that our dragon clan has no human beings, only merfolk. Once the outcome of the celestial and witch battle is determined, we can decide the fate of these merfolk. Excellent. His eyes lit up, appreciating the brilliance of this strategy that allowed them to avoid offending either party. He promptly took the dragon pearl and prepared it for the drowning humans to consume. After the calamity befell the human race, the first batch of transformed merfolk, burdened by their inability to protect the young of their kind, lived in sorrow, crying every night. Too ashamed to acknowledge their human origins, and ultimately perished without passing on their heritage. The tears of these merfolk, infused with the formidable power of the ancestral dragon pearl, transformed into pearls, a trait inherited by their descendants. Thus, the aquatic realm gained a new tribe of merfolk, eternally weeping. In the immortal volcano, the elder Yuanfeng reported, the human race has fallen prey to the celestial beings, and some have fled to the immortal volcano, where they are currently being pursued. The celestial king Fei Dan leads millions of celestial soldiers, demanding the surrender of the humans. What shall we do now? Yuanfeng, also known as the Mother of the Phoenix, pondered for a few moments. The Phoenix clan is favored by Nüwa and aided by Qing Feng. Although we have only alleviated a fraction of the karma, we are faring better than the other clans. We must repay this kindness. Immediately send various avian clans to rescue the humans. However, we lack sufficient manpower. Under the circumstances that you cannot intervene, we cannot contend with the millions of celestial soldiers. The leader of the Falcon clan reminded Yuanfeng, even in the name of gratitude, we cannot risk our own lives. Then, inspiration struck Yuanfeng as she slapped her thigh. She pulled a feather from the back of her head, a vibrant red-violet plume, and exclaimed, by soaking this in water and giving it to the humans, they will grow wings. If the celestial beings inquire, we shall inform them that the Phoenix clan has no humans, only birdfolk, or rather, angelic beings. Angelic beings? The leader of the Falcon clan was taken aback. Yuanfeng smiled slightly and explained, isn't the celestial emperor Dong Wanggong always proclaiming that he is commanded by the Dao to unify the wilderness? Then these humans seeking refuge in my immortal volcano are messengers of the Dao. I shall see if the celestial beings dare to kill these messengers of the Dao. Wise ancestor. The leader of the Falcon clan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This strategy is truly remarkable. Among those who share the unified vision of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, there also exists the Qilin clan residing upon Qilin Cliff. The outcome is self-evident. Amidst the primordial chaos, another centaur tribe has emerged. As for other factions, some, fearing the might of the celestial clan, have barred the human race from their gates, such as the tribe of the southern wilderness led by the king of Pans, while others have allied with the celestial clan to annihilate the human race. Like the Qing tribe of the northern sea, apart from the blood sea of the underworld, which neither the human nor celestial races can traverse. The entire primordial realm has only two factions that have yet to interact with the human race, the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain and the witch tribe at the foot of Mount Buzhou. At this moment, the Chao clan and the Zi clan have each brought forth 50,000 children, stepping into the territories of Buzhou Mountain and the Kunlun Mountain Range. Chapter 120. Beneath the three purities, the guardian race, Qingfeng leads the army to assault Kunlun. Before the ascended emperor of Purple Mist, the esteemed Taishang De Dao Yuchenjun. In the expansive square outside the three purities peak, the first direct disciple of the third generation, Yiya, sat gracefully on the square cloud platform, leading over 10 outer disciples undergoing assessment and reciting the Huangting classic with fervor. Only after the last word had been uttered did Yiya finally open her eyes and gaze at the assembled disciples. Within the three purities, character is paramount. To pass the assessment and become a direct disciple, you must report. Just as Yiya was about to reiterate the venerable rules of the three purities, which had become almost second nature to her, two figures swiftly entered the square. Senior Sister Yiya, the human race has come seeking aid. Wu Yunxian, did you just say someone from the human race is in distress? As the sole direct disciple of Qing Feng, Yiya had taken the time to deeply understand her master's illustrious past after becoming a disciple. Upon learning of her master's significant achievements, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride and silently vowed to uphold her master's glory and never bring shame upon her. Naturally, she held the title of the human race's saint teacher close to her heart. Thus, upon hearing Wu Yunxian's report, she immediately furrowed her brow and looked at Wu Yunxian with concern. Yes, the title of the saint teacher of the human race is no secret. Everyone in the three purities is aware of it, which is why Wu Yunxian hurried in to report. Leading the charge was her senior brother, the chief elder, one of the three ancestors of the human race, the Zi clan, who now bore grievous wounds and was on the brink of death with 50,000 human children outside the mountain gate. Yiya's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the mountain gate. Behind her, the disciples exchanged glances, and one female disciple turned to a burly man with a black beard, saying, "Elder brother, hurry and notify Master Nanjing. Tell him our sect is under attack." Understood. Yin Shao, you all be cautious as well. I shall summon help at once. The burly man realized time was of the essence and immediately employed the wind escape technique, transforming into a swift breeze as he sped towards the Yuqing Palace. Outside the mountain gate, the Zi clan member coughed up blood, his gaze fixated on the rapidly approaching Wu Yun. Saint Teacher, you must save us. Our human race is on the verge of extinction. Whoosh. Just as the Zi clan member prayed fervently, a flash of yellow light appeared, and in the next instant, a round, plump yellow plum was thrust into his mouth. Before he could comprehend the situation, the fruit transformed into a warm current, coursing throughout his body, healing his grievous injuries in an instant. What I have given you is the Huangzhongli. Once your injuries are healed, expel the excess spiritual energy from your body. Otherwise, you will ascend to the Deluo realm directly and lose the chance for further advancement. Ascend to Deluo? The Zi clan member stared intently at the young girl before him, his body tensing as he feared releasing even a trace of the Huangzhongli's aura. Noticing the Zi clan member's utterly different reaction, Yiya was taken aback and quickly urged, "You must expel the excess spiritual energy from the Huangzhongli. You can cultivate to the Tai golden immortal realm on your own. Deluo will be a mere breeze for you. Should you ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao through borrowed fruits, your path to the ultimate unity would be irrevocably severed. Moreover, those who attain the great Tao through the yellow and the Li are often the weakest among them. Even the weakest of the great Tao is still a member of the great Tao." A serene smile graced the face of the Zi clan. If humanity were to perish, what value would my attainment of the ultimate unity hold? The realm of the great Tao is sufficient. With a resounding cry, Zi unleashed a surge of energy from her chest, and an ethereal lotus began to rise and fall amidst the clouds and mist. Ultimately, as if expending her last vestiges of potential, the flower of the great Tao suddenly blossomed. Yet, only a solitary petal remained, a single grade of bloom. You. Yaya gaped in astonishment, pointing at the remarkably gifted Zi as she gazed at the incomplete lotus flower above her head. For a moment, words eluded her. "Little girl, what is your name? Do you know our esteemed human sage?" Perhaps emboldened by her ascension to the great Tao, Zi felt a glimmer of hope in protecting the young of humanity. Her tone softened as she inquired gently of Yaya. I am called Yaya, and my master is the esteemed Qing Feng Taoist, the sage of humanity." Yaya instinctively straightened her posture, pride swelling within her as she revealed her identity. "Oh, a disciple of the sage," Zi exclaimed with delight, immediately kneeling before Yaya. "Fair Yaya, I implore you to save the young of our race." No. Yaya hurriedly assisted Zi to her feet. "My master is indeed the sage of humanity. I shall certainly aid you. But what has transpired? The celestial race, for reasons unknown, has suddenly sought to annihilate our kind. Nearly 1 million lives of our people are at stake, and only this remaining 5,000 survive. To preserve the 5,000 children she brought, Zi chose to conceal the matter of the additional 5,000 children heading towards the witch clan." "What?" Yaya exclaimed in shock. 1 million human lives, and only 5,000 remain? Not merely 1 million, it is likely that across the entirety of the primordial expanse, only this meager fraction remains. Before Z could elaborate, a lofty voice echoed from the heavens. Yaya looked up to see an army of celestial soldiers, numbering over 10,000, led by a scholar radiating an ominous presence, wielding a feather fan, his gaze cold and piercing. This is the enmity between our celestial race and humanity. Surrender the humans, and I shall depart without encroaching upon Kunlun Mountain. Esteemed one. Z gazed at Yaya with hope. Yaya patted her hand, inhaling deeply, and stepped to the forefront of the mountain gate. She was the only direct disciple of the three pure ones currently residing in Kunlun Mountain, making her the spokesperson for the three pure ones. Her decision represented that of the three pure ones. Thus, preceding Kunpeng, humanity reveres my master Qing Feng as the sage and venerates the Grand Master as the leader. You slaughter our kin, and now you dare to pursue us to the doorstep of the three pure ones? Are you not afraid that my master and the Grand Master will hold your celestial race accountable? Even though Yaya possessed only the cultivation of a xianxia, and faced an army of over 10,000 with superior cultivation, even in conversation with the celestial master Kunpeng, a formidable being of quasi-saint status, she stood resolutely. Her soft legs straightened, and, as a direct disciple of the three pure ones, she boldly questioned the adversary. A flicker of surprise flashed across Kunpeng's eyes. He had not anticipated that among the disciples of the three pure ones, there existed such a fearless soul, unafraid of authority. Alas, though his ambitions soared high, his strength was woefully inadequate, and he was blind to the gravity of the situation. Were my esteemed friend from the three pure ones present, I might indeed hold him in some regard and choose to retreat. But you, a mere junior? Kunpeng let out a light chuckle. Do not accuse me of lacking respect for the three pure ones. Step aside and surrender the human, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, today, not a soul shall remain upon Kunlun. Chapter 121. The clans of Kunlun Mountain rally to defend their homeland. Within the halls of Yuqing Palace, as Yi dashed forth to rescue those in peril, Zhao Gongming had already slipped into the upper clear palace, his voice echoing with fervor. Brother Nanji. Brother Nanji. The elder disciple of Yuqing Palace, the celestial elder Nanji, emerged slowly, leaning on his cane. Although he held the title of a senior disciple, he was the first to have entered the sect of the primordial. His status, while that of an outer disciple, was not without significance. Nevertheless, in comparison to the once prominent Qing Feng, he certainly could not hold a candle. You are the outer disciple Zhao Gongming? What brings you here? As he inquired, a flicker of disdain crossed Nanji's countenance, for it was evident that Zhao, an outer disciple, lacked any semblance of decorum. Brother, Zhao Gongming has no time for idle chatter. He urged hastily. The celestial clan is pursuing humanity. Young children of our kind seek aid, and Sister Yaya has already ventured forth to confront the enemy. I have come to inform you to assist her. The celestial clan approaches. Nanji exclaimed, his shock compelling him to rush into Yuqing Palace without a moment's hesitation. Jests aside, despite his envy of Qing Feng's ascension to prominence as a fellow outer disciple, he could not afford to act recklessly in matters concerning the safety of their sect. In a flurry of steps, Nanji entered the palace, seizing a drumstick and striking the golden bell with fervor. Clang, buzz, two resonant sound waves surged through the air, traversing space towards the location of the three clears and their disciples beyond Kunlun Mountain. Yet, the ethereal barrier between the mortal realm and the cosmos quivered, and once again, the azure lotus flag thwarted the signal of humanity's plea for help. Inside Yuqing Palace, after several tense moments of silence, Nanji grew frantic, pounding the bell with increasing urgency. Clang, 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 clang. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of intense ripples reverberated into the heavens, only to be intercepted by the azure lotus flag time and again. Aside from the spatial distortions and the flickering of light and scenery, they were unable to break through the barrier and alert a single soul in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Eventually, Nanji exhausted his magical energy, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his body suffering internal injuries. Brother, cease your efforts. Our pleas cannot escape. Zhao Gongming, recognizing the dire situation, rushed forward to tightly embrace the celestial elder Nanji, fearing for his life due to the incessant tolling of the bell. Release me. Nanji forcefully broke free from Zhao's grasp, casting his gaze towards the mountain gate. Observing Yaya fiercely confronting the Kunpeng, he steeled his resolve and seized the golden bell anew, striking it with fervor. This time, he was not merely seeking aid from the three clears and their inner disciples, but issuing a decree to the entire sect. Attention, disciples of the three clears of Kunlun Mountain. An external threat looms. All disciples under the protection of the three clears, gather your strength and prepare to confront the enemy. This battle is one of life and death. All must fight valiantly until our masters return to safeguard our lineage of the three clears. Screech. The Qingyuan clan vowed to defend Kunlun. The clan leaders soared into the air, leading 3,000 Qingyuan kin as they spread their wings, heading towards the mountain gate. The Huofeng clan, resolute in their duty to protect the mountain gate, pledged their unwavering loyalty. The Huofeng took to the skies, their forms igniting into flames. Charging towards the mountain gate, the White Deer clan, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. The Kunlun mountains reverberated with the thunderous gallop of numerous white deer rushing towards the mountain gates. Kunlun is our homeland, a sanctuary that shall not be desecrated by outsiders. Golden eagles, come forth to protect. The clan of wild donkeys shall not lag behind. Though our prairie dog clan is feeble, we possess an unwavering resolve to defend our homeland. Nightingales and lilies, let the battle hymn resound for the warriors of Kunlun. The azure ox swears to defend the orange tree unto death. Countless indigenous tribes of the Kunlun Mountains rallied under the banner of the Three Pure Ones, pouring forth from every corner of Kunlun. As the Kunpeng threatened Yaya, myriad tribes surged forward, standing resolutely behind her. Despite their evident fear, their bodies remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. In the end, an overwhelming aura emanated from the western Kunlun. In the next instant, Lu Wu shattered the fabric of space and appeared beside Yaya. Celestial beings, when did you grow so audacious as to provoke us, Kunlun? Lu Wu. Witnessing the formidable armies of the various tribes of Kunlun, even Lu Wu from the western Kunlun was stirred to join the fray, causing a change in Kunpeng's countenance. Are you truly willing to offend my celestial clan for the sake of humanity? With the support of countless souls, Yaya's heart surged with fervor as she boldly stepped forward and replied, humanity is the lineage of the Supreme Master, a disciple of Master Qing Feng, and thus we are part of the Kunlun Mountains. In Kunlun, there are only valiant warriors who die defending their kin, not cowardly souls who abandon their comrades. Very well. Very good. Kunpeng fixed his gaze upon Yaya, then glanced at the 50,000 human children below. If today we cannot utterly annihilate humanity, once Nüwa and the Supreme return, it will spell the doom of our celestial clan. Only through the complete destruction of humanity can we cement this matter, allowing him to ascend to sainthood alongside the Eastern Sovereign, thus gaining a chance to contend with Nüwa and the Supreme. Therefore, humanity must perish today. Since you are so obstinate as to protect them, then today, you shall face total obliteration. Celestial soldiers, attack. Kunpeng gestured with his feather fan, and countless celestial soldiers descended from the heavens, descending upon the gates of Kunlun. Yaya suddenly summoned a yellow and white gourd with her left hand, striking it with her right. The gourd immediately transformed into the likeness of a golden needle mushroom. She then held the golden needle mushroom aloft, confronting the advancing celestial soldiers. Golden needle mushroom, unleash. The golden needle mushroom shot forth with incredible speed. Upon striking the celestial soldiers, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless explosions echoed among the celestial soldiers, each detonation comparable to the force of a nascent celestial being. With the chain of explosions, the power continued to amplify, reaching its zenith at the level of the early Tai. When the dust settled, the first wave of over 1,000 celestial soldiers had suffered 500 casualties. The remaining 500, grievously wounded in the violent chain explosions, had lost their combat effectiveness. In the sky, Kunpeng stood in astonishment. What kind of treasure is this? Below, Yaya, pale-faced, cradled the now transformed gourd, watching as the confidence ignited among her companions due to the explosion, feeling a sense of relief. She had not failed to live up to her master's teachings. Before departing, Qing Feng had imparted to Yaya some concepts akin to modern artillery's area of effect. Ladies and gentlemen, to safeguard Kunlun, we shall fight. The Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix spearheaded the assault, soaring through the air, unleashing flames of ice and fire that scorched the ground below. Behind them, the Qingyuan and the White Deer clans swiftly followed suit. The Antarctic Immortal, along with Wu Yun, Zhao Gongming, and the Three Heavens disciples, stood resolutely at the gates of Kunlun Mountain, armed and prepared for battle. With a thunderous clash, the celestial weapons of the Kunlun clans collided, unleashing a cacophony of spells in a chaotic display of violence, blood, and carnage across the battlefield, where corpses lay strewn in every direction. Meanwhile, Yu Chao led an additional 50,000 disciples toward Buzhou Mountain, only to be intercepted by Dong Wanggong, who commanded an army of 10,000 golden immortals, blocking their path just as they neared their destination. Yu Chao, you are but a remnant of defeated soldiers. Why do you not surrender and meet your fate? The Dongwang Gong sat mockingly upon a floral palanquin, grasping a dragon-headed staff, wearing a smirk that blurred the line between amusement and disdain as he gazed down upon the beleaguered Yu Chao and his followers. Chapter 122. The Self-Detonation of Yu Chao Clan After the Earth. The last hope of humanity rests upon the Witch Clan. Dongwang Gong. Yu Chao Clan glared fiercely at Dongwang Gong, his heart plummeting as he beheld the thousands of fierce, celestial soldiers behind him. This time, it seemed that the 50,000 children under his command were destined to perish here. He could only hope to delay Dongwang Gong for a while longer, allowing the 50,000 young souls of Kunlun Mountain a chance at survival. Children, after my self-detonation, scatter and flee. Save whoever you can, Yu Chao Clan instructed, holding his dwelling aloft and rising into the air. Dongwang Gong, is it not enough that my clan has but 50,000 children left? Must you eradicate them all? Yu Chao Clan questioned, secretly channeling his spiritual power. He had never entertained the notion of persuading Dongwang Gong. He merely wished to buy more time to gather additional magical energy, to stall Dongwang Gong just a moment longer. Even a single extra second could mean the survival of one more human child, and that would be a triumph. Planning to self-detonate? Do you truly believe I would fall for your ruse? Dongwang Gong scoffed disdainfully, directly exposing Yu Chao Clan's intentions. Yu Chao Clan's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer afford to gather magical energy. Instead, he prepared to activate his treasure of merit to self-detonate alongside him, obscuring the enemy's vision, granting the children a fleeting chance to escape. However, since Dongwang Gong had already discerned his purpose, and given the vast disparity between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Second Corpse's quasi-saint powers, how could he allow Yu Chao Clan to succeed? Space, condense. With a firm strike of his scepter, Dongwang Gong unleashed a surge of magical power that instantaneously sealed off the space surrounding Yu Chao Clan, along with his own strength. Do you truly think I am a fool, to be ensnared by the same trick twice? Dongwang Gong articulated Yu Chao Clan's scheme with an almost insulting clarity, then commanded, since you wish to sacrifice yourself to save them, let us fulfill your desire. Kill them. 500 golden immortals descended from behind Dongwang Gong, charging towards the 50,000 children. Children under 10, scatter and flee. Those above 10, stand and confront. The leading child, merely 16 years of age, cried out with determination, unsheathing his long blade and striking fiercely at the oncoming celestial soldiers. Yet, being only 16, even with prodigious talent, he could reach no more than the nascent soul realm in 16 years. How could he possibly contend with the golden immortal level celestial soldiers? The celestial soldiers made no move to defend themselves. The moment the child's blade struck, his arm was shattered, revealing a stark white bone. Even his blood was dispersed by the force. The child screamed in agony, his visage contorted, yet he hesitated not for a moment, lunging towards the celestial soldiers. In the instant of contact, boom, the child's body exploded into fragments, but his nascent soul cultivation inflicted no harm upon the celestial soldiers, failing to impede their advance. However, the explosion, transforming into a mixture of flesh and blood, obscured the celestial soldiers' vision for just a moment, halting their stride. The older children, witnessing this brief success, were filled with elation. The self-detonation works. Charge, brothers. Boom. For the sake of humanity. Boom. For eternal humanity. Boom. The human race shall never yield. Children over the age of 10, in a desperate attempt to shield their kin from the relentless pursuit of the celestial soldiers, unhesitatingly threw themselves in front of the advancing foes, detonating themselves in a moment of sacrifice. Their souls might have been scattered, yet not a single child hesitated. Their eyes radiated unwavering determination, driven solely by the hope that their self-immolation might spare even one more child. This spirit of selfless bravery, this relentless will to save their brethren, momentarily slowed the actions of the pursuing celestial soldiers. Despite the ease with which a mere group attack spell could obliterate the rushing children, the celestial soldiers remained motionless, pondering the value of their own lives in the face of such sacrifice. Dogsheng, tiger. Above, the trapped Wu Chao issued a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Yet the Eastern sovereign remained unmoved, observing the scene with an almost cruel detachment. Witnessing the celestial soldiers' growing compassion, he raised his dragon-headed staff, aiming it at the fleeing human children. Today, the human race shall be exterminated. As the staff glimmered ominously, an unknown mountain suddenly descended towards the scattering children. Wu Chao's eyes widened in horror. Should the mountain fall, the tremendous force would surely annihilate every last child. Fall. It was evident that the Eastern sovereign was fully aware of this fact, and without hesitation, he commanded the staff to crash down. In that instant, as the mountain descended. A woman with a serpent's tail erupted from the ground, radiating a golden light. With 7 hands at the ready, she stood resolutely in front of the children. In each of her 2 hands, she wielded a serpent, unleashing beams of golden light that coalesced into a massive earthen barrier, effectively halting the impending mountain. Then, with a forceful push from her 7 hands, she sent the mountain soaring back, disrupting the sovereign's control and returning it to its original position. Hou Tu, what concern is it of yours if I annihilate the human race? Do you seek to engage in battle with my celestial kindred? The Eastern sovereign had presumed that the humans would not venture into the territory of Buzhou Mountain, which was why he positioned himself there. However, he was taken aback to witness Hou Tu intervene, even from a distance of thousands of miles, revealing her true form and exerting her full power to obstruct him. Before Hou Tu could respond, messages from various celestial kings began to arrive. Qiming, Your Majesty, the humans I pursued have been intercepted by disciples of Wu Zhuangwen. Yingzhao, the Dragon Clan saved over 1,000 diving humans, claiming they are of the East Seas merfolk, thus not human. Goha, the Phoenix Clan rescued thousands of humans, asserting they are of the angelic race. Kunping, the disciples of Sanqing are leading various clans from Kunlun Mountain to shelter 50,000 human children. The final message from Kunping caused the Eastern sovereign's countenance to darken as he seized the celestial edict, issuing a decree of total annihilation. Very well. You all wish to oppose my celestial race. Proclaim my celestial edict. Any force that dares to shield the human race shall be killed without mercy. As his words echoed, the Eastern sovereign's gaze fell upon Hou Tu. Hou Tu, if you do not step aside, I shall ensure you meet your demise here today. Who is it that you wish to see perish? As the voice of the Eastern king reverberated, a familiar and resounding sound echoed forth. Below, beside Hou Tu, the very fabric of space trembled. In the next moment, the ancestral shaman Di Jiang emerged from the void, followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Zhurong, Gong, Xian Ming, and the other 12 ancestral shamans, all manifesting with a multitude of over 10,000 mighty shamans, collectively appearing before Hou Tu. Are you truly prepared to stand against me for the sake of the human race? The Eastern king's gaze was icy, fixated intently on the gathering shamans below. His right hand gripping his staff tightly, all his attention diverted to the approaching shamanic horde, momentarily loosening his control over the Yuchao clan. Seizing the opportunity, the now somewhat liberated Yuchao clan did not hesitate to self-destruct. Boom. The explosion of the Tai Golden Immortal, alongside the self-detonation of the mid-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure. The thatched cottage unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the Eastern king to involuntarily stagger backward, with the tip of his little finger tainted by a trace of dark karma. Hou Tu, the last hope of the human race, I entrust you with this burden. Chapter 123, The Sorrow of Humanity. A true hero, witnessing the indomitable spirit of Yuchao. Zhurong could not help but utter a word of praise, and this was precisely the effect Yuchao sought to achieve. Through his own sacrifice, he aimed to evoke the goodwill and recognition of the Wu tribe, thereby garnering their support to protect the children of humanity. Even if he could save but one, his sacrifice would be worth it. Sister, what say you? Zhurong turned to Hou Tu. This man matches my temperament. Should you choose not to intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands. Hou Tu looked imploringly at Daijing, elder brother. We must save them. Qing Feng is a revered sage of humanity. This single proclamation sufficed to sway Daijing. Brothers, the enemies of the celestial beings are our allies. Charge. Save humanity. With that, Daijing led the charge, followed closely by the 9 ancestral witches, including Gong and Zhurong. As they surged towards the celestial soldiers, Hou Tu, alongside Xianming, rallied their own tribe's ancestral witches to rescue humanity. Those who are oblivious to the peril shall be eradicated. The Eastern king slammed his staff down for the second time, channeling the power of the heavens. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the ancestral witches, who bravely resisted with their formidable physiques, surging forward against the immense burden to confront the Eastern king. Simultaneously, upon receiving the Eastern king's command, the great celestial kings intensified their onslaught. Celestial beings, attack, breach the Wuzhuang temple, and annihilate Mount Wanshou. Jiming positioned his palms as if to prop up the heavens, invoking boundless magical power that darkened the skies, thick clouds gathering as thunder rained down, colliding with the myriad celestial soldier spells and powers upon the protective barrier of Mount Wanshou. Hold firm. Just a little longer, the master shall arrive. Qing Feng crouched down, and in the next moment, he split the last ginseng fruit in half, tossing one half to Nüwa while consuming the other, once more doubling the flow of magical energy into the formation. However, both of their meridians, already worn thin from the continuous influx of magical energy and the backlash from the formation, could not endure this surge. With a sudden gasp, both emitted blood once again. The ginseng fruit healed their meridians, yet the meridians were once more ruptured, creating a relentless cycle of agony, rendering their bodies as though pierced by countless blades. Blood cascading from their mouths like a torrential river. In mere seconds, beneath them, a small pool of blood formed, spilling down the mountain and onto the humanity below. Great immortal Qing Feng, great immortal Nüwa, you must release the formation. We are not worthy. The leader of the humanity, weeping profusely, bowed deeply towards Honghuang temple. Qing Feng, enduring excruciating pain, managed to force a smile towards the humans. Rest assured, as long as my sister and I draw breath, we shall ensure your safety. O great immortal. The humanity's leader, now the 50th to change, sobbed as he prostrated on the ground, performing the 9 bows with great reverence, then raised his right hand towards the heavens, vowing, with the heavens above and the path of humanity below, if humanity does not perish today, Honghuang Temple on Mount Wanshou shall forever be a sacred ground for humanity. We shall eternally commemorate this day and its grace. Should today's vow be violated, may the heavens forsake them, and humanity scorn them. With a thunderous clap, a deep rumble echoed above the 5 Zhuang Temple, a testament to the celestial and human realms affirming the oath of the leader of the human race. Upon witnessing this divine proclamation, an unsettling anxiety blossomed within Ji Meng's heart. Could it be that the human race would not endure today? No. If humanity were to perish, then the celestial beings would surely meet their demise. Today, the human race must be annihilated. With a steely resolve, he intensified the thunder descending from the heavens. In the East CS Dragon Palace, Zhao wielded a long staff, summoning countless aquatic beings, directing them towards the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan, indeed, would not surrender the human race. A fierce countenance graced Zhao's face. Today, it was either the extinction of humanity or the obliteration of the celestial beings. There could be no third outcome. Zhao, the celestial king, received a composed yet unwavering response from Long. I have stated before, there are no humans within the sea. The mermen are creatures with human forms and fish tails. Unrelated to the human race. Why must you press this matter? Unrelated to the human race? A glint of malice flickered in Zhao's eyes. Then have their leader come forth and swear an oath that they are not of the human race. If he dares to swear, I shall depart from the Dragon Palace at once. This. Long instinctively turned to glance at the human leader within the palace. The leader of the humans fell silent, then rose, drawing his sword and cleaving his fishtail in two. The thick, fleshy appendage split apart, blood and flesh flying. A torrent of crimson spilling forth. Following the leader's act, all adult humans who had sought refuge in the East Sea acted without hesitation, drawing their swords and severing their own fish tails. Then, the human leader seized a 10-year-old child who had transformed into a merman, demanding, swear. Father. The child shook his head violently, reaching out to cover the leader's fish tail, attempting to restore it, yet the leader showed no mercy. Grasping the child's collar and lifting him before his chest. Swear that you are of the merman clan, not of the human race. I am not. Swear. The leader roared, leaning closer to the child. Oh heavens above. Humans, humanity above. The mermen are not of the human race. They are unrelated to humanity. With a thunderous crack, the sky erupted in response to the child's oath, affirming it. Very well. Take care of your kin. Satisfied, the human leader released the child, ruffled his hair, and nudged him towards the other merman. Then, he turned and bowed deeply to Long. The Dragon Clan's salvation of the human race shall never be forgotten. Under the heavens, under humanity, today I, in the name of the leader of the human tribe, swear an oath. Should we miraculously survive, the Dragon Clan shall forever be the totem of the human race. With another deafening crack, the heavens echoed once more, acknowledging the human oath. Why must it be this way? Long shook his head, at a loss for how to draw him back. She understood that he did not wish to implicate the Dragon Clan and had already resigned himself to his fate. Only those who died in battle were truly human. There were no survivors among them. With a fierce cry, the leader arose, brandishing his severed fish tails, wielding a blade, and charged at Zhao. Brothers of the human race, follow me to slay. Kill. A multitude of the human race writhed with fish-like tails, stumbling chaotically towards Zhao. Driven by an indomitable will to advance, despite the fact that most could scarcely maintain their footing, they persistently propelled themselves forward with their hands, unwavering in their intent to charge. Insects. Zhao's countenance was frigid as his hand pressed downwards. Countless human lives were shattered, meeting a gruesome end on the spot, not even grazing the hem of Zhao's garment. Father. In the embrace of Ying Long, the leader of the mermen wailed, yearning to leap forth, yet was firmly restrained by Ying Long's grip. The Dragon Clan's chieftain, the leader of the mermen, referred to the human race as father. Mermen are human too. Ying Zhao cast a sinister glance at the merman cradled in Ying Long's arms. Yet, Ying Long merely tightened his hold on the merman leader, exhibiting no intention of relinquishing him, and responded expressionlessly. It seems the esteemed Ying Zhao has momentarily lost his hearing, failing to grasp the decree of the heavenly Dao. The mermen are subordinates of my dragon clan. What concern is it of the human race? Why then refer to him as father? Is foster father not sufficient? With a derisive snort, Ying Long turned and gestured for the aquatic beings to escort the mermen back to the dragon palace. Begone. My dragon clan has no desire to entertain you celestial beings. Ying Zhao glared fiercely at Ying Long's retreating figure, his spear poised for action, but under the watchful gaze of enormous dragon eyes deep within the palace. He ultimately refrained from striking. Chapter 124. Yiya ignites fireworks, ultimately startling the Azure Edge. In the realm of the Phoenix clan, amidst the eternal volcano, the human clan expresses profound gratitude for the salvation bestowed upon them by the Phoenix. With the celestial path above and the human path elevated, today, I, in the capacity of the leader of the human tribes, vow that if we are fortunate enough to endure, the Phoenix clan shall be eternally revered as the totem of humanity. Brothers, follow me. Let these celestial offspring comprehend that among the human race, there are only those who perish in battle, never those who kneel. In a thunderous roar, the human leader, bearing 2 streaks of blood upon his back, leads his kin towards the demon chariot and the celestial soldiers, charging forth with relentless fervor. Yet they too fall, crushed beneath the might of the demon chariot as they advance. Behind them, amidst the avian members of the Phoenix clan, the angelic leader, adorned with wings, covers their mouth with trembling hands, tears streaming down their face. Yuan Feng begone. Standing at the forefront of the avian clan, the venerable ancestor Yuan Feng's visage is as cold as frost, her heart swelling with indignation, nearly beyond her control. As the matriarch of the Phoenix, she finds herself powerless to protect even her own kin from the human race. How shall she face the Azure Edge in the future claiming to be their elder? If you do not vacate my eternal volcano at once, you shall not depart at all. You will all remain here to serve as sustenance for the eternal volcano. Yuan Feng squints her eyes, gazing at the celestial army, her glare sharp as 1,000 blades, yearning to devour. Her fury reaches its zenith, and should the demon chariot dare utter another word, she vows to annihilate this celestial horde today. The demon chariot casts a reluctant glance at Yuan Feng before turning away, gesturing for retreat. Among the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and other prominent races, there exists a shared resolution. Should the human race endure, the Qilin clan shall forever be the auspicious divine beasts of humanity. The White Tiger clan shall eternally embody the battle totem for humanity. The Xuanwu clan shall forever guard the totem of humanity. Each of these noble clans willing to shelter the human race is etched deeply in their hearts. Meanwhile, those formidable powers that have forsaken humanity incur no blame from them. After all, under the duress of the Celestial clan, the choice to protect them has left them profoundly grateful. They do not dwell on their benefactors. The adults wield their weapons, charging forth to their demise. The elders clasp the small hands of their juniors, gallantly facing death. At this moment, the entirety of the primordial forces is moved by the valor, heroism, and indomitable spirit of humanity willing to sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, at the crucial Kunlun Mountain, Kuanping, having received the decree from the Eastern King, also hears the responses from other celestial lords. Within his heart, a tempest of turmoil brews. How can the human race receive the protection of so many clans? Have they, the celestial beings, now become the villains in the eyes of all forces? Such reputation, even with Honghuang's support. Can the celestial clan truly secure their position as the masters of heaven and earth? Kuanping, if you withdraw now and spare these humans, when the 3 clear ones return, I shall speak a few favorable words on your behalf in their presence. Lu Wu, engaged in battle with Kuanping, senses his hesitation and hastily implores. The human race is the lineage of the Supreme Saint, the Taoist progeny of Nüwa. Do you truly not contemplate your future? Indeed, the human race is the Taoist lineage of Nüwa and the Supreme. And yet, they are on the brink of annihilation by the Celestial clan, the once mighty human race, now reduced to fewer than 100,000. This is tantamount to the celestial beings having directly severed 99% of the fortune bestowed upon the Great One and Nüwa. Such a profound enmity cannot be dismissed lightly. Thus, today, the human race must face annihilation. The celestial beings must triumph in this war of immortals and witches. Only then can Kunpeng achieve sanctification and find a glimmer of survival. Friend Lu Wu, should you persist in your desire to shield this swarm of ants, I will have no choice but to take decisive action. Kunpeng's expression shifted, and as he wielded his feathered fan, the power emanating from the descending Beiming Palace surged, more than doubling in potency. Such overwhelming force left Lu Wu astounded. Despite considering himself merely a quasi-saint, having deemed his qualifications inadequate for the path of the laws and opting instead for the path of the three corpses of Honghuang, attaining the quasi-saint level means that every minor advancement is akin to the disparity of previous major realms. The difference of a single corpse is sufficient for Kunpeng to utterly dominate him. Kunpeng, do not deceive yourself. With a strenuous effort, Lu Wu raised his hands, firmly bracing against the impact of the Beiming Palace. A flicker of sorrow crossed Kunpeng's eyes. Yet I can no longer turn back. The Beiming Palace descends. Kunlun Mirror. As the Beiming Palace plummeted with all its might, Lu Wu dared not hold back against the full force assault of the two corpses' quasi-saints. He immediately pressed his palm to his forehead, summoning the Kunlun Mirror, a gift from his partner, in a desperate attempt to stabilize time and space. Crack. The Beiming Palace crashed down but was momentarily halted by the power of time and space, descending gradually, relying solely on Kunpeng's formidable magic. At this moment, Lu Wu had retreated to the mountain gate, standing beside the sweat-drenched Yiya. His hands and claws trembled, sweat cascading down his face like a torrential stream. Little girl, if you have no other means of assistance, we shall meet our end today. Lu Wu urgently warned Yiya. Yiya, gritting her teeth in contemplation, recalled that her master had entrusted her with a certain item before departing. The memory of her master suddenly turning to hand her a precious object surfaced in her mind. This is a signal flare for rescue, specially sought by your grandmaster from the second grandmaster. It contains a drop of my blood. Once ignited, it will resonate immediately, no matter the distance, even if I am lost in chaos or in other worlds. Remember, it must not be used unless in dire peril. Yi scanned her surroundings. Brother Nanji, blood pouring from his mouth, furiously struck the golden bell with his mallet, releasing waves of sound to dispel the incoming spells and divine powers. Brother Wuyun, wielding his dual hammers, now reduced to half, was drenched in blood, yet continued to fight valiantly at the forefront, battling fiercely against the enemy. Zhao Gongming, the first manifestation of the primordial breeze, had exhausted his magic. Gripping his dual whips tightly, his body riddled with wounds, yet he pressed onward against the foes. His sister, the three Shaos, equally drained of magic, still wielded her long sword and whip, fiercely engaging the enemy without a hint of retreat. Indeed, the remaining outer disciples showed no signs of backing down, each fighting valiantly to protect their sect. Yet now, life hangs precariously in the balance, with demise looming at any moment. Observing the other clans from Kunlun Mountain that have come to assist, the Qingyuan has suffered nearly half its members, with its leader having lost a wing. The Qingyou clan, relying on their formidable physiques, stands resolutely at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the casualties, with fewer than 10 members remaining. Even the weakest among them, the Yang and Lily clans, now find their voices hoarse, unable to sing the battle hymns that bolster their comrades. Yet, even as they burn their very essence, squeezing out the last vestiges of their vocal strength, they strive to sing, if only to impart a modicum of power to their allies. Master, surely this is the moment of life and death. Yiya murmured to herself as she gazed skyward, retrieving a flare from her bosom, aiming it at the heavens, and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! Within the starry solar palace, Qing Feng, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all rose in unison, exchanging glances. This is dire. Something has happened at Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 125, The Wrath of Qing Feng. The mighty ones return to the primordial world. In the starry hall, the reactions of Qing Feng and the three pure ones left everyone present in a state of astonishment as they turned their gazes toward them. Brothers, have you perhaps made a miscalculation? If there were trouble at Kunlun Mountain, they would have signaled you long ago, would they not? How could there be not a single word? Di Jun inquired with concern, though his words were laced with doubt, given their camaraderie. He did not suspect the four were deliberately sabotaging the prince and princess's birthday celebration. After all, the child had yet to even partake in the traditional ceremony. Before the three pure ones and Qing Feng could respond, Fuxi was the first to rise, pointing out the anomaly. Something is amiss. Observe the scene beneath the stars. It is quite abnormal. It appears to be obscured by a treasure. Fuxi, with a grave expression, gestured toward the projected earthly scenery below. The assembly collectively looked down. At first, they had merely caught a fleeting glance, but upon closer examination, they noticed that the figures below, seemed to be endlessly repeating the same motion. Moreover, the space appeared slightly distorted, rippling outward as if a dragonfly were skimming the water's surface. Had it not been for the presence of such formidable beings, the subtle disturbances might have gone unnoticed. The veil that shrouded the sky and entirely obscured the cosmos, while blocking information. The perpetrator's intentions were indeed far-reaching. Dijun's countenance turned as cold as ice. Taking advantage of the festivities for the prince and princess was a blatant affront to their kin's dignity. Brothers, how did you come to discover this? It was due to a warning firework we specially crafted for Qing Feng. Once ignited, it would signal us through the void, came the reply. I entrusted this firework to Ye just before our departure, instructing him to use it only in cases of utmost urgency. Qing Feng, interrupting the original speaker, urgently addressed his masters. Masters, Ye has been a disciple for some time now, well aware of the gravity of situations. There must be something beyond their capacity at the mountain. The three pure ones nodded gravely. Within the mountain resided powerful primordial beings like the Qing Yuan, Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, and Qing Nüwa. The necessity for Ye to send a warning indicated a grave crisis. I have also instructed Lu Wu to keep a vigilant watch over Kunlun Mountain, yet he has not communicated with me. Likely due to the same obstruction from the spiritual treasure, affirmed the Western Queen Mother, her expression equally somber. Masters, Qing Feng implored, casting an anxious glance at Tongtian. Tongtian offered him a comforting nod, and then, as the Qingping sword was drawn and placed in his hand, he declared, I shall uncover who dares to conspire against my Kunlun Mountain. Sword Path Principle, / With a mere utterance of the word / a sword light measuring 1,000,000 miles burst forth from the Qingping sword, cascading down toward the starry expanse below. Whoosh! As the sword's radiance descended upon the nexus between the celestial realm and the mortal world, the onlookers beheld a scene of disarray, with the fabric of space contracting as if enveloped by a shroud of cloth. For a full 3 seconds, it absorbed the formidable essence of the sword's glow without breaching the defensive veil. Yet, this strike was ultimately an embodiment of the celestial swordsmanship, severing through the very laws of the cosmos. No matter how potent the protective artifact, in that profound moment of the sword's descent, a sliver of a rift to the mortal realm was revealed. Then, the mighty ones witnessed countless distress signals of magical energy soaring upwards, reaching their hands. Patriarch, the celestial beings are slaughtering the human race. Ancestors, we must rescue the humans fleeing from the indestructible volcano. Please return quickly to provide support. Master, the human race is in peril. I have taken the liberty to activate the Great Formation to save our kin, and I am now engaged in battle against 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. The formation of Wanshou Mountain is on the brink of collapse. Please return swiftly. The Qilin clan is fighting fiercely with the celestial beings to save the humans. The White Tiger clan is battling the celestial beings to protect the human race. Patriarch, please return to assist us. Master, you must quickly inform Lady Nüwa and the Supreme Master. The human race is in dire straits, and we can scarcely hold on any longer. Countless cries for help echoed within the hall, until finally, a wisp of virtue enveloping a fragment of a lingering soul surged into the grand hall. Holy Master, Holy Mother, Master, I beseech you to save our human race. The remnant soul revealed the visage of Suiren, uttering a solitary phrase before dissipating entirely with the virtue. Thus, in the three realms, the Suiren of the human race vanished forever. Qing Feng rose in silence, his countenance serene. Yet with each step he took, treasures materialized around him. The apricot yellow flag, the flame light flag, the cloud realm flag, the map of mountains and rivers, and the purple lightning hammer. After 5 steps, the spiritual treasures emerged in unison, as he stood at the edge of the hall, proclaiming loudly, Where is the thunderous roar? With a crackle, accompanied by the thunderous din, the thunderous strike descended from the heavens, standing majestically before Qing Feng. Return to Kunlun, join the fray. No sooner had Qing Feng spoken than a resounding slap struck his face. Slap, Your Highness. Qing Feng gazed in disbelief at his assailant, only to discover it was none other than the Holy Mother Nüwa. Could it be that she truly regarded the human race merely as instruments of enlightenment, never investing any genuine concern? What are you panicking about? Can you single-handedly breach the defenses below? Nüwa scolded sharply. To save the human race. There are plenty of formidable beings here. It is not your place as a mere junior to intervene. With that, Nüwa seized Qing Feng by the arm and flung him behind her, turning to address the assembly of mighty ones, issuing a direct command. All clan leaders, return to your territories immediately. If there are no quasi-saint level experts within your clans, Dijun and Tai, you will be responsible for opening the spatial passage. Ensure you return swiftly to settle the humans you are sheltering. Sanqing, you too must return to Kunlun. The human race is in distress. They are bound to have fled to Kunlun Mountain, so preserve as many as you can. Fushi, immediately gather the demon army. Once the seal is broken, march forth into the mortal realm. Confront celestial beings and endeavor to rescue any human captives. In mere seconds, with just a few words, Nüwa swiftly orchestrated the tasks at hand. Fushi, strumming his zither, filled the celestial expanse with resonant melodies, marking his induction into the demon clan as the Emperor of Shi, solidifying the decree of warfare for all members of the demon race. From the vastness of the starry sky, countless demons surged forth from the constellations, rapidly assembling under the guidance of their respective planetary sovereigns. Meanwhile, other formidable beings had also gathered their mystical energies, poised for an all-out confrontation. Observing this scene, Nüwa nodded in satisfaction before turning, her gaze icy as she cast her eyes downward. In her hand, the red embroidered ball materialized with sudden brilliance. With a decisive throw, the red embroidered ball, empowered by Nüwa's utmost exertion of human sanctity, plummeted toward the mortal realm as if the sun and moon themselves were descending. A thunderous roar erupted. This time, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught. It merely struggled for an instant before devolving into a cerulean banner, wailing as it attempted to flee, only to be swiftly captured by Taishang's deft hand. The blue lotus banner, a conduit for the saints, indeed served its purpose well. With a glacial glare, Taishang's eyes turned cold as Nüwa, her expression stern, directed her finger downward. Esteemed comrades, follow me into battle. The target is the celestial race. Chapter 126. The Return of the Great Power. The situation reverses. Part 1. At Honghuang Temple, Qing Feng and Nüwa struggled to withstand the relentless assault of 1 million celestial soldiers led by Jimin. It was only until the last reserve of ginseng fruit was consumed that their meridians shattered, leaving them devoid of any magical power. Master, if you do not arrive soon, your 2 disciples will truly perish. As the formation teetered on the brink of collapse, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiming's mouth. With a finger pointed skyward, he prepared to unleash the final bolt of thunder. In that moment, Qing Feng, filled with despair, bellowed towards the heavens. Beside him, Nüwa had already succumbed to exhaustion, her meridians severed and blood lost, falling into unconsciousness. In truth, Qing Feng was also on the verge of fainting, his persistence solely sustained by the nurturing of the ginseng fruit tree and the last flicker of will within his heart. With a commanding gesture, Jiming summoned thunder like a dragon, ready to strike the grand formation of Wanshou Mountain. Die! Thunder roars through the heavens. Crack! Who do you wish to see perish? Just as the thunderous dragon was about to strike the formation, a voice filled with suppressed fury resonated from above the ginseng fruit tree. Accompanying this roar was a burst of earthy yellow light that emerged from the top of the tree, revealing a middle-aged Taoist with an aura of celestial elegance and anger etched upon his brow. Yuanshi. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiming's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of yellow light and vanished from above Wanshou Mountain, leaving the celestial soldiers with a single command: retreat. The celestial soldiers, having been forewarned by Jimong, scattered like birds and beasts at the command to withdraw. Some escaped by fleeing, others took to the clouds, while some transformed into light. Each displayed their unique abilities, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. By the time Yuanshi could react, the enemies on Wanshou Mountain had already vanished without a trace, leaving no survivors. Even the remnants of the human race, their flesh and souls, had been meticulously cleared away, leaving only the vast yellow sands and numerous craters to bear witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Yuanshi instinctively sought to pursue, but a feeble voice halted his steps. He held the fallen Qing Feng tightly in his arms. Master, you have finally returned. I did not let you down. I safeguarded Wanshou Mountain. Yes, you are the best disciple. Yuanshi hurriedly retrieved a ginseng fruit and placed it into Qing Feng's mouth. However, after the prolonged conflict, Qing Feng had ingested too much and was now temporarily immune to the effects of the ginseng fruit. Disciple, I shall seek Lady Nüwa to restore your physical form. As he gazed upon the severely weakened Qing Feng and the barely conscious Nüwa beside him, tears streamed down Yuanshi's face. Having already lost an old friend, would he now lose 2 cherished disciples? Master, I have safeguarded the human race. I have not brought shame upon you, have I? No. You are the most proud disciple of your master. Yuanshi tightly embraced Qing Feng, with Nüwa on his back, cautiously opening the passage to seek medical aid on Kunlun Mountain. Disciple, rest for a moment. Just hold on a little longer. In just 1 minute, I shall restore you to health. Master, As the last word fell, Qing Feng's hand slackened, and he appeared on the verge of death. 3 light divine water. A melodious voice resonated. And Zhen Yuanzi beheld 10 droplets shimmering with sunlight, moonlight, and starlight descending from the heavens. 2 of these droplets landed precisely on Qing Feng and Nüwa, instantly stabilizing their breaths. With visible recovery of their internal injuries, not only were his 2 disciples affected, but even his ginseng fruit tree was nourished with 5 droplets. Its damaged branches and leaves began to mend, and even the ginseng fruit that harbored the remnants of the red cloud surged from the ground, returning to the tree. With its spirit becoming more cohesive, Zhen Yuanzi was overjoyed and raised his gaze towards the source of the voice. A strikingly beautiful woman, though disheveled and clad in garments marked by the scars of battle, approached him with a respectful bow. I am Yanxiao, an outer disciple of the 3 clear sect of Kunlun, sent by the esteemed senior brother Qing Feng to deliver the 3 light divine water to you. Please convey to young friend Qing Feng that I, Zhen Yuanzi, am deeply grateful. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at his 2 disciples, who had regained their stability, and nodded appreciatively at Yanxiao. However, Yanxiao, hesitant to accept gratitude, promptly replied, Senior, you jest. Senior brother Qing Feng has stated that your efforts are for the salvation of humanity, and in honor of your friendship with the goddess Nüwa and the venerable Taishang. It is merely our 3 clear lineage repaying your kindness. Please accept this humble offering of 3 light divine water. Qing Feng's words were indeed fitting. The earlier displeasure stemming from the damage to Wanshou Mountain and the tragic loss of his disciple was soothed by Yanxiao's remarks. Furthermore, considering the enmity with the Red Cloud, return and inform your master that once I have settled matters at Wanshou Mountain, I shall proceed to Kunlun to discuss the issue with the thieving celestial tribe. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang returned to Dragon Palace as Tai Yi opened the spatial passage. Clan leader, ancestor, are the celestial beings still besieging our Dragon Palace? No, they were just repelled by our ancestors' reprimand. Observing Ao Guang's urgency, Ying Long inquired with curiosity, is there some major development? Indeed. Ao Guang nodded emphatically. The interceptor has sealed the heavens, preventing your distress signal from reaching the stars. Now, Nüwa, Taishang, and Emperor Jun are infuriated, along with the leaders of hundreds of great clans, seeking to hold the celestial tribe accountable. If we can rescue humanity during this calamity, we shall earn the favor of the goddess Nüwa, Emperor Jun, and the 3 great saints. Of course, we shall intervene, Ying Long replied proudly. And we shall also earn the gratitude of humanity, forever becoming their totem. Splendid. Now regarding these. As Ao Guang let out an exclamation of joy, his gaze fell upon the merfolk children, their fish-like tails radiating an aura that seemed to belong to humanity. Ying Long fell silent before those children who had vowed to forsake their own lineage. She truly found herself at a loss for words. With a gentle clap of her hands, she signaled for them to be taken away, then conveyed the news to Ao Guang. This matter is somewhat well. You shall see for yourself. A memory fragment was transmitted to Ao Guang, who, upon reviewing it, was left utterly speechless, mirroring Ying Long's own bewilderment. This issue we shall later bring to the attention of Lady Nüwa Chief. What is of greater urgency now is to assemble the great army and march towards Kunlun Mountain, preparing to confront the celestial beings. Excellent. A spark of excitement ignited in Ying Long's eyes as she readily agreed. This marked the first time their dragon clan could engage in open warfare following the great conflict among the 3 races. And they would do so from a position of righteousness. What banner shall we raise? Just as Ying Long was about to mobilize the troops, her body suddenly froze, prompting her to turn and inquire. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Guang replied loudly, to vanquish the tyrannical celestial race and avenge humanity. Chapter 127 The Return of the Mighty. The Turn of the Tide. In a manner akin to the Dragon Clan, at the immortal Fire Mountain, the return of the Xian bird was met with unwavering support from the Yuan Phoenix for its decision. Millions of celestial beings from the avian tribes, alongside thousands of golden immortal avian warriors, soared forth, accompanying the Xian bird towards Kunlun Mountain, poised to strike against the immortals. On Qilan Cliff, the Qilan clan, the White Tiger clan from the Western lands, and various other prominent races either came to the rescue of their kin dispatched by Kunlun Mountain or were compelled to retreat the forces of the immortal clans by their ancestors' return. In summary, any faction that had saved the human race hastily assembled their armies, converging upon Kunlun like rivers merging into the sea, all seeking to avenge the blood feud of humanity. Time rewinds to the moment Nüwa shattered the Azure Lotus banner. At Kunlun Mountain, witnessing Lu Wu's obstinacy, determined to perish rather than abandon the defense of Kunlun and the mountain, willing to risk annihilation to protect humanity, An uncontainable rage surged within Qing. If you insist on courting death, then this immortal shall grant your wish. Northern Underworld Palace, fall. This time, Qing showed no mercy, bringing down the Northern Underworld Palace. Danger. The three pure ones have discovered our movements. We must retreat at once. Just as the Northern Underworld Palace was about to descend, Qing heard the panicked voice of Jin. Qing's expression shifted, casting aside threats as he disregarded the actions of the remnants of humanity, retracting the Northern Underworld Palace and leaping upwards. The innate Dao body abruptly transformed into the form of a great rock, vanishing from Kunlun in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a hurried escape proclamation. Retreat. Before the gates of Kunlun Mountain, many disciples prepared to share in the fate of Kunlun suddenly witnessed the expressions of the immortal soldiers, who had held the upper hand. Turned to terror. Without time to react, they discarded their helmets and armor, some even abandoning their weapons, fleeing in a panic. In mere seconds, not a single immortal remained outside Kunlun Mountain. Seeing this, Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her, and utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. We won. We triumphed. We repelled the immortals. Disbelieving cheers spilled from Yi's lips. The various clans at the mountain gate exchanged incredulous glances. We won. Did we truly prevail? Did we really drive back the immortals? A chorus of disbelief filled the air, echoing in jubilant waves. Within the mountain gates, the three pure ones, accompanied by Qing Feng, Nüwa, Dijuan, and Tai, slowly emerged, quietly observing the scene. They watched the jubilant throngs of Kunlun's clans and disciples, as well as the human children, who lay on the ground, weeping in relief from their narrow escape. Little Fengzi. Nüwa noticed that Qing Feng's emotions seemed awry, but was at a loss on how to console him. Qing Feng paid no heed to Nüwa, continuing to stride forward. The moment he stepped out of the mountain gate, the onlookers fell silent, their murmurs gradually fading away. Xiaofeng. Lu Wu approached, but Qing Feng disregarded him, striding past. Shi Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and other concerned figures approached cautiously, yet Qing Feng chose to remain indifferent. Shifu. Yi stepped forward, and finally, a flicker of response crossed Qing Feng's face. He managed a faint smile and ruffled Yi's hair before moving on, leaving her behind. Ultimately, he stood before the Zi clan. Saint Master, humanity, it is finished. Zi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, bearing the marks of countless wounds. How many of our kin remain? Qing Feng's voice was hoarse as he asked, each word painstakingly articulated. Aside from the 50,000 children before us, the remaining humans number no more than 100,000. Zi wept, her gaze fixed sorrowfully upon Qing Feng. So, humanity is reduced to merely 100,000? And the innate humans? Of the first batch of 3,000 innate beings, how many survive? Qing Feng inquired with a calm demeanor. Yet the blood seeping from the corners of his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. See, self-destructed, Yu Chao, unaware of their fate. All other innate beings, save for myself, perished while protecting the children. Zi could not bear to meet Qing Feng's gaze. After years of companionship, she understood better than anyone the depth of his feelings for humanity. Despite his daily proclamations of non-interference in humanity's development, he grieved deeply over even the slightest misfortune, such as the death of a child during birth, often spending sleepless nights seeking solutions. And now, with humanity suffering such devastating losses, how could she face him? From billions, only 100,000 remain. Had the innate beings truly died to protect the children? How could this be? How could this be? Qing Feng muttered to himself, his face flushing with rage as he spoke the final words, his eyes bloodshot. Tears of blood fell drop by drop to the ground. Indeed, with all innate ancestors perished and billions of humans lost, how could I possibly endure? Zi cast her gaze over the fallen children, offering Qing Feng a relieved smile. Saint Master, I entrust the future of humanity to you. See, Yu Chao, I am coming to find you. With those words, Zi summoned her powers, preparing to self-destruct. Behind her, Tongtian's expression shifted dramatically. With a firm step, he instantaneously appeared before Zi, gripping her shoulders to quell the surge of energy within her. Then, slap. A resounding blow struck Qing Feng's face, staggering him. Qing Feng, in this grave crisis for humanity, as the Saint Master, do you only know how to blame fate and others? I. Qing Feng met Tongtian's gaze, slowly shifting his attention to Zi and her scarred body, then to the multitude of fallen children. Unable to contain his grief any longer, Qing Feng fell to the ground, weeping bitterly. It is all my fault. All my fault. Clearly, I am aware that Hongjun is capable of forging the Slaughter Witch's sword. Undoubtedly, I know that the creation of the Slaughter Witch's sword necessitates the physical form and soul of a human. It is evident that the celestial beings have been driven to the brink of annihilation by us and will undoubtedly seek to eradicate humanity to forge the sword. Yet, why is it that I have inexplicably forgotten to alert humanity, forgotten to dispatch guardians to protect them? The impending doom of humanity is entirely my fault. What face do I have left to serve as a sage for the human race? What right do I possess to continue living? In the depths of my sorrow and indignation, Qing Feng could no longer contain the profound anguish within him. Raising his right hand, poised to strike down upon his own crown. Qing Feng, Xiao Fengzi. The powerful figures behind him turned pale, rushing forward to intervene. However, Tongtian stood beside Qing Feng, unwilling to allow him to take his own life. With another forceful slap, he struck Qing Feng's other cheek. My disciple, even if you must die, you must first avenge the grievances. Qing Feng, the countless vengeful souls of humanity are watching you. Do you truly wish to end it all, leaving the celestial beings unpunished, and allowing the souls of humanity to remain eternally trapped in the blood-soaked abyss of hell, unable to transcend? Chapter 128, Revenge. Uniting the forces of the primordial world, I shall render the celestial clan despairing. Qing Feng slowly turned, blood tears silently streaming down his face. With a heart-wrenching cry he lamented, Master, the human race, it is all my fault. At this moment, the assembled powerful beings began to sense that something was amiss with Qing Feng. If he continued to dwell in sorrow, burdening himself with the annihilation of the human race, it could shatter his resolve and plunge him into madness. What does it have to do with you? The primordial approached, gazing intently at Qing Feng. You are but a junior. Even if you have surmised the celestial clan's intentions and anticipated the peril to the human race, you are merely a golden immortal. Unable to touch the rivers of time and space, how could you possibly discern the movements of the celestial clan? Indeed, Fushi also stepped forward to counsel him. Even I could not foresee the actions of the celestial clan. I never imagined they would be so ruthless. Nephew, this matter is truly not your fault. The human race is a lineage of enlightenment shared between this palace and the Supreme One. If we did not detect the danger, how could you, a mere junior, be expected to? The assembly of mighty beings urged Qing Feng, assuring him that he bore no blame, and that all fault lay with the celestial clan. Yet, it seemed as though Qing Feng did not heed their words. The large blood-red tears continued to fall from the corners of his eyes, and the dark calamity within him gradually coalesced. His gaze was filled with anguish as he muttered to himself, It is all my fault. If only I had warned the human race sooner, they would not have suffered this great calamity. It is all my fault. What use are your words? Observing Qing Feng's deteriorating state, Tongtian grew impatient, pushing aside all the powerful beings to stand before Qing Feng. With a swift motion, he struck the air, causing the others to flinch. Nüwa, Taishang, and the elders close to Qing Feng instinctively sought to intervene. However, Tongtian paid them no mind and fixed his gaze upon Qing Feng. Noticing that Qing Feng's pupils finally focused on him, he solemnly inquired, Will you avenge the great wrongs against the human race? Avenge. Yes, revenge. I shall seek vengeance. A spark of determination ignited in Qing Feng's eyes. This fervor was a deep-seated hatred towards the celestial clan, a resolute desire to rend them to pieces. Little Qing Feng, remember, you are the holy master of the human race. Only you can lead the human race in this quest for vengeance. If you falter now, who will stand to avenge them? Tongtian emphasized each word. Qing Feng instinctively turned to Nüwa, who understood immediately and replied, I am the sovereign of humanity and must treat all beings with balance. The human race is my child, and the celestial clan is also my child. I cannot partake in the strife between the two races. Master, Qing Feng's gaze shifted to Taishang, who merely shrugged. I am the leader of the way of humanity, not of the human race. As long as the human race endures, my stance remains aligned with Nüwa's. I cannot act against the celestial clan. Qing Feng then looked towards the other powerful beings. It was evident they were all in concord with Tongtian. Dijuan remarked, I am the emperor of the demons. Surely you do not wish for the human race to be reliant upon my demon clan? Tai added, I can. Slap. I am in complete agreement with my elder brother. Fushi, I am the emperor of the demon clan. The feedback from the powerful has rendered Qing Feng silent. Indeed, as they have said, each holds their own position, even I. To protect the 50,000 young human children before me, have granted an opportunity to this burgeoning race. Not to mention, under the three pure ones. The sacrifices made to save these 50,000 children are far from trivial. He has lost his stance, no longer possessing the grounds to solicit further support from these elders. Thus, Tongtian gazed earnestly at Qing Feng. If you seek vengeance for the human race, it must be you who takes action. utilizing your own connections to wage war against the celestial beings. Qing Feng bowed his head, enveloped in silence. In the gathering, the powerful exchanged glances with one another, their eyes communicating a myriad of sentiments. Emperor Jun, Lady Nüwa, your reasoning is rather dismissive. You are the very creator of the human race, the mother of humanity. What connection do those celestial beings have with you? Nüwa, if I am being dismissive, are you not being so as well? Your demon clan is allied with the human race. Is it not a matter of course to seek vengeance for an ally? Tai, indeed. I was about to voice the same sentiment. Emperor Jun, silence. Fushi, I fear that once little Feng avenges himself, he may be left desolate and despondent once more. Tongtian, fear not. I have already formulated a plan. Once vengeance is exacted, we shall claim that little Feng owes a debt of gratitude, compelling his return. Time is the best balm for healing. One by one, we shall approach him for favors, and given enough time, he shall surely emerge from his sorrow. Yuanshi, I did not expect you, third brother, to propose such a fine idea. Tongtian, indeed, Qing Feng is my cherished disciple, most dear to me. Taishang, let us amplify the momentum, ensuring that little Feng owes a greater debt of gratitude, in case the healing time is insufficient. The assembly of powerful beings agreed. In that moment, Qing Feng pondered for quite some time before finally lifting his gaze. Though this was merely the hatred of the human race, though in this life he was an embodiment of the innate sword grass, unrelated to humanity, though, alas, how can there be so many those? If today the enmity of the human race is not avenged, I would be betraying the soul of my past life that resides within me. Those who infringe upon my kin, no matter how formidable, shall be vanquished. Upon witnessing Qing Feng's eyes rekindle with fervor, even if it was born of hatred, Taishang hastily reminded him, the celestial powers are vast, with Honghuang's support. As elders bound by the rules of the heavenly path, we cannot directly slaughter the celestial beings. If you wish to seek revenge, it would be prudent to enlist the aid of other forces. Master, rest assured. I understand. In the myths of my past life, the calamity of the investiture of the gods arose from the second-generation celestial beings, such as Guangqingzi, taking violent action against mortal soldiers. What distinguishes the actions of Taishang and Nüwa, who would slay celestial beings, from Guangqingzi's deeds in history? Qing Feng would not be so foolish as to harm his own allies. Moreover, Qing Feng desires to bring utter despair to those celestial beings. To obliterate the celestial race with overwhelming force is the only way to assuage his hatred. Disciples of the three pure ones, heed my command. Drink. The many disciples, fresh from battle, responded loudly, awaiting Qing Feng's orders. Yaya, master, your disciple is here. The outer sect's eldest disciple, Yaya, stepped forward, responding loudly. You lead the disciples outside the gates, carrying the divine water of the three luminaries, hastening towards the great powers. Whenever there are those injured in the defense of humanity, you must immediately assist in their recovery and extend an invitation for them to join in the forthcoming battle against the celestial beings. If you require swiftness in your journey, seek the three supreme beings of the demon clan and request their aid in opening a spatial passage. Indeed, Dijun, Tai, and Fu Shi smiled as they accompanied Ye to the side to serve as the charioteers for the spatial passage. Where is Duobao? Here, master. Duobao stepped forward in response. You shall lead Jin Ling and Wu Dang, each to the Blood Sea, the Eastern Sea, and the Immortal Fire Mountain, inviting the major powers to rally their forces against the Celestial Clan. As for the matter of travel, esteemed masters, I beg your assistance. Very well. The three pure ones accepted the task, guiding Duobao and the other disciples to open the spatial passage, inviting various factions to join the celestial extermination. As for you, Guangqingzi, you shall accompany me to the witch clan, inviting them to join in the battle against the celestial beings. Goddess Nüwa, I appreciate your assistance. A trifling matter. Open the spatial passage. A portal leading to the unyielding mountain opened, and Qing Feng, leading the second generation of the Chan teaching, stepped inside. Upon setting foot in the territory of the witch clan, they beheld the immense true form of Pangu in the sky. Chapter 129. Humans and shamanic beings can marry. Their offspring can compete for the title of the human sovereign. The Eastern King roared in fury, his true form of Pangu unleashing a devastating punch towards the sky where the Eastern King stood. The Eastern King, witnessing the immense fist growing larger before him, felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, sending alarm bells ringing in his very spirit. Withdraw the heavenly Taoist power. Knowing he could not hope to match such might, the Eastern King reluctantly summoned the last vestige of the heavenly Tao granted to him by Honghuang. A mysterious force descended from the heavens, enveloping all the celestial beings in an instant. With his final, fierce declaration, the ranks of the celestial army trembled and vanished in the blink of an eye. Which tribe? Your day of extinction shall come in the next war. As Pangu's true form dissipated, the 12 ancestral witches re-emerged in the sky. Jerome, upon seeing the empty space once occupied by the Eastern King, spat in disdain. Humph, you escaped swiftly. Next time, let us see if you dare to flee. Fourth brother. Di Jiang admonished Jerome, having noticed Qing Feng leading his disciples from the Sanqing sect down towards the human populace. Di Jiang and Hou Tu exchanged glances, and without further ado, they sped downward to claim credit for their deeds. Upon encountering Qing Feng, the humans immediately bowed in respect. Qing Feng surveyed the scene, noting that all present were mere children, none older than 14. Who is your leader? He inquired. A 10-year-old boy stepped forward, his expression laden with sorrow. Reporting to the sage, it was our ancestor, Yu Chao, who brought us here, but she self-destructed during the battle against the celestial beings. Self-destructed? Qing Feng staggered, a wave of profound grief washing over him. It was known that Sui, Yu Chao, and Zi, though they were the 3 ancestral progenitors of humanity, had achieved their accomplishments through their own guidance. Though Qing Feng had never formally accepted them as disciples due to their lineage, they were not unlike his own pupils. Yet now, with the demise of the 3, only Zi remained. What transpired? Why did Yu Chao self-destruct? Qing Feng gazed intently at the child, each word deliberate. The ancestral witches who had descended halted at Qing Feng's inquiry. To prevent any impulsive remarks from the younger ones, Di Jiang shot a warning glance backward. According to the old custom, Honghuang and Xianyuan restrained Jerome. While the great water and ice sculpture of a Yuan reappeared, the ancestor Yu Chao, who dared to escort us here, was intercepted by the Eastern King. We only survived thanks to the assistance of the witch tribe, the child recounted earnestly. Qing Feng turned to face the solemn ancestral witches. Little Feng, bear your sorrow with fortitude. It is well. Yu Chao, she truly lived up to her title as the progenitor of humanity. Qing Feng gazed into the heavens where Yu Chao had self-destructed. Speaking slowly, after a long pause, he turned back to the witch tribe, declaring, I shall take 10,000 children back to Kunlun, leaving another 10,000 in your care. What purpose do we have for the human race? The formidable ancestor of lightning, Xiangliang, instinctively let out a gasp, promptly silenced by the fierce gazes of Emperor Jiang, Hou Tu, and Zhu Jiuyin. Alas, they are utterly useless. Startled, Xiangliang recoiled, emitting whimpers akin to a small dog, yet resolutely maintained his stance. Emperor Jiang turned, solemnly assuring Qing Feng, rest assured, young Feng. The humans residing within the territory of my Wu tribe will face no safety concerns whatsoever. Indeed, I shall dispatch a great shaman from my tribe to protect them. Our esteemed archer, Ho Yi, possesses exceptional vision, capable of spotting enemies from thousands of miles away. I will send him as well. Zhu Jiuyin and Hou Tu readily concurred, evidently believing that Qing Feng's arrangement was a means of providing a safe passage for the human race. Qing Feng cast a glance at them and continued, the human race possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities, and through union with our Wu tribe, they can give rise to hybrids known as human Wu, who can procreate just like humans. Furthermore, human Wu can lead as human leaders, sharing in the fate of the human race. This brief declaration illuminated the eyes of Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hou Tu. What a jest! They were acutely aware that the human race had the backing of Nüwa and Taishang, and with the strategic counsel of the esteemed Qing Feng, they were destined for ascension after overcoming this calamity. If they could share in the fate of the human race, their Wu tribe would undoubtedly soar to greatness. Not to mention, the prospect of human Wu procreating was indeed a tremendous boon. Why, indeed, should it not be the Wu who are called the stronger bloodline? As Honghuang and Xianming listened intently to Qing Feng's words, they momentarily failed to notice that Zhurong had, with the flames of Samadhi, ignited a speaking pathway. Silence! Xianming exclaimed. Seal him off. Emperor Jiang, in a fit of rage, turned and bellowed, if your words cause the Wu tribe to lose such a splendid opportunity, I shall ensure you remain bedridden for 3 days and nights. Xianming, startled, hurriedly sealed Zhurong's mouth. Emperor Jiang turned back, and Qing Feng continued. Only human Wu can inherit the fate and leadership of the human race. If you are dissatisfied, we may also refer to them as Wu human. No. We are quite satisfied. Human Wu is splendid. Emperor Jiang waved his hands emphatically. According to their plan, they were to open the Underworld next and take up positions there. The primordial world would retain only a scant few legacies of the Wu tribe. What significance does the name of the Wu tribe hold, when the fortune and reproductive prowess of the human race can genuinely elevate the Wu tribe? Qing Feng cast a deep glance at Emperor Jiang. Were it not for his voluntary act of saving the human child, he would not have intended to share this fortune with the Wu tribe. Alas, such is fate. 10 days hence, I shall take an oath on Kunlun Mountain to avenge the human race and wage war against the celestial beings. Should the Wu tribe wish to join, they are most welcome. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhong's eyes brightened. Fear not, young friend. As the most loyal ally of the human race, my Wu tribe shall not be absent from this avenging war. In the demon court, after Dong Wang Gong and Kunpeng returned, they exchanged bittersweet smiles upon witnessing the lingering fear etched upon each other's faces. The flesh and souls, are they sufficient to forge the Slaughter Witch sword? Should this sword fail to be crafted, when the witch clan descends upon the heavens, our fate will be irrevocably sealed. Kunpeng cautioned the Eastern King. The Eastern King extended his hand, and countless storage bags soared from all directions. Moments later, he closed his eyes to sense the materials. The quantity for the Slaughter Witch sword was adequate. Furthermore, after expending 10 billion units of flesh and souls, there remained in excess of 1 billion, sufficient to forge an additional 10 swords capable of inflicting damage upon the great witches. Very well, let us commence the forging. The Eastern King nodded, spreading his palm. The Samadhi true fire blazed fiercely, as 10 billion units of flesh erupted from the storage bags, soaring into the flames in his hand. The vengeful spirits dissipated within the Samadhi true fire, while the flesh congealed in its heat. After a full 10 days, a gray, elongated sword materialized, suspended in the void before the Eastern King. Chapter 130. Assemble the troops and launch an assault on the Celestial Clan. Is this the Slaughtering Witch sword? As the long sword took shape, Kunpeng approached, observing the blade suspended in midair. Countless vengeful spirits roared upon it, attempting to sway his mind. He furrowed his brow and took a step back. This sword is not merely effective against the Witch Clan. Even cultivators cannot resist it. I did not anticipate this sword's formidable prowess. The human race truly is the finest material for forging treasures. Lord Dongwang sighed, fondling the Slaughtering Witch sword in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just so, our massacre of the human race has offended numerous factions. When the Witch Clan engages in battle with us, they may very well join the fray. Once I forge 10 more swords, with this treasure in hand, victory in this conflict is assured. As he spoke, Lord Dongwang eagerly released the remaining flesh and souls of the human race, employing the true fire of Samadhi as fuel to forge new long swords. Before long, 10 uniquely styled long swords were successfully crafted and summoned by Kunpeng, who distributed them among the 7 great celestial kings. With these treasures, no matter what enemies approach, they shall not stand a chance against us. Our celestial clan shall surely stand atop the primordial realm. We shall become the sovereigns of heaven and earth. The celestial clan is eternal. The celestial court is everlasting. Kunpeng watched as the expressions of the celestial kings turned increasingly fervent upon their contact with the weapons forged from the flesh and souls of the human race, culminating in exclamations of the celestial clan is invincible. Such arrogance. Celestial Master, there remains one sword, reserved especially for you. Crafted from over 200 million units of flesh, its might is scarcely inferior to my Slaughtering Witch sword, and it should be capable of wounding the ancestral witch. Lord Dongwang chuckled heartily, presenting a freshly forged long sword before Kunpeng. Kunpeng's gaze fell upon it, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned the likes of Mingyi, Tai, Fushi, even Taishang, Dijuan, and Nüwa, all perishing at the hands of himself wielding this sword. His hand instinctively reached for the long sword. Clang! Just as his hand was about to make contact with the long sword, a booming sound resonated within his mind, causing his hand to retract as if struck by lightning. It was Biming Palace. His accompanying spiritual treasure, Biming Palace, was issuing a warning. This time, when he looked at the long sword again, the earlier vision had morphed into the vengeful spirits of the human race roaring at him, demanding his life. What troubles you, Celestial Master? Do you find this sword lacking? Lord Dongwang observed Kunpeng's hesitance to accept the sword, and his previous smile instantly froze. No. Kunpeng had already sensed that Lord Dongwang's mood had shifted. He quickly clarified, it is merely that I am not adept with swords. Such divine weapons ought to be wielded by those skilled in swordsmanship to achieve their utmost potential. After this great battle, once I have learned the art of the sword, I shall gladly accept it then. Should your majesty hesitate to grant it to me then, I shall not abide by it. Ha! Upon hearing Kunpeng's explanation, Lord Dongwang's previously frozen expression transformed into hearty laughter. Excellent. Once the Celestial Master masters the sword techniques, I shall venture forth to plunder more from the human race, gathering even more flesh to enhance the sword. I shall undoubtedly procure a divine weapon for the immortal master that rivals the formidable slaughtering sword in my possession. After all, humanity possesses a robust reproductive capacity. We can cultivate them to provide us with flesh, blood, and souls as needed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qing Feng bowed in gratitude, yet as his head dipped, his smile faded. A divine weapon? Perhaps a magical treasure would suffice. I fear that in this impending battle between the immortals and the witches, the celestial faction is likely to suffer a significant defeat. It seems I must contemplate the future with great care. At Kunlun Mountain, in 10 days, the third-generation disciple, Yaya, had fully recovered from her injuries. Now, accompanied by the outer disciples Xianxia, Sanxiao, Zhao Gongming, and others who had shone brightly during the mountain gate defense, they stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Senior Sister Yaya, Xianxia eagerly inquired. Unable to contain her excitement as the hour was still early and no one had yet arrived. Is what you just said true? After this battle, will we be accepted as direct disciples by the ancestors? Has this sister ever deceived you? Yaya replied with a feigned seriousness, lifting her head with an air of pride. Yet she forgot one thing. Her youthful appearance, resembling that of a 14 or 15-year-old girl, rendered her pretended haughtiness merely adorable rather than imposing. Nevertheless, the others chose not to call her out, instead engaging her with further inquiries. So, Yaya, do you know how we will be assigned? Xianxian, your true form is that of a golden-mustached Aoyo, granting you exceptional talent for water laws. It is highly probable that you will be accepted by the Grand Master. Zhao Gongming, your essence is akin to a wisp of pure breeze, possessing a commendable innate foundation, making it likely that you will be taken in by the second master and become the 13th golden immortal. As for the Sanxiao sisters, Yinxiao may enter under the second master, while Bixiao and xianxia, due to your exuberant personalities, will likely be taken in by the third master. It must be said that Yaya's predictions were somewhat aligned with the rewards and penalties established by Qing Feng. He was not concerned that these disciples were previously under his master. In his eyes, accepting disciples was a matter for the three clears to handle collectively. Sharing life and death, fortune and misfortune together, there was no logic in burdening his master with everything alone. With numerous disciples, they should be united under the three clears. It would be ideal if the disciples shared connections, fostering closer ties among the three clears followers. Alas, after this battle, when I see you all again, I shall have to call you uncle. Such is the unpredictability of life. After discussing their fates, Yaya feigned a mature sigh. Senior sister, please refrain from boasting before us. If you covet the status of a second-generation disciple, why not trade places with us? We find the position of the leading third-generation disciple quite appealing. Xianxiao gazed at Yaya with a wistful expression. You have only just become a disciple. Yet I see you possess 4 materials suitable for refining into supreme, innate spiritual treasures. If all third-generation direct disciples enjoyed such advantages, or even if outer disciples did, I would not covet the status of a direct disciple. Ah, that simply cannot be. Yaya shook her head vigorously. My master is so generous, providing both spiritual treasures and life-saving fireworks. Just yesterday, he summoned me and gifted me 10 life-saving fireworks, instructing me to use them without hesitation in times of danger. Such a remarkable master, I would never consider changing. It is only fitting that you refer to us as your uncles. Xianxiao rolled her eyes and gently tapped Yaya's slightly chubby face. Humph. Serves you right for being mischievous. Yaya stuck out her tongue, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, as she contemplated using her status as a directly taught disciple to intimidate them. Suddenly, a clear and melodious cry of a phoenix echoed from afar. The Phoenix clan's Xian bird, accompanied by legions of avian warriors, arrived to join the fray, seeking vengeance for their human allies. Yaya gazed towards the horizon, where the Xian bird led a dense swarm of flying creatures, resembling a dark cloud looming over the city, as they approached the Kunlun Mountains. Taking a deep breath, her small face adopted a grave demeanor as she turned her back to the mountain gate and bowed with her disciples, proclaiming, Third-generation disciple Yaya humbly welcomes the esteemed arrival of the Phoenix clan's allied forces. Chapter 131. The coalition assembles to vanquish the immortals. As the voice of Yaya faded, Zhao Gongming, understanding the situation, soared into the sky upon clouds, advancing towards the Phoenix army. After a brief exchange, the troops followed Zhao Gongming to establish their camp, with only the leader Xian Niao retracting his wings, transforming into a primordial human form, approaching the mountain gate. Upon encountering the human clan leader, the Zi clan, whose arms were wrapped in black cloth, Xian Niao paused momentarily, his expression solemn as he spoke. My condolences. I am grateful to the Phoenix clan for coming to aid our human race. The alliance between humans and Phoenix shall remain unaltered for eternity. The Ze clan leader bowed deeply to xianxia, acknowledging the oath of the fleeing human leader in the name of the only living ancestor of the human race. This is the honor of our Phoenix clan. Xianxia nodded slightly, accepting the totem's name, then gestured towards Yiya. Following another disciple, he entered the mountain gate, proceeding to the main hall of Taiqing Palace. Shortly after the guiding disciples returned, another overwhelming coalition of allies arrived. The dragon clan leader, Long, under the command of the ancestor dragon, brought forth millions of aquatic troops to join the battle, vowing to avenge their human allies. Long withdrew his wings, transforming into human form as he landed before the mountain gate. My condolences. Thank you for the dragon clan's righteousness in saving our human citizens. The alliance between humans and dragons shall remain unaltered for eternity. The dragon clan shall forever stand as allies of the human race. We shall never betray. Long nodded in agreement, similarly entering Kunlun Mountain with a solemn expression, guided by disciples. With the dragon and phoenix clans being the first to arrive, they were soon followed by the White Tiger clan, the Azura clan, the Southern Gu clan, the Qilin clan, and various other factions. Not only the powerful factions that protected the human race, but even those who had previously abandoned their guardianship, upon receiving the invitation from Qing Feng, hastily marched their troops to Kunlun Mountain. What a joke. This was presided over by the sage Nüwa, with the two great human sages, Tai Shang and Di Jun, participating. And over 80% of the grand forces of the wilderness would join. If they did not participate, what if these factions deemed them resentful? How could they continue to survive in the wilderness? It was evident that those factions that had not protected the human race were now trembling, gathering their entire clans outside Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the grand army to march out, eager to join in the fray and seize some opportunities for merit, hoping to avoid being held accountable after the great battle. Within the Taiqing Palace of the Kunlun mountain range, the palace had been transformed into a hall of mourning by Qing Feng. On the main seat, a plaque inscribed with the words human race was placed, as Qing Feng, adorned with black cloth around his arms, stood silently before the plaque, voiceless. Xiao Feng, Nüwa entered softly, calling for Qing Feng. The leaders of the major factions have arrived. It is time for you to preside. All right. Qing Feng remained silent for a moment, uttering a single word. Then he fixed his gaze on the inscription human race for 3 seconds before turning and striding towards the palace entrance. Outside the palace, the leaders of various factions stood solemnly in the open space before Taiqing Palace, patiently awaiting Qing Feng's arrival. Esteemed seniors, mentors, I am Qing Feng, the foremost disciple of the Kunlun Three Purities and a sage of the human race. I shall take full responsibility for this battle against the immortals. Qing Feng paused for a moment, observing that no prominent clans questioned his identity, age, or lineage before continuing his discourse. Of course, it was likely that dissent lingered in their hearts. However, the formidable presence of the three clear ones, Nüwa, Emperor Jiang, Emperor Jun, and the Queen Mother of the West, offered them ample justification for acquiescence. It is widely acknowledged that the human race is the progeny of the goddess Nüwa, a lineage that embodies the teachings of the supreme sage, the foremost of the three clear ones. Naturally inclined toward peace and agrarian pursuits, they have maintained harmonious relations with neighboring clans and diligently upheld ecological balance. Yet, the celestial race, driven by the capacity to refine human flesh and souls into weapons of slaughter against the witch race, unhesitatingly waged a campaign of extermination against humanity in their quest to secure victory in the millennia-long celestial witch war. An astounding 100 billion members of the human race, countless lives, perished at the hands of the celestial beings. Once flourishing across the vast wilderness, humanity now dwindled to fewer than 10,000, decimated by the celestials' ruthless blades. Even the esteemed factions, moved by compassion to protect 1,000 humans, faced the full brunt of the celestials' assault. Such a brutal race is unworthy of occupying the celestial court. How can they dare to vie for dominion over heaven and earth? No, to be precise, these races, burdened with the blood debt of countless lives, are no different from demons. Look upon the once pristine wilderness, now tainted by the calamity resulting from the demise of countless beings. This, indeed, is the legacy of the celestial race's malevolence. How can such tyrannical forces be permitted to remain in the wilderness? And how can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of 100 billion human souls? At this juncture, Qing Feng paused again, noticing the flicker of skepticism in the eyes of some clan leaders. A thought struck him, prompting him to adapt a famous saying from his past. When the celestial race coerced the dragon clan into submission, I remained silent. For I was not of the dragon clan. The Yinglong's lips twitched, recalling their own capitulation to the celestial race. Could this not be mentioned at such a moment? At that time, the East King came with the decree of Honghuang, and we had no choice. After all, our dragon clan lacked a sage. When the celestial race pressed the Phoenix clan, I remained silent, for I was not of the Phoenix clan. The Xianbird cast a smug glance at the Yinglong, haughtily asserting, "See, my Phoenix clan possesses unyielding spirit." The Yinglong retorted with a roll of his eyes. Was it not because the undying volcano was far too barren that the celestial race lost interest? Would you fare better managing the four seas? When the celestial race contended with the witch clan for supremacy, I remained silent, for I had no desire for dominion and was not of the witch clan. Emperor Zhang's gaze wandered, clearing his throat. Was it not because our witch clan had no alternative at that time? When the celestial race came to massacre humanity, I continued to remain silent, for I was not of the human race. The Zi clan silently wept. Yet in the future, when the celestial race truly ascends to dominion over heaven and earth, and when they turn their blades upon me, there will be no one left to resist. Upon uttering this final statement, Qing Feng cast his gaze toward the leaders of the various factions. Is this truly the future you desire? In that moment, all present were left astounded by Qing Feng's words for a full 3 minutes. At last, the Xianbird and Kong Xian exchanged knowing glances and raised their arms in fervent call. Revenge! Revenge! For the sake of humanity. To avenge the innocent souls slain by the celestial beings. We must not allow the tragedy of annihilation to unfold once more in the primordial world. The celestial race, with their unparalleled cruelty, is unworthy of existence in this realm. For the sake of the primordial world and the pursuit of peace, the celestial beings must be eradicated. Under the leadership of the Xianbird, numerous factions raised their voices in fervent support. The atmosphere of battle fervor reached its zenith at that moment. As the time drew near, Nüwa, with her serpent tail gracefully swaying, moved to the forefront. Today, in the name of Nüwa, the sovereign of humanity, I appoint Qing Feng as the commander of the allied forces to wage war against the celestial beings. From this moment forth, anyone who disobeys Commander Qing Feng's orders shall be forsaken by the entirety of the primordial world. This battle shall be one of life and death between us and the celestial race. Chapter 132. Without weathering the storm, how can one see the rainbow? Have you truly considered the future of humanity? Following the declaration of war, all factions returned to their respective teams to tally their military lists, specialties, and combat preferences, which were then compiled by the outer disciples at Yi's location. Qing Feng once again found himself in the spirit hall established within the Taiqing Palace. After a brief period of mourning alongside the Zi clan, Nüwa and Taishang entered the hall. Xiao Feng, you must have questions for us regarding the recent tragedy befalling humanity. Do you not? Your Highness, Master, Qing Feng replied, I did not seek you out. After a moment of silence, Qing Feng spoke again. Sensing the discomfort, Zi instinctively wished to take her leave, saying, Master, I shall take my leave. Not so fast. As the sole human ancestor in the current age, you must understand the truth of the matter, Qing Feng interjected, turning to gaze deeply at Nüwa and Taishang. Your Highness, Master, when humanity was being slaughtered, surely you were aware immediately, rather than waiting until my disciple Yi set off fireworks for you to learn of it, correct? Though phrased as a question, Qing Feng's tone was imbued with certainty, as if he had already discerned the answer. Nüwa and Taishang chose silence. After a lengthy pause of over 30 seconds, Taishang finally spoke. When did you make this discovery? Qing Feng smiled bitterly. With humanity's population reduced by 99%, even with you, Your Highness, having attained the status of the sovereign of humanity, and you, Master, being recognized as the leader of humanity, the fate of humanity ultimately hinges on your enlightenment. It can be said that 90% of the fortune inherent in humanity is intertwined with both of you. I refuse to believe that with your exalted positions, you could be oblivious to such a profound loss. Qing Feng shouted in anger. Meanwhile, Zi, upon hearing this, stood up in agitation and directed her fury at Nüwa and Taishang. Your Highness, Master, how could you act in such a manner? That represents billions of human lives. Billions of souls. They are all your children. Tears streamed down Zi's face, overwhelmed by emotion. If not for the revered status of the mother and the leader in the hearts of humanity, she would have lunged forward to confront Nüwa and Taishang directly. Xiao Feng, you are indeed quite astute, yet your cultivation remains insufficient, your perspective too narrow, and you lack an understanding of the hearts of beings and the world. Nüwa sighed, rubbing her temples. Have you ever considered why humanity deserves to be the protagonists of the eternal dominion? Is it merely because I created them? or because Taishang has attained the role of the leader of humanity. Do not forget, I am the sovereign of humanity, the mother of all beings born of the postnatal realm. Your master, too, is recognized as the leader of humanity, the guide for all beings of the postnatal realm. Qing Feng looked at Nüwa and Taishang with astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed Nüwa so emphatically assert her identity. Indeed, as you have stated, humanity is weak yet possesses a strong reproductive capability, and given their vast population, they can easily produce geniuses who lead the world forward, among countless other advantages. However, a pivotal question remains. Why should humanity claim the role of the principal actors in the eternal dominion? Is the essence of humanity and their dedication to the heavens and earth truly sufficient? Moreover, although the human race boasts a staggering population of billions, they are ultimately reliant on me, on the esteemed Taishang, and it is only through your presence, Qing Feng, that they have multiplied to such numbers. Yet, as you previously stated, with such a vast foundation of billions, how many true talents have emerged from the human race? Why, in this recent massacre by the celestial beings, have only a mere 10,000 children survived? A race of billions, and yet, even against the overwhelming might of the celestial beings, are they truly destined to dwindle to fewer than 10,000? Ask yourselves, with sincerity, how can we have failed to implement even the most basic of defensive measures? Are the humans truly prepared to survive in the primordial wilderness? Each of Nüwa's inquiries fell like a heavy hammer upon the heads of Qing Feng and the Z clan. Indeed, how is it that with a population of billions, when faced with peril, they can only seek aid from other races? Why is there no thought of self-rescue? Why, with such a vast number, do they only flee to other powers for protection, never contemplating the possibility of relying on themselves? As Nüwa articulated, let alone becoming the eternal protagonist of the heavens, has humanity truly prepared itself for survival in the primordial realm? If it were not for today's slaughter, even with my presence and that of Taishang, the human race might enjoy a fleeting period of glory, only to be reduced to mere livestock, akin to pigs and sheep, serving the needs of the various clans. Only through the crucible of bloodshed and the lessons of suffering can humanity learn the importance of self-reliance, understanding that their future must be forged by their own efforts. It is only with such a daring spirit that the human race can aspire to be the eternal protagonists of the heavens. Xiaofeng, in the past, you protected humanity exceedingly well. Taishang also reminds the Z clan. Despite the holy master Qing Feng's modesty regarding his contributions to humanity, his connections alone could yield innumerable invisible benefits for them, simply by demonstrating a distinct commitment to their welfare. Not to mention the fundamental aspect of safety, which far surpasses that of any other postnatal beings. This implies that the current state of humanity, even before the trials of battle, is inferior to that of other postnatal beings. How else could it be that a race of billions fails to grasp even the most basic of survival strategies, such as the proverbial 3 burrows of a rabbit? Aside from the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, no innovations or tools known to Qing Feng have been developed, let alone the lofty invention of written language. Indeed, humanity has been rendered inept by such nurturing. Thus, is the plight of humanity truly my fault? Qing Feng murmured to himself, his gaze clouded, his body swaying as if to fall backward. Fortunately, the Z clan was quick to support him. Holy Master, it is not your fault. It is ours. We have forgotten your words. The heavens move vigorously, and humanity must strive unceasingly. At this moment, the previously resentful gaze of the Z clan transformed into one of clarity. The Holy Mother, the Master, they understood, and humanity understood. The human race yearns to rise, to stand majestically at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, to become the eternal protagonists of the heavenly domain, and to no longer be perceived by other races as mere materials for crafting or sustenance. What we rely upon is solely ourselves. We have no one but ourselves. The human race shall forever cherish the teachings of the Holy Mother and the guidance of the Master, as well as the protection bestowed by the saintly mentor. Having spoken these words, the clan of the Z fell to their knees in profound reverence, performing the ritual of 9 prostrations until their foreheads were bloodied and bruised, before finally rising to depart from the grand hall. Qing Feng, Taishang, and Nüwa gazed at her retreating figure, their eyes filled with a sense of wistfulness. It was not until the silhouette of Z vanished from sight that Nüwa softly remarked, "Little Fengzi, are you satisfied with the role of the villain that your master and I have undertaken?" Chapter 133, Summoning the Champions. For the vengeance of our human race, the vanguard must be ours. Aunt. Qing Feng turned to his aunt with a pleasing expression, saying, "I was merely concerned that after this battle, the spirit of our people might be utterly extinguished, which is why I sought to stage this performance with you and Master. Indeed, you read it correctly. The earlier conversation was all part of Qing Feng's act. In recent days, after gathering the young ones of the human race, Qing Feng realized that perhaps due to the trauma inflicted by the war against the celestial beings, most of these children, even if they survived, had lost all hope and will to live. Not only them, but even the ancestor Z had been languishing in despair within the spirit hall. If this continued, Qing Feng genuinely feared a wave of mass suicides among the human race. It is not an impossibility. In recent days, Qing Feng had privately spoken with Yinglong and Xianbird, discovering that among the hybrids of the human race, such as the merfolk, angels, and centaurs, nearly half had committed suicide after the army's retreat. The remaining half had likewise lost their will to live, resembling mere walking corpses awaiting death. Fearing that the dwindling population of 70,000 humans might succumb to a similar fate, Qing Feng enlisted the help of Nüwa and Taishang, forcefully orchestrating this charade. Otherwise, with Honghuang's cunning, knowing full well that the human race was dear to both Taishang and Nüwa, how could he possibly leave such an enormous flaw in his plan? Given his mastery of the Dao and control over a portion of heavenly authority, it would be entirely feasible for him to isolate Taishang and Nüwa, allowing the celestial beings to eradicate the human race without any hindrance. Yet, while the performance served its purpose, the words exchanged between Nüwa and Taishang were not without merit. The human race, prior to the massacre, lacked the temperament and spirit to assume the role of eternal protagonists in the celestial realm. Of course, with Nüwa and Taishang's presence, they could forcibly elevate the human race, albeit at the risk of inciting dissatisfaction among other races. However, this calamity would ultimately pave the way for a more prosperous future for humanity. Nüwa's beautiful gaze turned towards the horizon. At that moment, outside the hall, the once desolate atmosphere of the human settlement began to transform into one of resilience, gradually strengthened by the return of the Z clan. Finally, the rallying cry of perseverance resounded through the clouds. Indeed, the future would undoubtedly be more promising. With the historical memories of Chinese mythology coursing through him, Qing Feng understood that it was precisely through enduring this massacre that the human race would embark upon the rapid development of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Otherwise, how could a population of hundreds of billions lack a competent leader? To assert that there were no issues within the human race would be utterly implausible. Yet, while experiences must be endured, the grudge of the massacre must never be forgotten. Qing Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. The vendetta against the slaughter of the human race is something I, as a holy master, cannot tolerate. Rest assured, Auntie, my countenance is not so easily trifled with. Nüwa's brow was likewise etched with a fierce determination. And Taishang coldly remarked, "You dare to threaten the annihilation of my sect and the destruction of my lineage. Do you truly believe I am a benevolent figure? Master, Grandmaster, Lady Nüwa." At that moment, Yiya entered the hall, bowing respectfully, her face alight with vengeful fervor. The army has been tallied and is ready to march at any moment. Excellent. With a resonant call, Qing Feng prepared to mobilize the troops, but suddenly, Nüwa halted him. Her serpent tail glided gracefully before him, and with a flick of her wrist, a blood-red cloak draped over Qing Feng's shoulders. This cloak had been crafted from the pelts of the innate beings of the celestial race, collected the previous day in the palace. It was imbued with the power to conceal the heavens and bind adversaries, a remarkable mid-grade innate treasure. "Thank you, Your Highness," Qing Feng expressed his gratitude, gently touching the cloak upon his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he swirled the cloak behind him and stepped out of the Ta Qing Palace, facing the midday sun. "Celestial race, your reckoning is at hand." On the battlefield, he surveyed the dense army below and began calling forth the commanders. "The vanguard of this battle shall be the Witch clan." Just as he finished speaking and had not yet named anyone, the Z clan, leading 2,000 youths aged 15 and above from the human race, stood before Qing Feng. "Holy Master, we, the human race, request to fight." "No." Qing Feng protested without a moment's hesitation, eager to refuse. "The human population is barely over 100,000, with only 70,000 children from Kunlun Mountain. We cannot afford further losses." "Holy Master." Z clan met his gaze steadfastly, articulating each word with resolute conviction. "This is the grievance of our people. The various factions are here to avenge us. We, the human race, are the greatest victims in this battle. How can we not seek revenge? Do you not comprehend my words?" Qing Feng exclaimed in frustration, slamming his hand against a nearby flagpole. "How many of our people are left? Do you wish to lead them to their deaths?" "Holy Master, our race may be on the brink of extinction, but as long as even one person survives, we shall never cower." Zi clan continued passionately. All the great allies of the wilderness are fighting for our revenge, while we, the human race, remain in the shadows, clinging to life, watching our allies charge into battle for us. How can we face them with any dignity? Therefore, we must participate in this battle. Even if all who engage perish, they must die in the charge, in front of all our allies. Zi clan's demeanor was grave, each word resonating with strength and certainty. Seeing the fervor and indomitable spirit of Zi clan, Qing Feng was reminded of a once-stricken nation that had repeatedly risen from the ashes after facing calamities. Xiaofeng, grant him his wish, Tongtian said, stepping beside Qing Feng and firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. Look at our allies below. The human race now possesses the qualification to become the eternal protagonists of the wilderness. Qing Feng's gaze followed Tongtian's words as he looked down. The Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, the White Tiger clan. All the great innate races and formidable powers regarded the human race with a hint of admiration. Perhaps some looked upon them as fools, yet even in such gazes lingered respect and trepidation. Indeed, if a race fears death and cannot stand on its own, how can it remain atop the wilderness? Very well, since the human race has expressed its desire, let you be the vanguard of this battle. Realizing this truth, Qing Feng ceased his objections. Thank you, Commander. The esteemed clan of the black attire rejoiced, and the sharp blade spoke again. Yet, the number of warriors among the human race is woefully insufficient. Who among us is willing to stand with the humans as vanguards, to breach the heavenly gates and secure our initial victory? The Phoenix clan is eager to take the lead. The Dragon clan shall not be outdone by humans. The White Tiger clan excels in defense and is the most suitable choice for the vanguard. In terms of offense, could it be that my Qilin clan is inferior to the White Tiger clan? Each clan and faction eagerly voiced their desire to engage in battle. However, before they could seize the position of vanguard, Di Jiang stepped forward. The suffering of the human race, at its core, is a consequence of the great conflict between my Witch clan and the Celestial clan. If the title of vanguard is to be held by the humans, how could my Witch clan be overlooked? In this battle, who else but I shall take the lead? Chapter 134, The Battle Against the Celestials, Part 1. As the vanguard was determined, the other teams, under the command of Qing Feng, completed their preparations. Standing tall on the command platform, Qing Feng pointed towards the heavens. Advance. We shall confront the Celestials. Under his command, 10 billion elite warriors from the human and witch tribes soared into the sky, embarking on their majestic journey towards the 33 heavens. At this moment, in the Celestial Court, the Celestials, led by the Celestial Emperor Dong Wanggong and Kunpeng, were rehearsing the myriad celestial formations. Over 100 million celestial beings, under the guidance of the 7 celestial kings and Kunpeng, transformed into the innate 8 trigrams formation, intertwining with the power of the heavenly Dao. Each rotation unleashed tremendous celestial phenomena, with the addition of the witch-slaying sword and its 10 magical swords. Every alteration of the myriad celestial formation was infused with overwhelming demonic energy, rendering it immensely powerful. Outside the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Dong Wanggong observed the practice of the myriad celestial formation below with immense satisfaction. With this formation in hand, alongside the witch-slaying sword capable of injuring the ancestral witches, even as a mere second corpse quasi-saint, he felt confident enough to confront the saints without fear of defeat. Alas, it was regrettable that he would have to wait another 10,000 years before facing the witch tribe in battle, otherwise. Suddenly, a terrified celestial guard from the southern heavenly gate rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, grave news. The myriad tribes of the wilderness have formed a coalition of 10 billion, and they are advancing towards the celestial court, bearing the banner of vengeance for the human tribe. Vengeance for the human tribe? Dong Wanggong scoffed. It is merely a matter of defeating the demons. To contend for dominion over heaven and earth, one must possess the requisite strength. As he spoke, darkness enveloped his gaze, consumed by the black calamity energy. Ever since the successful forging of the witch-slaying sword, Dong Wanggong had grown increasingly arrogant. He now regarded not only the coalition but even the saints with disdain, eager to engage them in combat. My fellow Celestials, the myriad tribes of the wilderness reject our dominion, using the banner of the human tribe to seize our celestial court and our rightful place as the supreme beings of the universe. Tell me, shall we relinquish the celestial court to them? Fight, fight, fight. Below, the celestial army, without needing further encouragement from Dong Wanggong, brandished their weapons and roared with fury. Their fervor, with blood-red eyes now ensnared by black calamity energy, had stripped them of their reason. Supreme beings of heaven and earth, only we Celestials shall prevail. Brothers, follow me into battle. Leading the charge, Dong Wanggong, alongside over 100 million celestials, formed the Great Array at the southern heavenly gate, awaiting the arrival of the coalition from the wilderness. Although the 10 billion coalition was vast, they were primarily composed of formidable beings surpassing the xianxia level. Yet, within 3 days, the vanguard of the human and witch coalition had reached the southern heavenly gate of the celestial court. Observing the imposing gate standing firm outside the celestial court, yet devoid of any celestial guards, Ci raised his hand, immediately halting the army's advance. "See, why have you ceased the march?" To ensure they did not lose the initial momentum of battle, the witch tribe dispatched the mightiest among them, Qiyu, alongside the renowned archer Hou Tu and the unparalleled defender Fu, to lead the forces with Ci. Especially concerning Qiyu, it was after the Earth Mother declared her withdrawal from the shamanic realm that he absorbed the 12 drops of ancestral shaman blood, preparing to assume her position and establish the grand formation of the heavenly deities. In terms of strength, although he had yet to ascend to the status of an ancestral shaman, he possessed the capability to contend with the Eastern King. However, the situation was amiss. Despite harboring a deep-seated enmity towards the celestial beings, the Zi clan still detected the peculiarities surrounding the southern heavenly gate, Great Shaman Qiyu. The southern heavenly gate serves as the entrance to the celestial court, renowned for its formidable defenses. Yet, astonishingly, not a single celestial guard stands at the gate. "They must have fled upon realizing our coalition's approach," Fu remarked nonchalantly, eliciting a nod of agreement from his comrade, Hou Tu. Indeed, the vast majority of the shaman clan, even the coalition forces, believed it was only natural for the celestial beings to retreat. After all, in their minds, no faction could withstand the united front of all the primordial races. No, it shouldn't be this way. Zi shook his head repeatedly. If the celestial beings were willing to relinquish their supreme status over heaven and earth, why would they massacre our human race and stain their hands with the blood of countless beings? This karmic debt is something even the ancient triad could not endure. The celestial beings cannot be so foolish. Your reasoning is sound, Qiyu acknowledged with a slight nod, directing his gaze toward Fu. Fu, with your unparalleled defense, perhaps you should venture forth to test the waters? Very well. Without a second thought, Fu cast a disdainful glance at Zi and strode boldly toward the southern heavenly gate, entering unguarded. Despite the current alliance between the shaman and human races, and even their accommodation of 10,000 humans, in truth, had it not been for the suppression of the 3 ancestral shamans, Di Jiang, Earth Mother, and Zhu Jiuyin, they would hardly regard the frail human race with any respect. Even Qiyu, though outwardly amiable toward humanity, held an immense pride within. After all, how could an elephant possibly consider an ant as its kin? I believe you are overthinking it, Zi. With a billion-strong coalition, why would the celestial beings? Amidst the contemptuous and dismissive remarks regarding humanity, Fu stepped into the southern heavenly gate. Boom. The 10,000 celestial formation, Li character, Golden Crow. Just as Fu's form crossed the threshold of the southern heavenly gate, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, and before Qiyu and Hou Tu could react, a blazing sun abruptly ascended from the void, transforming into the shape of the Golden Crow. With a piercing cry, the Golden Crow descended upon Fu with fierce intent. "This is bad, block it for me." Sensing the searing heat capable of reducing his very flesh to ashes, Fu's countenance shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he wielded the peachwood staff crafted from the primordial peach tree to shield himself. Simultaneously, he unleashed the earth-based divine power inherited from the Earth Mother's bloodline, drawing upon the elemental earth energy to form a protective barrier before him, preparing to withstand the impact of the Golden Crow. Then, pop! The earth-based protective barrier burst like a mere bubble under the force of the Golden Crow's beak, failing to impede its assault in the slightest. Fu. As Hou Tu and Qiyu heard the terrified cry, they rushed to rescue. But before they could act, the Golden Crow had already swooped past Fu's neck, revealing a crimson line. In the next instant, his head tumbled from his shoulders, crashing heavily onto the ground of the southern heavenly gate. The swiftness of his demise was such that Fu didn't even have the chance to bid farewell to Hou Tu and Qiyu. Enraged, Hou Tu gripped his thunderbow, the sun-shooting arrow poised to reclaim Fu's lifeless body. Yet, the celestial beings, intent on establishing their supremacy, would not permit him to easily seize the corpse. With a thunderous cry, the Golden Crow let out a piercing shriek, its sharp beak aimed directly at Hou Tu, diving once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Hou Tu's expression hardened. He executed a swift maneuver, drawing back the bowstring with the tension of a fully drawn bow. With a decisive release, the sun-shooting arrow shot forth like a radiant beam, targeting the descending Golden Crow. Chapter 135, The Battle Against the Immortals, Part 2. Reclaiming the First Sword of Humanity, Fish Intestines. As the divine arrow of the sun struck, it accurately pierced the descending Golden Crow. Boom! The Golden Crow exploded, transforming into a cascade of fiery sparks. Once the sparks dissipated, it became evident that the immortal King Qin Yuan had actually grasped the divine arrow with a single hand. After casting a flirtatious glance at Hou Tu, she playfully flapped her translucent wings and departed. Fu, sensing the threat within the gate had diminished, Qi Yu hurriedly rushed inside, cradling Fu's severed head. Yet no matter how he examined it, the aura emanating from Fu's body gradually faded, and in mere seconds, it vanished without a trace. The body disintegrated into dust, scattering across the cosmos. Hou Tu remained silent, lifting the sun bow and the divine arrow, striding purposefully towards the immortal court. Qi Yu, sensing something amiss, called out to him urgently, "Hou Tu, where are you going?" To avenge Fu. Without a glance back, Hou Tu pressed forward, his desire for vengeance propelling him at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Qi Yu's sight. Qi Yu hastily rose, quickly pursuing the direction in which Hou Tu had departed. Qi Yu, Hou Tu, the Zi clan, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback. They immediately turned to issue commands. Everyone, remain at the southern heavenly gate and await the arrival of the main army. Without a moment's hesitation, Zi summoned the spiritual treasure Zi and swiftly raced towards the direction where the two had vanished. Behind them, the coalition of humanity and witches exchanged uncertain glances, the witch clan displaying signs of struggle. However, seeing that the 2,000 younglings of the human race could heed Zi's orders and proceed to various defensive points at the southern heavenly gate, the witch clan ultimately acquiesced to Zi's command, taking their positions at the southern heavenly gate, patiently awaiting the arrival of the main forces. Within the immortal court, as Hou Tu had just breached the entrance, the scenery before him abruptly transformed. The clouds that once formed beneath his feet instantaneously morphed into scorched earth, unbearable in its heat, with fissures cracking the ground all around due to the searing temperatures. The surrounding vegetation lay desiccated, none surviving. Instinctively, Hou Tu glanced skyward, where 10 suns raced across the heavens, frolicking as if in a game. As the blazing sun streaked by, an unending torrent of solar flames cascaded down, further parching the earth. Before he could fully comprehend the environment he found himself in, Qi Yu and Zi surged into the area, one after the other. Hou Tu, the two rushed to his side, and before they could speak, an intense sensation of burning descended upon them. Looking up, they beheld the sun proudly swaying above their heads. In the next moment, a fiery lotus, born of the true flames of the sun, plummeted from above, fist that shakes the mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Qi Yu unleashed the space-suppressing power of the ancestral witch. As his fist moved, the very fabric of space trembled, dispersing the formidable shockwave of the fire lotus, which transformed into scattered sparks raining down upon the mortal realm. Among these sparks, one fortuitously landed upon Qi Yu's fist. Hiss! A foul odor of burnt flesh wafted into the nostrils of the three. Qi Yu retracted his hand, only to discover that his fist bore a charred mark. The flesh, fortified by the essence of 12 ancestral witches, akin to the defenses of an ancestral being, had indeed been breached. The situation is dire. The sun blazes fiercely, threatening to scorch our ancestral bodies. Qi Yu's expression hardened as he cautioned Hou Tu and Zi. Zi nodded, unhesitatingly summoning the postnatal merit treasure, the Ma-yi, transforming it into a luminous shield to safeguard the three of them. Zi, we are both of the Wu clan, devoid of primordial spirits and lacking in mystical arts. You, as a human cultivator, may discern the nature of this place, observing the 10 suns above, seemingly reveling in their mischief, casting down countless rays of solar flame, all of which were deflected by the protective Ma-yi. Qi Yu could not help but reveal a hint of concern and inquired of Zi. After a moment of introspection, Zi's complexion paled. The merit within my treasure is waning. The falling solar flames are no benign entities. If I am not mistaken, we are ensnared in an illusion conjured by a formation. Then where lies the formation's core? Zi pointed towards the heavens. It is that blazing sun. If we can extinguish it, we should shatter the formation and return to reality. Very well. Qi Yu's demeanor shifted as he prepared to charge forth to extinguish the sun. However, Hou Tu intervened, raising a hand to halt him. There is no need for brother to take action against a mere sun. Before Qi Yu could respond, Hou Tu had already drawn his bow, knocking an arrow, the bowstring taut like a full moon. With a resounding twang, the echo of the celestial bow reverberated through the cosmos, and the sun-shooting arrow transformed into a radiant bolt, soaring skyward. Only to witness one sun suddenly erupting in a brilliant explosion. Countless solar flames rained down upon the ground, sizzling against the protective merit treasure of Ma-Yi. Ziyi's face turned pale, her body swaying slightly. Yet that pallor was fleeting, quickly returning to normal, just in time to evade the gazes of Hou-Yi and Qiyu. But could it withstand? Ultimately, the shield's reaction drew the attention of both men, who anxiously turned their gazes towards Ziyi. Ziyi's cheeks flushed, and a hint of excitement graced her face as she offered a perfect smile. I am a great Luo golden immortal. Such trivial solar flames cannot harm me. Strike them down. With Ziyi's assurance, Hou-Yi held back no longer. His fingers brushed against the remaining 9 sun-shooting arrows in his quiver, which now lay in his grasp. 9 stars align. As Hou-Yi drew back his bow once more, the 9 divine arrows erupted, transforming into 9 radiant projectiles, each aimed squarely at a sun, piercing its core. Boom, 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 boom. After 9 thunderous detonations, the desolate scene before them dissipated, revealing a reality akin to the end of days. Looking skyward, on the long sword treasure in Qin Yuan's hand, 10 sun-shooting arrows struck its blade. Under the overwhelming power of the arrows, the vengeful spirits upon the sword let out wails, and the malevolent energy began to dissipate. My sword. Gazing at the sword, its dark energy gradually fading, Qin Yuan emitted a cry of despair, her crimson eyes flashing with a dark mist. She suddenly lowered her head, fixing a fierce glare upon Hou-Yi, unleashing a roar. You shall pay for the destruction of my sword. Amidst her furious cry, transparent wings unfurled behind Qin Yuan, propelling her body downward like a meteor towards Hou-Yi. With sword in hand, channeling the power of the myriad celestial formations, she launched her assault upon him. Feeling the imminent threat to his life, Qiyu's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly pulled Hou-Yi behind him, gripping the tiger blade with both hands, ready to intercept Qin Yuan's strike. Yet, he knew all too well that he could not withstand the onslaught of a magical artifact crafted from the flesh and vengeful spirits of the human race, designed specifically to counter the witch clan. Kill! Qin Yuan fixed his gaze on Qiyu, thrusting forward with relentless force. As Qiyu tightened his grip on the dual blades, preparing to confront the attack, a shadow flickered before him. In an instant, he beheld the figure of Ziyi Shi, adorned in the robe of acquired virtue, bravely shielding him with her body. As the stinger pierced Ziyi Shi, the anguished wails of countless human souls erupted from the weapon. Qin Yuan, in a frenzy, pressed forward. Yet he found the myriad of human souls clinging desperately to the blade, preventing it from penetrating Ziyi Shi even a fraction. Thus, it remained poised against her skin, mere moments from piercing her heart. Celestial race, come forth. In that fleeting moment of Qin Yuan's astonishment, Ziyi Shi waved her hand back, and Qiyu understood the cue, discarding the tiger blade. With a swish, a brilliant flash of white light shot forth, severing Qin Yuan's head from his body. A spray of blood erupting from his neck and splattering across the ground. The celestial king, Qin Yuan, has been vanquished. As Qin Yuan's blood splattered upon the stinger, the malevolent energy began to dissipate, the human souls emanating a radiant white light, transcending one after another. The stinger then revealed its true form as a short sword, until the entirety of the blade emerged, revealing its ancient bronze essence. 2 inscriptions gleamed with golden luminescence. Its name, Fish Intestine. Chapter 136, The Battle Against the Celestials, Part 3. The appearance of Honghuang and the 2 saints of the West. As Qing Feng led the main army to arrive, he beheld Qiyu and Hou-Yi supporting Ziyi Shi as they emerged from the southern heavenly gate, approaching him. Observing the 2 before him, and then glancing at the vanguard troops occupying the southern heavenly gate, Qing Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Where is Qu Fu? Qu Fu has perished. Qiyu lowered his head, unable to meet Qing Feng's gaze. Qing Feng, in disbelief, turned to Qiyu. With the absence of the little golden crows in the sky, how could someone of Qu Fu's strength have met his demise? At that moment, Qing Feng noticed that Ziyi Shi was wielding an ancient bronze short sword, her complexion pale, and she appeared utterly drained of energy. What has transpired, Ziyi Shi? How did Qu Fu die? And how did you sustain your injuries? Saint Master, Qu Fu, the great shaman, fell at the hands of the magic treasure forged from our human flesh and blood by the celestial race. As she spoke, Ziyi Shi extended the Yuchang sword to Qing Feng. He fell beneath this sword. Had it not been for the aid of human souls, the 3 of us would have perished at the hands of Qin Yuan. How could this be? From behind, Zhu Rong rushed forward in disbelief, snatching the precious sword. Before anyone could react, he drew the Yuchang sword across his own arm, A shallow blood mark immediately appeared on Zhu Rong's arm. Moreover, a drop of crimson blood oozed from the wound. Human. Zhu Rong stared in astonishment at the Yuchong's sword in his hand, and after a long pause, he suddenly turned and shouted frantically at Di Jiang. Brother, for the sake of the Wu clan, the human race must not survive. Silence. Di Jiang's expression shifted, his heart racing as he instantly teleported before Zhu Rong, seizing his arm and flinging him backward. Xian Ming and Gong Gong adeptly caught him, restraining him, freezing him in place. Brother, Zhu Rong, unwilling to concede, unleashed flames in a frenzy, struggling against the primordial heavy water as he shouted. The spiritual treasure forged from human flesh and blood is inferior even to innate spiritual treasures. Yet it can harm the bodies of our Wu clan. The human race must not be spared. As the final word fell, Zhu Rong was completely encased in a massive ice block formed from the primordial heavy water. Yet even in the absence of Zhu Rong's words, the atmosphere at the scene was peculiarly tense. All the Wu clan members, particularly the ancestral shamans, apart from Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hou Tu, cast glances at the human race present with a hint of murderous intent. Di Jiang. Qing Feng remained silent, merely gazing at Di Jiang. Di Jiang, with great difficulty, smiled at Qing Feng, his lips moving slightly. Rest assured, young friend, our prior agreement shall be honored by the Wu clan. Qing Feng responded through thought. I hope that those of the Wu clan who remain in Honghuang will not harbor such thoughts. Humans and Wu should be allies. Indeed. Di Jiang nodded vigorously, but as he turned back to look at Zhu Rong and the other Wu clan members, a flicker of madness passed through his eyes. Xiao Fengzi. At that moment, Nüwa stepped forward, interrupting the strange atmosphere. It appears that the celestial race is well prepared, having laid down formations to await our assault. What are your plans? I have never had any intention of engaging in a defensive battle with the celestial beings. Qing Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing an intense desire for annihilation. What I seek is total domination. With that, Qing Feng turned to the three primordial powerhouses, Emperor Jun, Taishang, and Nüwa, and implored. I kindly request that my esteemed aunt, master, and uncle Jun assist in breaking the formation. There is no need for excessive bloodshed. Simply dismantle the array, and we shall handle the rest. Let the primordial beings breach the formation without loss of life, allowing the coalition of myriad races to confront the celestial army. In this manner, we can drastically reduce the average karmic burden upon the coalition. With my memories of the future, as long as we do not commit the heinous sins of the three races, it is a matter of simplicity to earn some merit and cleanse our karma. Nüwa, Taishang, and Emperor Jun hesitated not for a moment, simultaneously unleashing their artifacts, the carrying pole, the red tassel ball, and the river book, to descend upon the heart of the celestial court. As these three treasures, imbued with boundless might, aimed to obliterate the celestial court, an enigmatic power surged forth from within, effortlessly extinguishing the primordial force that clung to the treasures. The red tassel ball, carrying pole, and river book swiftly returned to the hands of their wielders. Nüwa caressed the red tassel ball, her gaze piercing towards the heavens, coldly uttering two words, Hongjun. The fabric of space trembled as Hongjun emerged from the void, accompanied closely by the two saints, Jane and Juanti. Jane, do you still dare to show yourself before me? Taishang roared in fury, swinging his carrying pole ferociously at Jane. You conspired with the celestial beings to harm humanity and sever my fortune. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am unworthy of the title of saint. The carrying pole, infused with Taishang's utmost wrath, descended upon Jane with the force of annihilation, prompting Jane to hastily summon his defensive artifact, the treasured banner of Jane. Under the auspices of sacred power, the precious innate artifact was adorned with jingling golden pearls, glazed ornaments, and the 8 Buddhist treasures. 7 colored light shields, gold, red, white, and blue, descended from the banner, enveloping Jane's corporeal form. Bang! As the carrying pole struck down, the layers of the light shield shattered in rapid succession, utterly incapable of withstanding the primordial force attached to Taishang's weapon. Yet, being a supreme artifact, it channeled primordial sacred power. Even though the first layer of defense crumbled instantly, it did serve to slow the descent of the carrying pole. As the 7th red shield shattered, the carrying pole had already exhausted its might, barely halting against the final golden shield, dispersing ripples as it relinquished its power, failing to inflict harm upon Jane. Is this your support? Taishang's eyes narrowed. Or do you presume I lack a treasured artifact? No. Fellow Taoist, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire. Do you possess evidence of your claims that I colluded with the celestial beings to harm humanity? Evidence. Huh. Taishang brandished the shattered azure lotus flag before Jane. Dare you claim this is not your artifact? Indeed, but also not, Jane replied, shaking his head gently. This artifact was indeed bestowed upon me by my master. Yet after attaining sainthood, I deemed it no longer of great use to me, and thus gifted it to my disciple, Jin Zhu. And where is Jin Zhu? After a moment of silence, Taishang finally spoke. You have already defected from the Western sect. For days I have been in pursuit of him, only to discover that he dares to collude with the celestial beings to plot against billions of our kind. Truly despicable, Jane, with a face full of loathing, responded, then revealed a gratified smile. I am grateful to you, my friend, for reclaiming the treasure of our Western sect. After expressing his gratitude, Jane surprisingly attempted to reach out and take back the azure treasure lotus flag from Taishang's hands. Taishang was utterly exasperated and laughed in disbelief. Well, you truly have trained an exceptional disciple. Not only has he defected, but he also possesses a spiritual treasure that can shield him from our saintly perception. I had no idea that the Western sect had produced such talent. Jane showed no signs of embarrassment and replied with a smile. My fellow disciple is also aware of this and can testify on my behalf. Xuanti promptly chimed in. Indeed, Taishang, as my brother has stated, my senior is truly ensnared by that disciple. Taishang was at a loss for words when confronted with the shamelessness of these two saints from the West. In the end, he could only shake his trembling hand in frustration and hurl a scornful remark at Jane. Jane, your shamelessness is on par with Xuanti's. Thank you for the compliment. My friend, compared to my junior, I still have much to practice, Jane replied with a smile, accepting the disdain as if it were the highest praise, leaving Taishang utterly incensed. Chapter 137, The Battle Against the Celestials, Part 3, Saints are forbidden from intervening, yet your grand formation shall still be shattered. Taishang, do not allow those shameless scoundrels, Jane and Xuanti, to delay us any longer. Nüwa interjected, her gaze sharp as she addressed Hongjun. Was it you who thwarted my attack just now? Are you protecting the celestial race? Or do you orchestrate the slaughter of the human race? Nüwa's focus was now squarely on Hongjun. However, how could he acknowledge the grievances of countless souls? When he once advised the Eastern King on how to forge the slaughtering witch sword, he did so in secrecy, with only the Eastern King privy to the knowledge. Even if one were to offer the Eastern King 100 dragon hearts and phoenix gallbladders, he would not dare to expose himself. Thus, as long as he remained silent, who could hold him accountable? Heaven is merciless, viewing all beings as mere fodder. The human race is but fodder, and the celestial race is equally so. Whether it be the humans slaughtering the celestials, or the celestials exterminating the humans, in the eyes of heaven, it is merely the natural evolution and succession of life. Of no concern to the celestial order. Then why do you seek to prevent me from acting against the celestial race? Nüwa's eyes glinted with derision. Is it that the indifference of the Dao ancestor only applies to the human race? Not at all, Hongjun replied, shaking his head. What I seek to prevent is solely your involvement as saints. What do you mean? Dijun glared at Hongjun. So now that I have ascended to sainthood, I am less free? Saintly power can directly manipulate the laws, inflicting irreparable damage upon the primordial world. Therefore, saints are forbidden from wielding such power within the primordial realm. Just now, you invoked saintly power. Does that imply that as long as we refrain from using saintly power, you will not intervene? Hongjun smiled in silence, clearly acknowledging Dijun's assertion. Then there are no issues. Dijun tossed the river map and Luo book to Tai. Tai, you take charge. Proof of the Dao as a saint also harbors saintly power and must not be manifested within the primordial realm. As Tai prepared to strike the celestial court with the river map and Luo book, Hongjun quickly interjected, adding further clarifications. Dao ancestor, could you please enumerate all the regulations regarding saints in one go? Below, Qing Feng grew impatient, directly calling out Hongjun. Hongjun's gaze shifted downward to see the unassuming Qing Feng, then swept over the three purities with disdain. As the essence of Pangu, it was beneath him to repeatedly send a disciple to speak on his behalf, while consistently pointing fingers at others. His gaze then landed on Tongtian, whose rebellious demeanor was equally unyielding. Indeed, the onus of Qing Feng's earlier remarks is now rightly placed upon Tongtian. Saintly power can manipulate the laws and harm the essence of the primordial world. Therefore, it must not be wielded within it. Proof of the Dao as a saint also contains saintly power and must not be utilized within the primordial realm. Saints possess the ability to observe the past and future, thus exerting overwhelming influence over wars within the primordial realm. Hence, they are also prohibited from offering counsel. Saints, stop, stop, stop. Upon hearing the third stipulation, Qing Feng could no longer grasp the Dao ancestors' intent. Here, we witness the presence of three eminent sages, whose celestial lineage proves inadequate to resist the impending force. They are intent on prolonging their lives, resolutely obstructing the sages. You may speak plainly. The sages are forbidden from participating in battle, correct? The Dao ancestor nodded slightly. Indeed. Very well. Qing Feng replied, raising his gaze toward Nüwa. And, Master, Uncle Dijuan, since the Dao ancestor is wary of you, fearing you may disrupt the balance, it would be prudent for you to observe the battle from the periphery. Allow me to handle the forthcoming conflict. Young Qing Feng, do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Nüwa inquired, her eyes narrowing with concern. Having just entered the fray, the formidable Hou Tu had already met his demise. The Zi clan had lost its fighting capabilities, and Qiyu had narrowly escaped death. She feared that the ensuing battles might inflict harm upon Qing Feng. Fear not, my lady, Qing Feng assured with unwavering composure, as long as you, Master, and Uncle provide us with the means to thwart the Dao ancestor and the two Western sages, I am fully prepared to navigate the coming strife. Let us not forget, the most powerful beings of the primordial realm stand resolutely by my side this time. Nüwa turned her gaze to the formidable figures behind Qing Feng. Indeed, even in the absence of the three sages, there remained the 12 ancestor witches. Along with the likes of Yuanshi, Tongtian, Ming-He, and Zhen Yuanzi, all formidable entities. How could a mere Eastern king pose a threat to Qing Feng? Very well, I entrust the battlefield to you. With that, Nüwa cast a sharp glance at Honghuang and the two Western sages, Taishang, Dijuan. Do you harbor any interest in engaging in a bout? My lady, your words ring true. I have long found that old scoundrel Zhuanti to be quite irksome, Dijuan declared, as he flung the Hou Tu and Luo Shu, unleashing divine power that ruptured the fabric of space and drew Zhuanti into the chaos. Dao ancestor, senior brother, Zhuanti cried out in a desperate attempt to intervene. Yet as a sage himself, Dijuan, who practiced the way of emotions, proved to be no less formidable than Zhuanti. In fact, in terms of foundation, he surpassed him. With a mere tug, Zhuanti was ensnared within the chaos. As the space began to seal, those in the primordial realm could still sense the fierce tremors emanating from the other side. Jane, your disciple has ventured forth. Should we not also engage in some practice? Taishang squinted, hoisting his shoulder pole. Let us go. Do not make me drag you into the chaos. It would be quite disgraceful. Jane, although reluctant to fight, felt compelled to follow as he noticed the glimmer of determination in Taishang's eyes, ultimately tearing through space to enter the chaos. As for the final figure, Honghuang, Nüwa tossed a red embroidered ball in her right hand, bouncing it lightly, casting a disdainful glance at the ultimate Dao ancestor. Honghuang, shall we venture into the chaos for some amusement? Humph. Honghuang scoffed, willingly opening a portal to the chaos. As a master of the three paths and the embodiment of the supreme heavenly way, how could he fear you? Nüwa followed closely behind, leaving only a single piece of advice for Qing Feng. Go all out. Should any incidents arise, your aunt will stand by your side. Once all the sages had departed, the assembled forces exchanged glances, and in that moment, their morale plummeted. There was no denying it. The Dao ancestors' reputation remained intact, and Hongjuan's unwavering commitment to safeguarding the celestial lineage was all too evident. Unlike the Kunlun Mountain or the Demon Clan, which had sages to oversee them, how could the great clans avoid panic? However, Qing Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at them, offering little regard. In this grand conflict, these forces were merely spectators, akin to flag-bearers, never intending to exert themselves. Even the closest allies, the Kunlun Mountains and the Phoenix Clan, were not summoned to take action. The only race required to engage was the Witch Clan. In seeking vengeance, they simultaneously prepared for the opening of the Underworld. Uncle, Senior Zhenyuan, Master, you are all well versed in the art of formations. Is it possible for you to dismantle the celestial array? Fuxi, Zhenyuan, and Tongtian exchanged glances, closed their eyes in unison, and began to calculate with their fingers. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, roughly 15 minutes, they finally opened their eyes. The array established by the Celestial Clan was based on the innate 8 trigrams, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to concentrate the strength of all celestial soldiers and generals within this formation. It could be said that as long as the array existed, the Celestials thrived. If the array fell, so too would the Celestials. Chapter 138, The Battle Against the Immortals, Part 4, The Mad East King. What does this mean? Qing Feng, who struggles to comprehend the intricacies of cultivation, is utterly bewildered by the concept of formations, which are deemed advanced within the realm of immortality. As he listens to Fuxi's explanation, His expression is one of sheer confusion. Bang! Tongtian, exasperated, delivered a light smack to Qing Feng's head. It was quite a crisp sound. You are utterly neglecting your training in the 8 arts of immortality. Now you cannot even grasp basic conversations, bringing shame upon your master. Qing Feng clutched his head, refraining from retorting to Tongtian, and instead cast a pleading glance towards Fuxi and Yuanshi. With a serious demeanor, Fuxi continued his elucidation, in simple terms. The Mad East King has maniacally connected 800 million celestial soldiers and generals to the Wanjian formation, establishing 8 gates, each guarded by a celestial king. Only by breaching all 8 gates can one reach the heart of the formation and confront the celestial emperor. With each gate breached, the formation's power amplifies by 30%. Once all 8 are dismantled, the formation's might will triple, channeling the strength of the 800 million celestial soldiers and generals directly to the heart of the formation, that is, to the East King himself. In such a scenario, should the formation be shattered, the East King would perish, along with the 800 million celestial soldiers and generals within. There is an unspoken truth that Fuxi did not voice. Yet all present understood. The karmic burden of the fallen celestial soldiers and generals would converge upon the one who slays the East King. Thus, we must first breach the 8 gates, each of which will compound the formation's power. Only then can we confront the East King in a decisive battle. And the East King, at that moment, would possess thrice the strength? No, it is the compounded strength of the 800 million celestial soldiers and generals, multiplied threefold? Qing Feng inquired, articulating each word carefully. Fuxi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all nodded in unison. Upon their earlier reconnaissance, the East King had shown no signs of concealing the formation. It was an overt ploy. The compounded power, coupled with the karmic weight of 800 million souls. In that instant, the various factions present exchanged glances, revealing their shared trepidation. Senior brother, perhaps. As the prince of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian, immediately sensed the coalition's hesitance, he stepped forward to offer counsel. Qing Feng took a deep breath, raised his hand to interrupt him, and then resolutely stepped towards the southern heavenly gate, leaving them with but a single pronouncement. Those who are afraid need not enter. Disciples of Kunlun Mountain, follow me into the breach. Yes, senior brother. The disciples, including Duobao, Guangchengzi, and Xuandu, followed Qing Feng without a moment's hesitation. The powerful beings, such as Yuanshi, Tongtian, Fuxi, and Tai, closely trailed in his wake. The human clan, SZ clan, having regained a modicum of strength, forcibly pushed aside the support of Qiyu and Hui, stumbling into the southern heavenly gate. I have come to seek vengeance for my dear friend. As long as the celestial beings endure, my heart will remain unsteady. Yuanshi, with a fierce expression, followed suit. While Mingyi hesitated briefly, recalling Nüwa's promise to him before the battle, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Fear not, for within the sea of blood, he possesses sufficient blood gods to safeguard his life. Should he choose not to enter, he would forever lament the lost opportunity to attain sanctity. Meanwhile, the leaders of various clans, including the Phoenix clan's Xian Bird, have fixed their gazes upon the ancestor witches, eager to witness their decision. Elder brother, Xian Ming hesitated, wishing to offer counsel. Yet, Di Jiang raised a hand to halt her. Casting his gaze upon his younger siblings, I shall reveal a truth to you. Should we triumph over the celestial clan in this battle, our witch clan will wholly resolve the concerns of the primordial spirit and possess our own saints. 2 of them. Upon hearing of 2 saints and the resolution of the primordial spirit issue, the ancestor witch's eyes widened, glimmering with newfound hope. The Lord of the earthly path is also worthy of contention. The last remark, akin to a calming elixir, thoroughly moved the ancestor witches. Elder brother, there is no need for further words. We must enter. For the future of the witch clan, even if it costs us our lives, it is worth it. To war. This time, even Zhu Rong let forth a thunderous roar. Di Jiang nodded in satisfaction, yet a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. All great witches and ancestor witches, follow me into the gates, and let us forge a luminous future for the witch clan. The remaining witches shall encircle the celestial court. Let not a single soul escape. To war. Amidst the battle cries, hundreds of great witches unhesitatingly followed the ancestor witches through the gates. The leaders of other clans, witnessing the witch clan's mobilization, also cast aside their hesitations and stepped within. Naturally, they understood that this battle required only the most skilled, leaving the coalition forces outside the gates, with only the clan leaders entering within. Upon stepping through the gates and advancing a short distance, Qing Feng beheld the lifeless body of Qin Yuan, and behind Qin Yuan, a chilling aura swept toward his location. The formation of the 8 gates. layered in the manner of the innate 8 trigrams, had the first gate, broken by the Zi clan, as the Li Fire formation. The next formation, if he was not mistaken, should be the Qin Water. Tongtian, with a serious demeanor, elucidated. Each gate represented the cumulative power of 100 million celestial soldiers and generals, amplified upon the celestial king's strength. Just moments ago, Qiyu, Hui, and the Zi clan managed to breach the Li gate, thanks to the assistance of the human souls bound to the Yuchang's sword, which fortuitously led to the demise of Qin Yuan and the dismantling of the formation. However, the guardian of the next gate would undoubtedly prove far more challenging to confront. Let's advance into the formation first. Qing Feng glanced back, confirming that no formidable beings had entered, and then led the others into the formation. As they stepped into the second gate, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed into an icy wasteland, bitterly cold. Not far away upon an ice mountain sat a celestial king with a dragon's head and a human's body, gripping a black sword firmly against the icy surface. Seated upon a throne of frost, surveying them from a lofty perch, Jimeng, Zhen Yuanzi, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively thought of his injured companions, Qing Feng and Mingyu, and immediately soared into the air in a fury, brandishing his whisk towards Jimeng with vehement force. Return to me the lives of those from my Honghuang temple. In the face of Zhen Yuanzi's assault, a being on the verge of becoming a saint, Jimeng remained unfazed, merely lifting his head slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. 1 yuan heavy water rise. With a mere twist of his sword hilt, Jimeng summoned an ethereal ice dragon that soared into the sky, its claws outstretched as it lunged toward Zhen Yuanzi. A resounding crash echoed as the ice dragon collided with the dust whip, distorting the very fabric of space. The immense shockwave erupted, leaving the onlookers in awe as they beheld the roaring Zhen Yuanzi, who, astonishingly, could not shatter the ice dragon. Instead, he was repelled by its claw. Crashing heavily before the crowd, he fell to one knee, carving a deep gash into the icy surface that stretched for over 1,000 meters before he regained his composure. With a sudden cough, a spray of fresh blood burst from Zhen Yuanzi's lips, a sight both shocking and vivid. Zhen Yuanzi? Merely an afterthought. Jimeng rose to his feet, sword held aloft in one hand, and fixed his gaze upon the assembly. Who else dares to challenge? Chapter 139, The Battle Against the Immortals, Part 5. Zhurong's betrayal of his own kin. A fate worse than death. Zhen Yuanzi was gravely injured by a single strike, instilling a profound sense of trepidation among the powerful beings present as they regarded Jimeng. It is worth noting that Zhen Yuanzi, who bore the immense tome of the Shanhai Jing, was unparalleled in defensive capabilities. Even the primordial ancestors would find themselves inferior in this regard. Yet now, he had succumbed to defeat without even enduring a single blow from Jimeng. It was not due to Jimeng's might, but rather the peculiar nature of the sword he wielded. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi finally regained his composure, panting heavily as he pointed towards Jimeng's obsidian sword, exclaiming, "Were it not for that sword, he could only have forced me back. Never would he have been able to injure me." Remembering how effortlessly the ice dragon had breached his defenses, Zhen Yuanzi's fury intensified. Qing Feng furrowed his brow, preparing to strategize against the formation, when suddenly, Di Jiang spoke. "Zhurong, Gong, hastened to breach the formation." "Yes, brother." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhurong transformed into the blazing golden crow, soaring into the sky, while Gong commanded a massive water dragon, wielding a trident as he charged towards Jimeng. With a fierce cry, the two primordial ancestors bore down upon him. Jimeng, who had just exhibited brazen confidence, now found himself faced with the onslaught of their combined might. He gripped his twin swords tightly, bracing himself against Gong's trident. In the instant of collision, it became evident that Gong's trident, forged from the essence of primordial waters, was effortlessly cleaved apart, allowing Jimeng's sword to pierce directly into Gong's chest. "Fifth brother!" Zhurong roared in fury, his golden crow form lunging from behind Jimeng, aiming to strike at his heart. In a desperate attempt to withdraw his sword to defend against Zhurong, Jimeng found Gong's hands gripping the sword's shaft with unyielding strength. Despite the blade slicing deeply into his palms, refusing to yield even a fraction, the golden crow descended, its talons striking true at Jimeng's back, ripping out his heart. With a splatter of blood, Jimeng fell, his essence spilling over the sword. As the vengeful spirits upon the blade began to dissipate, its true bronze form and heavenly inscriptions revealed themselves. "Qishao, fifth brother." Zhurong, with fervor, hurled Jimeng aside, extracting the sword and casting it to the ground. While he cradled Gong with one arm, desperately trying to staunch the torrent of blood gushing from his body. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the blood flowed freely. The once formidable regenerative powers of the primordial ancestors rendered ineffective against the targeted assault of the witchcraft artifacts. Jumong, the wood ancestor, Jumong, rushed forth, entwining his hands with verdant light in an attempt to heal the wounds. Yet, it proved futile. Within a mere minute, Gong Gong's life force was extinguished, his essence entirely depleted. Fifth brother, Zhurong howled in profound anguish, his lamentation echoing skyward, oblivious to the serene expression upon Gong Gong's face. Devoid of the agony of impending death, his lips curled slightly, as if he had been prepared for this moment. Di Jiang advanced, forcefully pushing Zhurong aside, collecting Gong Gong's lifeless body and the blood-soaked ground through the manipulation of spatial laws. Brother Yu, Zhurong, filled with rage, rose to confront Di Jiang, only to be met with a resounding slap across his face. The one who killed your fifth brother is from the Celestial clan. If you possess the courage, seek vengeance against them. Do not continue to behave like a mere child. Di Jiang coldly reprimanded Zhu Rong. Filled with fury, Zhu Rong turned and rushed towards the gate. Celestial clan, I will ensure your demise. Di Jiang, with a tranquil expression, gazed at Qing Feng, entirely unperturbed by the loss of his brother. Commander, we must continue to breach the formation. Observing Di Jiang's calm demeanor, Qing Feng seemed to infer something, giving a slight nod as he led the powerful beings onward. At the Sun Gate, fierce winds howled as Celestial King Xianxia danced with one leg, his wings slicing through the air like daggers. Entering this tempest felt akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. The moment Zhu Rong stepped in, countless lacerations appeared on his body, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, a sight too harrowing to behold. Old Fourth, Zhu Meng and Tian Wu charged forth, one wielding a massive tree to block the Sun winds, while the other summoned the 9 heavens gale to contend with the Sun winds. However, the giant tree was shattered into countless splinters, cascading from above. The 9 heavens gale proved utterly powerless against the might of the formation's Sun winds, leaving Tian Wu similarly marred with wounds as if carved by 1,000 blades. Third brother, sixth brother, Zhu Rong panicked, desperate to rescue his siblings. But to his dismay, the two exchanged a glance, and Tian Wu forcibly controlled the 9 heavens gale, transforming into a vortex, charging against Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Zhu Meng concealed himself within the eye of the whirlwind, binding the fragmented tree tightly around Xiangyang. Old Fourth, the two called out, and Zhu Rong soared into the air, transforming into a golden crow, shooting towards Xiangyang like a swift arrow. Whoosh! A bronze sword pierced through Xiangyang's chest, with 2 ancient swords falling from his wings, one belonging to Ganjiang, the other to Imosia. Third brother, sixth brother, I. Zhu Rong turned in surprise, eager to celebrate with Zhu Meng and Tian Wu, only to see them both offering him a smile of admiration. Then, a line of blood appeared at his neck, and his head fell away, losing its breath. Third brother, sixth brother, 2 more of his brothers perished before his eyes, driving Zhu Rong into madness as he transformed into the blazing sun's golden crow, charging towards the next gate. At the Dua Gate, Rushou was pierced by myriad swords, while Fei Dan was reduced to ashes by Zhu Rong's flames. At the Jin Gate, Chang Liang succumbed to wooden spikes sprouting from his body, and Gui Che was left headless, having been forcibly decapitated by Zhu Rong. At the Jin Gate, Shi Zi was buried by the earth, and Ning Zhao was turned into a wretched creature before being burnt to ash by Zhu Rong. At the Kuan Gate, Shi Bai's body was crushed into pulp by the earth, and Zi Tai met a gruesome fate as Zhu Rong melted his entire brain in a fiery torment, a scene too horrific to witness. After breaching the Kuan Gate, Zhu Rong finally ceased his reckless charge towards the next gate, casting a desperate gaze towards Di Jiang. His brothers now numbered only 4, Di Jiang, Hou Tu, Xianming, and Zhu Juyin. The remaining 7 had all perished within the formation, having fought alongside him, sacrificing themselves for a chance at victory. Why has it come to this? Why? Zhu Rong returned to Di Jiang's side like a soulless wretch, his eyes vacant, devoid of any light. Hou Tu gazed anxiously at Zhu Rong, intending to approach and offer solace, but was restrained by Emperor Jiang, who shook his head in disapproval and communicated telepathically. Zhu Rong was excessively impetuous, his temperament deeply flawed. If he failed to eradicate his detrimental habits this time, once he entered the Netherworld as one of the 10 Yama Kings, he would undoubtedly bring chaos to the realm of the dead. Yet, her heart ached for the 4th brother. Observing Zhu Rong's disheartened demeanor, Hou Tu could not bear it any longer. Emperor Jiang conveyed through their mental connection, for the sake of the Wu clan and the future of the 4th brother, This course of action is imperative. Indeed, after the 12 ancestral shaman agreed to break the formation, Emperor Jiang disclosed his arrangement with Qing Feng to the other ancestral shamans, excluding Zhu Rong, and received their assent. Initially, he withheld this from Zhu Rong, cognizant of his arrogant nature and disdain for others, fearing he might disrupt their plans. At this juncture, Gong Gong raised concerns regarding Zhu Rong's immaturity, apprehensive of its implications for his future role in the Netherworld. Thus, under the design of Zhu Jiuyin, the scheme to sacrifice oneself to alter Zhu Rong's character and fulfill the terms of the agreement was set into motion. And so, the present scene unfolded. Chapter 140, The Battle Against the Immortals, Part 6, Kunpeng. I wish to converse with Qing Feng. Qing Feng, huh? Young friend, you may proceed. After halting Hou Tu, Di Jiang cast a glance at the still dazed Zhu Rong, ignoring him, and simply instructed Xian Ming to keep him close, ensuring he did not lag behind, before proactively requesting Qing Feng to lead the way forward. The other formidable beings witnessed the Wu clan's continuous loss of 7 ancestral shamans, yet remained undeterred, unwilling to voice any dissent. After all, along this arduous journey, it was the leaders of the Wu clan who had perished. What could they possibly say? Yet within their hearts, they could not help but wonder if the enmity between the Wu clan and the immortals had escalated to such a relentless extent. Qing Feng, fully aware of Di Jiang's intentions and his plans to forge an underground passage, chose not to expose him, merely nodding slightly to indicate for him to continue guiding the advance. As they stepped into the final gate, the scene before them transformed into the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky. A colossal, ethereal giant koan, swimming and rolling amidst the stars, loomed before them, its size unfathomable, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Kunpeng. An intense fury ignited in Zhang Yuanzi's eyes as he brandished his whisk and prepared to charge forth. However, Kunpeng, empowered by the primordial purple energy, had already slain 2 corpses and stood guard at the 8th gate. The combined strength of countless celestial soldiers and his own formidable might, amplified by the formation's influence, rendered him far beyond the reach of Zhang Yuanzi, who had merely vanquished 1 corpse. With a mere flick of its phantom tail, slap, Zhang Yuanzi, who had rushed forward, was unceremoniously swatted back, crashing heavily to the ground, his hair disheveled, in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, Kunpeng seemed devoid of murderous intent and did not strike with lethal force. Zhang Yuanzi, though humiliated, emerged unscathed. Zhang Yuanzi, in a frenzy, swung his whisk, intent on confronting Kunpeng in a desperate struggle. Masters, restrain him. Qing Feng could not allow Zhang Yuanzi to perish here. He was one of the saints of humanity he had introduced to the Empress, a future progenitor of the earthly immortals, a crucial ally for the future. Could he be allowed to die so easily? With a flick of his finger, Yuanshi summoned the clouds of celebration, transforming them into a vibrant rainbow that firmly bound him. Release me. I shall avenge Honghuang and slay him. Noticing Zhang Yuanzi's relentless struggle, Yuanshi flicked his finger once more, causing a small fragment of cloud to envelop Zhang Yuanzi's mouth. The sight of him bound in such a manner, seen through Qing Feng's future soul, appeared somewhat captivating. Little Feng, Kunpeng may not desire conflict. At that moment, Yuanshi's voice echoed in Qing Feng's ears, confining Zhang Yuanzi. Given that Zhang Yuanzi bore no injuries, such a conspicuous display of leniency raised Yuanshi's suspicions. Qing Feng's heart stirred. In the annals of history, Kunpeng had, upon sensing trouble, withdrawn with the river map and Luo book, resulting in the collapse of the Zhou Tian star formation and the annihilation of the demon clan's elite. Would Kunpeng entertain a similar thought this time? If so, perhaps he would not be as formidable when ultimately confronting the Eastern sovereign. As thoughts surged within him, Qing Feng raised his hand to signal the crowd to retreat and stepped forward with determination. Indeed, as he had anticipated, upon reaching the forefront, an ethereal, colorful starry pathway materialized beneath his feet, stretching toward the zenith. At the culmination of this path, a colossal, translucent Kunpeng leapt, its form swiftly diminishing until it transformed into a shadowy middle-aged scholar, wielding a feather fan, standing at the end of the starry avenue. Commander of the Allied forces, do you dare to converse upon this path? The original one's countenance shifted, ready to rebuke. Yet, before the words could escape their lips, Qing Feng, with an air of nonchalance, responded, I would not dare. The Kunpeng was taken aback, while the assembled powers gazed at Qing Feng in astonishment. Qing Feng shrugged, adopting an expression that suggested their surprise was unwarranted, and remarked, I am merely a minor golden immortal, favored by the goddess and my masters, which is how I attained this position of command. With my meager abilities, a mere breath from you, Kunpeng, would scatter me like mist. How foolish would I be to engage in dialogue with you under such an imbalance of power? A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Do you think I am that naive? The crowd fell silent. Indeed, there was truth in his words, and his reasoning was compelling. Yet, there lingered an unsettling feeling among them. Qing felt similarly perplexed. According to his calculations, Qing Feng should have displayed boldness and meticulousness, approaching him with confidence to persuade him to abandon the defense of the Qian Gate, perhaps even to switch allegiances. This would showcase his wisdom and elevate his stature. However, the current situation was utterly unconventional. Qing Feng internally rolled his eyes. Of course, showcasing wisdom and elevating prestige is of little consequence. In the primordial chaos, survival is the foremost concern. It is imperative to live first. I could surrender or even betray, but I wish to converse with you. Qing, with his feather fan pointed directly at Qing Feng, cast out a tempting bait. I am but a puppet commander. The true authority lies with my two masters and the esteemed Taichi and Fushi. You may address any matters with them. For the first time, Qing Feng felt a chill run down his spine, decisively retreating behind Tongtian. Had he finally attracted the attention of formidable foes? Now it was Qing. If he took further risks, would Hongjun also turn his gaze upon him next? He was merely a lowly golden immortal, far from a deluo, let alone a saint. At the very least, he ought to advance to quasi-saint status before facing off against such high-ranking entities, should he not? To burden a junior in such a manner, was this the extent of Qing's vision? With the heavenly Dao above and the human Dao at hand. If I were to harm the commander of the allied forces today, let the heavens deem me unworthy. And may I be struck by myriad divine thunders until I dissolve into nothingness, my soul scattering into the void. May the heavenly Dao witness. May the human Dao bear witness. Crack. With the conclusion of Tongtian's proclamation, Qing immediately swore an oath to the heavenly Dao, receiving dual recognition from both the heavenly and human realms. Now, do you all believe in my sincerity? Young friend, may you step forward for a discourse? Qing Feng's gaze shifted to the original one and Tongtian, both of whom averted their eyes, feeling too embarrassed to meet his gaze once more. No matter how one puts it, Qing is indeed a formidable being on par with them. To meet a junior, he even went so far as to make an oath. To obstruct him further would be excessive. Qing Feng's gaze shifted to the other powerful beings, yet they all averted their eyes for the same reason. Helpless, Qing Feng rolled his eyes internally and stepped onto the stellar path. Humph, a bunch of unreliable elders. The stellar path effortlessly bore him upwards, and in a mere 15 minutes, it brought him before Qing. With a wave of his sleeve, Qing manifested a table and chairs, adorned with teacups that emitted a fragrant steam, invigorating to the senses. Young friend, please, he invited. Thank you for your hospitality, master. Qing Feng responded without hesitation, seated himself, and drank the tea in one go. To his astonishment, he felt a stir within his cultivation barrier. What exquisite tea! The leaves may be ordinary, but the water is sourced from the frozen nether ice of the northern sea, procured by my beaming palace. If you enjoy it, I shall gift you several £1,000 later, Qing said with a beaming smile. Qing Feng set down the teacup and candidly stated, Master, you go to great lengths, even swearing an oath to converse with me. If there is something you wish to discuss, please speak plainly. Qing gently fanned himself with a feather fan, and after a lengthy pause of 3 minutes, he finally spoke. I wish to make a transaction with you. Chapter 141, The Battle Against the Celestials, Part 7. The deal is struck. Preparations are underway to betray the Eastern King. What transaction? Qing Feng felt a stir within. As he had anticipated, witnessing his imminent defeat, Qing began to contemplate his escape route. No need to panic. In any negotiation, one must first reveal their bargaining chips. With a leisurely flick of his feathered fan, Qing addressed Qing Feng. I have 2 chips to offer. First, the influence of the North Sea's Beaming Palace. Second, the control core of the 10,000 Celestial Formation. The Beaming Palace's influence is well known, comprising but a handful of individuals. The control core of the formation is the dragon-headed scepter bestowed upon the Eastern King by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. If our transaction is successful, I will voluntarily relinquish this door, fleeing to the side of the Eastern King at the formation's core. At that moment, when the Eastern King is required to wield the slaughtering witch sword, I shall procure the dragon-headed scepter from him, breaking the formation and aiding you in defeating the Celestials. What do you think? Qing Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Qing to not only seek escape, but also to turn against their foes. For a moment, disbelief washed over him. Do you not realize that this formation is intertwined with the fates of 800 million Celestials? Should it be breached, countless lives would be extinguished, and all karma would fall upon you. Are you truly willing to shatter the formation for us? Qing Feng cautioned Kunpeng, as the latter's words were so astounding that they elicited instinctive skepticism, prompting him to test the veracity of Kunpeng's intentions. Kunpeng regarded Qing Feng with some surprise. At last, I comprehend why Lady Nüwa, the three purities, and even the ancestor witches hold such high regard for you, a junior. You possess a heart unclouded, a spirit noble and upright. Truly, you embody the chief disciple of the three purities. You flatter me, esteemed elder, Qing Feng replied, a hint of bashfulness accompanying his acceptance of the praise. Young friend, do you think that if I do not surrender, what fate awaits me today? Can I survive? Qing Feng fell silent. Setting aside the fact that he had led an assault on Kunlun Mountain, the three purities would not spare him. Merely due to his affiliation with the celestial race, he would undoubtedly be crushed. As a celestial master, he was undoubtedly marked for elimination. Look, need I say more? Since death is inevitable, why not leave myself a path of retreat? Hence, my request is this. I shall assist you in breaking the formation, enabling you to annihilate the celestial race at minimal cost. But you must guarantee that a fragment of my soul remains for reincarnation. Furthermore, the Honghuang purple qi within me must not be taken. Reincarnation, you say? Qing Feng fell silent once more. Noticing Qing Feng's demeanor, Kunpeng perhaps fathomed his thoughts, letting out a sigh. During the assault on Kunlun Mountain, I intentionally held back. Otherwise, with my prowess as a quasi-saint, Kunlun would have been obliterated, and not a single one of those 50,000 human youths would have survived. Recalling this, Qing Feng remembered the words spoken by his masters, Taishang and Puyuan. Before departing for battle, Luwu cannot possibly withstand Kunpeng. In terms of combat prowess, realm, and spiritual treasures, he paled in comparison to Kunpeng. How could he possibly stand in his way? There was only one explanation. Kunpeng had indeed held back. Furthermore, aside from the battle at Kunlun Mountain, Kunpeng had not participated in any other campaigns against the human race. Thus, in terms of enmity towards humanity, Kunpeng bore the least burden. Now, he intends to use his cultivation of the second corpse to break the formation for them and withstand the karmic burdens of 800 million celestial soldiers and generals. Qing Feng truly finds it difficult to conceive a reason for refusal. Elder, what compels you to assist us? Surely, the Dao ancestor has not reached a point of utter despair? Qing Feng inquired, voicing his greatest perplexity. Kunpeng gently waved his feathered fan, sighing with a smile. Merely his instigation of the Eastern King to slaughter 100 billion human beings places the Dao ancestor in opposition to all sentient beings of the primordial world. No matter how formidable the Dao ancestor may be, as long as he cannot completely control the heavenly path, he will ultimately fall to the hands of the beings of the primordial world. I was born in the primordial world, grew up in the primordial world, accustomed to its way of life, and have grown weary of its scenery. The chaos of such a savage land is far too lonely for my liking. Whether from personal preference or the perspective of a victor, I have no reason to continue aiding the Dao ancestor. Since this path is destined for failure, why should I not hasten my reincarnation and embark on my next life? Moreover, Kunpeng's expression darkened. I have severed the second corpse, and my future path is thus obstructed. Qing Feng comprehended that Kunpeng's final statement was his true reasoning. The future path was severed. As for why Kunpeng did not choose reincarnation in the original history, are you certain he did not choose? After the war of the witch and the demon, aside from the heavenly sovereign briefly revealing himself through the river map and the Luo book, Kunpeng has not made an appearance. Who knows whether he was in seclusion or had reincarnated? Thus, Kunpeng's current decision to betray Hongjun and ally with them, seeking to traverse the path of cultivation in a future reincarnation, is not unexpected. This matter, I can agree to. But you must first obtain the forgiveness of Elder Jin Yuan, given your past grievances. No problem. Kunpeng waved his fan, showing no surprise, as if he had already anticipated this. He slightly moved his lips, and below, Jin Yuan also adopted a listening posture. After several seconds, Jin Yuan transitioned from excitement and anger to calmness, ultimately patting away the celebratory clouds that bound him. The clouds released Jin Yuan, who immediately transmitted to Qing Feng. Kunpeng is willing to compensate Hongyan. This grudge is resolved. Young friend, you need not ponder my thoughts further. Decide for yourself. All right. Qing Feng nodded slightly to Jin Yuan and then turned to Kunpeng. I accept your proposal. After your demise, I will ensure that your remaining soul is gathered along with the primordial purple qi by my master, and when the opportune moment arises, I shall assist your reincarnation. If you wish in your second life, you may also take refuge under the Kunlun sect. Qing Feng hesitated for a moment before articulating a second statement. Kunpeng smiled, realizing that the karmic ties between him, the three pure ones, and Qing Feng had been thoroughly resolved. There is no need for me to join Kunlun. I do not wish to impose upon the three pure ones. I have already arranged for my second life to carry on a legacy within the North Sea Palace. Shall we finalize this agreement? Very well. Qing Feng nodded, turning to rejoin his group, but just before stepping onto the starry road, he suddenly halted. Glancing back at Kunpeng, may I inquire, Elder, what prompted you to choose to converse with me? Kunpeng remained silent, merely smiling as he waved his feather fan. Qing Feng, seemingly deep in thought, nodded towards Kunpeng and, without awaiting a response, embarked upon the celestial path back. Upon returning to the side of Yuanshi and Tongtian, the surrounding space shimmered. The celestial scene gradually faded away like a retreating curtain, ultimately revealing the magnificent view of the immortal court's Lingxiao Palace. Above them, the Eastern King sat majestically upon his heavenly throne, gazing down upon them with an air of authority. Chapter 142, The Battle Against the Immortals, End, the Eastern King. Kunpeng has fallen. Your Majesty, I apologize. I could not halt the coalition forces. Kunpeng, with a trembling fan, floated beside the Eastern King, his countenance filled with shame as he uttered these words. As he spoke the final syllable, his face turned pale, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering before the Eastern King, a sight most shocking. Witnessing this scene, Qing Feng could not help but marvel at Kunpeng's remarkable performance. That single spurt of blood was sufficient for the young talents of his former life to learn from for decades. Fear not. The 8 gates were merely intended to deplete the coalition's forces. The Eastern King, observing the noticeably diminished figures of the 7 ancestral witches below, felt a surge of joy within. To breach the witch clan's formation and prevent them from summoning the true form of Pangu. The Immortal Master has achieved a significant feat. I wonder if the Immortal Master still possesses the strength for one last battle to rally the troops for me. Such is my wish. I dare not impose. Kunpeng bowed deeply, his face earnest. I shall not disappoint your Majesty's expectations, dedicating myself wholeheartedly until the end. Excellent. Then I shall entrust this dragon-headed scepter to the Immortal Master for control, allowing me to focus exclusively on the great enemy. It must be said, Kunpeng had perfectly calculated the Eastern King's arrogant and rebellious nature. By flattering and displaying humility in his capacity as a second-level saint, he indeed earned the other's trust. Once the dragon-headed scepter was in hand, and he felt the ability to manipulate the formation at will, Kunpeng rose to stand behind the Eastern King, casting a discreet signal towards the front where Qing Feng awaited. At this moment, the Eastern King remained oblivious to Kunpeng's betrayal. He, with his sword of slaughtering witches in hand, advanced step by step towards the coalition forces. Who dares to meet their demise? Eastern King, the enmity between your celestial clan and my witch clan must come to a resolution. Di Jiang called out loudly, preparing to unveil the witch clan's final, magnificent curtain. A wicked smile crept across the Eastern King's lips. Your witch clan has already suffered great losses, unable to breach my myriad celestial array. Now that only 5 ancestral witches remain, you can no longer form a formation to summon the corporeal body of Pangu. What can you do against me? Today marks the day of your witch clan's extinction in the primordial chaos. With that, the Eastern King raised the slaughtering witch sword, poised to strike down at Di Jiang. Taking a deep breath, Di Jiang readied himself for a self-destructive charge, preparing for the ultimate sacrifice when suddenly, Qing Feng's voice rang in his ears. Do you truly believe your celestial clan stands a chance against my witch clan? Di Jiang paused momentarily, mockingly addressing the Eastern King. The Eastern King halted, the slaughtering witch sword suspended in midair, retorting derisively. You witches are truly devoid of primordial spirits and ignorant of divine powers. With only 5 of you left, how dare you challenge me? Do you truly believe I fear the annihilation of your clan? Annihilation of the witch clan? I see it as you, Eastern King, who stands on the brink of death and remains unaware. Di Jiang replied with a cold laugh. On the brink of death? The Eastern King laughed heartily, pointing his sword at Di Jiang, declaring wildly, if the Lady, the Supreme, and Emperor Jun were here, if your ancestral witches yet lived, able to summon the true form of Pangu, I might fear you 3. But now, the saints have been taken by the Dao ancestor, and more than half of your ancestral witches are dead. Who in this world could still stand against me, the Eastern King? Is that so? Do you dare to call out 3 times, who dares to kill me? Di Jiang provocatively challenged. The Eastern King furrowed his brow and turned to survey the scene, where the celestial army was intricately connected to the myriad celestial formations, retreating into the depths of the void. Beside him stood only his steadfast allies, the celestial masters of his kin and his future Taoist saint, his fellow disciple. Not to mention 3 calls, even if I were to cry out 30,000 times. What is there to fear? Upon uttering these words, the Eastern King raised the slaughter witch sword high and proclaimed, who dares to kill me? At his first utterance, the Eastern King's muscles tightened, his consciousness keenly attuned to Qing, who appeared to harbor resentment solely towards the crowd below, his gaze entirely absent from the Eastern King. Who dares to kill me? With the second call, Qing leaned on his dragon-headed staff, enveloping himself in a protective barrier, augmenting his defenses. Their eyes met, filled with mutual trust. Who dares to kill me? With the third exclamation, the Eastern King withdrew his consciousness and grinned menacingly at Di Jiang. Just as he was about to mock him, a furious shout erupted from behind. I dare to kill you. The Eastern King was taken aback, instinctively attempting to turn, when a tremendous force struck him fiercely in the back, penetrating to his very heart. Bang! A gaping hole burst through his chest, and that wildly violent force surged within him, wreaking havoc among his organs, even intruding upon his sea of consciousness, tormenting his very soul. Golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he incredulously turned to face Qing, who regarded him with an impassive expression. The dragon-headed staff remained embedded in his heart. Why? The Eastern King struggled to ask Qing, confusion etched in his eyes. Because you have slaughtered billions of human souls, and have been forsaken by the primordial heavenly Dao, rejected by humanity, Qing coldly revealed a harsh truth. Surely you do not believe that the nearly 1 billion cultivators of the celestial race truly heed your commands, willingly sacrificing their souls to aid you in your quest for dominion over the primordial world? Let me be candid with you. You have already been tainted by the resentment of humanity, burdened by calamity, and have entered into tribulation. Listening to Qing's words, the Eastern King instinctively glanced at the slaughter which soared in his hand. In this moment of impending death, he finally discerned the sword's true essence. Countless vengeful souls of humanity roared upon the blade, howling at him. Each drop of his blood that fell would release tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, illuminating them in a white glow as they dissipated, as if only through his demise could these souls attain liberation. It dawned upon him that he had already been abandoned by the heavenly Dao. The Eastern King finally comprehended his dire predicament. Regardless of whether his celestial race triumphed or fell in this war against the witches, annihilation had become an inexorable fate. Since you are aware of the outcome, then embrace death. Qing once more summoned the powers of the myriad celestial formations, channeling them into his staff with the intent to utterly obliterate the Eastern King. However, the Eastern King, being a second corpse quasi-saint, one of the mightiest beneath the saints, would not yield without a fight. With a sudden manifestation of the 3 flowers above his head, an explosion ensued as he unleashed the combined might of his 2 corpses and the supreme Dao fruit of the 3 flowers for one final strike. Even if I perish, I shall take you down with me. The hatred of the traitor far surpassed that of any enemy. In a final surge of power, the Eastern King once more wielded the witch-slaying sword, thrusting it backward with ferocity. The blade pierced the back of the Qing, penetrating its very form, and then struck the Eastern King himself. An overwhelming force of countless human souls erupted, devouring their bodies and corroding their vitality. In mere seconds, their flesh began to disintegrate from the points where the sword had penetrated, gradually turning to ash from their heads to their feet. Death, together into oblivion. The Eastern King twisted the witch-slaying sword with a malevolent grin, hastening the pace of their demise. The Qing responded with a resolute smile. Very well, we shall perish together. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon-headed staff shattered, the formation erupted, and an unfathomable power, capable of rending apart the primordial world, detonated above the celestial court. In the end, the dragon-headed staff, along with the myriad of celestial formations and the 800 million celestial soldiers that had vanished into the void, disintegrated into dust, their essence returning to the cosmos. Thus, in the realm of existence, there remained no trace of the celestial lineage. Chapter 143. Dare I inquire, O ancestor, where exactly does the Wu clan exhibit its tyranny? Master, master. At the very moment the formation erupted, Qing Feng let out a resounding cry. The primordial one, ever prepared, hurled the chaos bell from his waist to Tongtian. With a single strike of Tongtian's formidable power, clang, the resonating waves of the chaos bell emanated forth, quelling the explosive force of the 10,000 immortals array, all subdued by the innate power of the chaos bell. Taiji diagram, stabilize. Following closely, the primordial one summoned the Taiji diagram. The black and white symbol soared into the heavens. From the center of the yin-yang fish emerged a golden bridge, descending to anchor the cosmos. As the sound waves dissipated, the oscillations unleashed by the 10,000 immortals array were entirely neutralized by the Taiji diagram. Coupled with the periodic chimes of the chaos bell, which exerted its time-space suppressive force, the shock waves of the explosion were mitigated, contained by the primordial one before him. We shall lend our aid. Observing that the primordial one and Tongtian were barely holding their ground, the other powerful beings sprang into action. Fushi's zither, amplify strength. As Fushi strummed the strings, waves of sound surged forth, enhancing the magical powers of all present. Shanhai Jing, defend. Zhen Yuanzi cast forth the Earth's primordial membrane, and the vast landscapes of the wilderness manifested in the sky, working in concert with the Taiji diagram to shield against the explosive energies. Starry Sky, protect. Tai remotely activated the great array of the heavenly stars. Endless starlight cascaded down, solidifying the spaces across the realm, preventing the explosive force from overwhelming the primordial timeline. Phoenix Nirvana. Dragons soar across the seas. Qilin treads upon clouds. Xuanwu defends. Leaders of the dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, Xuanwu, and White Tiger clans all unleash their clan as sacred treasures, employing their divine abilities to mitigate the calamity unleashed by the explosion of the 10,000 Immortals array. Meanwhile, the Wu clan and their allied forces surged forth to assist their patriarch in managing the eruptive energies. This explosion persisted for a full 3 days and nights. At last, accompanied by the final chime of Tongtian's bell, clang, the last remnants of the explosion were effortlessly suppressed by the chaos bell, and subsequently defended against by the primordial one wielding the Taiji diagram. Thus, the extermination of the celestial clans was achieved, and this great battle inflicted minimal damage upon the wilderness, fulfilling Qing Feng's preparations for the conflict. In the midst of chaos, at the battleground of the 6 great saints, as Dong Wang Gong and Kunpeng both perished, Hongjun sensed the shift, and with a mere thought, the dragon-headed staff combined with Kunpeng's controlled power detonated, amplifying the self-destructive force of the 10,000 Immortals array several-fold. This is dire. The wilderness is changing. As the sovereign of humanity, Nüwa could scarcely ignore the upheaval in the wilderness. Instinctively, she sought to retract her influence and suppress the explosion. However, Hongjun and the others had awaited this moment for far too long and would not allow her to disrupt their scheme. Nüwa, the outcome is yet undecided. Where do you think you are going? Hongjun unleashed a fist, instantly interrupting the spatial passage that Nüwa had begun to forge, conjuring a tempest of spatial turbulence that rendered her incapable of proceeding. Hongjun, I refuse to believe you are unaware of the crisis facing the wilderness. You would obstruct me now? Nüwa seethed with fury as she shouted at Hongjun, who smiled in response. The crisis you speak of, Nüwa, has not registered with me. The battle was initiated by you. Do you think to retreat without consulting my opinion? Very well. Nüwa, engulfed in fury, declared, if it is war you seek, I shall join you in battle. Those who cower are but dogs. Originally intent on merely restraining Hongjun, she now unleashed her true wrath. The crimson-embroidered ball in her hand was hurled towards Hongjun with wild abandon. Hongjun remained unperturbed, erecting a barrier of sacred power to thwart her onslaught, layer upon layer. He was in no rush. The chaos he sought was precisely what he desired. Thus, with the primordial essence of the cosmos compromised, he could absorb its potent energies. Meanwhile, Taishang and Dijuan, having overheard Nüwa's declaration, contemplated withdrawal. Yet, although Jiejing and Zhuanti lacked the prowess of the two, as fellow saints, it was a simple matter for them to restrain their movements. Consequently, the 6 great saints of the primordial realm unleashed their full might, unleashing a tumult of chaotic energies that shattered the fabric of space, rendering the scene akin to an apocalyptic tableau. This fierce battle raged on for 3 full days. At last, Hongjun sensed something amiss. Why had the heavenly Dao not issued a warning until now? Nüwa, did you not perceive the crisis threatening the primordial realm? Shall we cease this conflict today, and I shall accompany you home? Once again, he intercepted Nüwa's crimson ball, and Hongjun, unusually, called for a cessation of hostilities. Logically, if he wished to return, he ought to be the one to impede her. Yet the sense of impending doom from 3 days prior was simply too overwhelming. Nüwa merely snorted in response, tacitly acquiescing to Hongjun's words. Observing this development, the remaining 4 saints gradually ceased their onslaught, witnessing how Hongjun and Nüwa united to quell the chaotic tempest, thereby reopening the spatial passage to the celestial court. Let us depart. The 6 stepped forward in unison. Upon their emergence above the celestial court, they were greeted by a scene of serene tranquility, astonishingly devoid of any traces of conflict. The explosive force of the 10,000 Immortals array had been jointly mitigated, the celestial race obliterated in the void, and both Dong Wanggong and Kunpeng had perished, their forms dissipated, while the ancestral witches succumbed within the isolated space of the array. Thus, the celestial witch conflict had indeed inflicted no harm upon the primordial realm. Where is Dong Wanggong? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hongjun called out. Qing Feng remained still, reluctant to draw Hongjun's attention at this moment. Tongtian chuckled lightly, stepping forward and gesturing to the surroundings. He is everywhere. He has been reduced to ash, scattered across the cosmos. What? Though Hongjun had anticipated the self-destruction of the 10,000 Immortals array, having secretly fortified its explosive power, and was aware of Dongwangong's dire fate. Witnessing the unscathed primordial realm, he found it difficult to accept. Heavenly Dao, soul capture. In his fury, Hongjun invoked the authority of the Heavenly Dao. An arcane force surged forth, sweeping across the primordial realm, and the remnants of Dongwangong's spirit manifested under the formidable influence of the Heavenly Dao in Hongjun's grasp. A slight probing of his magical power revealed the circumstances of the battle. With a flick of his hand, Dongwangong's soul was concealed, and Hongjun's gaze turned towards the ancestral witches, brimming with murderous intent. Hongjun, what do you intend to do? Nüwa, sensing his lethal intent, stepped forward. Do not forget. It was you who stated that the various races of the primordial realm must not engage in conflict, and the saints must remain uninvolved. The witch race is tyrannical. They cannot be the lords of heaven and earth. Hongjun did not respond to Nüwa's inquiry, but merely stated a cold fact. Do you wish to renege? Nüwa narrowed her eyes, casting a menacing glance at Hongjun. Dare I ask, O Dao ancestor, where exactly does my witch race exhibit tyranny? Once again, the relentless targeting has provoked Dezhong's wrath. Since the inception of the Wu clan, they have been the subject of incessant hostility from Hongjun, and at this moment, that fury has erupted in its entirety. The Wu clan, birthed from the sacred blood of Pangu, stands as the rightful heir to the primordial legacy. Although their cultivation diverges from the mainstream, the Wu clan has never resorted to the slaughter of other races. Since the second discussion, under the guidance of the ancestor of Earth, the Wu clan has diligently organized the primal veins of the Earth, accruing a significant amount of merit, thus contributing positively to the primordial realm. I beseech the Dao ancestor, where has the Wu clan erred? Why is it that this vast primordial world can accommodate myriad races, yet cannot tolerate the existence of the Wu clan? Chapter 144. Very well. If you, Hongjun, refuse to allow our witch clan to exist, then we shall indeed cease to exist. In comparison, the celestial beings you support, Dao ancestor, have slaughtered countless billions of human souls in pursuit of supremacy over the heavens. Their hands stained with blood. In what manner, then, do we witches exhibit cruelty compared to the celestial beings? The heartfelt words of Emperor Jiang prompted the other powerful beings present to cast sidelong glances. Even Qing Feng felt an odd sensation within. Indeed, he often argued that the witch clan should retreat from the primordial world. Yet, where exactly does the fault lie with the witches? The witch clan descends from the authentic lineage of Pangu. Why must they not endure in the primordial realm? 3 charges against the witch clan. Hongjun did not respond to the celestial beings' inquiries, but merely stated coolly. Charge 1. Disrespecting the heavenly Dao, recklessly abusing the ability to summon the true form of Pangu. Charge 2. Advancing one's cultivation through the consumption of the flesh and blood of other races, plundering their vitality and resources. Charge 3. Failing to comprehend the greater trends. Contesting the celestial beings for supremacy over the heavens, indirectly leading to the deaths of 10 billion celestial cultivators, resulting in a decline in the hierarchy of primordial life, damaging humanity and obstructing the advancement of the primordial world. With these 3 charges, the witch clan is unworthy of existence in the primordial realm. According to you, Dao ancestor, if our clan bears responsibility for the death of 10 billion cultivators, what of the celestial beings who have killed countless billions of human lives to forge magical treasures? Emperor Jiang mocked sarcastically. Hongjun remained unfazed, slowly responding. Thus, the coalition must eradicate the celestial beings entirely. Is the demise of the celestial beings now credited as your achievement, Hongjun? Emperor Jiang could no longer contain his frustration and openly ridiculed him. Your calculations, Dao ancestor, are indeed astute. Hongjun paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze towards Nüwa. Nüwa, as the sovereign of humanity. Do you believe the witch clan should continue to exist in the primordial realm? All eyes turned towards Nüwa. Hongjun was exceedingly confident that the witch clans need to slaughter other races and usurp their bloodlines for their own enhancement would render them unacceptable to humanity. As he anticipated, Nüwa slowly spoke. The witch clan cannot exist among the mortals of the primordial world. Your opinion aligns with mine. Hongjun was about to nod in agreement when he was suddenly taken aback by her final words. Then, he heard Nüwa shift her tone, stating, however, the witch clan is ultimately formed from the essence of the Pangu father god and has inherited the heart of Pangu. Such an arrangement by the Father God must hold its own significance for the witch clan. It seems that while the witch clan may not belong among mortals, perhaps they are destined to belong to the earthly realm in the future. Nüwa. Hongjun bellowed in fury, but he could not afford to focus on her any longer. He raised his hand, prepared to strike towards Emperor Jiang and the witch clan. Yet, with Nüwa's declaration made, she would not grant Hongjun the opportunity. As Hongjun summoned the power of the heavenly Dao, Nüwa countered with the force of humanity. Boom. The two forces collided, annihilating each other. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang had already moved aside, revealing the figure of Hou Tu. Hou Tu's body began to rise, revealing a human form with a serpentine tail, 7 hands at her back, and 2 hands in front, gripping the writhing serpent, the central form of the ancestral witch of the earth. In the next moment, her voice resonated throughout heaven and earth, even reaching beyond the primordial realm into the chaos, and even into the primordial void. In the grand expanse above, the ancestral deity of the central land, Hou Tu, feel the lingering spirits of the living, their grievances unmoored and adrift between heaven and earth, awaiting their dissolution. With nowhere to go, now, Hou Tu is willing to reincarnate in the form of the 12 ancestral witches, transforming the Panga Palace into the realm of the Underworld, creating a sanctuary for the souls of all beings, administering rewards for virtue and punishments for vice, facilitating the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this proclamation, Hongjuan's countenance shifted dramatically, and he was about to summon the power of the heavenly way. However, the very next moment, an unfathomable and vast force emanated from the chaos beyond, descending upon the primordial wilderness. Then, from the void above, the rare and precious Hongmeng purple qi overflowed from Hongjuan's mouth, boundless and infinite, transforming into a violet eye of the great Dao in the sky, gazing down upon Hou Tu. A profound understanding arose within the hearts of all beings. The great Dao has arrived. Hongjun, filled with trepidation, plummeted from the heavens. The Dao was present, and as a being in harmony with the heavenly way. How could he dare to linger in the sky? Yet, how could the great Dao manifest? It was merely the earthly Dao coming into existence. How could it possibly invoke the great Dao? All beings bowed in reverence, their minds bewildered. Only Qing Feng held a glimmer of insight regarding the arrival of the great Dao. Could it be that before Hou Tu established the cycle of reincarnation, the entirety of Hongmeng lacked the concept of an underworld? At this moment, Hou Tu, under the scrutiny of the great Dao, found herself perplexed, instinctively casting her gaze towards Qing Feng. He nodded slightly, offering her a resolute glance. Go forth with confidence. He possessed the assurance needed for success in establishing the underworld of reincarnation. Taking a deep breath, Hou Tu rose and continued her work on the cycle of reincarnation. The Panga Palace, descending beneath the Blood Sea, became the abode of the underworld. At the base of Buzhou Mountain, the Panga Palace soared into the air, heading toward the Blood Sea. The river of the underworld was well prepared and immediately self-destructed. In the next instant, a blood god emerged from the Blood Sea, transforming into the essence of the river of the underworld, and with a wave of his hands, half of the Blood Sea morphed into a vast, pitch-black passageway, welcoming the descent of the Panga Palace. Boom! The Panga Palace melded into the depths of the Blood Sea. A colossal space unfurled, its dimensions nearing 2/3 of the primordial world. Qing Feng slightly twitched his lips. 2/3 of the primordial world, what an astonishing transformation. In the original history, it was merely the form of Hou Tu alone, perhaps not even amounting to 1% of the primordial realm. Indeed, the Panga Palace was the most significant contingency left by Pangu for the Witch Clan. Even if it could not become the underworld, should the Witch Clan be driven out, they could rely on the heart of Pangu to recreate the world. After death, all beings shall enter the cycle of reincarnation. There shall be 6 paths of reincarnation. First is the path of heaven, where the souls of the virtuous in life may enter, achieving rebirth as innate beings, or those of exceptional fortune may enjoy a life of leisure. Second is the path of the Azuras, where those who have engaged in the slaughter of battle, yet are not culpable, may reincarnate as valiant Azura warriors, tasked with safeguarding the primordial realm and resisting external threats. Third is the path of humanity, where those who have achieved neither merit nor demerit in life may reincarnate as humans. Fourth is the path of the witches. For those stained with bloodshed and whose sins outweigh their merits, they may serve their time in the underworld and, upon completion, reincarnate as witches, residing eternally in the underworld to protect its safety. Fifth is the path of beasts. For those whose sins are grave and whose merits are few, upon serving their time, they shall enter the realm of beasts, reincarnating as postnatal beings, enduring a lifetime of tribulations. They may then enter the cycle of reincarnation for the possibility of rebirth into another path. In the realm of hell, those who have committed grievous sins are condemned to enter, directly traversing to the realm of punishment, where they shall remain for eternity until their souls are utterly dissipated, at which point their suffering may cease. Thus, the cycle of reincarnation is established. With a command from the Earth Mother, Emperor Jiang cast forth the lifeless bodies of several ancestral witches. The corpses merged into the underworld, dissolving, ultimately transforming into a colossal wheel of reincarnation, manifesting at the very center of the nether realm. The underworld must have guides for souls and capture malevolent spirits. Where are the bull-headed and horse-faced beings of Mount Kunlun? In the direction of Mount Kunlun, the bull-headed and horse-faced clans, witnessing the establishment of the underworld, rejoiced greatly, and their chieftain hastened to ascend into the sky to respond. The bull-headed and horse-faced are present. Are you two clans willing to serve in the underworld, guiding souls? We are willing. The chieftains of both clans exchanged grateful glances towards Qing Feng. The promised reward for safeguarding Mount Kunlun has arrived. Chapter 145. The establishment of the underworld, the emergence of the path. Tongtian declines to become the ruler of the underworld, with the consent of the two clan leaders. The bull-headed and horse-faced clans of Kunlun Mountain gradually ascended into the air, their forms becoming ethereal under the gaze of the powerful beings present. Ultimately, they wielded the soul-cutting blade and the soul-locking chain, descending into the underworld. The underworld, now comprised of 18 layers of hell, serves to punish wicked souls. As Hou Tu's voice echoed, Emperor Jiang cast forth the final corpse of an ancestral shaman, which melded into the underworld, gradually transforming into layers of hell. The malevolent cries and wails emanating from within sent shivers down the spines of all beings in the primordial world. The underworld shall have Fengdu City, with no corpse remaining. Emperor Jiang transformed into a figure resembling a yellow sack, crimson as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, a formless entity, before leaping into the underworld. Under the power of the underworld, his body gradually dissolved, ultimately manifesting as a colossal city that settled in the heart of the underworld, enveloping the 6 paths of reincarnation. The underworld shall have the river of forgetfulness. This time, it was Zhu Jiuyin who emerged, transforming into the river of forgetfulness, flowing within the underworld. The underworld shall have the Yamahal. Hou Tu spoke again. As Xianxia prepared to leap in, he was halted by Hou Tu, whose gaze fell upon Zhu Rong. Once despondent, Zhu Rong, upon witnessing the corpses of his siblings and the gradual transformation of their flesh into the underworld, regained his clarity. He cast a peculiar glance at Hou Tu and let out a gentle sigh. How did it come to this? Yet without hesitation, he leapt in, transforming into 10 massive Yamahals surrounding Fengdu City. The underworld shall have the Wangxiang platform, the mirror of sin, the Nüwa bridge, the city of death, the road to Yellow Springs. The great shamans exchanged glances and also leaped forth, merging into the underworld, their corporeal forms becoming its architecture, rising from the ground. In the end, only Qiyu and Hui remained, forcibly restrained by Xianxia, as the last inheritance of the shaman tribe. As the powerful beings observed the underworld's gradual perfection, it lacked distinctive flora. Hou Tu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Qing Feng. Qing Feng shook his head slightly. Hou Tu sighed inwardly. The underworld shall have the blood lotus. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in the vicinity of the celestial court, millions of shaman children and lesser shamans leaped towards the underworld, leaving only 10,000 shamans behind. The rest plunged into its depths. A multitude of red blood lotuses, devoid of leaves, began to bloom. Once the blood lotuses fully took shape, Hou Tu gazed towards the eye of the heavenly Dao. Thus, the underworld is established, souls reincarnate, following their own paths. The underworld stands, the path emerges. In the heavens above, the eye of the heavenly Dao blinked. In the next moment, an endless cascade of purple merit gold lotuses descended from the sky, with 70% landing in the underworld, solidifying its structures. While 30% fell towards Hou Tu, with a flick of her finger, half of that portion flew towards the river of the dead, while the other half was cast to Xianxia. Boom. In the instant that 70% of the merit merged, an aura comparable to the emergence of humanity awakened from the underworld. No, it should be even more grandiose. At the same time, 20% of the merit integrated into Hou Tu's being, manifesting a primordial spirit identical to her own. Then, the underworld trembled. A book and a pen flew forth from its depths, landing before Hou Tu. Hou Tu placed her hand upon it. Boom. The spirit of righteousness sweeps across the primordial chaos. In the void, a small black bird materializes, soaring above the head of Hou Tu. In its beak, it carries a black Dao fruit, which at this moment descends upon Hou Tu's celestial crown. Hou Tu's body ascends into the air, a purple halo emerging at the back of her head, which subsequently fades before transforming into a magnificent golden wheel of virtue, radiating behind her. At this instant, an aura of supreme nobility emanates from Hou Tu, instantly sweeping across the primordial realm. All beings kneel before the compassionate and benevolent mistress of the Dao, Hou Tu Nyang. Hou Tu casts a glance at Honghuang and then at the Dao eye in the sky, still lingering. With a breath, she declares, "In the earthly Dao, there shall be 6 holy sages to guard the cycle of reincarnation. Dark River, do you wish to become the holy sage of the Azura path within the earthly Dao? To defend the Azura realm, command the Azura army of the Underworld, and protect the primordial world against foreign foes?" Overjoyed, Dark River bows and replies, "I humbly report to the compassionate Hou Tu Nyang, I am willing. Then, you shall attain sanctity." As Hou Tu's voice resonates, a stream of black reincarnation energy is bestowed upon Dark River, merging into his brow. In the next moment, the semi-completed virtue of the Dao gifted by Hou Tu manifests, propelling the 3 flowers of Dark River to bloom, unveiling the second flower of goodness. Ubi be severed. As the flower of the earth blossoms, a fierce figure clad in a crimson Dao robe emerges from within. "Good corpse Ubi, I pay my respects to the true body. We were originally one, no need for excessive formalities." Dark River nods slightly, and Ubi reintegrates into the flower of the earth. As the flower retracts back into him, the reincarnation energy within Dark River connects with the underworld, the aura of supreme nobility radiating once more. Bow before the earthly Dao Azura sage Dark River. Where is Xianming? Xianming is here. Do you wish to guard the shaman Dao and transform into Meng Pu? Brewing the Meng Pu soup to cleanse the worldly afflictions of souls about to be reincarnated? I am willing. With Xuanming's words, the reincarnation energy merges. A primordial spirit identical to his original form appears, and then integrates into his body, becoming one with it. Boom. With the impetus of the virtue of the Dao, Xianming finally walks upon his own path of enlightenment, achieving enlightenment in his physical form. The power of the Dao's virtue catalyzes the reincarnation energy, integrating it within him, successfully attaining sanctity. The onlookers witness Xianming transform from a captivating maiden into the silver-haired Meng Pu, slowly making his way to the Nüwa bridge. A colossal cauldron materializes, within which a fragrant broth simmers, enticing all to desire a sip. Bow before the earthly Dao shaman, Xianming Yang. All beings bow once more. Subsequently, Qing Feng's gaze shifts to Tongtian. "Mistress Hou Tu, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." Where is Tongtian? Tongtian is here. Tongtian is fully prepared, awaiting this moment. Do you wish to guard the heavenly path of reincarnation and establish the Yinming sect, assisting this palace in governing the underworld, rewarding the good and punishing the wicked? All the mighty beings gaze in astonishment at Hou Tu. This declaration not only relinquishes the heavenly authority, but also allows Tongtian to establish a sect, assisting in the governance of the underworld, rewarding the good and punishing the wicked. This is, indeed, a division of the underworld's power, granting Tongtian a full half. Qing Feng gazed hopefully at Tongtian. This was the path to enlightenment he had meticulously crafted for Tongtian, the lord of the underworld, the guardian of the cycle of heaven's Dao. With this fruit of enlightenment, even if his master were to confront Honghuang in the future, he would undoubtedly not falter. However, to Qing Feng's astonishment, his master Tongtian stood still, silent. On his face, there was an unmistakable hesitation. In the end, Qing Feng watched in disbelief as Tongtian uttered 3 words, "I am unwilling." "Master." Qing Feng was filled with a mixture of surprise and anger, ready to voice his objection. But Tongtian merely cast him a subtle glance, effectively sealing his words. "Though I am one of the Sanqing and a direct descendant of the primordial, my nature does not favor constraints. The underworld has its own principles of rewarding good and punishing evil. If I were to become the lord of the underworld, I might encounter a pitiful soul and inadvertently disrupt the rules of the underworld. Rather than assuming the role of the lord of the underworld, I would prefer to establish the Jie sect and contest for a glimmer of hope against the heavenly Dao." Chapter 146, The Unconventional Rebellion of Tongtian, Establishing the Jiejiao. The primordial, in a state of helplessness, established the underworld. Before Qing Feng could express his astonishment and anger, Tongtian suddenly spoke up, his voice resonating through the heavens. "Heavenly Dao above, I am Tongtian. Today, I shall also establish a sect, named Jiejiao. I shall serve as the leader of Jiejiao, enlightening the beings of the wilderness. With the Qingping sword as the treasure to witness my path, Jie signifies the intention to grasp a sliver of heavenly wisdom, severing the heavenly Dao to preserve oneself, thereby attaining the great Dao. At this juncture, Tongtian paused momentarily, casting a glance towards the primordial, elder brother. The primordial silently regarded him for a long while before finally speaking. Have you truly considered this? The path of Jiejiao is far more arduous than you can imagine. Heh. For so long, I have been sheltered by you, elder brother, and you, second brother. Having grown accustomed to freedom, I have become headstrong. This time, I wish to challenge the heavens and see if I will indeed be defeated by the hands of fate. Moreover, the heaven I intend to confront may not necessarily be the heavenly Dao, Tongtian remarked, alluding to something before Hongjun. The primordial gazed at him for a prolonged moment, ultimately casting forth a dark aura infused with the essence of 4 strands of Hongmeng purple. No, it was the primordial black energy. Oh, and accompanying the black energy were the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaos bell. Tongtian seized them all, pressing them into his brow. With the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and chaos bell as the foundational treasures of the sect, Jiejiao is established. As the final word resonated, the eye of the great Dao departed at that moment. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating Tongtian's form. His sea of consciousness trembled. The legacy of Pangu and the merits of the great Dao manifested at this instant, propelling the black energy into Tongtian's being. Boom. Tongtian, propelled by the heavenly Dao and the merits of the great Dao, comprehended the principles of the sword path. Upon reaching 70% comprehension, the opportunity to attain sainthood emerged. A majestic and unparalleled aura comparable to that of Hou Tu sweeping across the wilderness. Hongjuan's expression darkened severely as he fixed his gaze on the newly sanctified Tongtian, who had integrated 4 strands of Hongmeng purple to affirm his path as the leader of Jiejiao. The heavenly Dao authority he wielded had now reached 40%. In simpler terms, 1 strand of Hongmeng purple equates to 10% authority. However, those like Jiejing and Junti, who attained sainthood with a single strand of Hongmeng purple, resembled minor stakeholders in a company. Hongjun, as a harmonizer, is akin to the CEO of the company. The chairman, heavenly Dao, confidant, effortlessly able to suppress these minor shareholders. Yet, Tongtian, having grasped 40% of the heavenly Dao authority, approached the status of a major shareholder. Though Hongjun, as the chairman, nominally retained control over all shares and could manipulate the heavenly Dao, if a major shareholder were to vehemently oppose him, would the chairman not have to reconsider? One could say that his intentions to excavate the primordial essence of the wilderness would, under Tongtian's scrutiny, be laid bare before the heavenly Dao. This was precisely what troubled Hongjun the most. However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. As everyone bowed towards Tongtian, we pay our respects to the heavenly Dao Jiejiao leader, Saint Tongtian, Dao ancestor. We shall all be representatives of the heavenly Dao, and we look forward to future collaborations. Tongtian smiled warmly at Hongjun, resembling a crafty little fox who had successfully pilfered a treat. For the first time, he revealed to everyone a distinctly different facet of himself. As the corners of Hou Tu's mouth twitched, the presence of Tongtian faded away. Before she could contemplate further, the gaze of Yuanshi swept over. Hou Tu Nyang. I believe I am well suited to assume the positions of the Lord of the Reincarnation Dao and the Master of the Underworld sect. What do you think? All the powerful beings turned their attention towards Hou Tu, particularly the Supreme Master of the human sect and the Lord of the... What is this? One of us has ascended as the Human Dao Master, another as the Heavenly Dao Master, and yet you, the Earth Dao, still seek unforeseen outcomes? Hou Tu silently chuckled to herself and exchanged a knowing glance with the 3. Subsequently, a robust strand of black vapor surged towards Yuanshi, accompanied by a book and a pen recently acquired by Hou Tu. Today, in the name of the 3 Pure Ones, I establish the Underworld sect in the Netherworld. With the Earth Book of Life and Death and the supreme spiritual treasure, the Judge's Pen, as its sacred treasures, the Underworld sect is hereby established. Boom. The merits of the Earth Dao descended, invoking the merits of the great Dao within Yuanshi's consciousness. The 5 elements surged, and the 3 flowers of the great Luo manifested. Yet, as the 3 flowers exploded, even the flower representing the severed being shattered completely, disconnecting from the Panga banner. However, despite their fragmentation, through the evolution of the great Dao's merits, the shards of the 3 flowers merged and split, ultimately transforming into a colossal wheel of 6 paths of reincarnation, standing majestically behind Yuanshi. Heavenly Corpse, Sever. The first reincarnation disc illuminated, and an emperor clad in the robes of a malevolent spirit emerged from the wheel. Heavenly Corpse Fengdu, at your service. We were once one. There is no need for excessive formality. Yuanshi inclined his head slightly, gesturing towards Fengdu City. From this day forth, you shall oversee Fengdu. Be crowned the great emperor of Fengdu, and govern the netherworld. Fengdu accepted the command without hesitation, descending into the heart of Fengdu City. Hou Tu's lips moved slightly, wanting to express something. Yet she realized this was Yuanshi's way of voicing discontent over her unilateral designation of Xianyuan as the Earth Dao Sage. In the end, she could only remain silent. After all, the initial agreement was that the Wu clan, upon reincarnation through the six paths, would contend for the position of Wu Dao Sage, and not allow Xianyuan to ascend to that role. Earth Corpse, sever. Yuanshi disregarded Hou Tu's opinions entirely, severing another being. Earth Corpse Ju, at your service. Yuanshi nodded slightly, pointing towards the position of the 10 Yama Kings. You shall serve as the chief judge of the netherworld, assisting the 10 Yama Kings in rewarding virtue and punishing vice. Additionally, I bestow upon you the Earth Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen as an adjunct to aid you in the judgment of souls. Ju accepted the command. As he descended, his attire gradually transformed into that of a judge, and beside the first hall, a structure rivaling the Yama King's hall appeared, with the plaque inscribed, Judge S. Hall. Hou Tu felt a heaviness in her heart. If Yuanshi continued to appoint judges, would he not render her brothers powerless? Fortunately, Yuanshi had no intention of completely overshadowing Hou Tu. After appointing just one judge, he retracted the wheel of reincarnation above the 5 elements. Master of the Underworld sect Yuanshi, I pay my respects to the Earth Dao Master Hou Tu Nyang. The sect master inquired, should the Judge's Hall accommodate several more individuals? 3 shall suffice. Could they be from the Wu clan? If they can administer justice fairly, any race is welcome. Hou Tu felt a wave of relief and bestowed a grateful glance upon Yuanshi. The netherworld welcomes the Underworld sect master. Above the heavens, Honghuang silently observed the dialogue between Primordial and Hou Tu. After witnessing Hou Tu's concession, he cast a disdainful glance in her direction before speaking once more. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, there must be a supreme being to govern the realms. The specific candidate shall be deliberated upon 300 years hence, within the majestic halls of the Xiao Palace, concerning the selection of the heavenly emperor. Having spoken, Honghuang departed with the 2 saints of the west, his sleeves sweeping the air. Once he left, Hou Tu cautiously glanced at Primordial, and upon finding no objection, she swiftly waved her sleeve, casting 10 souls into the realm of the 6 paths of the witch. Soon, 10 figures adorned in the robes of malevolent spirits emerged from the witch path. From this day forth, you 10 shall join the netherworld sect, presiding over the 10 halls of Yanluo, to reward the virtuous and punish the wicked. Primordial observed the first reincarnation of the 10 souls and spoke with a measured tone. The 10 bowed obediently, proclaiming, we greet the sect master. We shall faithfully adhere to the sect master's sacred edicts. As they completed their greetings and stood, Hou Tu finally released the last vestige of her worry, and like a fledgling returning to its nest, she leapt into the embrace of King Qing Guang. Chapter 1. Return to Kunlun. The separation of the 3 purities following the conclusion of the battle between the immortals and witches. The primordial one entrusted the affairs of the underworld and the organization of the ghostly realm to Fengdu and Ju. The 3 purities then bid farewell to the mighty beings, making a pact with the sages to convene in 300 years at the Xiao Palace. They subsequently led their disciples back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon their return to the mountain gate, the 3 purities summoned their disciples to gather at Xiao Palace. They paid their respects to their 3 masters, to their revered elders, and to their esteemed seniors. Qing Feng, leading the other disciples, bowed respectfully and then raised his gaze, unabashedly glaring at Tongtian. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, reflecting on the capriciousness of his master. Having arranged for you to seize the position of the Taoist sage, you insist on opposing the heavenly Dao and establishing the Jie sect. Frankly, I am tempted to seek refuge with my second master. The ghostly realm offers stability and merit, with its powerful beings being disciples of the ghostly sect, possessing strength, influence, and merit. Yet, following you means contending with the heavenly Dao and Honghuang, which is utterly exhausting. Tongtian rubbed his nose, avoiding Qing Feng's accusatory gaze. He too was reluctant. But the ghostly sect, with its emphasis on reward and punishment, adherence to rules, truly did not align with his nature. He would rather engage in battle with the heavenly Dao. Moreover, with a disciple like you, Qing Feng, I, Tongtian, am the mightiest among the 3 brothers. To avoid the fiercest battles would be to do you an injustice. I am quite astute. Interrupting Qing Feng's tirade, the primordial one inquired, what do you believe the underworld lacks? Second master, Qing Feng straightened his posture and responded, "The duties of the underworld, aside from guiding souls, primarily involve the rewarding of virtue and the punishing of evil. Through the stringent penalties faced by beings after death, we must instill in the living the belief that good and evil are duly rewarded. Even if one escapes accountability in life, they must still face judgment in death. Therefore, the underworld must uphold justice and require more judges and enforcers to establish its authority." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Once the underworld is fully operational, it should also establish offices in the mortal realm to apprehend malevolent spirits and assist in maintaining peace. However, given the underworld's current state of reconstruction, this matter need not be rushed. Our priority must be to perfect the underworld. After all, the underworld has expanded tremendously, now encompassing 2/3 of the primordial expanse. It is 7 or 8 times larger than in the original history, necessitating a workforce that is proportionately larger. The primordial one acknowledged the vast emptiness of the underworld. With its immense size, only Fengdu City and the City of Wandering Souls were currently established, leaving numerous vacancies to be filled. He nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment on the matter. "I have called you here today to convey an important announcement," Taishang began, addressing the serious matter at hand. Although Kunlun Mountain is a premier celestial paradise in the primordial realm, accommodating the luck of ordinary saints, the 3 purities collectively possess 4/5 of the fortune, which is far beyond what Kunlun can sustain. Therefore, my third brother and I intend to leave Kunlun Mountain in search of another sanctuary." "What?" The other disciples had yet to come to terms with the shocking news when Qing Feng, in disbelief, raised his head and asked, "Master, are you suggesting we must separate?" "Not a separation in the traditional sense," replied the master, "but rather a necessity to reside apart. The 3 Qings remain a family." After years of camaraderie, Taishang was acutely aware of Qing Feng's tireless efforts to mediate the conflicts among the 3 Qings, particularly between the second and third brothers, which had even interfered with their paths to enlightenment. He did not wish for a separation, yet he spoke the truth. "I refuse to believe it." Qing Feng stubbornly shook his head. "We cannot separate. Not only a division, but even living apart would diminish the bond of the 3 Qings. You must face the reality of separation," sighed Taishang, whose only recourse was to flick his finger, conjuring an image above the Taqing Palace. In the sky, a vision of the sprawling Kunlun Mountains materialized. As the image descended, it delved deep into the heart of Kunlun. Qing Feng distinctly observed a colossal dragon, embodying the fortunes of the entire Kunlun range, wailing in agony. "Is this the Kunlun dragon vein?" Qing Feng instinctively uttered. Taishang nodded slightly, "Indeed. As you can see, the Kunlun dragon vein can no longer bear the weight of our combined fortunes. Therefore, as I have stated, we must part ways. Otherwise, when the dragon vein can no longer sustain itself, the Kunlun Mountains will cease to be the paradise they once were." Qing Feng had not anticipated that despite his years of effort, reality would prove insurmountable. However, he pondered, had he not aided the 3 Qings in establishing the new teachings, perhaps the dragon vein could have endured the fortunes of 3 celestial saints? Was he not, in essence, lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot? Was it truly irrevocable? Could the strength of the dragon vein not be enhanced? Qing Feng, still reluctant, inquired further. Yuanshi, unable to bear Qing Feng's distress, pulled him close and ruffled his hair. "I understand your reluctance for us to part ways, but such is the nature of reality. In the natural world, even young creatures must eventually leave their parents, let alone brothers. I simply cannot bear to part with you." Qing Feng pouted, memories of the affection he received from the 3 Qings flooding his mind. Taishang cradling his small frame, tenderly smoothing his hair. Yuanshi, though stern, had begun teaching him cultivation, never truly punishing him even when he caught him slacking. And as for the master, well, he always seemed to stir up trouble. These warm scenes flashed before his eyes, and before he knew it, the images began to blur. The future seemed bleak, a time when he would no longer encounter them. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "Oh, how I wish I could hold on to you all." Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian felt a pang of sorrow as their eyes grew misty. After decades of close companionship, how could they bear to part? "Enough. You are all esteemed disciples now. Why do you still behave like children?" The Supreme Master gently took Qing Feng's hand, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "You have grown up, carving out your own illustrious reputation in the primordial chaos, and you stand as the chief disciple representing the will of the 3 purities. Do not weep. Do not fear the laughter of others. I will cry. Who dares to mock my tears?" With reddened eyes, Qing Feng feigned ferocity, casting a fierce gaze downward. The numerous close disciples smiled and averted their eyes, yet their own eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Little Feng, you must learn to embrace parting, Tongtian said solemnly, pulling him closer and ruffling his hair. Moreover, each of us from the three teachings embodies a significant portion of the three paths. When united, we will instill fear in other mighty beings. In such times, it may ironically hinder your ventures. I. At this moment, Qing Feng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, each member of the three purities possessed a substantial share of fortune from the three paths, and they were bound by fraternal ties. If they did not separate, who would not harbor fears? Even someone as intimately connected as Nüwa might ponder the implications of their continued cohabitation. I understand now. Well then, you shall oversee the arrangements for the separation, the Supreme Master instructed. All disciples will heed your command. You will also determine where I and the third brother shall settle. Ultimately, the Supreme Master could not bear to see Qing Feng burdened with worry, thus entrusting him with the entire matter of establishing a new abode. In doing so, it was certain that wherever Qing Feng chose to reside, he would feel the warmth of home. It must be said, the three purities truly dote on this beloved child they have nurtured since his youth. Chapter 2. Journey to the Primordial Wilderness, selecting a sacred ground for the two masters. With a heavy heart, Qing Feng departed from the Ta-Ching Palace. The disciples, closely following behind, dared not disturb his troubled mood. After a considerable distance, he reached the foot of the mountain. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Qing Feng took a deep breath, managing to temporarily suppress the gloom within. Since the division of the family had become a reality, his current task was to ensure the smooth settlement of the Taishang and Yuanshi branches, striving to prevent a repeat of the historical discord among the three sects' disciples. Where are my fellow brothers and sisters? Master brother, we are here. Please command us. The direct disciples of Yuan Du, Yumingjiao s Guangchengzi, and Jiejiao s Duobao bowed respectfully to receive their orders. Guangchengzi Duobao, you two shall accompany me to the primordial wilderness to seek a sacred ground for our master and teacher. The remaining disciples will be coordinated by Yuan Du, gathering external disciples and various beings of Kunlun Mountain to inform them of the family division, allowing them to choose which master to follow. Do you all understand? We understand. The group nodded in agreement, essentially acknowledging that it was just a matter of packing up and awaiting the split. Not wishing to witness the division unfold in Kunlun Mountain, Qing Feng entrusted all matters to Yuan Du and directly headed towards Shouyang Mountain with Guangchengzi and Yuan Du. According to historical records, Shouyang Mountain was originally the sacred ground of the Master Taishang. Thus, it was imperative for Qing Feng to pay a visit and conduct an inspection. After nearly a month, Qing Feng arrived at Shouyang Mountain. From a high vantage point, the entire mountain appeared a striking copper red, composed entirely of the mountain's copper deposits. Qing Feng, accompanied by his two junior brothers, descended and placed his hand upon the ground, allowing his consciousness to delve into exploration. A resounding dragon's roar echoed within Qing Feng's mind. Through his investigation, he discovered a massive red dragon beneath Shouyang Mountain, roaring skyward, with the mountain's location perfectly aligned at the center of the dragon's two horns, representing the optimal feng shui position. Once activated, the spiritual energy that could be released from Shouyang Mountain would rival that of Kunlun. Qing Feng stood in silence. Initially, he had considered that if Shouyang Mountain proved inadequate, he could delay the division for a few more years. After all, most of the sacred grounds suitable for a saint had already been claimed by powerful beings, making the search for a new sacred site no simple endeavor. However, it seemed he had overthought the situation. Guangchengzi, Duobao, you two return to Kunlun Mountain and inform master of this place. I shall head to the East Sea to seek a new sacred ground for our master. Master brother, shall we accompany you? Guangchengzi asked with concern, casting a worried glance at Qing Feng. Since Qing Feng assisted Yuanshi in achieving enlightenment within the Yumingjiao, Guangchengzi had completely placed his faith in him. Even Qing Feng's previous actions, which Guangchengzi found disagreeable, had transformed into profound wisdom. In fact, even Qing Feng's seemingly inferior cultivation and qualifications were perceived by Guangchengzi as a gentleman harboring a hidden talent, waiting for the opportune moment to act. After all, how could Qing Feng have helped all three masters attain sainthood, while also claiming a substantial portion of the three sects' fortunes? Thus, Guangchengzi had become a devoted admirer of Qing Feng. His temperament is rather rigid, otherwise. The fervor exhibited by the infamous fans known to Qing Feng would not rival that of Guangchengzi. Nevertheless, I am protected by the exquisite treasures bestowed upon me by my master. And I am heading to the Eastern Sea, where my allies from Kunlun Mountain reside. Who could possibly harm me? Qing Feng waved his hand, not wishing to accompany the two. He desired solitude. Your primary task is to inform our master and hasten the establishment of a teaching palace here. Senior brother, what shall we name the palace? Duobao suddenly interjected, stating, the master has declared that the name of the teaching site is entirely at your discretion, senior brother. As he spoke, Duobao subtly cast a triumphant glance at Guangchengzi. In terms of understanding, senior brother, can you compare to me? I am, after all, his cherished junior disciple. Guangchengzi silently glowered at Duobao. Humph, what cherished junior disciple? Senior brother is the chief among us. We all share the legacy of the three pure ones. One day, I shall make senior brother aware of how much I admire him. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, his two junior disciples were secretly entangled in a rivalry for his affection. He gazed forlornly at Shouyang Mountain and sighed. As for the name, let it be called the Eight Scenery Palace. Upon uttering this, Qing Feng soared into the clouds, as if this place were a sight of sorrow, hastily departing. Observing Qing Feng's melancholic figure, Guangchengzi and Duobao fell into silence, refraining from any further attempts to retain him. Only after Qing Feng's silhouette had completely vanished did they exchange a cold huff in unison, turning their heads to report back to Kunlun Mountain. With the precedent of Shouyang Mountain established, Qing Feng speculated that the Tongtian teaching site would likely be situated on Jinao Island. Thus, he made his way directly to the Eastern Sea. Before long, he arrived at the expansive ocean. But Qing Feng was neither in the mood nor inclined to search for Jinao. He swiftly performed the water avoidance technique and plunged into the depths. At that moment, the current clan leader of the Eastern Sea, Yinglong, was furrowing her brow in consultation with the other three sea leaders. Seated beside her was her partner, Ao Guang. Leader, in the past century, our West Sea has birthed but a single dragon cub. Ao Run covered her face with one hand, unable to meet Yinglong's gaze. As the leader of the West Sea and a mother dragon, it was embarrassing to face Yinglong, having only succeeded in hatching a single dragon egg over 100 years. You are fortunate to have one dragon. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, bore a pained expression. In the North Sea, we have not a single dragon. We possess numerous dragon eggs, yet none survive. Although the South Sea has slightly more, we have only 2 dragon offspring. Leader, the karmic burden of the dragon clan is exceedingly heavy. If this continues, the birth rate may not keep pace with the dragons who perish in battle. How will our clan manage the 4 seas and oversee the aquatic tribes? Ao Chin's face was filled with concern. The exceedingly low birth rate of the dragon clan had become the greatest dilemma of the present. After all, the dragon clan is not akin to the Phoenix clan or the Qilin clan, which merely require the maintenance of dormant volcanoes or the regulation of the earth's veins. The dragon clan governs the 4 seas, and ever since the War of the 3 Clans, there have been aquatic tribes in constant turmoil, seeking to usurp even the slightest semblance of authority from the dragon clan. Every year, pure-blooded dragons perish on the battlefield or fall victim to ambushes. If the birth rate continues to stagnate, there will come a day when the dragon clan will utterly lose its dominion over the seas, or even face extinction in the vast wilderness. Indeed, my sister-in-law, the dragon clan cannot continue down this path. We must increase the number of newly born dragons. You make it sound so simple. To augment the birth rate of dragons, we must first address the issue of the karma that burdens us. Pray tell, how do we resolve this karma? How would I know? If I had the answer, I would be the clan leader. Well, you Ao Shun. How dare you covet my sister-in-law's position as clan leader? The 3 Seas Dragon King grew increasingly irate and unable to contain himself. Yinglong slammed his palm down on the table with force, commanding, silence. Chapter 3. Should the sect of the Cut teach settle in the Eastern Sea? The dragon clan rejoiced, for we now have a protector. What is all this clamor? Do you not see that I am deep in thought? The Yinglong, with impatience, bellowed at the 3 great dragon kings. Her temperament had always been volatile, and as the clan leader, it was even more pronounced. With that roar, the 3 dragon kings instantly turned into quails, silenced by her presence. Furrowing her brows, Yinglong pondered the path forward for the dragon clan, while Ao Guang, witnessing her distress, approached her from behind and gently massaged her head, caressing her forehead. If it comes to that, we should seek help from the 3 purities. Given our past deeds in saving the human race, it stands to reason that we could secure their assistance. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Yinglong rejected the notion. We have painstakingly established our ties with the 3 purities after rescuing the merfolk. If not for this connection, during the coalition's campaign against the immortal clan, we would have been flayed alive. We must not easily invoke this bond. Yet, the weight of karma presses heavily upon our dragon clan, and with our declining birth rate, we face a dire situation. Perhaps we should consider relinquishing a couple of seas to reduce our territory? This could alleviate our defensive burdens. Ao Shun frowned as he proposed this idea. Reducing our territory is out of the question. Yinglong shook her head. The four seas harbor sea eyes. And it is precisely by suppressing the ferocious beasts within them that we maintain peace upon the waters, earning the merits necessary for our clan's cultivation. If we diminish our territory and forfeit the merits from suppressing the sea eyes, we may find ourselves compelled to emulate the Phoenix clan, transforming our descendants into peacocks or rock birds to preserve our lineage. This is not an option either. What are we to do then? Are we to stand idly by as those rebellious water tribes drag us to our doom? Ao Qin, in a fit of frustration, slammed his hands against the table. The dire situation of difficult births and the increasing fatalities among the Dragon Clan's progeny was intolerable for them to endure any longer. Allow me to think a little longer. Yinglong, growing impatient, swatted away Ao Guang's hands that were massaging her, exclaiming, "Massaging? What good does that do? What I need now are ideas. Suggestions." Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense and oppressive, a crab general suddenly rushed in. "Report, clan leader. And esteemed Dragon Kings, a distinguished guest has arrived." A distinguished guest? What guest could possibly be more significant than resolving our clan's dire predicament? I shall not meet them. Yinglong, in a fit of agitation, waved her hand, signaling the crab general to leave at once. "Do you not see that I am already troubled? What guest could be more important than addressing the issues plaguing the Dragon Clan? Madam, do not be hasty. What if this visitor truly possesses the means to resolve our troubles?" Ao Guang patiently reassured Yinglong, then turned to the anxious crab general, General Crab. "Who is this esteemed guest?" "Reporting to you, Great One, it is the foremost disciple of the three purities, the immortal Qing Feng." As the name Qing Feng echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. The crab general looked up in confusion, only to witness the incredulity and burgeoning joy on the faces of clan leader Yinglong, the three Dragon Kings, and her son-in-law Ao Guang. "General Crab, are you referring to Qing Feng, the esteemed Qing Feng of the three purities? The very one who has assisted many saints in attaining enlightenment?" Although Hongjun harbored skepticism regarding Qing Feng's capacity to offer any substantial counsel to the sages, the illustrious achievements of Qing Feng had already reverberated profoundly among the patriarchs of the prominent clans. His attendance at the Purple Cloud Palace for the 3 lectures, the few words that inspired Nüwa to create myriad beings, his counsel for the demon clan to escape into the cosmos and transcend their constraints, and his assistance in establishing the 3 teachings for his own 3 mentors, who each claimed 4/10 of the authority. These tales of his legendary exploits were ubiquitous. Indeed, it was the esteemed immortal Qing Feng who now awaited outside the Dragon Palace, seemingly seeking the aid of our dragon kin. Alas, with such a distinguished figure in attendance, how could one dare to keep him waiting at the threshold? Without hesitation, Yinglong leapt to his feet and rushed outside, declaring, "No, I shall personally receive him." Ao Guang, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun promptly followed suit, with Ao Run's face alight with excitement. "I have heard that immortal Qing Feng possesses remarkable insight and a wealth of strategies. Surely he can resolve our challenges." Indeed, Yinglong also held immense confidence in Qing Feng, yet cautioned, "But do ensure not to be overly hasty, should you inadvertently frighten the immortal away. Do not blame me for withholding favor from my lord and holding you accountable. Rest assured, elder sister, we shall exercise prudence." Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun nodded in agreement, well aware of the nuances of propriety, understanding fully whom they could offend and whom they must treat with utmost respect. After years of subservience following the great conflict among the 3 clans, they had long since adapted to such delicacies. After waiting at the entrance of the Dragon Palace for several minutes, Qing Feng's impatience grew due to his discontent when he finally beheld the magnificent Yinglong approaching, accompanied by his husband Ao Guang, his brothers Ao Qin and Ao Shun, and his sister Ao Run, all wearing beaming smiles. "Oh, I wondered why there were pink dolphins chirping above my Dragon Palace today. It turns out a distinguished guest has arrived. Immortal Qing Feng, my underlings are lacking in manners, and I beg your forgiveness for making you wait." The leader of the Dragon Clan was exceedingly courteous. The adage "one does not strike a smiling face" rang true as Yinglong's humble approach to welcome Qing Feng was laden with flattery. Even in his discontent, Qing Feng would not sever ties with the Dragon Clan, would he? "My purpose today is to convey my master, the heavenly teacher's intent to establish a Taoist temple in the Eastern Sea, for which he has entrusted me to seek assistance." "What? The heavenly teacher intends to establish a temple in our Eastern Sea? Such splendid news. Why did you not inform us sooner? Had we known earlier, We would have scoured every island in the Eastern Sea to find the most auspicious location for the master. Yinglong was genuinely elated. What a delightful prospect. With the heavenly teacher coming to the Eastern Sea to establish a temple, it would be only natural that he would not mind providing protection to the dragon clan as well. Proximity breeds favor, and given their close quarters, the heavenly teacher would surely not object to taking a dragon descendant as a disciple after all. Even the Phoenix clan's prince, Tongtian, had become a disciple under the master. Thus, the inclusion of another dragon disciple would seem entirely justifiable. The other 3 dragon kings, having grasped this notion, cast envious glances at Yinglong, contemplating how splendid it would be if the heavenly teacher were to seek a temple within their waters. Might I inquire if the esteemed immortal has a favored destination? If my memory serves me well, Penglai Island lies in desolation due to the annihilation of the immortal clan. I wonder if the revered master might hold it in esteem? Upon observing Qing Feng shake his head slightly, Yinglong swiftly redirected his discourse. Indeed, it would be unworthy of the master to consider such a forsaken site, once a stronghold of the malevolent immortal clan. How about Yingzhou Island or Honghuang Island? My dragon lineage possesses records indicating that these 2 islands once graced our Eastern Sea. Should the master desire, we shall exhaust our dragon clan's resources to procure these islands for you. Yingzhou and Honghuang are indeed commendable choices, though it is regrettable that they remained shrouded from the world for so long. My master established the Jie sect with the purpose of enlightening sentient beings. If the multitude cannot locate the Jie sect's sanctuary, how can they be enlightened? This is most unsuitable. Chapter 4. Qing Feng has once again indulged excessively. Yet, the dragon clan seems uninterested in any of the clandestine news. The only place suitable for a sage's sanctuary in the Eastern Sea is none other than the overseas 3 Immortals Island. Apart from that, there is only our dragon palace. Yinglong managed a wry smile. The dragon clan would not mind bestowing the dragon palace upon a sage for their sanctuary, yet the palace lies beneath the waves, perilously close to the sea's eye, necessitating the suppression of aquatic beasts. Should this disturb the sage's tranquility, the dragon clan would find itself in dire straits. One must acknowledge Yinglong's demeanor, marked by profound respect and emotional intelligence. Even Qing Feng, accustomed to the frivolities of modern social media and the countless sycophantic videos, could not help but privately admire Yinglong's adeptness in conversation. As for the sanctuary, the dragon clan need not search far. They simply require assistance in locating the site. Oh, what site do you have in mind? Yinglong inquired, his eyes brightening with curiosity. It is a colossal golden Ao, Qing Feng replied. Recalling the descriptions from the investiture of the gods, he elaborated. Its immense form bears a vast expanse of land, adorned with verdant flora and fauna. Its area rivals that of a small mountain. Oh, such a wondrous golden Ao resides in the Eastern Sea? Yinglong expressed disbelief. If what you say is true, its size would indeed facilitate our search. Why not rest in my dragon palace, young friend? I shall summon the entirety of the dragon clan to scour the 4 seas. With our numbers, we shall surely locate that golden Ao more swiftly than you could. That is precisely my purpose in visiting the dragon palace. I appreciate your assistance. Esteemed leader. Please, you flatter me. Yinglong exclaimed, delight evident on his face as he ushered Qing Feng and his siblings into the dragon palace. Before Qing Feng, he promptly dispatched the task of searching for the golden Ao and extended an invitation to feast. Initially, Qing Feng had sworn off alcohol after the affairs with the Phoenix clan. Yet troubled by the matters concerning Tongtian and the division of the 3 pure ones, he once again raised his cup, seeking solace in drink. Thus, under the intentional flattery and relentless toasts from the Dragon Kings, Qing Feng found himself drowning his sorrows in yet another bout of heavy drinking. Within the span of an hour, he was thoroughly intoxicated, clutching a wine jar and vociferously cursing Tongtian. Detestable master, foolish master. Do you have any idea how arduous it is for me to plan for your future? You are blissfully unaware that upon establishing you shall be ensnared by that old schemer Hongjun, with your fate hanging in the balance. I have sought the favor of the great powers of the primordial era, flattered the goddess Nüwa, and even compromised my integrity to assist the Wu clan, all to secure a promising future for you, and yet, you, with a mere clash of tempers, have handed the leader of the Underworld sect to my second master, and you audaciously established the openly opposing Hongjun. Do you think your doctrine is aimed at Hongjun? It is, in fact, a direct affront to the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao has always harbored a disdain for the descendants of Pangu, intent on erasing the influence of the primordial father on this vast expanse, yet here you are, oblivious to the peril, recklessly confronting it, master. You truly are obstinate. Qing Feng, with a wine jar in hand, was rather loquaciously lamenting about his master. The implications of his grievances caused cold sweat to bead on the brows of the three dragon kings and Yinglong, who hastily dismissed their attendants. Thank goodness our dragon palace has long established a shielding formation. Otherwise, if the words of the immortal were to reach the Dao ancestor or the goddess Nüwa, it would spell doom for him and us alike. A worried Ao Run remarked to Yinglong, "How dare this mere golden immortal exhibit such audacity? Not only does he take liberties with his three esteemed masters, but he also dares to manipulate the two matriarchs of the Dao, and even addresses the Dao ancestor Hongjun in such an irreverent manner. The audacity is one thing, but his lack of decorum when inebriated is entirely another. He speaks indiscriminately. And while he may not fear for himself, we, the Dragon Clan, certainly do." Yinglong, on the verge of tears, lamented, "While her courage is commendable, there are matters one prefers not to hear. We must swiftly inquire about resolving our clan's reproductive issues. If he can successfully manipulate even the saints, our problems should be trivial by comparison. After questioning him, let us ensure he becomes thoroughly intoxicated. Today's events shall remain confidential, or I shall summon the ancestor dragon to enforce our clan's laws. Do you understand?" Yinglong's voice carried an edge of authority. "Rest assured, even if you offered me 100 dragon guts, I would not dare to speak." Ao Qin nodded fervently, adding with a touch of sarcasm, "Who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? A mere golden immortal orchestrating such grand affairs. Do you suppose the three masters are aware of Qing Feng's actions?" Yinglong merely offered a non-committal response, prompting a profound silence among the three dragon kings. "All right, let us hastily bury today's events deep within our hearts. However, should we encounter any future endeavors by Qing Feng, our dragon clan shall lend our utmost support. This young man is truly formidable." Yinglong sighed, approaching Qing Feng with his siblings and whispering, "Immortal, we have been searching for Golden Ao Island for you. Could you perhaps offer us some guidance?" "Guidance? Absolutely not." Qing Feng shook his head vigorously. "You powerful beings are all of the same ilk, utterly unwilling to heed advice. I shan't engage in such thankless tasks." "Immortal, how could you say that? We are your most adoring dragon clan." Yinglong quickly showered praise. "As the leader of the dragon clan, I personally assure you, should you provide us with guidance, we shall execute it flawlessly, not failing to honor your efforts." "Really?" Qing Feng squinted at Yinglong. "Without a doubt." Yinglong pounded his chest in affirmation, his expression resolute. He nearly seemed ready to swear an oath of heaven right there. "All right, I shall trust you this once." Qing Feng belched loudly, his vision slightly blurred as he regarded Yinglong. "However, you are not my master, and your clan is rather troublesome. If you want my advice, you must compensate me." "Compensation?" The dragon of response blinked, recalling Kong Xian, and felt a surge of joy. "What reward do you seek?" "Whatever my dragon kin possesses, I shall procure it for you. Even the ancestral dragon pearl." The dragon of response harbored clever intentions, pondering that if Qing Feng could obtain the dragon pearl, he might seize the opportunity to bestow upon Qing Feng the esteemed title of honorary clan leader. In that case, all descendants of the dragon lineage would be placed under Qing Feng's tutelage. What need have I for such a trinket as the dragon pearl? It is merely a token of your dragon clan. Hic! Qing Feng let out a prolonged belch, within the dismayed gaze of the dragon of response. As he counted on his fingers the treasures of the dragon clan, "It is said that your clan is abundant in treasures. Yet I have scarcely encountered a few worthy items. The most renowned are the sea-stabilizing needle and the 10,000 dragon armor. The 10,000 dragon armor, however, is merely an acquired spiritual treasure, forged from the scales of countless dragons, unable to withstand even the might of heavenly thunder, with defense that is rather mediocre. Though the sea-stabilizing needle is indeed remarkable, it is a weapon of the monkey. Should I take it? What fate awaits the monkey? No, that simply won't do." Chapter 5. The 9 Sons of the Dragon. It is high time for those ancient, death-fearing dragons to contribute to their kin. Though Yinglong, Ao Guang, and Ao Qin were oblivious to the treasures known as the W-N-L-G and the D-H-I-S-H, their names were indelibly etched in their minds. If they could not claim these artifacts, why not recruit disciples from the dragon lineage? Qing Feng pondered. With the treasures being unattainable, why not instead gather a few promising apprentices for his master? The eldest prince of the West Sea, Ao Moang, was indeed commendable, exhibiting extraordinary talent among the younger generation of dragons. He was well-versed and courteous, adhering strictly to decorum, making him a fitting candidate for the teachings of the Jiejiao. Ao Run, still unwed and childless, felt elated at the thought that her future eldest son could receive such praise from Qing Feng. There was no doubt that her firstborn must inherit the family legacy, and perhaps even contend for the position of clan leader in the future. Indeed, The next moment confirmed her suspicions as Qing Feng remarked that Honghuang was the only promising individual in this generation of dragons. It would be unthinkable to allow the dragon lineage to face extinction. Yinglong, Guang, Qin, and Shun gazed enviously at Run. For such commendation came from Qing Feng, a celestial being who assisted the formidable three pure ones, Nüwa and Hou Tu. How could her third sister have given birth to such a remarkable child? With a proud chest, Run declared, "Humph. My lineage is simply exceptional. If you doubt it, then keep it to yourself." However, apart from Honghuang, she was unfamiliar with the other dragon offspring. Yet, there were indeed two she recognized, though they were disappointments. One was the third prince of the East Sea, who not only stirred up tempests that drowned the daughter of the future Earth Emperor Shinnong, but also allowed the xianxia to harm the human populace, ultimately facing a gruesome end at the hands of Nüwa. As for Guang, the East Sea Dragon King, he was fiercely protective of his own, leading to the flood that claimed the life of young Nüwa. Such vile creatures were not worthy of the Jiejiao. Yinglong's gaze turned frigid, as the atrocities committed against humanity and the calamity that befell Qintang Pass were recounted. The mere mention of young Nüwa revealed Qing Feng's affection for him, and to think that it was their dragon kin who had caused such a tragedy. Moreover, her husband, Guang's expression darkened. While he might be protective, such grave offenses could not be overlooked, particularly with a being like the Earth Emperor, who was surely no ordinary entity. How could his son have caused such chaos? Perhaps after siring two sons, he ought to consider self-castration to prevent the birth of a third who might bring ruin to their lineage. Clearly, Guang was not alone in this thought. Run, Qin, Shun, and even his wife Yinglong regarded him with similar sentiments. Yet, it was not entirely hopeless. In mythic history, Bing was indeed foolish, but if we consider the Bing within the demonic orb, he was remarkably obedient and could be taken as a disciple. Qing Feng seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling to himself. Guang's eyes brightened, and he whispered discreetly, "Regardless of whether the third son Bing is a calamity, we shall entrust him to Qing Feng for guidance. After all, when the celestial being is inebriated, we might just orchestrate a little scheme akin to the Phoenix clan." The eyes of the dragon sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps it was not an impossible endeavor after all. Another character of tragedy is the third prince of the West Sea, Lai. After enduring countless hardships, he finally weds the princess of All Saints, only to discover that she is a wanton woman. On the very night of their nuptials, she consorts with the nine-headed insect, bestowing upon him a grand green hat. In his fury, Lai falls victim to the machinations of the Buddhist sect, who utilize him as a pawn in their scheme to reclaim the West Sea. They orchestrate the burning of the celestial pearl granted by the heavens, leading him to become the steed of Tang Sung on his pilgrimage for scriptures, ultimately being conferred the title of broad-strength bodhisattva. In essence, he is merely an ornament perched upon a pillar. How tragic. I would never wish to possess such ill fortune. Just moments ago, Run was in high spirits. Yet now his mood has plummeted. Without waiting for Yinglong's response to Guang's suggestion, she discreetly communicated, "I, Lai, shall also seek to apprentice under Qing Feng." Qin and Shun echoed her sentiment. "We wish to as well." Yinglong rolled his eyes and gestured towards Qing Feng. "He hasn't even mentioned you two sea children. How can you presume to be included? You can't just force your way in." Qin and Shun retorted, "So, in the eyes of the celestial, are we truly so insignificant?" If Qing Feng were fully aware, he would undoubtedly affirm, "Indeed, you are quite inconspicuous." After considerable contemplation, Qing Feng could not ascertain what recompense to request. Thus he lifted his gaze towards Yinglong. At that moment, the four dragon kings, along with Guang, had composed themselves, feigning ignorance, eagerly awaiting Qing Feng's words. "What if you were to owe me a favor, as compensation for your dragon kin?" The inebriated Qing Feng pondered for quite some time, ultimately concluding that he could only request a favor from the dragon clan for future use. "No problem." Yinglong promptly agreed, eager for the opportunity of reciprocal goodwill. As the saying goes, a favor exchanged is a bond formed. "Then, what troubles do you face?" Noticing Yinglong's unwavering acceptance, Qing Feng nodded with satisfaction and inquired, "As you know, our dragon clan has been burdened by the karma of the three races' war, leading to difficulties in procreation. Presently, we govern the four seas. Yet numerous formidable powers seek to exploit this opportunity to prey upon us, resulting in the repeated demise of our elite members. While we lack fresh blood to sustain ourselves over time, the dragon clan may face extinction in the wilderness. Thus, I implore you, esteemed immortal, to provide counsel on how our dragon clan might navigate this crisis. With hope, Yinglong looked towards Qing Feng, who, with a hiccup, confidently responded, "Is this not a simple matter? You could either allow your dragon clan to interbreed with other races, for instance. Mating with cattle could produce the prison bull, known for its musicality, capable of harnessing the essence of sound to bestow fortune upon the dragon clan. Merging with wolves would yield the fierce Yazi, a vengeful warrior, relentless in battle, devouring evil, truly a god of war for the dragons. Uniting with the phoenix could result in the creation of the wind-calling child, a creature that instills fear in demons, dispelling evil and safeguarding homes, thereby becoming a harbinger of good fortune for the human race, enjoying the blessings of their ancestral spirits. In union with the tiger, one can beget the creature known as Bianhan, who is known for his litigious nature, a zealous sense of justice, and an imposing authority, symbolizing fairness and righteousness, serving as the divine beast of adjudication for humanity. In conjunction with the toad, one produces the creature Puyao, with the lion, the offspring Swanee, with the azure dragon, the progeny Fushi, and with the fish, the descendant Chiwen. In a moment of contemplation, Qing Feng eloquently recounted the 9 sons of the dragon. Their existence not only promises to become divine beasts in various realms for humanity, basking in its fortune and reducing karmic burdens, but also serves to enhance the combat prowess of the dragon clan. However, does this truly resolve the troubles faced by your esteemed lineage? At this juncture, the 4 great dragon kings, particularly the clan leader Yinglong, had firmly ingrained Qing Feng's words in their minds, pondering the prospects of intermarriage with the primordial races he had mentioned. Though the dragon clan values lineage, if such unions could amplify their strength, perhaps they are worth considering. Moreover, for those of pure blood who aspire to inherit the position of dragon king or clan leader, the time has come for the elder members, who are averse to peril, to contribute to the clan's cause. Esteemed immortal, while your counsel is commendable, it requires time for fruition. The cultivation of these 9 sons necessitates both time and resources. Is there an immediate force available to alleviate our current predicaments? The ambitious Yinglong inquired, having absorbed the advice regarding the 9 sons. Qing Feng furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Yinglong, who then smiled faintly. If you could extend 2 additional favors, that would total 3. 3, you say? Qing Feng mused thoughtfully. Very well, I do have an even better suggestion.